1984 was a year of unrest and fervor. That year, Wang founded Wang, Chuanzhi launched Lenovo, Zhang Rumin restructured Haier, and Li Jingwei created Jianlibo. That year, the name Yan Jin, future godfather of Chinese business, began appearing frequently in newspapers. But this time, reborn into the past, Yan Jin's goal wasn't merely to make money. He aimed to become an extraordinary legend, to be the mentor of celebrities, the idol of the wealthy, and the teacher of titans. Chapter 1. Back to 1983. On a bumpy cement road, an old, rattling bus jolted forward until it finally pulled into Qingping City bus station. The conductor opened the door. "We're here. Don't forget your belongings." Dozens of passengers, lugging large bundles and worn-out bags, stepped off the bus. But one passenger remained slumped in his seat, fast asleep. The conductor nudged him. "Comrade, wake up. We've arrived." Yan Jin jolted awake. Blinking open his eyes, he saw a woman standing before him, wearing a military green top, blue trousers, and a small green shoulder bag. He looked around, confused. He was on a grimy, foul-smelling bus. A musty odor filled his nostrils. He frowned. "Where am I?" "Comrade, we're in Qingping City. Time to get off. You slept so deeply you're disoriented." Yan Jin stared blankly. "Wasn't I just lying on a VIP hospital bed, already dead? How'd I end up here?" Urged by the conductor, Yan Jin picked up the woven sack resting on his lap, stepped off the bus, and walked out of the station. Standing on a roadside, he saw only low, single-story houses. Buildings taller than 3 stories were practically non-existent. On the street, a few 28 bicycles rolled by, sparse and slow. Not a single car in sight. Pedestrians wore mostly black, gray, blue, or green clothes, an era frozen in muted tones. A strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. This was Qingping City, the very place he'd lived as a young man. Could it be that before drinking Meng Po's soup in the afterlife, heaven had granted him one last glimpse of the past? Yan Jin turned onto a muddy path and walked toward the address burned into his memory. He stopped before a small courtyard. The familiar gate was still peeling. The couplets on either side had faded under years of sun. For more than 10 seconds, he stood frozen. Then, taking a deep breath, he pushed the gate open, just slightly. Inside, a delicate little girl was playing. "Daddy," she whispered timidly at the sight of him, then instantly darted back into the house. Duo. Yan Jin's eyes widened in shock. He rubbed them hard, unable to believe what he'd just seen. Duo was his daughter with his wife Su Lu, but she'd been kidnapped by traffickers many years ago and never found. Duo. "Daddy's so sorry, so sorry." Guilt tore through him. He clenched his fists until his whole body trembled, and tears streamed down his face. Then, suddenly, he froze. Wait, why does this feel so real? Mechanically, he looked down at the hot tears on his hand. A few seconds later, he pinched himself hard. It hurt, really hurt. This wasn't a dream. It's real. It's all real. "Mommy, Daddy's back." Duo's voice trembled from inside. Immediately, a woman in a coarse apron and simple cotton dress appeared in the doorway. Her skin was fair, her features lovely, but exhaustion shadowed her eyes. At the sight of her, Yan Jin felt as if struck by lightning. His knees buckled. He grabbed the wall to keep from collapsing. "Su Lu," he blurted out instinctively. After Duo vanished, Su Lu had fallen into deep depression. Her health deteriorated rapidly, and 2 years later, she passed away on a stormy night, heartbroken and alone. Now, seeing both his wife and daughter alive before him, Yan Jin was overwhelmed by shame and regret. But when Su Lu heard his voice, she stiffened. "You came back." Yan Jin looked a mess. Unkempt hair, unshaven face, filthy clothes full of holes. Clearly, his months on the run hiding from debt collectors hadn't been kind. "I didn't know you'd return today. I didn't prepare anything. I'll go buy some meat," Su Lu said softly, untying her apron and leading Duo outside. Duo hid behind her mother, peeking shyly at Yan Jin, but quickly looked away whenever their eyes met. Watching them walk off, Yan Jin's throat tightened. Tears fell again. Lost in guilt, he didn't even notice they'd left, until it was too late to chase them. He wanted to run after them, but stopped himself. Silence. "It's really Su Lu, really Duo. They're alive. This is real." He began trembling, whispering to himself, then erupted into a low, desperate shout. He rushed into the house and spotted a calendar by the window. October 1st, 1983, Saturday. He died in 2021 from an incurable illness. And now, he'd been reborn in 1983. Heaven must have taken pity on him, after all his suffering and given him a second chance to fix everything. His past life had been a disaster. After marrying Su Lu, his parents gave the young couple a sum of money to start their life. But instead of using it wisely, Yan Jin, egged on by gambling buddies, threw it all into bets. He lost everything and then borrowed even more. When creditors came knocking, his so-called friend vanished. He suspected they'd scammed him from the start, but the IOUs were signed. He couldn't escape the debt. Their modest salaries could never repay what he owed. So he fled to Shenzhen, claiming he'd find work, leaving Su Lu and Duo behind. Su Lu took on 2 jobs, supporting the family with a fragile body. 6 months later, Yan Jin returned, not reformed, but convinced his losses were just bad luck. He believed that with fresh capital, he could win it all back and strike it rich. One day, Su Lu had to rush to work and asked him to watch Duo, who was running a fever. But obsessed with gambling, Yan Jin took the money Su Lu had borrowed for medicine and went straight to the casino. Worse, he left Duo alone at home. That evening, they returned to find her gone. They searched desperately, but never found her. That night, Su Lu cried until she had no tears left. From then on, she grew distant, silent, skeletal. 2 years later, she died alone in the rain. Only then did Yan Jin understand what she truly meant to him. But it was too late. Heartbroken, he vowed to change. He threw himself into business, endured countless failures, and eventually built a corporate empire, becoming a wealthy tycoon. Yet until his dying day, he never found Duo. That was his greatest regret. Soon, Su Lu returned with half a pound of pork, Duo trailing behind. "I'll cook right away. Wait a moment." "Thank you. You've worked so hard," Yan Jin said automatically. Su Lu blinked, stunned. "What did you just say?" "I said thank you for working so hard." She turned away, heading to the kitchen. "I'd rather you stop gambling than hear sweet words." Yan Jin wanted to promise he'd changed, that he'd never gamble again. But he'd made that promise countless times before and always broken it. Why would she believe him now? The aroma of stir-fried meat soon filled the air. "Oh, no wonder we're eating meat today." Yan Jin's back. 2 men suddenly appeared in the courtyard. They'd followed Su Lu from the market. "Yan Jin, finally found you." One had a scar across his face and grinned broadly. The other, tall and thin, held a knife, flipping it with cold precision. "Give us a straight answer. Can you pay today?" the thin man demanded. Duo squeaked in fear and ran into the kitchen, peeking through a crack in the door. Yan Jin instantly recognized them. Scarface was Su Chongli. The thin one was Huang Chong, debt collectors. He raised his hands. "I don't have the money right now." "No money?" Su Chongli sneered. "Then how do you afford me?" The old Yan Jin would have panicked. But this Yan Jin? Calm as stone. "I don't have it now, but I'm not refusing to pay. Give me time." Huang Chong's eyes flashed. "You think I'm playing nice?" He lunged forward, fist raised. Su Chongli stopped him. "Easy, Chuanzhi." Huang Chong lowered his fist, but shot Yan Jin a venomous glare. "Fine," Su Chongli said with a sly grin. "But if you want more time, you got to give us something in return." His eyes flicked toward the kitchen. "I heard your wife's quite beautiful." Before he finished, Yan Jin slapped him hard. Crack! The sound echoed sharply in the quiet room. Su Chongli touched his stinging cheek, incredulous. "Yan Jin, the coward who used to shake at loud voices, dare hit him? You're dead today, you little bastard." Su Chongli snarled. Yan Jin remained calm. "Pay the debt." "Fine, but keep your mouth clean." Huang Chong roared and swung again. But Yan Jin didn't flinch. He simply said, slowly, "If brother who finds out you used his money to gamble, what do you think he'll do?" Both men froze. Huang Chong's fist dropped. Sweat poured down his face. If boss who learned they'd embezzled his funds and lost it all at the tables, they were finished. How do you know about that?" Su Chongli gasped. Yan Jin smiled faintly, pulled over a stool, and sat down like a sage. "What's done in darkness will be brought to light." The two exchanged terrified glances. How could this nobody know their secret? They were collectors for boss who, but secretly borrowed his cash to bet, hoping to profit. Instead, they lost everything. Now, they were scrambling to repay it before he found out. What do you want?" Su Chongli asked hoarsely. Yan Jin leaned forward. "Simple. Give me 1 month. I'll repay your 200 yuan with 300. "Really?" Huang Chong scoffed. Yan Jin locked eyes with him. "Do you have a choice?" Defeated, Su Chongli spat. "Fine. Remember your word." He shot Yan Jin a final glare and stormed out with Huang Chong. Yan Jin exhaled deeply. "God, my past self was such a piece of trash." Su Lu brought out the dish of meat, glanced at the empty doorway, and sighed. "Let's eat." Her voice was flat, filled with quiet despair. He'd been gone half a year, earned nothing, and the debt kept growing. Those two had come often, and even took their only appliance, the radio. Oddly, without him, life had been peaceful. The three sat at a small table. Duo stared longingly at the meat, but didn't touch her chopsticks. Yan Jin immediately divided the dish, half into Duo's bowl, half into Sulu's. Eat up. Meat makes you grow tall. Sulu stared at him, bewildered. In the past, during Lunar New Year feasts, he'd hoard the meat for himself. Now he was sharing, and saying thank you. This wasn't the man she knew. Suddenly, fear gripped her. She pleaded, eyes welling up. I only had 2 yuan. I spent all on meat. I have nothing left to give you. Please, Yan Jin, don't hurt us. Yan Jin's heart shattered. He wanted to comfort her, but words failed him. I deserve every bit of her distrust. Sulu, he said firmly, I was cruel before. I'm sorry. From this day on, if I ever ask you for a single cent, may I cease to be human. His voice softened. You and Duo have suffered enough. Eat. Rebuild your strength. Sulu was speechless. The selfish, greedy Yan Jin would never say such things. Had he truly changed? Impossible. After a few hurried bites, Yan Jin set down his chopsticks. I'll go look for a job. He changed into clean clothes and left. Duo turned to her mother, puzzled. Mom, what's wrong with him? Sulu didn't know. She dared not hope. All she could think was, he must be plotting something. Is he planning to sell the house, to gamble again? Walking the streets, Yan Jin noticed people were thin, but unlike the hollow-eyed crowds of 2021, they moved with purpose, not exhaustion. Red brick buildings lined the roads, structures that would vanish in decades to come. With no skyscrapers blocking the view, the horizon stretched endlessly. Returning from the hyper-paced future, he felt oddly disoriented, yet strangely energized. This familiar yet alien world filled him with clarity. He possessed knowledge decades ahead of his time. He would ride the tide of history and build a future where Sulu and Duo never suffered again. As he walked, he found himself outside a factory gate. Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. The buildings were already crumbling, doomed to bankruptcy by year's end. Workers would soon be unemployed. He had a childhood friend, Wang Intai, who worked here. Since it was National Day, Wang should be home. Earlier, he'd told Sulu he'd look for a job. But let's be honest, working a regular job? Impossible. Not in this lifetime. Yet starting a business required capital, and he had 0 yuan. He pondered for a moment, then smiled. Time to pay Wang Intai a visit. Chapter 3. Even pigs can soar. Come, Lao Yen. Now that you've returned from the deep market, allow me to host a welcoming feast for you. Let us have a drink. In Wang Intai's home, Yan Jin and Wang Intai sat at the table, indulging in spirits. The table was sparsely adorned with simple snacks like peanuts and potatoes. During such times of hardship, merely having food was a blessing. There was hardly any means to indulge in extravagant dishes. After a 6-month hiatus spent evading creditors, many assumed Yan Jin had ventured to the deep market for work. And Wang Intai was no exception. What is the deep market like, Yan Jin? What have you been doing there? I've opened a food processing factory. Upon hearing this, Wang Intai's face lit up with astonishment and envy. Hey, you've become a boss. You must be making a fortune. Yan Jin casually lit a cigarette, taking a leisurely puff. Oh, it's only a few million a year. Wang Intai's jaw dropped in disbelief. My goodness, a few million? Even if I were to forego eating and drinking and work every single day, I could never earn that much. Yan Jin, filled with pride, declared. In the deep market, money is everywhere. In this age where even pigs can soar, if you possess intelligence and courage, great wealth is within reach. Noticing the change in Wang Intai's gaze, he chuckled. Old Wang, how have you been these past 6 months? With a sigh, Wang Intai replied. It's the same as always. The instant noodles at the factory aren't selling, and the profits are dismal. We're on the verge of collapse. I'll soon be out of a job. He leaned closer to Yan Jin, laughter etched in the lines of his face. Why don't I come with you to the deep market and earn a few million? Yan Jin nonchalantly responded. Do you really need to go to the deep market to make money? You can do it right here in our city. Wang Intai looked bewildered. You know as well as I do that we are utterly impoverished. How could one possibly earn great wealth here? Yan Jin smiled mysteriously. Old Wang, you have a full forehead and remarkable bone structure. You're a rare talent in business. It would be a pity for someone like you not to engage in commerce. Really? Yan Jin nodded emphatically. Are you brave enough to take a significant risk with me? Fueled by alcohol, Wang Intai stood up, resolute. What is there to fear? Yan Jin slammed the table. Excellent. I'm preparing to acquire a factory in the north. If you join me, this venture is bound to succeed. We will certainly amass great wealth. Is that true? Which factory are you looking to acquire? The Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. What? Acquire our factory? But it's on the brink of collapse. Why would you want to acquire it? Isn't that a losing proposition? Wang Entai's eyes widened in shock. What do you understand? While it may seem doomed to you, I can transform it into a money-making machine. If you follow my lead, you will undoubtedly earn a fortune. Yan Jin's eyes were resolute, brimming with confidence. However, Wang Entai felt uncertain. Will this actually work? I assure you, it will work. Trust me. And you will earn great riches. Yan Jin spoke passionately, igniting a fire within Wang Entai. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Entai gritted his teeth. All right, I'll do it. Yan Jin instructed Wang Entai to procure a large piece of red paper and write a bold proclamation. Tomorrow morning, you must post this proclamation on your factory's bulletin board. To express our determination to the leadership team? Wang Entai gazed at the title, his brow furrowing in concern. Old Yan, is this venture truly reliable? If the factory leadership discovers my involvement, I may very well face their wrath. Yan Jin's voice was cold and unwavering. Do you still aspire to earn a fortune? Do you wish to continue raking in millions each year? He gestured for Wang Entai to lean in closer. Consider this, old Wang. Your factory is under municipal oversight. It could easily be sold or transferred to revive it. Yet the leadership is too proud to admit defeat, ultimately leading to its closure and the loss of livelihoods for dozens of workers. Yan Jin continued earnestly. I urge you to proceed with this plan solely to facilitate a successful acquisition. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded upon completion. I shall ensure you receive a position of authority. After a moment of internal conflict, Wang Entai inhaled deeply, as if summoning immense resolve. All right, I will do it. With Wang Entai's involvement, securing the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory was already half accomplished. After outlining several key points to Wang Entai, Yan Jin was about to depart when a thought struck him. By the way, my wallet was stolen on the train. Please lend me 10 yuan. It's National Day. And I must buy some meat for the child. I promise to repay you double. Wang Entai hesitated briefly, but ultimately rummaged beneath his bed for 10 yuan and handed it to Yan Jin. This is my last bit of money. Be frugal with it. And remember to repay me double, as you promised. Yan Jin reassured him. You know me. My greatest virtue is my sincerity. Upon leaving Wang Entai's home, Yan Jin continued to ponder his scheme. Lacking funds, he had no choice but to execute a clever ruse. Convincing Wang Entai to join the endeavor was merely the first step. He would have to take matters into his own hands next. It was now 2 p.m, and Yan Jin ventured to the butcher's stall to purchase a pound of pork belly. Fortunately, meat supplies were increasingly abundant, eliminating the need for meat ration tickets. Upon returning home with the meat, Yan Jin playfully pinched his daughter Duo's adorable little cheeks. However, she was startled and burst into tears. Hearing the commotion, Su Lu hurried over, shielding Duo behind her. Yan Jin, what are you doing? Yan Jin, flustered, replied, I merely wished to amuse her. The fact that his daughter harbored no fondness for him, and was even afraid, stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Su Lu shot him an exasperated glare. At your age, can't you behave properly? Noticing the meat in Yan Jin's hands, a pang of anxiety seized Su Lu as a troubling suspicion resurfaced in her mind. Yan Jin, oblivious to her changing expression, smiled and said, Today is National Day. Let us celebrate. I will prepare braised pork for you. At the mention of meat, Duo immediately ceased her crying. Her eyes fixated on the sizable piece of pork belly, eagerly swallowing. As Su Lu observed Yan Jin bustling in the kitchen, her anxiety escalated. Was he truly planning to sell their house? Guilt gnawed at her. Perhaps this sudden kindness toward her and Duo was a reflection of his inner turmoil. Resolute, she decided that if Yan Jin dared to mention selling the house, she would confront him directly. The fragrant braised pork was served at the table, and Yan Jin invited Su Lu and Duo to dine. Duo's innocent eyes were glued to the tempting dish, her mouth watering in anticipation. Yan Jin felt a pang of sympathy. Having squandered all the family's savings, the daughter barely gets to taste any meat, and look at how frail she is. A wave of profound guilt and self-reproach washed over Yan Jin. He picked up his chopsticks, diligently serving food into the bowls of Duo and Su Lu. At first, Duo glanced between Yan Jin and Su Lu, but eventually, she could no longer resist and reached for her spoon. However, Su Lu snatched it away, saying, Duo, we want to eat his meat. Be obedient. Why won't you let Duo eat? Yan Jin asked, perplexed. Su Lu scoffed coldly. You've been away for over half a year, and now that you're back, suddenly you're so kind to us. Do you have some hidden agenda? This irked Yan Jin somewhat. Since becoming the CEO, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Isn't it a good thing that I'm treating you well? Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Su Lu's reaction stemmed from the fact that he had been a complete jerk in the past. His drastic change might be difficult for her to accept. Su Lu, I have no ulterior motives. Over the past half year, I have constantly reflected on my actions. I owe you and Duo so much. And I wish to make amends. Yan Jin, do you think I would believe your empty words? Don't put on a show in front of us. That trick doesn't work anymore. The more Su Lu spoke, the more heartbroken and indignant she became, her voice quivering with emotion. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You just want to sweet-talk me into handing over the house certificate so you can sell the house. I'm telling you, that's impossible. Furthermore, I've made up my mind. I want a divorce. I've had enough of this life. Upon hearing Su Lu utter the word divorce, Yan Jin was momentarily stunned. This was not right. In his previous life, Su Lu had never mentioned divorce. Could it be that his rebirth and desire for change had triggered a butterfly effect? Su Lu, I am not the same person I once was. I have truly changed. Please, grant me another chance. I promise to ensure a good life for you and Duo. Yan Jin spoke earnestly. He continued, I never intended to sell the house. How could I possibly sell it? Where would we live? Su Lu, please, believe me just once more. You've said that countless times. I will no longer trust you. If you genuinely want us to have a better life, just let us go. I beg you. By the end, Su Lu's voice was choked with emotion. Duo also rushed into her mother's arms, crying loudly. Su Lu's words pierced Yan Jin's heart like a dagger, causing him immense pain. He had only wanted to make amends for Su Lu and Duo, never considering Su Lu's perspective. Perhaps she had long been fed up with him and truly wished to break free. If he were in Su Lu's shoes, perhaps he would have divorced a man like himself long ago. Once a heart turns cold, it is difficult to warm it again. Yan Jin found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. At that moment, all his words felt powerless. Su Lu, whose heart was already shattered, would no longer believe him. Wiping her tears, Su Lu declared, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. I have one more request. Please leave the house to me and Duo. She is still young and cannot be without a home. Yan Jin cast a stern gaze at Duo. Duo, do you despise your father? Duo tightly clung to Su Lu's neck, exclaiming, I want to be with my mother. Yan Jin, I do not wish to live in constant dread every day. Do you think that by providing us with meat, the past can be easily erased? It is impossible. Yan Jin, the harm you have inflicted upon us can never be mended. Su Lu's emotions shattered, her last few words nearly a scream. Yan Jin's face fell in sorrow. He hung his head, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away in that moment. After a long silence, he finally lifted his head again. Since you are determined to leave, I agree. Tomorrow we shall proceed with the divorce. The house will belong to you, and I will leave with nothing. I will ensure that Duo's support is sent to you monthly. However, I may need to stay here for a few more days. With that, Yan Jin retreated to the inner room, lying on the bed with his back turned to the outside. He had inflicted too much pain upon Su Lu and Duo. Perhaps their lives would be happier without his presence. Su Lu's feelings were complicated. She had not anticipated Yan Jin's swift acquiescence. Perhaps it was for the best. From this day forward, she and Duo would have no ties to Yan Jin. Even if others were to speak ill of her, she would endure. She had reason to believe that without Yan Jin, her life with Duo would surely improve. At least better than their current existence. A sleepless night ensued. On October 2nd, 1983, Sunday, the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory, which had only one day off, was bustling early in the morning. The bulletin board was surrounded by a crowd. The workers were captivated by the large red poster. Old Tang, what does it say up there? We can't read. Could you please read it for us? Tang Binshui from the finance department adjusted his reading glasses and began to read word by word. I request to contract the instant noodle factory. Upon contracting, profits will double. Workers' wages will also double. If targets are not met, I willingly accept legal repercussions. My approach is to invigorate the economy externally and enforce strict management internally, while caring for the lives of the masses. Such audacious claims. Who wrote this, and who wants to contract our factory? It's Wang Entai from the business department. Is it him? This lad usually seems so honest, but who knew he had such audacity? This is going to be interesting. The factory manager, Wang Liangong, was about to explode with rage. The poster had just been torn down by the office director, Niu Juanru, and now lay on Wang Liangong's desk. Wang Entai stood nearby, his head bowed, saying nothing. Wang Entai, who gave you permission to write a big poster? Do you have no sense? Do you realize the detrimental impact this could have on our factory? You want to contract our factory? Who gave you such boldness? If the land can be contracted, why can't the factory be contracted? Wang Entai defended himself. Of course, these words were instilled in him by Yan Jin. Wang Entai might have remained silent. But uttering this sentence was akin to pouring oil on flames, igniting Wang Liangang's fury further. He hurled the poster directly at Wang Entai's face. Wang Entai, your audacity is astounding. Your ambition to usurp power is glaringly evident. I had held you in high regard, yet you have resorted to such antics. What nonsense is this? Wang Liangang berated Wang Entai mercilessly, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. You need not return to work today. Go home and compose a self-critique. Prepare yourself for the consequences. With his head hung low, Wang Entai exited the factory director's office. Although Yan Jin had prepared him for the reprimand, when the tempest finally struck, Wang Entai found it difficult to bear. He began to regret heeding Yan Jin's advice to provoke such a scene. How could he navigate his role in the factory moving forward? Wang Entai. Upon hearing his name, Wang Entai halted and turned to see several female employees, including Ma Lily. We've read your big character poster, and I have a question. Can you truly double the profits and salaries? Wang Entai found himself at a loss for words. The factory was on the brink of collapse. How could he possibly have such abilities? It was all Yan Jin's idea. Yet, confronted with the eager gazes of Ma Lily and the others, he instinctively nodded. Absolutely. Wang Entai, you are remarkable. Regardless of the director's opinion, we support you. Keep pushing forward. The other women echoed Ma Lily's encouragement. Their support invigorated Wang Entai, rekindling his spirit as if he had been revived. He had never felt such pride since his employment, nor had he ever received such commendation from his female colleagues. Standing tall, he strode confidently towards the factory entrance. Upon returning home, he found Yan Jin waiting for him. Noticing the dark circles under Yan Jin's eyes and his weary demeanor, Wang Entai smirked. Yan Jin, you weren't up all night, were you? You look a bit haggard. Yan Jin dismissed him with irritation. Enough of your nonsense. Let us discuss today's events. Wang Entai recounted the events from posting the big character poster to being scolded by Wang Liangang, and finally, the encouragement from the female employees. Being chastised by the factory means we've struck a nerve. The support from the female workers indicates you have won their hearts. We must seize this momentum and press on. Yet, Wang Entai frowned more. Yan Jin, I dread being scolded by the director again. You didn't see him. He was like a rabid beast, ready to devour me. Yan Jin's expression hardened. Are you really going to cower after a mere scolding? Are you content to remain in poverty? Do you still wish to join me in Shenzhen? Are you not yearning to earn a few million in a year? Don't you desire to marry a beautiful wife? At the mention of a wife, Wang Entai's eyes gleamed with desire. Old Yan, what should I do? I will heed your counsel. Chapter 5. A person abandoned at 2 in the afternoon. Yan Jin arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Sulu was already waiting at the entrance. Not seeing Duo alleviated some of Yan Jin's mental burden. After all, witnessing such matters could leave a significant psychological scar on a child, one that could affect her for a lifetime. However, standing beside Su Lu was another woman. Her close friend, Xiao Yi. Perhaps it is due to her employment at the Labor Bureau that Joy exudes an air of superiority. She is a formidable woman. Still unmarried to this day. Her gaze towards Yan Jin is filled with disdain and contempt. In her eyes, Yan Jin is nothing but trash. Su Lu should have long departed from such a person. Yan Jin, I thought you lacked the courage to show up. Joy declares haughtily. Yan Jin disregards her taunt and instead inquires of Su Lu, where is Duo? I asked Aunt Lee to look after her for a bit. You didn't inform Aunt Lee about our divorce, did you? Su Lu shakes her head. No? That's good. After all, divorce is hardly a commendable matter, if word spreads. One can only imagine the rumors that would circulate. In 2021, I find it to be insignificant. However, the impact on Su Lu is exceedingly detrimental. In an age devoid of the internet, even the slightest incident in a household could be the subject of rampant gossip. There would inevitably be a myriad of discussions behind one's back, with all sorts of speculations. For instance, if you had gone away to work and didn't return home for several years, they might even claim you were imprisoned. Yan Jin, let us go inside. Yan Jin merely responded with a simple opting not to engage further. The three entered the building. Perhaps due to Joy's greeting, the staff asked no questions and swiftly stamped the divorce certificate. Upon exiting the financial bureau, Joy, who had maintained a stern demeanor towards Yan Jin, spoke once more. Yan Jin, you'd best refrain from entangling yourself with Su Lu again. You have caused her enough suffering. Without you, Su Lu and Duo would thrive. I understand, but I have yet to find a place to stay and must remain at home for a few more days. No, you are already divorced. And you willingly left with nothing. Joy unceremoniously rejected Yan Jin's request on Su Lu's behalf. Joy, allow him to stay for a few days. Su Lu's emotions were a tangled web. Having divorced Yan Jin felt like liberation, yet she sensed an emptiness within, as if something had been lost. Su Lu, This man is no longer connected to you. Now is not the time for your compassion. You must not give him even the slightest glimmer of hope, or he will drag you down. In Yan Jin's presence, Joy spoke bluntly, unafraid of offending him, for she held him in utter contempt. Yan Jin, stop dwelling on frivolous matters. Regarding your living situation, you must figure it out on your own. Joy made the decision for Su Lu. Yan Jin glanced at Su Lu, noticing her downcast expression, and chose not to further burden her. After bidding her farewell, he departed. Joy took Su Lu by the arm and headed in the opposite direction. Come, let us pick up duo and dine together. My treat, to celebrate that you and your daughter have finally rid yourselves of that scoundrel. With no place to call home, Yan Jin resolved to return to his parents' house. Though he was not favored by them, he felt the need to check in. Following the path of his memories, Yan Jin arrived at the steel factory's housing complex, where his parents resided on the ground floor. Knock, knock, knock. He gently tapped on the security door. A little girl opened the door from within. She was the daughter of Yan Jin's elder brother, Wei Jianha, 2 years older than Duo, named Linlin. Linlin, are your grandparents at home? Linlin puffed out her cheeks and rudely pointed at Yan Jin. You wicked scoundrel. Have you come to beg for money again? Yan Jin, who is it? A woman's voice echoed. Mother, it's that scoundrel. The woman, clad in slippers, hurried to the door. Yan Jin? The woman's pupils dilated in shock. Sister-in-law. Yan Jin greeted her with a polite smile, yet his sister-in-law, Shui Yan, did not return the courtesy. With their parents absent and no money in the house, you should leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Sister-in-law, I am not here to ask for money. I merely wish to bang. Before Yan Jin could finish his sentence, Shui Yan slammed the door shut with a forceful thud. Though infuriated, Yan Jin understood. After all, his past self had fallen into the abyss of gambling, frequently returning home to beg for money. He had become a bottomless pit, and it was only natural for them to fear and avoid him. Instead of leaving right away, Yan Jin found a spot to sit in the hallway. Having been reborn and resolved to turn over a new leaf, he felt the need to see his parents and care for them moving forward. As time trickled by, the sun began its descent. The golden rays of the setting sun painted the ground in warm hues. After a long day, employees of the steel factory gradually returned home. Yan Jinhua and his son, Yan Su, approached the hallway, and upon seeing Yan Jin, the smiles that adorned their faces vanished without a trace. Guqin, their mother, harbored a complexity in her eyes that was beyond words. Father, mother, elder brother. Do not call me father. I am not your father, nor do I have a son like you. Yan Jinhua coldly retorted, ascending the stairs without another word. Yan Su regarded Yan Jin with hostility, devoid of any fraternal affection. Yan Jin, we agreed that those few houses belong to you, while the family building is mine. You have no claim here. And do not think you can take a single cent from our parents. Now leave. Brother, that is not my intention. I only wish to see our parents. Our parents are well cared for. You need not concern yourself. Just get lost. Yan Su's demeanor rendered communication exceedingly difficult for Yan Jin. He chose to disregard Yan Su's brusque remarks and turned his gaze towards their mother, Guqin. Mother. Guqin sighed deeply, saying nothing, as a myriad of emotions swirled within her. And she entered the building. She had lost all hope for this son. In the past, whenever Yan Jin pleaded for money, she would, to some extent, oblige. Yet he would promptly squander it on gambling, returning only to ask for more when he lost. Eventually, she realized she could not fill this bottomless pit and decided to give up. Do not show your face here again. If I see you, I will strike you. Yan Su shouted at Yan Jin, spitting as he spoke, with droplets landing on Yan Jin's face. Upon leaving the family building, Yan Jin walked despondently down the street, his shadow elongated by the setting sun. His wife had divorced him, and his parents and siblings wished to sever ties. This realization struck him with clarity. He truly was a detestable scoundrel, and his family sought to distance themselves from him. The only path to redemption lay in reforming himself, establishing a meaningful life, and achieving success to regain their respect. With this thought, he gathered his spirits anew. He must strive to become someone worthy. However, now I find myself with nowhere to go, homeless, and thus I must return to Wang Intai's residence once more. Yinggu, you don't look well. What has happened? Wang Intai inquired with concern. Nothing of consequence. I was just contemplating how to help you amass great wealth, I replied. Old Wang, within a month, I assure you, you'll earn more than your previous annual salary. Wang Intai's spirits soared. Yinggu, I believe in you. As long as it brings profit, I am at your service. Then be prepared to endure more scolding tomorrow, I stated nonchalantly, considering that it was not I who would face the reprimand. Chapter 6. The Troublemaker. October 3rd, 1983, Monday. In the morning, as the workers passed by the bulletin board on their way to work, they were once again drawn to it. Another large poster had been affixed. A declaration of loyalty to the leadership? Was this not akin to yesterday's display? Had Wang Intai lost his mind? After being thoroughly reprimanded by the factory yesterday, why was he posting again? What was he thinking? I dare say this fellow might truly create something remarkable that could extricate our factory from its plight. Wang Intai was summoned once more to the factory director's office. Wang Intai, you continue to post these proclamations. Is this never-ending? Do you understand what your actions signify? This is rebellion. Wang Liangong's fury escalated as he spoke, ultimately tearing the poster to shreds and throwing the pieces at Wang Intai. Do you believe I lack the resolve to take action against you? Do you think I won't expel you? Have you disregarded my words entirely? Do you even acknowledge my authority as the factory director? Wang Liangong's face flushed red with rage, filling the office with tension. Many workers leaned against the door, eavesdropping. Some relished the drama, while others were anxious for Wang Intai. Bang! Wang Liangong slammed his hand on the desk and roared, Wang Intai, you are a scoundrel. If this reaches the ears of the city leaders, how will they perceive me? Fine, if you wish to make my life difficult, then you shall not have it easy either. Effective immediately, you are suspended for review. On what grounds should I be suspended? Wang Intai could not restrain his retort. How dare you even ask? Look at your actions over the past few days. They are clearly not driven by noble intentions. You seek to disrupt our factory. You are the true troublemaker. Wang Intai raised his head and responded with dignity. Director Wang, the rural land contract policy has brought prosperity to farmers. My intention in taking over the factory is to ensure everyone enjoys a better life as well. How does that make me a troublemaker? Wang Liangong's frustration mounted. This is entirely different. Zhongyuan Factory is a state-owned enterprise managed by the city. How could it possibly be contracted out to an individual like you? Have you no sense? The factory is on the brink of collapse, and I possess the means to revive it and restore its vitality. Why then should it not be contracted? Enough of this nonsense. You are merely attempting to usurp authority. Mark my words, it is utterly impossible. You should abandon this folly. Now go home and reflect on your actions. Wang Liangong was on the verge of striking Wang Intai. Upon exiting the office, Wang Intai was met by workers who quickly parted to let him pass, watching him leave. The office director, Niu Juanru, waved his hand decisively, declaring that everyone should disperse and attend to their own tasks. It seemed that they were more eager to spectate than to work. After sending the workers away, he entered the factory manager's office. Wang Liangong was seated, panting heavily, evidently quite agitated. Manager, please calm down. Don't let this matter affect your health, Niu Juanru urged. Wang Intai's behavior is utterly unacceptable. Wang Liangong vented to Niu Juanru about the troublesome employee. Niu Juanru concurred, indeed. Wang Intai's actions have left the factory in a precarious position. Precarious? His deeds border on insurrection, Wang Liangong exclaimed. After another tirade against Wang Intai, he inquired about the workers' sentiments. Director Niu, I need the unvarnished truth. The atmosphere is quite tense. The factory's performance has been lackluster, and with production halting next week, many have been swayed by Wang Intai's antics, applauding his provocations. Bang! Wang Liangong slammed the table in frustration. This Wang Intai is incompetent at everything except for causing chaos. In state-owned enterprises, if leadership deems you capable, you are. If not, even competence is disregarded. Notify the leadership team of an afternoon meeting. He must be reprimanded to temper his arrogance. I refuse to believe we cannot rein him in. Such misconduct must be curtailed. Additionally, communicate to the workers that Wang Intai harbors ulterior motives. Aligning with him will yield no positive outcomes. We are a state enterprise. If the management cannot navigate this, how can an ordinary employee like him change the situation? Doubling profits and wages are mere fabrications, designed to mislead. Director Niu, you must clarify this to everyone. They must not follow Wang Intai down a treacherous path, for it will lead to irreversible consequences. Wang Liangong expressed his vehement concerns. Niu Juanru acknowledged with a simple yes before exiting the office. Given Wang Liangong's fury, it was prudent to maintain a distance, lest he draw ire upon himself. He too wore a frown, contemplating the absurdity of an office director being tasked with addressing the workers' mindset. Was this not ludicrous? He was merely an office director, not even a leader. Such ideological work should be spearheaded by the senior management. Moreover, he had heard that most workers were in favor of allowing Wang Intai to take over the factory. Wang Intai had proclaimed on the notice board that he possessed myriad strategies to enhance the factory's performance and fatten the workers' wallets. To advise them to distance themselves from Wang Intai at this juncture could incite considerable backlash. Niu Juanru resolved to bide his time for a couple of days before proceeding. Upon returning home, Wang Intai found the noodles being cooked to perfection. Yingu, why haven't you left yet? Are you planning to stay here indefinitely? What about your sister-in-law and duo? He inquired. Yan Jin added a few drops of vinegar to his bowl. I have no choice. Many know I've returned and wish for me to guide them to earn money in the Shenzhen market. I'm merely avoiding them. If I take them along, wouldn't that diminish your earnings? Yan Jin slurped a mouthful of noodles, swallowed, and continued. Of course, if you're uncomfortable with my staying, it's no trouble. I can leave. It's not a big deal to just take them to earn money. Do not worry, brother Yan. Feel free to stay at my home. I was merely jesting. Would I so foolishly relinquish the meticulous Yan, the god of wealth, to another? Such a preposterous act is utterly beneath Wang and Tai. He chuckled softly. Brother Yan, when shall you come to our factory to discuss the acquisition? For the past few days, I have been at the forefront, enduring the brunt of criticism. While Yan has not lifted a finger nor mentioned the acquisition, it is evident that he harbors discontent and emotions he dares not reveal. After a meal and a brief nap, I shall seek out your leaders. It is high time I made their acquaintance. Yan's eyes deepened with resolve. His moment to take the stage had arrived. At 2 in the afternoon, he said, Old Wang, could you lend me that suit of yours? Wang Intai hesitated, for it was his sole suit, purchased at a cost of over 100 yuan, which he intended to wear for his wedding. Brother Yan, as a prominent factory owner, do you not possess a suit of your own? Why must you borrow mine? I am too lazy to return home and change. The back and forth is a waste of time. Spare me your nonsense and hand it over if you wish to earn a fortune. Wang Intai felt the weight of those words keenly and reluctantly retrieved the suit. Do not soil it. I need it for my wedding. All right, I understand. Do not be so stingy. Also bring me your shoes and tie, and I shall make you an honorary deputy director. At 3 o'clock, Yan appeared at the entrance of the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory. Chapter 7. The Acquisition Discussion. Gazing at the bold characters that adorned the factory's entrance, Yan felt invigorated. This place would mark the genesis of his rebirth, the foundation upon which he would construct a vast commercial empire and ascend as the patriarch of business. He envisioned transforming this unremarkable, soon-to-be-defunct noodle factory into a colossal industry titan, a benchmark for the sector. He was determined to forge a commercial legend with his own hands. Excuse me, comrade. May I assist you? The elderly doorman, Old Sun, halted Yan's advance. Greetings, I have come from the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone to discuss business with your factory's director. Is he present? Old Sun appeared bewildered. Where did you say you are from? The Special Economic Zone of Shenzhen. Upon hearing this, Old Sun's serious demeanor quickly transformed into a warm smile, his tone becoming enthusiastic. Before him stood a well-dressed individual, unmistakably a significant figure, a businessman from Shenzhen wishing to speak with the factory director. This could indeed be the salvation of the factory, preventing its closure. Sir, may I inquire your name? You may simply call me Yan. Mr. Yan, our director Wang is at home. Allow me to escort you to him. While on the way to the director's office, Old Sun cautiously inquired, Mr. Yan, what business do you wish to discuss with us? Yan offered a slight smile. Since you are so eager to know, I shall enlighten you. I intend to acquire your factory and elevate it to the status of the largest instant noodle manufacturer in the nation. Old Sun was taken aback. The largest instant noodle factory in the country. If this were indeed the case, he would no longer need to fear unemployment, and perhaps even receive a salary increase. The more he observed Yan, the more he felt an air of profound mystery about him. Mr. Yan, who hails from the Shenzhen market, exudes an aura and manner of speech that unmistakably marks him as a person of significant enterprise. Old Sun, accompanying Yan Jin, arrived at an office on the 3rd floor and rapped lightly on the door. Come in. Upon opening the door, Old Sun was taken aback to find all the factory leaders present. He had heard that they were convening this afternoon to deliberate on the disciplinary measures for Wang and Tai. Wang Liangong, upon recognizing Old Sun, exhibited a hint of displeasure. What brings you here? Director Wang, this is Mr. Yan, who has traveled from Shenzhen to meet with you. I have brought him here, Old Sun replied, stepping aside to grant Yan Jing space. Yan Jing, with an upright posture and composed demeanor, addressed Wang Liangong directly. Greetings. Director Wang. Wang Liangong, his mind swirling with questions, was taken aback by Yan Jing's extraordinary presence. He decided to pause the meeting, dismissing the others and closing the door, before extending a handshake to Yan Jing. Mr. Yan, do we know each other? Yan Jing shook his head, settling into a worn-out sofa and casually crossing his legs, as though he were the master of the office. Director Wang, let us be forthright. I am the vice president of Huafeng Food Company, and I have come to discuss a business proposition with you. Initially, Wang Liangong felt a twinge of disdain for Yan Jing's earlier demeanor. But upon learning of his esteemed background, he was visibly astonished. Huafeng Food Company, the makers of Huafeng instant noodles? He scrutinized Yan Jin's expression, discerning no hint of deceit. Huafeng is indeed the leading brand in the instant noodle industry across the nation. Mr. Yan, what business brings you all the way to Qingping City? Wang Liangong inquired with a humble tone. We at Huafeng are planning to establish a branch factory in the north and have heard of the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory here. Hence my visit to discuss a potential acquisition, Yan Jin replied. Wang Liangong's expression turned grave. Acquiring a factory is a significant matter, and Zhongyuan is a state-owned enterprise in this city. Such a decision is beyond his authority. Yan Jing, remaining calm and unhurried, stated, before coming to Qingping, we conducted market research in the north and learned that your factory's performance has not been favorable, and production is slated to cease this week. Once that happens, many workers will be left without means of sustenance. I urge you, Director Wang, to contemplate this seriously. Wang Liangong furrowed his brow, but could not suppress his curiosity. How much are you offering for the acquisition? Yan Jing stifled a smile, sensing that the bait was set. We need a comprehensive understanding of the Zhongyuan factory's conditions before we can propose a specific price. However, rest assured, Director Wang, we would never take advantage of your misfortune. I can also promise that should the acquisition succeed, the workers' salaries will increase by 10%. Wang Liangong, in disbelief, widened his eyes at Yan Jing. Is that true? Yan Jing chuckled lightly. Huafeng is a nationally renowned brand, known for its integrity. We stand by our word. We are now in an era where the people hold the reins of power, and you may consult the workers for their opinions. To be candid, Director Wang, we have also engaged in discussions with an instant noodle factory in the neighboring city of Bincheng, but we will ultimately only acquire one, Yan Jing added. Wang Liangong, however, refrained from hasty declarations. Mr. Yan, our Zhongyuan factory is state-owned, and any acquisition would require the city's approval. I must report this to the city officials. Then I kindly ask you to speak with your city leaders. It would be a tremendous pity for such a large factory to go bankrupt. Mr. Yan, if you could acquire our factory at this time, it would indeed provide a lifeline for everyone. I will promptly report this to the city leaders. Yan nodded thoughtfully. It would be best if you act swiftly. I have a meeting tomorrow in Binhai City to discuss which company to acquire, and I cannot make a definitive conclusion at this moment. Indeed. By the way, Mr. Yan, how should we contact you? I will return the day after tomorrow. You need not worry about that. Very well, I shall await your esteemed presence. Wang Liangong escorted Yan to the factory gate. Upon seeing the situation, the gatekeeper, Old Sun, recognized the significance and smiled broadly, relieved that he had not obstructed them. Moreover, he had personally escorted Mr. Yan to the factory director's office. In this sense, he felt quite proud of his contribution to the factory. As Wang Liangong descended the stairs to see Yan off, he was spotted by Ma Lily and several female workers. Once Wang returned to his office, Ma Lily rushed to the communication room. Old Sun, who was that person just now? A big boss from the south, looking to acquire our factory and transform it into the largest instant noodle factory in the north. Old Sun beamed with pride, having grasped such thrilling news ahead of others. Upon returning home, Wang Intai eagerly inquired, Brother Yan, how did it go? Did the factory director agree to the acquisition? It's not that simple. Besides, you are from a state-owned enterprise, and Wang Liangong cannot make unilateral decisions. Then what should we do? Wang Intai's face was filled with despair. Such is the nature of business. It is quite normal. Tomorrow, you should post a large notice to further provoke Wang Liangong. Post another notice? Brother Yan, do you think I haven't been criticized enough already? Wang Intai expressed considerable resistance. However, Yan's demeanor grew stern. If you do not post it, I cannot proceed with the acquisition. Without the acquisition, not only will you miss out on substantial profits, but you will also have offended Wang Liangong. Do you believe he will let you off the hook? Today, I witnessed him convening a meeting, discussing how to punish you. The decision rests with you. Wang Intai felt as though he had been ensnared by Yan. At this juncture, he truly seemed to have no avenue of escape. On one side lay the position of deputy factory director, and on the other, the threat of dismissal. Fine, I will go. Yan gently patted his shoulder. Now you are beginning to act like a person of ambition. Old Wang, follow my lead, and I assure you, we shall reap great rewards. Yan spoke earnestly. Old Wang, remember, what we are doing is to assist the instant noodle factory in overcoming its difficulties. If the factory were to close, countless workers would face unemployment. Many are the breadwinners of their families. Without income, how many would be unable to feed their families? Thus, we are engaged in a noble and meaningful endeavor. During their conversation, Wang Intai felt that Yan had transformed entirely, as though he were a different person. Could a single trip to Shenzhen truly change someone? Chapter 8. Su Lu must depart. Yin resolved to return home for a visit. Although divorced, he still held the right to see his daughter, Duo. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards her and aimed to cherish every moment, ensuring that in this lifetime, no regrets would linger. He bought a string of candied haws for Duo by the roadside. With limited funds in hand, I am determined that once I attain substantial wealth, I shall bestow upon her an abundance of gifts, ensuring that she becomes the envy of all. However, upon reaching the entrance, I discovered the door firmly locked. Where could the two of them have gone? Just as I was about to turn away, I noticed our neighbor, Mrs. Li, emerging from her home. Mrs. Li, have you seen Su Lu and Duo? Yet, Mrs. Li responded with indifference, fully aware of my character after years of neighborly acquaintance, holding me in low regard. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune for Su Lu to marry someone like me. Nonetheless, observing my anxious demeanor, she offered a reluctant piece of information. Since they left yesterday afternoon, I haven't seen them return. Not returned? Where could they possibly be? Had they returned to their hometown? Mrs. Li, unable to suppress her concern, advised me, Jin, heed my words. Stop gambling. You have a wonderful wife and daughter. You ought to work diligently instead. Just then, two figures entered the alley, Huang Chong and Su Chongli. Mrs. Li recognized them. They had come frequently over the past 6 months to demand repayment. Before she could finish her sentence, she retreated to her home and slammed the door shut. Su Chongli's eyes glinted with coldness. The memory of being slapped by me the other day ignited his fury. Jin, you enjoy your meat and candied fruits, yet you refuse to repay your debts. Is this deliberate? I had assured them that I would repay them within a month. I had no fear of them. After all, I was the debtor, and the debtor should behave like a lord. Huang Chong's demeanor darkened. Jin, what else with the attitude? Have you become arrogant after a trip to Shenzhen? Let me remind you, don't act tough in front of me, or I might just knock you down. Our mutual disdain was palpable. Huang Chong, stop your incessant threats. We are currently under strict law enforcement. It would be wise to keep your fists to yourself, lest you find yourself in trouble. Infuriated, Huang Chong swung a punch towards my face, but I swiftly retaliated with a powerful kick to his knee. The force of my strike caused him to clutch his knee in pain, gritting his teeth. With a steely gaze, I warned, Huang Chong, mind your words in my presence. Huang Chong could hardly swallow his anger, enduring the pain, ready to retaliate. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will inform Brother Hu. He was forced to halt abruptly, his arms suspended mid-air, nearly straining his back. You. I shot him a cold glance. If you continue to push me, I assure you, it will end in mutual destruction. How dare you? Huang Chong seethed, unable to contain his rage. Try hitting me. I challenged him fiercely. Su Chongli quickly intervened, restraining the volatile Huang Chong, reminding him that Brother Hu was waiting and that it was best not to complicate matters. Su Chongli then turned to me, advising, Brother Hu is looking for you. Be mindful of what you say and what you should refrain from saying. Perhaps it's best I do not go. I tend to speak my mind, and should I say something amiss, it could cause trouble for both of you. I replied knowingly, and both Su Chongli and Huang Chong understood my implication all too well. Huang Chong gritted his teeth. Yan Jin, should you dare to disclose that matter to Hu Gu, do you believe I will flay you alive? Just ensure I do not encounter Hu Gu, and everything will be fine. Su Chongli and Huang Chong exchanged glances, realizing that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Su Chongli reluctantly declared, Yan Jin, I shall spare you for today. You may leave, but take the alleyway. Do not let Hu Gu catch sight of you. Yan Jin nodded, understanding that aiding others is tantamount to aiding oneself. Huang Chong watched Yan Jin retreat slowly, a frown creasing his brow. What if Hu Gu inquired about him? What could be done but to assert that he fled? Enduring a beating was far preferable to exposure, for Hu Gu was capable of murder. Su Chongli gazed at Yan Jin's silhouette. It had been half a year since they last met, and this fellow had truly transformed. His demeanor was as if illuminated. No longer the coward he once was. Could it be that there exists a master in the deep city who bestows enlightenment upon the mind? Should he seek Yan Jin's counsel? In a state-run restaurant, Xiao Yi was dining with Su Lu and Duo. The night prior, Xiao Yi had invited Su Lu and Duo to stay at her home. Having just divorced, Su Lu sought to provide comfort to her friend, while also wishing to evade any potential trouble from Yan Jin. It was wise to lay low for a while. Duo's eyes were fixated on the fish on the table, her age being one of insatiable craving. Su Lu and Xiao Yi took turns serving her, and before long, a substantial portion of the fish had vanished into Duo's belly. Su Lu, what are your plans moving forward? Su Lu replied, I wish to return to my hometown with Duo. Here, if I work, I lack the time to care for her. In my hometown, her grandparents can assist. From the moment she decided to divorce Yan Jin, Su Lu had resolved to return home with Duo. As for the several properties, they would be rented out, with the proceeds reserved for Duo's future education. Xiao Yi was inclined to dissuade Su Lu from returning. The conditions in the city were relatively better than in the countryside, and jobs were more accessible. If she were to go back, her only option would be to farm. Yet, she understood that Su Lu, alone and burdened with caring for Duo while working, would be exhausting. Su Lu had lost a considerable amount of weight since her marriage, the toll of emotional and physical fatigue evident. When do you plan to leave? I have not decided yet. Perhaps it will be a while longer, possibly around the new year. I hope to earn a bit more money to bring home for my parents' New Year purchases. Xiao Yi picked a piece of fish meat, patiently removing the bones before placing it in Duo's bowl. You should stay here with me for a while. It can be quite lonely living alone, and your presence would bring me joy. I adore Duo. Xiao Yi beamed. Duo, do you like your auntie? Yes. Duo replied in her sweet, innocent voice. Utterly charming. Would you like to live with your auntie? I want to live with auntie. That is splendid. Then auntie shall reward you with another piece of fish. Xiao Yi's intentions were clear to Su Lu, yet she was averse to imposing on others and reluctant to be a burden. Duo, we should return to our own home. When you miss your auntie, I will take you to see her, all right? Duo obediently nodded. Though Duo longs to reside at her aunt's house, she is always obedient to her mother. If her mother permits her to stay, she will. If her mother disallows it, she will not. However, Xiao Yi remarked, Su Lu, if you take Duo back, I fear Yan Jin might cause you trouble. After all, that fellow is not a good person and is deeply in debt. Since he has agreed to divorce me and has given the house to me and Duo, he should no longer entangle himself with us. Moreover, I sense that he has changed significantly this time. At one moment, I even thought he was someone else entirely. Su Lu pondered thoughtfully. Xiao Yi, however, was not convinced. Su Lu, please do not be foolish. Have you not suffered enough? His transformation is merely a facade. Regardless of whether he is changed or not, remember this. You two have no ties left, and from now on, you are strangers. Su Lu instinctively nodded. Indeed. From this point forward, they would be mere passers-by, with no connections. Each should lead their own lives, without disturbing the other. This was merely Su Lu's wishful thinking, for Yan Jin had never harbored such thoughts. Chapter 9. Loan on Tuesday, October 4th, 1983, Wang Liangong, the factory director of Zhongyuan Instant Noodles, arrived exceptionally early, reaching the factory gate before 7 o'clock. Even the gatekeeper, Old Sun, found it peculiar. The director is here this early? Has the sun risen in the west? He mused. Director Wang, you're here quite early today? Wang Liangong furrowed his brow. Wang Entai hasn't arrived yet, has he? In just 2 days. Wang Entai had become a source of torment for Wang Liangong, even invading his dreams with visions of Wang Entai posting large notices. To prevent a repeat of the previous incident, Wang Liangong had risen early to personally monitor the entrance. Today, he must not allow Wang Entai to post any notices again. Otherwise, not only would he lose face, but his career could also be jeopardized. Director Wang, you are the first to arrive. Wang Entai hasn't come. He probably hasn't woken up yet. Old Sun chuckled. It's good he hasn't come. Wang Liangong sighed in relief, muttering to himself. Seeing Wang Liangong standing at the entrance without any intention of entering the factory, Old Sun leaned forward. Director, how is the acquisition by Mr. Yin progressing? Wang Liangong's expression darkened. Is this something you should be inquiring about? Old Sun felt slightly displeased by Wang Liangong's tone. Why shouldn't I inquire? After this week, the factory will cease operations. Let us call it what it is, closure. If the factory closes, how will we survive? Old Sun's temper flared. With the imminent closure of the factory, Wang Liangong was no longer feared as before, prompting Old Sun to voice his frustrations more openly. Wang Liangong, already irritable, grew even more distressed at the mention of closure. Whether the acquisition happens or not is not for me to decide. I am merely the factory director sent by the city. Everything is dictated by the city. And what is the city saying? Old Sun pressed, determined to get answers. Old Sun, I know nothing. I have no information to share. Please do not ask me again. All right. Wang Liangong's voice grew increasingly loud. Observing Wang's rising agitation, Old Sun chose to remain silent and quietly returned to the communications room. Wang Liangong stood at the entrance for over an hour. As the clock approached 8, the workers began to trickle in for their shifts, each appearing listless and dispirited. With the factory on the verge of suspension and wages unpaid, who could muster any joy? The sight of the factory manager at the door surprised the workers. Niu Juanru, upon noticing, rushed forward. Manager Wang, allow me to take charge here. I will keep watch. Quick-witted Niu Juanru discerned Wang Liangong's intentions at a glance. It was evident he was on guard against Wang Intai's potential act of posting another manifesto. No worries, I'll stand here for a while. Have you seen Wang Intai? Neo Juanru shook his head. I fear that scoundrel might be too frightened to show up today. The adage rings true. It is not the fear of 1,000 dangers, but the fear of a single unforeseen circumstance. Wang Intai's ambitions had been fully exposed, and who knew what outrageous actions he might yet undertake. Wang Liangong ground his teeth in frustration. Neo Juanru sighed. He seemed so harmless at first glance. Who would have thought him capable of such deeds? This is a classic case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Hearing these words, Neo Juanru lowered his head, lost in thought. After waiting all morning, there was still no sign of Wang Intai. Perhaps he truly was too intimidated by the scolding to return? Wang Liangong and Neo Juanru made their way back to the office. Director Wang, I have a meeting this morning. Please keep an eye out. We cannot allow Wang Intai to post another manifesto. The entire factory is in a state of unrest, all because of him. Wang Liangong muttered indignantly as he organized his materials. The factory's impending closure, Wang Intai's manifestos, and the pressing acquisition matters were piling up, leaving him overwhelmed and struggling to cope. What Wang Liangong was unaware of was that Wang Intai's absence was due to Yan Jin's instructions to refrain from going to the factory, as he had a far more significant task at hand. Old Wang, I need you to do me a favor. Don't you have a relative who is a bank manager? I require a loan, 300,000. Wang Intai's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Yan Gu, please don't frighten me. Do you think the bank is my family's establishment? Just like that, 300,000? Aren't you earning a few million a year? Do you truly lack this 30,000? Wang Intai found the idea of Yan Jin seeking a loan utterly preposterous. Yan Jin, with utmost seriousness, replied, all my money is in Shenzhen, my wallet was stolen. I need this for emergencies. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Intai. Yan Gu, you wouldn't be trying to pull a fast one, would you? If the police catch wind of this, they'll arrest you. You've got it all wrong. This is no trickery. I am genuinely conducting business. Yan Jin scoffed inwardly. It was merely due to a lack of funds. Were it not for the need for capital, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. Deceiving others is truly exhausting. One lie necessitates countless others to conceal it. In the past, 30,000 was trivial to him. But now, utterly destitute, he could only rely on his craft. He wrapped his arm around Wang Intai's neck and earnestly said, my dear brother, I regard you as my closest companion, without exception. You must trust me. I can undoubtedly lead you to immense wealth, ensuring that you will indulge in the finest luxuries, drive extravagant cars, reside in lavish villas, and engage in leisure pursuits daily. Observing Wang Intai's eager gaze, it seemed as though his failure to assist would render him a villain throughout history. After a moment of internal conflict, Wang Intai finally replied, very well. I shall seek out my uncle. I cannot guarantee success. Rest assured, it will work. Just tell him you have a friend from the deep market intending to invest in Qingping City, and you share a good rapport. Initially, they did not require a loan. But upon learning that your uncle has a loan quota, he will agree to assist you in fulfilling it. It's a modest sum, 300,000. Your uncle will surely comply. Wang Intai's expression turned to one of astonishment. The notion presented by Yan Jin transformed his understanding. Could it truly be orchestrated in such a manner? With a contemplative demeanor, he departed from home and made his way to the bank. Yan Jin lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought. Over an hour later, Wang Intai returned home. Old Wang, how did it go with the loan? Did your uncle agree? Wang Intai donned a woeful expression. My uncle refused. Yan Jin instinctively knew that. Following the typical narrative of rebirth, the path would not be smooth. Did you not convey what I taught you? Wang Intai, equally disheartened, responded, I did. I told him everything, but it was of no avail. My uncle reprimanded me, urging me to stop daydreaming and to earnestly work at the factory to save for an early marriage. Yan Jin could not help but internally scoff. The bank personnel were astute and not easily deceived. What was to be done now? Chapter 10. First, the deposit. Yan Jin patted Wang Intai's shoulder and earnestly remarked, we are not idling. We are contributing to the socialist cause. Lend me a few sheets of paper. Are you off to the restroom? What restroom? I need to provide your uncle and Wang Liangong with a sense of reassurance. Yan Jin could hardly recall the last time he had to write so much by hand. In 1983, he could only write manually. The project proposal from Huafeng Food Company regarding the acquisition and transformation of the Binhai instant noodle factory? Wang Intai perused the proposal Yan Jin had just penned, his face a mask of disbelief. He recognized the characters within the document, yet the arrangement eluded his comprehension. The more he failed to understand, the more he perceived Yan Jin's brilliance. If Yan Gu could compose such a document, it indicated genuine capability. It seemed his factory in the deep market, yielding millions annually, was no mere boast. Yan Jin's stature in Wang Entai's eyes immediately soared. The doubts he had harbored regarding Yan Jin over the loan situation dissipated in an instant. However, gazing at the title, Wang Entai appeared utterly puzzled. Yan Gu, did you not intend to acquire our factory? Why has it now transformed into the Binhai Instant Noodle Factory? What do you know? Have you never read The Three Kingdoms? This is strategy. Please assist me by printing 2 copies on the street. I have significant use for them tomorrow. Wang Entai spent 50 cents to print 2 copies. For Yan Jin, that 50 cents felt like a considerable sum, and it was Wang Entai who had to foot the bill. With a sense of meticulousness, Yan Jin quietly rejoiced, thankful for the presence of Wang Entai, a veritable talisman. Otherwise, he would have truly become a disgrace among the reincarnated. He vowed that as long as he had meat to eat, he would certainly share a morsel with Wang Entai. Throughout the afternoon, Neo Juanru's gaze remained fixated on the bulletin board. Yet, Wang Entai never made an appearance. Could it be that this fellow had truly turned over a new leaf? After the meeting, Wang Liangong did not return to the factory immediately. Instead, he sought out the city leaders once more, reiterating the matter of the acquisition. However, the leaders maintained a vague stance, ultimately stating that discussions could be entertained. Yet, they offered no clarity on how to negotiate or the amounts involved, leaving Wang Liangong thoroughly perplexed. He mustered the courage to catch up with the leaders, hastily departing the conference room, bombarding them with inquiries. The leaders, growing impatient, retorted, "First, have him submit a deposit. Once that is done, we can discuss the remaining details." On October 5, 1983, a Wednesday, Yan Jin once again visited the Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. Old Sun greeted him with great enthusiasm. "Mr. Yan, you are here to discuss the acquisition, I presume?" The factory director has just entered his office. Yan Jin merely smiled without uttering a word. Upon entering the director's office, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Wang Liangong. "Director, I reported to the city, and in principle, they have agreed to Huafeng's acquisition of our factory. However, a portion of the deposit must be submitted first. The city has its considerations, and I hope you can understand," Wang Liangong said somewhat awkwardly, acknowledging that despite being the director, his words held little weight. Yan Jin chuckled lightly. "I fully comprehend your predicament. But there is something I must convey to Director Wang. I visited Binhai City yesterday and discussed matters with the Binhai Instant Noodle Factory, where a preliminary agreement has been reached." So soon?" Wang Liangong exclaimed. "Indeed, I was also surprised by their earnestness. We are offering 100,000 for the acquisition. And upon signing the contract and completing the legal transfer procedures, the total will be settled in one lump sum within 20 working days. I will soon report back to the headquarters, and if all goes smoothly, we could finalize the contract this week." Wang Liangong was taken aback. The price proposed by Yan Jin aligned perfectly with their expectations. However, the speed of Binhai City's actions was astonishing. "Director Yan, Binhai City agreed to sign the contract before payment. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you?" Yan Jin's expression turned frosty, his gaze intense. "Director Wang, what do you mean by that? Our Huafeng is a prominent brand. Acquiring not just one, but even 10 factories like yours would be a mere trifle." Realizing his misstep, Wang Liangong panicked at the thought of offending Yan Jin and hastily offered his apologies. Yan Jin waved his hand dismissively. "Director Wang, do you know why they agreed so readily?" "Why? To be frank, upon acquisition, Huafeng will deploy a dedicated sales team to ensure that sales triple in the shortest time possible. Moreover, we will retain the Binhai brand as a subsidiary of Huafeng." Yan Jin produced a plan from his briefcase. "Director Wang, at this point, I shall not keep you in the dark. I can show you our acquisition and renovation plan." Wang Liangong stared at the so-called plan, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Aside from the confidentiality surrounding the sales strategy, the document encompasses everything else and is highly actionable. Although it pertains to the Binhai City Instant Noodle Factory, it aligns perfectly with the current state of the Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. Indeed, this plan, drafted by a prominent enterprise like Huafeng, exemplifies exceptional quality. Wang Liangong read through the proposal in one breath, filled with profound respect for its meticulousness. "Truly, coming from an economic special zone, your ideas are remarkably forward-thinking." Yan Jin carefully tucked away the plan and whispered, "Director Wang, this constitutes our commercial secret at Huafeng. I only allowed you to see it because I consider you a friend. So you must promise to keep this confidential." Wang Liangong nodded thoughtfully, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. The Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory had flourished under his watch. Could it really be coming to an end? Such a splendid opportunity. Could they truly let it slip away? "Director Wang, let me share another secret with you. We at Huafeng have several esteemed acquaintances in your province. Once the acquisition of the Binhai City instant noodle factory is finalized, their director, Zheng Taizhan, will be appointed to a position at the Foreign Economic Commission. Upon hearing this, Wang Liangang's head snapped up in astonishment. He could not miss the implication behind Yan Jin's words. Zheng Taizhan was being promoted for facilitating the partnership with Huafeng. Yan Jin rose to his feet, stating, Director Wang, I must take my leave. Even if the deal does not materialize, we maintain our integrity. I hope you might have the chance to visit Shenzhen in the future. Wang Liangang grew anxious. Director Yan, I implore you to grant us a little more time. I shall report back to the city immediately. Our Zhongyuan factory is indeed larger than Binhai's, and we possess genuine intentions to collaborate with you. Please, reconsider. Yan Jin's expression grew strained. As business people, we value integrity above all else, Director Wang. Your request places me in a difficult position. Director Yan, I earnestly request just a bit more time. I will remember this favor. Wang Liangang replied with utmost sincerity. Yan Jin sighed deeply, as if arriving at a challenging decision. Director Wang, given your earnestness, I shall grant you an additional half-day. A breakthrough had finally emerged, and Wang Liangang's spirits soared. He insisted on escorting Yan Jin out, but Yan Jin quickly interjected, Director Wang, it is best if we avoid being seen together. It would not bode well for either of us if the people of Binhai found out. Wang Liangang immediately understood. As Yan Jin exited the director's office, he muttered to himself, damn, acquiring a state-owned enterprise isn't as simple as it seems. And a security deposit to boot. Where am I supposed to find the money? Not far from the factory door, the gatekeeper, Old Sun, hurried after him, calling out softly, Mr. Yan, please wait a moment. Old Sun's face was creased with a smile. Mr. Yan, why did you come out so soon? How did the negotiations go? This matter concerns our very livelihoods. Yan Jin, however, appeared somewhat indifferent. Unfortunately, I had initially planned to increase everyone's salary by 10% post-acquisition, but the terms offered by the Binhai City instant noodle factory are more favorable. I have decided to pursue the acquisition of Binhai instead. What? For Old Sun, this news was akin to a bolt from the blue. If the acquisition fell through, the factory would face closure, and he would be left to fend for himself. Is there any possibility for a reversal? I am unsure. This matter is beyond my purview and depends on the decisions made by your city. It also hinges on whether Director Wang dares to advocate on your behalf. Mr. Yan, do you imply that Director Wang is indifferent towards the acquisition? Old Sun's expression grew increasingly anxious. Yan Jin shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Yet the impression he had was that the acquisition was of no concern to him, as if it bore no relevance. After uttering these words, Yan Jin strode forward. That wretched Wang Liangong. He is utterly unconcerned about our fates. Old Sun rushed towards the factory in a frenzy. He dashed directly to the workshop entrance, inhaled deeply, and shouted, I must inform everyone that Mr. Yan's acquisition may fall through. Upon hearing this proclamation, all gathered around. Why? Is the director opposed? Old Sun panted. It's not that he disagrees. He hasn't even mentioned it to the city. Old Sun, already harboring grievances against Wang Liangong, now attributed the failure of the acquisition solely to him. I just encountered Mr. Yan, who explicitly told me that if the acquisition succeeds, we would receive a 10% wage increase. Yet, certain individuals in our factory have shown no regard for our interests. Initially, Yan Jin's acquisition had instilled hope in the workers, but now that hope was on the verge of shattering, how could they not be furious? Tang Binshui from the finance department was seething with rage. The fate of the factory is of no concern to Wang Liangong. He can easily relocate elsewhere. But we are not so fortunate. If we lose our jobs, what will we eat? Come, let us all confront Wang Liangong. Yes, let us seek him out and demand clarity. The workers' emotions were ignited, and they surged towards the director's office. With the factory on the brink of collapse, the prospect of acquisition, coupled with a 10% pay raise, was akin to a lifeline. Why would he oppose this? Is he intent on jeopardizing our livelihoods? We must protest to the director. Within 2 minutes, the workers had barricaded Wang Liangong's office door. Director, is it true that Huafeng Company intends to acquire our factory? With the imminent closure, why are they not allowed to proceed? We strongly demand the acquisition by Huafeng. We need to eat. Wang Liangong gazed at the impassioned employees, overwhelmed by the situation. Please, everyone, quiet down. Do I not wish for the factory's prosperity as much as you do? I am more anxious than you. However, these decisions lie with the city. Female employee Ma Lily, with an assertive gesture, declared, I do not care whether the city agrees or not. This factory belongs to all of us, and we collectively consent to the acquisition. The workers' fervor reignited. Yes, we agree to the acquisition. We agree to the acquisition. Ma Lily, her eyes reddening with urgency, implored, Director, Our entire families rely on this factory for survival. If it closes, what will we eat and drink? Can you bear to see us starve? Wang Liangong sought to reassure them, saying, I understand your feelings. I will report this to the city immediately. Please return for now and await my update. No, Ma Lily shouted vehemently. You must call the city in our presence. We wish to listen. Amidst the chorus of agreement, voices echoed. Indeed, we too wish to be heard. After witnessing a glimmer of hope for the revival of the instant noodle factory, the workers clutched the prospect of acquisition as if it were a lifeline, refusing to let go. Neo Juanru stood at the periphery, clutching a piece of bright red paper in his hand. Today, he had witnessed the formidable power of the workers when pushed to their limits. Even the factory director found himself at a loss. Neo Juanru exerted considerable effort to push his way to the front, where he handed the red paper to Wang Liangong. The director, exclaiming, Director, it's dire. Wang Intai has posted another big character poster, and I just tore it down. Wang Liangong nearly choked on his shock, his vision darkening as he stumbled, almost collapsing. Fortunately, Neo Juanru was right beside him, preventing his fall. Director, are you all right? The workers fell silent, their concern palpable. Wang Liangong's pallor suggested that his strength had been utterly sapped. Neo Juanru helped him to a chair and poured him a cup of hot water. After a lengthy pause, Wang Liangong finally regained his composure. That Wang Intai is truly pushing me to my limits. Director, please do not let anger take hold. Take care of your health. Neo Juanru urged, gently patting his back to help him relax. Wang Liangong surveyed the circle of workers, speaking weakly, Please, everyone, return for now. I understand your feelings. I will head to the city immediately to clarify the stakes with the leaders. Rest assured, I will strive to advocate on your behalf. The third incident of the big character poster became the final straw that broke Wang Liangong. Should the city refuse the acquisition, the workers would inevitably side with Wang Intai. If Wang Intai succeeded in usurping power, it would only underscore Wang Liangong's incompetence. Thus, the acquisition by Yan Jin was imperative. A purchase by Yan Jin was 1,000-fold better than one by Wang Intai. With great effort, Wang Liangong managed to pacify the workers for the time being before hastily making his way to the city to deliver a detailed report. Faced with the pressure from the neighboring Bin city, tax quotas, the workers' sustenance, and Wang Intai's disruptions, Qingping City ultimately compromised, agreeing to Yan Jing's acquisition plan. Wang Intai, who had been secretly lurking nearby, rushed back to relay the news to Yan Jing. A sigh of relief escaped Yan Jing. The most challenging hurdle had seemingly been overcome. In the afternoon, according to his arrangement with Wang Liangong, Yan Jing returned to Zhongyuan factory. Mr. Yan, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Yan Jing, Wang Liangong grasped his hand with fervor. Mr. Yan, the city has approved your acquisition plan. We can sign the contract immediately. However, Yan Jing frowned. Director Wang, I find myself in a difficult position. Just half an hour ago, the Bin City Instant Noodle Factory called to inform me that they are prepared with their contract. I came to discuss this matter with you. What? Wang Liangong was taken aback. Mr. Yan, you cannot do this. I have already reached an agreement with the city, and the workers support your acquisition. Please, I urge you to reconsider. Wang Liangong's expression turned sour, caught between the anger from Wang Intai and the pressure from the workers. His spirits had been deeply dampened in recent days. After much effort, the opportunity for acquisition was finally secured, yet Yan Jin declared it impossible. What kind of situation is this? Wang Liangong's composure was nearing its breaking point. Chapter 12. The trickster Yan Jin. With a conflicted expression, Yan Jin addressed Wang factory director. It is not that I am unwilling to proceed with the acquisition. Rather, it is that the agreement was already established with the Binhai City side. If I were to abandon them, what would become of my reputation? If the general manager were to find out, I would undoubtedly be dismissed. And I cannot afford such a significant risk. Mr. Yan, if you do not proceed with the acquisition, the workers will hold me accountable. I implore you. Just lend me a hand. Wang Liangong grasped Yan Jin's hand and pressed 300 yuan into it, a sum equivalent to his entire annual salary. His demeanor was exceedingly earnest. Mr. Yan, I will remember this favor. You cannot disregard the livelihood of our factory's workers. Having been cornered by the workers in his office that morning, Wang Liangong was genuinely frightened. He was uncertain of the potential drastic actions the workers might take if the factory were not acquired. Even if it meant giving Yan Jin a portion of his hard-earned money, he was determined to ensure the acquisition transpired. Yan Jin tucked the money into his pocket and sighed deeply. Very well, Director Wang. I shall sign the contract with you, though I am taking a considerable risk. His face reflected the struggle, but internally he was elated. Wang Liangong, gripped by excitement, clasped Yan Jin's hand, exclaiming, On behalf of all the factory workers, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for coming to our aid during our most challenging time. The most daunting hurdle had finally been surmounted without any unforeseen complications. However, a substantial issue remained unresolved. Yan Jin had no funds. Within 20 working days, if he could not provide the 100,000 yuan, the factory would be reclaimed, and he would find himself back at square one. All his recent efforts would be rendered futile. Having exited Zhongyuan factory, Yan Jin walked for a good 10 minutes before unexpectedly encountering Brother Hu. Oh no, I forgot to offer my respects today. As Yan Jin contemplated a detour, it was already too late. Aha, is that not Yan Jin? He heard, and with no choice but to face him, Yan Jin approached and greeted, Brother Hu. It has been a while. His voice was spirited, devoid of any timidity, completely shedding the guise of a debtor. Brother Hu, with his gleaming bald head, exuded an air of audacity. His robust physique and the dragon tattoo on his arm added to his imposing presence, enough to intimidate many. Yan Jin, I have heard whispers of your success in the Shenzhen market. Brother Hu spoke to Yan Jin without the previous ferocity. Aware of the rumors surrounding Yan Jin's financial gains in Shenzhen, he could not help but regard him with newfound respect, causing his tone to soften considerably. Yan Jin, too, had transformed from the person he once was. No longer did he harbor fear in the presence of Brother Hu. Brother Hu, money is abundant in Shenzhen. When the wind blows, it carries wealth. If you have the chance, you must seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Brother Hu's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Yan Jin, tell me honestly, how much have you earned in these past 6 months? Yan Jin raised his index finger, indicating this amount, 10,000, in just half a year. You have become a person of means? Yan Jin shook his head decisively. Brother Hu, it's not 1 million. It's a staggering 1 million. What? 1 million? Is that true? Brother Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Hu, if I were lying, I would gouge out my own eyes and offer them to you. Yan Jin declared fervently, leaving no room for doubt in Brother Hu's mind. Brother Hu, I see extraordinary potential in you. You are a rare commercial genius. If you were to venture into the Shenzhen market, you would undoubtedly become a wealthy magnate. Brother Hu, momentarily taken aback, pondered, someone like me could really go to Shenzhen? Indeed, you are no ordinary individual. I perceive a divine spark emanating from you, and should you seize the opportunity in Shenzhen, you would surely soar to great heights. Yan Jin leaned closer to Brother Hu and whispered, many are inquiring about Shenzhen, but I have refrained from telling them. The more who venture there, the less profit you will earn. You must seize this opportunity. With an air of a prophet, Yan Jin painted a vivid picture of a bright future, illuminating Brother Hu's previously dull existence. When are you going to Shenzhen? I will accompany you, Brother Hu exclaimed. However, Yan Jin shook his head. Brother Hu, I must first attend to matters here. I cannot leave in the short term. By the way, I came out today without any money, so I will have to owe you that 200 yuan for a few more days. Brother Hu waved his hand dismissively. Forget about the money. Use it for now. Let us discuss Shenzhen. A distant relative of mine mentioned that one can earn substantial profits there, and it seems to be true. Yes, Brother Hu. It would be a grave loss for such a talent as you not to explore Shenzhen. The more Brother Hu listened, the more captivated he became, eager to fly to Shenzhen and amass wealth. Observing him lost in thought, Yan Jin timely patted his shoulder. Brother Hu, opportunities wait for no one. Please give it careful consideration. Typically, Brother Hu was the one to pat others on the shoulder, and no one dared to do so to him. Yet this time, he did not react with anger, but felt a surge of excitement instead. If Yan Jin can earn 1 million in 6 months, then surely I could manage 5 million. After Yan Jin departed, Brother Hu's mind remained restless, and he resolved to journey to Shenzhen. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Wang Liangong arrived at a state-run restaurant. Zhang Maolin, the director of the credit union in Fengshui district, was treating him to dinner, accompanied by Chun Feng from the supply and marketing cooperative. With the city approving the acquisition plan, Wang Liangong felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, his facial wrinkles completely smoothed out, eagerly awaiting the contract signing the following morning. Taking his seat at the head of the table, he stated, Director Zhang, I assume this dinner is not merely for drinks. Let us get straight to the point. Zhang Maolin chuckled, Director Wang, as you know, our unit has a heavy loan task. I was hoping you, Director Wang, and Director Chun could lend a hand. Chun Feng quickly waved his hand. Our supply and marketing cooperative cannot assist. You must turn to Director Wang for this. Zhang Maolin leaned in with a smile. Director Wang, I have heard that your instant noodle factory has not been performing well lately. I have a suggestion. You could consider securing a loan to introduce new technology and equipment from Guangyu. This could certainly turn things around. Wang Liangong chuckled. Director Zhang spoke in a grandiose manner, merely to persuade me to take out a loan. Our factory is on the brink of collapse. Does he not fear that I may default? As a director, I am tasked with disbursing loans, indifferent to the recovery, as long as I manage to lend the money. My mission is deemed accomplished. Zhang Maolin's audacity in uttering such words is indeed laughable. Alas, your bank seems far more fortunate, free from such immense pressure, unlike us. See how my worries have turned my hair gray. Wang Liangong jested. Director Wang, you jest. You oversee dozens of individuals. Who possesses greater power than you? Wang Liangong straightened his posture, adopting a grave demeanor. Director Zhang, I genuinely wish to assist you, yet I find myself powerless at this moment. Zhang Maolin raised an eyebrow. Director Wang is a prominent figure in our city. Is there truly something beyond your reach? I find that hard to believe. Zhang Maolin simply assumed that Wang Liangong was unwilling to assist him. In truth, he was also endeavoring to aid Wang. The entire city was aware that the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory was ceasing production. If he could extend them a portion of the loan, perhaps he could breathe new life into them. Chapter 13. A change of country is easy, but a change of nature is hard. Wang Liangong spoke with remarkable calmness. From this moment forth, I am no longer the factory director. Henceforth, do not address me as Director Wang. Zhang Maolin failed to grasp the true meaning behind this statement, as he filled Wang Liangong's glass and presented it to him. Director Wang, did you not just mention that as long as you secure a loan from our unit, the factory will eventually thrive? If money can resolve the issue, then it is no issue at all. Zhang Maolin poured another glass for Chen Feng. Director Chun is also present. Your instant noodles could surely benefit from Director Chen's assistance. They are bound to be a hit. Wang Liangong chuckled. To secure his loan, Zhang Maolin truly was going to great lengths. If it were as simple as he claimed, how could Zhongyuan be on the verge of shutting down? They were outsiders, oblivious to the fact that Zhongyuan's noodles were hardly selling. Logically, I should not disclose this matter to you, but given the circumstances, it would be prudent to speak candidly. The Zhongyuan instant noodle factory has been acquired. Zhang Maolin and Chen Feng were taken aback. Such a significant development regarding the acquisition of the noodle factory had gone unnoticed. Who has acquired it? The Huafeng company from the south, Huafeng instant noodles. You have undoubtedly tasted them. Zhang Maolin slapped his thigh. What the hell? This is indeed true. Wang Intai was not deceiving me. Just yesterday, Wang Intai had excitedly come to the bank to find him, claiming to have discovered a major loan client. Zhang Maolin had not only given him a frosty reception, but had also reprimanded him for being unproductive. Chen Feng, however, was somewhat skeptical. Really? Wang Liangong appeared somewhat displeased. What? Does Director Chen doubt my words? Chen Feng was genuinely astonished. How had such a large enterprise found an inconspicuous entity like Zhongyuan instant noodles? If he could cultivate a good relationship with them, could he perhaps procure some at a lower price for profit? Wang Liangong had lost his value, and having rejected Wang Intai's proposal, Zhang Maolin found himself devoid of the desire to continue drinking. He hastily finished his meal, settled the bill, and hurriedly made his way to Wang Intai's residence. Meanwhile, Yan Jin knocked firmly on the door of Qiao Yi's home. Upon opening the door, and seeing Yan Jin through the security gate, Qiao Yi, without a word, promptly shut the door. Bang, bang, bang. Yan Jin had no choice but to continue knocking. Qiao Yi, please open the door. I come with no ulterior motive. I know Su Lu and Duo are here, and I am bringing them money. Inside. Qiao Yi doubted his ears. Duo, did he just say he is here to give you money? Duo nodded emphatically, affirming that her father had indeed said so. Su Lu was puzzled as well. Despite their divorce, why would he come to deliver money? The knocking persisted. Qiao Yi, please open the door. I truly am here to give money. Qiao Yi retorted. Su Lu, you must not believe him. A person like him would be grateful not to ask for money, let alone give it. Yet the knocking continued, and Su Lu, irritated, opened the door again. Yan Jin, do you believe I want to report you for disturbing the peace? Leave at once. Qiao Yi, I genuinely came to give Su Lu money. As he explained, Yan Jin retrieved 300 yuan from his pocket and extended it through the security door. Qiao Yi stared at the bundle of cash, incredulous. Su Lu approached the door, her gaze towards Yan Jin complex. Yan Jin, you have already left the house to us. We cannot accept this money. Keep it for yourself. Su Lu, with the recent rise in child abductions, you should refrain from going to work for now. Take good care of Duo. Accept this money for the time being, and I will provide living expenses monthly. Yan Jin tossed the money inside, saying, Qiao Yi, thank you for taking care of Su Lu and Duo during this time. He then called out to Duo, who stood by Su Lu's side. Duo, Daddy loves you. With that, Yan Jin turned and hurried down the stairs, tears welling in his eyes, perhaps due to a stray speck of dust. Gazing at the cash on the floor, Qiao Yi and Su Lu were taken aback. Was that truly Yan Jin? Had he genuinely changed? Xiao Yi closed the door with a huff, cautioning Su Lu, do not be deceived by him. I believe he is merely feigning kindness, hoping to lure you both back for a reconciliation. She picked up the money and thrust it into Su Lu's hands. After all, it was offered willingly. It would be foolish not to accept it, and they could use it to buy treats for Duo. Su Lu walked to the window, watching Yan Jin stride into the night, her heart a tumult of emotions. If only you had been like this from the start, we would not have divorced. Alas, there were no ifs. Now, everything was too late. They could never return to what once was. In the living room, Duo asked Xiao Yi, Auntie, has Daddy changed for the better? Duo, habits are hard to change. He is merely putting on a show for you. Do not be fooled. After speaking to Duo, Xiao Yi called out toward the windowsill, Su Lu. However, Yan Jin did speak one truth. There are indeed many child abductors roaming about. You must keep a close eye on Duo. Never let her go out alone. That evening, Yan Jin returned to Wang Intai's home. Old Wang, quickly prepare a bowl of noodles for me. I've been busy all afternoon and haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm absolutely famished. Yan Gu, let's set aside the meal discussion for now. First, guess who just arrived? Wang Intai's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire demeanor radiating enthusiasm, as though he were invigorated. Who? Seeing you so animated, it can't be one of the female workers from your factory, can it? Didn't you mention that they all admire you? Yan Gu, what are you talking about? Wang Intai rolled his eyes. Enough with the suspense. Who came? My uncle, Zhang Maolin. So what if he came? What does that have to do with me? As Yan Jin noticed that Wang Intai had no intention of cooking for him, he had no choice but to head to the kitchen himself, lighting the stove to boil water for the noodles. Wang Intai hurried after him. How could it not matter? Zhang Maolin is my uncle who works at the bank. Why did he come to see you? Did he say you were being unproductive? Wang Intai shook his head. No. He came to inform me that he is willing to grant you a loan. Really? Yan Jin could hardly believe it. How did Zhang Maolin suddenly agree to give him a loan? Could it be due to his own protagonist aura coming into play? Yan Jin felt even more exhilarated than Wang Intai, wrapping his arms around Wang Intai's shoulders. How much is he willing to lend me? 200,000. Wasn't that the amount you initially sought? That's fantastic, old Wang. You are on the brink of a windfall. Once you sign the contract with Wang Liangong tomorrow, I shall appoint you as the deputy factory director. My friend will help you soar. Wang Intai scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. Chapter 14. Money for Services rendered October 5th, 1983, Wednesday. Old Wang, I'm heading over to sign the contract with Wang Liangong and to process the formalities. Yan Gu, let me accompany you. I also wish to bid farewell to Wang Liangong. That old fellow has been berating me these past few days. Wang Intai appeared even more thrilled than Yan Jin. I can manage on my own. In times like these, one must remain composed and steady. In this rebirth to 1983, Yan Jin's keen understanding of human nature, market dynamics, and future development trends serves as his greatest asset. By the time Yan Jin arrived at the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory, it was already 10 in the morning. President Yan, we've been waiting for you. I was nearly frantic. Yan Jin smiled slightly. Apologies. I had a drink with a friend from the municipal committee last night, so I woke up late this morning. Wang Liangong's heart raced. Visiting a friend from the municipal committee? Could it be related to personnel adjustments? President Yan, were you discussing my position change with that friend? Director Wang, some matters are not convenient to disclose to you, so it's best not to inquire further. Let us focus on the contract signing instead. Yan Jin halted there, leaving Wang Liangong ample room for speculation. President Yan, we have agreed to all your terms, and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau has coordinated everything. We can sign the contract and complete the change of formalities this morning. Upon hearing these words, Wang Liangong did not perceive any delight on Yan Jin's face. Instead, Yan Jin hesitated. Director Wang seems to have presented me with a dilemma. Wang Liangong was bewildered. President Yan, what do you mean by that? Are you dissatisfied with our pace? Yan Jin shook his head. Initially, an agreement had been reached with the Binching Instant Noodle Factory, and now, with your actions, I find myself at a loss on how to explain this to them. If the factory director were to discover this, he would surely harbor a deep resentment against me. No. Wang Liangong maintained a cheerful demeanor. Mr. Yan, you promised us yesterday that as long as we consented to your conditions, we would sign the contract immediately. You cannot go back on your word. Rest assured, Director Wang, I represent Huafeng Company, and my words are indeed binding. Very well, let us sign the contract now. However, signing a contract is not merely a matter of affixing one's signature. It requires a company seal. Yan Jin explained that the official seal was at the head office, and the contract must first be mailed there for signatures before being returned. Nonetheless, The business license and other necessary alterations needed to be processed immediately. Wang Liangong, fearing further complications, agreed. Director Wang, do not rush regarding work matters. For now, please stay at home and await good news, which I am confident will arrive shortly. Wang Liangong was nearly elated to the point of jumping with joy. He insisted on treating Yan Jin to a meal, but Yan Jin politely declined once again. After the handover was complete, Wang Liangong gathered his belongings to leave. Before departing, he discreetly slipped 500 yuan into Yan Jin's hand, stating that hosting a gathering would undoubtedly incur expenses, a principle he understood well. Yan Jin accepted the money with a sense of ease. Had he refused, Wang Liangong might have felt that his help was insincere. By accepting it, Yan Jin felt a sense of reassurance. In the afternoon, the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory convened a meeting for all employees. Every worker was present, including the gatekeeper, Old Sunday. The factory's main entrance was securely locked. Seated at the podium, Yan Jin exuded an air of authority, with the former director, Wang Liangong, beside him. After a brief introduction of the acquisition, Wang Liangong solemnly presented Yan Jin, stepping aside to a round of applause, marking his departure from this establishment. Yan Jin took the microphone and addressed the assembly. We shall keep this meeting brief. First, while I have acquired Zhongyuan, our instant noodle brand shall retain the name Zhongyuan, remaining a brand for all of us. Second, it is imperative to remember that economic efficiency is paramount. When profits rise, so will our wages, but if profits dwindle, we shall face dire consequences. Third, starting today, Zhongyuan transitions from a state-owned enterprise to a private one, yet beginning next month, every employee will receive a 10% salary increase. This was precisely what the workers had been waiting to hear. Applause erupted, echoing for several seconds before it subsided. Whether state-owned or privately held, the truth remained. A salary increase was the undeniable reality. Here, I can assure you all that if you work diligently, in the not-so-distant future, your monthly salary could reach 100 or even 1,000 yuan. Upon uttering these words, the venue fell into an utter silence. Everyone was stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend the statement. A monthly salary exceeding 1,000 yuan? That seemed utterly implausible. Even the former director, Wang Liangong, could not command such an income. There surely were no salaries of that magnitude throughout the entire Beizhou province. It may be hard for many to believe, but I assure you, in the economic special zones of the Shenzhen market, workers' wages have long surpassed the 100 mark. With 5 years having passed since the initiation of national reform and opening up, many in the South have already prospered, demonstrating through their endeavors that happiness is indeed born from hard work. We must align ourselves with the South, not only in business and management practices, but also in wage levels. As long as everyone is diligent and capable, I can assure you that it will not be long before our factory employees can afford televisions. The mere mention of the word television ignited the atmosphere once more. Back in 1983, televisions were not yet widespread. In a town, there were hardly a few. The entire village would gather in one large courtyard to watch television. At that time, possessing a television meant one was undoubtedly wealthy, garnering respect wherever one went. The price of a television was higher than a worker's annual wage without food or drink. Such serious words lit up everyone's eyes as they envisioned the blissful life of owning a television. At this moment, however, the speaker shifted his tone. But I must also speak frankly. I will not tolerate any form of deceit. Anyone who dares to take shortcuts or slacks off will be dismissed without hesitation. When he uttered these words, his expression was stern, his tone icy, exuding an undeniable aura of authority that momentarily stunned the workers into silence. Many were visibly anxious, fearing they might be dismissed. Next, everyone gathered to sign the new labor contracts. Beginning today, all will be subject to the new performance evaluation system, implementing a points system where more labor equates to greater reward and less labor results in lesser reward. Those ranked at the bottom for 3 consecutive months will be dismissed. Wang Entai in the audience watched the speaker with gleaming eyes. He truly exemplified the caliber of someone who operates a factory in Shenzhen. Beside him, Ma Lily leaned in and whispered, "Wang Entai, are you still considering taking over our factory? Or has that changed?" Wang Entai shrugged. "How can I compete with someone like General Yan, who has returned from Shenzhen? My capabilities pale in comparison. I'll just focus on working diligently." Did you not hear him say that next month there will be a 10% wage increase? At this moment, another announcement resonated from the podium. "I have one more matter to address. There will also be personnel adjustments in the Zhongyuan factory, particularly among the management staff." The individuals seated in the front rows felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, especially Niu Jianru, the office director, who sensed he was the most likely to be affected. After all, a new ruler brings new courtiers. The other management personnel also felt their hearts race. I will now announce a personnel appointment. Wang Intai from the business department is promoted to deputy factory manager. The sudden turn of events left Wang Intai momentarily speechless. All eyes were now fixed upon him. This appointment was utterly unexpected. Just a few days prior, the former factory manager had been adamant about disciplining Wang Intai. How had the situation so dramatically shifted to his promotion? By what merit? I understand that many do not comprehend. Yet I believe Wang Intai is a person of considerable ideas. Recently, I heard about the incident involving the big character poster. Wang Intai boldly took responsibility, which demonstrates his unwavering commitment to the betterment of the factory. Such individuals deserve to be entrusted with greater responsibilities. Allow me to add, anyone who is willing, able, and determined to work hard will certainly receive my full support. Following a staff meeting, the workers found renewed hope, but also a sense of urgency. Each individual now possessed a new performance evaluation method, compared to previous practices. The most notable feature of this new system is that frontline workers earn more than those in managerial positions. Yan Jin asserted that since frontline laborers endure the most strenuous tasks, they rightfully deserve the highest income. Should anyone disagree, they are welcome to work on the front lines. For Yan Jin, time equates to money. His successful acquisition of the instant noodle factory was not merely due to skillful negotiation, but rather his ability to act swiftly. He must promptly finalize everything that requires attention. In the afternoon, he arrived at the packaging plant in Qingping City. The plant manager, Zhao Jun, was rather unwelcoming. 10,000 instant noodle packaging bags. I am aware that your Zhongyuan instant noodle factory is on the verge of closure. Moreover, I have never seen you before. Dealing with someone like Zhao Jun was a task Yan Jin approached with ease. Director Zhao, given the magnitude of events occurring in Qingping City, how could you possibly remain uninformed? Your lack of awareness truly raises questions about your competency as a plant manager. Zhao Jun scoffed. Young people these days are quite naive. Attempting to use ancient rhetorical tactics to entice me is rather juvenile. Zhao Jun, visibly irritated, slammed his hand on the table. In all my years, I have never encountered someone as arrogant as you. Even your superior, Wang Liangong, would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Zhao Jun's authoritative presence may intimidate others, but to Yan Jin, it bore no weight whatsoever. With a smile, Yan Jin remarked, I had suspected that Director Zhao was misinformed. And your reaction only confirms it. Wang Liangong is no longer the manager. Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory has already been acquired, and you were unaware of this. Zhao Jun, taken aback, asked by whom? By the southern company Huafeng Instant Noodles. With skepticism, Zhao Jun picked up the phone and dialed the number, evidently to verify the authenticity of this information. A minute later, the disdain on Zhao Jun's face faded, replaced by a smile. By the way, I still do not know your name. It is Yan Jin, he replied calmly. Zhao Jun's pupils widened in realization. You are Yan Jin, the new manager of Zhongyuan Factory? Indeed. Zhao Jun quickly grasped Yan Jin's hand, laughing heartily. I apologize for my earlier ignorance. I did not expect the manager to come personally to discuss matters with me. You mentioned you need 10,000 instant noodle packaging bags? Having just confirmed via telephone that Zhongyuan had indeed been acquired by Huafeng, Zhao Jun felt a surge of optimism. Collaborating with such a nationally renowned company would undoubtedly enable the packaging plant to achieve greater success, potentially becoming the leading enterprise in Qingping City. Starting with 10,000 bags, there would certainly be a demand for more in the future. Do you have any specific requirements? Yan Jin meticulously produced a packaging bag from Zhongyuan's previous designs, pointing to the topmost section and declaring, first, prominently display the message about winning prizes with Zhongyuan noodles. On the reverse side, designate a section stating that the prize activity commences on October 8, 1983, and concludes on October 7, 1984. The awards are as follows. 5 first prizes, each comprising a television, 10 second prizes, each including a bicycle, and several third prizes, which consist of an additional packet. It should be noted that all rights to interpret this activity belong to Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. Yan Jin's words seemed to unveil a new realm for Zhao Jun. Could promotions be executed in such a manner? It was no wonder that Huafeng Instant Noodles could claim the top spot nationwide, being from the economically progressive special zone of Shenzhen. How astute, indeed. Yan Jin's penetrating gaze fell upon Zhao Jun. Director Zhao, our expenses will be reconciled at year-end. Let me reiterate, Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory shall become our production base in the north. Our orders will be substantial, so consider whether you wish to collaborate with us. Initially elated, Zhao Jun's spirits plummeted at the mention of year-end settlement. Mr. Yan, settling at year-end may not be feasible. Our workers need to be fed. Yan Jin's expression turned pensive. All enterprises that collaborate with us are aware that Huafeng operates on a year-end settlement basis. However, our general manager mentioned that the North is indeed different from the South. We can consider a semi-annual settlement. Zhao Jun felt an urge to protest against the exploitation of smaller businesses by larger ones. But he hesitated. How could a local packaging factory dare contend with a national conglomerate? Yan Jin, without further ado, rose from his seat. If Director Zhao finds this challenging, that is acceptable. We can seek other packaging factories. Farewell. Without looking back, Yan Jin departed, his countenance calm as still water, yet his heart raced with anxiety. If he truly exited through that door, his ambitious scheme could collapse. He silently implored, "Please, stop me." Yet Zhao Jun showed no intention of retaining him. Was it possible that the people of Qingping City were not so easily deceived? Had he overestimated their integrity? "Mr. Yan, please wait." Yan Jin exhaled in relief. That was quite a scare. Is there anything else? Zhao Jun seemed to have made a significant decision. "Mr. Yan, I agree. We shall commence production today." Yan Jin smiled slightly. "Congratulations, Director Zhao, on making the right choice. I believe we shall achieve a mutually beneficial outcome." Would they indeed realize that win-win scenario? Zhao Jun remained uncertain. Once the advertisement about winning prizes with instant noodles was launched, its efficacy remained a mystery. Yet, he was willing to take a gamble. Aligning with a prominent enterprise like Huafeng could not lead him astray, could it? October 6, 1983, Thursday. Since yesterday, Yan Jin had been residing within the factory. Wang Liangang's office had now transformed into his own, with his rest area adjacent to it. In the morning, Yan Jin had just completed his morning routine when Wang Intai delivered breakfast to him. Before he could take a bite, there came a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a well-dressed individual with meticulously groomed hair. Goodness, this person bore an uncanny resemblance to a villainous agent from a film. Had his clandestine dealings been exposed? Was this man here to apprehend him? Chapter 16. The arrogant director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Is Director Yan Jin available? "I am Chun-Feng from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative," the man announced as he stepped inside. "I am Yan Jin. What brings you here?" Yan's tone was neither warm nor cold, which displeased Chun-Feng, as he considered himself a notable figure. Many sought his favor to procure goods. This young man before him seemed to disregard his status, a rather audacious move. Nevertheless, he had heard that Yan Jin was the vice president of the prestigious Huafeng company, and thus, he decided to afford him some respect. He squinted slightly. "Are you indeed Director Yan?" "Absolutely," Yan replied. "I understand you are sent by Huafeng company?" "That is correct." Noticing Yan's youth, Chun-Feng felt a surge of condescension and adopted a superior demeanor. "I have come to discuss potential collaboration with you." "Oh, a collaboration. Please, take a seat." Yan's demeanor shifted to one of warmth as he gestured for Chun-Feng to sit and signaled Wang Intai to pour tea for him. Chun-Feng's expression softened somewhat at this hospitality. "That's more like it. As the esteemed director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, you should be treated with the utmost respect." Yan donned a smile reminiscent of springtime. "What collaboration does Director Chen wish to discuss?" "Naturally, it concerns the sale of instant noodles. Your Huafeng brand is a national giant, and my cooperative is one of the few places in the city where various products can be acquired. Our partnership would represent a formidable alliance." Yan inwardly scoffed. Despite the current popularity of cooperatives, it would not be long before supermarkets and shopping malls emerged, leaving them to lament their fate. "Director Chen, there are no outsiders here. Please speak candidly. I appreciate straightforwardness." Chun-Feng chuckled lightly. "Could you possibly lower my purchase price? In return, I will ensure that Huafeng instant noodles occupy the most prominent positions on our shelves, resulting in a significant boost in sales." Yet, Yan did not exhibit the joy Chen had anticipated. In truth, Yan found it difficult to feel any excitement. "Director Chen, we sell Zhongyuan instant noodles, not Huafeng. If you require Zhongyuan, we can certainly provide you with a larger supply." Chun-Feng waved his hand dismissively. "I do not want Zhongyuan. It's simply one tea cell. It will only take up space. I want Huafeng. ISN to your parent company Huafeng. Just arrange for a few more boxes. It should be a trivial matter." "I apologize, Director Chen, but although we have acquired Zhongyuan, according to the acquisition contract, we are still only producing Zhongyuan and will not produce Huafeng." Contracts are rigid. But people are adaptable. Everyone recognizes Huafeng. No one will buy Zhongyuan. Chun-Feng leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Director Yan, I can offer you a kickback." At that moment, Yan Jin began to comprehend the underlying implications. This individual appears to aspire to act as a middleman, seeking to profit from the price difference. Is the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's margin insufficient to sustain you? Director Chun, If you are interested in Zhongyuan instant noodles, we could indeed explore a collaboration. However, we genuinely do not have Huafeng instant noodles. To speak candidly, in Chun Feng's eyes, this is nothing short of disdain for oneself. He felt a surge of anger. Never before had anyone dared to disregard his dignity in such a manner. It was utterly ungrateful. You represent Huafeng Company, yet you claim there are no Huafeng instant noodles? Such deceit is laughable. He adopted a posture befitting a prominent director. Let me make myself clear, my personal visit signifies a considerable regard for you. What is this attitude you present? Do you not hold me, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, in esteem? I declare, Zhongyuan instant noodles shall never grace my cooperative again. Chen Feng stormed out in a huff. Wang Intai wore a worried expression. These days, Yan Jin had been exceedingly cordial with everyone, yet today, he had grown uncharacteristically aloof. Director, he is the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. Offending him may jeopardize our future sales, no? Nevertheless, Yan Jin appeared unfazed. Rest assured, from the very beginning, I never intended for Zhongyuan to enter the cooperative. Before long, that cooperative will be rendered obsolete. Chen Feng will not last long. He will soon find himself seeking my favor. Wang Intai was baffled by Yan Jin's unwavering confidence in proclaiming the cooperative's impending downfall. Nowadays, everyone must visit the supply and marketing cooperative for purchases, especially for large items. Particularly sought-after goods are unattainable without connections. However, having witnessed Yan Jin's vigorous maneuvers firsthand in recent days, he held a profound admiration for him. Trusting his judgment was undoubtedly wise. Prepare some large red banners and inscribe "Eat Zhongyuan instant noodles, watch television." The larger the letters, the better. Tomorrow, we shall organize a team to promote our cause on the streets, first establishing our presence. Office Director Niu Juanru and Production Chief Sun Guofu were summoned to the office. Director Niu, Chief Sun, Wang Intai, still acclimating to his new role, stood to greet them. Yan Jin shook his head in mild exasperation. This Wang Intai still requires refinement. Nevertheless, Niu Juanru and Sun Guofu exhibited discernment, first addressing Yan Jin as factory director, followed by a respectful deputy factory director to Wang Intai. The previously unremarkable Wang Intai suddenly found himself elevated to a position of higher rank than they, and although both felt a twinge of discontent, they understood the necessity of presenting a favorable attitude in Yan Jin's presence. Yan Jin scrutinized Niu Juanru. Wang Intai had introduced him as having served as the office director for many years, a capable aide to Wang Liangong, and an adept individual at navigating relationships. Director Niu, I have heard from the workers that you command considerable respect within the factory and maintain excellent relations with various departments. Although our factory's nature has transformed, we still rely heavily on seasoned employees like yourselves. Initially, Niu Juanru had anticipated being summoned for a reassignment. However, upon hearing Yan Jin's words, he felt a sense of relief. Factory director, it is our duty to contribute to the factory's success. Simply assign tasks as needed. Yan Jin nodded, then turned his attention to Sun Guofu. Director Sun, you are indeed the steadfast workhorse of the factory, tirelessly dedicated over the years, earning high praise from the workers. Sun Guofu smiled modestly. I simply aim to perform my duties well and not hold anyone back. It is evident that Sun Guofu is a man of integrity, devoid of any deceitful schemes. Director Sun, we will need everyone's effort tomorrow to expedite production and implement the new packaging. The packaging factory will deliver it first thing in the morning. Without further ado, Sun Guofu responded with a single word, good. Instead, Niu Juanru seized the opportunity to speak. Director Yan, after your meeting, everyone's motivation is quite high. Yan Jin lightly acknowledged with a sound. As long as everyone works diligently, I will certainly not shortchange anyone. Now, you may all return to your tasks. As Niu Juanru reached the doorway, he suddenly turned back. Director Yan, I am organizing a gathering tonight to celebrate you. Everyone is eager to raise a glass with you. Yan Jin's expression slightly shifted. We will discuss this later. For now, let us focus on resuming production and getting the factory back on track. After Niu Juanru departed, Yan Jin gestured for Wang Intai to close the door. Has Niu Juanru frequently organized drinking events in the past? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Yan Jin's tone. At least 3 or 4 gatherings each week. This trend must be curtailed. I intend to place you in charge of the financial matters to ensure the accounts are strictly managed. The indulgence of drinking and feasting will not be tolerated under my watch. Gazing at the desk calendar, Yan Jin's brow remained furrowed. The success of the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory hinges on the next couple of days. Chapter 17, Promoting in the Streets, October 8, 1983, Saturday. Early in the morning. 5 individuals from the sales department were summoned to the factory director's office. Zhang Hongguang, the head of the sales department, had resigned due to poor performance, leaving the department leaderless. Yan Jin appointed Wang Entai to oversee it temporarily. The revival of our Zhongyuan factory rests on your shoulders today. Yan Jin handed them 3 large banners, boldly inscribed with, "Eat Zhongyuan instant noodles and win a television." They were strikingly eye-catching. You will be divided into 3 groups. Parading the banners through the city. Today is Saturday, and there will be many people around. Yan Jin stood on the second-floor platform of the office building, watching as they exited the factory with the banners, unable to suppress his excitement. May today be a splendid day. Wang Entai and Ding Jian formed one group, carrying the banner toward the city. Ding Jian offered Wang Entai a cigarette. Once colleagues in the same department, now he is the deputy factory director, a favored individual in front of the new director. Although Ding Jian felt a twinge of envy, he knew he must curry favor. Deputy Director Wang. Our director, Yan, is truly remarkable. His innovative approach reflects his extraordinary background from the special economic zone. Even I find myself tempted by this advertisement, considering purchasing a pack, just in case I win. Ding Jian increasingly admired this new leader. Look at his perspective. If one is slow to react, they will indeed fall behind the pace. Deputy Director Wang. If someone actually wins the grand prize, will we really give them a television? Wang Entai exhaled a smoke ring. This very question had crossed his mind and had been posed to Yan Jin. Yan Jin had replied, "Absolutely." The factory director emphasized that we must conduct our business with integrity and absolutely cannot deceive consumers. Wang Entai glanced at Ding Jian and further instructed, "Let us leisurely stroll around the county town. If anyone asks where to purchase, simply inform them that Zhongyuan Instant Noodles factory sells it." Ding Jian nodded. Vice Director Wang. Rest assured. Remarkably, as soon as they took to the streets, they immediately captivated numerous onlookers, drawing many to stop and pay attention. Eventually, someone couldn't help but approach and inquire, "Comrade, what does it mean to eat Zhongyuan instant noodles and win a television?" In order to express gratitude to our new and loyal customers, we at Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory have organized an event where each package of noodles contains a card with prizes, first, second, and third place. With the first prize being a television, Wang Entai patiently explained. However, the individual remained skeptical. How can such good fortune exist? Indeed, it does. If you don't believe it, that's your choice. Another woman approached, asking, "Comrade, where can I buy the instant noodles that come with a chance to win?" Right at the entrance of Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory, you can go check it out. As word of this exciting news spread, more and more people flocked to Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory, each fantasizing about being the lucky recipient of the grand prize, eager to buy a pack and try their luck. After all, as the earlier banner holder aptly stated, while purchasing does not guarantee a win, not purchasing certainly guarantees a loss. That day, winning a grand prize with Zhongyuan Instant Noodles became a hot topic among the people of Qingping City. The factory was bustling with activity. Director Yan had underestimated the purchasing power of the populace in the 1980s, as the 50 or so boxes of noodles prepared quickly sold out. Director Yan, if this trend continues, we are bound to strike it rich. In just one day, after deducting various costs, they netted over 700 yuan, a sum Wang Entai had never dared to imagine. He was as excited as a child. However, Yan Jin doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. 700 yuan, and you're this thrilled? When will we achieve a daily net profit of 10,000 for it to be deemed satisfactory? Director Yan, your expectations are too lofty. Not every industry is that profitable. Why not? If you possess the capability, countless industries in future can earn over 10,000 a day. In the afternoon, Yan Jin convened a small meeting with the key management personnel. With today's achievements, no one dared to doubt Yan Jin's abilities any longer. Comrade Sun, starting today, the Instant Noodle Factory will implement a 3-shift system, with each shift lasting 8 hours. If we lack manpower, seek additional workers. There are many in the countryside eager to work in the city. They are honest, diligent, and undoubtedly the best employees. Inform them that wages will be settled monthly, and there will be no delays. If they pass the assessment in the first month, they can sign a formal contract. Though Sun Guofu merely acknowledged with a hum. He committed Yan Jin's words to memory. The business department's personnel will continue to promote with banners tomorrow, while Vice Director Wang's team will distribute stock to convenience stores. Yan Jin clearly delineated everyone's responsibilities. After concluding the meeting, Niu Juanru lingered once more. Director, let us gather tonight. Everyone truly wishes to share a drink with you. Niu Juanru smiled. Yan Jin, however, was noticeably impatient. The individual known as Niu Juanru seems to possess no other skill apart from indulging in alcohol. Director Niu, I have previously stated that this matter shall be discussed at a later time. If you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps you could assist with the deliveries tomorrow. As we are short-staffed, Yan Jin's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Niu Juanru left the director's office with a scowl. Even during Wang Liangang's tenure as director, he would have shown some deference. Yet here, Yan Jin dares to display such disdain. Very well, just wait. The following day, Niu Juanru called in sick, claiming to be unwell. Yan Jin paid him no mind. If he wishes to take a day off, so be it. After all, there would be no wages issued that day, as clearly stated in the new contract. Wang Entai drove the only small delivery truck the factory possessed. Arriving beside a small convenience store, the truck bore bold lettering proclaiming, "Win a television with Zhong Yuan instant noodles." This convenience store attracted the highest foot traffic within a 1-kilometer radius. As Wang Entai disembarked, the store owner, Wei Chao, approached him. "Old Wang, your new factory director is quite remarkable. Within just a day, he has revitalized Zhong Yuan factory. Indeed, they earn millions annually with their factory in Shenzhen." Millions? Wei Chao gasped in astonishment. That amount of money would be a mountain. Could one possibly spend it all in a lifetime? Do not fret over such matters. Focus on earning a steady income. Wang Entai began assisting the driver, Cui Jia, with unloading the goods. Before long, a crowd began to gather nearby, drawn by their conversation. A woman in the crowd spoke up. "What do those words on your truck say? Drink Zhong Yuan, win a television." Wang Entai replied. The woman scoffed. "Do not deceive me. My mother always told me that there are no free lunches." Wang Entai, pulling out a cigarette, lit it, and took a few deep puffs before explaining. "This is a promotional event organized by our factory. Have you not seen the advertisements plastered all over the streets? If it were a scam, you could report us." Another elderly lady chimed in. "I recall my nephew brought over a few packets of instant noodles last time. They can be eaten simply by soaking them in hot water." Wang Entai smiled slightly. What this kind lady says is absolutely true after a long day. Returning home to enjoy a delicious pack of instant noodles is both satisfying and delightful, akin to a heavenly experience. Wang Entai proclaimed to the onlookers, "Starting today, the Zhong Yuan instant noodles that offer a chance to win will be sold at Old Way's convenience store. Feel free to come by anytime. A television costs over 1,000 yuan. Who knows, you might just win." Wang Entai's efforts proceeded smoothly. However, a peculiar incident unfolded at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative on another street. Chapter 18. The Crisis at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Today, those who had taken to the streets with banners were informing the public that there was no need to visit the Zhong Yuan instant noodle factory, as the winning noodles could be purchased at various convenience stores. Lu Yishui, a resident of Qingping City, yearned for a television. Yet, his monthly salary amounted to only 20 to 30 yuan, far from enough to save. If purchasing a single packet of instant noodles could lead to winning a television, it would significantly alleviate his expenses. He resolved to buy a few packets to test his luck. If they were available at the convenience store, surely the Supply and Marketing Cooperative near his home would have them as well. As Lu Yishui entered the cooperative, he immediately inquired, "Do you have Zhong Yuan instant noodles?" The sales clerk lazily replied with a dismissive no, exuding an air of indifference towards customers' purchasing choices. In this era, working at a supply and marketing cooperative is considered a prestigious occupation. The employees are part of the system, enjoying the security of a stable job. Whether customers buy or how much they purchase bears no consequence on their livelihoods. Even if they sold nothing in a month, their salaries would remain intact. Hence, their attitude naturally leaves much to be desired. Lu Yishui was not the first to inquire. Numerous individuals had already come to ask about Zhong Yuan instant noodles. These past few days, Zhong Yuan instant noodles had gained immense popularity. The sales clerk was well aware of the promotional activity they had launched. The cooperative's director, Chen Feng, had been present in the store all day. Whenever a customer expressed interest in purchasing Zhong Yuan instant noodles, the corner of his mouth would twitch. He knew that outside, people were frantically scrambling for Zhong Yuan instant noodles. How infuriating. The factory had such a clever strategy while keeping it hidden from him, refusing to collaborate. It was a blatant disregard for his authority. The sales clerk stole a few glances at Chen Feng, puzzled as to why, given the noodles' soaring demand. Director Chen had not procured any stock. From the day's observations, profits could easily exceed 50 yuan, a sum surpassing the monthly wages of an employee. Surely, Chen Feng must have thought the same. Yet, he could not bring himself to lower his pride. He had made it abundantly clear to Yan Jin at the Zhong Yuan factory that the noodles would never enter the cooperative. But approaching Yan Jin now would be tantamount to slapping his own face. As he wrestled with his conflicting thoughts, another customer walked in. "I would like a box of Zhong Yuan instant noodles." This customer was rather bold, requesting a whole box right away. This time, The sales clerk refrained from saying they were out of stock, instead casting a glance towards Chen Feng, who was seated in the back. Chen Feng finally resolved himself. He stood up and addressed the customer. Comrade, the Zhongyuan instant noodles have sold out, but we are in contact with the manufacturer to restock. Perhaps you could return tomorrow? The customer appeared somewhat disheartened. Can you guarantee they will be available tomorrow? Absolutely. After the customer departed, Chen Feng instructed the sales clerk. If anyone else inquires about the instant noodles, inform them we are out of stock and suggest they return tomorrow. I will head to the Zhongyuan factory to arrange for a shipment. Chen Feng hurried to the instant noodle factory. Director Yan, you have not been forthright. Such an important promotional event, and you failed to inform me in advance, leaving me in a difficult position. His words dripped with dissatisfaction. Yan Jin scoffed at him. Even at this point, Chen Feng still held on to his lofty demeanor as the cooperative's director. Yan Jin was resolute in not playing along. Director Chun, I made it clear that I could supply you with more stock, but you persistently refused. Who can you blame for that? But you didn't mention you had a promotional offer involving a television. That is our commercial secret. How could I divulge that to you? Yan Jin's retort almost left Chen Feng speechless. His face flushed with indignation. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Anyone who encountered him was expected to show deference. Yet this Yan Jin displayed not a shred of awareness. Were it not for the remarkable success of your Zhongyuan instant noodles. Do you truly believe I would deign to engage with you? I demand 100 boxes, Director Yan. Chen Feng ground his teeth in frustration. Very well. I shall have them delivered to you by tomorrow, at a 10% markup. Director Yan, you are mistaken. It should be 20%, as has always been the case. What has passed. The present dictates that all transactions be at 10%. No exceptions. Director Yan stated emphatically. Chen Feng's complexion darkened. How could this obstinate Yan be so unyielding? Did he not comprehend the critical importance of the supply and marketing cooperative in the realm of commodity sales? Director Yan, your rigidity may ultimately lead to your own detriment. Are you truly prepared to sever ties with the cooperative? Faced with this blatant threat, Yan remained resolute. Thank you for your concern, Director Chun, but perhaps you should contemplate your own future. What do you mean by that? With a forced smile, Yan replied, Director Chun, you must realize that many small shops have emerged in various locales. Their offerings are quite comprehensive, and foot traffic to your cooperative is likely diminishing. I can candidly inform you that in the special economic zone, the cooperative has long since lost its relevance. People now frequent establishments known as supermarkets where they can select items at reasonable prices. Supermarkets represent the inevitable trend of development. It would be prudent for you to prepare accordingly. A chill ran down Chen Feng's spine. He had previously dismissed these small shops as insignificant, believing that they could never compete with his state-run cooperative. Yet, Yan's words unsettled him deeply. Could the cooperative indeed be supplanted by supermarkets? Not only had Chen Feng failed to achieve his objective, but he found himself ensnared in a crisis of obsolescence. He stormed out of the Zhongyuan factory, unwilling to humble himself to engage in a proper discussion with Yan. Once accustomed to a position of superiority, it becomes exceedingly difficult to lower oneself. As he departed, Wang Entai inquired curiously, Director Yan, is there truly such a thing as a supermarket, or are you merely deceiving Chen Feng? How could a person as simple and kind-hearted as I be capable of deceit? In due time, I shall escort you to the city of Shenzhen to explore a supermarket. Wang Entai was in high spirits today. He had successfully delivered 200 boxes of instant noodles to various small shops, all of which sold remarkably well. With a stroke of genius, Yan had revitalized Zhongyuan instant noodles. If this trajectory continues, the Zhongyuan factory is destined to become a nationally renowned enterprise. Initially, Yan had claimed that great wealth could be amassed in Xingping City. Now, Wang Entai truly understood that Yan was not merely boasting. He possessed genuine talent. Thankfully, he had maintained a good rapport with Yan throughout the years. Even during Yan's lowest points, Wang had not distanced himself. Furthermore, upon Yan's return from Shenzhen, Wang had provided him with food, shelter, and even financial assistance. Despite enduring a few harsh reprimands from Wang Liangong, it had been worth it. Otherwise, it might have been someone else profiting alongside Yan today. Brother Yan, if this continues, there is no doubt we could earn several million in a year at Zhongyuan factory. The meticulous yet disheartening words struck him like a cold splash of water. You rejoice too soon. Do you truly comprehend what our nation's merchants cherish the most? Henceforth, we shall encounter a rather formidable dilemma. Chapter 19, The Advantage of Our Existence. What is it that they favor? Wang Entai inquired, perplexed. Imitation, they replicate whatever proves profitable. It is a time-efficient and labor-saving endeavor. Once an individual amasses wealth through imitation, a multitude will inevitably follow suit. thereby obliterating the industry. In subsequent years, the products of Yan Jin were indeed mimicked. However, by then, the legal framework was robust enough to allow him to safeguard his rights through legal recourse, leaving the plagiarizers with naught but their undergarments. Yet, that was in 1983, when imitation was scarcely regulated. Director Yan, isn't everyone merely striving for profit? What is the issue with that? Wang Intai still appeared bewildered. The issue is monumental. The rapid returns from imitation, coupled with minimal investment, have stunted our country's capacity for independent innovation, especially in high-tech fields, where we find ourselves constrained. At this juncture, Yan Jin could not suppress a pang of heartache. Given the chance to be reborn, he resolved to endeavor to alter this predicament. Wang Intai, however, could not grasp Yan Jin's sentiments. His inability to comprehend led him to regard Yan Jin as exceptionally capable and cultured. Director, what shall we do next? Introduce new products. Gather the masters from the seasoning department. In a mere 10 minutes, several masters from the seasoning department convened in the director's office. Section Chief Jiang Bin felt an increasing sense of trepidation, nervously rubbing his hands. After Yan Jin acquired the factory, he had engaged in discussions with various departments and replaced numerous management personnel. Was his position at risk as well? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. The others were less concerned. After all, they were merely ordinary workers. They had not slacked off during this period. In the fervor of the newly appointed director, Yin was unlikely to target them. Nevertheless, a hint of tension lingered among them. A smile adorned Yan Jin's face. Please, do not feel pressured. I merely wish to exchange ideas with you all. Yet, his words did little to alleviate the unease of several individuals. Yan Jin promptly addressed the matter at hand. You are all esteemed masters of the instant noodle factory, and I would like to inquire your thoughts on the quality of our seasoning packets. The group exchanged uncertain glances, their minds clouded. Did Director Yin harbor dissatisfaction with our developed seasoning packets? After all, our packets are akin to those of other instant noodles on the market. Do not be anxious. I harbor no intention of criticizing you. Your work has been commendable. Yan Jin first sought to reassure their spirits. Several days ago, our factory faced the grim prospect of closure. Have you pondered the reasons behind this? The expressions of the seasoning department's employees turned complex. What scheme was Director Yin concocting? Observing their silence, Yan Jin turned his gaze toward Jiang Bin. Section Chief Jiang, please share your thoughts. Reluctantly, Jiang Bin took the initiative to speak. The reasons are undoubtedly multifaceted. To be candid, the flavor of our instant noodles is quite comparable to that of Huafeng. The only distinction lies in our lesser renown. Even with lower prices, customers tend to choose Huafeng. Yan Jin nodded in agreement. Director Jiang is absolutely correct. Thus, we must amplify our reputation and promote our strengths. In the special economic zone, there is a saying, where others have, we must excel. What we possess, Huafeng possesses as well. Can we not create something that Huafeng lacks? Silence enveloped the room. In their eyes, instant noodles were merely a sustenance. Could they possibly be elevated further? Yan Jin chuckled lightly. I propose a notion. All instant noodles on the market contain but a single seasoning packet. Might we not add an additional sauce packet? While this would increase costs, our sales would undoubtedly surge. I have contemplated this sauce packet for quite some time. We could draw inspiration from the 13 spices, while also incorporating palm oil, beef tallow, and fresh beef cubes to enhance the flavor. The resulting taste would surpass that of other instant noodles, thus allowing us to capture a larger market share. Upon hearing Yan Jin's words, Jiang Bin expressed some reservations. Director Yan, as a sub-brand of Huafeng, could this approach not lead to internal competition? You raise an excellent question. Yan Jin responded. I can assure you that if Zhongyuan flourishes, the headquarters will not only be pleased, but will also invest more in us. At that point, not only will salaries increase, but you might even have the opportunity to transfer to the headquarters. The prospect of working in the special economic zone filled several individuals with joy. Director Yan, is this truly the case? Yan Jin affirmed with conviction, of course it is. You must expedite the development of the sauce packet. If successful, I shall treat you to drinks and award you bonuses. Yan Jin was acutely aware that this sales strategy would soon be emulated by other factories, and when that time came, Zhongyuan's advantage would dissipate. Such is the nature of businessmen in this country. They flock to any opportunity for profit. Therefore, one must plan ahead and prepare for the impending competition. Yan Jin was a man who always considered 3 steps ahead. He had already formulated strategies beyond the sauce packet. That evening, in a state-owned restaurant, Niu Jianru and Chen Feng sat at a table. The two were previously acquainted. Niu Jianru was an astute individual who, over the years, had cultivated good relationships with leaders across various departments, leveraging the platform of Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. There is even a saying, at Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory, only Director Niu is known, not Director Wang. Director Niu, I visited your factory today, but did not see you. Do not mention it. I have been unwell and took a leave of absence. Niu Juanru replied with frustration. Unwell? Director Niu, that is a serious matter. Have you seen a doctor? Just a minor ailment. It's nothing serious. By the way, Director Chun, was there a specific reason for calling me out? Given our relationship, it's unnecessary. Chun Feng forced a smile. Actually, there is a matter I need your assistance with. Your new factory director, Yan Jin, has posed quite a challenge. What happened? Chun Feng recounted the recent unpleasantness with Yan Jin, clearly dissatisfied, yet extremely anxious. Tomorrow, a multitude of people awaited their instant noodle purchases. That was all money. Who would dare to stand in the way of profit? Director Niu, I must ask for your assistance in this matter. You are the esteemed former office director of Zhongyuan Factory, and with Young Yan's inexperience, there will undoubtedly be many instances where you will be relied upon in the future. Your intervention is certain to yield positive results. Flattered by Chun Feng's praise, Niu Juanru couldn't help but feel a bit elated. Yet, he pondered whether his involvement would truly be effective. After 2 consecutive invitations to drink, Young Yan had coldly declined him. Was his invitation merely out of frustration from feeling slighted? Would his coordination be of any use? As Niu Juanru contemplated these doubts, Chun Feng had already poured the drinks. Director Niu, those who know you are well aware of your capabilities. There is nothing you cannot accomplish. I'm counting on you, my friend. Chun Feng's repeated address of Director Niu was music to his ears. After downing a glass, Chun Feng continued. Young Yan is too inexperienced to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. I assure you, Zhongyuan Factory could easily function without him, but it cannot possibly operate without you. Director Niu, Chun Feng knew full well that this statement was sheer nonsense, yet he uttered it nonetheless. Only by elevating Niu Juanru's stature could he hope to secure his genuine assistance in this matter. Ultimately, in a drunken fervor, Niu Juanru took on the role of the all-encompassing negotiator. As a veteran of Zhongyuan Factory, he believed that every worker respected him. Why should Young Yan not afford him the same courtesy? Director Chun, allow me to accompany you to meet Young Yan tomorrow. I shall have a thorough discussion with him. For Zhongyuan instant noodles to thrive, it is indispensable to engage with the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 20. Is winning a lottery a scam? On Tuesday, October 11, 1983, Niu Juanru reported for duty. He had been informed that Zhongyuan Factory had transitioned to a private entity and could not compare to its former self. Absences would result in wage deductions. With no lucrative resources at home, he was compelled to work to sustain his family. The harsh reality dawned on Niu Juanru, making it clear that sulking over Young Yan was futile. He awaited Chun Feng in the office, glancing at the clock and furrowing his brow. Despite their agreed-upon meeting time of 9 o'clock, it was now 5 minutes past, and Chun Feng was yet to arrive. The office phone rang. Niu Juanru picked up the receiver. Hello? Director Niu, what is going on? The guard 1T let me in. What does this mean? Chun Feng's disgruntled voice came through the line. Hold on, Director Chun. I will come down to greet you. Exiting the office, Niu Juanru was perplexed. Did old son really know Chun Feng? Why was he not allowed entry? He hurried to the factory gate and smiled. Director Chun, I apologize for my oversight. I should have come to meet you at the entrance. Chun Feng appeared irked. I informed him that I am the director of the supply and marketing cooperative and that we are good friends, yet he refused to let me in. What is the meaning of this? Niu Juanru shot a glare at old Sunday. How dare you obstruct the director of the supply and marketing cooperative? Do you lack common sense? Old Sun retorted. Whether he is the director or not is irrelevant. Director Yan has instructed that everyone must register, and no one can enter without being signed in. Not even city leaders. Old Sun's demeanor left Niu Juanru momentarily speechless. When was this arrangement made? Why was he not informed? Doubts crept back into his mind, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. May I escort Director Chen inside? Old Sun picked up the registration book and said, Director Niu, I am merely a gatekeeper. Please do not make things difficult for me. Just register him. Or else if Director Yan finds out, my salary will be docked. Old Sun incessantly mentioned Director Yan, showing utter disregard for his own standing. This irked Niu Juanru greatly. He snatched the registration book, swiftly inscribed Chun Feng's information, and then slammed the book down on the table before leading Chun Feng into the factory. After placing the registration book down, Old Sun muttered to himself, a new ruler brings new subjects. The situation has changed, yet some cannot seem to grasp it. On the way, hearing Chun Feng's incessant complaints only exacerbated Niu Juanru's frustration. Yan Jin was assigning tasks, seemingly intent on circumventing him. Niu Juanru felt increasingly sidelined. Upon reaching the second floor, He knocked on Yan Jin's office door. Come in. Niu Juanru and Chun Feng entered one after the other. Director Yan. This is Director Chen Feng from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He previously collaborated quite well with our Zhongyuan instant noodles factory. Yan Jin nodded lightly and gestured for them to sit. Director Chun, you've come to see me again today. It must pertain to supply matters? Yan Jin's indifferent demeanor left Chen Feng feeling uncomfortable. Though Yan Jin was addressing Chen Feng, Niu Juanru interjected, Director Yan. You may not be aware of our factory's past dealings. When Director Wang was here, we provided the cooperative with a 20% margin. Director Niu. Before Niu Juanru could finish his sentence, Yan Jin interrupted him. What was in the past is no longer relevant. Back then, Zhongyuan was still state-owned. Yan Jin then turned his gaze to Chen Feng. Director Chun, I am eager to collaborate with you, but we have our principles. The maximum margin is 10%. The implication from Director Yan was clear. There was no room for negotiation. Chen Feng's face darkened. It is not that there is no room for negotiation, but rather that Director Chen lacks the sincerity to discuss it. I am left with no options. Yan Jin stood his ground firmly. Chen Feng was seething with frustration. The most awkward position, however, was that of Niu Juanru. This was the third time Yan Jin had publicly disregarded him, and especially in front of Chen Feng. He felt utterly humiliated. Chen Feng left in a huff. As Niu Juanru was about to follow, Yan Jin called out to him, Director Niu, in the future, do not bring others to my office without prior notice. Also, focus on your own responsibilities. Matters of business are handled by the business department. When Niu Juanru exited the factory manager's office, his face was flushed. Whether from embarrassment or anger, it was unclear. He caught up with Chen Feng, leaving Zhongyuan factory together. Is he just a factory manager? How dare he put on airs in front of me? He clearly underestimates my capabilities. It's utterly outrageous. Chen Feng halted, casting a piercing gaze at Niu Juanru. Director Niu, that Yan Jin clearly does not regard you as the office director. If this continues, your position may very well be in jeopardy. Niu Juanru's expression shifted dramatically. Although Chen Feng's words were somewhat exaggerated, they contained an element of truth. Thus, it was essential for him to let Yan Jin know that Zhongyuan factory could not function without him. Niu Juanru. Director Chen, rest assured about the collaboration. I have a plan to make Yan Jin seek our partnership. What plan? Niu Jun whispered. Isn't Yan Jin running a lottery event? We could do this for several consecutive days. Zhongyuan instant noodles have been selling exceptionally well. Gulei, who resides in the textile factory's residential compound, has been consuming instant noodles for multiple days now, and even his burps carry the flavor of the noodles. Just now, he opened another pack, eagerly searching for the card inside. Did you win? His wife, sang Lily, standing nearby, also glanced at the card. Damn, another thank you for your patronage. Gulei, infuriated, tore the card apart. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sang Lily's face. The couple, both employees of the textile factory, shared a fondness for bargains. Ever since they heard that consuming Zhongyuan instant noodles could lead to winning a television, they had bought 20 packs in a frenzy. Yet, all they encountered were thank you for your patronage cards. This was quite embarrassing. The two grew increasingly exasperated. How could their luck be so dreadful? Sang Lily muttered. Gulei, do you think the so-called lottery for Zhongyuan instant noodles is a scam, designed to entice us into purchasing their products? At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. Brother Gu, are you home? Gulei opened the door to find Dai Bing, a neighbor from the alley, and his expression soured. Dai Bing was a most detestable neighbor. Always idle and involved in petty theft, he had little regard for shame, often taking pride in his misdeeds, even when caught. People tended to avoid him at all costs. His unexpected visit today surely boded ill. It's Dai Bing, what brings you here? Gulei thought to himself, hoping he wouldn't ask to borrow money, or he would be promptly shown the door. Dai Bing, his brow furrowed, inquired, Brother Gu, did you win anything with the instant noodles? Gulei shook his head. I bought a whole box, not a single win. All thank you for your patronage. Dai Bing exclaimed indignantly. This revelation puzzled Gulei. Where did this fellow find the money to buy instant noodles? Sang Lily, who had been reluctant to face Dai Bing, emerged at the door upon hearing the conversation. Dai Bing, I was just telling Gulei that I suspect the lottery is a fraud. Sister-in-law, I believe it's nearly certain a scam, treating us like fools. I'm going to confront them. Dai Bing couldn't help but curse a few more times. Sang Lily, unable to swallow her indignation, temporarily set aside her disdain for Dai Bing. Dai Bing, are you truly going to confront the manufacturer? I must. We cannot allow them to think we common folks are easy to deceive. I demand justice and a full refund. Such righteous words, spoken from the lips of a rogue, felt deeply incongruous. Dai Bing turned to Gulei. Brother Gu, let us go together tomorrow. We need to stir things up at the factory and demand our money back. If I have time tomorrow, I might go, Goulet replied ambiguously. Though he was incensed by the lack of winnings, he remained reluctant to participate. In the event that this matter escalates and draws scrutiny from above, it could jeopardize one's job. Dai Bing held a deep disdain for such individuals, those who harbor thieving intentions yet lack the courage to act. They may boast grandly in words, but when it comes to action, they falter in an instant. After departing from Goulet's residence, Dai Bing ventured to another location. Each time he unwrapped a package, he found that the majority expressed their gratitude, feeling deceived. Through Dai Bing's relentless efforts, over 20 individuals resolved to confront the manufacturer the following day in pursuit of justice. As night fell, Dai Bing arrived at a small convenience store and made a phone call. Boss, I have gathered over 20 people, and tomorrow we will gather at the gates of Zhongyuan factory, demanding a refund. You can rest assured, these individuals I have enlisted are utterly reliable. This time, we shall make a commotion that everyone will know, exposing the true face of Zhongyuan factory's deceit. After hanging up, Dai Bing reached into his pocket, where he found the 10 yuan given by the boss. Once the matter was resolved, he would receive another 10. 20 yuan is a considerable sum for many, equivalent to a month's wages. For Dai Bing, a jobless drifter in need of funds, the prospect of stirring up trouble at Zhongyuan factory for 20 yuan seemed highly worthwhile. On October 13, 1983, a Thursday, shortly after 10 in the morning, under Dai Bing's leadership, more than 20 individuals brandished 2 white banners, furiously marching towards Zhongyuan instant noodle factory. The words on the banners were striking: unethical manufacturer, return my hard-earned money. Winning is a scam, we demand a refund. Goulet, as expected, dared not show up. Dai Bing looked down upon him, a useless coward. However, Goulet's wife, Sang Lily, did make an appearance. What if, amidst the uproar, the manufacturer did issue refunds? If she were absent, she would miss a significant opportunity. Yet, she lingered at the back of the crowd, fearful of being seen. Upon reaching the entrance, Dai Bing noticed a considerable gathering already assembled. He paused for a moment. Could they also be there to stir up trouble? Had that boss invited another group to cause a ruckus? However, those individuals were not holding banners and clearly lacked his expertise. With so many present, what did he have to fear? Today, a grand spectacle was essential to demonstrate Dai Bing's prowess. If he could manage to secure some funds in the process, that would be even better. Everyone, hold the banners high and chant with me. Unethical manufacturer, return my hard-earned money. Under Dai Bing's guidance, the 20 or so individuals shouted in unison, unethical manufacturer, return my hard-earned money. The crowd in front turned around, intrigued by the commotion. Dai Bing shouted to them, it's all right if you don't have banners. I have brought them. Just chant along with me and follow my lead. Come, shout with me. Unethical manufacturer, return my hard-earned money. Yet, apart from the 20 or so behind him, no one from the opposing crowd uttered a word. Dai Bing grew anxious. What is the matter with you? Aren't you supposed to chant along with me? Are you all mute? If you don't shout, how can we escalate this matter enough for them to refund us? Someone from the opposite side remarked, we came to buy instant noodles. Why should we chant with you? You must have mistaken us for someone else. Dai Bing exclaimed, damn it, I've made a mistake. They did not come to cause a disturbance. Rather, they came to purchase instant noodles. Initially, after stocking the convenience store, Yan Jin had no intention of re-establishing a stall at the factory gate. However, in recent days, numerous individuals continued to inquire at the entrance. To avoid wasting their trip, Yan Jin decided to set up the stall once more. With the implementation of a 3-shift system and the arrival of new leadership, the workers were diligent and eager to showcase their abilities, fearing to slack off. Presently, the factory is capable of producing 10,000 packets of instant noodles daily. The allure of winning a grand prize has drawn a steady stream of customers, all hoping to win a television or a bicycle. Dai Bing, quick to react, raised his voice, declaring, everyone, do not purchase their instant noodles. Their claims of winning a grand prize are nothing but deceit. It is utterly impossible to win. Indeed, all 20 of us have purchased their noodles. Yet not a single one of us won anything. They are swindlers. The crowd behind him began to echo his sentiments, creating a tumultuous uproar. The opposing throng erupted in astonishment. Did they just declare that winning was a ruse? Was it truly a deception? If so, why should we continue buying their noodles? Indeed, if there is no chance of winning, what is the point? Isn't Huafeng more appealing? Huang Dachuan from the on-site business department sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly approached Dai Bing, questioning him. On what grounds do you accuse us of deceit? In the past 2 days, 3 individuals have won third prizes. Our Zhongyuan factory has always operated with integrity. Huang Dachuan was a veteran employee of Zhongyuan. The factory had painstakingly revived itself and was flourishing, and he eagerly awaited a salary increase. How could this interloper dare to claim that Zhong Yuan was fraudulent? Huang Dachuan, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "This is slander. I will take legal action against you." Dai Bing remained unfazed, wearing a look of disdain. "Do not think I am oblivious to your tricks. You merely inserted a few third prizes as a feeble attempt to silence everyone. To put it bluntly, there are only third prizes. First and second prizes do not exist. Your petty schemes cannot deceive me." These words were taught to him by the owner. "Just because you claim to operate with integrity, does that make it true? Up until now, I have yet to hear of anyone winning a first or second prize." Dai Bing turned to the crowd, surveying them. "Have any of you heard of such winners?" No. Almost everyone present shook their heads in unison. Listening to Dai Bing, the crowd suddenly felt deceived. Those who intended to buy instant noodles tucked their money back into their pockets. Dai Bing glared fiercely at Huang Dachuan. "Listen, the fact that no one has heard of any winners can only mean one thing. There are no first or second prizes. You are simply deceiving us. Refund our money. You frauds. Refund. Refund." The crowd's emotions surged, igniting a fervent outcry. Fortunately, Huang Dachuan, quick-witted, instructed the factory workers to swiftly take down the stall and collect the instant noodles. At present, the absence of a win does not equate to a lack of opportunities. The slots for first and second prizes are limited, thus the chances of winning are not as favorable as one might presume. Do not engage in baseless disturbances, or I shall be compelled to involve the authorities. However, Dai Bing retorted, "By all means, call the police. It would be just splendid to have them evaluate the situation, apprehending unscrupulous manufacturers like you and restoring justice for us." The scene outside the Zhongyuan factory descended into chaos. Upon learning of the situation, Yan Jin promptly summoned Wang Entai to come forth. Wang Entai mused internally. Director Yan truly possesses an uncanny foresight, even predicting that troublemakers would appear. Unbeknownst to him, he had become quite the admirer of Yan Jin. When Huang Dachuan spotted Wang Entai, he hurriedly approached him and whispered, "Deputy Director Wang, what shall we do now? Do not panic. Remain composed." Wang Entai coughed lightly to redirect the crowd's attention. "Since you allege that we are frauds, why then do you seek us out? Hasn't the city just established a consumer association? You ought to take your grievances there. If you possess the means, feel free to summon them to investigate us." It should be noted that the Consumer Association was actually founded in 1984, presenting a discrepancy between the novel and reality. He further added, "Our Zhongyuan instant noodle factory does not instigate trouble, yet we do not shy away from it." These words, originally spoken by Yan Jin, were now echoed by Wang Entai. Upon witnessing Wang Entai's unflappable demeanor, Dai Bing and his cohort felt a twinge of trepidation. Could there truly be such a formidable individual at Zhongyuan? Hadn't the owner claimed that the factory workers were all spineless? Clearly, the intelligence was flawed. What should they do now? To retreat was not an option. Explaining the situation to the owner would be impossible. At this juncture, Dai Bing, caught in a dilemma, could only press forward with unwavering resolve. Such audaciously unscrupulous manufacturers. "Very well, we shall proceed to the Consumer Association. I refuse to believe they cannot bring you to justice." He gestured to the people behind him. "Let us all head to the Consumer Association together. We must not allow the nefarious schemes of these unscrupulous manufacturers to prevail." Dai Bing was indeed determined to escalate the matter. After all, his greatest fear was not in amplifying the situation. Under Dai Bing's leadership, a large group turned to depart. At that moment, a man clad in a blue Zhongshan suit approached them. Dai Bing intercepted him, saying, "Comrade, you two have come to purchase instant noodles? Do not buy them. Their claims of winning are mere fabrications. They are indeed unscrupulous manufacturers." The man was momentarily taken aback. "What? Winning is a lie?" His astonishment was palpable. Dai Bing transformed into a fervent advocate. "Indeed, their instant noodles contain neither first nor second prizes. They are deceiving the innocent populace." The man appeared even more bewildered, unconsciously reaching into his pocket. "Have I fallen victim to their deceit? But I genuinely won a second prize." Chapter 22. Congratulations to Mr. Leon winning a bicycle. I genuinely won a second prize. The moment those words escaped his lips, Dai Bing and his companions were left in shock. "I came here to claim my prize. When I purchased their instant noodles, they assured me that I could redeem my winnings immediately." Wang Entai and the others hurried over. "Comrade, you are here to claim a prize? What prize did you win?" "A second prize, a bicycle. However, they claim that your prizes are a deception. What is the truth behind this? If you do not provide me with the bicycle, I shall take legal action against you." Wang Entai, unable to suppress his excitement, inquired, "What is your name?" "Li Ming. Comrade Li Ming. I would like to examine your winning card. Yet Li Ming did not comply. How do I know you are not a leader from the instant noodle factory? What if you are a fraud and run off with my card? To Wang's surprise, Li Ming was quite cautious. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. As long as he had indeed won the second prize, that was sufficient. Director Yan was astute, having intentionally released a second prize, which indeed proved useful. Come, I will take you to meet our factory leaders. Wang Entai tugged at Li Ming, leading him towards the factory. This Li Ming was like a timely rain, delivering a resounding slap in the face to Dai Bing and his rowdy companions. Dai Bing was left dumbfounded. His followers were equally astonished. Just moments ago, they had been so arrogant. Now, they were left in pain. The Zhongyuan factory was not deceiving anyone. There truly were grand prizes. It was merely a matter of unfortunate luck for them not to win. Those who had been ready to purchase but had been dissuaded by Dai Bing still wore expressions of anger. However, that ire was not directed at Zhongyuan, but rather at Dai Bing and his ilk. You may cause a ruckus, but you have disrupted our chance to win prizes with instant noodles. Your intentions are far from honorable. Faced with a crowd of fervently watchful eyes, Dai Bing felt a twinge of fear. Yet, his mind was quick to adapt. Do not believe him. He is their stooge. The masses are easily swayed. With Dai Bing's assertion, many began to waver in their beliefs, unsure of whom to trust. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's face turned crimson. He halted, turning back. I am not a stooge. I have come to claim my prize. Do not feign innocence. You are indeed a stooge. Dai Bing was convinced that as long as he clung to this point, Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory would be powerless against him. And perhaps they would even offer him money to silence him. He had already contemplated a figure. This matter will not conclude without $30. Wang Entai approached, his eyes glinting with determination. We are about to award Comrade Li Ming. If anyone is interested, you may witness it here. Wang Entai led Li Ming to knock on Director Yan's office door. Director Yan, this is Comrade Li Ming, the winner of the second prize, here to claim his reward. Yan Jin warmly grasped Li Ming's hand, exclaiming, Comrade Li Ming, congratulations. You are the first person to win a grand prize. Please have a seat. We will arrange a bicycle presentation ceremony for you shortly. This bicycle is of excellent quality, a Golden Deer brand. After arranging for Li Ming to wait in a conference room for a moment, Yan Jin instructed Wang Entai, quickly invite a reporter from Qingping Daily. This winning news must be reported widely to ensure the entire city is informed. Yan Jin lamented that this era lacked social media, otherwise, he would have ensured that this event dominated the headlines. The staff from the business department busied themselves preparing for Li Ming's presentation ceremony. A banner was unfurled. Congratulations to Comrade Li Ming for winning the second prize, a Golden Deer bicycle. Director Yan personally issued a command, insisting on a sense of ceremony. A large red flower was to be hung on the bicycle, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums, and firecrackers to be set off in celebration for Li Ming. Wang Entai occasionally glanced at himself in the mirror, adjusting his attire. Shortly, he, the deputy director, would present the award to Li Ming. Previously, he had envied those leaders standing on the stage. Yet now, in just a few days, having associated with Yan Jin, he had transformed into the deputy director of the factory. It felt as if he had traversed through time. He was brimming with excitement. However, the most exhilarated person was Li Ming. Employed at a cement factory in the outskirts of the city, he was captivated upon seeing an advertisement for Zhongyuan instant noodles. Seizing the moment, he impulsively purchased 10 packets, a quintessential act of impulsive consumption. His family scolded him for being extravagant, reminding him that fortune does not simply fall from the sky. But Li Ming was a stubborn man, one who adhered firmly to his beliefs. Even if he didn't win a prize, he still had instant noodles to eat, incurring no loss. His wife refused to acknowledge him, declaring that she would not cook for the next few days, leaving Li Ming to feast solely on instant noodles. Li Ming was indifferent. If she wouldn't cook, so be it. Once the noodles were finished, he could always dine at the cafeteria. Little did he expect that joy would arrive so swiftly. Upon consuming the third packet, he won. Moreover, it was the second prize, a bicycle, specifically a Jinlu brand. Jinlu was a nationally renowned brand. It was rumored that Zhongyuan had recently been acquired by Huafeng from the south. Truly, it was a large enterprise from the special economic zone, generous and benevolent in its dealings. Yet, after waiting for half an hour, why had his bicycle not yet been delivered? What was the meaning of leaving him in suspense? He paced around the conference room, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall, touching the second prize card in his pocket. Wei Xiaodong, a reporter from Qingping Daily, arrived swiftly with a camera. He had been closely following the developments at the Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory, a factory on the brink of closure, which, after being acquired, had resurrected in just a few days, not only surviving, but also witnessing soaring sales. How had this been achieved? He wished to seize this opportunity to interview the current leaders of the factory. Outside the factory gates, a makeshift platform was set up, and the reporters had arrived. The crowd remained gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of the bicycle. Meanwhile, Dai Bing and his 20-odd companions had long since disappeared. The awards ceremony commenced officially. Yan Jin simply drafted an opening statement for Wang Entai to read. Yan Jin remarked that there was no need to elaborate excessively. Lengthy speeches would only bore the audience. He suggested keeping it straightforward. The Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory launched the prize-winning event to express gratitude for the support of both new and old customers. Yet, some claimed that we were a deceitful manufacturer, using such a gimmick to mislead consumers. Such assertions were utterly baseless. We shall pursue legal action against them. Today, someone has won the second prize, which sufficiently demonstrates the sincerity of our event. This individual has won a bicycle, and we extend our congratulations. However, I also wish to congratulate the vast array of consumers, for there remain 9 bicycles and 5 televisions yet to be awarded, and everyone still has a chance. His speech surprised many in the audience. Who speaks like that? Typically, one would begin by remarking on the gentle warmth of a spring day, followed by expressions of gratitude towards leaders for their support and care. Vice Factory Director Wang's address was somewhat unconventional, yet it was quite pleasant to listen to. Subsequently, Wang Entai presented a bicycle to Li Ming. As Li Ming caressed the brand-new bicycle, it felt almost like a dream. From now on, I too am among those who own a bicycle. Let's see who dares to look down on me. Li Ming was pushed to the microphone to express his feelings about winning. As a humble worker at the cement factory, he had always sat in the audience listening to the leaders speak. Today, standing on stage, with all eyes upon him, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Thank you, esteemed leaders. After much contemplation, he managed to utter these few words before hurriedly exiting the stage. Nearby, Wang Entai wore a look of dismay. He had clearly instructed Li Ming to mention how delicious Zhongyuan instant noodles were, emphasizing the chance to win prizes and encouraging everyone to continue purchasing them. Yet, the fellow hadn't said a single word about it. Amidst the crowd, Huang Dachuan shouted, "That person just won a bicycle." Which means the television hasn't been given away yet. There's still plenty of opportunity for everyone. Hurry and buy. With that, many people scrambled to take out their money and rush towards the stalls at the entrance of Zhongyuan Factory. Chapter 23. Parade. Wang Entai led Wei Xiaodong to Yan Jin's office. Many in later generations were reluctant to engage with the media, fearing misrepresentation and trending headlines. However, in 1983, the media was the only tool available to help shape Yan Jin's image as an entrepreneur, and it came at no cost. Why not take advantage of it? Facing Wei Xiaodong, Yan Jin expressed, "We must be grateful for this remarkable era. Without reform and opening up, there would be no fertile ground or space for the development of private enterprises. History will undoubtedly prove that reform and opening up is a monumental and wise decision." Yan Jin quoted a famous saying from the future, "In this favorable wind, even pigs can fly. With a pair of tiny wings, they could soar even higher." Yan Jin's eloquence left Wei Xiaodong somewhat astonished. The individuals Wei Xiaodong had previously interviewed were generally shy or cautious, responding only minimally, sometimes struggling to utter a word for half a day. Yet, Yan Jin not only spoke freely but also made astonishing remarks. "What do you mean by pigs can fly? Director Yan, does this imply that you have great confidence in the reform and opening up policy, as well as future development?" "Absolutely. The next 40 years will witness our nation and our people soaring to new heights. Countries like Y, R, D, F, and others will be surpassed by us, leaving only the American Empire ahead." Wei Xiaodong was puzzled. What about the Soviet Union? The Soviet Union? How should I put it? If I were to say that the Soviet Union would disintegrate, wouldn't that make me a prophetic figure? Or what if my true identity as someone reborn were exposed, and I were taken away for scientific research? Yan Jin did not answer directly, but remarked, 40 years from now, we will have become the foremost socialist power, where every household will afford a car and everyone will possess a smartphone. We are set to host the Olympic Games, allowing the entire world to experience the splendor of Chinese culture. People will purchase goods and order meals effortlessly through their smartphones, with deliveries arriving right at their doorsteps. Artificial intelligence will burgeon into a colossal industry, positioning China as a global leader in this domain. Yan Jin meticulously crafted a magnificent blueprint for Wei Xiaodong. However, Wei Xiaodong found it utterly inconceivable, almost beyond belief. Who could possibly envision what the world would be like 40 years hence? Just as a person in 2021 struggles to fathom the reality of 2061. This was no longer an interview. It had transformed into a grand oration by Yan Jin. Not only was Wei Xiaodong astonished, but so were several members of the management team from Zhongyuan factory who were present. For some, Yan Jin's words were as incomprehensible as ancient texts, yet the more they listened, the more they perceived the depths of his wisdom. Yan Jin had intentionally invited them to witness the interview, assuring them that following his lead would undoubtedly yield positive results. Wei Xiaodong had initially planned to take a photograph of Yan Jin for the newspaper, but Yan Jin declined. He was not keen on having his image prematurely exposed to the public eye. His true identity must remain concealed for now. After bidding farewell to Wei Xiaodong, Yan Jin retained Wang Entai for a brief discussion. In a moment, you shall visit Li Ming's residence to retrieve the bicycle. Wang Entai was taken aback. To ask for it back after giving it away in front of so many people? If word gets out, Zhongyuan factory will be branded as frauds. It's perfectly fine, the factory chief assured. We are merely borrowing it for a day. Once we are done, we shall return it. If necessary, we can offer him 5 yuan. Wang Entai became increasingly perplexed. If you need a bicycle, I have one at home that you may use for as long as you wish. Yan Jin, at a loss for words, insisted, I specifically need Li Ming's bicycle. I don't care how you manage it. You must bring it to me. We will return it tomorrow. On Friday, October 14th, 1983, a headline on the second page of Qingping Daily captured the public's attention. Citizens of our city enjoy Zhongyuan instant noodles and win a bicycle. This report was sufficient to demonstrate that Zhongyuan instant noodle factory was not deceiving anyone. Yet, Yan Jin believed that some individuals do not read newspapers. To ensure that more people were aware of Li Ming's victory, he decided to organize a parade. The night prior, Wang Entai had tirelessly negotiated and ultimately paid Li Ming 10 yuan to retrieve the brand new bicycle. Initially, Li Ming had refused, thinking that Zhongyuan factory had reneged on their promise. Wang Entai had no choice but to draft a letter of commitment for him. Eventually, swayed by the monetary incentive, Li Ming reluctantly consented. As Wang Entai departed, he remained apprehensive, even issuing a stern warning. Should the bicycle not be returned the next day, he would seek out journalists to expose them, ensuring that all citizens were aware of Zhongyuan instant noodle factory's alleged deceit. Yan Jin instructed his team to polish the golden deer bicycle until it gleamed, loading it onto a delivery truck adorned with a banner proclaiming, Mr. Li wins a bicycle from Zhongyuan instant noodles. The factory driver, Cui Jia, cruised through the streets and alleys of Qingping City, transporting the bicycle at the slowest speed possible. The loudspeaker incessantly repeats the phrase, Mr. Li from our city has won a bicycle by drinking Zhongyuan instant noodles. In an era lacking in entertainment, such events inevitably capture the public's attention. Many people flock to the roadside to witness the excitement. This implies that the lottery is indeed genuine. Purchasing instant noodles can truly lead to a grand prize. Of course, it is true that Mr. Li is my cousin's downstairs neighbor, named Li Ming, and my cousin has confirmed that it was indeed him who won. Hee, I feel as though I might win a television. With the bicycle parading through the streets, a fresh wave of enthusiasm for purchasing instant noodles surged. The small shops enjoyed bustling business, with a steady stream of customers arriving to make purchases. While buying instant noodles, they would also buy other items. In stark contrast, the supply and marketing cooperative was desolate. Many sought instant noodles, but found none from the Zhongyuan brand. Chen Feng informed them to return tomorrow, assuring them there would be stock. However, when they came back the next day, the shelves were still bare. By the time Chen Feng told them to return the following day, they had lost patience. They turned left and entered the small shop. Chen Feng stood by the roadside, glaring at the conspicuous bicycle adorned with a bright red flower, his teeth grinding in frustration. Unable to contain himself any longer, he returned to the office and called Niu Juanru. Director Niu, what is going on? Didn't you say you would send someone to stir things up at the Zhongyuan factory? Don't tell me this is your grand strategy. Chen Feng was seething with anger. Niu Juanru's expression was equally grim. That damn Dai Bing had assured him with such conviction. Yet look how things turned out. It's utterly infuriating. Director Chun, I am bewildered at how it has come to this. My initial plan was to seek justice and then alert the authorities. Yan Jin would surely agree to supply you with stock to avoid further trouble. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a second prize? Niu Juanru attempted to explain. You are the office director. Wouldn't you be aware of the promotional activities your factory has arranged? Chen Feng questioned. The mere mention of this topic left Niu Juanru feeling cornered. Previously, he had been the right-hand man to Wang Liangong. Now, Yan Jin completely disregarded him, circumventing him in all matters, even preventing him from attending meetings with reporters. He had been marginalized. How could he possibly know Yan Jin's plans? Chen Feng was furious with himself, feeling wronged in numerous ways. Moreover, he had even invested 10 yuan, Chen Feng coldly inquired, "What do you suggest we do now?" Niu Juanru was equally at a loss. Chapter 24. The dismissal of Niu Juanru, feeling flustered, exited the office building to get some fresh air, encountering several workers along the way. Everyone greeted him with smiles. Yet, Niu Juanru could clearly sense a shift in their demeanor. Their warmth towards him had noticeably diminished. In the past, they would affectionately call him Director Niu. Recently, it seemed no one addressed him in that manner anymore. Niu Juanru felt a profound unease within. He could not comprehend this disparity. Why was it that every government official, upon seeing him, would not greet him as Director Niu? He considered himself a local celebrity. Yet, despite his humility and respect towards Yan Jin, why did Yan Jin refuse to show him any regard? Did you not acquire the factory? What is there to boast about? When I was producing instant noodles in the workshop, you were not even born. The more Niu Juanru thought about it, the more frustrated and enraged he became. Just as he was pacing around the factory, Sun Guofu hurried over. Director Niu, factory manager, Yan is looking for you everywhere. You should head to his office promptly. Niu Juanru paused. Sun section chief, do you know what the manager wants to discuss with me? Sun Guofu shook his head, indicating he was unaware. An ominous premonition suddenly washed over Niu Juanru. At that moment, inside Yan Jin's office sat a uniformed police officer. When Dai Bing organized a disturbance at the factory gate, Yan Jin had Wang Intai report it to the police. Such matters must be thoroughly investigated. Otherwise, outsiders might think Zhongyuan Instant Noodles factory is easy to bully. The officer responding to the call was Hu Minhao, recently assigned to the precinct. Everyone else was out on duty, and Hu Minhao was seeking a chance to prove himself. Yesterday, after a detailed investigation, he had apprehended Dai Bing. Dai Bing was a regular in the area, well aware of the consequences of noncompliance. Hu Minhao hardly interrogated him before Dai Bing spilled the beans on the boss behind the scenes, providing the evidence, a wad of cash he hadn't yet spent. Today, Hu Minhao came to Zhongyuan factory to apprehend that elusive boss. Yan Jin's expression was grim. He never anticipated an insider. It was none other than the office director. Niu Juanru. It is utterly intolerable for one's own to betray their own. Officer Hu, since the matter has been clarified, I will summon him here. You can take him away. Regardless of who it is, anyone who breaks the law must face legal repercussions. Hu Minhao nodded solemnly. Thank you for your cooperation. Factory manager Yan. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Niu Juanru opened the door and, upon seeing the uniformed Hu Minhao, felt a jolt of unease. That ominous feeling intensified. He forced himself to maintain composure. Factory manager Yan, you called for me? This is Officer Hu from the precinct. He wishes to inquire about some matters with you. Please cooperate fully. Yan Jin's face bore no expression. All right. Niu Juanru quickly pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Hu Minhao. Officer Hu, hello. I don't believe we have met before. I am quite familiar with Director Zhao from your precinct. We are very good friends. His words were laden with implication. However, Hu Minhao did not accept the cigarette. Is that so? I am also well acquainted with Director Zhao. Hu Minhao's response made Niu Juanru quite uncomfortable. Hu Minhao directly inquired. Director Niu, do you know Dai Bing? Niu Juanru's expression changed. I have never heard of this person. I do not know him. Director Niu, I hope you will cooperate with my investigation. Dai Bing has already confessed about your involvement. Please come with us. Hu Minhao stated coldly. Niu Juanru grew anxious. I truly do not know anyone named Dai Bing. You must be mistaken. Dai Bing said that he caused a ruckus at Zhongyuan factory on your orders. And you even gave him 10 yuan. Niu Juanru hurriedly defended himself. This is a misunderstanding. I do not know anyone by the name of Dai Bing. He then turned his gaze towards Yan Jin. Director Yan, I have been a long-standing employee of our factory. How could I possibly commit such an act? You must believe me. Yan Jin chuckled lightly. If I were to believe you, I would surely celebrate the new year in error. Director Niu, you should proceed to the police station and clarify the situation with the officers. They will certainly handle it impartially, Yan Jin stated in a calm tone. Niu Juanru's face turned ashen. He understood all too well that if he accompanied them, he might never return. Even if he did, he would suffer a social death. He was ruined. I will not go. I have done nothing wrong. I am innocent. If you are indeed innocent, then confront Dai Bing and speak your truth directly. We will not wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a guilty one escape. Hu Minhao grasped Niu Juanru's arm, attempting to lead him out. Niu Juanru broke free. Speaking with evident irritation, who do you think you are? Even if Director Zhao Qian were here, he would not dare treat me this way. You wish to see Director Zhao, do you? Then go to the station and see him. Hu Minhao remained unfazed by Niu Juanru's bravado. Is being merely an office director something to boast about? Your factory director has already sent you. What is there to be proud of? Niu Juanru, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Are you new here? Do you not know who I am, Neo Junru? Go ask around. Who does not recognize me? Who does not give me due respect? Do you really dare to apprehend me? I could strip you of that uniform." Wang Entai, who had worked alongside Neo Junru for many years, was witnessing this side of him for the first time. With a bang, Yan Jin could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his hand on the table. "Enough with your nonsense. If I tell you to go, then go. Knowing people does not make you special. Saying such trivial things in front of the police is laughable. They know far more people than you do." Hu Minheo seized Neo Junru's arm again, this time with more force, but Neo Junru managed to wrench free once more. He continued to struggle vehemently. "Let go of me." Yan Jin signaled Wang Entai to assist. Without hesitation, Wang Entai sprang forward and, in concert with Hu Minheo, subdued the frenzied Neo Junru. "Yan Jin, I am a veteran of Zhongyuan factory. On what grounds do you treat me this way? I assure you, without Neo Junru, you could not manage this place. Release me at once." Neo Junru's shouting echoed throughout the office building, drawing numerous curious onlookers peering from their windows. His arms were twisted behind his back, his hair disheveled, and several buttons of his shirt had come undone, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Yan Jin retorted, exasperated, "Neo Junru, I seek individuals capable of work. I do not require those who rely on factory funds to indulge in social connections." Neo Junru was taken away, and rumors about him began to circulate rapidly. The following day, Yan Jin announced Neo Junru's illegal actions to the entire factory staff and declared his dismissal. The incident concerning Neo Junru did not impede Zhongyuan factory's production. Currently, there are no stockpiles, and the daily production of instant noodles sells out completely. Profits continue to rise, and the workers' faces are aglow with happiness. Yet, Yan Jin dared not relax for even a moment. The marketing tactic of winning a prize can only be effective for a fleeting moment. Chapter 25, Acts of Bravery. On Tuesday, October 18, 1983, the female employee Ma Lily rushed into Yan Jin's office in a state of urgency. "Director Yan, something has happened." A pang of anxiety gripped Yan Jin's heart. "What has occurred?" "Our worker Lu Dajiang, on his way home after work, saw a young girl fall into the river. Without a second thought, he jumped in and rescued her." Yan Jin replied, "I thought something monumental had transpired." "It is merely a case of a worker heroically saving a child." Ma Lily's entrance, filled with fervor, genuinely startled Yan Jin. "Is this true?" "Absolutely, Director. Many people witnessed it at the scene, and they applauded Lu Dajiang." Yan Jin nodded. "I understand now. Ma Lily, you may return to your duties." As soon as she left, the office phone rang. Yan Jin picked up the receiver. "Hello?" The voice of Wei Xiaodong came through. "Is this Director Yan? I am Wei Xiaodong from Qingping Daily. Today, a girl fell into the river, and someone selflessly jumped in to save her. I heard the hero is one of your factory's workers, and I wish to interview him. Welcome, Reporter Wei. We will certainly cooperate fully with this interview." Meanwhile, thanks to Ma Lily's enthusiastic announcement, Lu Dajiang's act of bravery quickly spread throughout the factory. In an instant, Lu Dajiang's image soared in the eyes of his colleagues. Yan Jin summoned Wang Entai to his office. "Please inform Lu Dajiang to come to the factory early tomorrow in preparation for the interview with Qingping Daily." Wang Entai nodded in acknowledgement. "Also, procure a gold deer bicycle." "Director, are we organizing another second prize?" "No, this time it is a reward for Lu Dajiang. We shall also present him with a certificate of honor. Keep this matter confidential for now. We want to surprise him tomorrow." In Yan Jin's view, if one were to reward acts of bravery, it should be done with great fanfare. Once outside the office, Wang Entai began to mutter to himself. To reward an act of bravery with a bicycle, Director Yan is exceedingly generous. If this continues, everyone will act heroically, and the factory will face bankruptcy. On Wednesday, October 19th, 1983, at just 4 a.m., Lu Dajiang found himself unable to sleep. He paced restlessly in his room, exhibiting signs of excitement. His wife, Dujuan, complained, "Why aren't you sleeping at this hour?" "Hee, I am to be interviewed by a reporter today. I can't help but feel nervous." Lu Dajiang chuckled foolishly. When Wang Entai shared the news with him, Lu Dajiang's heart began to race erratically. In this era, for an ordinary individual to have the opportunity to appear in the newspaper is indeed a matter of great honor. Dujuan, too, felt immense pride. "Old Lu, make sure to request several copies of the newspaper from the reporter to share with our relatives and friends." Finally, dawn arrived. After enjoying a bowl of noodles, Lu Dajiang arrived at the factory early. The first person he encountered was Old Sunday Dajiang. "I never realized you had it in you." Old Sun gave him a thumbs up. Lu Dajiang smiled shyly in response. At that moment, I did not ponder deeply. One cannot stand idly by in the face of peril. Lu Dajiang paused briefly before inquiring, "Has Director Yan risen at this hour?" Following his divorce from Su Lu, Yan Jin had been residing at the factory, with no place else to go. No one was privy to his personal affairs. The workers merely regarded him as a relentless workaholic. Old Sun glanced at the time and suggested, "Why not wait here for a moment? Director Yan typically arrives at the office by 8. All right, I shall wait a while." An hour later, Lu Dajiang stood before Yan Jin. Yan Jin scrutinized him from head to toe. To put it frankly, Lu Dajiang was rather unremarkable in appearance. He was the kind of person who would easily fade into a crowd. This led Yan Jin to have little recollection of him. However, merely by observing Lu Dajiang's demeanor, one could discern that he was a man of great sincerity. Sitting together with Yan Jin, he even appeared somewhat anxious. After a brief exchange of basic information, Yan Jin remarked, "Dajiang, your courageous act is commendable and embodies positive energy. The factory has decided to commend you with a certificate of honor and reward you with a golden deer bicycle." Lu Dajiang's eyes sparkled. Given that his monthly salary was merely a few dozen yuan, he would have to abstain from all expenses for an entire year to afford a regular bicycle. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly contain himself. Yan Jin continued, "You have not only salvaged a family from despair, in you, I perceive a spirit dedicated to serving the people." Before Yan Jin could finish his statement, Wang Entai entered the office, accompanied by Wei Xiaodong. After exchanging pleasantries, Yan Jin provided a brief introduction. "Reporter Wei, our Zhongyuan factory intends to present Lu Dajiang with a certificate of commendation for his bravery and reward him with a bicycle. Perhaps we could arrange for an interview after the ceremony?" Wei Xiaodong was taken aback. Was Zhongyuan factory truly this benevolent towards its employees? Each encounter with Yan Jin left him in awe. The commendation ceremony was held in the grand conference room of Zhongyuan factory, attended by all employees. Yan Jin deliberately invited Wei Xiaodong to the podium, where he would later present the certificate to Lu Dajiang. Lu Dajiang, adorned with a vibrant red flower, sat in the front row. Yan Jin adjusted the microphone and began, "In times of crisis, each of us possesses a compassionate heart. As the ancients wisely stated, respect the elderly as one would their own, and cherish the young as one would their own." When a young girl fell into the water, in that perilous moment, our colleague Lu Dajiang did not hesitate for a moment. He stepped forward and successfully rescued her. This is a pure act of bravery. Let us extend our warmest applause to Comrade Lu Dajiang, expressing our highest respect. The conference room erupted with thunderous applause. Once the clapping subsided, Yan Jin continued, "To promote the spirit of bravery demonstrated by Comrade Lu Dajiang and to propagate positive energy, our Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory has decided to award Lu Dajiang with the Bravery Award, along with a golden deer bicycle." Upon hearing this announcement, the workers below were astounded. Back then, a bicycle was considered a luxury. Owning one was a dream cherished by many. Lu Dajiang's heroic act of saving the girl was rewarded with a bicycle. Numerous individuals internally lamented, "Why have I not encountered a drowning girl?" Subsequently, Wei Xiaodong presented an honorary certificate to Lu Dajiang, while Yan Jin carefully handed over the bicycle to him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Dajiang was nearly brought to tears, finding the entire scene almost surreal. After the commendation ceremony concluded, Wei Xiaodong conducted a private interview with Lu Dajiang, focusing on the rescue process and Lu Dajiang's thoughts during the incident. Naturally introverted, Lu Dajiang found himself increasingly anxious during the interview, struggling to articulate his words. Many of his responses were gently coaxed out by Wei Xiaodong, a scenario he had encountered numerous times before, making him quite accustomed to it. As the interview drew to a close, Wei Xiaodong captured a photograph of Lu Dajiang alongside the bicycle. Upon returning to the factory director's office, Yan Jin refilled Wei's cup with water. "Reporter Wei, could you possibly include a photograph of the honorary certificate as well? Perhaps the title could read, Chapter 26, Corporate Culture." On Thursday, October 20th, 1983, the latest issue of Qingping Daily was delivered to various organizations and subscribers' homes. The front page featured the usual news concerning local leaders. However, the headline on the bottom was particularly striking. Employees of Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory commended for bravery, awarded a bicycle. Accompanying the article were two photographs, one of Lu Dajiang with the prize bicycle and another depicting the honorary certificate awarded to him. The certificate stated, "Lu Dajiang, an employee of Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory, demonstrated remarkable courage when he leapt into the water to rescue a drowning girl without hesitation, embodying the spirit of serving the people and a strong sense of social responsibility." The textual portion of the news article elaborated on Lu Dajiang's heroic act. Conclusively, it included a quote from Yan Jin during the interview. "A company is its people. They are its most invaluable asset. While we do not wish to see dangerous situations arise, we hope every member of Zhongyuan will step forward when society is in need. Wang Yantai, after reading the report, still felt that awarding Lu Dazheng a bicycle was somewhat excessive. Director, a verbal commendation would suffice. There is no need to provide him with a bicycle. Absolutely necessary. Have you not noticed that since its establishment, Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory has lacked a corporate culture? Wang Yantai, of course, had no understanding of what corporate culture entailed. Yan Jin had no intention of explaining it to him, as it would be exhausting to clarify every detail. Look at many large state-owned enterprises, where employees are intertwined with the organization in every aspect of their lives. They reside in company housing, and the enterprise becomes their home. Although we have transitioned to a private entity, we must cultivate a sense of belonging, making the factory feel like home. We need to establish a role model. Honoring Lu Dazheng serves as an example for the entire city and all employees, illustrating that as long as they treat the factory as their own home and contribute to society and the enterprise, they will be rewarded. When employees feel a sense of belonging and align their interests with those of the factory, they will strive diligently and create greater value. In later years, countless enterprises have leveraged public events to shape their brand image and promote corporate culture. A bicycle, while a significant possession for an individual, represents a mere trifle in the context of investment for enhancing a corporate brand's value. Such a scenario, where efforts yield disproportionately high returns, is indeed a cause for celebration. As anticipated, following the coverage by the Qingping Daily, the reputation of Zhongyuan instant noodles soared swiftly. Following the lottery event, a fervent wave of demand for Zhongyuan instant noodles ensued, leading to a peculiar phenomenon where citizens of Qingping City exclusively recognized Zhongyuan instant noodles. Numerous convenience stores prominently displayed Zhongyuan instant noodles on their shelves. In one such store, an incident occurred. A middle-aged man, perusing the options, ultimately selected Huafeng. Observing this, a nearby middle-aged woman approached him promptly. "Comrade, why opt for Huafeng? Can it offer you a chance to win a grand prize? Only by purchasing Zhongyuan can you seize that opportunity." The man chuckled in response. "I am aware of my luck. I certainly won't win, and besides, Huafeng is a well-established national brand." The woman retorted, "Does Huafeng reward acts of bravery with a bicycle?" The man replied, "My good fellow, it's best to choose Zhongyuan." The woman then placed a pack of Zhongyuan instant noodles into his hands, replacing the Huafeng. This exemplifies the power of advertising. The objective is to instill in the public not only the belief that Zhongyuan instant noodles are superior, but also to subconsciously associate them with the image of a responsible and commendable enterprise. Buying Zhongyuan becomes a means of disseminating positive energy, fostering an intrinsic acknowledgement of Zhongyuan. These ways of promotion owe much to Wei Xiaodong. That afternoon, Yan Jin reserved a table at the Qingping Hotel to host Wei Xiaodong and his superior, Director Zhuang Ming. "Director Zhuang, Reporter Wei, without your support, Zhongyuan's current success would not be possible. My colleague, Director Wang, and I toast to you." The four men reveled in their camaraderie. As the director of the economic department at Qingping Daily, Zhuang Ming was accustomed to various corporate leaders inviting him to meals. Business executives sought media exposure, believing that frequent appearances in the newspaper would attract the attention of city officials. This was their shortcut to forging connections with municipal leadership. Ordinarily, Zhuang Ming would not pay much attention to most individuals. However, he found Yan Jin particularly intriguing. This young man, returning from the economic special zone, had transformed the nearly bankrupt Zhongyuan instant noodles into the market's top-selling product. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing Wei Xiaodong's account of Yan Jin's visions for the nation's future development, Zhuang Ming, who considered himself quite perceptive, was left astounded. Particularly striking was Yan Jin's assertion that standing at this advantageous juncture, even a pig could soar. Such a statement, evoking imagery of little wings sprouting to achieve greater heights, left him in awe. Yan Jin exuded an air of mystery, an attribute that invariably piques human curiosity, compelling others to seek to uncover the enigma. In his 2 lifetimes, Yan Jin had mastered the art of engaging the atmosphere at the dining table, leading to a delightful exchange among the four. After another round of drinks, Zhuang Ming posed a question. "Director Yan, I am curious, having spent 6 months in the Shenzhen market, which is flush with money, why did you choose to return? Isn't earning money there preferable?" Before Yan Jin could respond, a sudden shriek echoed from the corridor, followed by an exclamation of exasperation in English, "Fuck." The reporters were keenly attuned to the sudden commotion, prompting Zhuang Ming and Wei Xiaodong to hastily push open the door and step outside, followed closely by Yan Jin and Wang Yantai. They were met with the shocking sight of a foreign man violently assaulting a young waitress, his mouth spewing a torrent of profane English. A crowd had gathered, both men and women, but none dared to intervene. Outrage surged within Yan Jin as he witnessed the assault on a woman from his homeland. With a surge of righteous fury, he charged forward and delivered a swift kick, sending the foreigner crashing to the ground. He quickly assisted the battered waitress, urging others to help her get medical attention. At that moment, the foreigner rose, his blue eyes ablaze with anger. "How dare you?" he shouted, his imposing stature allowing him to confront Yan Jin with fierce aggression, as if he intended to tear him apart. Drawing upon his modest training in martial arts from a previous life, Yan Jin leaped into action, executing a scissor kick that once again felled the foreigner. Following this, he wrenched the assailant's arm, eliciting a sickening crack as it dislocated. A chilling scream erupted from the foreigner, and the onlookers silently cheered for Yan Jin, who had bravely defended the waitress from the assault. Previously, the foreigner had attempted to violate the waitress in broad daylight, and while the crowd had been outraged, fear had kept them from intervening. Who knew if this foreigner held a position of power? And with his formidable physique, he seemed a daunting adversary. Just then, a bespectacled man with a slicked-back hairstyle pushed his way through the throng, pointing an accusatory finger at Yan Jin. "You fool! You've dared to strike Mr. Kurd from Germany. You've put yourself in grave danger." "Grave danger? How so?" Yan Jin retorted defiantly. "This foreigner has bullied our countrymen, and instead of stopping him, you rally to defend this scoundrel. Do you not possess any sense of shame?" With that, Yan Jin stood tall and dislocated the foreigner's other arm. Another agonized scream echoed through the corridor. The bespectacled man, now frenzied, exclaimed, "Do you even know who he is? He is Mr. Kurd from Germany, here to invest in your city. You've truly made a grave mistake." He turned, searching for someone in the crowd. Director Wu. Director Wu. A figure, referred to as Director Wu, sauntered from the crowd. "Translator Fu, no need to shout. I'm right here," Fu Zhe exclaimed, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Showing no regard for Director Wu. "We came with good intentions to invest in your factory, and this is how you treat us? Look at the state you've left Mr. Kurd in. You must provide us with an explanation." Yan Jin, observing Fu Zhe's shameless demeanor, clapped his hands together. "How will you explain his attempt to assault the waitress?" Fu Zhe scoffed. "Mr. Kurd is a high-ranking executive in our company. His status is esteemed." Yan Jin could hardly contain his disdain. "So, are you implying that the waitress is less than human? How can you compare a mere waitress to Mr. Kurd?" Fu Zhe's dismissive tone ignited the ire of those around them. Yet, amidst the growing chorus of dissent, Fu Zhe remained haughty. Yan Jin stepped forward, resolute. "You incessantly proclaim the nobility of foreigners. I must inquire, are you of Huaxia descent?" Chapter 27, Deputy Director of the Beijing Office. "What does my heritage have to do with you?" Fu Zhe glared furiously, harboring resentment towards the abrupt appearance of Yan Jin. Yet, Yan Jin's prowess was evidently formidable, having disarmed even the towering Kurd. Frustrated, Fu Zhe redirected his ire towards Director Wu Liang, who was responsible for their reception. "Director Wu, you brought my esteemed Kurd friend and me to Qingping under the pretense of investment to improve your livelihoods. Yet, look at your attitude. Such treatment of foreign partners is utterly disappointing." The Kurd, with his arms hanging limp, joined in the outcry, voicing his discontent. Fu Zhe swiftly translated. "The Kurd is exceedingly displeased. He declares that not only will he withdraw his investment plans, but he will also seek redress from the embassy." Wu Liang felt overwhelmed. Who could have anticipated that hosting a foreign entrepreneur would result in such a debacle? He was deeply averse to the behavior of the Kurd and Fu Zhe. Yet fear gripped him. This was a hard-won foreign investment opportunity. Regardless of their decision to invest, should this escalate to the embassy, he could not shoulder such a tremendous responsibility. Wu Liang forced a smile. "Translator Fu, it is all a misunderstanding. Please, Kurd sir, remain calm. We will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution." "A misunderstanding? Look at the Kurd's predicament. Is this not abuse? We shall report you to the embassy." The previously bustling crowd fell into silence. With the nation's reform and opening up, localities were welcoming foreign investments. If this situation escalated, there could be repercussions from above. Even a mere server could face disciplinary action, which would tarnish their record for a lifetime, affecting not just themselves, but their descendants as well. All eyes instinctively turned towards the instigator of this turmoil, Yan Jin. Wang Entai, sensing the shift in atmosphere, clenched his fists, ready for battle. He could not comprehend why. Just moments ago, everyone had united in outrage against the foreigners, yet now their focus had shifted to Yan Jin. The winds had shifted. Wu Liang also recognized that to resolve this matter, it was Yan Jin's attitude that would be pivotal. "Comrade, perhaps you should offer an apology?" Perhaps aware of his own disgraceful behavior, he added, "The Kurds' investment in our city would benefit the entire populace. I hope you can understand and endure this humiliation for the greater good. Consider it a significant favor from me, Wu Liang. Yan Jin scoffed. Damn it. I attempted to assist, and what has it brought me? Why should I apologize? He mistreated a server and now has the audacity to claim the moral high ground. What of foreigners? This is Huaxia's land. It is not a century ago. Foreigners have no right to run rampant here. Wu Liang's expression was one of despair. Comrade, I understand your points, but there are no buts. Yan Jin interrupted Wu Liang decisively. Inviting such scoundrels to invest will only invite more trouble, Director Wu. I strongly advise you to reconsider. Yan Jin was unwilling to elaborate further. They are willing to let anyone invest, indifferent to the consequences. Whether they choose to be sycophants or submissive, it is they who will ultimately suffer, a fate entirely of their own making. As Yan Jin prepared to leave, Fuzhe shouted, You hit someone and still want to leave. Ah, if you hadn't spoken, I might have forgotten you are the great translator. Yan Jin fixed a piercing gaze on Fuzhe. You claim to be here for investment, yet I am curious, which company do you represent? A flicker of unease crossed Fuzhe's eyes. Others might interpret his hesitation as reluctance to disclose, but Yan Jin discerned the palpable guilt in him. What's the matter? Afraid to speak? Fuzhe replied dismissively, It matters not. We are from the Deutsche Dongmen Company. Yan Jin chuckled. I have heard of Siemens, but never of Dongmen. Are you jesting with me, translator Fu? The Dongmen Company is among the world's top 500. A country bumpkin like you surely wouldn't know of it. Fuzhe retorted with derision. Yan Jin's laughter grew louder. I am familiar with all the Fortune 500 companies, yet I have never heard of Dongmen. Translator Fu, your name is too counterfeit. If you wish to deceive, at least choose a name that sounds respectable. Fuzhe's initial panic swiftly turned to fury. To slander us as frauds is to incur legal repercussions. Yan Jin chose not to engage further. What is there to discuss with a charlatan? Director Wu. The list of Fortune 500 companies can be found in Fortune magazine. With that, Yan Jin departed, leaving behind a sense of accomplishment and anonymity. Everyone was left in stunned silence, especially Wu Liang, whose gaze darkened with intensity. Fuzhe seethed with anger. Director Wu, what does he mean? I see him as deliberately causing trouble. Such a person must be severely punished. Wu Liang ignored Fuzhe, yet a cold light flickered in his eyes as he turned. He caught a glimpse of Zhuang Ming standing nearby. Wu Liang had known Zhuang Ming for quite some time. Approaching him with a semblance of a smile, he inquired, Director Zhuang, do you know that gentleman? Director Wu, he is Yan Jin, the manager from Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory. Wu Liang nodded thoughtfully. Zhuang Ming continued. When did you return from the capital, Director Wu? We should sit down together sometime. Certainly, let us find a time. I'll treat. Wu Liang replied absent-mindedly. Noticing Wu Liang was preoccupied, Zhuang Ming took his leave with Wei Xiaotong, as their meal had yet to be finished. Upon returning to their seats, Zhuang Ming curiously asked, Manager Yan, how did you know they were frauds? It's simple. There is no Dongmen company in Germany. It is not that the frauds are too clever, but rather that in this age, information is not readily accessible. I have achieved my current standing by exploiting the information gap. Of course, my motives differ entirely from those of the Kurds. They deceive for the sake of deception, while I pursue an ideal. Indeed, for the ideal. Zhuang Ming laughed. Manager Yan, you appear refined, yet you harbor considerable skill. Wang Yantai also pondered when Yan Jin had learned martial arts, intrigued by the revelation. During my time in Shenzhen, I studied Sanda, and what I detest the most is the bullying of the weak. What is there for a foreigner to be so arrogant about? I could take on 8 of them. Perhaps I was being a tad boastful. Director Yan is correct. The Chinese are not the sick men of East Asia, but rather the mighty dragon of the Orient. Wei Xiaotong agreed wholeheartedly. Yan Jin mused that times have changed, and the Chinese no longer need to feel inferior. Next year, at the Olympics in Los Angeles, China will utterly shatter the label of the sick man of East Asia. If I wish to leverage the Olympic platform to promote our new products next year, I have only 6 months left. First and foremost, I must establish the Zhongyuan brand. After celebrating with a drink following Yan Jin's triumph over the foreigner, he inquired, By the way, Director Zhuang, it seems you know Director Wu Liang? He is the deputy director of our Qingping City office in Beijing. Yan Jin's eyes lit up. Since he is from the Beijing office, he must have extensive connections in the capital. Director Zhuang, could you possibly introduce me to Director Wu? If Zhongyuan wants to penetrate the Beijing market, we may need his assistance. With the spirit of the drink surging, Wu Liang patted his chest, promising, No problem, leave it to me. After several rounds of drinks, Zhuang Ming suddenly posed another question. Director Yan, I have heard that you are the deputy general manager of Huafeng Food Company, which is at the forefront of reform and opening up with excellent conditions. What made you choose to return? Chapter 28. Su Lu seeks employment. Yan Jin took a moment to compose himself. Qingping is my hometown. It is well known that our city is not affluent, with several impoverished counties beneath it. My departure to Shenzhen was driven by the hope that one day I could return and help my hometown escape poverty, rather than abandoning it for a wealthier location. What a profound statement. To venture forth is to acquire skills. To return is to assist one's hometown in overcoming poverty, not to flee from it. Zhuang Ming and Wei Xiaodong fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Out of professional habit, Zhuang Ming conceived a title for a character interview. He couldn't resist giving a thumbs up. Director Yan's vision is truly grand. This statement alone attests to the high caliber of his character. Wei Xiaodong quickly added, Director Zhuang, I believe we should conduct a feature interview with Director Yan to promote him. Individuals like him are a treasure for Qingping City. We were both on the same wavelength. Xiao Wei, your writing is quite good, and you are familiar with Director Yan. This task is entrusted to you. Wei Xiaodong promptly expressed, Director, I will ensure the task is completed. Zhuang Ming pondered for a moment, then said, put in some extra hours and aim to have it written within the next few days. We will see which day lacks city leadership activities. And I will discuss with the editor-in-chief to strive for a front-page feature for Director Yan. In saying this, Zhuang Ming couldn't help but boast, Director Yan. The city leaders read our newspaper daily, and after seeing your interview, they might just come to visit you. Yan Jin smiled, though internally, he felt indifferent. A visit from the leaders is quite a hassle. It requires preparation for reception and writing reports. The factory staff expends tremendous effort, creating a flurry of activity, all for a fleeting moment. Such a waste of energy and time. Let us set aside the matter of the visit. We are merely a small factory, unlikely to catch the attention of municipal leaders. Zhuang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Director Yan, your words are misplaced. Every enterprise begins as a humble establishment. He gestured for Wei Xiaodong to raise his glass. Director Yan, our economic department extends our toast to you. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. The four clinked glasses and drank heartily. Yan Jin set down his glass, saying, Director Zhuang, do not forget your promise. You must introduce us to Director Wu of the Beijing office. Rest assured, I will find an opportunity soon. Yan Jin emphasized the matter concerning Wu Liang twice, ensuring Zhuang Ming understood its significance and urged him to pay attention. In recent days, Su Lu and Duo had been residing at Xiao Yi's home. However, Su Lu was not the type to remain idle. She was constantly seeking employment to earn some money. She had implored Xiao Yi multiple times for assistance in finding a job. Unable to refuse her, Xiao Yi, leveraging her connections, successfully secured a relatively decent position for Su Lu at a fertilizer factory. Su Lu, I just received a last-minute notification. I must attend a meeting and cannot accompany you to the interview today. You'll have to go on your own. I've already informed them. After advising Su Lu, Xiao Yi hurriedly left the house. Su Lu changed into a suitable outfit, preparing to depart, when Duo stood in the doorway, arms outstretched. Mommy, I want to go with you. Duo, be a good girl and wait for Mommy at home. I will return shortly. Duo shook her head vigorously. I don't want to stay home alone. I'm scared. I want to be with Mommy. After a moment of hesitation, Su Lu ultimately decided to take Duo along. The Dongfeng fertilizer factory was located in the suburbs, with a peculiar odor permeating the area within a 500-meter radius. It took about an hour to walk from Xiao Yi's home to the factory. Duo covered her nose with her little hand, exclaiming, Mommy, it smells terrible here. Su Lu frowned but encouraged her. We'll leave as soon as I finish the interview. She quickened her pace, leading Duo onward. After explaining their purpose to the elderly gatekeeper, Su Lu followed his directions to find the director's office. Wait outside for Mommy. Duo, I will be out shortly. Su Lu instructed softly. Duo nodded in compliance. Su Lu then gently knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, Su Lu left the door slightly ajar. A man in his 40s sat by a desk, impeccably dressed, though his hair was thinning, hinting at a receding hairline. Hello, Director Jia. I am here for an interview. Jia Bei scrutinized Su Lu with unabashed greed glimmering in his eyes. Just yesterday, someone had approached him for assistance in securing a position for a distant relative, and he had not anticipated encountering such a stunning beauty. What a windfall. Jia Bei's demeanor shifted instantly to warmth. He invited Su Lu to sit and poured her a glass of water, engaging her with a barrage of questions. Upon learning of her divorce, Jia Bei's spirits soared. A divorced woman is truly a rare gem. Su Lu, you may officially start tomorrow, beginning as an office clerk. Su Lu observed Jia Bei's expression, feeling somewhat unsettled within. Yet she still uttered a few words of gratitude. After all, she was in urgent need of employment. Upon exiting the office, she found no sign of Duo. Su Lu hastened towards the stairwell, where she discovered Duo sitting on the steps, drawing circles in the dirt with a small stone. Duo, she called. Duo turned her head and stood up. Mama. Su Lu led her daughter down the stairs. Mama, could you please not work here? Why? That uncle doesn't seem like a good person. I don't like him. Even Duo could perceive Jia Bei's inappropriate intentions. How could Su Lu remain oblivious? Yet, her desire to earn some money was pressing. She felt guilty for living off Xiao Yi's hospitality. Although Yan Jin had given her 300 yuan, she was reluctant to spend it, wanting to save it for Duo's future schooling. Moreover, this job had been arranged for her by Xiao Yi. If she chose not to go, she would feel indebted to Xiao Yi. Besides, with Xiao Yi's connection, surely Jia Bei would not mistreat her, would he? What Su Lu did not know was that Xiao Yi had also sought assistance from others and did not actually know Jia Bei. Duo, don't worry. Mama will take good care of herself. Once I earn money, I will buy you candy. Day after day, time swiftly passed. The workers at Zhongyuan Instant Noodles factory toiled diligently, working overtime. Although fatigued, everyone was invigorated. Particularly after Niu Juanru's dismissal, no one dared entertain any improper thoughts. The sales of instant noodles were flourishing, and everyone eagerly awaited a raise. Life was increasingly promising. At 9 in the morning, Old Sun was seated in the guardhouse, nodding his head and humming along with the radio. Su San had left Hongdong County and arrived at the main street, preparing to speak but feeling despondent. Old Sun, you seem in good spirits today. Hearing the voice, Old Sun leisurely opened his eyes. Director Wang, why are you here again? Chapter 29, Wang Liangong's doubts recently. Wang Liangong had been visiting the factory frequently. Old Sun found it puzzling. The factory was no longer his concern, so why did he keep coming? Was it that he had grown accustomed to being a director and found it difficult to stay home? Wang Liangong did not wish to come, yet he had no choice. The matters promised to him by the Foreign Economic and Trade Commission had yet to yield any news, and he was anxious. Wang Liangong handed a cigarette to Old Sun and lit it for him. In the past, Old Sun would not have dared accept it. However, Wang Liangong had never offered him a cigarette before. Now, the situation was different. Wang Liangong was no longer the factory director, and Old Sun only recognized one leader, Yan Jin. The contrasting circumstances under their leadership were evident, showcasing their differing capabilities. Old Sun held Yan Jin in the highest regard. While he still respected Wang Liangong, the previous sense of reverence had diminished. Last time I came to see Director Yan, I didn't get to meet him. I thought I would come by today. Is Director Yan here? Old Sun waved his hand. He left early this morning. Director Yan has been very busy lately. I haven't even managed to see him. Wang Liangong revealed a profound sense of despondency. When will he return? I do not know. Director Yan is out on business and certainly would not share this with someone like me, a mere gatekeeper. If you wish to see him, it would be prudent to schedule an appointment in advance, he might say. Wang Liangong's face darkened. I would like to schedule an appointment, but I must first see him to do so. He felt the chill of human sentiment. Having relinquished his position as director, the attitude of Old Sun was palpably less cordial than before. Old Zhang, you know my home phone number. Could you please give me a call when Director Yan returns? Old Sun, however, interjected, Director Wang, what exactly do you wish to discuss with Director Yan? You've come several times now. What is there to discuss? Naturally, it pertains to my promotion. Can I even confide in you? It's nothing significant, merely a trivial matter. When Director Yan returns, please be sure to inform me. Wang Liangong turned and departed. Once he had distanced himself, Old Sun muttered under his breath. Director Yan is indeed in his office, but he has instructed me not to disclose this. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but he simply does not desire to meet you. Meanwhile, Yan Jin was engaged in an exclusive interview with Wei Xiaodong. Wang Liangong did not leave. Instead, he concealed himself in a nearby corner. He swore he would not relent until he had seen Yan Jin today. He had also heard rumors that Yan Jin was not affiliated with Hua Phone Company at all, but rather a fraud. His heart raced with apprehension. If Yan Jin were truly a swindler, his own career would be irrevocably jeopardized. If the city leaders were to discover this, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, and his political future would be utterly compromised. Yet, he remained uncertain. After all, Zhongyuan Instant Noodles was flourishing beyond measure, with demand far exceeding supply. Could a fraud achieve such success? Absolutely not. Thus, he felt compelled to locate Yan Jin and engage him in earnest conversation to ascertain his true nature. There existed a straightforward method of verification. He could simply find Huafeng's contact number and inquire directly, or visit the instant noodle factory in Binhai City to uncover the truth. However, Wang Liangong was paralyzed by fear. He dreaded the possibility that Yan Jin might indeed be a charlatan. The burden of having sold Zhong Yuan to a fraud was one he could not bear. An hour passed. 2 hours slipped by. During this time, many workers left the factory after their shifts. The workers greeted him warmly. Director Wang, your decision to have Director Yan acquire us was truly sagacious. Look at our factory now, thriving vibrantly. Indeed, Director Yan is an extraordinary individual. Merely the idea of a lottery event revitalized the factory. Wang Liangong nodded with a forced smile, feeling a deep sense of awkwardness. He perceived their words as veiled mockery directed at him. 5 hours elapsed without a sign of Yan Jin, and Wang Liangong grew increasingly anxious. Surely, Yan Jin was not deliberately evading him, was he? His stomach growled in protest. Perhaps he should return tomorrow? Just as he was about to lose patience and depart, he caught a glimpse of Yan Jin emerging from the factory. Yan Jin had indeed been inside. The audacious old son had dared to deceive him. Wang Liangong immediately donned a smile and strode over. Director Yan, I have finally been able to find you. Yan Jin was taken aback. Despite his numerous precautions, he was still caught off guard and could only manage a forced smile. Director Wang, is there something you need from me? Wang Liangong sheepishly chuckled. Director Yan, you promised to assist me with the matter concerning the Foreign Economic Commission. How is that progressing? Director Wang, good things come to those who wait. As soon as I have news, you will be the first to know. Had Wang Liangong not mentioned it, Yan Jin would have forgotten all about the matter, which had originally been a mere ruse to placate him. Wang Liangong had even slipped him 300 yuan. However, Yan Jin had refrained from frivolous spending, instead giving it all to Su Lu. Wang Liangong's disappointment was palpable. After a moment's hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to inquire. Director Yan, there have been recent rumors suggesting that you are not from Huafeng Company, that you are a fraud. Director Wang, just yesterday someone doubted my integrity, and he ended up receiving a beating. You don't suspect me of being a fraud, do you? Wang Liangong detected an unmistakable threat in his words. Director Yan, I was merely asking casually. Was it truly a casual inquiry? Do you not think your suspicion is glaringly evident? If you believe I am a fraud, then feel free to expose me. Even if I were. You sold the factory to a fraudster. How do you think the city would react? Who would bear the brunt of the blame? With a single statement, Yan Jin struck at Wang Liangong's vulnerable spot. Quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Liangong hastily asserted, how could Director Yan possibly be a fraud? Whoever dares to claim that I will not let them go. Observing Wang Liangong's distracted demeanor, Yan Jin patted him on the shoulder. Just be patient and wait. Do not rush. Wang Liangong could do nothing but nod. What other options did he have? Yan Jin, however, did not take the matter to heart. Whether news would come or not was of no concern to him. He purchased 2 pounds of pork and a skewer of candied hawthorn and knocked on Xiao Yi's door. It was Duo Duo who opened the door. Daddy, what are you doing here? Duo Duo, where's your mother? Quickly, open the door and let Daddy in. Look, I brought you your favorite candied hawthorn. Yan Jin held up the treat and waved it in front of her. However, Duo Duo did not open the door. Instead, she turned a glance toward the bedroom. Duo Duo, please open the door. But Duo Duo suddenly burst into tears. Yan Jin initially thought his actions had frightened her, so he quickly crouched down. Duo Duo, don't cry. It's Daddy's fault. Please stop crying. I want to come in. I'll just stand here and talk to you for a moment, all right? Don't cry, sweetheart. Seeing Duo Duo weep inconsolably, with tears streaming down her cheeks, Yan Jin's heart shattered. Duo Duo continued to sob, her tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Daddy, Mommy was bullied. Someone hit her. Chapter 30. Yan Jin's fury boom. Yan Jin felt a surge of rage. Duo Duo, tell Daddy who hit Mommy. Before Duo Duo could respond, Su Lu hastily emerged from the bedroom. Despite the security door between them, Yan Jin could see clearly. Su Lu's left cheek was swollen, and her eyes were red, unmistakably indicating she had been crying. Su Lu, tell me, who did this? Su Lu picked up Duo Duo and coldly addressed Yan Jin, saying, we are already divorced, and my affairs are none of your concern. Duo Duo shouted, Daddy, it was the fertilizer factory manager who hit Mommy. Su Lu closed the door behind her. Yan Jin secured the pork to the anti-theft door and stormed downstairs, seething with rage. How dare that fertilizer factory bully my wife? He returned to the factory, summoning Wang Entai and the driver Cui Jia to the fertilizer factory. Observing the fire of fury in Yan Jin's eyes, Wang Entai, bewildered, asked, Manager, what happened? That rascal. My sister-in-law was bullied by the fertilizer factory manager, and I intend to deal with him. Wang Entai rolled up his sleeves, ready for action. Should we call a few more people? No need. Xiao Cui, drive faster. Cui Jia pressed the accelerator, racing towards the fertilizer factory in the shortest time possible. Upon arrival, Yan Jin stopped a worker. Where is your factory located? The worker, intimidated by Yan Jin's fierce demeanor, timidly pointed towards the office building. The third floor, third room. Yan Jin strode purposefully towards the office, followed closely by Wang Entai and Cui Jia, prepared for an imminent confrontation. The worker sensed a foreboding feeling as he glanced at the nearby delivery truck. Are they from the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory? Jia Beichong was sulking in his office. This Su Lu is simply ungrateful. I liked her out of respect. How dare she resist? What does a divorced woman have to be so arrogant about? Just wait. I will have her beneath me sooner or later. Bang. A loud crash. The office door was forcefully kicked open. Jia Beichong was taken aback. Who are you? What do you want? Yan Jin glared at Jia Beichong with eyes ablaze. Are you the factory manager here? Did you bully Su Lu? Jia Beichong's heart sank. Did Su Lu send you? This question confirmed for Yan Jin that he was indeed the one who had mistreated Su Lu. Bang. Yan Jin landed a fierce punch on Jia Beichong's face. How dare you bully Su Lu? Bang. Yan Jin struck again, this time hitting Jia Beichong's nose. Blood gushed forth, staining Jia Beichong's clothes a vivid red. Having trained in Sanda, Yan Jin was no match for the inebriated and debauched Jia Beichong. Wang Entai and Cui Jia did not even have the chance to intervene. If you ever dare to bully Su Lu again, I will ruin you. After thoroughly thrashing Jia Beichong and issuing a warning, Yan Jin departed with Wang Entai and Cui Jia. Lying on the floor, Jia Beichong gasped for breath. Gradually regaining his composure, struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from his face with a towel. Ouch! The moment the towel touched his nose, a sharp pain shot through him. It must be broken. Damn it, just wait until I get my revenge. Yan Jin then arrived at Xiao Yi's doorstep. He knocked several times, but received no response. The pork and candied hawthorn hung on the anti-theft door remained untouched. Yan Jin decided to sit on the stairs and wait. Unable to shake his concern for Su Lu, he remained there until 6 o'clock. The sound of clicking high heels echoed from downstairs. It was Joy returning. Yan Jin, what are you doing here? She inquired with evident dissatisfaction. Su Lu has been bullied. Yan Jin responded. Joy was taken aback. What happened? I am not entirely sure of the details, but please go comfort her. I have already dealt with her tormentor. Joy swiftly opened the door, only to shut it just as quickly. Rest assured, I shall remain here, not intruding. Just take the pork and candied hawthorn inside, Yan Jin assured her. Joy hesitated for a moment before finally unlocking the door and entering, carrying the pork and candied hawthorn. She knocked gently on Su Lu's bedroom door, but received no response. With concern etched on her face, Joy grasped the doorknob and turned it. The door was not locked. Inside, Duo was already asleep. While Su Lu lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, traces of tears still visible on her cheeks. It appeared that Yan Jin's words held truth. Su Lu, are you all right? Joy asked. Su Lu mechanically shook her head. Joy, I no longer wish to work at the fertilizer factory. Very well. If you do not want to go, then do not. Joy replied, stepping out to fetch her a glass of water. Su Lu, Yan Jin is sitting right outside. He said he has dealt with the person who bullied you. Did he confront Director Jia? Su Lu inquired anxiously. Joy nodded, though she herself was uncertain of the veracity of Yan Jin's claims. Su Lu, please tell me what exactly transpired. Joy, being impatient, preferred not to dwell on Yan Jin's matters. During my recent days at the factory, Director Jia has always looked at me inappropriately. This afternoon, he summoned me to his office and attempted to touch me. When I rejected him, he slapped me, Su Lu recounted, her eyes reddening once more. This job was one Joy had helped her secure, and the incident weighed heavily on her conscience. Su Lu, you should stay home and care for Duo. We can discuss work matters later. Half an hour later, Su Lu opened the door. Yan Jin immediately rose to his feet. Su Lu, I'm fine now, thank you. You struck Jia Bei, but he will not let this go easily, so be cautious. Anyone who bullies you will face consequences, Yan Jin declared through gritted teeth. Hearing those words, Joy felt a flicker of admiration for him for the first time. Yan Jin then turned to Joy and said, Joy, I leave Su Lu and Duo in your capable hands. I shall express my gratitude to you in due time. Joy shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, my care for Su Lu and Duo has nothing to do with you. Do not flatter yourself. Yan Jin did not reply but cast a lingering gaze at Su Lu before turning to leave. On October 25, 1983, a Tuesday morning, Wang Entai rushed into Yan Jin's office in a state of urgency, placing a packet of instant noodles on the table. Director, someone is imitating us and has launched a similar lottery event. What should we do? Yan Jin examined the packaging of the instant noodles, labeled Delicious Instant Noodles, and noted that the event description was unchanged. This is rather excessive. Could they not have altered even a single word? Why not copy the entire name of Zhongyuan while they were at it? With a meticulous demeanor, Yan Jin cast aside the packet of instant noodles and chuckled lightly. It matters not. That's just how our merchants operate. Wherever there is profit to be gleaned, they will undoubtedly swarm to counterfeit. What does counterfeit mean? It signifies imitation. Now turning serious, Yan Jin declared, for the next batch of packaging, we shall entirely revamp it, adding a phrase. Long imitated, never surpassed. Director, is that feasible? Wang Yintai held reservations regarding this approach. Yet, with unwavering confidence, Yan Jin replied, Fear not, we possess a masterstroke. Chapter 31. The Soul of Instant Noodles. In the early morning, Jiang Bin, the head of the ingredients department, stood outside the director's office. Upon spotting Yan Jin, he hurriedly approached to greet him. Director Yan, I have a matter to report. Yan Jin ushered him into his office. Jiang Bin produced a small bottle of sauce. Director Yan, regarding the sauce packets you tasked us with, we have crafted it. Please have a look. Yan Jin accepted the bottle and inhaled its aroma. It smells delightful. Bring me a packet of instant noodles. I wish to taste it. 5 minutes later, the office was filled with a fragrant aroma. In his previous life, during the entrepreneurial phase, Yan Jin had nearly grown weary of instant noodles. However, after such a long hiatus, he found himself somewhat nostalgic. Removing the plastic cover from the bowl, he stirred with chopsticks, blew gently upon it, and eagerly took a bite. Ah, exquisite. This is the essence. It is the sauce packet that lends the noodles their soul. After devouring an entire bowl, leaving not a drop of broth behind, Yan Jin contentedly let out a satisfied burp. Delicious. Director Jiang, you have rendered a great service to our factory. I previously mentioned that upon successful development of the sauce packet, a bonus would be yours. This must be fulfilled. Jiang Bin, initially filled with trepidation, now exhaled in relief. He had successfully delivered his report. Yan Jin continued, however, a single sauce packet for braised beef is insufficient. We must also create varieties such as scallion pork, chicken and mushroom, shrimp seafood, and pickled vegetables, among others. Jiang Bin nodded but voiced his concerns. Director Yan, I will commence work immediately. But the addition of sauce packets will significantly elevate our costs. Do not worry. Your responsibility is solely the formulation of the sauce packets. I will devise a solution for the remaining matters. Yan Jin added in a half-joking manner, one thing I must clarify. This matter must remain confidential. Should anyone else in the market launch a sauce packet before us, do not expect a bonus. Your salary may even be deducted. Ensure your department keeps this under wraps. Jiang Bin quickly assured him, Rest assured, Director Yan, I am quite tight-lipped, and my colleagues will certainly remain silent. That is for the best. The performance of Zhongyuan factory has improved, and many eyes are envious, particularly those from the nearby villages. On this day, Wang Baotian from Qiyang village led 9 associates to Zhongyuan factory. All 10 were ruffians, exuding an air of reckless abandon. Each held a cigarette as they approached the factory gates. What do you want? Old Sun blocked their path. Wang Baotian brusquely shoved Old Sun aside. If you wish to keep your life, do not meddle, just step aside. Outnumbered and witnessing their menacing demeanor, Old Sun chose silence. As they entered the factory, Old Sun hurried into the reception room and picked up the phone to dial Wang Yintai. Deputy Factory Director Wang. 10 thugs have entered our factory and are making their way to the office building. Wang Yintai abruptly dropped the phone and rushed outside. Wang Baotian and his associates had already ascended the stairs. Who are you, and what do you want? Wang Baotian sneered at Wang Yintai. Tell your factory director to come out. What do you intend to do? Wang Yintai retorted. Damn it, are you deaf? Didn't you hear our brother Bao demand that your director step outside? Li Dagua, standing beside Wang Baotian, spoke with aggression. With a loud thud, Li Dagua raised his wooden club and smashed it against the railing. Don't make me repeat myself. The noise echoed throughout the office building, drawing out the staff. Director Yin stood at the office door. What is going on? Director Yin, these individuals are here to cause trouble, specifically demanding your presence, Wang Yintai whispered. Yin scanned Wang Baotian and his gang. I am the factory director. What do you want? Wang Baotian stepped forward. This territory is under my protection. If you wish to conduct business here, you must pay me tribute. Just $100 a month isn't too much. Previously, when Zhongyuan factory was state-owned, Wang Baotian would never have dared to collect protection fees. But now that it has become private, he felt emboldened. Moreover, having heard that Zhongyuan factory was recently thriving and profiting handsomely, he felt it was his duty to collect his due. Why don't you just rob us? Yan's face darkened. Rob? Huh. I expect you to hand over the money willingly. Do it now, hurry. Wang Baotian extended his palm. I'll tell you this. $100, not a cent less. And I'll tell you, not a single cent will I give you. Yan's resolute stance incited immediate fury in Wang Baotian and his crew. With a resounding crash, Wang Baotian smashed a window in the adjacent office. Smash it! Bang! 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 At the command, his underlings wielded their clubs and began to vandalize the office building's doors and windows. Shattered glass littered the ground. A few employees who could no longer bear the sight attempted to intervene, but Yan instructed them to hold back. Wang Baotian's gang grew increasingly brazen. On the entire second floor, every office window was shattered. Wang Baotian pointed his finger at Yan and the others. Today is just a minor warning. If you don't pay up tomorrow, it won't be merely broken glass. I'll demolish your entire factory. Who exactly are you? Yan's gaze bore into Wang Baotian. Kid, remember this. I am Brother Bao, and I call the shots around here. Wang Baotian swaggered away with his thugs. Wang Intai seethed with anger. Director Yan, if you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have gone after them. Just look at their audacity. Others murmured, they'll come back tomorrow. Are we really going to pay them protection fees? Not a chance. Wang Intai exclaimed indignantly. If they dare show up again tomorrow, I'll make sure they regret it. Wang Intai spoke fierce words, his fists tightly clenched. Anyone in his position would find it impossible to swallow such indignation. There was no need to wait until tomorrow. Today they would learn the repercussions. His earlier restraint in allowing them to act was merely to protect them. Matters of expertise should be entrusted to professionals. Yan Jin instructed Cui Jie to drive him out of the factory. A mere 15 minutes later, the car entered a narrow alley. Wait for me here. Yan Jin turned into a smaller lane and entered a modest courtyard. He knocked on the door, and to his surprise, it was Su Chongli who answered. Su Chongli, astonished, asked, Yan Jin, what brings you here? I need to see Brother Hu. It's important. What is the matter? A matter of great significance, rest assured. I won't mention anything about you and Huang Chong to Brother Hu. With Yan Jin's assurance, Su Chongli allowed him into the courtyard. Inside, Brother Hu sat confidently on the sofa, planning to finalize his current affairs before heading to the deep market at the end of the month for profit. Upon seeing Yan Jin enter, Brother Hu instantly rose, a smile adorning his face. The surrounding subordinates were left dumbfounded. Why was Brother Hu showing such respect to Yan Jin? It was utterly perplexing. Su Chongli was equally bewildered. Yan Jin, what made you think of coming here? Brother Hu, I am here to ask for your assistance. In chapter 32, having offended a multitude, Yan Jin pulled out a large bundle of cash from his bag and placed it on the table. The sight of the money left everyone in the room utterly astonished. When had Yan Jin become so affluent? Curiously, Brother Hu regarded Yan Jin. Little brother Yan, what do you need? No need for such formality. Brother Hu, I want you to teach a group of people a lesson. Yan Jin nearly spat out the words through gritted teeth. Who has caused you discomfort? I shall deal with him. Wang Baotian. Very well. Since that Wang has made you unhappy, I will help you handle him. Brother Hu readily agreed. Brother Hu, I want you to go right now. Break his arms and legs. A fierce malice permeated Yan Jin's words. Only by thoroughly instilling fear in that gang could they be deterred from causing further trouble. This side of Yan Jin was a first for Su Chongli and the others. Without a moment's hesitation, Brother Hu replied, all right, Wang Baotian has overstepped by provoking you. Little brother, I shall take my brothers and seek vengeance for you. 2 hours later, Wang Baotian and his associates each found themselves with an arm and a leg broken. Brother Hu stood with his foot on Wang Baotian's face. Damn it, if you ever bother Yan Jin again, I will end you. After dealing with Wang Baotian. On the return journey, Su Chongli questioned Brother Hu. Brother Hu, what is Yan Jin involved in now? He went to the deep market and returned as if transformed into a different person. He's now a big boss. You all better show him some damn respect from now on. After 2 days of investigation, Jia Bei finally uncovered the identities of those who had assaulted him. A cold glint shone in his eyes. Damn it, Yan Jin, I will make you pay in blood for your debts. He instructed Pang Wei beside him. Go find a few people and give Yan Jin a good beating at the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory. Make sure it's in front of their workers. Pang Wei nodded in agreement. An hour later, he found Lu Ning from Qiang Village, conveniently located near the Zhongyuan factory. Qiang Village also had its share of ruffians, and Pang Wei deemed it fitting to recruit them for the task at hand. Lu Ning, the son of village chief Lu Hongguang, was a notorious figure among the local delinquents. Pang Wei handed him 500 yuan. Brother Nong, make sure Yan Jin bleeds, even if it means dismembering an arm. So be it. After all, it's just Yan Jin from the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory. Rest assured, you will be satisfied. I await your good news. After Pang Wei left, Lu Ning spat heavily on the ground. This 500 yuan was easily acquired. Unbeknownst to Pang Wei, even if he hadn't approached Lu Ning, the latter would have sought revenge on Yan Jin anyway, as the 10 men who had been incapacitated were all Lu Ning's subordinates. If this grudge were not avenged, Lu Ning could forget about his reputation. Meanwhile, At Niu Junru's home, his wife, Li Hui, was unable to eat or sleep during his incarceration, having lost considerable weight. She felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Sister, it's been so many days, and old Niu hasn't been released yet. What are we to do? As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks once more. Li Hui's frequent weeping only served to irritate Niu Xiaoling, who was equally anxious for her brother. What good does crying do? Your brother-in-law has inquired, but the new factory head, Yan Jin, is adamant about strict measures. And even Director Zhao Qian of the police station is powerless to intervene. Are we to let old Niu rot in there? He must be suffering terribly. The thought of Niu Junru's dreadful existence inside stirred Li Hui's sorrow even more. Niu Xiaoling slammed the table in frustration. If we want Niu Junru out quickly, we must cause a commotion at the Zhongyuan factory until Yan Jin relents. This is our chance. Sister, will that really work? Li Hui asked, skepticism in her voice. Absolutely. Those in power fear disturbances most. It reflects poorly on them. To quiet things down, they will compromise. After much hesitation, Li Hui finally pleaded, Sister, will you accompany me? Half an hour later, Li Hui and Niu Xiaoling arrived at the Zhongyuan factory. Now is the time. Let us create a scene at their entrance. Cry, shout, and even stage a sit-in. Niu Xiaoling urged. Sister, is this really okay? Li Hui felt embarrassed. Of course it is. Do you not wish for Niu Junru to be released sooner? Start crying. Old Sun, who had seen Li Hui before, suspected her visit was related to Niu Junru. Before he could approach, Li Hui plopped down on the ground, wailing loudly. Our Niu Junru is innocent. You have wronged a good person. He has toiled tirelessly for the factory, sacrificing himself, yet you treat him this way. Do you not feel any remorse? Old Sun immediately halted and retreated, promptly dialing Yan Jin. The factory manager was alarmed. Trouble had arisen as Lu Junru's wife, Li Hui, was wailing and causing a scene at the factory entrance, creating a rather unfavorable impression. Yan Jin's face turned ashen. Lu Junru was indeed a lingering specter. He summoned Wang Entai to his office. Go inform Lu Junru's wife that if she continues her commotion, we shall be compelled to call the authorities. Additionally, convey to the workers that no one is permitted to indulge in this spectacle. You are now the deputy factory manager, and your position is different. Remember, we cannot take a single step back. Yan Jin emphasized with particular insistence. Wang Entai, steeling himself, made his way toward the entrance. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoling whispered, someone is coming. Cry even louder. Having reached this point, Li Hui disregarded her dignity entirely. For Lu Junru, she was willing to go all out. Lu Junru is innocent. You have wronged him. Li Hui's cries grew increasingly heart-wrenching. Wang Entai yearned to turn and leave. Yet, as Yan Jin had stated, he now bore the responsibility of the deputy factory manager, and certain matters required his intervention. He positioned himself before the two women. Cease your weeping. The evidence against Lu Junru is irrefutable, with both witnesses and material proof. We are powerless in this situation. Lu Xiaoling was decidedly displeased with Wang Entai's remarks. Director Zhao Qian has indicated that, should you be willing, he could intervene. Wang Entai was at a loss for words. This woman truly lacked sense. Her statement had effectively compromised Zhao Qian. It was fortunate Zhao Qian was not present. Otherwise, he would surely be infuriated. No one was holding a knife to his throat, compelling him to act unlawfully. Moreover, his actions jeopardized the interests of Zhongyuan factory, which had only recently been revived from the brink of destruction, nearly undone by him. At this point, Wang Entai's emotions surged. Speak on behalf of Lu Junru? Exonerate him? Go ask the factory workers if they would agree. I, for one, shall not. Old Sun, trailing behind Wang Entai, interjected. How could someone as astute as Lu Junru commit such a foolish act? He seems intent on opposing the entire workforce. Upon hearing this, Li Hui ceased her tears, her complexion turning ashen. She had not anticipated that Lu Junru had offended not just one individual, but an entire collective. Old Sun reiterated, whoever dares to speak on Lu Junru's behalf, I shall be the first to object. Lu Xiaoling cast him a disdainful glance, retorting, and you are merely a gatekeeper. What do you have to boast about? Indeed, I am but a gatekeeper. Yet behind me stands a multitude of workers who share my sentiments. Lu Junru has erred and must face the consequences. Old Sun audaciously seized the spotlight from Wang Entai. However, this was music to Wang Entai's ears. Hadn't Lu Xiaoling been rendered speechless by Old Sun's rebuttal? Wang Entai seized the moment to declare, listen well. This is the voice of the workers at Zhongyuan factory. Should you too refuse to depart, we shall not hesitate to alert the authorities. Chapter 33. Pigs, trotters, and roast chicken. As Wang Entai threatened to call the police, a flicker of fear crossed Lu Xiaoling and Li Hui's eyes. The mere mention of police and law enforcement sent a pang of anxiety through them, as though they bore a psychological scar. At that moment, Old Sun's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming unexpectedly amiable. Both of you should return for now, advised Old Sun earnestly. The current factory director is quite different from the previous one. He is very formidable. If you proceed in this manner, it will ultimately be you who suffers. Niu Shaoling, filled with indignation, retorted, "What is so remarkable about a factory director? I refuse to believe that no one can hold him accountable. I shall report him." With that, Niu Shaoling stormed off with Li Hui. Old Sun shook his head in resignation, lamenting that those who disregard wise counsel often face dire consequences. After exchanging a few words with Old Sun, Wang Yantai made his way to Yan Jin's office. Upon hearing Wang Yantai's report, Yan Jin's impression of Old Sun deepened. Old Sun was merely in his 40s. Perhaps he should be assigned to a different position? Such talent should be utilized to its fullest extent. As the workday neared its end, the phone in Yan Jin's office rang. "Who is it?" "Director Yan. It's me, Zhuang Ming from the newspaper. I bring good news. Tomorrow's front page headline is yours." Director Yan. Zhuang Ming had previously mentioned to Yan Jin that to secure a front page story, one must wait for a day when city leaders have no event scheduled. The quick turnaround was unexpected. "Director Yan, you are indeed fortunate. My last front page story took 2 months of waiting." "Thank you, Director Zhuang. By the way, please keep in mind the matter concerning Director Wu," Yan Jin replied with a smile. "Director Wu has returned to the capital and won't be back until next week. I'll arrange to meet him then." "All right, I shall leave it to you, Director Zhuang." After work, Yan Jin purchased 2 pig trotters, but, after some contemplation, decided to add another. For the sake of Su Lu and Duo, he would bring one for Qiao Yi as well. Carrying 3 pig trotters and a roasted chicken, Yan Jin headed to Qiao Yi's home, his concern for Su Lu's recent state of mind weighing heavily on him. Knock, knock, knock. Yan Jin lightly tapped on the security door. When Qiao Yi opened it and saw him, her expression immediately turned frosty. "What are you doing here again?" "I came to see Su Lu and Duo. They're both fine and don't need your concern. You should leave at once. You are not welcome here." "But I am Duo's father." To Yan Jin's surprise, this statement only fueled Qiao Yi's anger further. "How dare you call yourself Duo's father? Since her birth, have you ever taken care of her? It's all been Su Lu alone. Do you have any idea how hard and exhausting it has been for her? The reason I look down on you, Yan Jin, is that you lack manhood. What can you do besides gamble? The country is reforming and opening up. There are ample opportunities for small business ventures, yet you remain stagnant. You have no sense of responsibility. I truly despise you." Qiao Yi erupted in a fit of rage, advocating for Su Lu. "Su Lu is such a wonderful girl. How could she possibly marry such a scoundrel?" "Qiao Yi, I will ensure that Su Lu and Duo live well." "Yan Jin, that cannot be achieved through mere words. Moreover, you are divorced now. There is no longer any connection between you. Do not return here. You do not deserve Su Lu and Duo. With a resounding slam, Qiao Yi shut the door with force. Yan Jin stood at the door, holding pig's trotters and roasted chicken, momentarily frozen in place. His former self had inflicted deep wounds. Rather than expressing anger, he found himself engulfed in profound self-reproach. He hung the pig's trotters and roasted chicken on the security door and knocked again. "Su Lu, Duo. Qiao Yi, I have left the food on the security door for you. Please come out and take it. I shall take my leave." After a short while, Duo quietly opened the door a crack. Outside, there was no one, only the enticing aroma of the pig's trotters and roasted chicken. Duo brought the food inside and handed it to Su Lu. Upon seeing the quantity of trotters, Su Lu immediately grasped Yan Jin's intentions. However, Qiao Yi was puzzled. Recently, Su Wenjiang had been sending money and food. Could it be that he had struck it rich through gambling? On October 28, 1983, a Friday, at 8:20 a.m., Dong Jinchong, the deputy director of the Cultural Bureau, arrived at the office on his bicycle. As he entered the main gate, he spotted his sister-in-law, Li Hui, the wife of his younger brother. "Didn't I tell you to wait for my news? Why are you here again?" "Brother-in-law, it's been so many days. And Lao Niu still hasn't come out. I'm anxious. Let us talk in my office." Dong Jinchong led Li Hui to his office. He poured 2 cups of water from the thermos and placed the newspaper from the coffee table onto his desk. He had a habit of reading the newspaper first thing in the morning to keep abreast of the latest developments and directives from city leaders. After Li Hui left, he would peruse it at his leisure. "Sister-in-law, I am working on Lao Niu's matter. It is currently a critical period for crackdowns. Some issues are not as straightforward as you might think. Please be patient and wait a little longer. I will inform you as soon as I have news." Dong Jinchong preemptively addressed the difficulties and the efforts he was making to avoid Li Hui lamenting about his lack of assistance. To his surprise, Li Hui shook her head. Brother-in-law, it's not that matter. Then what is it? Didn't my sister tell you? What did your sister tell me? The two exchanged perplexed glances. After a moment of hesitation, Li Hui spoke up. Brother-in-law, yesterday my sister asked me to create a scene at the entrance of Zhongyuan factory, demanding help for Laonyo. She said only by doing so would they agree to speak on his behalf. Damn. Dong Jinchang couldn't help but curse, but quickly suppressed the expletive upon realizing Li Hui was seated right across from him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Your sister asked you to do that, and you agreed? Li Hui looked conflicted. You know my sister's temperament, even if I disagreed. I had no choice. After she said that, we both went to cause a scene at Zhongyuan factory. Dong Jinchang slapped his thigh vigorously. An utter failure, this foolish woman. He fixed his gaze intensely on Li Hui, jabbing his finger emphatically. You have already crossed the line. Li Hui timidly inquired, Brother-in-law, did we do something wrong? Dong Jinchang was reluctant to engage with her. Alas, what did Yan Jin say? Yan Jin didn't TC us. But the old man at the gate said that anyone who dares to speak for Laonyo would be the first to refuse. Another official warned that if we continued to cause a scene, he would call the police. Foolish woman, how could you engage in such actions? Why did you not inform me beforehand? Li Hui, stammered, my heart in disarray. What were you thinking? Did you truly believe that merely causing a commotion would resolve the matter, that old Neo would emerge unscathed? Dong Jinchang sighed heavily, frustrated by your lack of foresight. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from the doorway. Surely, Li Hui shared my sentiments. If we did not make a scene, Zhongyuan factory would perceive us as easy prey, and my brother remains unaware of how long he might be confined within. Chapter 34. Trapped by deceit. Niu Xiaoling entered the office. Ever since Niu Juanru was incarcerated, she frequently visited the Cultural Bureau to seek her partner, Dong Jinchang. Dong Jinchang, equally at a loss, returned to his chair. From this point onward, I shall no longer involve myself in your family matters. I am unable to assist. After uttering this exasperated remark, he picked up the newspaper resting on his desk. Today's headline is rather intriguing. Efforts are made to liberate our hometown from poverty, not to abandon a hometown plagued by poverty. The article was penned by reporters Zhuang Ming and Wei Xiaodong. The renowned Zhuang Ming's writing promised to be captivating. Drawn in by the title, Dong Jinchang continued to read. Meanwhile, Niu Xiaoling persisted in her incessant chatter. To deal with a petty individual like Yan Jin, one must adopt a firm stance. It said that a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. We cannot afford to show him any leniency. He must understand our strength. If we apply enough pressure, perhaps he will relent. At this point, Niu Xiaoling cast a glance at Dong Jinchang. Do you know anyone from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Perhaps we could have them inspect Zhongyuan factory? I do not know anyone. Dong Jinchang remained fixated on the newspaper, his head never lifting as he instinctively replied. Observing his indifference, Niu Xiaoling grew increasingly irate. How can you, a deputy director of the Cultural Bureau, not know a single person? My brother has been locked away for so long, and you appear utterly unconcerned, spending your days merely drinking tea and reading newspapers. It is clear to me that my maternal uncle pales in comparison to your biological brother. How foolish I was to marry you. Now that my brother is in trouble, not only are you indifferent, but you also discourage us from causing a scene. What do you mean by that? What is so remarkable about Yan Jin? He is merely a small factory manager. Such factories abound in Qingping City. Does his absence truly matter? I believe Yan Jin deserves a reckoning. You too hold a position of authority. Surely it would be effortless for you to deal with him. Do you truly possess no means? I refuse to believe that a deputy director cannot handle a mere factory manager. You do not know anyone from the Industrial Bureau, nor from the Labor Bureau? Simply concoct a reason to shut down his factory. Let us see how he continues to flaunt his arrogance. Amidst Niu Xiaoling's tirade, Dong Jinchang felt increasingly distressed. Could you kindly silence yourself? It is utterly exasperating. To his surprise, Niu Xiaoling's anger intensified. What is it? Are you unwilling to discuss Yan Jin? What benefits has he bestowed upon you? Who truly constitutes a family here? Dong Jinchang found it futile to engage with her. Communicating with someone like Niu Xiaoling is exceedingly arduous. How foolish I was in my youth to marry such a woman. Dong Jinchang rose, casting the newspaper onto the coffee table, and exclaimed loudly, Niu Xiaoling, do not underestimate Yan Jin. Consider what sort of individual he is and the considerable talents he possesses. Niu Xiaoling, however, did not even glance at the newspaper on the table. She had little fondness for reading or perusing the news. Otherwise, she would not have dropped out before completing middle school. What was there to see? Was someone like Yan Jin truly worthy of being featured in the news? Turning her face away, she resolved not to engage with Yan Jin any further. Li Hui noticed the disquiet on Dong Jinchang's face, and promptly picked up the newspaper to peruse it. Brother-in-law, has Yan Jin really made it to the news? Where is it? I don't see it. Front page, prominently displayed. Li Hui quickly flipped back, reading intently. As Dong Jinchong exited the office, silence enveloped the room, with Niu Xiaoling refusing to speak and Li Hui absorbed in the newspaper. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Hui, Niu Xiaoling felt an irksome surge of anger at her focus on the news amidst such circumstances. At a time like this, you still have the mind to read the newspaper. If all else fails, we can draft a complaint letter to the municipal government. If we escalate this, perhaps Niu Juanru will be released. Li Hui looked up, disbelief etched across her face. Sister, Yan Jin has truly made it to the news. Look. Niu Xiaoling took the newspaper and scanned it. Indeed, there he was on the front page. The article detailed how Yan Jin had spent several years in the special economic zone, offering unique insights into economic development, and even mentioned his proficiency in English. He had proclaimed that those who prosper first should assist those who follow, inviting all to discuss collaboration at Zhongyuan factory. Niu Xiaoling felt her head buzzing. Even though she seldom read the news, she understood well that those who graced the front page were not ordinary individuals. The front page served as a harbinger of trends. Suddenly, Niu Xiaoling grasped the implications. She and Li Hui had submitted complaint letters to the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the Labor Bureau, alleging that Yan Jin oppressed workers. The contents of those letters had been hastily written in a fit of anger. Now that Yan Jin had made headlines, becoming a prominent figure, if the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the Labor Bureau sided with him and sought the complainants, she risked being branded with accusations of slander, leading to her ruin. Moreover, it could also drag Dong Jinchong into the mess. We must find your brother-in-law. The two dashed out of the office at great speed. Dong Jinchong. They both called out simultaneously. Dong Jinchong, indifferent to their cries, continued on his way downstairs. Niu Xiaoling hurriedly approached him, tugging at his sleeve, whispering, I was wrong just now. Please do not hold a grudge against me. I am doing this for my brother. That last remark only intensified Dong Jinchong's irritation. In recent days, he had tirelessly sought connections for Niu Juanru. Was he not also acting for Niu Juanru's sake? Dong Jinchong turned, remaining silent. Niu Xiaoling circled to the other side. I realize my mistakes. I should not have berated you so harshly. Nor should I have taken it upon myself to send my sister-in-law to cry outside the factory. It was all my fault. Li Hui observed the scene in astonishment. Never having witnessed the typically assertive Niu Xiaoling humbly apologized to Dong Jinchong. The consequences of writing a complaint letter seem exceedingly grave. Dong Jinchong impatiently waved his hand. I am accustomed to this. You should leave quickly, as your presence is hindering my work. Niu Xiaoling pouted. Isn't your work merely sipping tea and reading newspapers? How could that be an obstruction? Do not be angry. There is yet another matter I must discuss with you. Upon seeing her expression, Dong Jinchong was suddenly beset by a dreadful premonition. I have penned a complaint letter to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Labor Bureau, reporting Yan Jin for oppressing workers. Before Niu Xiaoling could finish her sentence, Dong Jinchong felt a sharp pain in his heart, rendering him breathless. After a considerable pause, he finally raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Niu Xiaoling. How could I have married such a foolish woman? Niu Xiaoling, you are going to be the death of me. Fuming, Dong Jinchong pushed his bicycle out of the Cultural Bureau. Over the years, in deference to Niu Xiaoling's family, how many people had he humiliated himself to plead with? This entire family, if he ceased to support them, would fall apart. Climbing onto his bicycle, he pedaled furiously to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The unfamiliar faces at the bureau were deliberately mentioned for Niu Xiaoling's benefit. In truth, he had a good rapport with Deputy Director Liang Quan of the bureau. Entering Liang Quan's office without so much as a greeting, Dong Jinchong directly inquired, Old Liang, have you received a complaint letter? Liang Quan regarded him with suspicion. How did you know? It was just delivered to me. Liang Quan lifted the envelope from his desk. Old Liang, this is all the nonsense my reckless wife has conjured up. After explaining himself to Liang Quan, Dong Jinchong hurriedly rushed to the Labor Bureau. Fortunately, he also knew someone there, Yin Chuang from the 2nd Inspection Department. However, the gatekeeper informed him that Yin Chuang had already left with his team early in the morning. Do you know where they have gone? It seems they are headed to the instant noodle factory. Someone has reported that they are oppressing workers. Dong Jinchong's face turned pale. He feared that he might be ruined because of his reckless wife. Chapter 35. The interview in the 2nd Inspection Department of the Labor Bureau. There were only 3 individuals, Section Chief Yin Chuang and staff members Shang Lai and Xiao Yi. In a moment, we will split into 2 groups. Xiao Yi and I will speak with several workers, while little Shang will inspect their labor contracts. Understood. The arrival of the Labor Bureau officials was of utmost significance. Yet Yan Jin harbored great resentment. This was a severe disruption to the factory's normal production order. The so-called inspection was merely a nuisance. However, when Xiao Yi laid eyes on Yan Jin, 1,000 questions flooded her mind. Yan Jin, you work here? Indeed, I have been employed for less than a month. Yan Jin had not anticipated that one of the inspectors would be Xiao Yi. Adopting an air of superiority, Xiao Yi spoke in an excessively haughty tone. At last, you have found a proper job. Work diligently and refrain from daydreaming. Strive to become someone of merit. Yan Jin thought to himself. Isn't he merely a small staff member from the Labor Bureau? I truly do not comprehend where Xiao Yi derives such a sense of superiority. Even Wang and Tai, standing nearby, was astounded. An ignorant girl speaking to the factory director in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. Yan Chuang furrowed his brow, deftly diverting the topic. Where is your factory director? Please summon him. There are certain matters we must discuss in person. If there is anything to discuss, you can tell me. Came the calm reply from Yan Jing. However, Yan Chuang's tone grew stern. Are you the factory director? I wish to speak with your director, so fetch him at once. I am the director here, Yan Jing. Director Yan Jing is indeed our factory head. The three officials from the Labor Bureau stood in stunned silence. Yan Chuang and Shang Lai could hardly believe that the director of Zhongyuan factory was so remarkably young, appearing to be merely in his mid-20s. Xiao Yi found it utterly inconceivable. How could a man, who was a notorious gambler, a mere scoundrel, possibly hold the position of factory director? To impersonate a factory head was simply audacious. Yan Jing, can you not comport yourself with some decorum? The more you behave this way, the more I look down upon you. Hurry and call your factory director. If you continue to be obstinate, you will understand the consequences. Xiao Yi's manner of speaking incited a sense of distaste in Wang and Tai. Though you are quite beautiful, it does not grant you the liberty to speak so hurtfully. If you were not a girl, I would have dealt with you already. Madam, I implore you to choose your words carefully. All of our employees can attest that Yan Jing is indeed the director of Zhongyuan factory. As he spoke, Wang and Tai produced several documents, all bearing Yan Jing's signature. Xiao Yi swiftly perused them. The signatures following the title of director were all Yan Jing's. She found this utterly baffling. How could a gambler ascend to the role of director? It was beyond her comprehension. Xiao Yi lifted her gaze to Yan Jing. Are you truly the director? Yan Jing, disinterested in conversing with her, offered no response, but instead addressed Yan Chuang. Director Yan, I hope you can expedite this process. We are losing tens of thousands every minute. It was evident to all that Yan Jing was not pleased. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of aversion. No wonder he had been reported. Although she could not fathom how Yan Jing had come to be the director, allowing such a gambler to lead could only spell disaster. The workers must surely be enduring great hardship. Thankfully, she had arrived. She felt an obligation to advocate for their justice, envisioning herself as a champion of righteousness. Director Yan, please present all your labor contracts. We require a thorough examination. Leaving Shang Lai in the conference room to scrutinize the contracts, Yan Chuang escorted Xiao Yi to the workshop. They intended to randomly select several workers for discussions to ascertain the situation. Director Yan, we cannot leave the production line. If you have inquiries, you may ask those in the office building, came the response from Yan Jing. To Xiao Yi's ears, this sounded like a confession of guilt, undoubtedly fearing that the workers might reveal the truth of their exploitation. Director Yan, we are only seeking to speak with frontline workers. Please do not obstruct us in the execution of our duties. Xiao Yi firmly rejected Yan Jing's interference, growing increasingly convinced that he harbored a secret. The first worker to be interviewed was named Li Jiaqiang, nicknamed Chuanzhi. He was brought into an office, a man in his 30s with dark skin, sitting uncomfortably before Yan Chuang and Xiao Yi, clearly anxious and fidgety. Comrade, we are from the Labor Bureau. There is no need for you to be anxious. We have a few inquiries to make, and we kindly ask you to respond truthfully. Li Jiaqi nodded. What is your opinion of Yan Jin? You mean factory director Yan? Indeed, it is imperative that you speak honestly. We will ensure your confidentiality. To encourage Li Jiaqi to speak candidly, Xiao Yi first offered him a reassuring gesture. Li Jiaqi straightened himself. Well, I shall express my thoughts. Director Yan is truly an extraordinary individual. In just a month since taking over the factory, he has revitalized it remarkably. Just look outside. Our Zhongyuan instant noodles are in high demand. Which worker does not admire Director Yan? He is truly a capable person. Li Jiaqi even gave a thumbs up. His remarks left Yan Chuang and Xiao Yi exchanging glances. Yan Chuang inquired further. Does Yan Jin have any shortcomings? Li Jiaqi shook his head vehemently. None. What is your perspective on the matter concerning Niu Juanru? Upon mentioning Niu Juanru, Li Jiaqi's face flushed with indignation. That Niu Juanru is utterly despicable. Our factory has painstakingly revived under Director Yan's leadership, improving day by day. Yet Neo Junru has the audacity to create disturbances while drawing a salary from the factory. Such behavior is simply intolerable. Such a person deserves to be incarcerated. Leaders, you must impose severe penalties on that rogue Neo Junru. There is no way such individuals should be allowed to roam freely. Yin Chuang felt a headache coming on. That was a matter for the Public Security Bureau, beyond their jurisdiction. Li Jiechi expressed his disappointment with a resigned sigh. If you cannot address this, then what is the point of your inquiry? Do you realize how much time this conversation is costing me? We are currently compensated based on performance. Leaders, if there is nothing further, I must return to my duties. Xiao Yi noticed the anxiety in Li Jiechi's eyes, and an idea began to form in her mind. This Li Jiechi is concealing the truth. He harbors a guilty conscience. Comrade, please do not have any reservations. The content of our discussion today is confidential. Allow me to ask again. Has Yan Jin ever oppressed the workers? Li Jiechi shook his head vigorously. I have not heard of any worker being oppressed. Nor do I understand why you would pose such an odd question. You may inquire among the workers, who would not speak highly of Director Yan. Were it not for Director Yan, we would have long been laid off. I stand firm in my support for Director Yan. Li Jiechi's unwavering defense of Yan Jin led Yin Chuang to ponder whether the whistleblower's letter contained malicious intent. Once Li Jiechi exited the office, he quietly asked Xiao Yi, there seems to be a discrepancy between the conversation and the whistleblower's letter. What is your take? Chief, I am familiar with Yan Jin. He is a gambler. I am unsure how he became the factory director, but I believe he surely has issues. This preconceived notion led Xiao Yi to hold a rather negative view of Yan Jin. Although Yin Chuang felt this perspective was inappropriate, he acknowledged that Xiao Yi was indeed his most trusted aide. Then let us continue our discussions. This time, let us involve a female colleague. Chapter 36. Among the masses, there are villains. Ma Lily followed Xiao Yi into the office. Through the lens of appearance, Ma Lily exuded an impression of forthrightness and carefree demeanor. Such a woman, one might presume, speaks her mind and is candid in her expressions. Without any preamble, Xiao Yi addressed her directly. Comrade, we have received a report alleging that your factory manager is oppressing the workers. Are you aware of this? Oppressing workers? Such nonsense. Do you truly believe that? It is nothing but sheer folly. Our manager Yan is an exemplary individual who, upon assuming his position, raised our salaries by 10%. It is absurd to suggest that he would oppress anyone. Ma Lily immediately leapt to the defense of Yan Jin, prompting Yin Chuang to furrow his brow in contemplation. Could it be that these allegations were indeed slanderous? Had he perhaps overreacted? Xiao Yi pressed further. What is your perspective on the matter concerning Neo Junru? The mention of Neo Junru ignited Ma Lily's ire. Neo Junru is a traitor. The workers have nearly come to despise him. Just a few days ago, his wife and sister caused a scene at the factory. How shameless. Under manager Yan's leadership, the factory has finally begun to thrive. And yet Neo Junru hires troublemakers to disrupt our progress. How can one conduct themselves in such a manner? Yin Chuang interjected, gesturing for her to temper her words. Comrade, I hope you can express yourself without resorting to personal attacks. Oh, then I have nothing further to say. Following Ma Lily, a third worker echoed similar sentiments to Li Jiechi and Ma Lily. They all praised Yan Jin while disparaging Neo Junru, as if the entire workforce adored Yan and collectively loathed Neo. The disparity in their reputations was striking, especially considering that Yan Jin had been at the factory for barely a month, while Neo Junru had been a long-standing presence. Xiao Yi found herself perplexed. Was this the same Yan Jin she had once known? Why did he appear to be an entirely different person? What kind of enchantment had he cast upon the workers? Xiao Yi, I suspect that the report is likely a fabrication. There are indeed bad elements among the masses. Yin Chuang's words pulled her back from her reverie. Chief, have you not noticed the peculiarities surrounding this case? What have you observed, Xiao Yi? The three workers earlier spoke in unison, praising Yan Jin and denigrating Neo Junru. Do you not think this may have been orchestrated by Yan Jin in advance? Yin Chuang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That seems implausible. He could not have foreseen our investigation. Xiao Yi stifled a wry smile. Indeed, it would be remarkable if Yan Jin possessed such foresight. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Come, we must visit Shan Lai's side. Meanwhile, at Shan Lai's location, the contract review was nearing completion. Upon noticing Yin Chuang and Xiao Yi's arrival, he called out, Chief, how goes the investigation? I have compared the new and old contracts, and each worker's base salary has increased by 10%, alongside performance bonuses. Overall, the wage level for workers at Zhongyuan factory ranks among the highest in the city. Xiao Yi quickly approached, flipping through the contracts with urgency. Shan Lai's assertions were indeed correct. The evidence was clear in black and white. Zhongyuan factory's workers earned more than she did. She found it difficult to reconcile the reality before her, as she could not accept the current iteration of Yan Jin. How could a toad possibly transform into a prince? Yesterday, he lamented his own inadequacies and lack of ambition, receiving a scathing reprimand in return. Today's events have delivered an overwhelming shock to her, leaving her face stinging from the harsh reality. How can one so proud and accustomed to superiority accept such a blow? Yan Jin entered, his tone dripping with sarcasm, inquired, "Have the esteemed leaders completed their inspection?" "Director Yan, the inspection is concluded, and there are no issues. We shall take our leave now," Yan Chuang replied, striding towards the stairs. Shanglai offered a faint smile at Yan Jin before following suit. Yet, Xiao Yi continued to cast a cold demeanor towards Yan Jin. "Don't get too smug. Yan Jin, I'm not oblivious to the means by which you attained your position as director. I hope you can conduct yourself with integrity in the future." "Xiao Yi, are you feeling unbalanced because the inspection didn't yield the results you desired? Don't flaunt your arrogance in front of me. I am not swayed by your theatrics. What is your issue? You've severely disrupted our factory's operations, and yet you dare to lecture me?" "Yan Kazhang has said nothing. So what right do you have to criticize me? Put away your sense of superiority. I owe you nothing." It was the first time Yan Jin had ever retorted to Xiao Yi, leaving her utterly stunned. "Xiao Yi, you are correct in one regard. Ensuring Su Lu and Duo lead a good life is not merely a matter of words, but of actions. I am taking action now, and I will ensure they have a good life." On the way back, Xiao Yi remained silent, gazing out the window in a daze. Yan Chuang, perplexed, asked, "Xiao Yi, what's wrong? You seem lost in thought, burdened by something?" Xiao Yi continued to remain unresponsive until Shanglai nudged her with his elbow, prompting her to snap back to reality. "Xiao Yi, the section chief is speaking to you." "What's the matter?" "I'm fine, just feeling a bit carsick." "All right, I'll drive slowly." It was late at night, and the lights in the village head Lu Hongguang's home remained aglow. His face was ashen, occasionally bringing a pipe to his lips for a few puffs. Opposite him sat his son Lu Nong, who had just returned from Wang Baotian's home. "That rascal Yan Jin, I never expected him to have dealings with Hugo. Father, we underestimated the situation." Lu Ning seethed with frustration. Initially, he had intended for Wang Baotian to collect protection fees, but instead, they were publicly humiliated. What a stroke of bad luck. Lu Hongguang's frown deepened the lines on his face. What has become of Wang Baotian and his crew? All 10 of them have suffered broken limbs, and it seems Wang Baotian himself is utterly incapacitated. What happened? Lu Ning spoke disdainfully. I could see the fear in Wang Baotian's eyes when he mentioned Yan Jin and Hugo. For him, Yan Jin appears more terrifying than a devil. Lu Hongguang chuckled dryly. "We have underestimated Yan Jin. Father, I cannot swallow this affront. I must make him pay. Rein in your violent impulses. Stop with the threats of killing. This is a new society, not the old one." Lu Nung protested. "Are we to let him off the hook?" "Let him off? Absolutely not. This territory is ours. Yan Jin disregards us and has injured Wang Baotian and his crew. This debt must be settled, or he will never be able to conduct his business." Lu Hongguang's expression darkened. "Tomorrow, I shall seek out Brother Long and implore him to deal with Yan Jin." Upon hearing Brother Long's name, Lu Ning felt a surge of excitement. He was a legendary figure within the underworld of Qingping City, and tales of his exploits circulated widely in the realm. Surely, Brother Long could handle Yan Jin. Lu Hongguang descended from the Kong, stretching his somewhat sore legs. After a long day's toil, he realized he had yet to peruse the day's newspaper. "Go fetch it for me." As the village head, it was imperative to stay informed about national affairs and local matters. However, Lu Ning appeared troubled. "Father, I had an upset stomach this morning. I had to take the newspaper with me to the latrine." Chapter 37. Recruitment on Saturday, October 29, 1983, shortly after 10 in the morning. Brother Long arrived at Qiang village. He wore only a short-sleeved shirt, revealing the contours of his muscular arms, and donned a pair of stylish flared jeans. His gaze exuded a rebellious charisma. Lu Hongguang had specifically instructed his wife to prepare a chicken in honor of Brother Long's visit. Lu Ning, serving tea and water, looked on with admiration. Lu Hongguang raised his small wine cup, a smile gracing his face. "Brother Long, I raise a toast to you." Though Brother Long was over 20 years younger than Lu Hongguang, the latter addressed him with utmost respect, indicating Brother Long's esteemed status in the community. Brother Long discarded a chicken bone from his mouth, neglecting to wipe the grease from his hands, lifted his cup, and cheerfully clinked it with Lu Hongguang and his son before downing the drink in one go. He then selected a chicken foot from the bowl, savoring the broth before relishing it with great pleasure. Lu Nung watched, saliva pooling in his mouth, yearning to gnaw on chicken feet and legs. Yet, every time he reached for a piece, Lu Hongwang would push his chopsticks aside and glare at him sternly. While munching, Brother Long inquired, "Village head Lu, you summoned me and even prepared a chicken. What assistance do you require from me?" "Brother Long, have you heard of the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory?" "What of it?" Lu Neng was about to disclose how his younger brother had been incapacitated by Yan Jin's thuggish associate, Hu Gu, but Lu Hongwang discreetly kicked him under the table, signaling him to remain silent. Lu Hongwang sighed deeply. "Here's the situation. Yan Jin, the factory manager, assaulted one of our villagers. When we confronted him, he was not only unreasonable, but also broke the arm of my distant nephew. I cannot swallow this indignity. Yet, as a mere commoner, I am powerless against Yan Jin, who wields authority and connections far beyond my own. Hence, I must enlist your aid, Brother Long." As Lu Hongwang grew increasingly animated, Brother Long watched intently, his spittle landing in the bowl of chicken. "Damn it, I haven't even had a sip of the chicken soup, and now this fine dish is ruined." Brother Long could no longer summon the appetite to eat. "Is it just Yan Jin? I shall take care of it for you." Brother Long drained his cup and rose to his feet. "Village head Lu, next time you stew a chicken, remember to add some rice noodles. I enjoy chicken with rice noodles." With that, Brother Long exited the room. Lu Hongwang promptly stood to see him off. Seizing the moment, Lu Neng snatched a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth, following closely behind. As he approached the entrance, Long Gu turned around. A fierce expression etched upon his face. "Once I finish my tasks in a few days, I will seek out that individual surnamed Yin. Await my good news." Lu Hongwang quickly responded with a smile. "Thank you, Long Gu." With that, Long Gu departed. Lu Neng, just having swallowed a bite of chicken, gazed at Long Ji's retreating figure with admiration. Long Gu truly exudes charisma. However, the previously jubilant Lu Hongwang's demeanor shifted in an instant. He slapped Lu Neng on the head with a stern tone, saying, "Charisma, my foot. No matter how impressive, he is merely a thug. You better find a proper job and secure an official position, which would be far more advantageous than his lifestyle." Although Lu Hongwang required Long Ji's assistance, he held a deep-seated disdain for him. A thug is just a thug, after all, nothing substantial. Lu Neng, on the other hand, merely scoffed. "He may be nothing. Yet just moments ago, you were so eager to please him." All the good meat was consumed by Long Gu. On the same day, a half-page advertisement in the Qingping Daily caused quite a stir. The Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory was seeking to hire 20 female workers, stipulating the requirement of being under 25, possessing striking looks and a good demeanor, as well as being diligent, generous, and obedient. The monthly salary comprised a base pay of 100 plus performance bonuses. Upon noticing that Zhongyuan was only hiring women, some men felt indignant. Who doesn't know that Zhongyuan boasts excellent benefits and a thriving business? Securing a position there would certainly elevate one's social standing in the eyes of others. Just entering the city in search of work, the rural youth Gu Tao closed the newspaper with a grimace. "We are far stronger than women." His companion, Chai Lei, furrowed his brow. "I know you possess strength. But what good is that? They are seeking women, specifically beautiful women." She Man, having graduated high school, did not continue her education and has been reliant on her parents for support. Both of her parents work at a steel factory, and she is their only child, thus enjoying a life of relative ease. However, after spending so long at home, she found it increasingly dull. Recently, she too had been on the hunt for employment. Yet suitable opportunities remained elusive. Upon seeing the recruitment advertisement, her father, Shi Guahao, was instantly intrigued. Man, I believe this job is quite promising. The base salary is 100, several times higher than our wages." Shi Man quickly seized the newspaper. "Dad, it's still Zhongyuan factory." Indeed, Zhongyuan is currently thriving. Their manager, Yan Jin, has recently made headlines, becoming quite the prominent figure. "But I do not wish to work on the factory floor." Man's reluctance to engage in strenuous labor, coupled with her aspirations, had hindered her from finding suitable work thus far. Her mother, Wang, leaned in to take a look. Their requirements of being strikingly beautiful, possessing a good demeanor, and being diligent and generous suggest that they are not seeking factory laborers. With such high standards, there must be other roles available. Let us not speculate. Tomorrow, we shall have Man attend the interview. I believe she meets their criteria perfectly, Shi Guahao declared with finality. On October 30th, 1983, a Sunday, a dozen women arrived to apply for the position, among them Shi Man. They crowded at the entrance of the reception area, eagerly inquiring. Even old Sun, who had seen the advertisement yesterday, was astonished by its effectiveness. The young ladies who have arrived are all remarkably charming. However, why does the factory director suddenly seek 10 beautiful women? Is it for the role of secretaries? Could it be that the director is rather impatient? Old Sun, filled with suspicion, inquired, "What positions are you all here for? Were you informed?" The ladies collectively shook their heads. "Good sir. How plentiful is the work here, and what is the salary like?" "We are at the Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory, where work abounds, and as long as you are diligent. The pay is slightly higher than that of other factories." Man further asked, "Sir, is the work in the factory arduous?" "That is difficult to say. As I am not privy to the specific roles for which you were brought here, it is likely not to have you enter the workshop." "Really?" Old Sun nodded. "Isn't that obvious? The workshop entails labor-intensive tasks. You young ladies are delicate and lack the strength for such work. If you were to enter the workshop, you would struggle. The director surely has his own intentions. We cannot presume to ask or speculate. So can we go in now? The director is not here today. I will call Deputy Director Wang." 5 minutes later, Wang Entai led them into the conference room. "Director Yan had urgent matters to attend to this morning. Please sit here for a while until he returns to conduct the interviews personally." This morning, Director Yan indeed had pressing affairs. Chapter 38. The interview. Deputy Director Wu Liang of the Beijing office returned to Qingping City. With the efforts of reporter Zhuang Ming, Wu Liang agreed to meet with Yan Jin. Consequently, Yan Jin had to postpone the interviews and accompany Zhuang Ming to meet Wu Liang. Upon seeing Yan Jin empty-handed, Wu Liang's expression turned slightly displeased. Is this how one approaches someone for assistance? Lacking even basic etiquette. "Director Yan, I hear from Director Zhuang that you have long wished to meet me." He got straight to the point, omitting any mention of the previous incident with the Eastern Gate Kurdish. Yan Jin smiled and said, "Director Wu, we at Zhongyuan Instant Noodles aspire to penetrate the market in the capital, yet we are unfamiliar with the terrain, hence we seek your assistance." Wu Liang furrowed his brow. "What assistance do you require?" "I wish to hold an instant noodle exhibition at a department store in the capital. Could you help us secure a venue? Furthermore, if you could arrange for a reporter from a Beijing television station to cover the event, that would be even better." Wu Liang pondered for a moment. One request might be manageable, but to ask for two at once? And to come empty-handed? He skillfully concealed his inner dissatisfaction. "Director Yan, both requests you mention are quite challenging. That is precisely why I sought you out, Director Wu. Your influence in the capital is significant, and you possess vast connections. Only you can assist us." Yan Jin lowered his stance considerably. However, Wu Liang remained unmoved. Observing the potential awkwardness, Zhuang Ming broke into a smile. "Director Wu, Director Yan is correct. These matters indeed require your direct intervention. No one else could handle them." Zhuang Ming further praised Wu Liang. Wu Liang continued to appear contemplative. Yan Jin and Zhuang Ming believed he was weighing the feasibility of their requests, unaware that Wu Liang was preoccupied with entirely different thoughts. However, Wu Liang regained his composure, as if he had made a significant decision, and said, "All right, Director Yan has come to me, which indicates he trusts me. Wu Liang, I will arrange it for you as soon as possible. I truly appreciate your help, Director Wu. You are indeed a benefactor of our Zhongyuan factory. Once the matter is accomplished, I shall express my gratitude." At this moment, the usually serious Wu Liang broke into a smile. "As the Deputy Director of the Beijing office, it is my duty to support the development of enterprises in our Qingping city. Your success will elevate our economy." After uttering a few grandiloquent phrases, Wu Liang indicated that he was quite busy. Once Yan Jin and Zhuang Ming departed, Wu Liang's expression darkened considerably. "How infuriating. Last time, you ruined my plans. And now you expect me to assist you? Dream on. Yan Jin, just wait." Returning to the factory, Yan Jin entered the conference room, followed by Wang Entai. The room was already filled with over 30 female candidates who had come for interviews, each face reflecting a mix of excitement and anxiety. "This is our Director Yan from Zhongyuan Factory." Wang Entai introduced him. Man was taken aback upon seeing Yan Jin's appearance. "He is about my age and already a factory director?" Looking into his resolute and profound eyes, she felt that such a gaze was incongruous with his youth. Yan Jin surveyed the room. Among the 30 or so candidates, most had acceptable appearances and physiques. However, a few were evidently beyond the age limit, and others were quite overweight. Nevertheless, they had come with a hopeful mindset, thinking, "What if I can be selected?" Yet, Yan Jin's words extinguished their hopes. You, and you, please step outside." Those singled out were all older women. A few flushed with embarrassment, reluctantly leaving their seats. "I'm very diligent and follow instructions. Please consider keeping me," one woman pleaded. Yan Jin shook his head. "There is no room for negotiation regarding the hiring criteria this time. This group is meant to create a presence in the capital and represent the image of Zhongyuan Instant Noodles. There can be no flaws." After receiving a clear rejection, The hopeful expressions on the women's faces turned to disdain. Everyone ages eventually. One woman rolled her eyes, visibly displeased, as she turned to leave. Yan Jin returned to the conference room. The remaining candidates were even more anxious, none daring to assume they would be selected. A few even lowered their heads, unable to meet Yan Jin's gaze. You need not be afraid. Lift your heads and look at me. Finally, everyone raised their heads. You, step forward. 3 more individuals were informed they would not be hired. Yan Jin's actions left the young women increasingly apprehensive. No one knew if they would be the next called to leave. Fortunately, Yan Jin did not continue to call out names. She man let out a sigh of relief as she remained. Now, I shall test your practical abilities. There is no need for anxiety. This so-called practical ability simply pertains to cooking. Follow me to the cafeteria, where each of you will prepare a bowl of instant noodles. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, including Wang Entai, who stood behind Yan Jin. What is the purpose of this? Could it be that Director Yan expects them to cook? There are chefs in the cafeteria, and the meals they prepare are quite satisfactory. Sun Guofu, Jiang Bin, and Ding Jian, who had just been promoted to deputy section chief, were also summoned to the cafeteria. We are set to launch a new flavor of instant noodles next month, and you are yet to experience its taste. Today is the perfect opportunity to sample it together. Wang Entai called in 20 female colleagues. Yan Jin stood before them, stating, if anyone does not know how to cook instant noodles, please step forward. No one moved. In 2021, the ability to cook and prepare meals for others is considered an essential skill for men, adding to their appeal in the quest for a partner. In contrast, in 1983, cooking was deemed a necessary skill for women. Those unable to cook would not only disappoint their in-laws, but also bring shame to their own families. However, Yan Jin was skeptical. This assertion seemed overly simplistic. Surely, there are women who do not know how to cook. Allow me to reiterate. Is there anyone who cannot cook? It is perfectly acceptable. Just step forward. I assure you, I will not judge you or dismiss you. In fact, not knowing how to cook may even be advantageous. With this reassurance, 10 women hesitantly stepped forward, their expressions revealing a blend of innocence and trepidation. Fear not. I specifically desire your lack of cooking skills. So let us commence. Wang Entai and his companions stood there, bewildered, uncertain of what to do. What was Director Yan's intention? Why was he seemingly pleased that they could not cook instant noodles? The cookware in the cafeteria was limited, allowing only 2 individuals to cook simultaneously. The others had to wait outside, permitted entry only when their names were called. Each person was exceedingly anxious, particularly the 10 who lacked culinary skills. Despite Yan Jin's repeated reassurances, they remained apprehensive. Each group consisted of one who could cook and one who could not, perfectly forming 10 pairs. The first 2 to cook were Shi Man and Zhu Wenping. Chapter 39. The New Flavor of Instant Noodles. Zhu Wenping had been proficient in cooking since childhood. Her culinary skills well regarded by neighbors who praised her as a future excellent wife. Any man who married her would undoubtedly be fortunate. Conversely, Shi Man rarely ventured into the kitchen, as her mother typically prepared their meals while she merely indulged. Compared to Zhu Wenping's efficiency, Shi Man appeared flustered. Observing this, Wang Entai and the others frowned. Yet Yan Jin laughed and said, it is all right. If you cannot cook, simply observe. Do as Zhu Wenping does. And do not forget the sauce packets set aside for you. Shi Man proved to be a quick learner. With Yan Jin's guidance, she began to replicate Zhu Wenping's actions. In the end, they successfully boiled the instant noodles. 2 individuals served noodles into small bowls before them, each accompanied by a ladle of broth. A directive issued with meticulous care. Yan Jin was the first to raise his bowl and sample the noodles prepared by both. Let everyone have a taste, he urged, prompting the others to pick up their chopsticks and bowls. Do remember to drink the broth as well. Upon hearing Yan Jin's instruction, Wang Entai and his companions swiftly consumed every last drop of broth in their bowls. In these times, waste was a luxury few could afford. The remnants were left for the women to finish. Subsequently, the remaining 9 groups presented their dishes. A total of 20 packets of instant noodles had been cooked, averaging about 2 packets for each participant, sufficient for their lunch. What do you think of the new instant noodles? Yan Jin inquired. Ding, why don't you share your thoughts? Ding Jian smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the flavors still lingering on his palate. Director Yan, the taste of the new instant noodles is entirely different from before. With just a small packet of seasoning, the flavor elevates remarkably. It's truly delightful. He affirmed the quality of the factory's instant noodles without hesitation. And what do you think of the culinary skills of the 20 women? Ding Jian furrowed his brow, perhaps due to the seasoning packet. I believe the taste isn't far off. Especially the 10 who cannot cook. The noodles they prepared are not as disappointing as I had imagined. and they are quite palatable. What do you mean by not hard to drink? Ding Jin quickly clarified. It means the flavor is acceptable. Yan Jin then asked, Ding, I hear you cannot cook? Ding Jin nodded shyly. Yan Jin's revelation in front of everyone made him feel quite embarrassed. There's no need for embarrassment. In this era, how many men can cook? However, I must ask you, having observed their cooking process, can you now prepare the noodles yourself? Yes. Ding Jin answered with conviction. Excellent. Yan Jin stood, facing Wang Entai, Sun Guofu, Wei Bin, and Ding Jian. As you all witnessed, even those who cannot cook can prepare a delicious bowl of noodles using our Zhongyuan instant noodles. The purpose of adding the seasoning packet is to enable everyone to create a bowl of delectable noodles. Regardless of prior cooking skills, with Zhongyuan, anyone can prepare a fragrant bowl of noodles, ensuring that everyone can enjoy a hearty meal. Moreover, our seasoning packets are crafted from premium ingredients, including beef, chicken, pork, and shrimp, nutritional powerhouses often regarded as luxuries by the average household. Now, with our Zhongyuan instant noodles, consuming these ingredients is akin to obtaining the necessary protein for one's body. Thus, we not only ensure that everyone can eat their fill, but also that they can eat well. Starting today, our promotional slogan will be, drinking Zhongyuan instant noodles is akin to consuming nourishment, fostering a stronger body. Initially, Yan Jin intended to emphasize health, but considering the times, strength seemed to resonate more with the people, hence he adapted it. Ding Jian led the applause. Drinking Zhongyuan instant noodles is indeed drinking nourishment, fostering a stronger body. Director Yan, your words resonate profoundly. The others are equally effusive in their praise. Yan Jin stands with an inspiring demeanor. I urge everyone to remember this. The needs of the people dictate what Zhongyuan shall create. The tide of economic development is poised to sweep through. And as our nation's populace liberates their thoughts, their physical well-being urgently requires enhancement. Our instant noodles are designed to nourish the people and bolster their health. Hearing such grandiose declarations, the image of Yan Jin gradually grew more imposing in the eyes of Wang Entai and his companions. Little did they expect Director Yan to possess such noble aspirations. With such a commendable leader, Zhongyuan is indeed fortunate. 20 young women stood before Yan Jin, anxiously awaiting the announcement of results. If selected, upon the completion of their probation period, they would sign formal contracts with a base salary of 100 and performance bonuses. This income surpasses that of many in governmental positions. Each one hoped to be chosen, fearful of elimination. I announce that all 20 of you may officially commence work tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the young women beamed with surprise. Their heartbeats quickened, excitement surging within them. How wonderful it is to finally secure a job. Working at Zhongyuan is 100-fold, 1,000-fold better than elsewhere. Report for duty tomorrow morning, and we will assign you your positions. As the young women dispersed, Yan Jin chuckled at the bewildered expressions of Wang Entai and his companions. Are you unsure of what I'm doing? The group instinctively nodded, then shook their heads. Director Jiang, are our instant noodles delicious? Indeed, they are. Yes, they are delicious, thanks to the diverse flavors of the sauces crafted by your department, Yan Jin acknowledged. Before shifting his tone, we know they are tasty, but the public remains unaware. What shall we do? We must create momentum, we must promote, so that everyone knows Zhongyuan's instant noodles are the finest. Starting next month, Zhongyuan will officially launch 5 new flavors of instant noodles, each accompanied by a sauce packet. At a 10-cent price increase. This time, we will blend traditional methods with innovative strategies. Trucks adorned with bright red paper will traverse the streets, announcing via loudspeakers that Zhongyuan has unveiled new, delicious, and nutritious instant noodles. Furthermore, we shall host an exhibition in the capital, allowing these 20 young women to cook the noodles for the citizens of Beijing. Only by tasting them will they truly recognize the excellence of Zhongyuan's instant noodles. With such efforts, once the new flavors are launched nationwide, demand will surely surge. Some have expressed concern that a 10-cent increase diminishes our price advantage. But what is this 10 cents? It is the nourishment contained within the sauce packets. Should we not raise the price? Ding Jian led the charge, exclaiming, it must be raised. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. It should be raised. Yan Jin's earlier words illuminated their understanding profoundly. For the first time, they grasped the true art of selling instant noodles. They felt, in Yan Jin's presence, like utter novices, perhaps even less informed than elementary school students. The market has already seen numerous manufacturers launch promotional activities, and in an instant, Zhongyuan's competitive edge began to wane. At this moment, Yan Jin meticulously launched a new variety of instant noodles in different flavors, inevitably igniting a fresh wave of purchasing fervor. Chapter 40. A downfall in the gutter on October 31st, 1983, a Monday, the the last day of October, Yan Jin received a call from Wu Liang, urging him to hurry to the capital. The exhibition fair was finally confirmed. For Yan Jin, the capital's exhibition fair was of utmost importance. He promptly gathered his belongings and boarded a train to the capital. Upon his arrival, it was already 11 o'clock at night. In the year 2021, the vibrant nightlife of the capital was just beginning at that hour, with dazzling lights illuminating the streets, filled with luxury sports cars and stylishly dressed young women, exuding the thriving atmosphere of a metropolis. However, in that era, the nights in the capital were devoid of much illumination. The bustling populace had long since succumbed to slumber, and the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, as if the entire city were enveloped in a deep sleep. Aside from the newly arrived travelers, there were hardly any pedestrians on the roads. A mere 40 years apart, it felt like two entirely different worlds. Over 4 decades of reform and opening up had propelled the economic rise of Huaxia, leading to rapid urban development and remarkable achievements that would undoubtedly shine in the annals of history. Yan Jin was filled with reflection. Finding a telephone booth, he managed to connect with Wu Liang. "Director Wu, I have arrived in the capital." "Good. Wait for me outside the train station. I will come to pick you up." After more than half an hour, a blinding light flashed as a Bornaz came to a halt by the roadside. 3 individuals emerged from the vehicle, with Wu Liang at the forefront. Yan Jin hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Director Wu." To his surprise, Wu Liang snarled, "Damn it, Yan Jin. You truly dare to come here voluntarily. Last time you ruined my plans. Today, you shall learn the consequences of meddling." Wu Liang's demeanor left Yan Jin utterly astonished. "Director Wu, have you misunderstood something?" "Misunderstood? Nonsense. If it weren't for your interference in the Kurdish investment matter, I would already be the director of the Beijing office." Yan Jin felt a sense of confusion. "Director, that Kurdish individual is clearly a fraud." "I don't care if he is a fraud. Once the contract was signed, I would have become the director of the Beijing office. But you, Yan Jin, ruined everything." An ominous premonition washed over Yan Jin. He had fallen for Wu Liang's scheme. He refrained from saying anything further and turned to flee. "Catch him. Teach this bastard a severe lesson." Wu Liang shouted frantically. Knowing Yan Jin's capabilities, he had deliberately summoned 2 skilled individuals for this purpose. The 2 pursued Yan Jin, overpowering him and delivering a brutal beating. Yan Jin did not retaliate. Those 2 were seasoned fighters, and he knew he stood no chance against them. Moreover, they were in the capital, their territory. To resist would only invite more ferocious retaliation. As fists and feet rained down, Yan Jin curled up on the ground, motionless. "Yan, consider this a lesson. Don't let me see you again," Wu Liang declared as he strode away. Enduring the pain, Yan Jin rose to his feet. Having been reborn, he had already suffered a great loss upon his arrival in the capital. He had placed too much trust in the hearts of the people of this era. In the darkness, a glimmer of cold light emanated from his eyes. "This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Wu Liang, I shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions." Yan Jin limped back to the train station. Enduring until dawn, he purchased a ticket for the earliest train back to Qingping City. In the afternoon, at the train station, upon seeing Yan Jin's disheveled appearance, Wang Intai exclaimed, "Director Yan, what has happened? I've been wronged by that scoundrel next door?" "That Wu Liang." Yan Jin remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the accusation. "Damn it, Director. Let us gather a few more people and go take him down. That wretched man is, after all, the deputy director of the Beijing office. It won't be easy to deal with him, but I certainly will not let this go unpunished." November 2nd, 1983, Wednesday. The economic conference in Handong province continued until after 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. The central theme emphasized by provincial leaders was the call to respond to the central government's directives by invigorating the market economy while upholding the dominant position of the public ownership economy, and to support the development of various forms of economic entities. They particularly stressed the need to vigorously encourage private enterprises and create a favorable environment for their growth. Moreover, the leaders pointed out that several cities and counties were plagued by poor social security, with local ruffians behaving tyrannically and oppressing the rural populace, leading to significant public discontent. They underscored that, regardless of the protective umbrellas these ruffians may have, they would be met with severe crackdowns, with no leniency allowed. After the meeting, provincial leaders retained the secretary of Mingjin City for a private discussion and shared a dinner with him. As Mingjin City was the fastest growing in terms of private economic development in the entire Handong province, this placed considerable pressure on leaders from other cities. Upon returning to Qingping City, Secretary Zhou Helian arrived after 8 o'clock in the evening. He hardly slept that night, contemplating numerous issues. Considering the entire Handong province, Qingping City's private economic development was relatively sluggish. Although provincial leaders did not directly name names, their remarks during the meeting were unmistakably clear. They were not satisfied with the pace of private economic growth in Qingping City. If Zhou Helian failed to take action soon, he might face a formal admonishment. In the morning, after approving a document, Zhou Helian casually glanced at the newspaper on his desk. It was dated October 28th. The headline caught his attention, and he perused it several times. When his secretary attempted to take it away, he insisted on keeping it. Yan Jin, this individual is intriguing. He operates discreetly in Qingping City, yet manages to create such significant waves. He possesses remarkable audacity. The Zhongyuan factory, a state-owned enterprise on the brink of bankruptcy, surged with unprecedented vitality after being acquired by Yan Jin. Perhaps this exemplifies the enchantment of the market economy. Could I possibly find a breakthrough for the development of the private economy through Zhongyuan factory? After reviewing the character interview once more, Zhou Helian called Wei Juanhe, the director of the municipal party office. Cancel this morning's activities. Join me shortly and bring Yu Bo from the Industry and Commerce Bureau and Lu Yuan from the Investment Promotion Bureau. He did not specify their destination, which posed a dilemma for Wei Juanhe. Typically, when the municipal party secretary travels, itineraries are meticulously arranged, with strict control over the route and reception protocols. Today, Zhou Helian remained silent about his whereabouts, leaving Wei Juanhe in a quandary. In a small grove, Brother Long summoned his gang of underlings, each adorned with tattoos of dragons or tigers, exuding an air of menace that made it evident they were not to be trifled with. Brother Long cast aside his cigarette and raised his arm in a rallying call. Today's target was the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory. They were to storm inside and find someone named Yan Jin to give a thorough beating. The mere mention of a fight ignited fervor among the gangsters. Brawling had become their profession, their very livelihood. Under Brother Long's leadership, they had never tasted defeat. Merely standing before their adversaries with a fierce demeanor and proclaiming Brother Long's name often caused the opposition to cower, even if they did not back down. Overwhelming them with superior numbers would soon render them submissive. After each altercation, Brother Long would treat his crew to food and drinks, dispensing a few bills for their enjoyment. Moreover, in Qingping City, merely claiming affiliation with Brother Long ensured that no one dared to provoke them. They were feared. They relished this lifestyle. Finally, Brother Long cautioned. This time, exercise restraint. Do not kill anyone. The group trailed behind their leader, marching towards the Zhongyuan factory with great fervor. Chapter 41. The battle for the factory upon the arrival of Brother Long and his gang at the factory gates. The vigilant old man's son immediately contacted Yan Jin to relay the alarming news. Yan Jin's expression darkened. Damn it, running a factory brings so many troubles. Thugs keep coming in waves. When will it end? Yan Jin pondered why he, diligently conducting his own business, had attracted the attention of these ruffians. It was too late to seek out Brother Hu now. He instructed Wang Entai to promptly muster the factory's strong laborers for protection. These local bullies were far too oppressive. Although the gate of Zhongyuan factory was closed, Brother Long and his gang forcefully barged through. With bravado, Brother Long led his underlings inside. Wang Entai and his men timely intercepted them. You come here to disrupt our work time and again. Do you want us to earn a living in peace? The factory workers were equally displeased. Did they truly believe the workers of Zhongyuan were easy prey? This was outrageous. Brother Long dismissed the workers with contempt. Which one of you is Yan Jin? Step forward. The workers suspected that these thugs were envious of Zhongyuan factory's success and were deliberately causing trouble. Ho Duong, a young man of the same age as Yan Jin, emboldened by youth, stepped forward without fear of the ruffians. This is Zhongyuan factory. You have no right to flaunt your bravado here. Leave, or you shall face our wrath. Brother Long scoffed. You ignorant fool. Today I will teach you a lesson in humility. Without the hesitation displayed by Wang Baotian, Brother Long immediately initiated the brawl, indifferent to any consequences. Indeed, the only consequence he sought was to beat others soundly, furthering his notorious reputation to instill greater fear. The two groups quickly became entangled in a fierce struggle. The vigorous Ho Duong, after dispatching one thug, charged directly at Brother Long, who had long been a source of his disdain. Dare to provoke Factory Director Yan? I, Ho Duong, shall be the first to object. Were it not for Director Yan, would the factory's performance be so splendid and wages so elevated? You wretches can hardly bear to see others prosper. As Ho Duong stood there, Long Ji's eyes filled with disdain. In all his brawling experience, Long Gu had never feared anyone, yet he had never encountered a foolhardy youth like Ho Duong. Those who dared to challenge him had all been vanquished, either with broken arms or shattered legs. This fellow before him was courting death. As Long Gu summoned his strength, Ho Duong had already charged forward. The two engaged in a fierce melee. Bang, bang, bang. Long Ge landed some heavy blows on Ho Duong, yet he too endured his fair share of punches. With a bruised and battered face, Ho Duong showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he grew increasingly exhilarated. He firmly believed he was fighting to protect the factory, to uphold justice. His actions were undeniably honorable. Not long ago, Lu Dajong had rescued a drowning child, and Director Yan had even held a commendation ceremony to honor his noble deed, presenting him with a bicycle. Today, as he bravely battled thugs, surely Director Yan would commend him as well, right? With this thought, Ho Duong fought with renewed vigor. Long Ge was puzzled. Was he truly foolish? His nose was bleeding, yet he still dared to engage me? Did he not feel pain? Damn it. Little did Long Ge and his crew anticipate that the workers from Zhongyuan factory would dare to resist, and with such tenacity. They proved to be more formidable than any adversaries they had encountered before. They could not comprehend the workers' sentiments. Long Ji's intrusion was akin to shattering the workers' livelihoods, severing their means of support. To disrupt one's source of income is akin to slaying one's parents. How could the workers refrain from fighting back? Wang Entai wielded a shovel, ready to strike anyone who dared to approach. One thug had already received a blow and was still suffering immensely, rendered nearly incapable of fighting back. Furthermore, upon learning of the disturbance at the factory, more and more workers surged forth. Even the women joined the ranks, armed and ready to defend their workplace. By the time the thugs realized what was happening, they found themselves surrounded. Though sheer numbers do not always guarantee victory in a brawl, at times, they can instill a profound psychological deterrent in the opposition. A thug, cradling his head, fled to Long Ji's side after clashing with Ho Duong. Long Ge, what shall we do now? Long Ji's eyes glinted coldly. Damn, who could have anticipated this? His numbers had dwindled. Lao Sun quietly approached Yan Jin. With such chaos erupting in the factory, he felt a deep concern, yet he was powerless to assist. He had long surpassed the age of fighting. Director Yan, we must call the police. If this continues, it could lead to a grave incident, perhaps even fatalities. Yan Jin was enveloped in a palpable aura of aggression. You go call the police. Today, we at Zhongyuan factory shall rid the world of its scourge. Long Ge's crew were indeed seasoned fighters. After withstanding a wave of assaults from the Zhongyuan factory workers, they regained the initiative. Several workers had blood streaming down their heads. Upon witnessing this, the female employees, far from succumbing to fear, were ignited by a fierce determination and charged towards the thugs. Sisters, they seek to sabotage our production and hinder our earnings. Scratch them. Yes, scratch them. Previously, the women had merely cheered from the sidelines, but their sudden plunge into the fray caught the thugs off guard. They were momentarily bewildered, having only ever fought men and never encountered women in battle. Moreover, good men do not engage with women. The thugs were dumbfounded. All eyes turned to their leader, Long Ge. Having faced numerous situations, even he was taken aback. What the hell? Can it be played this way? What kind of place is Zhongyuan factory? Everyone stop. Long Ge bellowed, temporarily regaining control of the situation. Listen up. The person we seek is Yan Jin. He has nothing to do with you. Don't seek death. Let Yan Jin step forward. Ho Duong shouted, I am Yan Jin. Wang Entai echoed, I am Yan Jin. I am Yan Jin. I am Yan Jin. Everyone clamored, claiming to be Yan Jin. Long Ji's head was spinning. Why does everyone suddenly claim to be Yan Jin? This is clearly a mockery. Especially that lady who just claimed to be Yan Jin. He is a man, and she is insulting her own intelligence. Infuriated, Long Ji's frustration boiled over. Regardless of gender, attack. In a fit of rage, Long Ge issued another command. At this moment, the thugs disregarded the distinction between men and women, striking indiscriminately. Although the workers had initially leveraged their numerical advantage to suppress the thugs, they were not adept at fighting. Under Wang Entai's direction, the workers gradually began to falter, one after another collapsing to the ground. Minutes later, not a single worker remained standing. The women were also knocked down, their hair disheveled. Long Ge viciously kicked Ho Duong, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! A mere Zhongyuan factory dares to oppose me, Long Ge. This is your fate. Having nearly suffered a significant defeat, Long Ge was consumed by rage. He shouted into the crowd, Who the hell is Yan Jin? If you don't step forward, I will smash your factory. Chapter 42. The Unexpected Guest. I am Yan Jin. Yan Jin stepped forward, calmly approaching Long Ge. Long Ge glared at him furiously. If you dare to deceive me, do you believe I want to tear you apart? I truly am Yan Jin, no falsehood here. Yan Jin spoke with an air of nonchalance, showing no sign of fear. Long Ge scrutinized Yan Jin, assessing him from head to toe. This time, he did not appear to be an imposter. Though young, He indeed possessed an aura befitting a factory manager. You finally emerged. Long Gu, still catching his breath after the recent skirmish, exclaimed, "Damn it, you cowardly turtle, why did you not hide? I know you incited the workers to oppose me. Look at their sorry state now. Do they even deserve to fight me? Spit." Long Ge's eyes turned bloodshot. The audacity of arrogance. "Kneel before me and bow thrice, calling me grandfather, or else I shall shatter your skull." Though he spewed curses, the composed demeanor of Yan Jin took him by surprise. Was he unafraid of his own fate? That should not be the case. Brother Long's mind raced, and he quickly discerned the reason. "Yan Jin, I suspect you have alerted the authorities, believing that their arrival signifies your salvation? Allow me to enlighten you. That is utterly impossible. I fear them not." Yan Jin merely chuckled, truly the epitome of arrogance. "Are you certain you are unafraid of the police?" Brother Long scoffed, once more donning a defiant expression. "Fear? I have consumed more salt than they have rice. Why should I fear them? If I, Brother Long, were to be afraid of them, would I be in this position today?" His words dripped with bravado, prompting his subordinates to erupt in laughter. Brother Long feared neither heaven nor earth, for those who followed him enjoyed the spoils. After several hearty laughs, Brother Long's expression hardened as he glared fiercely at Yan Jin. "Yan Jin, kneel before me at once, or I shall break your legs." Yan Jin retorted with a cold smirk. "I fear you lack the capability to do so." Brother Long was on the verge of exploding with rage. His subordinates were present, yet Yan Jin dared to speak to him in such a manner. Brother Long felt utterly humiliated. Yan Jin was belittling him, showing him disdain. Brother Long's inner turmoil was ready to erupt. Meanwhile, Zhou Helian hurriedly descended the stairs and entered a Santana. Until this moment, Wei Juanhe, Yu Bo, and Lu Yuan remained oblivious to his destination. "Secretary Zhou, where are we headed?" Wei Juanhe could not restrain himself from inquiring. "To the Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. Do not notify them in advance." The two vehicles departed from the municipal party compound. In this era, the entirety of Qingping City boasted few vehicles, rendering traffic jams a non-existent concern. The journey swiftly brought them to the entrance of the Zhongyuan factory. Upon disembarking, they beheld the large characters emblazoned on the central shadow wall, "What the people need. Zhongyuan manufactures." The grandiose script left a lasting impression. To the left of the entrance was inscribed, "Development is the hard truth," and on the rear wall, "Time is money." These phrases had recently been painted, the odor of fresh paint still lingering. Merely standing at the factory entrance, one could sense the palpable spirit of reform and opening up. Zhou Helian felt a surge of emotion upon witnessing this. Seeing the main gate ajar, the group walked directly into the factory, the driver trailing slowly behind. However, upon rounding the shadow wall and encountering the scene ahead, Zhou Helian's expression darkened. A group lay sprawled on the ground, while another encircled them. The Zhongyuan factory had devolved into a battleground. There was no semblance of industrious production. Wei Juanhe, Yu Bo, and Lu Yuan also wore grim expressions. To present such a dismal spectacle to Zhou Helian was a dereliction of duty on the part of the three. Frustrated, Wei Juanhe turned and strode towards the vehicle, thrusting his arm through the window and vigorously honking the horn. The ruffians and workers, upon hearing the commotion, turned in unison. Zhou Helian's complexion was dark with fury. What on earth is happening? His tone was laced with wrath. Last night, he pondered how to invigorate the private economy of Qingping City. After much contemplation, he resolved to transform the recently surging Zhongyuan Instant Noodles into a model enterprise. Thus, he canceled the planned activities for the morning and made a special trip to conduct research at the Zhongyuan factory. Little did he expect the scene that awaited him upon entering the factory. How could he not feel enraged? Upon spotting the license plate of a Santana, Yan Jin realized that the secretary of the municipal committee of Qingping City had arrived. Ignoring Long Ji's menacing presence, he hurried over. "I am Yan Jin, the factory manager." Observing Yan Jin, Zhou Heliang's expression turned ashen. "You are Yan Jin?" "I am Zhou Heliang. What on earth is happening here?" Upon hearing Zhou Heliang's name, Yan Jin did not falter. Instead, he passionately spoke out against the chaos. "Secretary Zhou, your arrival is timely. Take a look. A group of thugs is wreaking havoc in our factory, even assaulting our workers. What is the meaning of this? We are merely trying to produce goods and have not wronged anyone. These hooligans barged in without warning and began to vandalize. How can we possibly maintain production with such lawlessness?" Zhou Heliang turned his gaze back to the crowd. Long Gu and his gang, their tattoos prominently displayed on their arms, stood out conspicuously, clearly not of reputable character. At that moment, Long Gu was utterly stunned. How could he have stumbled upon the secretary of the municipal committee while intending to instigate a brawl? No wonder his eyelids had been twitching lately. Moreover, In his haste to leave, he had forgotten to pay homage to the deity Guan Yu. He stood there dazed, his hands flailing in confusion. He truly did not know what to do. He was nearly certain he would face dire consequences here. Seizing the moment, Yan Jin instructed Wang Entai to assist the severely injured Ho Duong to his feet and bring him before Zhou Huliang. Ho Duong, with a bruised face and blood streaming from his nostrils, appeared utterly pitiful. "Secretary, this is one of our factory workers. Just look at what they've done to him. He will need at least 3 months of rest at home, disrupting production and incurring losses in wages and damages. We did not provoke them. On what grounds do they assault people without cause? Do they have no respect for the law?" As Yan Jin spoke, a sudden sound interrupted. Wang Entai, momentarily losing his grip, let Ho Duong collapse to the ground, frothing at the mouth in agony. Everyone gasped in shock. Was he on the brink of death? Quickly, he must be taken to the hospital. Zhou Huliang, embodying the decisive nature of a city secretary, reacted swiftly. He instructed Wei Juanhe, "Immediately call Diani and have him come over with a team to address this matter. We must thoroughly investigate this incident." Zhou Huliang's fury meant that no one beneath him would escape unscathed. Wei Juanhe wiped the sweat from his forehead continuously. Behind him, Yu Bo and Lu Yuan were equally astonished. Accompanying the secretary had indeed broadened their horizons. This experience was unprecedented. No wonder Wei Juanhe had been restless while waiting for Secretary Zhou downstairs. Indeed, failing to arrange the itinerary in advance could easily lead to unforeseen complications. Chapter 43. The Municipal Secretary Seeks Wisdom. The dog stealthily approached Long Gu. "What shall we do?" As Long Gu regained his senses, he swiftly decided to retreat. The ferocity that once defined him had dissipated, leaving him akin to a stray dog, retreating in shame with his subordinates. Yan Jin, seizing the opportunity, shouted, "Stop them. We cannot let them escape. Secretary Zhou will support us." Upon hearing Yan Jin's command, the workers rallied, scrambling to their feet and surrounding Long Gu once more. Emboldened by the presence of the secretary, Long Gu felt a surge of despair. With Zhou Huliang nearby, any further aggression on his part would be tantamount to courting disaster. Gritting his teeth, he whispered a fierce warning to the workers, "Clear the way. Whoever dares to stop me will face dire consequences." A few workers flinched at the blatant threat. Observing this, Yan Jin shouted, "With Secretary Zhou backing us, what is there to fear from a mere thug? They have disrupted our factory, and we must not let them escape. Ensure they compensate for our losses. The police will arrive shortly." The workers' spirits soared. Indeed, the police would soon be here. What was there to fear? Meanwhile, Long Ji's mind was racing with a torrent of frustration. He could not afford to be passive. Suppressing his trepidation, he steeled himself, and in a swift motion, he knocked down a worker and charged towards the exit. He thought, "If I can just make it out of Qingping City, they won't be able to catch me." However, just as he reached the door, he was tackled to the ground by several uniformed police officers who swiftly handcuffed him. When Police Chief Dai Ani received a call from Wei Juanhe, he was taken aback. Wei represented Secretary Zhou, and he understood the gravity of the situation all too well. He immediately led a team to the Zhongyuan factory while calling the nearest police station. The officers who apprehended Long Gu had rushed over from that very station, responding not to Dai Ani's orders, but to an alarm raised by Old Sunday. With the workers' assistance, the remaining thugs were quickly subdued. 5 minutes later, Dai Ani and his team finally arrived at the Zhongyuan factory. He leaped from the vehicle and hurried to Zhou Huliang. "Secretary Zhou, the occurrence of such an incident is a failure on my part. I shall take responsibility." Zhou Huliang's expression remained stern. Such a grave incident within Qingping City was a blow to his reputation as secretary. If word reached the provincial authorities, it could lead to even greater troubles. Perhaps even disciplinary action against him. During his earlier conversation with Yan Jin, one statement had profoundly resonated with Zhou Huliang. The presence of thugs was a malignant tumor obstructing the growth of private enterprises. If not eradicated, these enterprises would never flourish. Coupled with the remarks made by provincial leaders the previous day, Zhou Huliang resolved to eliminate all thugs within Qingping City. "Director Dai, these ruffians must be thoroughly investigated." "Understood." Dai Ani's countenance was equally grave. The sight of thugs attacking a factory in his jurisdiction, especially with the secretary witnessing it, was utterly unacceptable. This was an egregious dereliction of duty on his part. If the leadership seeks accountability, I might very well have to shed this uniform. "Secretary Zhou, I assure you that I will conduct a thorough investigation and provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Dai Ani had already resolved that upon returning to the bureau, he would scrutinize their backgrounds, ensuring that those who should be apprehended would be, and those deserving of punishment would face their due consequences. After all, these individuals would not be released in the near future. Zhou Huliang contemplated for a moment before expressing, I believe it is imperative that we organize a campaign against organized crime, striking hard against all unlawful elements. Director Wei, upon your return, please communicate with Director Dai to draft a proposal for my review. Certainly. Long and his associates have already been loaded into a vehicle. Diani took a moment to observe Yan Jin. Zhou Helian's visit to Zhong Yuan Instant Noodles factory clearly demonstrated his regard for Yan Jin. In Yan Jin's presence, Diani did not dare to adopt an imposing demeanor, especially with Zhou Helian beside him. He grasped Yan Jin's hand, stating, Director Yan, the occurrence of this incident reflects our negligence, and I sincerely extend my apologies to you. However, Yan Jin wore a face of discontent. Director Dai, there is no need for you to apologize. It is those ruffians who are truly despicable. Yet, I must insist that compensation for my workers' lost wages, medical expenses, and the losses incurred by our factory must be addressed. Otherwise, I will have no way to explain to my workers. Diani paused momentarily, feeling as though Yan Jin was pressing his advantage. You did retaliate against them as well. Just a moment ago, Diani had noticed that not only had some workers sustained injuries, but the thugs had also been beaten. It seemed likely they had received their fair share of punishment. Yet, Zhou Helian had already determined that these individuals were the instigators, leaving him little room for further comment. Rest assured, Director Yan, those who owe compensation will indeed pay what they owe, not a penny less. With Director Dai's assurance, I feel relieved. After ensuring that Wang Entai settled the workers for their hospital examinations, Yan Jin hastily made his way to the conference room. Zhou Helian, Wei Juanhe, Yubo, and Lu Yuan were already seated, awaiting his arrival. Secretary Zhou, I apologize for the spectacle today. Zhou Helian waved his hand dismissively. Ultimately, everyone was well aware of whose embarrassment it was. Putting that matter aside, Director Dai will undoubtedly furnish you with a satisfactory response. My purpose for being here today is primarily to learn from you, Director Yan. Zhong Yuan Instant Noodles is one of the few privately owned enterprises in our city that is thriving. And I have heard that you have returned from the Special Economic Zone, undoubtedly possessing unique insights. Would you be willing to share your experiences with us? We would greatly appreciate the opportunity to learn from you. Zhou Helian refrained from mentioning the circumstances surrounding Yan Jin's initial acquisition of Zhong Yuan. By proactively stating that Yan Jin had returned from the Special Economic Zone, he signaled his acceptance of the legitimacy of Yan Jin's acquisition, alleviating any concerns Yan Jin may have harbored. Yan Jin even opened his notebook, grasping his pen, ready to record the insights he was about to share. Upon entering your factory, I noticed a slogan that caught my attention. What the people need, Zhong Yuan shall create. I assume this must also have originated from you, Director Yan? Yan Jin appeared relaxed and did not exhibit any discomfort in the presence of the city's secretary. He had encountered many officials of higher rank, and such situations posed no challenge for him. He chuckled lightly. Secretary Zhou is indeed correct. This statement is my own conception. If we are to engage in a market economy, we must comprehend the demands of the market, for this understanding is the very lifeblood of the private sector's growth. Speaking with meticulousness about one's developmental strategies is, of course, approached with caution. Many aspects that were relevant in the past may not necessarily hold true today. The insights articulated by Yan Jin have left Zhou Heliang and others astounded. Director Yan, it is no wonder you grace the front page of Qingping Daily. Your ideas are refreshingly novel, and I have greatly benefited from your discourse. It now seems unsurprising that you have revived Zhong Yuan from the brink. Yan Jin also candidly expressed his own challenges. Secretary Zhou, the path to development is not always smooth. In fact, Zhong Yuan currently faces numerous pressing issues. Zhou Heliang's expression turned serious. What problems do we face? Chapter 44. The Value of Zhong Yuan. Teaching the municipal secretary to cook. The most significant issue is our brand's low recognition and weak competitive edge. Beyond Qingping, hardly anyone has heard of Zhong Yuan Instant Noodles. As Yan Jin spoke, he furrowed his brow slightly. Therefore, we urgently need to elevate our brand so that the populace nationwide is aware of Zhong Yuan Instant Noodles. Zhou Heliang pondered for a moment before skeptically inquiring, Director Yan, how do you intend to enhance product visibility? By holding an exhibition in the capital? Yet, Zhou Heliang remained unconvinced. For a small enterprise from a modest city to host an exhibition in the capital is a formidable challenge. Only by stepping outside can we provide others with the opportunity to know us, and the platform for this must be grand. The capital is the most suitable venue. Zhou Heliang pressed further, Director Yan, the platform in the capital is indeed vast, but do you believe Zhong Yuan Instant Noodles can withstand scrutiny there? Absolutely. I have faith in our products. I can assure you that our instant noodles are more delectable than any other brand. Yan Jin spoke with unwavering confidence. Zhou Heliang could not help but chuckle. Wei Juanhe cleared his throat. Director, let's speak pragmatically. Yan Jin discerned their skepticism. They believed he was boasting. Esteemed leaders, what I say is entirely truthful, with no exaggeration nor embellishment. Yan Jin's repeated assertions about the deliciousness of Zhong Yuan instant noodles only fueled Zhou Huliang's curiosity. Just how delicious could they be? Secretary Zhou, I propose this. As noon approaches, why not sample our new instant noodles? Consider it a lunch break. A single packet each to stave off hunger is hardly a breach of protocol, is it? Very well, we shall graciously accept. Zhou Huliang, not one to be overly rigid. Readily agreed. Yan Jin chuckled. Secretary Zhou, I have one more request. Speak on. Secretary Zhou, Director Wei, Director Yu, and Director Liu. I presume none of you have ever cooked a meal. Zhou Huliang's gaze sharpened. What are you getting at? Speak plainly, no need for riddles. I would like you to personally prepare a bowl of instant noodles. The moment Yan Jin finished speaking, Wei Juanhe's expression soured. Having the esteemed municipal secretary cook instant noodles? This is excessive. Director Yan, this is quite inappropriate. How could Secretary Zhou? Zhou Huliang waved his hand, interrupting Wei Juanhe. The secretary is also human and must partake in the mundane affairs of life. Director Yan has his reasons for instructing us to proceed in this manner. Zhou Huliang glanced at Yan Jin. Director Yan, let us go at once. From the look in his eyes, Yan Jin could discern that Zhou Huliang was displeased. If he did not articulate the matter clearly soon, Zhou Huliang would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to make an issue of it, and the one who would ultimately suffer would be himself. Secretary Zhou, please. Yan Jin led the group to the cafeteria, where instant noodles adorned in new packaging awaited them. Yan Jin introduced, here we have 5 distinct flavors. Please select your preference. However, it was imperative that Zhou Huliang made his choice first. Zhou Huliang scrutinized the packaging, furrowing his brow. Director Yan, the images on your packaging appear quite realistic. Is it truly the same once cooked? Yan Jin was somewhat speechless. What a jest. If it were truly so, I would be in dire straits. Secretary Zhou, this is merely the packaging, designed to attract attention. Then you would be deceiving the populace. He could not relinquish his identity as secretary of the municipal committee, always eager to level harsh criticisms against others. It is not that severe. Yan Jin chuckled. Secretary Zhou, look here, there is a phrase written. A few individuals gathered around to observe the spot Yan Jin pointed to. Images are for reference only. Yu Bo dismissed this notion with disdain. Director Yan, I believe packaging must strike the right balance. If it is excessive, it becomes a deception of the people. His words were rather blunt, leaving no room for Yan Jin's dignity. We will certainly take Director Yu's valuable advice into consideration. We shall convene an internal meeting to discuss further. However, Zhou Huliang laughed heartily. Packaging is merely a means to showcase one's strengths and characteristics. I find it quite satisfactory. Nevertheless, Director Yan, I hope the flavor of your instant noodles lives up to such packaging. Yan Jin presented the 5 flavors of instant noodles before Zhou Huliang. Secretary, please choose a flavor. Zhou Huliang surveyed the options and promptly selected a package of shrimp seafood noodles. Having grown up by the sea, I have a fondness for seafood. I shall take a pack of shrimp seafood noodles. Wei Juanhe opted for braised beef noodles, and Yu Bo chose chicken and mushroom noodles. Finally, Liu Yuan unhesitatingly grabbed a package of scallion-flavored ribs. Zhou Huliang and Wei Juanhe made their way to the stove. Both were prominent officials in Qingping City, accustomed to receiving favors, and now found themselves somewhat at a loss before the pots and pans. First, we must bring the water to a boil. Yan Jin, like a seasoned chef instructing novice apprentices, began teaching them how to ignite the flame. Both men, inexperienced in the kitchen, found the experience surprisingly engaging rather than off-putting. Zhou Huliang self-deprecatingly remarked, "This is my first time cooking, and I never imagined it would be in your instant noodle factory. Haha. I am certain this will be a memorable experience for you." As they spoke, the water in the pot began to boil. Secretary Zhou, Director Wei, the water has boiled. You may now open the packaging and add the noodles. Zhou Huliang and Wei Juanhe followed the instructions diligently. Subsequently, Yan Jin meticulously guided them on how to tear open the sauce and seasoning packets and incorporate them into the dish. Director Wei, our sauce packets are different, exclaimed one. Indeed, Secretary, mine is red, while yours is white. Yan Jin was at a loss for words. How could they lack such basic knowledge? The sauce packets correspond directly to the packaging, naturally differentiating between shrimp seafood and braised beef. As the sauce began to simmer, the distinctive aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. Secretary Zhou, your instant noodles smell divine. Yu Bo couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Huliang was equally astonished. How could someone who couldn't cook produce such fragrant noodles? Yan Jin chuckled silently. Secretary Zhou, the surprises are yet to come. Watching the noodles swirl in the pot, Zhou Helian felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. He could cook too. How simple it was. After a minute, he sprinkled in an egg, and 10 seconds later, the instant noodles were ready. Zhou Helian generously ladled a bit into 4 bowls, not forgetting to add some broth. Everyone, please have a taste. He handed the bowls to Wei Juanhe and the others. Lu Yuan's hands trembled with excitement. To savor noodles personally cooked by Secretary Zhou was indeed a rare fortune. Yan Jin regarded them with disdain. It was merely a bowl of instant noodles, not some elixir of immortality. You officials, in front of your superiors, your words are as sweet as honey. Yet, I've never heard you speak so warmly to your own wives. Secretary Zhou, while it's hot, let's eat quickly. All right. Zhou Helian was the first to dig in. The other 3, unwilling to lag behind, placed their bowls to their lips, eagerly devouring the contents. However, the expressions on their faces after taking a bite were truly remarkable. Could these noodles have been cooked by the municipal secretary? It was almost unbelievable. Chapter 45, 2 Small Tasks. Before swallowing, Yu Bo's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had tasted an extraordinary delicacy. Secretary Zhou, this is the best instant noodle I've ever had. I assure you, I am not flattering you in the slightest. It is truly delicious. Wei Juanhe quickly chimed in. Indeed, this bowl of instant noodles is exceptional. Lu Yuan nodded fervently. It was far superior to other brands. Zhou Helian chuckled. Had this been before, I would have thought you were merely flattering me, but today is different. I too believe that Zhongyuan instant noodles are genuinely delicious, even better than what my wife cooks. Subsequently, Yu Bo and Lu Yuan each prepared a pack of instant noodles. With 4 distinct flavors consumed, the 4 of them felt utterly satisfied. Zhou Helian smacked his lips, relishing the lingering taste. Director Yan, how have you managed to make instant noodles this delectable? Quite simple. Yan Jin picked up a packet of sauce. The secret lies here. This small sauce packet encapsulates the essence of flavor. This is our unique recipe, developed over a long period. Zhou Helian examined the sauce packet closely. Secretary Zhou, a business can only thrive in the competitive market by adhering to 8 pivotal words. Zhou Helong's interest was instantly piqued. What are these 8 words? If others do not possess it, I shall. If others possess it, I shall excel. Zhou Helong softly repeated. If others do not possess it, I shall. If others possess it, I shall excel. Yu Bo could not help but give a thumbs up. Director Yan, these 8 words encapsulate the essence of a market economy. Truly remarkable. Director Yu, these words are not mine. They are well known in the economic special zone. Zhou Helong nodded in agreement. Compared to the economic special zone, we are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. I believe it is imperative for us to organize a group to study in the South. Otherwise, we will continue to lag further behind. The matter of studying in the South is not related to Yan Jin. He deftly sidestepped the topic, stating, in truth, great taste is merely one aspect. What is more crucial is nutrition. Our sauce packets are made from premium beef, pork, chicken, and large shrimp, making them highly nutritious. Some truths may be harsh to utter, but I must say, after generations of hard work, the populace has escaped hunger, yet they remain not affluent. Many families can only afford meat during festivals, and their nutritional needs are unmet. One significant reason for launching this instant noodle product is to help the populace supplement their nutrition, ensuring they have robust health to contribute more significantly to economic development. Upon hearing Yan Jin's words, the 4 individuals contemplated thoughtfully. Director Yan, I truly admire you. You possess a profound sense of compassion. No wonder you can articulate that efforts are meant to liberate one's hometown from poverty, not to escape the poverty of one's hometown. If everyone shared your grand sentiments, Qingping City would undoubtedly rank among the nation's top 100 cities. Yan Jin humbly replied, Secretary Zhou, you flatter me. The reason I boldly invited Secretary Zhou, Director Wei, Director Yu, and Director Lu to cook personally was to convey that our instant noodles are not only delicious and nutritious, but also easy to prepare. Even those unaccustomed to cooking can whip up a bowl of delectable noodles. While soaking in hot water may not yield the same aroma as boiling, the taste remains commendable. Our goal at Zhongyuan is to ensure that the populace can enjoy delicious, nutritious food anytime and anywhere. Thus, our motto is, what the people need, Zhongyuan shall produce. Zhou Helong chuckled heartily, clearly elated. Indeed, today has been worthwhile. Wei Juanhe concurred. Yes, Director Yan, once your instant noodles hit the market, they are sure to sell like hotcakes. However, Yan Jin furrowed his brow. Director Wei, it's not as simple as you suggest. What then? Is there a difficulty? Wei Juanhe inquired, puzzled. Yan Jin turned to Zhou Helong. Secretary Zhou, I would like to ask for your assistance with 2 small matters. Zhou Helong maintained a smile. As the saying goes, one should not bite the hand that feeds. Having partaken in your instant noodles today, I cannot refuse you. Please, go ahead. As for whether I can assist, I cannot guarantee. Yan Jin chuckled. With your considerable influence, you will surely be able to help. Enough of the flattery. Just get to the point. Yan Jin resumed his serious demeanor. He always took matters seriously when discussing important issues. The matter regarding the exhibition and sales event persists. Our Zhongyuan instant noodle factory requires a grand exhibition in the capital to make a significant impact. Secretary Zhou, given your extensive connections, could you assist us in securing a venue? Zhou Helian pondered for a moment. I must lend my support. The success of Zhongyuan instant noodles is not solely a concern for your factory, but a matter of great importance for our entire Qingping city. If your reputation flourishes, so too will that of Qingping city. The emergence of a nationally recognized brand from Qingping city would reflect positively on me at the provincial level. Furthermore, it could swiftly alter the current stagnation in the development of the private economy in our city. Director Yan, what is the other challenge? Zhou Helian inquired. Do you have contacts at the capital television station? If the exhibition receives coverage from the station, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. However, Zhou Helian hesitated. Director Yan, these two requests are no small favors. He remarked with a smile, revealing his admiration for Yan Jin. Wei Juanhe and his colleagues, seasoned veterans in the political arena, immediately sensed this subtle shift. They exchanged glances, silently acknowledging one another. Yan Jin adopted a humble stance. Secretary Zhou is correct. It is precisely because these tasks are challenging that we are seeking your assistance. The success of Zhongyuan instant noodles hinges on your support. Secretary Zhou neither affirmed nor denied, merely stating, I will do my best. I will reach out to you after I return. Subsequently, the group toured the modest factory. Director Yan, your products cater to the national market, yet the current scale of your factory appears somewhat limited. Have you considered expanding its size? Yan Jin certainly had, but current financial constraints and various conditions rendered such expansion unfeasible. Secretary Zhou, we are planning to expand, but our capabilities are limited, and we cannot manage everything at once. Zhou Helian gently patted his shoulder. To be candid, I aspire to establish your factory as a model for the development of the private economy in Qingping City. I will certainly provide you with some preferential policies. Over the next few days, please draft a market outlook analysis and an expansion proposal to submit to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce for our discussion in a meeting. Zhou Helian's gaze shifted to Yubo. This matter must be prioritized by your bureau. You must assist Director Yan with any challenges he faces. The success of Zhongyuan will benefit us all. Yubo eagerly nodded in agreement. Yan Jin felt a surge of joy within. With Zhou Helian as a connection, his ascent would accelerate. Zhou Helian was equally aware of Yan Jin's limitless potential, recognizing that supporting him would bring certain political accomplishments. After Zhou Helian's departure, Wang Entai approached Yan Jin, presenting a question. Chapter 46, Neo Juanru emerges. Director, why didn't you inform Secretary Zhou about your plans to have Wu Liang from the Beijing office come to the capital? The mention of Wu Liang made Yan Jin grit his teeth in frustration. A betrayal. Old Wang, this is our first interaction with Zhou Helian, and Wu Liang is his subordinate. Informing Wu Liang would not only be futile, but would also create an unfavorable impression in Secretary Zhou's mind. Let us then pardon that scoundrel, who has dealt you a grievous blow. Wang Entai was filled with righteous indignation. Wu Liang shall not escape. Yan Jin observed that Wang Entai bore a significant bruise upon his head, inflicted by Long Gu and his associates. The workers had all sustained injuries. Thus, it was imperative to provide proper care and distribute compensation according to their afflictions. We must not allow our workers to suffer both bloodshed and tears. Excellent. Those who have safeguarded the factory will be duly rewarded. You too should hurry to the infirmary for some medication. The efficiency of the Public Security Bureau was remarkably high. On the same day, Lu Hongguang and his son Lu Neng were apprehended, having been caught by Zhou Helian and amidst a crackdown. Long Gu and his gang could not hope to be released. The workers of Zhongyuan factory united in their efforts to topple Long Gu, and this news swiftly spread throughout Qingping City. Once again, Zhongyuan factory became the focal point of public discussion across the city. Although the workers bore their injuries, they spoke of the incident with spirited pride. Wasn't Long Gu purported to be the overlord of the underground circles in Qingping City? Yet, he was soundly beaten by us. How audacious to wreak havoc at our Zhongyuan factory. Such folly. The workers would boast about their triumph over Long Gu for years to come. Furthermore, those ordinary citizens who had previously been oppressed by Long Ji's gang found a sense of vindication. They expressed their support and respect for the workers of Zhongyuan factory by purchasing Zhongyuan instant noodles. A surge in sales for Zhongyuan instant noodles ensued. In no time, Zhongyuan instant noodles were all the rage. On this day, Yan Jin was engrossed in drafting a project proposal in his office when a phone call interrupted his concentration. He picked up the receiver. "Hello? Factory director. A lady named Xiao Yi from the Labor Bureau is here to see you." Yan Jin furrowed his brow. This Xiao Yi is relentless. Women, indeed, can be an exceedingly difficult species to contend with. Let her in. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi entered Yan Jin's office. "Comrade Xiao, what brings you here for inspection this time?" Yan Jin did not greet Xiao Yi warmly, his tone betraying impatience. Yet, Xiao Yi exhibited none of her former assertiveness, instead engaging in a remarkably gentle dialogue with Yan Jin. "Yan Jin, you have misunderstood. I am here to inform you that the allegations in the report are slanderous. Then you must swiftly investigate who penned that letter. It is essential to hold them accountable and restore the honor of both Zhongyuan Factory and myself," Yan Jin stated bluntly. However, Xiao Yi hesitated, even avoiding Yan Jin's gaze. Yan Jin sensed this shift. This was entirely uncharacteristic of Xiao Yi. "What is troubling you, Xiao Yi? I, Yan Jin, shall not hide anything from you. This matter has been suppressed by our superiors." Yan Jin's expression hardened, and he scoffed. "Collusion among officials? I am merely a lowly clerk. I have no recourse. And I apologize." Today, Xiao Yi had fundamentally altered Yan Jin's perception. He began to doubt whether the person seated before him was truly Xiao Yi, or if another soul had been reborn within her form. Xiao Yi's suddenly softened demeanor left Yan Jin at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she finally raised her head to continue. "Yan Jin, I have noticed that you have changed. You seem unlike your former self. I have been reborn. Naturally, I am different. Joy, people inevitably change. And I do not wish to be looked down upon any longer. I do not want Su Lu and Duo to endure a life of hardship alongside me. I have my own dreams too. There is one thing I fail to comprehend. You are already the factory director. Why did you agree to divorce Su Lu? At that time, I was not yet the director, and I was uncertain of my prospects. Moreover, Su Lu was on the brink of emotional collapse. I feared that if I refused, she might resort to extreme actions. I had no choice but to let go, albeit temporarily." "You mean temporarily?" Yan Jin's gaze was resolute. "Yes, I will eventually remarry Su Lu. She will always be my wife, and Duo will forever be my daughter." Joy fell into silence once more. People do change. Has he truly changed? "Joy, I must travel to the capital for business over the next 2 months. I kindly ask you to do me a favor." "What is it?" "Please take care of Su Lu and Duo. They must not suffer any further harm." "Thank you." November 4th, 1983, Friday, Supply and Marketing Cooperative. These days, Zhongyuan instant noodles are selling like hotcakes. Whatever arrives is sold out. After Chen Feng's attempt to lower the purchase price was rejected by Yan Jin, he arrogantly believed that it would not be long before Yan Jin would come begging him for supplies. After all, the cooperative is a colossal entity in the sales system. However, events took an entirely different turn. Not only did Yan Jin not come to plead, but his business continued to flourish. Following the New Junru incident, Chen Feng had visited the Zhongyuan factory again to speak with Yan Jin, and he made concessions. His demeanor was quite conciliatory. After all, who could afford to be at odds with money? In light of his sincere approach, Yan Jin agreed to supply him. Consequently, the cooperative began to sell Zhongyuan instant noodles. The profit from just one day could match a salesperson's salary for an entire month. Chen Feng was quite pleased. He sat in his chair, legs crossed, leisurely singing Peking opera. Suddenly, someone entered. Upon seeing the visitor's face, Chen Feng was taken aback and stood up in shock. "Nujunru, you've been released?" Today, Nujunru was indeed freed. He had not committed a serious offense, and he had displayed a good attitude while incarcerated. With the active efforts of his brother-in-law, Dong Jinchang, Nujunru was able to see the light of day once more. Nujunru's eyes were bloodshot, his beard unkempt, and he emanated an unusual odor. "Director Chun, I suppose you were quite anxious while I was inside. Rest assured, I did not divulge your name." Chen Feng quickly pulled Nujunru into a corner. "You mustn't speak recklessly." Nujunru suddenly smiled cryptically. "Director, do not fear. That matter is in the past." Just as he finished speaking, a customer walked in. "Do you have Zhongyuan instant noodles? Give me 5 packs. "Yes, just a moment." The salesperson turned to fetch the goods. The words Zhongyuan instant noodles struck Nujunru's ears like a thunderclap. His eyes widened in shock. "Director Chen, you are now selling Zhongyuan instant noodles? Do you know how terribly Yan Jin has wronged me? Why would you continue to sell their noodles?" Nujunru's agitation escalated, his voice growing louder. The gazes of both the customers and the sales clerk turned towards them. Chen Feng offered an awkward smile, stating, "It's nothing at all. Do not heed his nonsense. He has had too much to drink." He promptly pulled Niu Juanru into the back room. "Niu Juanru, have you lost your mind? What nonsensical things are you saying? Neo Juanru broke free from Chen Feng's grasp. Glaring fiercely, Chen Feng, what do you mean by that? The reason I have become this way is to assist you. I have kept your secrets, yet you betray me. Why? Chen Feng let out a cold snort. Neo Juanru, are you doing this for me? No, you are doing this for yourself. You are resented by Yan Jin, and you seek revenge on him, thus committing foolish acts. What does that have to do with me? Chen Feng, having reached his limit, openly severed ties with Neo Juanru, considering him no longer of any value. A flicker of resentment flashed in Neo Juanru's eyes. He ceased to argue and turned away, leaving the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 47. A visit to the city party secretary's home on Tuesday, November 8, 1983. Early in the morning, Yan Jin received a call from Zhou Helian. Director Yan, I have spoken to the director of the Beijing office, Zhang Xiangqing, regarding your matter. He has agreed to help you secure a venue for the exhibition. This should have been good news, yet Yan Jin furrowed his brow. Due to Wu Liang, Yan Jin held a very poor impression of the Beijing office. What if Zhang Xiangqing was in league with Wu Liang? Wouldn't that spell trouble for him? However, Yan Jin quickly reassured himself that since the city party secretary personally intervened, the Beijing office should not pose any obstacles for him. He hoped this was the case. Thank you, Secretary Zhou. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Helian concluded, come to my home tonight for a simple meal. Yan Jin doubted his ears. The city party secretary was inviting him to dinner at his home? What an extraordinary privilege. Yet, Yan Jin understood that this connection was, in fact, a double-edged sword. It could provide immense assistance to his career, but he would also have to offer something substantial in return. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yan Jin arrived punctually at Zhou Helian's residence. As this was his first visit, especially to the home of the city party secretary, he felt it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Yan Jin brought along a box of the latest Zhongyuan instant noodles, 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, and a package of bird's nest for Zhou Helian's wife. At that time, genuine Maotai was not only authentic, but also reasonably priced. However, Zhou Helian had a particular fondness for instant noodles. Upon seeing the box, his eyes lit up. Why bring anything? Just come as you are. Xiaoyan, remember, in the future, do not bring anything when you visit. Zhou Helian said this, but did not hesitate to accept the instant noodles. Privately, Zhou Helian began to refer to Yan Jin as Xiaoyan, a more familiar title. All right, Secretary Zhou, I will heed your advice. Just then, 2 individuals emerged from the kitchen, a middle-aged woman and a young girl. The middle-aged woman greeted him warmly. So this is Xiaoyan, truly a fine young man. I've heard from Lao Zhou that you are quite capable. Please, have a seat. The meal will be ready shortly. Zhou Helian introduced, this is my beloved wife. Meng Lan. Yan Jin promptly reciprocated with a greeting, hello, Aunt Meng. Uncertain of Aunt Meng's preferences, I procured some bird's nest for her. It is especially beneficial for women's health. How thoughtful of Xiaoyan. Thank you. This is my niece, Mu Chonga. Zhou Helian introduced the young lady. Hello. Yan Jin greeted Mu Chonga with grace. Meng Lan poured a cup of tea for Yan Jin and smiled, saying, you two continue your conversation. I still have chicken simmering in the kitchen. Yan Jin had already caught a whiff of the rich aroma of chicken soup, delighting his senses. How fortunate I am today. Zhou Helian glanced towards the kitchen. Meng Lan, you need not prepare a meal. Shortly I shall cook noodles for you. Upon hearing this, both Meng Lan and Mu Chonga were utterly astonished. A man who had never set foot in the kitchen was now eager to prepare a meal for guests. What an unexpected turn of events. Old Zhou, Meng Lan hesitated to refute him in front of others. After all, the dignity of the city party secretary must be upheld. Zhou Helian chuckled. I know you are surprised. Do not worry. The noodles I prepare will be absolutely delectable. Mu Chonga remained skeptical. Uncle, really? Zhou Helian confidently nodded. They will taste even better than what your aunt makes. Xiaoyan can attest to that. Yan Jin promptly declared, what Secretary Zhou says is true. There will certainly be a delightful surprise. Meng Lan and Mu Chonga exchanged glances, bewildered at the banter between the 2 gentlemen. Well then, you need not be so mysterious. Soon, Chonga and I shall sample old Zhou's culinary skills and see how they compare to my own. Meng Lan retreated to the kitchen. Zhou Helian gestured for Mu Chonga to sit beside him. Standing gracefully in her jeans, Mu Chonga was a radiant young woman. When her uncle mentioned that a factory director would be dining at their home, she had imagined a middle-aged man. Yet, the youthful Yan Jin before her was a pleasant surprise. How could someone so young hold the title of factory director? Noticing the girl's rapt gaze upon him, Yan Jin felt a tinge of curiosity. Was his attire askew? He instinctively touched his collar, but everything seemed perfectly normal. Director Yan, I did not expect you to be so young. Mu Chonga's smile, accentuated by her dimples, was utterly charming. People who meet me for the first time often say the same. Yan Jin chuckled lightly. How did you become a factory director at such a young age? Yan Jin began to respond, but Zhou Helian cleared his throat, casting a reproachful glance at Mu Chonga. He then offered an awkward smile to Yan Jin, as if to apologize. Xiao Yan, my niece just graduated this year. She lacks decorum and is a bit spoiled by me. Please do not take offense. Could he even afford to be offended? Yan Jin merely smiled in response. What field are you studying, Chonga? Broadcasting. Yan Jin nodded. With her remarkable qualities, it was fitting she pursued such a profession. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mu Chonga, Yan Jin turned to Zhou Helian and said, Secretary Zhou, I have suddenly conceived an idea. What is it? Zhou Helian inquired. Our exhibition fair is still in need of a host. I would like to invite Chonga to help us in the capital. Zhou Helian was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yan, although Mu Chonga is studying broadcasting, she lacks experience. And I fear that Yan Jin might discern this. While Zhou Helian expressed his doubts verbally, he secretly hoped that Mu Chonga would take a chance. This presents a splendid opportunity for her to hone her skills. Secretary Zhou, I may not possess many talents, but I have an uncanny ability to read people. Chonga will undoubtedly command the entire audience. Mu Chonga blinked her large eyes in confusion and inquired, what does command mean? Alas, I inadvertently let slip a contemporary phrase. It signifies having a strong presence, capable of captivating the audience. I believe you will manage it splendidly. Mu Chonga giggled in response. However, Zhou Helian cautioned, Xiao Yan, do not overestimate her. She is yet to enter the workforce. She is merely a child. Chonga, have you ever hosted a program before? Mu Chonga nodded. I have hosted 4 events at school, so I possess a modicum of experience. It was evident that Mu Chonga eagerly wished to showcase her abilities on stage. That's great. I too find myself reminiscing about the carefree days of university. How splendid they were. People often yearn for the past, reflecting on bygone times. Many squander their university days playing games, failing to cherish those beautiful moments, even missing out on romance. It is only after graduation, when faced with the harsh realities of life, that they come to regret their choices. Yan Jin deftly steered the conversation toward campus life, igniting Mu Chonga's interest. Director Yan, you are quite young. You must have just graduated a few years ago. Which university did you attend? It has been many years since graduation, and I often think of returning to visit, yet I can never seem to find the time. In truth, Yan Jin had never attended university. He had fabricated this tale. Although he had pursued further studies later on, it was hardly the same. He merely purchased a degree. Mu Chonga replied, you executives are always so busy. You hardly have time for your families. She pouted and added, once I start working, will my own time become exceedingly scarce? To be honest, I am not ready to graduate yet. Have you been assigned? Yes, I've been assigned to the Qingping City television station and am awaiting notification. Yan Jin nodded. That is quite good. Currently, newspapers are the primary medium for disseminating information, but in a year or two, as television becomes more widespread, being a host will become a highly sought-after profession. They will transform into well-known stars across the nation. Subsequently, Yan Jin engaged her in a plethora of intriguing topics, sharing an abundance of insights. Mu Chonga had initially believed she had traveled extensively and was well-versed in many subjects, but as she listened to Yan Jin, she found herself merely nodding along, unable to interject. Much of what he spoke of was so novel that she realized she had never encountered it before. Gradually, she discovered that Yan Jin was a remarkably humorous and fascinating individual, and her interest in him continued to grow. Chapter 48. Chef Zhou Helian. Mu Chonga found herself in splendid conversation with Yan Jin, and Zhou Helian was equally pleased, particularly with Yan Jin. Regardless of the topic or nature of the inquiry, he spoke with ease and eloquence. Yan Jin evoked a unique impression on Zhou Helian. His thoughts and demeanor are not typical for someone of his age. He resembles a seasoned entrepreneur in his 40s or 50s, and some of his ideologies seem to originate from the West, particularly Europe, America, or Japan. Zhou Helian could not help but ask, Xiao Yan, have you ever been abroad? Of course, Yan Jin had traveled extensively, having visited over 100 of the 200 countries in the world. No, but your eloquence suggests you have explored many places. Zhou Shuji, during my time in Shenzhen, I was profoundly influenced. The perspectives of the people there are quite insightful. I recommend you take some time to visit and explore. Zhou Helian held a deep admiration for Shenzhen, recognizing it as the forefront of reform and opening up, and felt compelled to investigate and learn from it. Returning to his thoughts, Zhou Helian glanced at Mu Chonga and then at Yan Jin, smiling. Xiao Yan, do you truly intend for Chonga to host? Chonga is exceptional. I believe she is quite suitable. Through their earlier conversation, Yan Jin recognized Mu Chonga's potential. Moreover, She is Zhou Helian's niece, which would undoubtedly motivate him to invest great effort into the exhibition. Furthermore, time was pressing, and Yan Jin could not find another suitable host. Mu Chongga smiled shyly. There is still much for me to learn from Director Yan. You must teach me more in the future. In the future? What future do we have? Please refrain from such remarks. I am a married man. My heart only belongs to Su Lu and Duo. Yan Jin awkwardly replied. You will soon be a television personality, a public figure. I cannot compare. However, Zhou Helian countered. Xiao Yin, you are being too modest. I have a keen eye for talent. Your future is limitless. He then turned his gaze to Mu Chongga. This is an excellent opportunity for growth. Learn diligently from Xiao Yin, and you will benefit immensely. Mu Chongga playfully smiled. Uncle, I understand. You have mentioned it several times. At that moment, Meng Lan brought the stewed chicken to the dining table. Your uncle just loves to ramble. Now everyone, wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Zhou Helian stood up, grabbing a box of instant noodles and heading to the kitchen. I will cook for you. Yan Jin quickly followed. Secretary Zhou, let me assist you. Zhou Helian stopped him. No, otherwise they will think I didn't cook this. Zhou Helian's antics resembled those of a child, bringing laughter to everyone. Meng Lan, Mu Chongga, and Yan Jin took their seats at the dining table. Yan Jin felt entirely at ease, rising to take a spoon and serving everyone a bowl of chicken soup. He displayed a modicum of insight. Seizing the moment while Zhou Helian was absent, Meng Lan posed a few questions to Yan Jin. Xiao Yan, which university did you attend? Dongda. Yan Jin lied without a hint of hesitation. He firmly believed that Meng Lan would not bother to investigate this matter, so he was not concerned about being caught. Ah, so you are quite the high achiever. No wonder you have developed Zhongyuan factory so successfully. I have heard that your factory workers earn the highest wages in the city. Many aspire to work there. With utmost precision, Yan Jin remarked, Aunt Meng. Only when workers are well compensated will they be motivated to work sincerely, thereby enhancing the factory's productivity. Are you not concerned about the workers becoming complacent? Aunt Meng, we have long since abandoned the communal dining system. We now implement performance assessments where each individual's salary correlates directly with their monthly output. Those who toil more shall earn more, and those who exert less shall receive less. Meng Lan nodded in agreement, affirming, this approach is indeed beneficial as it bolsters everyone's enthusiasm for work. You young folks possess such vibrant minds. I relish conversing with you, as it allows me to glean fresh insights and maintain a youthful outlook. Aunt Meng, your mindset is truly admirable. Such a positive and sunny disposition is rare and will surely contribute to your well-being. In just a few exchanges, Yan Jin forged a closer bond with Meng Lan, endearing himself to her further. Beside them, Mu Chongga, eager not to be outdone, inquired of Yan Jin, Director Yan. How did you come to know that my uncle is adept at cooking noodles? Mu Chongga was naturally curious about various matters, especially with the air of mystery surrounding Yan Jin and Zhou Helian's earlier conversation, which only intensified her intrigue. Well, I believe it would be best for Secretary Zhou to enlighten you personally in due time. Mu Chongga shot him a skeptical glance. Having assumed Yan Jin was unafraid of her uncle, the municipal party secretary, only to find him quite similar to others in his trepidation. Is it merely a bowl of noodles that warrants such secrecy? Yan Jin chuckled. This is no ordinary bowl of noodles. It is one of considerable significance. Mu Chongga cast a disdainful look at Yan Jin, realizing he too was a flatterer. Had she misjudged him? A pang of disappointment struck her heart. Her uncle had never favored sycophants, so why did he hold Yan Jin in such high regard? Before long, Zhou Helian emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad and bearing a bowl of noodles. The fragrant Zhou's noodles are ready. The trio quickly rose to their feet. Secretary Zhou, allow me to assist you. No need for any of you. I can manage this myself. Zhou Helian waved them off as he set the noodles down. In less than a minute, four steaming bowls graced the table. Inhaling the rich aroma, Meng Lan and Mu Chongga exchanged incredulous glances. Old Zhou, when did you learn to cook noodles? Zhou Helian chuckled. First, do sample the flavor. As they picked up their chopsticks and began to eat, their reactions mirrored those of anyone who had tasted Zhongyuan instant noodles. Both Meng Lan and Mu Chongga exclaimed how delicious it was. However, they were perplexed. How had Zhou Helian, who had never set foot in the kitchen, managed to concoct such delectable noodles? Old Zhou, I detect a hint of chicken broth in this. Did you use my chicken stock? Zhou Helian shook his head. Certainly not. Meng Lan believed him implicitly, for she knew Zhou Helian was incapable of deceit. If he claimed something existed, it did, and if he asserted otherwise, it was true. Then how did you achieve this? Zhou Helian, beaming with pride, responded, Meng Lan. Isn't my culinary skill quite remarkable? I never imagined you were so talented. Mu Chongga could not contain herself. Uncle, please share your secret with us. This is all because of Xiao Yan. The gazes of the three individuals simultaneously turned toward Yan Jin, rendering him somewhat bashful. Zhou Helong, unhurried, took a bite of the instant noodles he had personally prepared, finding the flavor to be quite satisfactory. This was the new instant noodles produced by Xiao Yan's Zhongyuan Noodle Factory, and you have all tasted it. It is indeed delicious. Meng Lan and Mu Chonga remained puzzled. Zhou Helong continued, I am increasingly impressed by Xiao Yan. It is no mere coincidence that he has resurrected Zhongyuan Factory by simply adding a small packet of sauce. The flavor of the instant noodles has undergone a remarkable transformation. Mu Chonga inquired of Yan Jin, what kind of sauce is it that possesses such magic? Zhou Helong promptly opened a packet of instant noodles and showcased the sauce to Meng Lan and Mu Chonga. Yan Jin interjected, this is our Zhongyuan instant noodles unique sauce. Crafted from chicken, beef, pork, and shrimp. This sauce serves two purposes, to enhance the taste of the noodles and to assist the populace in obtaining essential nutrition. As for the third benefit, which I shall speak for Xiao Yan, it is to enable even those who cannot cook to prepare a bowl of exceptionally flavorful noodles. Zhou Helong seized the opportunity to elaborate. Meng Lan nodded gently at Yan Jin. No wonder old Zhou holds you in such high regard, Xiao Yan. Our Qingping city needs entrepreneurs like you, not solely for profit, but to provide tangible benefits to the community. Meng Lan's fondness for Yan Jin grew. After a few more exchanges, everyone resumed their meals. Following the meal, Meng Lan and Mu Chonga tidied the dining table, while Zhou Helong and Yan Jin settled onto the sofa to discuss the exhibition sales event. Secretary Zhou, I will head to the capital in the next few days to coordinate with Director Zhang of the Beijing office. Yes, I will call Zhang Xiangqing tomorrow morning to request a letter of introduction for you. This will facilitate the work. Yan Jin expressed his gratitude to Zhou Helong once again. There is no need for formality with me. Please continue discussing the specifics of the exhibition sales event. Subsequently, Yan Jin reported his thoughts to Zhou Helong. In the kitchen, Meng Lan and Mu Chonga busied themselves. While Mu Chonga washed the dishes, her mind was preoccupied with Yan Jin. She had initially perceived him as a sycophant, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Though it was only their first day of acquaintance, the impact Yan Jin had made upon her was profound, evoking reminiscence of university days, aspirations for the future, and the desire to assist the community in obtaining nourishment. Suddenly, Meng Lan asked, Chonga, what do you think of Yan Jin? Huh? Meng Lan's question startled Mu Chonga. Auntie, what do you mean? As someone who had experienced similar feelings, Meng Lan was not oblivious to her little thoughts. With a smile, she inquired, I mean, what do you think of this Yan Jin? He is quite good. Mu Chonga's voice was unexpectedly low. Well, he is young and accomplished, just a few years older than you. I see you two as a good match, both talented and beautiful. Mu Chonga shyly lowered her head. Auntie, I just graduated from university. So what if you just graduated? Nowadays, even in university, relationships are commonplace. Both Zhou Helong and Meng Lan were keen to bring Mu Chonga and Yan Jin together. Meticulous and exceptionally talented, with boundless potential for the future. It is indeed fitting for Mu Chonga to marry him. Time swiftly passed to 8 o'clock. Secretary Zhou, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Please rest early, you and Aunt Meng. Zhou Helian also stood up. All right, let us conclude our discussion for today. Chonga, please see Xiaoyan off. Mu Chonga was eager to go but felt a twinge of shyness about it. Outside, the darkness loomed, making it somewhat awkward for the two of them. Yan Jin smiled lightly. No need, Secretary Zhou. Aunt Meng, I shall take my leave first. He stepped over the threshold. Noticing Mu Chonga standing still, Meng Lan nudged her. Hurry and see Xiaoyan off for me and your uncle. Only then did Mu Chonga step outside. The community was tranquil, with the two walking in single file, each lost in their own thoughts. Mu Chonga was uncertain about what to say to Yan Jin, while his mind was preoccupied with matters concerning the trade fair. Suddenly, he halted, causing Mu Chonga, who had been trailing behind with her head bowed, to bump into his back. Ah! Yan Jin was momentarily startled. What are you doing? Mu Chonga detected a note of reproach in his tone and felt a surge of displeasure. Why did you stop walking? Yan Jin retorted. Do you not watch where you're going? It's too dark. How can I see? Yan Jin was exasperated. Could it be that Mu Chonga suffered from night blindness? All right, you can stop here. Hurry back inside. It's dark and chilly. Mu Chonga thought it was unreasonable for Yan Jin not to apologize and then insist on sending her back. Didn't he realize her feelings? This man, so intelligent, was hardly dense. Go back already. Yan Jin waved his hand dismissively and walked toward the entrance of the community. Mu Chonga stomped her foot in frustration. What a big fool. After the disturbance instigated by Long Gu subsided, the Zhongyuan factory resumed production that very day. The 20 newly recruited female employees were intensifying their training. The momentum leading up to the trade fair rested entirely on their shoulders. Muchonga had been selected as the host. Everything was proceeding according to plan. While Yan Jin was drafting the hosting script in his office, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Sun Guofu stepped inside. The bruises from his altercation with Long Gu had not yet completely faded. "Director Yan, how is your injury?" Sun Guofu chuckled. "This is merely a minor injury. The workers are recovering well. Director Yan, you provided us all with medical subsidies and compensation, and everyone is very grateful, which has boosted their morale." Yan Jin nodded. "As long as everyone is all right." "Section Chief Sun, is there something you wish to discuss?" Sun Guofu produced a plastic bag containing a piece of instant noodles. "Director Yan, this is the improved formula produced by our ingredients department this week. Please give it a taste." Yan Jin broke off a small piece and tasted it. Eating it plain, the flavor was acceptable. "Section Chief Sun, you must expedite production. We need to ensure our supply is sufficient." However, Sun Guofu appeared somewhat worried. "Director Yan, the stockroom is nearly full of instant noodles. Should we continue production? The workers are concerned about them not selling." Yan Jin's expression turned cold in an instant. "Section Chief Sun, are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Sun Guofu felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and hastily clarified, "Director Yan, that was not my intention." Yan Jin coldly replied, "Section Chief Sun, your focus should solely be on production. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else. The current stock is insufficient to last even a day." He was fully aware of his responsibilities. If he didn't express his anger occasionally, they might mistakenly believe he was overly accommodating. Yan Jin's expectations for the workshop staff were straightforward: obedience and competence. They were to diligently perform their designated tasks without unnecessary worries. Sun Guofu, with a look of distress, returned to the workshop, regretting his earlier visit to Yan Jin's office. He had been too lenient, swayed by the workers' encouragement to discuss inventory under the pretext of tasting instant noodles. Had he not desired discomfort? Director Yan's reasoning was not without merit. His duty was to oversee production, not to fret about stock levels. From now on, he resolved never to approach Director Yan with suggestions again, for his wrath was truly intimidating. Upon Sun Guofu's return, the workers gathered around him. "Section Chief Sun, did you speak with Director Yan? What did he say? Did he heed your advice to slow production?" They clamored. "Indeed, the inventory is excessively high. If it cannot be sold, what a waste that would be." Their noisy chatter only added to Sun Guofu's growing frustration. He bellowed, "Silence." The cacophony ceased immediately. Scanning the room with a grim expression, he declared, "Listen carefully. Director Yan has ordered us to accelerate production. The inventory is not your concern. Focus on your assigned tasks." Female worker Ma Lily scoffed, "Section Chief, with so many instant noodles, if they don't sell, won't our factory regress to its former state? What if we can't recoup our costs? Surely, Director Yan wouldn't offset our wages with instant noodles." Ma Lily voiced the collective apprehension of the workers. They feared precisely that outcome. If wages were to be compensated with instant noodles, they would have no place to lament their misfortune. Director Yan stated that the inventory is insufficient to last even a day. Do you all not believe his words? Disperse and return to your posts. The workers reluctantly scattered. Yet discussions continued in hushed tones. They were perplexed by Director Yan's strategy. If things continued this way, it would be the workers who would bear the brunt of the consequences. Chapter 50. The act of violence. Later that night, in the office of the Zhongyuan factory director, Yan Jin, along with Wang Entai, Sun Guofu, Jiang Bin, and Ding Jian, continued their discussions. "I will head to Beijing early tomorrow morning. Ding Jian and the colleagues from the business department will arrive tonight. Deputy Director Wang, I entrust the factory matters to you." The director reassured him, "Rest assured, our factory has made a name for itself. No one dares to stir trouble anymore." Wang Entai was the first to affirm. Yan Jin turned his gaze to Sun Guofu, his greatest concern lying with the production department. "Section Chief Sun, inform the workers that they should feel no burden once the trade fair begins. That inventory will hardly last a day. Your paramount task is to focus on production, and further production." He emphasized this crucial point thrice. On one side stood the director, while on the other were the workers. Sun Guofu found himself in a rather precarious position, yet he managed to utter, "Director Yan, I shall do my utmost." Yan Jin's expression darkened. "I did not ask you to merely try. You must ensure that it is accomplished. When the critical moment arrives and the armory is devoid of weapons, how shall we engage in battle?" Stung by the reprimand, Sun Guofu felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks. He rose to his feet, declaring, "Director Yan, I shall sign a military order. Production capacity will undoubtedly keep pace." A hint of relief crossed Yan Jin's face. "Very well, At such a crucial juncture, none must lag behind. After the meeting, everyone returned home. Yan Jin made his way to the factory, troubled by an inexplicable twitch in his eyelid that had been plaguing him recently. Could it be due to excessive fatigue? Standing at the entrance, Old Sun was peering anxiously outside, seemingly in search of something. Upon noticing him, Yan Jin approached. Old Sun, what are you looking for? Director, for several days now, a shadow has been loitering at the factory gate. Just a moment ago, I thought I saw it again. But it vanished in the blink of an eye. A shadow? Indeed, it's been several days. First, lock the gate. We cannot afford any further incidents. Understood. As Old Sun prepared to shut the heavy iron gate, a dark figure suddenly lunged from the side. The shadow dashed towards Yan Jin with alarming speed, brandishing a gleaming dagger. Yan Jin, it is time for you to perish. In a moment of sheer instinct, Yan Jin grasped the assailant's wrist, deftly deflecting the blade and narrowly escaping harm. Fortuitously, his training in martial arts had honed his reflexes. Otherwise, he would have borne the brunt of that initial attack. Neo Junru? Despite the darkness, Yan Jin recognized his adversary at such close range. Yan Jin, you have brought me nothing but misery. I shall take your life. Neo Junru's face contorted with rage as he drew a knife from his waist. Before he could strike, Yan Jin swiftly blocked Neo Junru's arm with his own, yet still sustained a painful cut. The sting was excruciating. At that moment, Old Sun rushed over, seizing a shovel and swinging it towards Neo Junru's head. Thwack! Neo Junru, taken aback by the blow, turned to glare fiercely at Old Sunday. Damn it. You sneak attack me from behind. In that instant, Yan Jin executed a side kick, toppling Neo Junru to the ground. Without hesitation, he snatched the shovel from Old Sun's hands and brought it down forcefully onto Neo Junru's arm. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed as Neo Junru's arm shattered. Yet, he glared with murderous intent, continuing to shout, Yan Jin, I will kill you. I will kill you. Neo Junru, what have I done to incur such hatred from you? Why have you marginalized me? I am the office director. Why? I wish to organize a meeting. Yet you consistently reject me with cold indifference. Why? Yan Jin, at a loss for words, could only think. Your mindset is the problem. You should never bite the hand that feeds you, and you certainly should not attempt to take my life. 15 minutes later, Neo Junru was escorted away by 2 police officers who had previously been involved in the case during the assault on the factory by Long Go. They failed to comprehend that, at this moment, there are still audacious individuals who dare to seek trouble with the meticulous Yan Jin. Some even threatened to take his life. Yan Jin is currently a favored figure before the municipal party secretary. Isn't this courting disaster? Moreover, Neo Junru has just been released and is now brandishing a knife to commit violence. His fate is sealed. On Thursday, November 10th, 1983, at dawn, as he gazed at Yan Jin's wounds, Ho Duong wished fervently to march to the Public Security Bureau and give Neo Junru another beating. That numbskull Neo Junru. I shall strike him every time I encounter him from now on. You might rarely get the chance to see him. He may not emerge from this. Yan Jin turned to Ho Duong. Why are you here instead of resting at home to recuperate? Director Yan. Deputy Director Wang instructed me to accompany you to the capital for your protection. What if someone attempts to harm you again? Yan Jin's face darkened. I am not an emperor. How could there be so many malcontents seeking my demise? Nevertheless, having Ho Duong along is acceptable. There is also Wu Liang in the capital. What if he resorts to his nefarious ways again? Yan Jin, accompanied by Ho Duong and 20 female employees, embarked on the train to Beijing. The last trip ended with him being thoroughly beaten by Wu Liang, returning in disgrace. This time, only success is permitted. Failure is not an option. Upon arriving in the capital, they first sought accommodation in a hotel near the department store, ensuring the comfort of Man and the other workers. Subsequently, Yan Jin and Ho Duong proceeded directly to meet with the director of the Beijing office, Zheng Xianqing. The office of the Qingping City Beijing office was merely a nondescript small house rented temporarily. As Yan Jin entered, he encountered the very person he least wished to see. Wu Liang. Wu Liang was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. Yan Jin, you dare to show your face here? Noticing Wu Liang's unfriendly demeanor, Ho Duong clenched his fists, seemingly prepared to confront him at any moment. However, Wu Liang appeared unfazed. Yan Jin, you wouldn't dare to make a move here. Would you? I must say, I overestimated you. Yan Jin gestured for Ho Duong to step back, a smile forming on his lips. Director Wu, it seems we are fated to cross paths. Rest assured, I shall not resort to violence here, nor will I employ force against you. But I will ensure you pay a price. No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. A glimmer of malice flashed in Wu Liang's eyes. You must be Yan Jin, the director of Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory? At that moment, Zheng Xianqing, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, appeared in the yard. He had a typical square face, exuding an air of righteousness. By first impression alone, Zheng Xianqing was far superior to Wu Liang. May he be as virtuous as he appears, a true gentleman. I am Yan Jin. You must be Director Zhang. Greetings. Yan Jin stepped forward to shake Zheng Xianqing's hand. Zheng Xianqing glanced between Wu Liang and Yan Jin, inquiring with suspicion, do you two know each other? Indeed, Director Zhang. It was Director Yan who assisted me immensely. He was the one who exposed the fraud of the swindler curd. Wu Liang interjected hastily. Though Wu Liang smiled, his grin was entirely forced and awkward. It seems Director Yan has long been intertwined with our Beijing office. Secretary Zhou has been singing your praises over the phone, declaring you remarkable. Upon hearing the name Secretary Zhou, Wu Liang felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. He found it peculiar how Yan Jin had established a connection with Zheng Xianqing. Could it be that Secretary Zhou Helian had personally introduced them? Before he could inquire further, Zheng Xianqing interjected, Director Yan, I have already discussed matters with them. Let us proceed to my office for a conversation. Very well. Zheng Xianqing led Yan Jin and Ho Duong toward his office. Wu Liang also wished to eavesdrop on the discussion, yet Zheng Xianqing showed no intention of including him. Chapter 51. Breakfast Stall with Zheng Xianqing's assistance from the Beijing office. Yan Jin negotiated smoothly with the department store, which assured full cooperation. The exhibition date was set for November 19th. Gradually, Yan Jin dispelled his doubts regarding Zheng Xianqing. The latter was truly different from Wu Liang. His support was not solely due to Zhou Helian's endorsement. With a week remaining until the exhibition, Yan Jin commenced his preparations according to plan. On Saturday, November 12, 1983, at 6 in the morning, a breakfast stall was set up at a bustling intersection. Shi Man donned the uniform of Zhongyuan Factory, complete with an apron. The sign on the breakfast cart proclaimed, Zhongyuan Instant Noodles, delicious and nutritious. Shi Man meticulously arranged small tables and stools along the roadside. Within mere minutes, 7 individuals approached to inquire. Initially, Shi Man felt a surge of joy when asked about the prices, but upon hearing that a bowl cost 50 cents, they all shook their heads and walked away. Indeed, 50 cents for a breakfast seemed rather extravagant, despite the fact that the woman preparing the noodles was quite beautiful. Her confidence began to wane. She felt that her efforts were insufficient. 10 minutes passed, and she had yet to sell a single bowl. Yan Jin, who had been observing quietly from a distance, approached her. Shi Man stood there, bewildered and somewhat at a loss, while Yan Jin felt a sense of helplessness. It was understandable. This was her first time in the capital and her inaugural venture into the breakfast stall business, naturally causing her some trepidation. Quickly refill the water. What will you use to cook the noodles when customers arrive? The middle-aged couple frying dough sticks next door mistakenly perceived Yan Jin and Shi Man as a couple. Upon hearing their exchange, they chuckled, reminiscing about their own initial experience with stalls, which had been fraught with confusion and numerous mishaps. However, the young couple appeared to be honest and earnest, evoking a sense of endearment. The middle-aged couple respected their industriousness. After all, they were earning a living through their own labor, a truly commendable endeavor. A man riding a bicycle, sporting black-rimmed glasses, curiously halted in front of Shi Man's stall. How much for a bowl of instant noodles? He inquired. 50 cents with an egg, 40 cents without? Yan Jin promptly replied, taking the initiative to speak on her behalf. Unsure if Shi Man could manage to articulate her response in her current state of discouragement. The bespectacled man grimaced, so expensive? The key is, it must be delicious. Otherwise, I wouldn't pay a dime. He shook his head lightly before pedaling away. Shi Man's spirits continued to plummet. She, severely struck by the harsh realities of society, found herself yearning to retreat to a simpler life. Yan Jin, ever composed yet seemingly unaffected, comforted her, saying, do not be anxious. This is the nature of business. Many inquire, but few make purchases. I am hungry, so please prepare a bowl for me first. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged couple next door exchanged bewildered glances, questioning if they had misjudged him. Was he already indulging in a meal before even opening for business? Initially disheartened, Shi Man hastily ignited the gas stove, diligently preparing instant noodles, even adding an egg to the mix. The fact that Yan Jin, her superior, was willing to accompany her to the market filled her with joy. But she was determined not to let him go hungry. As the noodles cooked, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, capturing the attention of nearby food stall owners. A young woman in a floral dress, enticed by the scent, approached and inquired, how much for a bowl of instant noodles? Yan Jin, absorbed in his meal, merely glanced up before resuming his enjoyment. He had already assisted Shi Man once and felt it was essential for her to stand on her own. Nevertheless, he offered her an encouraging glance. Observing Yan Jin engrossed in his noodles, Shi Man steeled herself to speak up. After a brief internal struggle, she quietly stated, "It's 50 cents extra for an egg." The young woman gasped, "So expensive?" Shi Man was at a loss for words in her defense. The girl hesitated, contemplating whether to indulge or not. Yan Jin interjected, "My dear, if you take just one bite, you will find it is worth every penny. This is the renowned Zhongyuan instant noodle, and its flavor is truly exceptional." Watching Yan Jin savor his meal, the girl could not suppress her desire, swallowing hard. Zhongyuan instant noodles? Why have I never heard of them before? She mused. Well, now you have. They are quite famous, with many enjoying them. As he spoke, Yan Jin lifted his bowl and savored a sip of the broth. Delicious. The young woman glanced at the nearby fried dough stick stall, dismissing it as too greasy for her taste. All right, I will have a bowl to try. Shi Man was elated and quickly retrieved a pack of noodles. This was her very first customer, and she was determined to prepare them perfectly. With the flames ignited, she brought the water to a boil, added the noodles, and swiftly incorporated the seasoning and sauce, all in one fluid motion. Soon, a steaming bowl of fragrant noodles was presented before the young woman. Eagerly, she took her chopsticks, blew on the noodles, and sampled a small bite. As she chewed, her brow furrowed in surprise. Why does the flavor of these noodles taste different? She quickly picked up a few more strands to taste. There's a hint of beef flavor, which is why they taste so unique. In today's economy, how many families could afford beef? This little stall was indeed generous, using beef broth to prepare their noodles. No wonder it cost 50 cents a bowl. The young woman felt it was a bit of a luxury. As the heat of the noodles dissipated, she devoured them eagerly, ultimately leaving not a drop of broth behind. In the past, she never indulged in the broth of instant noodles, always finding its flavor rather mediocre. However, today was different. It was beef broth, and wasting it seemed a shame. While paying, a young girl couldn't help but ask, "Sister, do you cook your instant noodles in beef broth? Why does it have such a distinct beef flavor?" Shi Man chuckled. "There's no beef broth, just plain water." The girl, naturally skeptical, thought, how could plain water impart a beef flavor? She must have a unique recipe. This flavor was unique to Zhongyuan instant noodles, something one could not find elsewhere. Zhongyuan instant noodles. The girl secretly noted the name, planning to bring her friends tomorrow to taste this delightful dish. Soon, a few young men from the office passed by, and one tall fellow pointed at Shi Man, a gleam of excitement illuminating his face. "Look at that woman selling breakfast." The group turned to look. Upon seeing Shi Man, an identical thought sprang to their minds. Such a beautiful woman selling breakfast. What a pity. In their eyes, selling breakfast was not a respectable profession, and their positions in the office made it inconceivable to marry someone from such a trade. Nevertheless, they each ordered a bowl, hoping to gaze a little longer at the enchanting girl. In the future, they would seek a partner resembling her. Shi Man grew increasingly adept, and more people became aware of Zhongyuan instant noodles. Yan Jin quietly departed. While Shi Man was thriving, there were still 19 other female vendors in various locations throughout the capital, and he wondered how they were faring. He felt compelled to check on them. The 19 stalls at different intersections gradually opened as well. Many found the price of 50 cents for a bowl of instant noodles a bit steep, but upon seeing the vendor's beauty, they resolved to order a bowl. After all, in any era, looks equate to justice. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Who could resist taking a second glance at an attractive woman? With her beauty and delicious noodles, the reputation of Zhongyuan instant noodles spread throughout the capital. In an age devoid of the internet, Yan Jin had no choice but to employ the highly effective strategy of marketing through beautiful women. That morning, anyone who had tasted the noodles knew that Zhongyuan instant noodles possessed a unique flavor, unmatched by any other brand. Chapter 52. 3 points to consider when pursuing a lady. As lunchtime approached, various workplaces began to close for the day. At that time, most establishments had cafeterias, though some individuals ventured out for a change, seeking alternative dining options. At the National Sports Commission, Zhang Qi slumped over his desk, scribbling notes. The wastebasket beside him was filled with crumpled papers. He wrote a phrase on the paper, reading it aloud repeatedly, yet dissatisfaction lingered, prompting him to cross it out with his pen. Perhaps out of a lack of inspiration, Zhang Qi stood up, deciding to give his mind a brief respite. Just as he was about to head to the cafeteria for lunch, he encountered his colleague, Zheng Xiaoyang, at the door. The two individuals joined the company in the same year, are of similar age, and frequently engage in table tennis together, maintaining a cordial relationship. Zhang Qi, let us go out for a meal. I heard there's someone cooking instant noodles by the roadside. Let us give it a try. Zhang Qi frowned slightly. What is so appealing about instant noodles? They can't possibly compare to the cafeteria's meals. However, Zheng Xiaoyang eagerly pulled him towards the stairwell. The aroma from that place is quite unique. We must taste it. Renowned as a food lover within the unit, Zheng Xiaoyang always makes time to sample delicious offerings. Just yesterday, he learned about the intriguing flavors of a roadside noodle stall, which had lingered in his thoughts ever since. Today, with fewer tasks at work, he seized the opportunity to indulge. Zhang Qi was somewhat reluctant. Instant noodles have a monotonous taste. They're nowhere near as satisfying as a bowl of ramen. How about this? Let us dine at a restaurant instead, my treat. I could also consult you on how to write a meeting notice. The senior colleagues at the unit all praise your writing skills. It's merely writing a notice. There's nothing to learn. Just follow the standard format. Today, I insist on treating you to instant noodles. Next time, you can invite me. All right then. The two exited the sports committee courtyard and made their way to the roadside. I heard it's just ahead at the intersection. Zhang Qi was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of the instant noodles, oblivious to Zheng Xiaoyang's expressions. After walking 500 or 600 meters, they finally spotted the infamous noodle stall. Zheng Xiaoyang eagerly pointed, Zhang Qi, that's the stall. Look how popular it is. Many people are eating there. Not wanting to dampen Zheng Xiaoyang's enthusiasm, Zhang Qi momentarily set aside his thoughts and glanced over. The figure cooking the noodles seems somewhat familiar. The two soon arrived at the stall. Hello, we'd like 2 bowls of instant noodles. Without inquiring about the price, Zheng Xiaoyang immediately placed the order. The rich aroma had already awakened his appetite. However, upon recognizing the stall owner's face, Zhang Qi gasped, Is that you? Only then did she man, engrossed in cooking the noodles, lift her head and see Zhang Qi. She paused for a moment before exclaiming with delight, Zhang Qi, is that you? What brings you here? Zhang Qi and she man were elementary school classmates. Zhang Qi gazed at her, momentarily lost in thought. She man had become increasingly beautiful. Back in school, she was already a stunning girl. Zhang Qi, what a coincidence. Would you like some noodles? Zhang Qi instinctively nodded. 2 bowls. Please take a seat. It'll be ready shortly. She man smiled, her lovely eyes resembling crescent moons, captivating to behold. Zheng Xiaoyang, seizing the opportunity to interject, remarked, So you two know each other. Zhang Qi scratched his head. We were classmates. Zheng Xiaoyang smirked. Zhang Qi, you're quite fortunate to have such a beautiful classmate. His comment carried a hint of flirtation. Zhang Qi's face flushed crimson. Perhaps fearing she man would notice, he quickly lowered his head and hurried to a small table. Taking a seat, Zhang Qi, still a single young man, finds himself at that age when youthful infatuations flourish. Encountering a beautiful classmate inevitably stirs some peculiar thoughts within him. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaoyang, a seasoned individual with a 2-year-old child, can easily discern the young man's subtle musings. He opens a small stool and sits beside Zhang Qi, whispering, Zhang Qi, when it comes to such matters, a man must take the initiative. When opportunities present themselves, one must seize them firmly. Otherwise, regret may linger for a lifetime. Xiaoyang, what are you saying? Zhang Qi responds, bewildered. Zheng Xiaoyang smirks mischievously. Oh, come off it. Surely you know what I'm referring to. His gaze shifts toward she man, who is busy preparing instant noodles, his eyes igniting with fervor. Not only is she beautiful, but her nimble hands and feet reveal her as a quintessential homemaker. If I weren't already married, I would have pursued her long ago, leaving you with no chance. As he speaks, Zheng Xiaoyang suddenly recalls something and retracts his gaze. Zhang Qi, you're not shunning her because she's a street vendor while you work at the sports committee, are you? Zhang Qi attempts to explain, but Zheng Xiaoyang continues unabated. That's precisely where you err. A great man once said, in revolutionary work, there exists only a difference in roles, not in status. Every profession can yield excellence. Zhang Qi forcefully pats Zheng Xiaoyang's thigh, interrupting him. What are you talking about? We simply happened to cross paths today. Zheng Xiaoyang casts a disdainful glance at him. TSK, still pretending? You should see the way you look at her. Your eyes are nearly popping out. There's nothing shameful about such feelings. In a conspiratorial whisper, Zheng Xiaoyang adds, Today, brother will impart a secret. Despite Zhang Qi's verbal refusal, his body betrays him as he leans in attentively. To pursue a lady, you must adhere to 3 principles. What are they? First, be persistent. Second, be unabashed. Third, execute the first 2 flawlessly. If you follow these 3 tenets, you will surely win her over. Zheng Xiaoyang, like a sage, feigns profundity while earnestly advising Zhang Qi. Just then, she man arrives with 2 steaming bowls of noodles. Zhang Qi, do try and see how they taste. The enticing aroma instantly captures Zheng Xiaoyang's attention. With delectable food at hand, He forgets all about guiding Chuanzhi on how to be proactive and eagerly picks up his chopsticks. Relishing the long-awaited dish, he savors each bite. It is not merely eating, it is an experience. Man, did you concoct the broth yourself? Man smiles gently, having been asked this question before. No, I simply boiled it in plain water. Impossible. You must be deceiving me. Zheng Xiaoyang suddenly adopts a serious tone. There is undeniably a flavor of chicken broth. How could plain water produce such a taste? Chuanzhi, puzzled by the sudden intensity, thinks it's just a unique flavor and wonders why Zheng Xiaoyang is being so fierce with Man. He quickly takes a bite and confirms, indeed, there is a hint of chicken broth. Chicken soup is indeed delightful. However, it serves as a substantial nourishment. When you prepare instant noodles with chicken broth, it enhances the flavor, yet you dare to question Man. Zheng Xiaoyang, are you still capable of reason? At that moment, Chuanzhi held significant disapproval towards Zheng Xiaoyang. Nevertheless, Man maintained a smile upon her face. This is the inherent flavor of instant noodles. If I were to truly cook them with chicken broth, I fear I would not even recoup my expenses. Zheng Xiaoyang remained convinced that Man was deceiving him. After all, he had consumed instant noodles before and had steeped them in boiling water. Such a flavor was simply implausible. Chapter 53 Countdown to the Exhibition, Man remarked. The reason the taste is so exquisite is that I use Zhongyuan instant noodles, a renowned national brand that is both delicious and nutritious. Zheng Xiaoyang was taken aback. Zhongyuan instant noodles? Why had he never heard of this brand before? Chuanzhi scoffed. There are many things you haven't heard of. I've tried countless brands of instant noodles, yet I've never encountered Zhongyuan. How was such a flavor achieved? Zheng Xiaoyang was determined to get to the bottom of this. This is a new product freshly produced by our Zhongyuan instant noodle factory, featuring various flavors such as braised beef, chicken and mushroom, scallion-flavored ribs, and shrimp seafood, among others. These phrases were meticulously trained, and Man had memorized them well. As she entered her element, pride resonated in her tone while discussing these details. It won't taste good once it cools down, so you should eat quickly. With that, Man returned to her stall, ready to greet the next customer. Chuanzhi was quite displeased. Xiaoyang, what's wrong with you? Isn't it good enough? Why ask so many questions? Did you see your attitude just now? You nearly frightened her. Zheng Xiaoyang chuckled softly. You haven't even married her yet you are already defending her perspective. TSK. After speaking, Zheng Xiaoyang lowered his head and began to eat the noodles earnestly. Man was right. They would not taste as good once cooled. Chuanzhi shot him a glare and chose to ignore him. After finishing their noodles and on their way back to the workplace, Chuanzhi and Zheng Xiaoyang each pondered their own thoughts. Zheng Xiaoyang contemplated purchasing a few packs of Zhongyuan instant noodles after work to sample the various flavors. Chuanzhi suddenly realized that beyond work, he should have other aspirations. Having reached the age for marriage, it was time to find a partner. Providing his family with an explanation, he considered how he might gradually approach Man. Perhaps starting with watching a movie together would be a good idea. That evening, at a hotel not far from the department store, Ding Jian led Huang Dachuan and others from the business department, who had also arrived in the capital. Mu Chongge was among them, alongside Man, Zhu Wenping, and 20 female workers, as well as part-time bodyguard Ho Duong. They were all gathered for a meeting. Yan Jin scanned the room. Our momentum in the capital is quite promising today. Starting tomorrow, we will inform the citizens about the exhibition. Yan Jin turned to Ding Jian. Director Ding, please present the materials. Ding Jian pulled out a large cardboard box, opened it, and handed Yan Jin a red sheet of paper from within. Yan Jin held the promotional flyer in his hand and shook it slightly. This is the advertisement for the trade fair. Starting tomorrow, each member of the business department will receive a stack to distribute at various street corners, ensuring that more people are informed about the time and location of the event. Man, the 20 of you ladies will continue to prepare instant noodles, while distributing a flyer to each customer who comes to enjoy the noodles. Zhu Wenping and the others nodded in agreement. Ding Jian began to distribute the flyers. Mu Chongge also took one, glancing down at it. The red paper bore only a few lines of bold text. Delicious street-side instant noodles, Zhongyuan instant noodles, will hold a trade fair on November 19th at the department store. Present this flyer for on-site purchase discounts. You may even win a grand prize. The top prize is a television. First come, first served. Though the sentences were few, they were compelling enough to capture attention. Director Yan, are you really preparing a color television? Mu Chongge inquired with curiosity. Of course, I would never deceive the public. Yan Jin replied. Before Mu Chongge could say anything further, Yan Jin had already turned to address the crowd. Success or failure hinges on these few days. At this critical moment, we must all step up. Afterward, I will reward you with bonuses. The mention of bonuses invigorated Ding Jian and the others, as Yan Jin's rewards were always generous. Yan Jin's gaze shifted to Zhu Wenping and Shi Manman. Ladies, it is up to you in the coming days. You may not realize it, but you have become a beautiful sight in the capital. Shi Manman smiled shyly. Director Yan, are you teasing us again? I mean it sincerely. I simply speak the truth and hope you will strive even harder. On the day of the trade fair, you will all be on stage preparing instant noodles. So be ready. There will be many people there, and you might feel nervous when you get on stage, but that's fine. Just focus on cooking the noodles. And don't worry about anything else. Yan Jin then shared some phrases for them to use. Once the 20 ladies departed, only Yan Jin and Mu Chonga remained in the room. In this intimate setting, Mu Chonga felt her heart racing like a startled deer and instinctively clenched her small fist. Noticing the shift in Mu Chonga's mood, Yan Jin asked, "Chonga, are you all right?" She quickly shook her head. "I'm fine, really." The experienced Yan Jin was too engrossed in the trade fair preparations to notice Mu Chonga's inner thoughts. "By the way, please tell me your clothing size. I will arrange for a set of host attire for you." I have clothes. What you have is your own. Since you are hosting, it would be remiss of us not to prepare something for you." "All right." Mu Chonga provided her clothing and shoe sizes to Yan Jin, who diligently noted them in his notebook. Observing this, Mu Chonga lowered her head. For some reason, every time she saw Yan Jin, peculiar thoughts would surface in her mind. Yan Jin noticed her unusual expression. Her cheeks even flushed and assumed a relative must have arrived, asking with concern, "Are you sure you're okay?" Mu Chonga gently shook her head. "I'm fine." The next day, during lunchtime, Zhang Xiaoyang from the National Sports Commission appeared again. Still reminiscing about the taste of Zhongyuan instant noodles, he entered a small convenience store. "Do you have Zhongyuan instant noodles here? I have not heard of that brand." "I have Huafeng here. Would you like some?" Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. "I only eat Zhongyuan instant noodles." The shopkeeper was puzzled. How could an unheard of brand be more delicious than the renowned Huafeng? After visiting several stores, Zhang Xiaoyang still could not find Zhongyuan instant noodles. Finally, he arrived at the cooperative. "Do you have Zhongyuan instant noodles?" The salesperson casually gestured towards the shelves. "All instant noodles are there. You can look for yourself." Zhang Xiaoyang searched the entire section, but found no sign of Zhongyuan. "I specifically want Zhongyuan brand. Do you have any?" The salesperson, indifferent, replied, "No." Just then, a man in a Zhongshan suit approached curiously and asked, "Young man, are you sure you want Zhongyuan instant noodles?" Zhang Xiaoyang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The kind that tastes exquisite when cooked. Have you tried it? Of course, it's incredibly delicious. Otherwise, why would I come here to buy it?" Zhang Xiaoyang spoke with certainty. The man in the Zhongshan suit seemed to realize something. "Where did you eat it?" "At a roadside breakfast stall." Chapter 54. Distributing flyers after leaving the cooperative, Zhang Xiaoyang headed to the street corner to find Shi Manman. He wanted to inquire where he could purchase the 5 different flavors of Zhongyuan instant noodles. At that moment, a large crowd had gathered around the stall. Within a short span of a day, many people had already developed a fondness for the flavor. Shi Manman, busy cooking instant noodles, looked up. "Is that you?" "Comrade Xiaoyang, want some noodles? Please give me a bowl of scallion-flavored rib noodles." The noodles were quickly prepared. "Comrade Xiaoyang, your noodles are ready." Man, I'd like to ask where I can buy your Zhongyuan instant noodles." "You can't buy them yet, but our instant noodles will be launched soon. On November 19th, we will hold an exhibition and sale at the department store. If you have time, you can come and take a look." As she spoke, Shi Manman handed Zhang Xiaoyang a flyer. Zhang Xiaoyang glanced at the promotional text. "There are still several days until November 19th. Can you sell me a few packs now?" Shi Manman immediately declined. "I'm sorry, Comrade Xiaoyang. We have regulations that prohibit casual sales." Upon returning to his unit, Zhang Xiaoyang immediately sought out Zhang Qi. "Could you do me a favor?" Zhang Qi looked up at Zhang Xiaoyang, somewhat surprised. It was rare for him to ask for assistance. Something seemed off today. "What can I help you with?" Zhang Xiaoyang chuckled. "Aren't you classmates with Shi Manman, the one cooking instant noodles?" I asked her where I could buy Zhongyuan instant noodles, but she said company policy forbids her from telling me. "Could you ask her and buy a few packs for me?" Zhang Qi's connections as a classmate might prove useful. He had previously helped Zhang Xiaoyang on numerous occasions, and this was his first time asking for assistance, particularly for such a simple matter. Even providing Zhang Qi with a splendid opportunity to meet Shi Manman, Zhang Qi should not have declined. However, to everyone's surprise, he wore a stern expression and said, "Comrade Xiaoyang, since Manman has mentioned that their factory has regulations, I cannot put her in a difficult position. What you stand to lose is merely a few packets of instant noodles, but if I were to intervene, Manman might risk losing her job." Zhang Xiaoyang was visibly taken aback. Was it truly such a grave matter over a few packets of noodles? Meanwhile, Ding Jian and his companions were ardently distributing flyers. Comrade, delicious Zhongyuan instant noodles are launching a sales event. Please take a look. Ding Jian pressed a flyer into a man's hand. The man, having evidently tasted them before, did not display any sign of resistance. Instead, he inquired, "Where will it be?" "Right at the department store. If you have time, do visit. There will also be a lottery, and the grand prize is a television." Ding Jian added, "Moreover, there are discounts available with the flyer." After glancing at the flyer, the man meticulously folded it and placed it into his pocket. In those days, the marketing strategy of distributing flyers was not yet prevalent. Many people were even unaware of what a flyer was. Whoever received it would take it seriously, often reading it attentively, and some would even approach to ask for one. Unlike today, when people dodge those handing out flyers like a plague, even if they accept one, it would be discarded into the trash as soon as they turn away. "Comrade, what do you have there?" An elderly lady approached. Ding Jian quickly handed her a flyer. The lady, however, smiled awkwardly. "I can't read. Could you tell me what it says?" "Ma'am, there are stalls selling instant noodles on the street. Are you aware?" The elderly lady nodded. "Zhongyuan instant noodles. My grandson loves them, but I just don't know where to buy them. I've been to many places without any luck. You can buy them soon. The Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory is hosting a sales event at the department store, and there will be discounts on the day of purchase, plus a chance to win big prizes. If luck is on your side, a television could be yours." "What? Such good fortune?" "Certainly. If you're interested, you should go check it out. The department store isn't far from here." The lady, clutching the flyer, beamed. "For the sake of my grandson, I must go buy some. Ma'am, remember to bring this flyer. With it, you can save 10 cents on each packet." Before she left, another young woman riding a bicycle approached. "I just heard you talking about instant noodles. Is it Zhongyuan instant noodles? Are you selling them?" Ding Jian quickly handed her a flyer. "They will be available at the sales event at the department store. You can check it out then, and there will be a lottery as well." The young woman read the flyer and smiled. "That's wonderful. I can finally buy this kind of instant noodles." Ding Jian was immensely impressed by Yan Jin. He was truly a commercial genius, his mind teeming with brilliant ideas. Through today's participation, his confidence in the sales event grew immensely. While he was in high spirits, Yan Jin, on the other hand, felt immense pressure. Before the sales event began, everything remained uncertain, and unexpected occurrences could arise at any moment. He needed to consider every detail thoroughly, especially the hosting segment. "This is the host script I wrote for the exhibition," and as Mu Chonga quickly skimmed through it, she found herself increasingly baffled. It utterly subverted her understanding of what a host script should entail. The language employed within was, to say the least, excessively extravagant. She lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed intently on Yan Jin, as if silently questioning, "Are you certain this is merely a host script? Did you not mistakenly present me with something else? Is there a problem?" Mu Chonga was an outspoken girl, unafraid to voice her thoughts. "Director Yan, are you sure this is appropriate for a host script? Will the audience truly accept such a delivery?" "Absolutely, trust me." Mu Chonga nodded instinctively. "All right then. But please, do not feel any psychological pressure. With a few rehearsals, you'll become familiar with it, and everything will be fine." Subsequently, Yan Jin began to assist Mu Chonga in rehearsing the script. By the time they finished their practice, it was nearly noon, and Mu Chonga felt a bit parched. "Director Yan, let us have lunch together. It's on me. Once everyone returns, we can eat together. You should rest for now. It's crucial to protect your voice at this time." Yan Jin decisively declined Mu Chonga's invitation. However, noticing her slight disappointment, he added, "Besides, if anyone is to treat, it should be me. After the exhibition, I will treat you to a grand meal." Mu Chonga bit her lip. "Silly fool, who even cares for your grand meal? I simply wish to spend a moment alone with you. Do you truly not understand, or are you merely pretending not to?" As Yan Jin exited the room, he hadn't walked far when he encountered two individuals in the corridor. They hurried along, burdened with luggage, seemingly in a rush. Upon recognizing them, Yan Jin's face lit up with delight, and he quickly approached them. "Teacher Chen, Teacher Zhu." The two paused, taken aback. "Who are you?" Yan Jin chuckled. "You may not recognize me, but I am well aware of who you are. You two are stars, my idols." Chapter 55. Classic works are forged through revision. Yuebin Restaurant was the first privately owned eatery established in the capital after the founding of the People's Republic of China. The proprietors used genuine ingredients, serving generous portions that delighted patrons, resulting in a constant stream of customers. However, the modest restaurant only had 4 tables. Fortunately, when Yan Jin arrived with teachers Chun and Zhu, a vacant table was still available. After serendipitously encountering them at the hotel, Yan Jin introduced himself, mentioning his own aspirations in the capital. This struck a chord with the two teachers, who understood the challenges faced by outsiders in the city. After repeated earnest requests from Yan Jin, they finally agreed to join him for lunch. Yan Jin ordered several signature dishes: garlic pork knuckle, gluten and cabbage, 5-ingredient platter, and stir-fried shrimp. While waiting for the food, he opened a conversation. I heard you two are set to perform at the Spring Festival Gala this year. It's a critical period for program review. Why are you leaving now? Because we don't want to stay? Chen Paisai replied bluntly, revealing her underlying frustration. I heard you will be performing a skit titled Eating Noodles this year? Upon hearing this, Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimiao's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. Director Yan, how did you come to know about this while it is still under wraps? I must admit, I regretted letting that slip. I have far too much knowledge to explain. He chuckled awkwardly. I have a relative working at the television station who happened to overhear director Huang Jingyi of the Spring Festival Gala discussing it. Little did I know, the mention of director Huang Jingyi would further incite Chen Paisai's ire. Moreover, he was only 30 at that time, brimming with youthful exuberance. It's not that I have any grievances against director Huang. It is simply infuriating. Meanwhile, Zhu Shimiao kept casting glances at him, yet Chen Paisai remained oblivious. Our program about noodles utilizes an entirely new performance format called skit. This week, we have been residing in a hotel, laboring over the script, and after much effort, we finally completed it, only for it to be rejected upon review. At that moment, the dishes and drinks were served. Yan Jin filled the glasses of the two teachers. You both mentioned that skits represent an unprecedented form of performance. Thus, after the Spring Festival Gala, you shall undoubtedly be regarded as the pioneers of skits. Perhaps due to their discontent, the two continued to drink, one cup after another. With a few drinks down, Zhu Shimiao, who had been rather taciturn, began to speak more freely. We can no longer grace the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. So what if it was rejected? A few revisions, and it will surely be fine. After all, classic works are born from revisions. Yan Jin encouraged them. Zhu Shimiao shook his head helplessly. It is too difficult, and staying at the hotel incurs expenses. The Spring Festival Gala's budget is tight. We cannot continue to impose on this place. Once we finish this meal, we shall depart from the capital. Yan Jin was unaware that while creating Eating Noodles, the pair had run around several times. In those days, without mobile phones, they were unreachable, causing the entire Spring Festival Gala crew to be frantic in their search. Fortunately, both were from the August 1st film studio, and eventually, the leadership there was contacted, allowing them to resume their creative process. Noticing the rosy flush on their faces, which suggested a hint of inebriation, Yan Jin inquired, could I possibly take a look at your script? Chen Paisai, without hesitation, retrieved several sheets of paper from his bag, ready to hand them to Yan Jin. But Zhu Shimiao intervened. Old Chen, isn't that inappropriate? Yet Chen Paisai was unfazed. What is inappropriate about it? It was rejected anyway. It won't hurt to let director Yan have a look. Chen Paisai directly handed the script to Yan Jin. Yan Jin swiftly opened it and perused it. The script indeed fell short of the standards required for the Spring Festival Gala, displaying a significant gap from what later became Eating Noodles. It would have been miraculous had it passed. Director Yan, this is the culmination of a week's worth of our earnest efforts. They glanced at it just once and declared it unfit, completely disregarding our hard work. My frustration is quite justified, isn't it? Yan Jin chuckled. Teacher Chen, I empathize with your sentiments. However, Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimiao fixed their intense gazes on Yan Jin simultaneously. This piece still possesses room for refinement. What do you mean by that? Chen Paisai's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. For instance, at the beginning, could we not depict it such that Chen Xiaoer hadn't eaten all day, and without waiting for the director to call for action, he stealthily begins to eat, just to have something in his stomach? As the director continued to discuss the lines with Chen Xiaoer, he added a touch of humor, saying, there are only 2 lines. Why the urgency? Misunderstanding the director's intent, Chen Xiaoer replied, I am not in a hurry. Subsequently, the director instructed Chen Xiaoer to serve a bowl of noodles. Displaying a hint of shyness, Chen Xiaoer brought the bowl to the director and offered, why don't you have some first? As Yan Jin spoke with fervor, the displeasure on Chen and Zhu's faces gradually transformed into astonishment. Chen Xiaoer slapped his thigh energetically, exclaiming, Director Yan, what you just mentioned is truly splendid. How did I not think of that? Zhu Shimiao, taken aback, inquired, Director Yan, have you studied acting before? Yan Jin shook his head. No. You two are the professionals in acting. I am merely an amateur who enjoys pondering in my spare time. Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimiao exchanged a knowing smile. After listening to Yan Jin's insightful suggestions, they recognized the script's shortcomings. Together, they raised their glasses. Director Yan, we are fortunate to have met you today. You have illuminated our path, such is fate. To art, we toast to you. The three of them drank heartily. The skit is a highly artistic form of performance, and the invitation extended by director Wang to the two teachers reflects his trust in their artistic expertise. It seems inappropriate for you to leave abruptly, and I feel for the audience nationwide. I still recommend that you stay and refine your work. I believe that both of you not only can grace the Spring Festival Gala, but also lead a new trend. Yan Jin spoke with heartfelt sincerity. The two pondered for a moment. Director Yan, please refrain from calling us teachers. Today, you are our teacher. You are right. We should not just depart. Chen Paisai extended his hand toward Yan Jin. Director Yan, I am determined to be your friend. Their hands clasped firmly. Zhu Shimao joined in, placing his hand atop Yan Jin's as well. From this day forth, we shall be friends. This unexpected camaraderie was a delightful surprise for Yan Jin. Initially, he had sought to connect with the television station to showcase Zhongyuan instant noodles on the Spring Festival stage. Little did he expect to forge a friendship with two future superstars of the gala. Before the emergence of the Skit King, Chun and Zhu undeniably represented the pinnacle of the Spring Festival Gala for the coming years. Yan Jin found himself questioning whether, indeed, he bore the aura of a protagonist following his rebirth. Having heeded Yan Jin's counsel, Chun and Zhu chose to remain and continue their creative endeavors. Upon returning to the hotel, Yan Jin sequestered himself in his room, determined to write a skit script. Chapter 56. Inspiration from instant noodles. Chun and Zhu returned to their quarters. Zhu Shimao promptly retrieved his notebook, eager to swiftly jot down Yan Jin's insightful comments while they were still fresh in his mind. Chen Paisai, seated on the edge of the bed, remarked, "Old Zhu. Yan Jin is quite intriguing. He even managed to persuade my stubborn self. After all, it is because you cannot let go of the Spring Festival stage," Zhu Shimao replied, lowering his gaze. "Old Zhu, after all, it is the Spring Festival Gala. No matter how many films we produce, they may never quite measure up to a performance on that illustrious stage." Chen Paisai reclined back, lying on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. As I walked back, I pondered that I shouldn't hold a grudge against director Wang. He is, after all, a renowned director, and his words carry some weight. If he is dissatisfied, we ought to make adjustments. To be honest, if I were to leave it at that and my father found out, I would surely face dire consequences. Then stop your rambling and get up to revise the script. Did you not hear Yan Jin say that quality works are born from revisions? Chen Paisai replied, "I can't. I drank too much at noon, and I'm feeling a bit tipsy. Old Zhu, you go ahead with the revisions. I'll take a quick nap." As soon as he finished speaking, the room was filled with the sounds of snoring. Zhu Shimao noted that it was 9 o'clock in the evening. The lights in their room were still aglow, and sheets of paper filled with words covered the floor as they continued their revisions. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Teacher Chun, Teacher Zhu, it's me, Yan Jin." Chen Paisai opened the door. "Director Yan, it's so late. And you're still awake." Yan Jin handed over a box of Zhongyuan instant noodles. "I figured you two would be burning the midnight oil tonight. This is a late-night snack I prepared for you, our factory's new product, guaranteed to inspire a flood of creativity." Chen Paisai chuckled. "Director Yan, we shall not be polite then. We haven't even had dinner yet. All right, I want to interrupt you further." Yan Jin didn't even step inside, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left. Looking at the box of instant noodles, both of their stomachs began to growl involuntarily. "Food is essential, old Zhu. Let us eat first." "Sure." Zhu Shimao stretched lazily. With no immediate clarity on their work, they decided to prioritize their meal. Chen Paisai retrieved their lunchboxes, opened the box, and took out 2 packets of instant noodles, tearing them open. "Wait, why are there 3 seasoning packets inside the noodles? No matter how many packets there are, let us use them all. I'm starving." Chen Paisai squeezed all the seasoning onto the noodles and poured hot water from a thermos over them. Soon, the room was filled with a tantalizing aroma. "How delightful!" Zhu Shimao exclaimed, eagerly stirring the noodles. "This is the scent of beef." Meanwhile, Chen Paisai had already begun to indulge in the feast. "So delicious. I dare say, this is the best noodle I have ever tasted." Both of them had hearty appetites and finished their meals in mere moments, even slurping up every drop of broth. "Old Zhu, are you full?" Zhu Shimao chuckled. "How about we have another pack?" "I'm in favor." In no time, they prepared another packet. My admiration for Yan Jin grew. If this instant noodle were to hit the market, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous success. Having been in the industry for years, I have met many individuals. Yet someone as enigmatic and extraordinary as Yan Jin is a rarity in my experience. As they chatted, the noodles were ready. With 1 pack already consumed, they savored the second more slowly, finishing every noodle and leaving no broth behind. Chen Paisai smacked his lips in satisfaction and let out a hearty belch. Suddenly, His eyes brightened. Old Zhu, I know how we should revise our work. Chen Paisai set down her lunchbox and rushed to the table, seizing a fountain pen to write fervently. November 17th, 1983, Thursday. The dawn was just breaking. Yan Jin, still lost in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she opened the door to find Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao standing at the threshold, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. Teacher Chen, Teacher Zhu, have you stayed up all night? Yan Jin yawned as she inquired. Chen Paisai handed several sheets of paper to Yan Jin. Director Yan, we worked through the night to revise our piece and specifically sought your approval. Yan Jin ushered the two into her room and began to scrutinize the script intently. Yes, this is precisely the essence. The very first skit in the history of the Spring Festival Gala, eating noodles, is just like this. Teacher Chen, Teacher Zhu, I believe you can approach Director Huang right now. This time it will surely pass. Chen Paisai clapped her hands enthusiastically. Director Yan, your contribution is invaluable. Once we get approved, we will treat you to a meal. Yes, a meal on us. The pair left Yan Jin's room in high spirits. Once office hours commenced, they went to find Huang Jingyi. As dawn broke, 20 female workers continued their market operations. Shi Man had fully adapted to the rhythm of this routine, her technique for cooking instant noodles becoming increasingly proficient. Man. Hearing her name called, Shi Man looked up to see Zhang Qi and Zheng Xiaoyang. Oh, it's you. What flavor do you want today? Zhang Qi grinned broadly. Man. Xiaoyang really enjoys the taste of Zhongyuan instant noodles. Could you sell him a few packs? Beside him, Zheng Xiaoyang grinned sheepishly. Comrade Man, just a few packs will do. I want to take some home for my kids to try. Over the past couple of days, Zhang Qi had ultimately succumbed to Zheng Xiaoyang's persistent persuasion, finally agreeing to help him request a few packs from Shi Man. Surely, given their friendship, she would not refuse, right? Zhang Qi and Zheng Xiaoyang gazed at Shi Man with hopeful eyes. However, Shi Man replied, Zhang Qi, Comrade Xiaoyang has already inquired once. We have regulations prohibiting the direct sale of instant noodles, regardless of the price. Rejected, Zhang Qi felt a pang of disappointment. Did this mean he held no significance in her eyes? Comrade Xiaoyang, there's no need for this. Didn't I mention that there will be a promotional event for Zhongyuan instant noodles at the department store on the 19th? You can purchase them there. Just take the flyer I gave you for discounts. Zheng Xiaoyang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just couldn't wait. Zhang Qi concealed his emotions and said, It's only a couple more days, Xiaoyang, try to hang in there. Don't make things difficult for Man. Although disappointed, he was still able to see Shi Man, which brought him some comfort. At 10 in the morning, the phone rang in the office. Zhang Qi answered. Hello, Xiao Qi, it's me. Zhang Qi exclaimed, Mom? How come it's you? Where are you? The village just got the phone line. I hurried to call you. Phone calls are expensive, so I'll be brief. You're not a child anymore. Have you found a partner? Zhang Qi's mother felt proud that her son was working in the capital. The matter regarding the daughter-in-law has become a significant source of worry for her. As the adage goes, when a man comes of age, he must marry. And when a woman reaches maturity, she must wed. Zhang Qi has reached the age where he should be seeking a spouse. Meanwhile, Chuanzhi, a boy of the same age in the village, already has a son who can run errands. Zhang Qi hesitated, unsure of how to respond to his mother. Chapter 57. I disagree. When his mother broached the subject, the image of Shi Man instantly flashed in Zhang Qi's mind. How wonderful it would be if Shi Man were his partner. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses other delightful qualities. She is indeed the ideal companion. Mom, I found someone. Perhaps fearing his mother's concern or unwilling to endure her nagging any longer, Zhang Qi made his declaration. His mother on the other end of the line was taken aback with joy. Really? Is she a local from the capital? No, she is also from Qingping City. She's my elementary school classmate. Ah, classmate. That's good. You know each other well. What does she do? She runs a breakfast stall. Zhang Qi's spontaneous response, however, drew his mother's disapproval. No way. You work at the National Sports Committee. You are, after all, a cadre. How can someone selling breakfast be worthy of you? I disapprove of your relationship. But, Mom, when I wasn't dating, you were anxious and kept urging me. Now that I have found someone, you oppose it. What do you want? Xiao Qi, let me tell you, your status is different now. You must find someone with a formal job. Break up with her quickly. Don't delay her, and don't waste your own time. Mom, I have something to attend to. I'll hang up now. Zhang Qi ended the call. Though he was not yet with Shi Man, in his heart, he had already regarded her as his partner. Torn between Shi Man and his mother, he found himself at a loss. Life is indeed challenging. Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao arrived at the television station to meet Huang Jingyi. As Huang Jingyi perused the script, the two felt a wave of anxiety. Though Yan Jin had declared it perfect, He was not Huang Jingyi himself. If Huang Jingyi found it lacking, they would have to leave. Huang Jingyi meticulously reviewed the script twice before finally looking up. He first regarded Chun and Zhu with a serious expression, observing their nervousness. He suddenly burst into laughter. I told you two would succeed. This is quite well written. This piece is definitely suitable for the Spring Festival Gala. Chun and Zhu let out a sigh of relief. They had finally made it. Huang Jingyi continued, Xiao Chun, Xiao Zhu, in just one day and night. You've produced such an outstanding work. Is this your first draft? Are you two doing this on purpose? Of course not. We're not looking to struggle. Chen Paisai chuckled. Then tell me, why is there such a vast difference in quality between the two scripts? Huang Jingyi's gaze bore into them. Chen Paisai sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Director Huang, to be honest, we received guidance from a remarkable individual. A remarkable individual? Who is this? His name is Yan Jin. Not only does he possess profound skills in acting, but he is also highly accomplished in scriptwriting. Chen Paisai lavishly showered an array of compliments upon Yan Jin. Yan Jin, how is it that I have never heard of this individual? Huang Jingyi felt that Chen Paisai's praise was somewhat exaggerated, his gaze shifting towards Zhu Shimao. Zhu Shimao promptly interjected, Director Huang, during the creation of this skit. Yan Jin indeed provided us with considerable inspiration. We have benefited immensely. In contrast to Chen Paisai, Zhu Shimao appeared more composed, his words resonating with reliability. You both speak so highly of Yan Jin. Do bring him to meet me one day. I would like to learn from this esteemed individual as well. Huang Jingyi returned the script to the duo. To return to the matter at hand, with over 2 months until the Spring Festival Gala, Xiao Zhu, Xiao Chun. You may begin rehearsals based on this. Chun and Zhu's excitement was palpable. Director Huang, does this mean our program has been approved? And we can perform at the Spring Festival Gala? The script stands as it is for now. As for your participation in the gala, I cannot provide you with 100% assurance, but I will do my utmost to advocate for you. Once outside the television station, the two hurried back to their hotel, immediately knocking on Yan Jin's door. Yan Jin opened it. Teacher Chun, Teacher Zhu, Director Yan. We bring you splendid news. Our script has passed with Director Huang. Chen Paisai was visibly elated. This is wonderful. Tonight, I shall host a banquet to celebrate. Zhu Shimao waved his hand dismissively. If there is to be a celebration, it is we who should host it. After all, this achievement is in great part due to your efforts, Director Yan. We owe you our gratitude. Indeed, we mentioned you to Director Huang. He expressed a desire to meet you when time permits. He wishes to learn from you. Yan Jin's eyes lit up. Really? Absolutely. I never speak falsehoods. When shall we meet Director Huang? Yan Jin was even more excited than Chen Paisai. Why the rush? Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet him. Chen Paisai, ever curious, asked him, Director Yan, are you so eager to meet Director Huang because you wish to perform at the Spring Festival Gala? Someone of my stature could never grace the gala. After all, he is a prominent director. I have never encountered a director in my life, and am merely eager to see what one looks like. Chen Paisai jested. Zhu Shimao chimed in with a smile. Director Yan, let's set aside the matter of Director Huang for now. As agreed, tonight we shall treat you to a feast. Excellent. Yan Jin also felt joy at the prospect of their performance at the gala, and they arranged the time and place. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yan Jin convened a brief meeting with all staff members of Zhongyuan Factory in Beijing. Section Chief Ding, ensure that prizes such as televisions and bicycles are ready. We cannot allow the public to think we are deceiving them. Rest assured, Director, everything is prepared. Yan Jin nodded. On the day of the exhibition, each individual's responsibilities will be significant. Let us utilize these days to practice diligently, leaving no room for error. The group nodded in agreement. There will undoubtedly be a large crowd that day. Everyone must be adaptable and coordinate effectively. Remember, we are a team. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yes. Meanwhile, at the Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory in Qingping City, today marks the day of wage disbursement. All the workers gathered in front of the finance department, their faces adorned with expressions of joy. Tang Benshui, wearing reading glasses, called out the names of the workers. Those whose names were called entered to collect their wages. It was imperative to count accurately. Once they left the finance department, any discrepancies would no longer be our concern. Each worker counted their money several times, ensuring its accuracy before departing. Director Yan fulfilled his previous promise, not only increasing the base salary by 10%, but also awarding performance bonuses based on individual achievements. The highest paid worker received over 70 yuan, an amount surpassing the combined wages of 3 workers from other factories. However, after receiving their wages, Ma Lily and others felt a cloud of worry descend upon them. Recently, the factory had been operating around the clock, and every available space was filled with boxes of instant noodles. To this day, not a single box had been sold. With no sales, there would be no profit. This month's wages had been dispersed, but what about next month? Would they be compensated with instant noodles instead? Today, they had yet to see the figure of Section Chief Sun Guofu, leaving them to wonder where he had gone. Ma Lily harbored a foreboding sense of dread. Chapter 58. The workers' concerns. Alas, everyone, do not rejoice too soon. Last month's wages may have been dispersed, but look at these inventories. None have been sold, which is truly disheartening. Ma Lily's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the workers' elation in an instant. Indeed, what are we to do with such an excess of stock? They couldn't help but recall the dire situation from over a month ago when unsold instant noodles meant that costs could not be recouped, putting the factory on the brink of closure and leaving everyone facing unemployment. The current scene was hauntingly reminiscent of just a month prior. After enduring a month of relative comfort, none wished to revert to the past. The workers hung their heads, the earlier joy dissipating into thin air. Matajia, what do you suggest we do? With Director Yan absent, we should seek out Deputy Director Wang. He is amiable. Let us approach him together. If he doesn't listen, perhaps he will heed our pleas to temporarily halt production and sell off the inventory. The workers exchanged hesitant glances. Matajia, is that truly advisable? Noticing their hesitation, Ma Lily retorted, do you wish to see the factory face closure once more? What is there to fear? Our actions are for the good of Zhongyuan factory. A few were indeed swayed by Ma Lily's words. They stood up, declaring, very well, let us go find Deputy Director Wang at once. Yet, dissenting voices emerged. Matajia, should we not first report to Section Chief Sun? I too wish to seek out Section Chief Sun, but I have not seen him today. Furthermore, following the previous incident, it is unlikely he will advocate for us again. We must rely on ourselves. Before departing, Director Yan had repeatedly urged them to expedite production and not cease operations. They should heed his advice rather than complicate matters. One worker invoked Director Yan's name, silencing the others. Even Ma Lily fell into a momentary silence. At this moment, Sun Guofu hurriedly entered the factory, an anxious expression etched on his face. Look, Director Sun has arrived. The crowd's attention turned towards him. Upon noticing, Ma Lily promptly approached him. Director Sun, today is the day for salary distribution. Why are you only just arriving? I have matters to attend to. Seeing Sun Guofu show no inclination to pause for a conversation, Ma Lily followed closely in his footsteps. Sun Guofu, observing the workers gathered together, furrowed his brow. What are you all doing here? After collecting your wages, shouldn't you hurry back to the workshop to ramp up production? Ma Lily awkwardly replied, Director Sun, we already have such an abundance of stock. Should we not consider halting production for a day? Is there an excess? Sun Guofu's expression darkened. The workers, unsure of his meaning, refrained from responding. Director Yan has instructed that all these goods are to be delivered to the capital today. They won't even last a day on the shelves. Quickly return to work and refrain from entertaining extraneous thoughts. Really? Ma Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would I deceive you? This is what Director Yan personally communicated to me. I was just outside arranging for transportation. A truck will arrive shortly to take everything to the capital. The news of Yan Jin opening a market in the capital filled the workers with excitement. In an instant, they felt invigorated and ready to tackle their tasks. At 6 in the evening, in the webbing restaurant, Yan Jin, Chen Paisai, and Zhu Shimao were enjoying a hearty drink together. With their work approved, both men felt elated and relaxed. Director Yan, you've truly done us a monumental favor this time. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Chen Paisai, being a man of sentiment, had already regarded Yan Jin as a close friend. Director Yan, I must say, the flavor of the instant noodles you produce is simply exquisite. Zhu Shimao could still vividly recall the taste of the 2 packets of instant noodles from the previous night. This is a new product we developed specifically for the dietary habits and current living standards of our people. Yan Jin's statement astonished the 2 men. Was this a heartfelt sentiment or merely the boast of a businessman? Yan Jin continued. We all come from humble backgrounds and are well acquainted with the struggles of the common people. While the issue of basic sustenance has been resolved, many still only manage to fill their stomachs, often denying themselves meat. Even when they have money, they tend to save rather than indulge. Chen and Zhu fully agreed with Yan Jin's observations. They deeply understood the challenges faced by the lower strata of society. Without adequate nutrition, how could one immerse themselves in the tide of economic development? Our Zhongyuan instant noodles have been tailored to address this issue, offering a variety of flavorful sauce packets made from high-quality beef, ribs, chicken, and shrimp. When added to the noodles, they not only provide nourishment, but also deliver exceptional taste. Our intent is simple, to ensure that the common people can enjoy delicious and nutritious instant noodles. The people of that era were remarkably genuine. Chun and Zhu were touched by Yan Jin's words, and Shin Paisai couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Director Yan, you are truly remarkable. Yan Jin smiled modestly. I hardly deserve such praise. Zhu Shimao then inquired, Director Yan, I heard that you are planning to hold a promotional event at the department store? Indeed. The 19th is approaching swiftly. Our Zhongyuan factory is merely a local establishment, lacking in fame. Hence we seek to enhance our visibility through the exhibition and sales event, ensuring that the populace nationwide is aware of our presence. Coincidentally, we are free that day and are eager to assist you. Yan Jin hastily waved his hands, insisting that this small matter should not trouble the esteemed teachers. Primarily, the two individuals have yet to grace the Spring Festival Gala, and their renown remains modest. Yan Jin intends to invite them to endorse Zhongyuan instant noodles only when they achieve nationwide acclaim. Utilizing this favor now might hinder future requests. What teachers, indeed? We are friends, and it is only right that we lend you our support, Shin Paisai remarked, pouring wine for Yan Jin. This evening, factory director Yan was out socializing, while others either retired early or ventured out to meet friends. For instance, Shi Man had promised to accompany Zhang Qi to the cinema. Zhang Qi was overjoyed, interpreting this as a sign of mutual affection from Shi Man. Despite his mother's objections, he truly cherished Shi Man. So what if she ran a breakfast stall? She was not engaging in theft or deceit, but rather earning a living through her own labor. Why should anyone look down upon her? Moreover, her instant noodles were exceptionally delicious, attracting numerous customers daily. This demonstrated that the people held great appreciation for Shi Man's culinary skills. In the words of Zhang Xiaoyang, marrying a girl who is both beautiful and skilled in the kitchen would bring joy even in dreams. The two strolled in silence, and Zhang Qi's heart raced with anticipation. At last, he mustered the courage to express his feelings to Shi Man. I, Zhang Qi, might be leaving the capital in a few days. However, Shi Man interjected before Zhang Qi could finish. This flustered Zhang Qi immensely. Man, you're not staying in the capital? Where are you going? Of course, to Qingping City. After the exhibition, we will return to Qingping City. Will you come back afterward? I don't know. It all depends on the factory's arrangements. In that moment, Zhang Qi felt as if his heart had plummeted into an abyss. Chapter 59. The Eccentric Reporter, November 18th, 1983, Friday. This morning, Chun and Zhu had originally planned to take Yan Jin to the television station. However, early in the day, the director of the Beijing office, Zheng Xiangqing, called Yan Jin, requesting his presence. He mentioned he had secured a connection at the television station, which agreed to report on the exhibition. Zheng wanted Yan Jin to meet with two journalists from the station to provide a detailed introduction of Zhongyuan instant noodles. This was of utmost importance to Yan Jin. Therefore, the meeting with Huang Jingyi had to be postponed. Yan Jin rushed to the Beijing office with Ho Duong. Upon entering the courtyard, he was fortunate not to encounter Wu Liang. Yan Jin instructed Ho Duong to find a place to sit and wait for him, while he gently knocked on Zheng Xiangqing's office door. Come in. At that moment, two individuals were seated on the sofa in Zheng Xiangqing's office, one male and one female. The male appeared to be in his 20s, resembling a recent university graduate. Though the woman was not particularly old, the youthful innocence had faded from her eyes. Upon the arrival of Yan Jin, both individuals promptly rose to their feet. Zheng Xiangqing smiled and said, Director Yan, allow me to introduce you to these two esteemed journalists from the television station, Lin Jing and Jing Hang. This is the manager of Zhongyuan instant noodles, Yan Jin. Yan Jin quickly extended his hand to greet them. Zheng Xiangqing continued, Director Yan, the esteemed journalists have come today to gain insights into the upcoming exhibition and sale event. Please provide them with a detailed account so they can report on it tomorrow. Thus began Yan Jin's moment to shine. He elaborated passionately on the merits of Zhongyuan instant noodles. However, Lin Jing was somewhat taken aback when Yan Jin not only refrained from criticizing his competitors, but instead expressed gratitude towards them. He acknowledged that the intense competition had indeed fostered the current success of Zhongyuan instant noodles. He was especially thankful to brands like Huafeng, asserting that competition affords consumers greater choices, compelling manufacturers to continuously enhance quality, thereby establishing a virtuous cycle. Director Yan, Lin Jing remarked, after hearing your thoughts, I perceive you as a person of great sentiment. However, I must pose a question. Her gaze towards Yan Jin was intricate and peculiar. You have extolled the advantages of Zhongyuan instant noodles, yet is there not a single flaw? Yan Jin, upon hearing this question, noticed that Jing Hang was momentarily stunned. This was no mere interview. It seemed to be a provocation. Zheng Xiangqing's expression also soured. Unbeknownst to them, while Lin Jing had accepted the reporting assignment, she harbored a deep-seated skepticism towards private enterprises. To put it charitably, they were known as private enterprises, but in her eyes, they were simply private capitalists. She perceived the owners of these enterprises as capitalists whose grotesque nature exploited the working class. Her disdain for these proprietors was insurmountable. Confronted with such a deliberately provocative question, Yan Jin first glanced at Zheng Xianqing, who appeared equally at a loss for words. The television station's agreement to cover the exhibition already afforded him a significant favor. If he were to misstep and offend this female journalist, it could sour relations with the station, jeopardizing future collaborations. Zhong Yuan instant noodles, much like individuals, possess both strengths and weaknesses. Yan Jin did not allow for an awkward silence, but began to respond earnestly to Lin Jing. Currently, the primary drawback of Zhong Yuan instant noodles is its low brand recognition. Beyond Qingping City, few are aware of its existence. This is precisely why we are hosting an exhibition in the capital. Zheng Xianqing found Yan Jin's response impeccable, nearly applauding him in admiration. Yet, Lin Jing remained unyielding. Director Yan, I feel as though you are engaging in a play of words, evading the crux of my inquiry. What you mentioned hardly qualifies as a flaw. In light of Lin Jing's assertion, Yan Jin could only respond, while Zhong Yuan may not currently possess any flaws. We welcome the public scrutiny to help us identify areas for improvement, and we shall address them diligently. Lin Jing could not suppress a cold scoff. Director Yan is indeed quite eloquent. In response to Lin Jing's relentless pressure, Yan Jin retorted with irritation. His assertive demeanor left Lin Jing feeling quite uncomfortable. However, she had no intention of reporting to her superiors to cancel the coverage of tomorrow's event. She was curious to see what the exhibition would entail and whether the public would truly embrace the launch of Zhong Yuan instant noodles. The most awkward position was occupied by Zheng Xianqing. Yan Jin had been personally introduced by Secretary Zhou Helian, and Zheng had tasted the Zhong Yuan noodles, finding them exceptionally delicious, far superior to other brands. Lin Jing, being a reporter from the television station, was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, Zheng found himself caught in a predicament. Zheng Xianqing opened the box of instant noodles brought by Yan Jin and extracted 2 packets. Reporter Lin, Reporter Jing. The true quality of Zhong Yuan instant noodles can only be discerned through tasting. Would you care to try? However, Lin Jing declined. Director Zhong, we shall forego the noodles. We will certainly be at the exhibition tomorrow. She then cast a piercing glance at Yan Jin, hoping he would not disappoint them. Her words carried an undercurrent of hostility. Yan Jin was perplexed, unsure of how he had offended this esteemed reporter. He managed a faint smile, assuring her, rest assured, Reporter Lin. Not only will I not disappoint you, but I shall also present you with a grand surprise. Very well, I shall await it, replied Lin Jing. With that, she packed her notebook and swiftly departed, with Jing Heng offering an apologetic smile before hastily following her. Zheng Xianqing was left in a state of confusion. Director Yan, what transgression have you committed against this esteemed reporter? She seems rather unfriendly towards you. Her tone is as if she has bitten into gunpowder. Yan Jin, equally baffled, responded, I do not know her at all. Besides, I cannot afford to offend journalists. They are often referred to as the kings without crowns. Indeed, this is quite perplexing. Zheng remarked, unable to comprehend the situation. No matter, as long as they report truthfully tomorrow, that is all that matters. You need not worry. I have already spoken with their superior about supporting the development of local private enterprises. Thank you so much, Director Zhang. Once the exhibition concludes, I must treat you properly. Yan Jin insisted. Please do not be so formal, Director. You are a rising star in our economy here in Qingping City. I have heard much from Secretary Zhou about your endeavors, and assisting you is tantamount to supporting the development of our local economy. A responsibility I gladly accept. Zheng Xianqing lit a cigarette. Director Yan, Secretary Zhou emphasized that tomorrow's exhibition is not solely your factory's affair, but also reflects the image of Qingping City. It must be executed flawlessly. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. With that reassurance from Director Zhang, we felt more confident. Rest assured, we shall execute the exhibition to the best of our abilities, and we will undoubtedly meet the expectations of Secretary Zhou and Director Zhang. We will also showcase the admirable spirit of the people of Qingping City. On the way back to the television station, Lin Jing wore a gloomy expression. For the past 4 to 5 months, Jing Heng had partnered with Lin Jing, yet this was the first time he had witnessed her in such a manner. Summoning his courage, he inquired, Sister Lin, it seems you have significant concerns regarding Yan Jin? Tomorrow, the exhibition will commence. May everything proceed smoothly. Chapter 60, Fourfold Surprise. On Saturday, November 19th, 1983, Yan Jin arrived early at the department store with the team to reacquaint themselves with the venue and finalize preparations. The exhibition stage had been erected, adorned with a grand banner proclaiming the Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory exhibition. 3 cooking stations were set up on one side of the stage. With time still on their hands, Yan Jin convened a brief meeting. With only an hour remaining until the exhibition began, he reiterated several key points. Everyone's responsibilities were clearly delineated, and it was imperative to maintain a high level of enthusiasm to prevent any lull in the proceedings. They had rehearsed numerous times, and he was confident they would excel. There was no need for excessive anxiety. They would simply replicate what they had practiced over the past few days. Yan Jin did not expect perfection. As long as there were no mistakes, that would suffice as success. To claim one was not nervous would be disingenuous. After all, it was their first time in the capital, and they bore such a significant responsibility, particularly for the 3 female workers, Shi Man, Zhu Wenping, and Yu Xiulan, who were to step onto the stage to cook noodles. Their hearts raced like startled fawns, and their fingers trembled incessantly. Lin Jing and Jing Heng also arrived at the venue early. Upon seeing her, Yan Jin, out of politeness and gentlemanly conduct, greeted her. "Journalist Lin, I hope you will report the events of today accurately. Rest assured, Director Yan, I uphold professional ethics and integrity, and I shall convey everything that unfolds today to the national audience faithfully." That would be ideal. Accurate reporting was precisely what Yan Jin yearned to witness. He hoped Lin Jing would keep her word. As a television reporter and a member of the media, she surely would not undermine her own credibility. Due to it being the weekend, the department store was bustling with people by 10 o'clock in the morning. They were all aware that the Zhongyuan factory would be hosting an exhibition there today, eager to purchase the delicious and nutritious Zhongyuan instant noodles. 2 men clad in bell-bottom jeans gazed at the banner and began discussing. "I've tried their instant noodles. The flavor is exceptional. I've been wanting to buy them, but couldn't find them anywhere." The other concurred. "I've had them by the roadside and received their flyer, which mentioned that they would be available at today's exhibition, so I came to see if I might also appear on television." Many attendees held that flyer in hand. During the distribution, it was announced that discounts would be offered for those presenting the flyer. They were all conversing, their expressions tinged with impatience. "Why isn't it started yet? Indeed, my grandson is waiting to eat." The renowned gourmand of the National Sports Committee, Zheng Xiaoyang, happened to be on break today and had come with the flyer to purchase instant noodles. He had even brought Jiangqi along. "There is strength in numbers. We can grab a few boxes together." With just 2 minutes until 9:30, the exhibition was on the verge of commencing. Why was this time chosen? According to the statistics provided by the department store staff, the foot traffic between 9:30 and 11 is at its peak. The exhibition is about to commence. Below the stage, Mu Chonga, adorned in a striking red women's suit, grows increasingly anxious, taking deep breaths repeatedly. Her hand gripping the microphone trembles slightly. There is no need for anxiety. At this moment, you are the queen in red, capable of captivating the entire audience. Yan Jin made a gesture of encouragement. "You can do it." Observing Yan Jin's resolute gaze, Mu Chonga nodded. After one more deep breath, she glanced at her watch and stepped onto the stage. The Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Exhibition officially begins. Good morning to all our friends in the capital. Cheers erupted from the crowd, with Ding Jian, Ho Duong, and others enthusiastically responding. The sight of Mu Chonga in her elegant red attire instantly captured the attention of those around her. The innate desire to appreciate beauty is universal. Observing a stunning woman is simply human nature. The audience quieted down accordingly. The presence of a beautiful host has already secured a significant portion of the exhibition as success. We are thrilled to announce the commencement of the Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Exhibition. I believe many of you have tasted our noodles, and their deliciousness is not merely our claim, but a testament to the unanimous praise we have received. Here, on behalf of Zhongyuan, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your support. Thank you. Lin Jing furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Humph, just like Wang selling melons. After bowing to the audience, Mu Chonga continued. To express our gratitude for your overwhelming love and support, we have prepared 4 delightful surprises for our audience today. Ho Duong shouted, "What surprises?" I've heard numerous inquiries about where to purchase Zhongyuan instant noodles. Many have searched in convenience stores and supply cooperatives without success. Today, we will be selling Zhongyuan instant noodles here for the very first time, and you will be able to purchase them shortly. This is the first surprise. Upon hearing they could buy the noodles, the crowd surged forward, some losing their shoes in the commotion. Zheng Xiaoyang and Zhang Qi, relying on their height and build, pushed to the front, raising their arms and shouting, "I want to buy. I want to buy now. Hurry, bring me a box." Zheng Xiaoyang's eagerness to purchase puzzled even Yan Jin. Yan Jin had previously arranged for Ho Duong to push forward when the time came to snatch up the noodles. However, it now appeared that such preparation was entirely unnecessary. But who was this person? Could he be an extra hired by Ding Jian? Yan Jin glanced at Ding Jian, who shook his head, indicating he was equally unaware. As Mu Chonga concluded her opening remarks, she gradually settled into her role, unconsciously shedding her earlier tension. Following the script provided by Yan Jin, she added, "There's no need to rush. We have ample supply, and today everyone will be able to purchase. Now, let me share the second surprise. When you buy Zhongyuan noodles, you stand a chance to win grand prizes. Each box of noodles comes with a unique identification code, and we will randomly select some codes. Those chosen will receive generous rewards, with the grand prize being a television. In a shopping mall, a television set can cost several hundred, which represents a significant expenditure for a family. However, now you only need to purchase a box of instant noodles to have the chance to bring home a television. Let us first invite the staff to bring the television up for everyone to see, shall we? Great. This time, there is no need for Ding Jian and Ho Duong to lead the crowd. The audience has willingly joined in with Mu Chonga. Come, please have the staff bring the television up. Huang Dachuan from the operations department and his colleagues brought a 12-inch television onto the stage. Look, this is our prize television. 12 inches in size, a splendid addition to any home. Soon, we will reveal who will take it home. The audience gazes at the television with eyes full of longing. Everyone wishes to be its owner. While purchasing does not guarantee a win, abstaining surely ensures one does not win. Mu Chonga continuously tantalizes the audience's nerves. She plays her part with remarkable ease. When her gaze falls upon a certain individual, he gives her a thumbs up, which invigorates Mu Chonga even further. During these days, Yan Jin has been accompanying Mu Chonga for rehearsals whenever possible. When Yan Jin furrows his brow, Mu Chonga's spirits plummet. Yet, the moment he praises her, she feels an overwhelming sweetness that surpasses even the joy of donning new clothes. In the audience, Lin Jing frowns. She has never tasted Zhongyuan instant noodles and cannot comprehend why the crowd is so exuberant. Could it be that these are all hired plants by Yan Jin? Impossible. Yan Jin could not possibly hire so many. But what is truly going on? Chapter 61. The taste is quite ordinary. Let us momentarily set aside the matter of the television and move on to discuss the third surprise. Many in the audience have likely already guessed it. The audience exchanges puzzled glances. How could we possibly know? What could the third surprise be? Mu Chonga raises the microphone. The third surprise is that those with flyers can enjoy a 2-dime discount when purchasing instant noodles. An elderly lady beams with pride, patting the flyer in her pocket through her clothing. Thankfully, she brought it along. However, not everyone is aware of the flyer. A bearded man beside Zheng Xiaoyang, oblivious, asks, "What flyer? Why don't we know about this?" "It's the one distributed on the streets some time ago," Zheng Xiaoyang explains. The man, clearly anxious, responds, "When was it distributed? Why didn't I receive one? Can I still ask for it now?" Zheng Xiaoyang feels a wave of disdain. Is it really worth so much fuss over just 2 dimes? As the bearded man contemplates, Mu Chonga's voice resounds from the speakers. Next, let us discuss the fourth surprise. Every audience member present today has the opportunity to come on stage and sample my new Zhongyuan instant noodles for free. Upon hearing the word sample, many eyes light up. On the other side of the stage, Li Xiaoming and Wang Yuhua, a couple who rushed to the venue without having breakfast, are overjoyed at the prospect of a free tasting of Zhongyuan instant noodles. Li Xiaoming, in a moment of selecting participants for the tasting, urged us to push forward, insisting that we should seize the opportunity. Li Xiaoming, filled with anticipation, declared, "Just wait and see." Upon keenly observing the crowd, which was densely packed with eager faces, he realized the time was ripe. When Mu Chonga's gaze shifted towards him, Yan Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Chonga immediately understood. All right, let's present our first surprise. It's the complimentary tasting of Zhongyuan instant noodles. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd as everyone raised their hands, clamoring to get closer. "I want to taste. Let me try? Who wouldn't want to sample something for free?" Mu Chonga addressed the throng with a smile. "Your enthusiasm is truly commendable. However, we do have one stipulation. Once you finish tasting, you must share your thoughts on the flavor of our instant noodles, and simply declaring it delicious will not suffice." This condition caused many to hesitate, as the thought of having to speak on stage was daunting. A considerable number of individuals retreated, intimidated by the requirement. Now, let us welcome the most beautiful chefs from Zhongyuan to the stage to prepare noodles for everyone. With Mu Chonga leading the applause, the audience joined in. What might the most beautiful chefs look like? Everyone awaited with bated breath. Accompanied by lively music, Shi Man, Zhu Wenping, and Yu Xiulan ascended the stage. Clad in elegant kipeos and adorned with aprons emblazoned with Zhongyuan instant noodles, Yan Jin had even arranged for their makeup to be subtly enhanced, bringing forth their natural beauty. Li Xiaoming, unable to contain himself, muttered under his breath, Women who can perform on stage are truly exceptional. Just look at their attire and poise. Despite his whisper, his words reached Wang Yuhua's ears, inciting her irritation. In a fit of anger, she stomped down hard on Li Xiaoming's foot. If you think the women on stage are so wonderful, why not join them? The pain caused him to grimace, yet he stifled his cry, his face turning crimson. After all, he was in the wrong. Other men shared Li Xiaoming's sentiments. The trio of chefs was indeed stunning. If given the chance to marry one, they would gladly trade years off their life. Mu Chonga positioned them at the center of the stage, introducing each one. It was evident that the three were quite nervous, their bodies trembling with anxiety. Not only were they apprehensive, but they also felt a tinge of embarrassment, their kipeos revealing their calves, fearing the judgment of others. According to Yan Jin, a qipao should celebrate feminine beauty, revealing what ought to be shown. However, it was 1983, and societal attitudes were not as liberal. In certain aspects, Yan Jin had to yield to the times. Now, let us invite the three chefs to prepare noodles for everyone. This phrase always struck Mu Chonga as somewhat awkward. It felt peculiar. Why not simply say to cook noodles? She had previously questioned Yan Jin about it, only to be met with a swift dismissal. To speak rigorously, it must be done as stated below, with no room for negotiation. Thus, Mu Chonga could only adhere strictly to this directive. The stage was entrusted to Man, Zhu Wenping, and Yu Xiulan. The three had long since mastered the art of preparing instant noodles. Soon enough, 3 steaming bowls of instant noodles were ready. As the trio ladled the noodles into small bowls, Mu Chonga reappeared on stage, prompting the audience to stir with excitement once more. Everyone could see that our instant noodles were ready, and the next step was to select a few audience members to come on stage for a tasting. Who wants to partake? Regardless of age or gender, hands shot up all around. Me. Let me go? I want to eat. The voices clamored loudly, each trying their utmost to attract Mu Chonga's attention for selection. Li Xiaoming also raised his hand high, undeterred by Wang Yuhua's fierce glare or the pinching of his waist. He refused to lower his hand. This time, he felt justified. What was wrong with wanting to sample the instant noodles? He pushed forward, declaring, I want to eat. Let me go up. No matter how hard Wang Yuhua pulled him, it was futile. Frustrated, she rolled her eyes, exclaiming silently that men were indeed foolish. Alas, despite Li Xiaoming's loud voice, it was drowned out by the surrounding uproar. Mu Chonga eventually selected a man. Upon stepping onto the stage, he radiated confidence. He surveyed the audience below, feeling an overwhelming sense of jealousy and hostility directed towards him. The host chose him, not them. How envious they must be. It was inevitable that he was arranged to be on stage in advance. His name was Sun Mingqi. This individual was a plant secretly recruited by Yan Jin, a true ringer. Even Ding Jian and the others were unaware. Although there had been rehearsals, they primarily consisted of simple transitions. Many critical details had only been communicated to relevant personnel, leaving others in the dark. The first person on stage held great significance. In a sense, they served as a barometer. Therefore, this individual could not afford to make any mistakes. May I ask how you would like to be addressed, sir? Mu Chonga inquired, extending the microphone towards Sun Mingqi. I am surnamed Sun, he replied. Mr. Sun, it is a pleasure to meet you. Have you ever tried Zhongyuan instant noodles before? Sun Mingqi shook his head, replying no. Mu Chonga chuckled. Perfect. Today you can take this opportunity to give it a try. Without further ado, let's have Mr. Sun sample the instant noodles prepared by Man. Man handed a small bowl to Sun Mingqi. It was indeed a remarkably tiny bowl. He swallowed it in one gulp. After chewing and swallowing, Mu Chonga asked, Mr. Sun, please share with the audience your thoughts on the taste. Sun Mingqi frowned. It's not as delicious as I anticipated. It tastes similar to other brands of instant noodles. Lin Jing seemed to uncover a great secret and quickly gestured to Jing Hang. Hurry, make sure to record this moment. Chapter 62. The taste is off. Upon hearing Sun Mingqi's words, the audience was left speechless. Zheng Xiaoyang was equally astonished. This cannot be right. I have savored Zhongyuan instant noodles before, and they are undeniably delicious. How could they possibly taste akin to other brands? It is inconceivable. Could it be that this individual has a problem with his palate? Surely, that must be the case. Anyone who has indulged in Zhongyuan instant noodles wears an expression similar to Zheng Xiaoyang's. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, was filled with indignation. Who is this fool that dares to claim Man's noodles are less than delectable? Man's noodles are the finest, I can attest to that. Those who have yet to taste them suspect that the individuals from the Zhongyuan factory are charlatans, elevating mediocre flavors to heights of excellence. Alas, even instant noodles require deceit. The world has changed. Truly, virtuous individuals are becoming increasingly rare. Those with a modicum of education even utter phrases like the hearts of men are no longer as noble. Lin Jing scoffed. Be serious. You are merely deceiving the masses. What a sanctimonious character. Ding Jian, Ho Duong, and others listened to Sun Mingqi's words with seething discontent. They even contemplated climbing onto the stage to shove Sun Mingqi down. How dare he? Such remarks are an affront to Zhong Yuan. They had resolved that once Sun Mingqi descended from the stage, they would give him a sound thrashing, so severe that his mother would not recognize him. Then, they would bind him and confine him for 3 days and nights, teaching him the consequences of his reckless speech. Meanwhile, Mu Chonga displayed little astonishment, her smile unwavering. Very well, Mr. Sun, please remember this flavor, and then allow yourself to savor this bowl of noodles. Come, let our talented chef present another bowl to Mr. Sun. Hodi Wang's face turned a shade of deep anger. Mu Chonga, truly, why allow this scoundrel to sample? He is deliberately tarnishing the reputation of Zhong Yuan. He should be hastily removed from the stage. As an ordinary worker at Zhong Yuan, Ho Duong held a strong sense of duty. He had always been conscientious in safeguarding the interests of the factory. When Long Gu and his crew had stirred trouble at Zhong Yuan, Ho Duong rushed to the front without hesitation. Aware of the odds against him, he still dared to confront Long Gu. Even after sustaining grievous injuries, he fought until the last moment. Henceforth, he earned a resounding and honorable nickname, Guardian of the Factory. He maintained a heart full of gratitude, treating the factory as his home. Therefore, witnessing the petty demeanor of Sun Mingqi filled Ho Duong with outrage and disgust. On stage, Mu Chonga summoned Zhu Wenping to bring forth another small bowl of instant noodles. Mr. Sun, please try this bowl. However, Sun Mingqi did not accept it. Instead, he frowned and inquired, aren't they all the same? You must taste it first. Very well. Only then did Sun Mingqi take the bowl and chopsticks, casting a wary glance before tasting the noodles. After the first bite, Sun Mingqi smacked his lips. At that moment, the audience remained silent, keenly observing Ding Jian's expression for any changes, awaiting his assessment. Host, may I have another bowl? The audience was collectively aghast. Meanwhile, Ho Duong was on the verge of exploding with rage. Sun Mingqi, not only are you maliciously slandering Zhong Yuan, but you also wish for another bowl. This is utterly outrageous. Sun Mingqi finished another small bowl. This time, as he ate, many in the audience watched eagerly, perhaps due to hunger or simply craving. Although he claimed that the flavor was similar to other brands of instant noodles, it did not imply it was unpalatable. Instant noodles, after all, remained quite delightful. Mu Chonga inquired, Mr. Sun, how do these 2 bowls taste? Delicious, exceedingly delicious. I would stake my honor on it. This is the finest instant noodle I have ever tasted, bar none, even surpassing my wife's handmade noodles. Sun Mingqi appeared thoroughly exhilarated. Mu Chonga pressed further, are you certain? Sun Mingqi nodded vigorously, absolutely. If I am lying, may everyone here cast their spittle upon me. Ah, Mr. Sun, do not be overly excited. Shall we treat you to another bowl? Sun Mingqi eagerly agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Mu Chonga gestured to Su Shulan to bring over the noodles she had prepared. As Sun Mingqi gazed at the bowl before him, he could hardly contain his anticipation. Those unable to partake could only watch enviously, swallowing their saliva. Wow, this bowl is even more delectable than the previous 2. How did you achieve this? It's simply exquisite. At this point, many in the audience were baffled. How could the taste vary so dramatically despite being the same instant noodles? Could it be attributed to the culinary skills of the 3 charming chefs? Perhaps so. Ho Duong was also perplexed by Sun Mingqi's antics. Thankfully, he recognized his previous missteps and promptly corrected them, sparing Zhong Yuan from significant loss. He breathed a sigh of relief. Jing Hang, holding the camera, turned to Lin Jia. Should we continue filming? Lin Jing was equally bewildered by Zhong Yuan's enigmatic performance. She could not fathom what Yan Jin was up to. Why was this happening? Yes, capture it all. Mu Chonga raised the microphone. Mr. Sun, who has tasted the instant noodles, has provided his review. Now let us invite another audience member to the stage for tasting, shall we? Cheers erupted as the audience's enthusiasm surged once more, each vying to ascend the stage. Li Xiaoming lost a shoe in the crowd, but pressed forward with determination. With delightful food and lovely ladies on stage, he simply had to see for himself. Even if it meant a fierce quarrel with Wang Yuhua later, he was undeterred. Regrettably, Mu Chonga still did not call upon him. This time, he truly selected someone at random. The second individual to ascend the stage was a woman. Upon arriving, she adjusted the hem of her coat and stood tall. She was quite statuesque, taller than Mu Chonga by a head. What shall we call you, miss? My name is Mei Fenghua. My son is particularly fond of your instant noodles, and I have come today specifically to purchase a case for him. Yan Jin's eyes lit up. Mu Chongge truly had an eye for talent. This Miss May had immediately provided a wonderful endorsement for Zhong Yuan, proving to be a kind-hearted and enthusiastic individual. A virtuous person will surely receive their due rewards. Before Mu Chongge could utter a word, Mei Fonghua seized the microphone, slightly bending her body, and continued, "My husband serves in the military, and I am at home caring for our child. The little one is rather mischievous and doesn't eat much, but ever since that day he tasted your instant noodles, he has been clamoring for them every day. I took a bite myself, and they were truly delightful." Upon learning that she was a military spouse, the audience below could not help but regard her with profound respect. Soldiers are magnificent. Military spouses are equally commendable. While the soldiers guard our homeland, their wives silently safeguard the family at home. They have sacrificed so much. Yan Jin contemplated giving her a further discount later. Shi Man swiftly placed the first bowl of noodles before Mei Fonghua. After finishing, Mei Fonghua furrowed her brow in discontent and even shook her head. "This cannot be right. The flavor is entirely different from what I experienced at the roadside with Zhong Yuan instant noodles. This bowl pales in comparison to the delightful taste I had with my son by the roadside. What is going on?" The audience, including Ho Duong, was bewildered. What could be the reason? Is the cook's culinary skill truly that inadequate, unable to prepare a simple bowl of instant noodles? Chapter 63, No Comparison. No hurt. The situation took a turn, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion. Lin Jing could not help but furrow her brow once more. She had attended numerous exhibitions and sales events, yet she had never encountered such a scenario before. Yan Jing and the Zhong Yuan factory had evidently not prepared adequately. Although the young host performed commendably, it could not salvage this disastrous exhibition. Jing Heng also felt disheartened. "Sister Lin, I believe there is no need to continue filming. This exhibition is merely a farce. It is a waste of our precious time. No, we must film. I intend to create a program that highlights the Zhong Yuan instant noodle factory as a cautionary example." She refrained from voicing the latter part of her thought. She aimed to use the Zhong Yuan factory as a negative case study to convey to everyone that the private economy leads to no fruitful outcome. Private business owners are the epitome of malevolent capitalists. This beautiful land cannot accommodate them. Mu Chongge took the microphone, chuckling lightly. "If it is not to your taste, do not fret. You may sample the noodles prepared by the other two." Mei Fonghua then tasted the instant noodles cooked by Zhu Wenping and Yu Xiulan. Her evaluation mirrored that of Sun Mingqi almost perfectly. Delicious. Truly delightful. The audience was left astonished. One moment they were delectable, the next they were not. What was happening? Ho Duong was perplexed. This is strange. After days of practice, Shi Man's noodle cooking skills were nearly on par with Zhu Wenping's. Why do both Sun Mingqi and Mei Fonghua proclaim the taste to be mediocre? Could it be that Shi Man is simply not on her game today? He glanced at Yan Jing, who stood not far from the stage. Yan Jing's expression remained calm and unperturbed. Ho Duong increasingly felt that this matter was shrouded in mystery. Could it be a deliberate arrangement by Yan Jing? He squeezed his way to Ding Jian's side. "Director Ding, what is going on here?" Ding Jian also wore a puzzled expression. "I am uncertain as well, but observe the factory director's demeanor. It appears everything is within his anticipation. Let us first observe the situation." When Ho Duong inquired again, Ding Jian fell silent, leaving Ho Duong anxiously stamping his feet. After Mei Fonghua stepped down, Mu Chongge returned to the center of the stage. "I trust everyone is somewhat perplexed as to why the instant noodles prepared by Shi Man do not compare favorably to those made by the other two young ladies. I must clarify that Man's culinary skills are indeed commendable. Even our stern factory director has praised her cooking. Yet, why has it turned out this way today?" The two audience members who sampled it earlier remarked that the flavor was indistinguishable from other brands, and in comparison to the Zhong Yuan noodles they had eaten on the street, it was utterly lacking. Could it be that Man simply faltered in her execution? Zheng Xiaoyang and Zhang Qi were equally bewildered. Just days ago, the instant noodles they had enjoyed were also prepared by Shi Man and were exceedingly delicious. What has transpired today? Especially Zhang Qi, who felt a sense of injustice for his beloved. He would not permit anyone to belittle her. At that moment, Zhang Qi suddenly climbed onto the stage. "I have tasted the instant noodles prepared by Man by the roadside, and I adored that flavor. I refuse to believe that the noodles she made just now were mediocre." Those two audience members must be lying. Aside from Mu Chongge and the nearby dozen or so spectators, no one could discern his words clearly. Mu Chongge handed him the microphone, signaling him to repeat himself. After reiterating, Zhang Qi strode directly to Shi Man. "Man, with me here, do not be afraid." Shi Man was astonished. "Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be working today? They all claim your noodles are subpar, but I refuse to believe it. I will prove that your instant noodles are the best." "Thank you, Zhang Qi." Shi Man smiled as she served him a small bowl. Zhang Qi, unable to contain his eagerness, took a bite. Before he even began to chew, his brows furrowed. He muttered to himself, "How can this be?" It became clear that the first two on stage had not lied. The flavor of the instant noodles prepared by Shi Man was entirely different from before. He returned the bowl to Shi Man, feeling a sense of disappointment. Man, the taste is off." Zhang Qi spoke softly. Before Shi Man could respond, Mu Chonga presented the microphone to Zhang Qi. "Sir, please share your thoughts on the flavor. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your verdict." At that moment, however, Zhang Qi found himself at a loss for words. His emotions were tumultuous. To lie for Shi Man, his upbringing taught him otherwise. Should he, like those two earlier, declare the taste mediocre? Yet he did not wish to hurt Shi Man. A conflict raged within him. Zheng Xiaoyang, sensing the unease, also ascended the stage. He approached directly and sampled a bowl of noodles in front of Shi Man. "Sir, how does it taste?" Mu Chonga handed the microphone to Zheng Xiaoyang. With a dejected tone, Zheng Xiaoyang replied, "The flavor is indeed quite ordinary." Zheng Xiaoyang appeared as though he had suffered a profound blow. His spirit diminished as he descended towards the stage, his eyes devoid of luster. Such is the significance of culinary delights, an extreme importance to a true gourmand. Jing Hang. Capture their expressions in close-up. These authentic visages possess a persuasive power that transcends mere words. Jing Hang promptly directed the camera towards Zheng Xiaoyang and Zhang Qi, expertly framing their expressions with precision. "Sister Lin, it's done." Jing Hang gestured an okay towards Lin Jing. Lin Jing nodded, casting a glance at Yan Jin in the distance before making her way over. "Director Yan, your exhibition this time was indeed unexpected." Her words dripped with schadenfreude. Yan Jin was perplexed, unable to comprehend what he had done to provoke such animosity from her. Were they perhaps adversaries from a past life? "Journalist Lin, there's no need to rush. Since we are hosting an exhibition, it must be grandiose. A lackluster affair would be rather dull." Yan Jin's confidence only served to irk Lin Jing further. "Director Yan, enough of the charade. This exhibition can only be described as a failure." "Not necessarily. The main event has yet to unfold." The more composed Yan Jin appeared, the more discontented Lin Jing became. She relished in his evident turmoil, anxiety, and frustration. "Let us hope that by the end of the exhibition, you will still be able to smile." "Rest assured, I certainly will," Yan Jin replied with a slight smile. Lin Jing felt as though her punch had landed on a cotton pillow. That insufferable man. "We shall see." On stage, as Zheng Xiaoyang was about to step down with Zhang Qi, Mu Chonga called out to them, "Wait a moment." Zheng Xiaoyang paused. Mu Chonga offered him a bowl of noodles from Zhu Wenping. "Try this bowl." Zheng Xiaoyang mechanically accepted it and began to eat. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization. "Oh, that's the flavor. Good, I'll let you try another bowl." Mu Chonga presented him with noodles prepared by Yu Xiulan. With each mouthful, Zheng Xiaoyang became increasingly animated. "Yes, this is the taste, exactly this taste. Delicious, absolutely delightful." Mu Chonga smiled slightly. "This proves that the previous two comrades were not lying, does it not?" Zheng Xiaoyang nodded vigorously. "The flavors of the three bowls are indeed distinct. The first was mediocre, the second was exquisite, and the third, the best. Reminiscent of what I enjoyed at the roadside. Thank you for your participation." Mu Chonga gestured for him and Zhang Qi to descend from the stage. Zheng Xiaoyang cast a sympathetic glance at Shi Man. Perhaps she had indeed faltered? Zhang Qi turned back repeatedly, unable to shake off thoughts of Shi Man. Observing his reluctance to leave the stage, Mu Chonga approached swiftly. "Comrade, please cooperate with our efforts. Thank you." Zheng Xiaoyang hurriedly pulled Zhang Qi down from the stage. That fellow, truly enchanted by Shi Man. Mu Chonga returned to the center of the stage. "Just moments ago, 3 colleagues sampled our Zhongyuan instant noodles, their evaluations remarkably consistent. The first bowl was deemed mediocre, the second delicious, and the third exceptionally delightful." Mu Chonga continued to speak, while Shi Man maintained a calm demeanor, even sporting a slight smile, unperturbed by the fact that her noodles were not as palatable as those prepared by her two companions. Mu Chonga then inquired, "Why might this discrepancy arise?" This prompted a collective confusion among the audience. At this juncture, Ho Duong, who had been slow to grasp the situation, seemed to come to a realization. This must have been a deliberate arrangement by Director Yan. With this thought, Ho Duong felt reassured. There were no surprises. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. "Now, I shall unveil the truth. The noodles prepared by Man were not Zhongyuan instant noodles at all, but rather another brand, which I shall refrain from naming." The audience suddenly understood. No wonder all three found the flavor to be average. Those who had tasted them recognized that, in comparison to Zhongyuan, other brands were decidedly inferior. Some slower to react began to question why, at a Zhongyuan promotional event, other brands were being cooked. In our culture, we have a practice of comparing products from 3 different vendors. Only through such comparisons can one discern which is superior, thus making an informed purchasing decision. Zhong Yuan has facilitated this comparison for everyone, and now it should be clear whom to choose. From the audience, Ding Jian raised his voice, proclaiming, "Of course we choose Zhong Yuan." "Yes, Zhong Yuan," echoed others, affirming that they would never again consume other instant noodles, citing their inferior taste. This was precisely the effect Yan Jin sought. Without comparison, there can be no discernment. He intended to showcase this comparison before all present. In the future, he recalled seeing a phrase online. True promotion is about convincing everyone that we are good, while others are not. His meticulous planning of the exhibition was aimed at ensuring that the citizens of Beijing, and indeed the whole nation, recognize that Zhong Yuan outshines other brands. And in truth, it does. Yan Jin quietly observed Mu Chong'e on stage, noting her improving performance. He began to appreciate this young lady. With some nurturing, she would undoubtedly become an exceptional host. As for why the flavors of the last 2 bowls differed, it was merely a matter of the addition of an egg. The batch prepared by Sister Xiaolan included one. One of the objectives of our Zhong Yuan exhibition is to convey that instant noodles can be extraordinarily delectable, so delicious they are explosive. It is our relentless pursuit at Zhong Yuan to ensure that everyone can savor the finest instant noodles. As Mu Chong'e finished her statement, sporadic applause erupted from the audience. Gradually, more and more joined in, the clapping growing increasingly fervent. Mu Chong'e adeptly elevated the atmosphere, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Witnessing all this, Lin Jing was left utterly astonished. She had never anticipated such a clever maneuver from Yan Jin. Should one label him cunning or astute? She may personally harbor a disdain for rigor, yet she cannot impose her aversion upon others. The fervor with which the audience embraces Zhong Yuan instant noodles attests to the popularity of both rigorous and his esteemed Zhong Yuan factory. Lin Jing remains perplexed as to how matters have unfolded in such a manner. Should the working class not harbor resentment towards capitalists? As the applause subsided, Mu Chong'e continued, "I believe everyone is eager to learn why Zhong Yuan instant noodles are so delectable." With that, she retrieved a small package from her pocket, an exquisite sauce. The secret to the deliciousness of Zhong Yuan instant noodles lies within this very sauce. Our factory has invested a staggering 1 million to develop this premium condiment, which is currently available in 5 delightful flavors: scallion pork ribs, chicken mushroom, shrimp seafood, braised beef, and pickled vegetables. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, the audience collectively gasped. 1 million, a fortune equivalent to that of 100 affluent households. Zhong Yuan truly spares no expense. Of course, this figure may be somewhat exaggerated. Rigorous had not elaborated further. In contrast, some automotive enterprises boast of investing 5 billion in research and development, yet produce little of value. Compared to them, we are genuinely dedicated to creating new products that satisfy the appetites of the masses. Each packet of sauce is crafted from the finest beef, chicken, pork, shrimp, and pickled vegetables, all meticulously simmered by our most skilled artisans. I can assure you that the cost of this sauce is substantial. Why does Zhong Yuan invest so heavily in the development of this sauce? While making instant noodles tasty is one aspect, the more crucial aim is to enhance their nutritional value. In these times of limited wealth, when meat is a rare indulgence, it is imperative to supplement the body's protein needs. The audience appeared bewildered once more. What exactly is protein? Is it perhaps egg white? I too am uncertain. Mu Chong'e, oblivious to the murmurs below, continued, "We are in an era of remarkable development. Possessing good health is essential for engaging in this great tide of progress. The need for nutrition is urgent, and thus Zhong Yuan has developed this nutritious sauce. By consuming Zhong Yuan instant noodles, you need not purchase meat, as the nutrition you require is provided by Zhong Yuan. Should the opportunity arise, we invite you to visit the Zhong Yuan factory, where you will encounter a guiding principle. We create what the people need. Our mission is to assist the populace in attaining proper nutrition, ensuring they maintain robust and healthy bodies." A resounding wave of applause erupted once more. Within the crowd, voices expressed admiration. Truly, this is a noble enterprise. This is a company dedicated to the betterment of the people. Having spoken at length, we must now invite someone onto the stage. Are there any comrades in the audience who do not know how to cook? As the inquiry was made, not a single hand was raised. It is rather embarrassing for so many to acknowledge their culinary shortcomings. Although in this era, most men are indeed unskilled in the kitchen. 2 minutes elapsed, yet no one was willing to step forward. Ding Jian was uncertain whether Yan Jin had made any arrangements for this segment, glancing around anxiously. He nudged the bearded man beside him. "Come on, why not give it a try?" The bearded man quickly shook his head, not going. He then patted a middle-aged man on his right. How about you give it a shot? The middle-aged man replied, I can cook. The people surrounding him were unwilling to take the stage, causing Ding Jian to feel increasingly anxious. The atmosphere could not be allowed to fall flat. He yearned to step in and save the situation. However, being from Zhongyuan factory, he knew that if he were discovered on stage, it would only exacerbate the problem. He glanced over at Ho Duong, who was engaged in a mental struggle. Should he go up or not? Not going would lead to an awkward silence. But going up could be problematic since director Yin had not arranged for him to take the stage. What if he messed it up? What if this awkward pause was a deliberate arrangement by director Yin? It was quite a dilemma. Just then, a young man, appearing to be around 30, raised his hand and stepped onto the stage. Upon recognizing his face, Yan Jin was taken aback. It was Chen Paisai. What was he doing here? Chen Paisai squeezed to the front of the stage, effortlessly lifting himself up. Perhaps out of professional habit, he turned around to wave at the audience. The spectators began to murmur. This young man looks so familiar, doesn't he? Indeed, he does. Hey, isn't he the actor Chen Paisai from the film Look at This Family? It was no wonder. Chen Paisai approached Mu Chonga and shouted, I can't cook. He did not feel embarrassed. Rather, he spoke with a sense of pride. Mu Chonga was momentarily taken aback, first glancing at Yan Jin in the audience. Seeing Yan Jin nod at her, she moved closer to Chen Paisai and inquired, Sir, are you truly incapable of cooking any dish? Let me put it this way. I've never set foot in a kitchen. Mu Chonga pressed on. Would you dare to cook a bowl of instant noodles in front of all these people? Chen Paisai hesitated for a moment. Was it appropriate to cook instant noodles in public? However, thinking of Yan Jin's support, he nodded resolutely. Why not? I'll do it. He approached the stove, feeling a bit flustered and uncertain of where to begin. Could you please tell me how to ignite the flame? Man guided him step by step. The audience watched eagerly as Chen Paisai clumsily fumbled through the process, eliciting laughter from many, particularly from Li Xiaoming, who chuckled heartily. Look at that guy, he's so awkward. He's far worse than me. I can at least fry an egg, haha. Wang Yuhua scoffed. And you have the audacity to say that? Using so much oil just to fry an egg? You're nothing but a wastrel. As long as I can cook it through, that's all that matters. Wang Yuhua was fuming. You still have the nerve to be stubborn, acting so brave in front of others. I'll deal with you later. Li Xiaoming fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Paisai on stage. Under Man's guidance, Chen Paisai finally managed to cook a bowl of instant noodles. The aroma wafted through the air, and Mu Chonga could already smell it. The gentleman's instant noodles have been cooked, sir. Why not have a taste yourself? Without hesitation, Chen Paisai picked up the bowl and took a few mouthfuls. The noodles were prepared by his own hands. He felt compelled to finish them, even if it brought him to tears. However, as the noodles entered his mouth, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. Is this truly the instant noodle I cooked? It tastes so delightful. How could the noodles I, a person utterly inept in cooking, have turned out better than those made by my wife? This is astonishing. Mu Chonga held the microphone before Chen Paisai. How do they taste? Delicious. Exceedingly delicious, even better than the noodles my wife makes. I have discovered that I possess an innate talent for cooking. I never realized it could be this simple. Mu Chonga chuckled. Your opinion alone does not suffice. It is the audience's consensus that determines the true merit of the dish. She then addressed the audience. Is there anyone willing to come up and sample the noodles prepared by this gentleman? Yet, no one was eager to volunteer, plunging the atmosphere into silence once more. All eyes were filled with skepticism towards Chen Paisai. A person who cannot cook surely could not create delectable instant noodles. Why risk it? What if they fell ill? Chen Paisai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After painstakingly cooking a bowl of noodles that were quite palatable, it was disheartening that no one dared to try them, leaving him feeling slighted. Mu Chonga posed the question again. Is there anyone willing to come up and taste this bowl of instant noodles? Chen Paisai's face was flushed with humiliation. Was his homemade instant noodles really that dreadful? Where was the basic trust between individuals? On Mu Chonga's third inquiry, someone finally stepped forward. I'll give it a try. Countless pairs of eyes instantly focused on him. This person looks quite familiar. Oh, isn't that the one from the film The Horseman? Yes, indeed, that's him. The young man looks quite spirited. I didn't expect him to be here. Yan Jin knew that if Chen Paisai was present, Zhu Shimao would surely be there as well. The two were a legendary duo. Well, it seems they owe him a favor, and this is their way of repaying it. Zhu Shimao approached Chen Paisai. Old Chen, it appears that besides me, no one else dares to taste your noodles. Old Zhu, hurry and try them. They're even better than what we had at the hotel that day. Chen Paisai handed the noodles to Zhu Shimao. In full view of the audience, Zhu Shimao savored them, taking care to maintain his image. Delicious. He then took the microphone from Mu Chonga. Dear friends, I am a friend of old Chun, and I can attest that he truly cannot cook. I vouch for his character that this bowl of noodles is exceptionally good. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it was his creation. Applause erupted, led by Yan Jin. Others soon joined in, and the department store reverberated with thunderous clapping. Lin Jing was perplexed. Why were they applauding at this moment? Why? She recognized both Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao. Having seen their films, they were both actors. Actors? Indeed. Could it be that the two of them are merely actors hired for the occasion, specifically to perform? Thus, their words hold little significance. Lin Jing is convinced that her analysis is undoubtedly correct. This time, she resolved to take the stage personally to expose the deceit behind Zhongyuan instant noodles. She could not allow the kind-hearted populace to be deceived by the malevolent capitalists. She made her way toward the stairs at the side of the stage. Chapter 66. Price Error. However, Lin Jing was a step too late. Mu Chonga had already seized the microphone and begun speaking. Is there anyone else willing to come up and give it a try? Li Xiaoming, mustering his courage, disregarded Wang Yuhua's objections and resolutely stepped onto the stage, arriving 10 seconds ahead of Lin Jing. Seeing this, Lin Jing had no choice but to retreat. As Li Xiaoming approached the stage, he observed the three beautiful female employees up close, finding them even more radiant. I will give it a taste, Li Xiaoming exclaimed as he lifted a bowl of noodles and began to eat. He had prepared himself for the possibility of spitting it out. He had already resolved that after spitting it out, he would immediately sample the instant noodles cooked by Zhu Wenping and Yu Xiulan. His approach to Chen Paisai was merely a pretense. However, upon tasting the noodles, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that these noodles were prepared by a man like Chen Paisai. They were indeed delicious. How can this be? Sir, now that you've finished, please share your thoughts. Mu Chonga extended the microphone toward him. Truly, it is exceptionally delicious. The flavor is extraordinary. His words left the audience in stunned silence. What was happening? Subsequently, Mu Chonga invited 3 more individuals onto the stage to sample Chen Paisai's noodles. The outcome was the same, delicious. Chen Paisai, standing on stage, was brimming with pride, feeling like a culinary genius. To be able to cook such delectable instant noodles on his first attempt was indeed impressive. However, some in the audience began to question whether Chen Paisai truly could not cook. In response to this skepticism, Mu Chonga invited 2 individuals who were also known to be incapable of cooking to the stage to prepare instant noodles for everyone. The results were self-evident. Their noodles were equally delightful. Mu Chonga produced a package of Zhongyuan instant noodles and, with a smile, proclaimed, "Our Zhongyuan instant noodles are not only delicious and nutritious, but our goal is also to enable everyone to prepare a delicious bowl of instant noodles, even if they have never cooked before. We take great pride in having achieved this for every person in Huaxia." His words were profoundly inspiring. This time, there was no need for Ding Jian and Ho Duong to lead. The audience spontaneously erupted into applause. Once the applause subsided, Mu Chonga continued, "Now, we arrive at the most exhilarating moment. We shall soon announce the retail price of Zhongyuan. Indeed, how much will a package of Zhongyuan cost?" The audience began to murmur amongst themselves. Aren't instant noodles typically 2 dimes a package? That cannot be. The sauce packet surely adds to the cost. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Good things are not cheap. Mu Chonga continued to build suspense, but what will the price be? Without further ado, you might be astonished to learn that a single packet of instant noodles retails for 25 cents. However, today, an entire box is available for merely $5. Regardless of flavor, the Zhongyuan factory is foregoing any profit on these instant noodles sold today. The audience exchanged bewildered glances. Other instant noodles are priced at only 20 cents per packet. Charging 25 cents seems rather exorbitant, does it not? An entire box for $5, while other brands are merely $4. Such pricing caused prospective customers to hesitate. Indeed, the price appears somewhat steep. Nevertheless, Zhongyuan instant noodles are exceptionally delectable once tasted. One is reluctant to indulge in anything else. To buy or not to buy? What a conundrum. At that moment, Ding Jian strode onto the stage, visibly displeased. He gestured anxiously and shouted loudly, "No, no, host, you have misquoted the price." This unexpected turn of events left the audience perplexed as they turned their attention to Ding Jian. He fervently waved his arms, vociferating at the host. "Zhongyuan sells for $7 a box. How can you quote 5? Are we to forgo profits? What about paying our workers?" Mu Chonga appeared somewhat bewildered. Lin Jing, feeling disheartened, found renewed vigor upon witnessing this scene. "Look, the capitalist's true colors are finally revealed. Jing Hang, quickly capture this moment. We must record this segment. Jing Hang swiftly redirected the camera toward the stage. She had initially believed that today's scheme had succeeded, only to encounter an unforeseen twist. Yet for her, this surprise arrived at a fortuitous moment. On stage, Mu Chonga hesitantly addressed Ding Jian. Did we not agree to a no-profit sale today? Ding Jian's face flushed with anger. Who told you that? $5 will not sell. It must be 7. His voice resonated loudly, and the audience in front could hear him distinctly. Those at the back began inquiring about what was being said. Soon, Ding Jian's words spread rapidly. Mu Chonga appeared quite troubled. But I have already informed the audience that it is $5 a box. Shall we proceed with this price as a benefit for the attendees? Ding Jian's expression grew increasingly fierce. No, change the price back immediately. His performance was strikingly convincing, surpassing that of future broadcasters. Ding Jian's acting prowess stemmed from his belief that such delicious instant noodles truly deserved to be sold for $7 a box. Selling them for $5 felt rather painful. As Ding Jian and Mu Chonga remained at an impasse, Yan Jin approached the stage. All right, Director Ding. The host has already announced the price. Let us consider it a benefit for our audience. Yan Jin maintained his composure, walking steadily. Exuding the aura of a high-ranking leader from the Zhongyuan factory. We aspire to establish Zhongyuan as a century-old enterprise. We must not tarnish our factory's reputation over pricing. If you instruct the host to change the price now, would that not deceive everyone? This contradicts our factory's principles. Yan Jin deliberately leaned closer to the microphone, amplifying his voice. Let it be sold for $5. I will take responsibility if any issues arise. With that, Yan Jin took Ding Jian by the arm and led him off the stage. Ding Jian appeared noticeably displeased. He shot Mu Chonga a fierce glare, seemingly warning her. This subtle detail did not escape the notice of many. Witnessing the recent events, they quickly grasped the situation. The originally stated price of 7 yuan per box had been mistakenly reported by the host as 5 yuan, leaving Zhongyuan factory with no profit whatsoever. Mu Chonga, feeling despondent, grasped the microphone and weakly announced, 5 yuan per box. Those wishing to purchase, please queue over there. After uttering these words, she hurried off the stage. Just before descending, she lifted her arm to dab at the corner of her eye. The audience, mistaking her gesture for tears, could not help but express their sympathy for her. Upon returning to the factory, it was inevitable that she would face a reprimand. Huang Dachuan took to the stage once more, microphone in hand. Everyone wishing to purchase, please line up on this side. Simply inform the sales personnel of your desired flavor. Those holding our Zhongyuan flyers, please prepare them in advance with the flyer. You can enjoy a discount of 20 cents for a box or 5 cents for a packet. After making your purchases, please do not rush to leave. As we have a raffle event, lucky audience members will have the chance to win fabulous prizes, including a grand prize of a 12-inch television. Zhongyuan instant noodles are both delicious and nutritious, easy to prepare, and today we are selling at zero profit. If you don't buy now, when will you? The earlier hesitation evaporated instantly, and the crowd began to surge towards the stage. Comrade, hand me a pack of braised beef. I want a pack of fragrant pork ribs. Don't push from the back. I was here first. Comrade, give me a pack of chicken and mushroom. The staff in the sales department were overwhelmed with activity. Yet they felt a profound sense of happiness. Such a vibrant scene of enthusiastic purchasing was something they had never dared to dream of. However, the person feeling the most disheartened, or perhaps the one grappling with the most complex emotions, was Lin Jing. Chapter 67. The exhibition concludes. Yan Jin approached Lin Jing with 2 bowls of noodles. Reporter Lin, I noticed you were about to take the stage earlier. Were you hoping to try our noodles? I had 2 packets specially prepared for you and your colleague to taste. The enticing aroma caused Jing Hang to swallow hard. Director Yan, thank you. I shall not hesitate. Many had praised the deliciousness of Zhongyuan instant noodles, and he could hardly contain himself. Carefully setting down his camera, Jing Hang accepted a bowl and began to devour it eagerly. Reporter Lin, you should try it too. Lin Jing hesitated, unsure whether to accept. Sister Lin, do give it a taste. It's truly delightful. Jing Hang encouraged her as well. Yan Jin smiled slightly. Reporter Lin, thank you for covering our exhibition. I see you've captured many shots. You must be quite tired. Have a bowl of noodles and take a break. Moreover, I suspect you are particularly curious as to why so many people are eager to buy. The answer lies within this bowl of noodles. After much deliberation, Lin Jing decided to accept. Since she was there to report on the exhibition, it was essential to know how the instant noodles tasted. Thank you. Lin Jing took the bowl, picked up her chopsticks, and settled into a corner, slowly beginning to eat. She took a bite. The rich flavor of the noodles blossomed on her palate, a true delight for the taste buds. In that moment, She comprehended the meaning behind Yan Jin's earlier words. Indeed, the answer lay within this bowl of instant noodles. Upon noticing that she had devoured the entire serving, Yan Jin approached her again. Reporter Lin, I trust you have discerned the answer. It is quite simple. Deliciousness is paramount. This sentiment aligns with the notion that development is the ultimate truth. Lin Jing collected her thoughts. Director Yan, today's exhibition is entirely different from what I had envisioned, and it has truly surprised me. My perspective of you has shifted as well. Is that so? Previously, it seemed you held quite a strong opinion of me. May I inquire as to why? Lin Jing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Jing Heng arrived, carrying a camera, alleviating her awkwardness. Sister Lin, should we interview a few members of the public? Indeed, we must gather the authentic feedback of the citizens. Lin Jing and Yan Jin exchanged glances before joining Jing Heng to seek out interviewees. Yan Jin watched her silhouette disappear. This woman is truly enigmatic. Within just over an hour, the instant noodles prepared by Zhongyuan factory were completely sold out. The audience clutched their noodles, lingering below the stage, unwilling to depart. They awaited the lottery, hopeful that the television might fortuitously be theirs. Those who had not purchased were voicing their grievances, incessantly inquiring when more stock would be available. Huang Dachuan and his colleagues tirelessly explained that from tomorrow onward, every convenience store would have them in stock. Furthermore, he assured that all attendees who had been unable to buy today would enjoy the promotional price at the convenience stores. Huang Dachuan spoke until his throat was dry. Yet he felt elated. In just 1 hour, the prepared stock had vanished, an unimaginable feat in truth. There were still many individuals who had not managed to purchase any. Yan Jin had deliberately limited the sales to create anticipation for future promotions. At the exhibition, the more people who were unable to buy, the greater the turnout at convenience stores the following day. Witnessing the overwhelming demand for Zhongyuan, the stores would undoubtedly approach the factory for replenishment. Only after enticing the fish would the sales of Zhongyuan instant noodles expand nationwide. Mu Chonga returned to the stage. Next came the exhilarating moment of the lottery. To ensure fairness, we have placed the sales codes from the noodle boxes into the lottery drum. Huang Dachuan carried the lottery box onto the stage. This time, we will have 2 rounds of prizes, 2 lucky prizes, and 1 grand prize. Let us begin with the lucky draw. Before the drawing commenced, I wish to share a thought with everyone. Should you find Zhongyuan to be delicious, please do let us know. If not, please share your thoughts with others. This statement was one that Yan Jin insisted be emphasized. It reflected his confidence in Zhongyuan instant noodles, as well as his conviction in himself. Through this message, he aspired to ignite consumer confidence in Zhongyuan, ensuring they always believe that Zhongyuan instant noodles were the finest, without exception. In this era, people had yet to encounter similar lottery activities, and the atmosphere was charged with anticipation as each individual hoped to emerge victorious. The odds of winning were exceedingly slim. Such a low probability, and it struck Ho Duong right on the head. He won a television set. The award was personally presented by Yan Jin. A television costs several hundred. If it had been given to someone else, Yan Jin would have been heartbroken. How much profit can be made from a sales exhibition? He cannot afford to lose all that money. The exhibition concluded successfully. Lin Jing and Jing Heng returned to the television station. In the corridor, they fortuitously encountered Director Liao Hui. Shaolin, please come to my office for a moment. Lin Jing followed Liao Hui into the office. How was the interview at the exhibition today? Did everything go smoothly? It went very well, Director Liao. You called me over for a specific reason? Nothing major. Just a casual chat. Shaolin, I've heard that you have some objections regarding the factory director, Yan Jin. Lin Jing thought. How did Director Liao find out about this? Liao Hui continued earnestly. Shaolin, the leaders from the Beijing office of Qingping City have contacted me, hoping you won't let your emotions interfere with your work. Lin Jing felt quite wronged. She had never allowed her emotions to affect her work. She merely wished to uphold fairness and justice, to voice the concerns of the people. Director Liao, I have no objections to Yan Jin. That's the right attitude. As journalists, we must be factual and objective. However, I do have concerns about the private enterprise owners. This statement nearly left Liao Hui speechless. Why? I believe that these so-called private enterprise owners are simply capitalists. Liao Hui was taken aback. He realized that Lin Jing's mindset was problematic, and he needed to correct her immediately. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Shaolin, this line of thinking is unacceptable. Encouraging the development of the private economy is the policy from above. You cannot view the present through the outdated lens of your textbooks. The promotion of a vibrant market economy is a historical trend. Your perspective is rather narrow. Private enterprise owners are entirely different from the capitalists of the past. Many of them are exemplary individuals. As he spoke, Liao Hui picked up a newspaper from the desk. This is an article from the Qingping Daily. Take a good look. Lin Jing received it and glanced at the front page. A striking headline caught her eye, striving to help one's hometown escape poverty. Not to escape poverty in one's hometown. Indeed, Yan Jin is truly remarkable. Such individuals deserve our focused reporting. Shaolin, you and Jing Heng should quickly edit the footage. It must be aired in the news tonight. Chapter 68. The disappearance of Su Lu and Duo on the afternoon of the exhibition. Some perceptive small retailers contacted Ding Jian to place orders. The day after the news broadcast at the television station, Zhongyuan Factory's phone lines were inundated. Almost every small shop in the capital called inquiring about stock. On November 20th, Zhongyuan instant noodles reached every small retailer in the capital. Moreover, each shop displayed Zhongyuan prominently on their shelves. The exhibition achieved its intended purpose. Zhongyuan instant noodles made a resounding debut. Monday, November 21st, 1983. Chun and Zhu promised Yan Jin today they would take him to meet the Spring Festival Gala director, Huang Jingyi. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Paisai knocked on the door of Huang Jingyi's office. Upon seeing the two, Huang Jingyi appeared somewhat puzzled. Xiao Chen. Xiao Zhu. You're not scheduled to rehearse today? Chen Paisai replied with a smile. Director Huang. Today we bring you someone special. Chun and Zhu stepped aside, revealing Yan Jin, who was carrying a box of instant noodles. Hello, Director. I am Yan Jin. Huang Jingyi was taken aback. You are Yan Jin? So young? Director. Do not be deceived by Yan Jin's youth. He is currently the manager of Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. Our script's success is largely due to him. Huang Jingyi's astonishment deepened. I heard you are the manager of Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory? Your noodles have been all the rage in the capital these past few days. My wife has tried to buy them several times, but has been unsuccessful. Yan Jin placed the box of noodles on the coffee table. I happened to bring you a box today. Let your wife have a taste. The inspiration for the script eating noodles came from our experience with this noodle brand. Just ask Lao Zhu. Chen Xiaoer chuckled. Zhu Shimao nodded in agreement. What he says is true. This instant noodle has indeed provided us with great inspiration. Huang Jingyi smiled. You two are fortunate. Before Zhongyuan instant noodles hit the market, you had already tasted them. After all, our relationship with Yan Jin is quite solid. Huang Jingyi turned his gaze to Yan Jin. I heard from Xiao Chun and the others that you provided them with significant assistance in the script creation for eating noodles. Director, I merely offered a few minor suggestions. It was Teacher Chun and Teacher Zhu who were remarkable, staying up all night to revise the script. Their dedication is truly admirable. Yan Jin exuded a sense of maturity beyond his years. Such individuals are rare. Indeed, if they were common, everyone could run a factory and be a manager. Yan Jin continued, Director, although I am not an actor, my passion lies in scriptwriting. Crafting scripts is a fascinating endeavor. He proactively steered the conversation towards scriptwriting. Huang Jingyi became intrigued. Manager Yan, do you have any scripts you've written that I might read? If you could guide Zhu and Chun to produce such an excellent sketch script, you surely have something of substance. With the Spring Festival Gala currently in need of programs, there might be unexpected delights. Huang Jingyi's inquiry was precisely what Yan Jin hoped for. He had been anxious for an opportunity to present himself. Director, I actually brought a script with me. Yan Jin pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Director, please take a look. Huang Jingyi unfolded the paper and read it attentively. Chun and Zhu leaned in closer. Director, I was also inspired by the performance style of Teacher Chun and Teacher Zhu. After returning home, I couldn't sleep and ended up writing this sketch script, The Lazy Man's Blind Date. Just hearing the title is intriguing. Chen Paisai was always the most talkative. This is adapted from a true story from my hometown. Director, I hope it brings you some amusement. Art originates from life, yet transcends it. The speaker remains Chen Paisai. Huang Jingyi had yet to respond, his gaze fixated on the words upon the paper. 5 full minutes elapsed before Huang Jingyi finally lifted his head. Director Yan, to craft a script as splendid as The Lazy Man's Blind Date, you surpass even professional screenwriters. Upon receiving such praise, Yan Jin offered an awkward smile, genuinely embarrassed. The truth was, this was not an original creation. He had borrowed the concept of reincarnation, directly replicating a work from a future era, with only minor modifications in certain areas to incorporate the essence of Zhongyuan instant noodles. To the original author of The Lazy Man's Blind Date, I sincerely apologize. Director Huang, it is truly an honor to receive your affirmation. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Come in. A young man entered. Director Huang, the station manager requests your presence in his office. It's urgent. This meeting had to come to an abrupt end. That evening, Yan Jin treated Zheng Xiangqing from the Beijing office to dinner. The following morning, he boarded a train. Upon returning to Qingping, it was already afternoon. The first thing he did upon arriving was to visit Su Lu and Duo. Yan Jin had specifically brought them the renowned Peking duck. As he entered the community, he unexpectedly ran into Xiao Yi, who appeared frantic. Xiao Yi, where are you rushing off to? Upon seeing Yan Jin, Xiao Yi's expression reflected shock. Yan Jin? Did you not go to the capital? The matters there have reached a temporary pause. I've returned to handle some factory issues. I just got off the train and came to see Su Lu and Duo, and I even brought Peking duck for you, he said, lifting the duck in his hand. By the way, you seem awfully hurried. Where are you headed? Xiao Yi bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before responding. Yan Jin, Su Lu and Duo are missing. Yan Jin's heart jolted in alarm. Xiao Yi, what do you mean Su Lu and Duo are missing? This morning when I left for work, they were still at home. But when I returned this afternoon, I searched everywhere for them. And what? Yan Jin asked, anxiety etched across his face. Their clothes are also gone. They may have left, not wanting to stay with me anymore. Yan Jin's gaze intensified as he scrutinized Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, have you bullied Su Lu and Duo? He suddenly shouted in a fit of hysteria. Xiao Yi shook her head vehemently. No, Su Lu is my best friend, and Duo calls me auntie with such affection. How could I possibly bully them? Then what are we waiting for? We must find them at once. Yan Jin pointed at Xiao Yi, gritting his teeth. Xiao Yi, if anything happens to Su Lu and Duo, I will not forgive you. But in the vast city of Qingping, where could they possibly search for Su Lu and Duo? Yan Jin hurried down the street, his mind racing with thoughts of where the two might have gone. The current state of public safety was far from ideal. With numerous human traffickers preying on children, why would Su Lu choose to leave without a word? If she took Duo with her, what if danger befell them? Yan Jin noticed Xiao Yi trailing closely behind him, which only fueled his frustration. Why are you following me? I have no idea where to find them. Xiao Yi meekly stammered, her voice lacking conviction. Chapter 69. The enchantment of the deep market. Yan Jin, unwilling to engage with Xiao Yi, turned and hastened towards home. After departing from Xiao Yi's residence, Su Lu and Duo had limited options. Most likely, they were returning home, struggling to keep pace. Xiao Yi could only jog after him. Turning into the alley, she arrived at the doorstep. Although the door was closed, it was not locked. Su Lu and Duo were most likely inside. Bang, bang, bang. Yan Jin knocked vigorously on the door. Su Lu, Duo, are you home? After a few labored breaths from her sprint, Xiao Yi called out. The door swung open. Su Lu and Duo were indeed here. Yan Jin? Xiao Yi? What brings you here? Su Lu exclaimed, her sudden appearance startling Xiao Yi. You scared me. Why did you leave without a word? Do you have any idea how worried I was when I came home and found you and Duo missing? Impatient, Xiao Yi vented her frustration upon seeing Su Lu. I'm sorry, Xiao Yi. I didn't think it through. I should have left you a note. Su Lu replied, while Duo, peeking from behind her, called out for her father in a sweet, high-pitched voice, still fearful of Yan Jin. The moment Su Lu opened the door, Yan Jin's anxious heart relaxed. He raised the roast duck in his hand. Duo, look. Daddy brought a delicious roast duck from the capital. Upon seeing it, Duo's mouth watered. However, Xiao Yi resumed her reprimand of Su Lu. You were perfectly fine staying with me. Why did you suddenly come back? Yan Jin's expression changed. Su Lu, has Xiao Yi been bullying you too? No. Xiao Yi is my best friend. How could she bully us? She is always kind to both me and Duo. Su Lu hurriedly clarified, fearing Yan Jin might misunderstand Xiao Yi. Then why did you move back? Xiao Yi felt disappointed by Su Lu's actions. It's just that staying at your place and troubling you with various matters weighs on my conscience, Su Lu explained. This was her nature. She never tired of others' troubles, but was reluctant to burden anyone. You said I am your best friend. What trouble could there be? You're being quite formal. After releasing her pent-up frustration, Xiao Yi's tone softened a bit. I'm truly sorry, Xiao Yi, Su Lu said, feeling guilty. As Xiao Yi stepped inside, Yan Jin attempted to follow, but Su Lu did not move aside. They were divorced, and the house belonged to her and Duo. Was it appropriate for Yan Jin to enter? I merely wish to sit for a moment. I will leave shortly, Yan Jin insisted. Su Lu hesitated, and Yan Jin cast a pleading glance at Xiao Yi, who shot him a disdainful look in return. You yelled at me just now without considering my feelings. And now you seek my help. What do you take me for, Yan Jin? Su Lu, let him in. He has changed. He won't act out of line anymore. Xiao Yi stated. Yan Jin could hardly believe that Xiao Yi would speak on his behalf. Ultimately, Su Lu relented and allowed Yan Jin to enter the house. The small courtyard still resembles its original state when I first returned to life. Though simple, it radiates warmth as long as Su Lu and Duo are present. However, the light within the house is somewhat dim. Tomorrow, I shall procure a larger light bulb. The current darkness is hard on the eyes. This way, Yan Jin will have a reason to return tomorrow, a win-win situation. Yet, Su Lu declined. No need. This is quite sufficient. We've grown accustomed to it. Besides, large bulbs consume too much electricity. That won't do. Duo is still young, and she will need to attend school and learn to write in the future. Protecting her eyesight is of utmost importance. Yan Jin longed to pat Duo's head, but she persistently hid behind Su Lu or Qiao Yi, denying him any opportunity. As for the electricity bill, I shall take care of it. Yan Jin added with a smile. Paying the bill once a month gives me yet another reason to visit the two of you. How clever of me. He lingered until 6:30, at which point the sky had darkened completely, and he finally rose to depart. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded Su Lu to securely lock the main door and the room door, cautioning her to be wary of any ill-intentioned individuals. This left Su Lu feeling somewhat exasperated. When did Yan Jin become so nagging? It is a time of peace. Where are all these bad people? Aren't you the worst of them all? After Yan Jin departed, Su Lu coaxed Duo to sleep. Qiao Yi approached her. Su Lu, have you noticed that Yan Jin has completely transformed into a different person? It does seem so. As for Yan Jin's new position as the director of Zhongyuan factory, Qiao Yi had informed Su Lu of it earlier. Their discussion did not center on the change in his status, but rather on the transformation of his character. Could it be that the city of Deep has such immense power, capable of reforming a complete scoundrel? At 7 o'clock, Yan Jin arrived at a state-run restaurant. Here, he intended to host a banquet for the staff returning from the capital, as well as the factory's management team. Mu Chonga was invited as a special guest. However, upon seeing her, Wang Entai was utterly captivated. Wow, Mu Chonga is even more beautiful in person than on television. Director Yin brings such a stunning woman to the capital. A divorced man truly knows how to enjoy life. As Yan Jin entered the restaurant, everyone awaited his arrival. After seating himself beside Mu Chonga, he raised his glass. During this period, everyone has worked exceptionally hard. The success of the exhibition is attributable to everyone's efforts. I toast to all of you. After a few drinks, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly lively. Director, we saw the grandeur of the exhibition on the news. The venue was packed with people scrambling to purchase our instant noodles. Just 2 months ago, such a scenario was beyond our wildest dreams. Indeed, back then, the factory was on the verge of collapse, and people were filled with anxiety. Yet, who could have anticipated that after Director Yin took charge, within just over a month, the factory not only survived but thrived, and our workers' wages became the highest in all of Qingping City. The workers present were filled with reflections of gratitude. Wang Entai raised his glass and stood. Comrades, all of this is owing to Director Yin. Without him, Zhongyuan factory would not be what it is today. I propose we raise a toast to Director Yin. Yan Jin could no longer recall how many cups he had consumed. Meanwhile, Mu Chonga, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of happiness for Yan Jin's popularity among the people, yet he was also concerned about the toll excessive drinking might take on his health. However, in such a setting, it was not appropriate for him to advise moderation. Yan Jin surveyed the room. Today, let us indulge in feasting and revelry, having satisfied our appetites. Tomorrow we shall continue to strive for a better life. Furthermore, let us convene a meeting with the management team first thing tomorrow morning. While he was still sober, Yan Jin hastily made this announcement. Chapter 70, divided into 2 paths. November 23, 1983, Wednesday. The promotional event continued to gain momentum. Zhongyuan instant noodles had become a coveted commodity. Everyone clamored to purchase them. Observing this situation, shop owners from across the nation inundated Zhongyuan factory with phone calls, requesting supplies. Those near Qingping City even rushed there in person to collect their goods. By 8 o'clock, they began to gather at the factory's entrance. After rising early, Yan Jin went out for a run to expel the lingering alcohol from the previous night. To his surprise, he encountered a throng of individuals blocking the entrance. Rather than approaching them, he called Wang Entai to relay some instructions and ensure order was maintained. Wang Entai hurried to the factory, accompanied by the business team, and rushed to the entrance. Upon seeing the crowd, those waiting began to shout, "I'm from Donggang City. Can I collect Zhongyuan instant noodles? I'm from Zhongliang. I've come to pick up supplies, and I've brought the money and my own vehicle." "Me too. Me too." Following Yan Jin's directive, Wang Entai shouted, "Everyone, please remain calm. Line up orderly. We have ample stock. Rest assured, you will all receive your goods." However, as they queued, disputes arose. A middle-aged man in his 40s furrowed his brow, asserting, "I arrived first. I should be at the front of the line." Another man nearby retorted, "What do you mean you arrived first? I was here last night. I should be ahead of you." Their exchange escalated, threatening to devolve into a fight. A woman, around 30, approached. "If you two wish to brawl, take it elsewhere. Do not disturb us while we are collecting our goods. By 9 o'clock, the management team of Zhongyuan factory gathered in the conference room. They had all witnessed the throng at the entrance that morning, indicating that the market for their instant noodles had opened. However, they cautioned against unbridled optimism. Zhongyuan instant noodles aim to cater to both national and global markets. And with our current production capacity, we are woefully inadequate to meet such vast demand. There are buyers everywhere, yet we have no product to sell. It would be a laughingstock. The factory expansion would not commence until next year. To swiftly enhance production capacity, I have decided to split our efforts into two paths. One team, led by Deputy Director Wang, will focus on acquiring factories, with the goal of purchasing 10 instant noodle factories before the year's end. On another front, Director Ding is responsible for spearheading the southern market. The south is the stronghold of Huafeng Company, and for Zhongyuan to establish a foothold there is no small feat thus. Director Ding, this task is undeniably challenging, yet it is imperative. After the exhibition and sales event, Ding Jin now brims with confidence. He rises resolutely and declares, "Rest assured, Director Yan, I shall guarantee the completion of this mission." Yan Jin then turns to Deputy Director Wang and Tai. "When you negotiate, you may exercise flexibility, whether it be acquisition, OEM, or even contracting, as long as it ensures the quality and quantity of Zhongyuan instant noodles. We must ramp up production in the shortest possible time." Wang and Tai nods affirmatively. "Director, I will spare no effort." Although both have expressed their commitment, Yan Jin is acutely aware that these tasks are fraught with difficulties. Challenges are sure to abound. However, the arrow is nocked, and it must be released. As for funding, acquiring 10 factories at once will undoubtedly be insufficient. Perhaps I should seek some policy support from Zhou Helian? Yan Jin calls Zhou Helian to report on the factory expansion plans. Zhou Helian expresses keen interest. "Xiao Yan, it's inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Let us talk in person. Come to my home tonight, and Aunt Meng will prepare dumplings for us." "Excellent." Yan Jin secretly smiles, seizing the opportunity to request policies. ISNT the encouragement of private economic development, the goal? ISNT the aim to make Zhongyuan factory a model for the development of private economy in Qingping City? Then policies must be provided. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yan Jin arrives at Zhou Helian's residence. Meng Lan and Mu Chonggu are busy making dumplings. Zhou Helian gestures for Yan Jin to take a seat on the sofa. "Xiao Yan, I have heard from Chonggu about the exhibition. You performed exceptionally well, showcasing the admirable spirit of the people of Qingping City, which deserves commendation. Perhaps having sat too long in the position of secretary." Zhou Helian's manner of speaking is difficult to alter. "Secretary Zhou, this is largely thanks to your support and that of Director Zhang from the Beijing office. We could not have organized such a large-scale exhibition alone." Zhou Helian chuckles, shifting the topic. "Let us discuss the expansion of your Zhongyuan factory. Your current facility is too small, and its capacity cannot meet market demands. Expansion is urgent." Secretary Zhou, you have articulated the sentiments of the Zhongyuan team. The need for expansion is indeed pressing. "Xiao Yan, I have conferred with colleagues from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Urban Construction Bureau, and Investment Promotion Bureau. Next year's investment attraction policies will be favorable to you, and we have earmarked a full 100 acres for you." Yan Jin's face lights up with joy. "Secretary Zhou, you are truly a benefactor to our Zhongyuan factory. We plan to commence work right at the beginning of spring, and we are confident that Zhongyuan instant noodles will become the largest instant noodle brand in the nation." Zhou Helian responds with a nod. "I believe you can begin preparing your recruitment plan now." Yan Jin readily discerns Zhou Helian's implication. Employment. More and more rural residents are choosing to work in the cities. Employment has become a significant issue, one that leaders across various regions are keenly focused on. "Secretary Zhou, we will need your assistance with recruitment. Please recommend some candidates to us." Yan Jin then proceeded to say, "Secretary Zhou, I must trouble you with another matter." "What is it?" Zhou Helian inquired. "As you are aware of the history of Zhongyuan factory, we have only just begun to see an improvement. Expanding operations so extensively poses significant financial challenges. Could we perhaps receive the funding subsidy allocated for next year in advance?" Zhou Helian shook his head. "That is certainly out of the question. It does not comply with regulations. But we are truly in dire need of funds. Only after the new factory commences production can we expect to recoup our investments. The current pressure on the factory is immense." Yan Jin lamented about their financial predicament. Zhou Helian pondered for a moment. "If it comes to that, you might consider securing a loan from the bank." Zhou Helian remained resolute, leaving Yan Jin with no alternative. It appeared they were left with no choice but to pursue the avenue of loans. Before long, steaming dumplings were served. Meng Lan and Mu Chonggu placed the dumplings on the dining table. "Xiao Yan, Do try the dumplings I made and tell me how they taste. Yan Jin unreservedly picked one up and took a bite. Aunt Ming, they are delicious. I haven't had such tasty dumplings in ages. With that, Yan Jin stuffed another one into his mouth. Mu Chonga slid her plate of dumplings next to Yan Jin. Director Yan, do taste mine. This is my first time making dumplings. Feeling a bit shy, Mu Chonga watched intently as Yan Jin savored her offering. How do they taste? Delicious. Then you must eat plenty. Zhou Helan and Ming Lan exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. A girl should not be kept in the house. Chapter 71. Journey to the South. Wang Entai and Ding Jian set off in two separate directions. Ding Jian headed to Nanju City in the south, the headquarters of Huafeng Corporation. Yan Jin specifically directed Ding Jian here, intent on confronting Huafeng directly. Sooner or later, Huafeng, along with other brands, would mimic Zhongyuan and introduce a variety of instant noodle flavors. Seizing the opportunity before they could imitate, Ding Jian aimed to invade the heart of Huafeng's operations. Catching them off guard, Nanju, an economic special zone, stands at the forefront of Huaxia's economic development, already showcasing the silhouettes of towering skyscrapers. This place is an entirely different world compared to the northern Qingping city. Ding Jian couldn't help but marvel. Big cities are indeed splendid. When will Qingping city evolve into something like this? However, he had no time to indulge in sightseeing. He was on a mission, and accomplishing it was paramount. Rather than immediately seeking cooperation with local vendors to distribute products, he decided to gauge the market first, as Yan Jin had specifically instructed. Entering a small convenience store, Ding Jian scrutinized the shelves. The shopkeeper behind the counter smiled and asked, "What can I help you with? Do you carry Zhongyuan instant noodles?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "We only have Huafeng products here, no other brands." Ding Jian had already noticed that the shelves were exclusively stocked with Huafeng. It seemed that Huafeng had a strong market presence here, leaving no room for other brands to thrive. "I only consume Zhongyuan instant noodles. If you don't have them, I will check elsewhere." Ding Jian thought little of it and turned to leave. "Wait," the shopkeeper called out to him. "Your accent does not seem to suggest you are from the south. To speak candidly, there are none here, nor will you find any in the other convenience stores." "The reason for this?" Ding Jian inquired curiously. The shopkeeper merely smiled without uttering a word. Subsequently, Ding Jian visited several other convenience stores. Indeed, apart from Huafeng, no other brands of instant noodles could be found. Regarding the reasoning, he posed questions to several shopkeepers, who all stated that the locals exclusively recognize Huafeng, rendering other brands unsellable. Ding Jian promptly called Yan Jin. Upon receiving this news, Yan Jin was taken aback. Had Huafeng completely monopolized the Nanju market? Yet, Yan Jin sensed something amiss. He felt an irresistible urge to personally visit Nanju. However, before doing so, he needed to pay a visit to Su Lu and Duo Duo. Replacing this large light bulb has significantly brightened the room. In his former home, Yan Jin stood on a wooden stool to install a brand new bulb. When he flipped the switch, the bulb illuminated brilliantly, alleviating any concerns about Duo Duo's eyes. After all, he was determined that the mother and daughter should not endure hardship. Yan Jin left behind 10 bills labeled Great Unity. "This is for the electricity bill. Su Lu, do not worry about the usage. Keep this for future payments." However, Su Lu declined. "You have already given us quite a lot last time. We cannot accept more of your money." In Su Lu's perspective, once divorced, there should be no further ties, and they should cease all interactions. How could there be someone like Yan Jin, who frequently visits, bringing food and money? What does this signify? "Yan Jin, it would be best if you refrained from coming here in the future. We are already divorced." "What of the divorce?" "Even after our separation, Duo Duo remains my daughter. Our blood connection cannot be altered," Yan Jin asserted, reaching out to pinch Duo Duo's adorable little face. Yet, Duo Duo always hid behind Su Lu, denying him any opportunity. Yan Jin's reasoning was quite sound, leaving Su Lu with no choice but to remain silent. "Su Lu, Duo Duo, in the coming days, I shall journey south. Upon my return, I will bring you some delightful treats." Yan Jin squatted down to scrutinize Duo Duo earnestly. "Duo Duo, there are many ill-intentioned people outside who prey on children. Do not wander off, and always listen to your mother, understood?" Duo Duo, in her innocence, nodded. After exchanging a few more words with Su Lu, Yan Jin departed reluctantly. That very day, he boarded a train heading south. Ho Duong longed to accompany him, claiming he wished to protect Yan Jin. However, Yan Jin refused. He deemed himself unworthy of a bodyguard at present and needed to remain low-key. After 2 days of travel, he finally arrived in Nanju City. On November 30th, 1983, a Wednesday, snowflakes danced in the air up north, while Nanju basked in clear skies. Ding Jian went to the train station to escort Yan Jin to the hotel. Yan Jin indulged in an hour's rest, and by the time he awoke, night had fallen. At 6 o'clock, Ding Jian and a few of his subordinates exited the room, preparing to summon Yan Jin to join them for dinner. As he gazed at the lights illuminating the streets outside, Qinyang, seated beside Ding Jian, couldn't help but exclaim, at this hour, our city of Qingping is already cloaked in darkness. Yet look at Nanju City, where numerous places still shine with light. This stark contrast epitomizes the current disparity between the North and South. In the special economic zones, various modern economic developments have already commenced, whereas in the North, everything is merely beginning. If it weren't for this business trip to the South, they would remain oblivious to the sweeping changes unfolding beyond their borders. Ding Jian rapped on the door of Yan Jin's room, but there was no response. Perhaps Director Yan is still asleep. Let him rest a little longer. We can head out for a meal and bring something back for him. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Yan Jin was not in his room. He had long since departed. As Yan Jin walked the streets, he observed many places still aglow with lights. He too felt a sense of wonder. It is only in the cities of the South that one can catch a glimpse of the flourishing future. In a mere few decades, the industrious people of Huaxia have forged a vibrant prosperity through their diligent hands and remarkable determination. The people of Huaxia are truly exceptional. As he continued his stroll, he found himself in a narrow alleyway, lined with a row of hair salons. The doors of each establishment stood wide open, with purple and pink lights casting an alluring glow. Inside each room sat several women, clad in revealing attire and adorned with heavy makeup. When a man passed by, they beckoned enticingly, luring him inside. It was evident what their professions entailed. Yan Jin ambled along, glancing inside, until he spotted a particularly striking woman with long legs sitting in one of the salons. He confidently stepped inside. The woman immediately rose, smiling as she inquired, "Sir, would you like a wash?" Yan Jin nodded, skillfully taking her hand. "Come, my dear, give me a thorough wash." Upon realizing that this gentleman was seasoned in such matters, the woman beamed with delight. "Rest assured, sir, I will ensure your utmost satisfaction." She led Yan Jin into a small room. The space was quite rudimentary, merely furnished with a bed, and an odd odor lingered in the air. Yan Jin couldn't help but wrinkle his brow at the subpar environment. "Sir, would you prefer a big wash or a small wash?" she asked, gently guiding Yan Jin to sit on the bed while standing before him, intentionally leaning forward to offer a better view of her neckline. Yan Jin steadied his thoughts. "From your accent, it seems you hail from Bashu." The woman nodded. "Have you been to Bashu, sir?" "Indeed, the hot pot and the women from your region possess unique charm." The woman paused, intrigued. "Then tell me, what makes our women so special?" Yan Jin grasped her delicate hand and chuckled. "Beauty is one aspect, but more importantly, the women of Bashu possess a gentle grace akin to flowing water and a fiery passion that is utterly irresistible. Am I not also irresistible to you, sir?" Chapter 72. Secrets in the convenience store. Yan Jin retrieved several large bills from his bag and placed them on the bed. Upon seeing the money, the woman, named Li Wei, wore an even more beguiling expression. "Tonight, I shall ensure you experience unparalleled pleasure. I wish to live. I certainly do not wish to die." Li Wei chuckled heartily. "Sir, you are truly humorous." Yan Jin, however, quickly resumed a serious demeanor. "Li Wei, I do not require your services tonight, but I need your assistance with a particular matter. The money shall all be yours. Upon successful completion, I will provide you with an additional sum." Li Wei was taken aback. "I will not engage in any illicit activities." Yan Jin waved his hand dismissively. "How could I bear to send you to do something unlawful? It is quite simple. Tomorrow, you will." After Yan Jin explained the task, Li Wei nodded with a smile. "Is that all? Easy enough. I shall certainly help you accomplish it." She swiftly tucked away the banknotes, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Sir, do you truly not desire it? You seem rather excited." Yan Jin exerted great effort to control his desires. "Patience is a virtue. Once you complete this task for me, I shall undoubtedly indulge in a spirited encounter with you." He hurriedly exited the narrow alley, fearing that prolonged presence might lead to temptation. The surroundings were far from suitable, and he had no inclination to engage in such activities in such a place. It was not until noon the following day that Li Wei awoke from her slumber. After a hasty meal and a meticulous grooming session, she set out. First, she visited the hair salon and requested a few days off from the proprietress. Then, she boarded a tram to the hotel where Yan Jin was staying. After securing a room, she descended and entered a small convenience store. The proprietor, Zhua Allen, was instantly captivated by her presence. What a beautiful woman! The fragrance emanating from Li Wei only deepened Zhua Allen's fascination, prompting an embarrassing reaction beneath his waist. "Madam, what would you like to purchase?" Li Wei offered a faint smile. I'm just here to browse. That smile seemed to enchant Zui Allen, nearly stealing his very soul. Madam, although my shop is modest, we have a comprehensive selection. Whatever you wish to buy, we likely have it. Zui Allen approached Li Wei with a grin. Really? I hail from Bashu and have just settled into the hotel. I am unfamiliar with this place and have no daily necessities. So I thought I would come to buy a few items. Upon hearing she was from Bashu, Zui Allen perked up. I have heard that the women from Bashu are enchanting and particularly gentle. If you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will be at your service. Thank you so much. Li Wei selected some toothpaste, soap, and other toiletries, along with a few snacks. By the way, do you carry Zhongyuan instant noodles? I have a fondness for them. Zui Allen shook his head. We do not have Zhongyuan, but we offer Huafeng, a national brand. Would you care to try it? Li Wei frowned slightly, her disappointment evident. How can this be? In Bashu, Zhongyuan instant noodles are ubiquitous, and I particularly enjoy their flavors. Zui Allen apologized. I'm afraid that in our Nanju city, we only recognize Huafeng. I suggest you give it a try? Li Wei gently shook her head. Never mind. If you do not have it, I shall not purchase anything. I will check elsewhere shortly. Madam, Zui Allen candidly remarked, you won't find what you're looking for here, nor anywhere else. Why is that? As I mentioned earlier, the locals here only recognize Huafeng, which is why Zhongyuan products are unavailable. Li Wei, maintaining her composure, replied. I see. Then I shall purchase these for now. The various items Li Wei bought filled 2 large bags, costing her a total of $3.30. However, as she gazed at the hefty bags, a frown creased her brow. This is quite a lot. I can hardly carry it myself. What shall I do? As she spoke, she cast a subtle flirtatious glance at Zui Allen. Zui Allen felt as if his soul had been momentarily lost. Madam, as fate would have it, I have some free time now. Allow me to assist you in carrying them back. That would be wonderful. I am truly grateful. Zui Allen chuckled. It's merely a small effort, all in service to the people. With 2 heavy bags in hand, Zui Allen walked alongside Li Wei, secretly delighted. Li Wei often teased him, igniting a flutter in his heart. The warmth of your people is quite endearing. I am beginning to grow fond of this city. Then you should stay a while longer. But I am unfamiliar with the surroundings and lack friends. It would be rather lonely. If you wish, I would be delighted to be your friend. I particularly enjoy making friends, especially with women. Their banter continued until they reached the hotel where Li Wei was staying. She invited Zui Allen into her room. The fragrant aroma that filled the space only heightened Zui Allen's intrigue, leaving him feeling quite flushed. Thank you, Mr. Zui. Miss Li, you are too kind. It is my duty. Li Wei flashed him a charming smile. Mr. Zui, if you have time this evening, would you join me for dinner? It would be both a gesture of gratitude and an opportunity to learn about the local customs. May I? Of course. I would be delighted. Zui Allen responded eagerly, finding the invitation irresistible. It's settled then. Let us meet at Li's private kitchen. I'll be waiting for you. Her words sent Zui Allen's thoughts spiraling. Knock, knock, knock. Li Wei knocked on Yan Jin's door, but it was not Yan Jin who opened it, but Ding Jian. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, Ding Jian was momentarily taken aback. Whom are you looking for? My apologies, I must have knocked on the wrong door, Li Wei said, doubting her own judgment. You did not err. Please, come in. Yan Jin appeared halfway out the door, ensuring Li Wei could see him. Ding Jian and the others, observing the familiarity between Yan Jin and Li Wei, assumed that she was an old flame of Yan Jin, come to reminisce. As Li Wei stepped into the room, the air was instantly infused with a fragrant perfume. Ding Jian and the others longed to steal more glances at her, yet knowing she was the boss's woman, they prudently withdrew, allowing the two ample privacy. Yan Jin, unfazed, gestured for Li Wei to sit. Mr. Yan, I visited a small convenience store, but they only had Huafeng instant noodles and informed me that no other brands were available. Yan Jin nodded in understanding. Indeed, there seems to be something amiss. I have arranged to dine tonight at Li's private kitchen with the head of the convenience store, hoping to extract his secrets regarding Huafeng. You have performed exceptionally well. And once the task is accomplished, I shall express my gratitude sincerely. Li Wei moved closer to Yan Jin and ultimately settled herself upon his lap. Director Yan, how do you intend to reward me? In kind, perhaps? She giggled, then leaned in to whisper softly in his ear. How enchanting. She resembled a captivating vixen. Under her persistent teasing, Yan Jin felt himself nearing his limits. Chapter 73. The beauty scheme is nearing success. It is no wonder Huafeng has managed to maintain a firm grip on the market. It appears he has tethered the convenience store and the supply and marketing cooperative with a certain agreement. Director Yan, I must confess I am somewhat perplexed by your words, Ding Jian remarked, his thoughts seemingly still entangled with Li Wei, appearing rather distracted. The stipulation that selling Huafeng prohibits the sale of other brands of instant noodles was quite astute. Yan Jin suddenly comprehended. What shall we do next? We shall wait until Li Wei acquires the details of the agreement. Throughout the afternoon, Zui Aileen was in a state of heightened excitement, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. He eagerly anticipated the dinner with Li Wei. After dining and indulging in libations, perhaps he would. Lost in thought, Zui Aileen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He picked up his phone and called his wife at home. I want to be home for dinner tonight. Don't wait for me. You can eat without me. After hanging up, Zui Aileen excitedly hummed the theme song from the recently popular television series Hui Yuanjia. Time spent waiting always feels particularly prolonged. Even a single second seems to stretch indefinitely. Zui Aileen occasionally stepped outside the convenience store, glancing around restlessly. Clearly, he could hardly contain his impatience. At last, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the store was devoid of customers. Zui Aileen swiftly locked the door and made his way to the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Li Wei. As he walked, he glanced down at his faded attire, feeling a pang of regret. I should have worn that white shirt today. It would have given me a more refined appearance. Is it rather impolite to meet Miss Li in such casual clothing? He contemplated returning to change, but feared his wife might become suspicious. Ultimately, he decided to go as he was. After all, having met her once before, he hoped it wouldn't be too much of an issue. In the hotel, Li Wei sat by the mirror, applying her makeup, dressed in a flowing gown that accentuated her fair complexion. She appeared as an elegant princess with her cascading waves of hair. This ensemble was not intended for Zui Aileen, but rather for Yan Jin, who would also be dining at the private kitchen, seated at the adjacent table. The art of seduction was her forte. Invited by Yan Jin to execute this scheme, she felt no qualms, though she considered it somewhat of an overreach to employ her talents on someone as insignificant as Zui Aileen. At this moment, Li Wei had just finished applying her lipstick. She rose from her seat, grasped her bag, and stepped out the door, making her way to the nearby Li's private kitchen. Zui Aileen had already arrived. Li Wei approached him with a smile. I apologize for being late, Mr. Zui. Zui Aileen quickly stood up. Miss Li, I just arrived as well. He boldly surveyed Li Wei, who appeared even more enchanting against the backdrop of her red dress. It was astonishing that such a beautiful woman existed and had taken the initiative to invite him to dinner. Zui Aileen found himself intoxicated by this unexpected happiness. Mr. Zui, what would you like to eat? Please feel free to order. It's my treat. Zui Aileen gazed at Li Wei with a smirk, utterly oblivious to her words. Although Li Wei felt a sense of distaste, she ultimately restrained herself. Clearing her throat softly, she called out, Mr. Zui? Only then did Zui Aileen snap back to reality, offering a sheepish smile. What did you say, Miss Li? I said, please order whatever you wish. That simply won't do. Ladies first, Miss Li should place the order. Li Wei did not decline and casually ordered several dishes along with 2 bottles of wine. Concerned about Zui Aileen's capacity for alcohol, she specifically requested 2 bottles. At that moment, another individual entered, scanning the room before seating himself at the table behind Zui Aileen. This arrangement allowed him to remain concealed from Li Wei while still being able to hear their conversation clearly. After casting a fleeting glance at this newcomer, Li Wei quickly averted her gaze, fearing that Zui Aileen might sense something amiss. The food and drink were soon served at their table. Li Wei filled Zui Aileen's glass to the brim. Mr. Zui, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. I do not drink, so I will toast you with tea instead. Zui Aileen's eyes remained fixated on Li Wei. He downed several glasses with her, his face gradually flushing. Working in a hair salon, Li Wei was an adept conversationalist, engaging Zui Aileen in discussions on a myriad of topics. As Zui Aileen's cheeks grew rosy and he exhibited signs of inebriation, she cast a glance at the back of the newcomer before steering the conversation towards her intended subject. By the way, Mr. Zui, I am quite puzzled as to why your convenience store only sells Huafeng products. Zhongyuan instant noodles are quite good as well. If you stock them, wouldn't customers have more choices? You could earn more money, which is wonderful. Zui Aileen waved his hand dismissively. Miss Li, you don't understand. We can only sell Huafeng. Why is that? It's a regulation. Zui Aileen had completely dropped his guard, entirely forgetting the agreement made with Huafeng Company. Upon hearing this, the newcomer began to contemplate swiftly. A regulation? What regulation? Li Wei feigned curiosity. What kind of regulation exists like that? This is the first I've heard of it. There indeed exists such a regulation. Listening to Zui Aileen's words, Li Wei felt a surge of triumph within her. The task assigned to her by the newcomer was on the verge of completion. Mr. Zui, the more you explain, the more confused I become. Who is it that has mandated you to sell only Huafeng products? Li Wei's captivating eyes remained locked on Zui Aileen, deliberately adjusting the neckline of her dress. Chapter 74. The dilemma of Huafeng's unfair clause. Wei Allen, witnessing the scene before him, felt an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through his veins, accompanied by an intense thirst. Moreover, the last remnants of his rationality were completely overwhelmed. He turned his gaze to survey his surroundings, most notably glancing back at Yan Jin, who was merely engrossed in a plate of fried peanuts. On the first floor of the restaurant, only these two tables were occupied. Noticing that Yan Jin was focused solely on her meal, Wei Allen leaned in closer and spoke in a hushed tone. "Miss Li, I must insist that you keep this to yourself, otherwise, I am finished." Li Wei nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, you need not worry. My only virtue is my discretion." Wei Allen chuckled. "No, you possess many virtues, such as your undeniable femininity." Although Wei Allen's words were intended as flattery, Li Wei was far from interested. "Please, just get to the point. Why waste time with idle chatter?" Yet, she still pretended to be pleased. "Mr. Zhua, you flatter me. I am not nearly as wonderful as you suggest." Wei Allen squinted his eyes, urging her, "Have a bit more confidence. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered." While Li Wei maintained a smile, impatience brewed within her. She felt an overwhelming urge to splash her tea in Wei Allen's face. "I am fully aware of my beauty, no need for your reminders." However, she restrained her anxiety, careful not to arouse Wei Allen's suspicions. After an unnecessarily long preamble, Wei Allen finally returned to the matter at hand. "Miss Li, we small vendors have entered into a secret agreement with Huafeng Company, stipulating that if we wish to sell their products, we cannot offer other brands of instant noodles." Li Wei gasped in disbelief. "Isn't that an unfair clause?" Wei Allen chuckled lightly. "It may appear unjust, but the losses to us are minimal. Other instant noodles hardly sell at all. They simply occupy space, whereas Huafeng's products are indeed lucrative." Li Wei's breath quickened. "Such a bullying agreement exists? May I see it?" Wei Allen promptly shook his head. "That is out of the question. This agreement must remain confidential, or I am doomed." Beneath the table, Li Wei slipped her foot, clad in stockings, out of her high-heeled shoe and brushed against Wei Allen's leg, her face adorned with a seductive smile. Wei Allen froze in place. "Mr. Zhua, I am merely curious. Why worry about me leaking secrets?" Li Wei's voice dripped with temptation. Wei Allen could hardly withstand it. Even Yan Jin, seated nearby, felt a shiver run through him at the sound. This Li Wei was indeed a siren among sirens. All right, Wei Allen exclaimed, repeating the word thrice. "Tomorrow, I shall show it to you." "Very well, I shall come to find you tomorrow." As the meal concluded, Wei Allen yearned to advance their relationship further. However, Li Wei, unimpressed, merely replied ambiguously, "Tomorrow, Mr. Zhua, after I see the agreement, whatever you desire, I shall grant you." Intoxicated and filled with a sense of regret, yet delight, Wei Allen departed. He eagerly anticipates the arrival of tomorrow. Wang Intai has successfully negotiated the acquisition of 2 factories. However, he encountered difficulties when discussing the third, which is the Wugu Instant Noodle Factory in Linchuan City. Upon explaining his intentions, the factory director, Lei Jianghai, wore a half-hearted smile. "Director Wang, your Zhongyuan instant noodles are currently quite popular, particularly in the capital, with many buyers. However, this does not imply that you can dominate the entire market. The 5 flavors of instant noodles that your Zhongyuan can produce, our Wugu factory can also manufacture. Once introduced to the market, they are sure to sell exceptionally well. Given this, why should we sell to you?" Lei Jianghai's reasoning was indeed sound, leaving Wang Intai at a loss for a rebuttal. Lei Jianghai is a man of considerable ambition. Upon learning of the various flavors of Zhongyuan instant noodles in the capital, his first instinct was to imitate them. With the success of Zhongyuan, he was confident that once Wugu launched their own version, it would also achieve great sales. After a period of development, the ingredient masters at Wugu were on the verge of replicating Zhongyuan sauce packets. Armed with the sauce packets, Lei Jianghai felt entirely assured. It was hardly surprising that he would not agree to the acquisition when Wang Intai approached him. After all, why sell when they could thrive independently? Wang Intai had no choice but to depart. When rigorous promotional activities were implemented, it did not take long for others to mimic this marketing strategy. At that time, Yan Jin remarked to himself that this was mere imitation. He also commented on the nature of merchants in China, who, upon seeing a profitable venture, rush in to copy it en masse. Although Yan Jin had forewarned about the potential for imitation of the sauce packets, he still felt a pang of anxiety when the day finally arrived. After leaving the Wugu instant noodle factory and returning to his hotel, Wang Intai immediately called Yan Jin to report the situation. "Director, we have a serious issue. Our sauce packets are nearly being replicated, and I fear there may be more than just 1 or 2. Wang Intai's tone was urgent. However, Yan Jin was not taken aback. It would be strange if they weren't imitated. In later years, even mobile phones and automobiles can be replicated, let alone a simple packet of instant noodles. Do not concern yourself with them. Continue with your tasks. If this negotiation fails, move on to the next. The sooner, the better. Our time is limited. Understood, Director Yan. I will head to the next city immediately. Yan Jin acknowledged with a grunt and ended the call. Let them imitate. Zhong Yuan will only be mimicked, never surpassed. Especially in 2 months, the entire nation will come to recognize the existence of Zhong Yuan instant noodles. Chapter 75. The fall of Huafeng. Due to a woman at the headquarters of Huafeng Food Company, the newly appointed general manager, Tang Peixiang, sat in his office, scrutinizing the financial report for November, his brow furrowing. Compared to October, profits had plummeted by several hundred thousand. In contemporary terms, that might not seem substantial, but in 1983, it was a considerable sum. The cause had been analyzed. A brand called Zhong Yuan instant noodles was selling exceptionally well in the north, especially in the capital, directly impacting the sales of Huafeng instant noodles. One side's gain was another's loss. Moreover, Zhong Yuan instant noodles astonishingly launched 5 distinct flavors all at once. The most crucial aspect is that they are exceptionally delicious. Once Zhong Yuan penetrates the southern market, the impact on Huafeng will undoubtedly be catastrophic. Fortunately, my wits served me well. During my tenure as the assistant general manager, I advised the then general manager to sign a clandestine agreement with various small retailers and supply cooperatives early on. Let us hope this agreement proves effective. Knock, knock, knock. While Tang Peixiang was lost in contemplation, Sales Department Manager Song Yingming rapped on the door of the general manager's office. Come in. Upon entering, Song Yingming immediately stated, Tang, I've just received some news. A small retailer has reported that customers are seeking Zhong Yuan instant noodles. I suspect it is highly likely that representatives from Zhong Yuan have arrived in Nanju City. Zhong Yuan, after all, has finally made its entrance. Song Yingming was not particularly surprised. He had anticipated this day since his appointment a few days prior. Since they have arrived, we shall engage them fully. Nanju is our stronghold, and we must demonstrate the depth of its waters. As the leading brand of instant noodles in the nation, Huafeng occupies a defensive position. Conquering territory is challenging, but maintaining it is even more so. Yet, we must persevere. Today, Li Wei donned a pair of flared jeans that accentuated her flawless legs. Coupled with a fitted blouse tucked into her jeans, she exuded a uniquely feminine charm. Indeed, women in this profession possess an exceptional sense of style. Li Wei once again entered Mr. Zhua's small retail store. Good morning, Mr. Zhua. Upon seeing Li Wei, Zhui Eileen's heart fluttered. Miss Li, what can I assist you with today? Li Wei removed her sunglasses and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. This gesture held considerable allure for any man. I'm not here to purchase anything today. I'm merely curious to see the agreement that you mentioned, she replied, referencing their conversation from the previous evening. Zhui Eileen chuckled. Miss Li, you can view the agreement. You mentioned last night that once you see it, I can have whatever I desire. Li Wei shot him an exasperated glance. So impatient, and not even good looking. She felt no interest in him whatsoever. Most importantly, he expected something for nothing. Li Wei detested such individuals. Nevertheless, to fulfill the task assigned by Yan Jin, she forced a smile. Of course, I remember. You needn't worry. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Zhui Eileen, extending her arm to adjust the collar of his shirt. Zhui Eileen, caught off guard by her touch, felt a rush of blood surge through him. Mr. Zhua, I'm simply curious. You wouldn't want to deny me, would you? That would be rather stingy. With her combination of charm and provocation, how could Zhui Eileen resist? Furthermore, men are most sensitive to accusations of being miserly. Miss Li, how could that be? I will fetch it for you right away. Please wait a moment. With that, he returned to the counter. Zhui Eileen opened a small drawer, retrieved the agreement, and presented it to Li Wei. She examined it with great attention. Fortunately, the content of the agreement was relatively straightforward. She recognized every word and had a good memory. After reading it, she handed it to Zhui Eileen. It was indeed quite an absurd stipulation, and I was taken aback. Li Wei's mind was filled with the terms of the agreement, while Zhui Eileen's gaze was solely fixed on her. Miss Li, you have seen the contract. You agreed to my request, Zhui Eileen said, barely able to contain his impatience. Tonight, meet me at our usual spot. I shall be waiting for you. Li Wei threw him a flirtatious glance, and, before Zhui Eileen could respond, swiftly exited the convenience store. Zhui Eileen was displeased. Must I wait until nightfall? If I just close the store and draw the curtains, it would serve as a perfect battleground. After leaving the store, Li Wei hurried back to the hotel to find Yan Jin. Mr. Yan, I have seen the content of the agreement, which states that after signing, the store cannot sell other brands of instant noodles. A violation incurs a fine of 100,000 yuan. Li Wei added, this is nothing short of a coercive clause. Yan Jin smiled, asserting that such an agreement was entirely illegal. Huafeng had no authority to restrict the free trade of the convenience store, nor to impose fines. Mr. Yan, what should we do next? Unbeknownst to her, Li Wei had already begun to envision herself as Yan Jin's confidant. He was gentle and considerate, yet shrewd and strategic. Moreover, he was young and handsome. Not to mention, he was affluent and exceedingly generous. In Li Wei's eyes, Yan Jin was an incredibly charming man. How could one not be drawn to such an array of virtues? Next, you may return to work. Your tasks have been accomplished. Li Wei felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Was he dismissing her? Mr. Yan, didn't you intend to call Zhui Allen over tonight? Whether Zhui Allen came or not was of little consequence. Miss Li, your assignment is complete. Thank you for your cooperation these past 2 days. Yan Jin placed a stack of bills before her. This is your remuneration. Li Wei cast a fleeting glance at the money, her gaze lingering on Yan Jin instead. Mr. Yan, I believe I can assist you further. Yan Jin replied, women can indeed be quite clingy, especially after intimacy. He assumed she wanted to engage in further physical pursuits and promptly declined. Should I require your services again, I will reach out. Yan Jin's indifferent demeanor left Li Wei feeling despondent. Did he find her lacking? In the sales department of Huafeng, everyone was busy on their phones. Our agreement must remain confidential. Any breach will result in legal action against you. This phrase echoed repeatedly. The sales team had just been informed that anyone who signed the confidentiality agreement must call and ensure that everyone was notified, with no details allowed to leak. Tang Peixing understood well that this so-called confidentiality agreement was illegal. If it were to be disclosed, not only could they not penalize the leaker, but Huafeng would also be thrust into the public scrutiny, potentially facing legal action. Furthermore, he instructed the sales team to inform each convenience store that Huafeng would soon be launching new products. Upon receiving a call from Huafeng Company, Zhui Allen's face turned pale. Just yesterday, he had inadvertently leaked the contents of the agreement. What should he do now? Since Huafeng's personnel were calling him, it indicated that they were still unaware of his indiscretion. Indeed, as long as he remained silent, no one would be the wiser. That evening, Zhui Allen arrived at the hotel, but after knocking for an extended period, there was no response. After inquiring, he discovered that Li Wei had checked out early. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Suddenly, his complexion darkened ominously. Damn, that woman played me for a fool. While Zhui Allen faltered, Huafeng remained blissfully ignorant of the unfolding drama. A seemingly solid dam could be breached by a mere ant. Though Huafeng appeared robust, a crack had emerged. Yan Jin was preparing to make his move. Chapter 76. A major misstep. Yan Jin's fury. The lingering scent of Li Wei's perfume filled Yan Jin's room. After Qin Yang entered, he was enveloped by a complex array of emotions upon detecting the fragrance. Yan Jin's stamina was impressive, indulging daily in such pursuits. Yet, he could not allow himself to be perpetually entranced by women. He must also attend to the pressing matters of distribution. The allure of feminine charm can indeed lead even the mightiest to their downfall. Yan Jin's infatuation with women could not distract him from his responsibilities. Qin Yang was a person who aspired for progress and believed he should take decisive action. On December 3, 1983, a Saturday, unbeknownst to anyone, Qin Yang ventured out with Zhongyuan instant noodles to a small convenience store. Although Yan Jin had informed everyone about the secret agreement between the convenience store and Huafeng Company, Qin Yang remained unconvinced. Was it merely a piece of paper? Agreements are lifeless, while people are dynamic. Given the delectable nature of Zhongyuan noodles, the store would surely be eager to sell them. Thus, he set off alone to promote the noodles, determined to demonstrate to the factory leaders that, in the face of deliciousness, agreements were meaningless. With unwavering confidence, he introduced himself. We are from Zhongyuan Instant Noodles. My name is Qin Yang, and our noodles are exceptionally delicious, even featured on television. The store owner, Ji Guangyang, smiled. I know your noodles. I've seen them on TV, but I've never tasted them. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt a glimmer of hope and quickly produced a package. Please try it. It's free for tasting. Really? Ji Guangyang asked. And Qin Yang nodded emphatically. With that, Ji Guangyang accepted the package, swiftly tearing it open. Qin Yang then held up the seasoning sachet, exclaiming, this is our exclusive recipe. Once added, it will be extraordinarily delicious. As Qin Yang tore open the sauce packet and squeezed it onto the noodles, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Ji Guangyang removed the covering and stirred with chopsticks. Flashing a smile at Qin Yang, Ji Guangyang said, well, I won't be polite then. I'll eat it while it's hot. Qin Yang urged. Ji Guanyang began to devour the noodles enthusiastically. Delicious, he exclaimed. To be honest, it's far tastier than Huafeng's noodles. What do you think of the flavor? Qinyang inquired. It's fragrant. Ji Guanyang replied spontaneously. Our Zhongyuan noodles are not just tasty, they are nutritious too. This is no empty claim. Qinyang once again extolled the various merits of Zhongyuan instant noodles to Ji Guanyang, who listened with great attentiveness. After such extensive praise, Qinyang inquired if Ji would like to personally sample the noodles, asserting that selling Zhongyuan instant noodles would undoubtedly be profitable. Ji Guanyang nodded, clearly in agreement with Chuanyang's sentiments. Shall I send you 10 boxes then? Upon hearing this, the smile on Ji Guanyang's face abruptly vanished. I'm sorry, Manager Chun. Although I thoroughly enjoy your noodles, I cannot sell them in my convenience store. Why not? Qinyang was perplexed. Our store only sells Huafeng products. We do not carry anything else, sorry. Although Qinyang understood the reasoning, he refrained from further discussion. Seeing Ji Guanyang's unwavering stance, he left dejectedly. Subsequently, he visited several other stores, only to be met with rejection at each one. Qinyang felt deeply disheartened. Why was this happening? Was it truly due to the agreement with Huafeng? Upon returning to his hotel, Ding Jian noticed Qinyang's despondent demeanor and inquired with concern. Qinyang, are you all right? Qinyang shook his head, though tears threatened to spill. Recognizing his friend's distress, Ding Jian pressed for the truth. Director Ding, I went to promote our products at the convenience stores today, but none were willing to take our goods. What? Who allowed you to do that? Ding Jian exclaimed. Astonished and displeased. I saw that everyone was indifferent and feeling anxious. I thought I would give it a try. Ding Jian's expression darkened. Indifferent? Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Director Yan instructed us to remain still and await reinforcements. Qinyang, having inadvertently alerted the enemy, had unwittingly created a serious situation. Ding Jian immediately reported the matter to Yan Jin. Yan Jin's expression turned grave. Damn it, incapable of handling matters. And you go and stir up trouble. Self-righteous fool. 5 minutes later, Ding Jian, Qinyang, and the sales department staff were summoned to Yan Jin's office. The foreboding look on Yan Jin's face filled them with trepidation, especially Qinyang. It was evident to all that Director Yan was in a foul mood. One of our comrades has committed an exceedingly foolish act, knowing full well that a secret agreement was in place. You took it upon yourself to promote our products at the convenience stores. Not only have you shamed Zhongyuan factory, but you also sought out unnecessary trouble. You may disregard that agreement, but they certainly will not. This is an economic special zone, not Qingping City. The people here uphold the spirit of contracts. And once an agreement is signed, they will naturally adhere to it. Did I not instruct you to remain still? What made you think you could go and promote our products? Do you think you possess greater capabilities? Yan Jin launched into a barrage of scolding. His fury was palpable. To engage in such a futile endeavor was nothing short of foolishness. Qinyang's eyes reddened, and he trembled under the weight of Yan Jin's wrath. Having never before faced such reprimand, especially not in front of so many witnesses, he felt a profound sense of guilt and fear. In the heavy silence that followed Yan Jin's outburst, one could hear a pin drop. None dared to speak. After a brief silence of several seconds, Qinyang's intentions were acknowledged as commendable, aimed at facilitating the swift sale of our Zhongyuan instant noodles. This, indeed, merits praise. Thus, I shall refrain from imposing any penalties on him this time, though let it be noted that this shall not be tolerated again. At this juncture, the sternness in Yan Jin's tone softened somewhat. Qinyang felt a wave of relief and was profoundly grateful to Yan Factory Director. Thank you, Director Yan, for granting me another opportunity. You are truly a benevolent person. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to act independently. You shall do as I instruct. And do not create any troubles for me. Yan Jin's tone shifted back to its previous severity. A factory director must maintain authority. Levity has no place here. This evening, Shi Man and her team are arriving. Ding Jian, you are responsible for picking them up and arranging their accommodations. Ding Jian promptly nodded in agreement. Additionally, how is the breakfast vehicle I requested coming along? Rest assured, Director, everything is prepared, just as it was in the capital. Excellent. We shall continue with the model used in the capital, but this time, you will set up a small stall nearby and sell directly. Since we cannot access the convenience store, we shall not pursue that route. Street vending shall suffice. Solutions are always within the grasp of those who seek them. Yan Jin possessed ample strategies to contend with Huafeng. Nanju City is Huafeng's territory, regardless of the method employed. Selling even a single pack of Zhongyuan instant noodles would be deemed a success. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, a train arrived at the station. Shi Man and 4 other female employees exited the station and located Ding Jian. You have finally arrived. Director Yan has been eagerly awaiting you. Ding Jian escorted them back to the hotel. Yan Jin stated, there is no time to properly welcome you this evening. I have instructed Section Chief Ding to prepare some buns for you. Let us make do with this meal, and after dining, rest early. Tomorrow, we shall commence our vigorous campaign in Nanju City. Tomorrow marks the official entry of Zhong Yuan into the southern market. Chapter 77, Sending Off Colleagues, Friends, and Leaders on Sunday. December 4th, 1983, at 6 in the morning, 5 breakfast stalls of Zhong Yuan were established at various locations throughout Nanju City. Yan Jin felt immense gratitude for this era free from urban management officials. Street vending was unimpeded, and tools would not be confiscated. Man and her team were already adept at preparing instant noodles, mastering the cooking process with remarkable precision. Each bowl of noodles garnered 5-star reviews. Meanwhile, the sales personnel nearby were bustling with activity. Many customers, having finished their noodles, approached to make purchases, while some, fearing the stock would deplete, hurried to buy a box even before finishing their meal. Unexpectedly, Zhong Yuan instant noodles were so delectable that one customer exclaimed, "Comrade, I'll take a box of the chicken and mushroom flavor." Those in the special economic zone had a bit more financial flexibility and were inclined to purchase a whole box. A 30-year-old woman approached Ding Jian's stall and, upon noticing the Zhong Yuan branding, her face lit up with joy. Upon witnessing this, Ding Jian promptly inquired, "Hello, are you interested in purchasing instant noodles?" Zhong Yuan instant noodles are truly delicious. I've seen them on television, and friends in the capital have also called to rave about them. However, in Nanju City, I searched high and low and could not find them until today, when I finally encountered someone selling them. Would you like a box? We have a variety of flavors for you to choose from. The woman's gaze meticulously scanned the stall. Yes, please give me a box of braised beef flavor. I'll take it home for my family to try. Certainly. Ding Jian promptly retrieved a box of braised beef noodles and handed it over. The exchange of payment and goods was seamless. Such scenes were unfolding at various stalls throughout the area. Those who had tasted the boiled instant noodles often found themselves purchasing a box without hesitation. Zhong Yuan instant noodles were exceptionally delectable, far surpassing huafeng. One could cook them at home, or gift them to colleagues, friends, or superiors. On the first day of the stall-less operation, Zhong Yuan sold over 300 boxes of instant noodles. Yan Jin was quite pleased with this achievement, as it indicated a substantial market in Nanju City, not to mention the entire southern market. However, this accomplishment left Man and Ding Jian, along with their team, utterly exhausted, especially the 5 female workers, who had been continuously boiling noodles without respite, leaving their arms sore. Nonetheless, there was a genuine sense of joy among them. For Director, Yan had promised that they would receive a commission for every box sold. A 5-cent commission per box meant 5 yuan for every 100 boxes, and 500 yuan for 1,000 boxes, almost equivalent to 2 months' wages for an ordinary worker. Selling 10,000 boxes in a month should not pose a challenge, right? Noticing the fatigue etched on everyone's faces, Yan Jin felt a pang of guilt. The primary issue was the insufficient manpower. However, according to Yan Jin's plan, if they persevered for a few days, they would achieve the desired promotional effect. Starting tomorrow, they would post a sign in front of the stall seeking agents and also place advertisements in newspapers. In the future, such tasks would be delegated to the agents. The concept of agents was already commonplace in the South, yet for Ding Jian and his team, it was still a novel idea, having never encountered it before. Yan Jin explained that, in simple terms, an agent is a middleman who profits from the price difference. He had conceived the idea of agents even before arriving in Nanju. For Zhong Yuan to penetrate the southern market, relying solely on his advanced marketing strategies would not suffice. Strategies have their limits, and ultimately, the collective wisdom of the people is indispensable. Furthermore, the current capabilities of the business department fell far short of Yan Jin's expectations. They could only manage to thrive in the north. In the south, they would struggle to compete. Engaging agents was indeed a viable option. Director Yan, we can sell the instant noodles ourselves. I believe we don't need to find agents. Isn't it better to earn the money ourselves? Ding Jian was apprehensive about the notion of agents. People often harbor skepticism towards what they do not understand. Yan Jin's gaze grew profound. The vast market in the south cannot be adequately managed solely by our personnel. Thus, it is imperative to seek out agents and to allocate a portion of the profits. In doing so, we may ultimately gain even more. Time equates to money, and efficiency is akin to life itself. We must swiftly seize the current opportune moment to establish a sales system in the South. With today's fervent sales figures, the astute businessmen of the South are undoubtedly discerning immense opportunities. I firmly believe that many will be inclined to serve as agents. Did your company, huafeng, Not enter into a confidential agreement with local vendors? If so, I shall sign on as an agent myself. I refuse to believe that, driven by financial incentives, resourceful agents will be unable to penetrate the local shops. News of Zhongyuan instant noodles setting up stalls quickly reached Huafeng Company. Local shops and supply cooperatives were monopolized by Huafeng, and Tang Peixing initially thought Zhongyuan would find it impossible to compete. To his surprise, they resorted to street vending. This was an unforeseen tactic. Compounding the issue, Huafeng's instant noodles were still the old variety, lacking the introduction of diverse flavors. Huafeng is on the verge of obsolescence. Why have some smaller factories emulated Zhongyuan sauce packets, while Huafeng has yet to do so? This is attributable to an unexpected incident. Following a television report on Zhongyuan's noodle exhibition, Huafeng did not accord it the necessary attention, as they were preoccupied with another pressing matter, the election of a new general manager. On the eve of the Zhongyuan exhibition, the previous general manager of Huafeng suffered a sudden heart attack and passed away without warning. His departure was relatively peaceful. With the deceased gone, it was imperative to elect a new general manager to guide Huafeng towards renewed glory. The election was conducted hastily, but was of great significance, directly impacting the interests of every employee and the future trajectory of Huafeng Company. The company was engrossed in the election, leaving no time to monitor the rapid advancements of Zhongyuan instant noodles. It was only after Tang Peixing assumed the role of general manager that normal operations resumed, allowing for an examination of Zhongyuan sauce packets. However, replicating the sauce packets in such a short time frame is impossible, even for a leading national brand. The time lost has provided a golden opportunity for the astute. Tang Peixing found himself in a formidable predicament upon taking office. He picked up the phone and dialed the production department. "Minister Luo, please come to my office." 5 minutes later, Luo Peixing entered. The staff respected the newly appointed general manager. Tang Peixing had been the assistant to the former general manager and was quite capable. It was he who first conceived the confidential agreement. "General Manager Tang, you summoned me?" Luo inquired. "How is the development of the sauce packets progressing?" Tang Peixing masked his inner anxiety and asked, "Give us 3 more days, and we will surely succeed." But Tang shook his head. 3 days is not sufficient, Minister Luo. I am granting you only 1 day. We must work overtime. Zhongyuan is practically at our doorstep, and we do not have that much time. After successful development, we will also need to procure in large quantities and prepare the sauce, all of which require time. For Huafeng, time is indeed of the essence. Luo Peixing hesitated momentarily before finally uttering a positive remark. He had no alternative. Upon returning, he refrained from delay and promptly conveyed the new general manager's directives. Tang Peixing's fingers tapped rhythmically on the office desk. Hopefully, everything will be timely. Chapter 78. Do you know anyone from the National Sports Commission? On Monday, December 5, 1983. Early in the morning, the personnel from Zhongyuan factory set up their stall once more, following yesterday's promising start and a day of public interest. There were even more people eager to purchase instant noodles today. The only distinction from yesterday was the addition of a sign at the Zhongyuan noodle stall, proclaiming, "Agents wanted," accompanied by a string of contact numbers. Deng Fangzhu, waiting in line to buy noodles, gazed thoughtfully at the sign. "May I inquire how one registers to become an agent? Where do I sign up?" Ding Jian, smiling, responded, "Do you genuinely wish to become an agent?" "I would like to give it a try." Deng Fangzhu nodded affirmatively. "Simply call the number above. Our factory leadership is currently in Nanju City. Arrange a meeting with him, and you can discuss it directly." "All right, thank you." Deng Fangzhu noted the phone number and hurriedly purchased a box of instant noodles before departing. He intended to call as soon as he got home. Yesterday, due to a job-seeking endeavor, he had dined at his cousin's home, where he first tasted Zhongyuan instant noodles. He instantly fell in love with the flavor. While discussing employment matters over dinner, his cousin remarked that while jobs were indeed available, they were primarily temporary positions without any formal contracts, offering no opportunities for advancement. If Deng Fangzhu had no grand aspirations in life and did not desire a government role, his cousin offered to leverage her connections to help him secure a temporary position in an official capacity. Nevertheless, she encouraged him, stating that being a temporary worker could potentially lead to a permanent position in the future. Who could say for certain? However, her husband advised Deng Fangzhu, "With the current national reform and opening up policy, why are you still searching for a job? Why not venture into business on your own? Going into private enterprise is the prevailing trend, and many have already taken that leap." Deng Fangzhu, too, aspired to start his own venture, yet he lacked a suitable project. His cousin and her husband suggested he return home and contemplate his options more thoroughly. Today, while purchasing instant noodles, he unexpectedly came across the advertisement. He could indeed become an agent for Zhongyuan instant noodles. The scene at the stall today revealed a bustling crowd, with many clamoring to buy. It appeared that numerous individuals shared his fondness for the taste of Zhongyuan instant noodles. The thought of becoming an agent for Zhongyuan instant noodles promised substantial profit. Deng Fangzhu was not alone in this ambition. After the advertisement for agents in Zhongyuan instant noodles was published in the Nanju Daily, numerous inquiries flooded in. A consistent response was issued. Those interested in becoming agents should come for a face-to-face discussion. If deemed suitable, contracts would be signed. On Wednesday, December 7, 1983, a considerable number of individuals gathered in Yan Jin's office, all aspiring agents, including Deng Fangzhu. Yan Jin instructed Deng Jian to distribute a map of Nanju City to each one of them. The designated areas have been meticulously outlined, each marked with different colors representing the names of individuals. At first glance, it resembles a map of school district divisions. To avoid unnecessary competition, I have broadly assigned you all your respective each based on your residential addresses. The areas highlighted with your names are your responsibilities, and your business activities must remain within these designated regions. Deng Fangzhu raised his hand. Director Yan, what does mean? Involution refers to irrational struggles within an organization, Yan replied. First, let us see if anyone has any objections to this division of areas. Everyone fixated on the map. The bustling regions were notably small, while the less prosperous areas were considerably larger. However, no one voiced any dissent. Well, since there are no objections, I will proceed. Once you become our Daishang, you may utilize various methods to sell instant noodles. You can set up stalls, supply local convenience stores, or even contact organizations for employee benefits. As long as it is lawful. Starting next year, we will select several outstanding Daishang at the end of each year for recognition and generous rewards. Yan continued to paint a promising picture. This method of motivation proved effective. After a while, everyone signed contracts and paid deposits, ready to collect their goods. I wish you all immense success in your sales endeavors, and may we prosper together. Not a word was uttered regarding the agreement between Huafeng and the various convenience stores. It was best to keep them unaware to avoid any undue alarm. Once the contracts were signed and deposits made, each Daishang departed with enthusiasm, prepared for their ambitious ventures. Even though this was Huafeng's headquarters, they felt no trepidation. The recent success of Zhongyuan's instant noodles at roadside stalls was a testament to their potential sales. They were ready to reap their fortunes. On the same day they signed the contracts, Shi Man and her colleagues were granted a brief respite. Finally, they could relax. Except for Shi Man, the other 4 female workers opted to explore the streets. It was their first visit to Nanju, and they intended to enjoy the sights and purchase some local specialties to take home. Alone in the hotel, Shi Man seized the moment to retrieve a letter from her bag. She had read this letter countless times, and as she took it out once more, a radiant smile graced her face. As she read, a gentle blush crept onto her cheeks. It was a love letter filled with sweet words from her beloved. Although she had read it multiple times, each encounter filled her with both shyness and joy. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Instantly, Shi Man felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly tucked the letter beneath her pillow. After steadying her nerves, she opened the door. Director, what brings you here? She welcomed Yan into her room. I noticed everyone had gone out. Why did you stay behind? Yan inquired. Director, I do not have the habit of shopping. I wanted to take a moment to rest, Shi Man replied. Even under duress, Yan Jin would never believe Shi Man's words. Shi Man is a woman, and it is a well-known fact that women have an inherent affinity for shopping. Shopping is woven into the very fabric of a woman's nature. Moreover, there was a palpable tension in Shi Man's demeanor as she spoke. She had something to conceal. Yan Jin plopped down onto a chair, casting his gaze downward to discover an envelope lying on the floor. Following his line of sight, Shi Man looked over and wondered when that envelope had fallen. Just as she bent down to retrieve it, Yan Jin swiftly snatched it up first. Observing her anxious expression, he speculated that it must be a love letter. No wonder she hadn't gone shopping. It appeared she was secretly tucked away in her room, reading a love letter. Indeed, at her age, with her youthful beauty, it was entirely normal for her to be contemplating romance and writing love letters, especially considering the surge of hormones typical in this stage of life. However, the current era is one of struggle and ambition. Being young, Shi Man ought to channel her energies into her career rather than squandering her precious youth on matters of the heart. Man, I believe you should focus on. As he spoke, Yan Jin extended the envelope towards her, casually glancing at the writing on it. In an instant, he pulled it back. Shi Man was taken aback. Director, what should I do? Yan Jin then inquired. Shi Man, do you know anyone at the National Sports Commission? The sender's address on the envelope indicated it was from the National Sports Commission in the capital, signed by someone named Zhang Qi during the promotional event in the capital. Yan Jin had a vague sense that she man had a classmate there. Could it be this Zhangqi? Yan Jin scrutinized her intently. This girl appeared quite introverted. Yet it seemed she possessed a knack for captivating men. To his surprise, upon mentioning the National Sports Commission, she man's face flushed a deep crimson. She shyly lowered her gaze and murmured a quiet acknowledgement. Her demeanor suggested that this Zhangqi was indeed her romantic interest. Remarkable. In such a short time in the capital, she had already struck up a connection with someone from the National Sports Commission. Yan Jin smiled subtly. Man, I think you should engage in a proper romantic relationship. At your age, a woman should not only focus on work, but also contemplate personal matters. Yan Jin's stance on she man's romantic pursuits had shifted dramatically. After all, her beau was affiliated with the National Sports Commission. Next year, 1984, would be an Olympic year. Following the Spring Festival, Yan Jin planned to leverage connections within the National Sports Commission, and unexpectedly, she man's inadvertent actions had laid the groundwork for him. This was commendable and worthy of praise for she man. She man lifted her head. She hadn't anticipated that Director Yan would express such sentiments. His support for her romantic endeavors filled her with joy. Rest assured, Director, I will never neglect my work. I am determined to excel. That is certain, man. I have always had high hopes for you. Keep up the good work. She man nodded enthusiastically, invigorated and brimming with motivation. Man, I am planning to visit the capital again soon. You should accompany me. In the future, we will establish an office there. And if it seems appropriate, you could be transferred to that office. Really? Of course. She understood the implications of Yan Jin's words. This was a condition for helping her find a partner. Instantly, she felt an immense gratitude towards Yan Jin, wishing she could offer her heart to Zhongyuan factory. After Yan Jin departed, she immediately took out paper and pen to write a letter to Zhangqi, eager to share this delightful news. Once the agent collected the goods and departed, they promptly engaged in sales activities, primarily targeting various small shops. They were quite familiar with the owners of these shops, as the agency areas were all in their neighborhood, and many shopkeepers were neighbors or even relatives. After returning, Dong Fangzhu could hardly contain his excitement and went straight to a small shop on the street. The owner, Han Yong, was a man in his 30s. Upon entering, Dong Fangzhu found Han Yong enjoying instant noodles, the shop filled with a tantalizing aroma. Xiaodong, you're here. It's been a while. What are you buying today? Han Yong greeted, slurping a mouthful of noodles without waiting to swallow. Brother Yong, enjoying some noodles? Dong Fangzhu glanced at the open packet beside the lunchbox. Recognizing it as Zhongyuan brand, he scanned the shelves but found no trace of Zhongyuan products, nor any other brands. Are these noodles delicious? Absolutely. This is the best instant noodle I've ever had. Delicious, simply delicious. Han Yong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Dong Fangzhu couldn't help but swallow as he glanced at the noodles in the lunchbox. Indeed, I've had them too. They're fantastic, and many people are buying them. By the way, Brother Yong, why don't I see them in your shop? You should stock up. Selling this brand is guaranteed profit. Mentioning this made Han Yong feel disheartened. It wasn't that he didn't want to sell them, but he was prohibited from doing so due to that ridiculous agreement. Brother Yong, do you lack supply channels? Seeing Han Yong's distressed expression, Dong Fangzhu believed he had figured it all out. He leaned closer, his eyes catching another glimpse of the noodles in the lunchbox, his mouth watering at the thought. He smiled mysteriously. Brother Yong, I can procure the goods. Han Yong was taken aback. In that moment, he felt a rush of excitement. Should he consider stocking up? Given the current demand for Zhongyuan instant noodles, it was bound to be profitable. However, what if the people from Huafeng found out and penalized him? Sighing, he regretted signing that agreement in the first place. Xiaodong, let me think it over. Dong Fangzhu frowned. What was there to think about? How could he pass up such a lucrative opportunity? This was the first small shop he was promoting, and he was eager for a successful start. Dear Yong, it appears that we are indeed relatives. My neighbor, Dong Hao, is the cousin of your uncle, which means I ought to address you as cousin. It is only due to this familial connection that I have sought your assistance. There are numerous small shops in the vicinity, and should I deliver to them, I would find myself devoid of stock, allowing them to profit at my expense. Yong, do not blame me later for not reaching out to you. Han Yong recognized the truth in this, but found himself at a loss for words. Observing Han Yong's indecision, Dong Fangzhu could hardly conceal his disdain. How could he not stock up on such easily sellable instant noodles? Xiaodong, grant me a night to ponder this. Han Yong implored. Dong Fangzhu groaned inwardly, realizing his previous words had been in vain. Other agents encountered similar predicaments. While every small shop was eager to sell, they hesitated due to the stringent agreements they faced. The agents were equally perplexed. Though many customers were interested in purchasing, why were the shops reluctant to stock up? Was it not foolish to forego profit? Some agents resorted to setting up their own stalls. Despite the absence of alluring figures like Shi Man to cook noodles, business thrived. At Huafeng Company, Song Yingming reported to Tang Peixing, Tang, today agents from Zhongyuan visited various small shops, but most did not place orders. However, two did. Tang Peixing's expression darkened. Which two? The Lu shop on Chunfeng Road and the Lao Lu shop on Huawang Road, both owned by people from Liao Bei, Song Yingming continued. It seems they have disregarded our agreement altogether. Tomorrow, take a team and demand they return the goods. Otherwise, we shall impose a fine of 100,000 as stipulated in the agreement. Tang Peixing's tone was icy. Are we truly going to levy a fine? It is imperative. Otherwise, that agreement would become mere scrap paper. Tang Peixing was acutely aware of the legality of the agreement, yet he proceeded nonetheless. While he understood its illegality, the shopkeepers were oblivious. If this trend was not swiftly curtailed, Zhongyuan instant noodles would inundate the market like a flood. The consequences would be dire. We have also developed 5 new flavors of instant noodles, which have commenced mass production. Tomorrow afternoon, we will supply all sales points to generate momentum, with official sales launching the day after. I have also contacted the newspaper. An advertisement will be published tomorrow to inform the public that Huafeng now offers delectable instant noodles. Tang Peixing was eager to sell immediately. However, the production was insufficient. If customers could not purchase, it might backfire. Thus, the launch was postponed by 1 day. May this day pass without incident. Chapter 80. A name change at Guangdong Television Station. After signing contracts with the agents, Yan Jin promptly traveled to the provincial capital, Yang City, heading straight to the television station to meet with the advertising department director, Qizhigao. Prior to arriving in Yang City, Yan Jin had called Huang Jingyi, who was in Beijing, inquiring if he knew anyone at Guangdong Television Station. Fortuitously, Qizhigao, the director of the advertising department, was indeed a junior of Huang Jingyi. Huang Jingyi made a special call to Qizhigao, instructing him to directly approach Qi, assuring that mentioning his name would be advantageous. Director Yan, I have heard from Director Huang that your screenwriting skills are remarkable. It is my first encounter with an entrepreneur who can write scripts. Taking advantage of Huang Jingyi's connection, Qizhigao initially praised Yan Jin. However, Yan Jin was straightforward, as he had no time for mutual flattery with Qizhigao. Director Qi, we wish to broadcast the advertisement by tomorrow noon. Rest assured, we shall not skimp on the expenses. Tomorrow at noon is rather short notice. I fear Qizhigao may be troubled. Yan Jin promptly slipped a red envelope into his hands, realizing that no amount of words could rival the value of a generous gift. Director Qi, this television advertisement is crucial for our factory. I implore you to assist us. Qizhigao initially declined. Director Yan, how could I accept your money? That would be inappropriate. Moreover, Director Huang has specifically instructed me to earnestly ensure that your matters are well arranged. You need not worry. Yet, Yan Jin persistently pressed the envelope into his grasp. Huang Jingyi's influence, while formidable, could not rival the reliability of financial incentives at this juncture. It was imperative to expedite the advertisement as production, as it must air tomorrow. He sensed that great movements were afoot at Huafeng. However, for reasons unknown, Huafeng had yet to imitate Zhongyuan by launching different flavors of instant noodles. It seemed implausible that they could not replicate it. Numerous smaller factories had succeeded, let alone the nation as foremost. Could it be that they disdained the imitation of Zhongyuan? They were surely concocting a grand strategy. Should he refrain from taking action, all prior efforts in this venture to Nanzhou would be rendered futile. After creating a buzz at the market, it was crucial to seize the momentum and engrave Zhongyuan instant noodles deeply into the public consciousness. Given the rapid economic development of Guangyu province and its higher television penetration rate compared to other regions, Yan Jin resolved to create a television advertisement. Through this advertisement, he aimed to instill in the audience the belief that Zhongyuan factory is unrivaled in excellence. Advertising is the primary source of revenue for television stations, and Qizhigao's department is tasked with securing advertisements. In 1983, few enterprises dared to invest in advertising. With the red envelope in hand, Qizhigao became increasingly enthusiastic. Director Yan, once Zhongyuan's advertisement airs on television, the entire province will witness it, undoubtedly leading to great sales. Yan Jin smiled, expressing his intention to engage in a discussion with Director Qi, hoping for a long-term collaboration. Upon hearing this, Qizhigao's spirits soared. A long-term partnership would secure Zhongyuan as a consistent client, ensuring the fulfillment of his yearly objectives. Director Yan, I am confident that we shall achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. Yan Jin acknowledged with a nod. Director Qi, let us discuss the content of the advertisement. Our slogan is succinct. This festive season, no gifts are accepted. Only Zhongyuan noodles are welcomed. Zhongyuan instant noodles, delicious and nutritious. The advertisement features two cartoon characters, a charming old man and a lively old woman, both humorous and endearing. Our advertisements are exclusively aired during prime time. Before the drama begins, Zhongyuan will feature as the first advertisement, and during the drama's commercial breaks, Zhongyuan will again take the lead. She nodded in agreement. Director Yan, we can certainly fulfill your requests. However, the cost may be somewhat steep. Cost is of no concern. If we are to proceed, let us do so with excellence. 1 million. No problem. 1 million is indeed a substantial sum. Yet when compared to the marketing revenue generated by the advertisement, it pales in significance. Yan Jin understood that this advertisement would indelibly imprint itself in the minds of the audience, as he had previously been influenced by a certain platinum-level campaign in the past. Once the matters in Nanju City were resolved, he would head directly to the capital to launch the advertisement, ensuring that the entire nation was informed. That very afternoon, Yan Jin hurriedly took the last bus back from Yang City to Nanju City. As night fell, Dong Fangzhu found himself unable to slumber. A perplexing question plagued his mind. The market had validated that Zhongyuan instant noodles were highly sellable and profitable, yet why were the small retail stores reluctant to stock them? It was utterly illogical. This was in stark contrast to his initial expectations of accumulating wealth through Zhongyuan instant noodles. Reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Should he call Yan Jin at Zhongyuan to inquire about the situation? Perhaps he should seek clarity. He must reach out, as their agent, tasked with selling their products. They were all in the same boat, and they needed to devise a solution together. After much hesitation, he dialed Yan Jin's room number and expressed his concerns. Unbeknownst to him, he was not the first agent to call Yan Jin. Nearly all agents were inquiring about why retail stores were unwilling to sell Zhongyuan products. Xiaodong, do not fret. Get a good night's sleep, and by tomorrow morning, the small retail stores will proactively contact you for stock. Just wait and reap the rewards. This was Yan Jin's reassuring response. After saying this, Yan Jin hung up the phone. However, Dong Fangzhu felt a sense of disbelief. Would people's attitudes truly change overnight? Was he merely dreaming? For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he had been misled by Zhongyuan. Could those so-called big sellers be deceiving him? Were they perhaps employing actors to create a facade? Had he fallen into their trap? In a modest restaurant, Han Yong was enjoying drinks with his good friend Ji Guangyang. Though both operated small retail stores, their distant locations meant there was no competition between them. The decision to open small stores had been a joint venture. Old Ji, has anyone come to your place recently to promote Zhongyuan instant noodles? Yes, several days ago, but while their noodles are excellent, we find ourselves unable to sell them. A hint of regret flickered in Ji's eyes. It's frustrating to have such a lucrative product that we cannot sell. Ji Guangyang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and suddenly had a burst of inspiration. Yongzi, what if we were to change the name of our small stores? Would that nullify the agreement? Han Yong's eyes brightened at the thought. Old Ji, your intellect truly shines. What a brilliant solution. How did I not conceive of it? The agreement bears the original name, whilst we have adopted a new one, rendering the contract null and void. Han Yong is eager to effectuate the name change immediately. He fills both glasses to the brim. Old Ji, tomorrow we shall venture to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to alter our name. Damn it. I refuse to believe we cannot contend with Huafeng. Indeed, even if they are the foremost in the nation, they cannot bully us this way. To hell with them. We shall sell Zhongyuan, and they have no authority over that. After clinking their glasses, they downed their drinks in one go. When they initially signed the contract with Huafeng, the atmosphere was decidedly different, filled with sycophantic expressions. They would do anything to sell to Huafeng. How the tides have turned. Now with a more lucrative brand, they have swiftly turned their backs. Such is the nature of business. For the sake of profit, everything is malleable. I have not violated your agreement. I merely changed the name. After all, the name on the contract is no longer mine. Thus, the agreement becomes void. Huafeng is undoubtedly powerless to act. Chapter 81. The return of the big character posters in the stillness of the night. The lights in Yan Jin's room remain aglow. The business department, along with Shi Man and others, are all present. In the afternoon, Ding Jian and his team ventured out separately. The agents were correct in their assessment. Various promotions have commenced, yet Zhongyuan instant noodles remain conspicuously absent from the small retail stores. It appears those stores have been significantly harmed by that agreement. They wish to sell, but find themselves constrained. Yan Jin resolves to assist them. He will help the agents open up sales channels and educate the small retailers on legal knowledge, thereby ensuring mutual profit with Zhongyuan. This is the conduct of a conscientious enterprise. Absolutely not like Huafeng, which engages in predatory agreements. Before Yan Jin lies a large box filled with vibrant character posters. Hua Feng, you have an agreement, yet I shall render it ineffective. Tonight, we will affix these posters to the doors of every small retail store, so that upon opening in the morning, they may see them. We must inform these retailers that the so-called agreements are illegal, and they must learn to safeguard their legal rights. Director Yan, we shall proceed at once. Just watch. Ding Jian exclaims enthusiastically. I shall accompany you. I've rented 8 bicycles. Let us form groups, men in one group, women in pairs, according to the areas assigned to you. Let us set off. With bags slung over their shoulders, they hastily descend the stairs, mount their bicycles, and vanish into the night. There are 5 women, 2 per group, leaving one without a partner. Reluctantly, Yan Jin teams up with Man, with no objections raised. You are the director. Your word is law. At this hour, apart from the hair salons, all other venues have shuttered their doors, and no activity is in sight. After affixing the final poster, which disseminates legal knowledge, Yan Jin exhales deeply. At last, it is complete. A smile graces his lips. The new year approaches. And this shall serve as Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory's gift to the small retailers of Nanju City. Man, it's time to return. We should rest early. Tomorrow awaits us with numerous tasks. She nodded in agreement. Seated in the back seat, she hesitated multiple times before finally inquiring. Director Yan, when shall we head to the capital? Yan Jin chuckled lightly. What is the rush to visit the capital? Are you missing someone? Man's cheeks flushed crimson, fortunately hidden by the evening darkness. How blunt of Director Yan to speak so openly. It was quite embarrassing. No, I was merely asking. Once our operations in Nanju are fully underway, we'll head to the capital. After riding a few meters, Yan Jin posed another question. Man, is your acquaintance an athlete? No, he is my classmate. Assigned to the National Sports Commission after graduation. I am not quite sure what he does now. Since he was assigned, he must have a secure government job. In the future, reaching out to him could prove beneficial. To win over such an exceptional girl like you, he must be quite impressive. When we get to the capital, do introduce him. I would like to meet him. Certainly. I will bring him to meet you and treat you to dinner, Man readily agreed. Completely unaware of Yan Jin's true intentions behind wanting to meet Zhang Qi as they rode beneath the streetlights, their shadows elongated and shortened in a graceful dance. Director, Nanju City is truly delightful. Look how bright the streetlights are, Man remarked, gazing up at the lights. Indeed, do you fancy this place? No, it has its merits. But it does not belong to me. I still prefer Qingping. That is my true home. As their conversation flowed, 2 figures suddenly emerged ahead, engaged in a struggle. Among them was a woman whose clothing appeared to be torn. Zhangbing, let me go. Release me. Li Wei, come back. I will treat you well, I swear. For a lifetime. Let us marry. Yan Jin halted the vehicle. Well, I never expected to see this. He recognized the woman as Li Wei, whose provocative attire was unmistakable in this era. Such clothing easily identified those in her profession. Li Wei, what are you doing out here at this hour? Upon noticing Yan Jin, Zhangbing initially froze, but soon grinned lecherously. Li Wei, yes, right. Let us go home and sleep. As he reached to embrace Li Wei, she viewed Yan Jin as her savior. Breaking free from Zhangbing, she hurried towards Yan Jin in her high heels. Mr. Yan, please help me. He is a rogue, constantly harassing me. Li Wei was acutely aware of Man's presence. Alone together at night, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. But with Zhangbing's relentless pursuit, she had no choice but to seek Yan Jin's assistance. Seeing Li Wei hide behind Yan Jin, the drunken Zhangbing pointed accusingly at him. You, mind your own business. If you know what is good for you, scram. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Yan Jin seized his finger and forcefully twisted it downward, causing Zhangbing to collapse to his knees. In a state of fury, he exclaimed, Do you dare strike me? Do you have any idea who I am? The sound of anguish echoed once more. Mind your language. Li Wei interjected. Isn't he harassing you? Call the police. Have him arrested for his lewd behavior and ensure he spends a lifetime behind bars. Zhangbing roared defiantly, You wouldn't dare. To which Li Wei retorted, What could I possibly fear? My friend is at the police station. Do you think I won't make a call? Your life would be irrevocably ruined. The moment he heard the term lewd behavior, Zhangbing's drunkenness was halved by fear. It was well known that during this era, lewd behavior was a grave offense. Once labeled as such, it was akin to being socially dead. Li Wei, we share the same hometown. You mustn't do this. Please tell this gentleman that it was all a misunderstanding. Zhangbing, realizing he could not outmatch Yan Jin, reluctantly yielded. Moreover, he astutely sought Li Wei's intercession. Knowing her character, she would likely spare him due to their shared origins. Li Wei shook her head in resignation. Mr. Yan, let it go. He is my fellow townsman and merely acted out of confusion. With her plea, Yan Jin found it difficult to pursue further action against Zhang Bing and ultimately let him go. After Zhang Bing scurried a few meters away, he turned back, glaring menacingly at Yan Jin, a cold glint in his eyes. Following a brief expression of gratitude, Li Wei departed as well, with Shi Man beside Yan Jin. She felt somewhat superfluous and was eager to leave. Although Yan Jin offered to escort her, she declined. Once back in her rented accommodation, Li Wei wept bitterly. It dawned on her that Yan Jin had long been involved with someone else, and they were quite well suited. She realized her feelings were unreciprocated, and she had been deluding herself. Indeed, given her profession, it felt shameful. How could a prominent businessman ever take an interest in her? That night, her pillow was soaked with tears, and she had never felt such profound heartache. It was that evening she resolved to alter the course of her destiny. Director, I feel she may have misconstrued something, Shi Man observed, perceptive of Li Wei's emotional turmoil. Is that so? It's merely a minor incident. Yan Jin has not given it much thought. To him, Li Wei is nothing more than a business partner, and there will be no further interactions. Chapter 82. Vulgar advertisements. On Thursday, December 8, 1983, a thick fog enveloped Nanju City, reducing visibility to a mere 5 or 6 meters. Yet, this fog did not hinder the citizens of Nanju from pursuing their daily endeavors. Each individual, adhering to their usual routines, commenced a new day. They remained oblivious to the red paper affixed to the doors of the small shops lining the street. Due to the fog, bus services were suspended. Yan Jin, disregarding his fatigue, arranged for a taxi and made his way to Yang City. This afternoon, it was imperative that the television advertisement aired. Clutching a copy of the Nanju Daily, he discovered an advertisement for Huafeng occupying an entire page on the 5th section. Huafeng had finally begun to imitate Zhong Yuan. Unbeknownst to them, such imitation marked the onset of Huafeng's decline. With meticulous planning, Yan Jin aimed to surpass Huafeng within 6 months, aspiring to become the foremost instant noodle brand in the nation. Subsequently, leveraging the endorsement of instant noodles, he intended to embark on his next venture. Before ascending to the status of a commercial mogul, he must amass sufficient initial capital. On a foggy day, taxi drivers navigated with great caution. After more than 3 hours, he finally arrived safely at Guangdong Television Station. Director Qi, how is the advertisement production progressing? It's nearly complete. Let me show you, replied Qi Zhigao, leading him to an office where Li Mu, responsible for the production, opened the advertisement video for Yan Jin to review the outcome. Yan Jin furrowed his brow. Frankly, it fell significantly short of his expectations. Had Qi Zhigao and his team viewed the renowned advertisement from the past, they would have undoubtedly produced something exceptional. Unfortunately, they had not seen it and were relying solely on their imagination. With 2.5 hours remaining until noon, there was still time to make revisions. Yan Jin persistently offered numerous suggestions for modifications and closely monitored their adjustments. Qi Zhigao was taken aback by Yan Jin's meticulous work ethic and stringent demands. However, with the contract signed, there was no choice but to meticulously revise until the expectations were met. Nevertheless, Qi Zhigao was accommodating towards Yan Jin, recognizing that, at that time, the television station held considerable prestige. His favorable treatment stemmed not only from financial incentives, but also from his connection to Huangjingi. After laboring until 11:30, Yan Jin finally expressed satisfaction. Very well, will it be ready for broadcast this afternoon? I'll consult with the station director, but I anticipate no issues. I briefed him last night. Yan Jin nodded. Then I must rely on you, Director Qi. This advertisement is crucial for Zhong Yuan, so please assist us and speak with the station director at once. With a bold demeanor, Yan Jin urged Qi Zhigao to proceed to the director's office. The station director was accommodating, agreeing to commence the broadcast at noon. Yan Jin exhaled a sigh of relief. Director Qi, let's find a time for me to treat you to a drink. However, once Yan Jin left the television station, Li Mu, who had been responsible for the advertisement production, was filled with resentment. Director Qi, just look at the changes he made. Aren't they rather vulgar? I'm concerned that this advertisement might cast a negative light on our station. Qi Zhigao chuckled softly. Little Li, you are correct. This advertisement is indeed quite crude, yet one cannot deny its originality. It may even create a remarkable impact in the advertising realm. Little Zhang, despite Yan Jin's youth, he is currently a highly sought-after figure. Even Director Huang of the Capital Television Station's Spring Festival Gala speaks highly of him. Li Mu remained unconvinced. Director Qi, consider his slogan. This year, no gifts for the holidays. Only Zhong Yuan noodles. If no gifts are being accepted, why still accept Zhong Yuan? Isn't that contradictory? Qi Zhigao gently shook his head. What you perceive as contradiction, I see as shrewdness. The ultimate goal of advertising is marketing, and Yan Jin employs this very contrast to make the phrase memorable. Qi Zhigao had a premonition that Yan Jin's advertisement would undoubtedly become an exceptionally successful marketing case. Nanju City. Han Yong opened the door of the convenience store early in the morning. Upon entering, he noticed a large red notice. What is this? After reading the contents of the notice, a wave of curses erupted from within the store. Those unscrupulous scoundrels at Huafeng Company have deceived me. What nonsense is this? Damn it! In a fit of rage, Han Yong tore the agreement to shreds. From this day forth, I shall sell other brands of instant noodles, especially Zhongyuan noodles. Let us see what they can do to me. No one can obstruct my pursuit of profit. By the morning, all the convenience stores in Nanju City had come to understand that the agreement was not only devoid of any legal efficacy, but also illegal. In an instant, the stores were outraged by Huafeng Company's actions. This was a trap laid by Yan Jin for Huafeng. Yan Jin firmly believed that such actions were justifiable. This kind of unfair competition must be fiercely combated. Upholding a fair and just market order is the responsibility and obligation of every citizen. Han Yong discarded the torn agreement into the trash. Since the agreement was illegal, he no longer needed to change his store's name. He would start selling immediately. Han Yong picked up the phone. First, he called his aunt to ask for Dong Fengzhua's phone number. Cousin, didn't you say you could procure Zhongyuan noodles? Could you send me 10 boxes today? Han Yong spoke with utmost courtesy. On the other end of the line, Dong Fengzhua was bewildered. Just yesterday, he had shown no interest, and now, this morning, he was suddenly eager. How could one's attitude shift so dramatically overnight? What astonished him even more was Yan Jin from Zhongyuan Factory. When he called to express his grievances, Yan Jin had assured him that after a good night's sleep, everything would change for the better, and the convenience stores would reach out to him. Dong Fengzhua had remained skeptical. Yet, upon waking, everything had indeed transformed into reality. What kind of strategy did Yan Jin employ? Had he perhaps enchanted them? However, this was beneficial for him. Brother Yong, please hold on. I'll send it over right away. Just as he hung up, the phone rang again. Dong Fengzhua picked up the receiver once more. Dong Go, it's me. You mentioned you had Zhongyuan noodles. Could you send some over? Let us collaborate and make big money. Calls continued to pour in, all from convenience stores. It wasn't just Dong Fengzhua who was stunned. Every agent received calls from their respective stores requesting Zhongyuan noodles. Meanwhile, Huafeng Company remained blissfully unaware. In the morning, Tang Peixing summoned Song Yingming to his office. Last night, the workers put in overtime, and with the additional effort this morning, each sales point will receive 5 boxes of our new instant noodles. We also placed advertisements in the newspapers. Sales will commence tomorrow, and it's bound to be a hit. Tang Peixing brimmed with confidence. With the same flavor, customers would undoubtedly choose Huafeng first. After all, Huafeng's brand was well established. The nation's leader, that wasn't a mere facade. In the afternoon, trucks laden with new Huafeng instant noodles rolled out of the factory, heading towards various convenience stores. Tang Peixing was in high spirits. In the realm of instant noodles, Huafeng reigned supreme, unassailable by any competitor. Chapter 83, A Complete Turnaround. In the afternoon, Song Yingming dispatched all the sales department employees from their homes. They followed the delivery trucks, personally introducing the myriad advantages of Huafeng products to local convenience stores. Each representative carried with them the day's edition of the Southern Pearl Daily, featuring an advertisement for Huafeng on the 5th page. Drink Huafeng, and everything goes smoothly. It was imperative for the convenience stores and their customers to recognize that Huafeng is, and always will be, the finest choice. Salesperson Cui Chunhua was assigned to the region where Han Yong operated. Upon entering the convenience store, his keen eyes immediately spotted Zhongyuan instant noodles on the shelves. Astonishing! How audacious of Han Yong to blatantly violate the agreement. This was a clear affront to Huafeng. Cui Chunhua's previously buoyant mood soured instantly, and he seized a package of Zhongyuan noodles, slamming it onto the counter. Han Yong, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to stir up trouble? Han Yong, upon recognizing Cui Chunhua, felt a surge of indignation. How dare you come here? You've been a source of constant frustration for me during this period. Who is truly causing trouble here? Don't put on airs in front of me. I'm not intimidated by you. Cui Chunhua was taken aback. Something was amiss. Han Yong had illicitly sold Zhongyuan noodles, in direct violation of the agreement, and he should be quaking in fear. Yet, he displayed nothing but defiance. Do you realize you are in breach of the agreement? According to its stipulations, we are entitled to impose a fine of 100,000 yuan and seek compensation for our losses. That is utter nonsense. Han Yong spat defiantly, splattering Cui Chunhua's face with saliva. Cui Chunhua was baffled. What fueled Han Yong's audacity to confront him so boldly? Have you lost your mind? Are you aware of the consequences? Failing to adhere to the agreement signifies a lack of integrity, and who would dare to collaborate with you in the future? Chuanzhi stood atop his moral high ground, vehemently chastising Han Yong. But Han Yong was not easily cowed. I am not an employee of Huafeng. Why do you have to reprimand me? Stop trying to intimidate me with your agreement. That document is illegal. Chuanzhi's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't presume I'm uninformed. I've studied law too. You are merely a company. You have no authority to restrict my sales or to impose fines. When the agreement was signed, it was entirely voluntary. No one coerced you. Since you signed it, you must abide by it. Chuanzhi retorted. As a law-abiding citizen, why should I adhere to an unlawful agreement? I shall not partake in any illegal activities. Han Yong categorically rejected Chuanzhi's claims. A sense of foreboding crept over Chuanzhi. Judging by Han Yong's demeanor, it was evident that Zhongyuan Noodles had likely infiltrated various convenience stores, not solely within Han Yong's domain. Alarmingly, the agreement's constraints no longer held sway over them. He needed to return to the company post-haste to report the situation and staunch this burgeoning tide of rebellion. As he stepped out of the convenience store, he noticed the delivery truck parked at the entrance, prompting a dilemma. He had come to deliver new instant noodles. Was he to return empty-handed? Such a failure to account for his duties was unacceptable. He instructed the driver to bring him a box of instant noodles and return to the convenience store. Han Yong did not even lift his head, too apathetic to engage. Old Han, Huafeng has launched a new product that is far tastier than Zhongyuan's. You should withdraw Zhongyuan and sell Huafeng instead. We can overlook the earlier incident. Chuanzhi softened his tone. He opened the box and took out a packet of Huafeng instant noodles. Old Han, give it a try. It's quite delightful. Under different circumstances, Han Yong would have sampled it, but it happened just after he learned of Huafeng's deceit. It could be said that his feelings towards Huafeng had shifted from indifference to outright aversion. I dare not try. I cannot afford to cross Huafeng. Chuanzhi observed this and felt somewhat powerless. Old Han, at least taste it before you judge. Yet, the irked Han Yong remained obstinate and refused to eat. He was not the only one in such a predicament. His colleagues shared the same sentiment. Those quick-witted immediately called the company to report the situation. Huafeng's headquarters was in an uproar. All convenience stores had brazenly violated the agreement by selling other brands of instant noodles. This was undoubtedly a premeditated, organized, and purposeful act. Tang Peishing's face darkened. He had hoped to exploit the convenience store's ignorance of the law, binding them with a mere agreement. Everything had been proceeding according to his plan until it was shattered overnight. It was certainly the work of Zhongyuan's personnel. President Tang, what should we do now? The convenience stores are aware that the agreement is illegal and we cannot impose fines. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Peishing replied, First, we need to place the new Huafeng products on the shelves. Inform everyone that we must stabilize the convenience stores by any means necessary. We must ensure that every store carries our products. The sales team mobilized once more, returning to the convenience stores, but this time their demeanor was notably softer. The owners of the convenience stores finally felt a sense of vindication against Huafeng. Competition was indeed beneficial. However, they did not entirely reject Huafeng, as they had once been partners, and selling Huafeng was still profitable. Despite the distasteful nature of the agreement, who could truly turn away from profit? Though each convenience store was frustrated, they ultimately placed the new Huafeng products on their shelves. Tang Peishing locked himself in his office, seething with rage. Just days after assuming the role of general manager, he had proposed an exclusive agreement with the convenience stores to monopolize the southern market. This proposal had garnered support from the former general manager, and his colleagues hailed him as the hidden talent of Huafeng. Tang Peishing had basked in glory. Yet now, his proud achievement had become a vulnerability for his adversaries to exploit, catching him completely off guard. Infuriating, Tang Peishing slammed his fist on the desk. Just after being appointed general manager, he faced such a formidable opponent. Was it merely bad luck, or was fate testing him? If Tang Peishing is unable to guide Huafeng Company through this challenging period, he has every reason to believe that he may be dismissed. Despite the trust and admiration he has garnered from his predecessor, his foundations remain precarious. To establish a firm foothold and gain comprehensive control over the company, he must emerge victorious in this battle. Zhongyuan, we shall meet on the battlefield. In the hotel, there exists but a single television. In the afternoon, Qinyang sits before the screen, intently focused. This is a task meticulously assigned by Yan Jin. At 2:27, as the television drama Hui Yuanjia is on the verge of commencing, Qinyang finally witnesses Zhongyuan's advertisement. No gifts this holiday season. We only accept Zhongyuan instant noodles. Delicious and nutritious. Qinyang observes the two animated figures dancing on the screen, his expression resembling that of someone constipated. 50,000 spent. And this is what we are subjected to? Is Guangdong Television trying to swindle us? Yin factory director must have been deceived. He resolves to promptly report this to Yin factory director and urges him to confront the television station. Just as he prepares to ascend the stairs, he encounters Yan Jin returning from outside. Factory director Yan, I just saw the advertisement on the television. The production quality from their provincial station is appalling, and they have the audacity to demand 50,000 for this? Unbeknownst to Chuanzhi, the 50,000 is merely the initial payment, with another 50,000 still outstanding. If Yan Jin were to disclose this information at that moment, Chuanzhi would surely be left aghast. Yan Jin had already viewed the advertisement at the television station. Overall, he was quite satisfied, yet some details required further refinement. Unfortunately, time constraints left no room for alterations. It had to be accepted as it was. Yan Jin inquired, Chuanzhi, let me ask you, did this advertisement leave a significant impression on you? Can you still recall it? Chuanzhi instinctively nodded. I remember it vividly. Every scene is etched in my mind, especially that phrase. No gifts this holiday season. We only accept Zhongyuan noodles. Chuanzhi let out a scoff. Yan Jin chuckled softly. This is precisely the effect we desire, Chuanzhi. A good advertisement is not defined by its aesthetic appeal or personal preference. It hinges on whether it can be remembered, lodged in your mind, and occasionally resurface. The beauty of the wording or the elegance of the design does not dictate an advertisement's quality. The hallmark of a first-rate advertisement is its simplicity, memorability, and its ability to be ingrained in your thoughts after a single viewing. With these elements, it is sufficient. Chuanzhi momentarily struggled to grasp this concept. Yan Jin patted him on the shoulder. Take some time to ponder this. Employees at Huafeng Company also took note of this advertisement. The slogan possesses a certain captivating quality. However, to the staff at Huafeng, it appears utterly trite and embarrassingly weak. They had never encountered such a crass advertisement before. Was the leadership at Zhongyuan truly so misguided, having endured years of stagnation to conceive such a notion? They scoffed derisively. Such vulgarity is hardly worthy of being Huafeng's rival. Just wait and see as Huafeng crushes you. In the afternoon and evening of that day, the people of Guangdong province, having watched television, could hardly forget the captivating advertisement for Zhongyuan. It would often spring to mind unexpectedly. On December 9, 1983, a Friday, the first day of Xinhua Feng's official sale, a modest man entered the small shop. Yonggu, please give me 2 boxes of Zhongyuan instant noodles. All right, just a moment. I'll fetch them from the back. Han Yong emerged from the storeroom with 2 boxes of noodles, carefully wiping the cardboard with a towel. Why the sudden purchase of so many? Will you eat them all? The man counted out his money and placed it on the glass counter. My wife is returning to her family tomorrow. I need to buy some items to take back. Didn't you see the advertisement? This year, gifts are not accepted for the festival, only Zhongyuan noodles. Indeed, Zhongyuan instant noodles are delicious and nutritious. Han Yong handed the 2 boxes to the man. Be careful. Don't rush. As the man exited with the noodles, he was spotted by Cui Chunhua. The words Zhongyuan on the boxes stood out prominently. Cui Chunhua's gaze lingered on the man for a few seconds, his lips twitching. He had to admit that Zhongyuan had been selling remarkably well these past few days. With a complex mix of emotions, Cui Chunhua re-entered the small shop. He offered Han Yong a cigarette and lit it for him. Lao Han, how were the sales this morning? Zhongyuan sold 3 boxes, Huafeng only 3 packets. Han Yong replied calmly. Cui Chunhua, however, was far from calm. Why is there such a disparity? Lao Han, you didn't fail to mention that Huafeng has released various flavors, did you? I did mention it. But the customers insisted on choosing Zhongyuan. What can I do? For Han Yong, it didn't matter which brand sold better, as he would profit from either. It's all the same. Lao Han, we've been partners for many years. Huafeng has never shortchanged you, right? You ought to support Huafeng, being a local brand and the nation's top brand, which is quite popular. Han Yong waved his hand dismissively. Even if you're the best in the world, it's of no consequence. Everyone only recognizes Zhongyuan, and I can't help that. Cui Chunhua was taken aback by Han Yong's newfound obstinacy. Lao Han, place Huafeng prominently on the shelves. Customers will surely buy it. To promote the new product, I can offer you a higher rebate. If you don't believe me, we can sign an agreement. Han Yong, however, grimaced. Manager Cui, I'm running a small business here. I can't be bothered with agreements. The mere mention of an agreement infuriated Han Yong. Another agreement? Do you think I'm a fool? He spoke without fear of offending Cui Chunhua. If it comes to that, I'll simply stop selling Huafeng. The profits from Zhongyuan these past few days have already far surpassed those from Huafeng. Just then, a middle-aged woman entered the shop with a child. Yonggu, Please give me 5 packets of Zhongyuan instant noodles. Certainly. Han Yong turned to the shelf to retrieve the noodles. Chuanzhi timely remarked, this comrade, Huafeng instant noodles have also launched various flavors, and their taste surpasses that of Zhongyuan. Our Huafeng is indeed the leading brand nationwide, with guaranteed quality. Would you care to try some? The middle-aged woman felt a flicker of temptation. Really? She cast a glance at the shelf. Although illiterate, she recognized the Huafeng packaging. Indeed, the packaging had changed from what it used to be. How come I haven't heard about Huafeng's new products? You're not deceiving me, are you? Chuanzhi explained. Today is our first day of distribution, so some people are still unaware. However, her child tugged at her sleeve. Mom, I only eat Zhongyuan. I won't eat other instant noodles. All right, I'll buy Zhongyuan for you. The television has been saying that this year, no gifts for the holiday. Only Zhongyuan noodles will do. Upon hearing this advertising slogan, Chuanzhi felt as though he had received 1,000 blows. Such a crass advertisement had evidently brainwashed the masses. This was not favorable for Huafeng. Han Yong produced 5 packets of Zhongyuan and handed them over. Yet, Chuanzhi intercepted the middle-aged woman. Comrade, our Huafeng instant noodles are truly delectable. I recommend you give them a try. I assure you won't regret it. The middle-aged woman cast a suspicious glance at Han Yong. Brother Yong, is he telling the truth? Han Yong shook his head. I don't know. I haven't tried their new products either. This remark struck Chuanzhi deeply, as if it were another blow. Old Han, what do you mean by that? Chuanzhi demanded. Nothing at all. Han Yong replied to the middle-aged woman. You've seen the advertisements, right? Zhongyuan is all over the television. Buying it is undoubtedly a safe choice. After all, you get what you pay for. Enlightened by this hint, the middle-aged woman understood. Thank goodness you informed me in time. Otherwise, I would have been deceived by this person. She sighed. In this world, good people are becoming increasingly rare. You are right. Zhongyuan instant noodles are delicious and nutritious. My son only recognizes Zhongyuan, and our entire family does as well. After handing Han Yong the money, the middle-aged woman picked up the instant noodles and turned to leave. Casting one last glare at Chuanzhi, a surge of frustration welled up within Chuanzhi. That Han Yong was clearly opposing him intentionally. He fixed a piercing gaze on Han Yong. Han Yong, what do you intend to do? Han Yong countered. Manager Chui, what do you intend to do? The customer is here to buy Zhongyuan instant noodles, yet you are promoting your products in my store without my consent. Han Yong's words left Chuanzhi utterly speechless. Damn it. Han Yong was evidently siding with Zhongyuan. As for the reason, he had his suspicions. It must be the previous agreement that had caused Han Yong to harbor resentment against Huafeng. President Tang, your strategy has backfired spectacularly. After a prolonged silence, Chuanzhi spoke again. Old Han, you should understand a fundamental principle. One must not put all their eggs in one basket. Should Zhongyuan falter one day, your losses will be substantial as well. Therefore, it would be wise for you to reconsider. Han Yong cursed inwardly. How dare he threaten me? Even if Huafeng instant noodles were to fail, Zhongyuan would undoubtedly endure. Haven't you seen them constantly advertising on television? If it were not for your deceitful agreements, I would not have treated you this way. To this day, you have yet to apologize. Would uttering a simple I'm sorry truly cost you so much? Chapter 85. Man, come. Accompany me to the capital. The current situation of Huafeng appears rather bleak based on market sales feedback. Within the confines of Huafeng's conference room, an oppressive atmosphere envelopes the executives, each displaying a grim countenance. No one anticipated that the previously obscure Zhongyuan would catch Huafeng off guard. Mr. Tang, should we consider lowering our prices and engage Zhongyuan in a price war? Suggested Song Yingming. Tang Peixing's expression darkened as he surveyed the room. What are your thoughts? Mr. Tang, engaging in a price war could be detrimental, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 ourselves. If we miscalculate, we may end up harmed as well, came a dissenting voice. Tang Peixing was acutely aware that a price reduction would inevitably tarnish Huafeng's brand value. Moreover, reducing prices just a day after launching a new product would yield incalculable negative repercussions. Yet, without lowering prices, how could they compete with Zhongyuan? The mere mention of Zhongyuan triggered an involuntary recollection of their catchy advertisement in his mind. This was troubling. He realized he too had been ensnared by their persuasive marketing. Leaning his elbows on the table, he rubbed his eyes. Once heralded as Huafeng's rising star, he found himself devoid of solutions. Should Huafeng also create a captivating advertisement to hypnotize the audience? Even if they attempted it, surpassing Zhongyuan would not be assured. Saturday, December 11th, 1983. The group reconvened in the meticulously arranged room. The atmosphere finally returned to normal, free from the lingering scent of women's perfume. The consistent rise in sales had significantly bolstered the confidence of Ding Jian and others. Factory director. I believe it won't be long before we can bring Huafeng to its knees. Indeed, who would have thought Huafeng would prove so vulnerable? In my opinion, it is Director Yan's brilliance that has allowed us to surpass Huafeng in just 10 days, they chattered animatedly. Yet, Yan Jin shook his head. You are overly optimistic. Huafeng is, after all, the nation's leading brand. It is improbable to defeat them in such a short time. With a clear mind, Yan Jin, seasoned by countless business battles in the future, understood that even if one were to bring a rival down, they could still rise again. Besides, Zhongyuan still had a considerable gap compared to Huafeng. However, we have now established a foothold in the Nanju market. Before the Spring Festival, our instant noodles will penetrate various provinces in the south. Dingku, Xinyang, this will be your primary task moving forward. We will continue along the path of agency. Since we are unfamiliar with the south, we shall entrust the market to those who are well acquainted with it. Vice Director Wang has already acquired 7 factories. So do not worry about production. Our capacity is currently sufficient. Once Yan Jin concluded, Xinyang raised a pertinent question. Factory Director, what if Huafeng decides to lower prices for promotions? Xinyang, that is an excellent question. If Huafeng lowers their prices, it would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Regardless of how much they reduce their prices, we must not follow suit. Should that day ever come, you must inform the consumers that our sauce packets are crafted exclusively from imported, high-quality beef, pork, chicken, and seafood. The nutritional value is substantial, and the costs are considerable, leaving no room for price reductions. Once this is conveyed and the crowd disperses, Yan Jin discreetly retained Shi Man for a private discussion. Upon exiting the room, Xinyang leaned towards Ding Jian and whispered, Director Ding, the factory manager has been spending a lot of time alone with Shi Man lately. They can't possibly be. Don't utter such nonsense. Xinyang, we have seen nothing and know nothing. Beware of the consequences of your words. Ding Jian swiftly pulled him away. This young rascal dares to speak without restraint. If word of this reaches Manager Yan, dismissal could very well be on the horizon. Inside the room, Shi Man felt a sense of unease. Had the manager called her aside due to some wrongdoing? Man, please inform the 4 female employees that they are to take the train back to Qingping this afternoon. Their tasks here have been completed. Yes. Shi Man replied promptly. Was she brought in solely for this matter? This could have been communicated directly to them just moments ago. Doubts began to swirl in her mind. Return and pack your belongings swiftly. We are heading to the capital. Shi Man abruptly raised her head. Manager, are we departing today? The surprise was overwhelming. Yan Jin chuckled. Indeed, we leave today. The letter for Zhangqi likely hasn't been delivered yet, and I must head to the capital first. Unable to contain her joy, Shi Man's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. I shall return to pack right away. The previous night, Yan Jin received a phone call from Huang Jingyi. In a state of urgency, Huang implored Yan Jin to make time to visit the capital and assist him, as he was facing a significant dilemma. With the Spring Festival Gala fast approaching and several programs falling through, he was in dire need, especially of comedic acts. Huang wished for Yan Jin to write a piece titled The Lazy Man's Matchmaking for the stage. A rescue mission was imperative. For the sake of Zhongyuan instant noodles, Yan Jin had to go. Upon arriving in the capital on the afternoon of the 13th, he checked into the same hotel as before. Man, this afternoon is yours to enjoy. Pursue what you love, Yan Jin said with a mysterious smile. Shi Man found his words perplexing and awkward, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Yan Jin believed his intentions were crystal clear. Hurry and rendezvous with your companion. After parting ways with Shi Man, Yan Jin made his way directly to the Beijing television station. There, Chun Paisai awaited him at the entrance and waved enthusiastically upon seeing him. Brother, you've lost weight since we last met. Have I? I feel as though I've gained. Lost weight? Definitely. You're on the verge of turning into a monkey. Haha. Teacher Chun, how is the rehearsal for your program going? Yan Jin skillfully shifted the topic. Director Huang mentioned that whether we make it to the spring gala is up to the station chief. Everything remains uncertain. Teacher Chun, you and Teacher Zhu will undoubtedly grace the spring gala stage. The two conversed while walking into the studio. At that moment, the studio was bustling with people, predominantly actors. In the present day, the meticulous individual has encountered several illustrious figures who, though still in their youth, are regarded as rising stars with limited recognition. Huang Jingyi, seated comfortably, was surrounded by several individuals, each diligently equipped with paper and pen. As soon as he began to speak, they hurriedly recorded his words. Director Huang is currently rehearsing. Once the rehearsal concludes, we shall seek him out. Please remain seated for a while and refrain from wandering, Chun Paisai advised earnestly. The meticulous individual nodded in acknowledgement. Seated. He observed the rehearsal, noting a stark contrast between what he was witnessing and the polished performances broadcasted in later years. The stage equipment was not as dazzling, nor were the costumes as vibrant as those in the future, yet every performer exhibited an admirable level of seriousness. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhu Shimao and others entering through a side door, burdened with a multitude of plastic bags. So many box meals. It appears tonight's rehearsal will extend, he mused. Chen Paisai stood up. Brother, it's almost time for me and old Zhu to take the stage. Please wait here for a moment. He hurried backstage. One performance followed another in quick succession until 6 o'clock, when Huang Jingyi finally rose from his seat. The afternoon rehearsal concludes here. Everyone, make haste to eat. After dinner, we will convene to reiterate the key points for each performance. If we proceed in this manner, we risk incurring the ire of the entire nation. After addressing the actors and staff, Huang Jingyi approached the meticulous individual. He quickly stood to greet him with a handshake. Director Huang, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. It seems this is the only opportunity one have to meet you. I hope for your understanding. Huang Jingyi responded with a hint of self-deprecation. I recognize the significance of the Spring Festival Gala. The entire nation is anticipating it. This annual feast is indeed a monumental task. Should I fail, the people will undoubtedly scold me. The meticulous individual understood the weight of his pressure. However, Director Huang, it is precisely dinner time. Let us first nourish ourselves before discussing matters of importance. Huang Jingyi awkwardly handed him a boxed meal, offering an apologetic smile. Our conditions are rather modest. I hope for your understanding. The meals had been left out for over an hour and had long since cooled. In the biting winter, consuming cold food was tolerable for the young, but those of an older age or with stomach ailments would likely struggle. Many discreetly consumed medication after their meal, fearing the discomfort of their stomachs would be revealed. After all, this was a rare opportunity to grace the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, and none were willing to forfeit it. Director Huang, you are not suggesting we endure cold meals continuously, are you? Huang Jingyi inquired, concerned that the meticulous individual might be dissatisfied. Director, tomorrow there is no rehearsal. I promise to take you out for a proper meal. Director Huang, you have misunderstood my intentions. I meant to convey that the actors have exerted themselves tirelessly during rehearsals, and performing is physically demanding. Serving cold meals is inappropriate and detrimental to their health, not to mention that it fails to meet their nutritional needs. Huang Jing let out a deep sigh. Director Yan, I too wish for a different situation, yet the funding from the station is limited, and the rehearsal schedule is rather tight. I find myself in a position of helplessness. However, I have an idea. I can ensure that everyone enjoys hot meals. Yan Jin paused before continuing. Director Huang, our Zhongyuan Instant Noodles is willing to provide hot noodles for the Spring Festival Gala performers. Just prepare a bowl, and you can have as much as you like. Entirely free of charge. Huang Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he forced himself to mask his delight. Director Yan, this is not appropriate. There are hundreds of us actors, and it simply won't do. There is nothing inappropriate about it. We are all dedicated to presenting an extraordinary performance for the people of our nation. The meals for the actors will be fully covered by Zhongyuan. Yan Jin grasped Huang Jing's hand firmly. Director Huang, I implore you to grant us this opportunity. Witnessing the sincerity in Yan Jin's demeanor, Huang Jing found it difficult to refuse. Director Yan, I must consult with the station head on this matter. But on behalf of everyone, I extend our heartfelt thanks to you. At that moment, Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao approached with takeout boxes in hand. Brother, did you see our performance just now? What did you think? Chen and Zhu regarded Yan Jin with eager anticipation. Huang Jing awaited Yan Jin's response as well. For Yan Jin had participated in the script for the noodle segment. His opinion held significant weight. The performance was executed splendidly. It will undoubtedly become one of the most beloved segments of the Spring Festival Gala. Really? Chen Paisai's joy was palpable. Director Yan, you must provide us with more feedback and suggestions to help us improve further. Huang Jing sensed that Yan Jin was not being entirely candid. Director Huang, Teacher Chen, allow me to finish my thoughts. All right, please continue, Chen Paisai chuckled. Although the absence of physical props demonstrated Teacher Chen's acting prowess well, I believe that having actual noodles might enhance the effect, yet this presents a considerable challenge for Chen Paisai. Huang Jing, Chen Paisai, and Zhu Shimao fell into contemplation. Chen Paisai raised his hand. I believe that what Brother Yan stated holds great merit. Having real noodles could indeed improve the performance. Old Chen, are you not concerned about overindulging? Zhu Shimao expressed his apprehension. Chen Paisai shook his head. Not at all. Everything is for the sake of art. Having physical props is something I had considered as well, but the Spring Festival Gala stage cannot accommodate a separate stove for cooking noodles, Huang Jing said, appearing troubled. This is not an issue. The noodles for the performance can be sponsored by Zhongyuan Instant Noodles. I am on board. I adore your instant noodles. And I can eat as much as is provided. Chen Paisai eagerly expressed his support. Yan Jin's generous offer left Huang Jing feeling somewhat indebted. Director Yan, your kindness has rendered me speechless. I am unsure how to express my gratitude. Yan Jin waved his hand dismissively. Director Huang, you are being too formal. Teacher Chen, Teacher Zhu, and I are all like brothers, and we have become quite familiar with you as well. No need for thanks. The more Yan Jin insisted, the more Huang Jing felt a sense of obligation towards him. Director Yan, I have firmly resolved to be your friend. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall do my utmost to help. Yan Jin chuckled lightly. Director Huang, indeed, I do have a favor to ask of you. I will certainly assist, as long as it is within my capacity, Huang Jing declared, thumping his chest. Regarding the skit by Teacher Chun and Teacher Zhu, could we incorporate a line or two to introduce our Zhongyuan instant noodles? Huang Jing appeared somewhat troubled. There has never been a precedent for product promotion during the Spring Festival Gala. However, he reconsidered. After all, they had provided meals for the performers. Adding a line of dialogue seemed reasonable. Moreover, having summoned them all the way from Nanzhou to Beijing for assistance, he felt it would be difficult to refuse. Director Yan, if it can ensure the program's effectiveness, I agree. You three should discuss where and how to add it appropriately. Unbeknownst to them, this was how advertising found its way into the Spring Festival Gala. Yan Jin felt exhilarated. In later years, inserting an advertisement could cost millions. Huang Jing continued, Director Yan, let us have a meal first. After dining, I will share my thoughts on the Lazy Man's blind date program. Director Huang, let's discuss while we eat. I see you are rather pressed for time. All right, I will be direct. A few days ago, during the grand rehearsal, the station leaders attended and rejected several programs, leaving us short on content, so we need to quickly supplement a few acts. I recalled the Lazy Man's blind date script you provided last month. I believe it is quite good and would fit perfectly for the Spring Gala. I would like to invite you to the site to offer guidance and share the original intent of the work with the actors so they can present it more effectively. Upon hearing this, Yan Jin felt a pang of guilt. I apologize, dear original author. Please forgive me. The intent is quite simple. I wish to convey to our audience that happiness is achieved through hard work. As long as one is willing to toil, opportunities will arise, and all will be attainable. Diligence leads to prosperity. I also aim to showcase the remarkable changes in farmers' lives and the continuous progress of society since the reform and opening up. Huang Jing nodded in agreement. Director Yan, your work possesses profound significance. It aligns perfectly with our Spring Gala Stage's requirements. If you have no objections, we shall proceed with it for the Spring Festival Gala. However, Yan Jin interjected, Director Huang, while I agree to the Spring Gala, I have one further request. Chapter 87. What to call Director Yan? Call him Brother Yan. The script was penned by someone else, and having requests is entirely reasonable. Please, state your requirement. Not a single line of dialogue should be altered, especially the part where Wei Shufan kicks over the thermos. Huang Jing recalled that part, where it was written that the short-sighted Wei Shufan knocked over the thermos, nearly bringing the lazy man to tears. That thermos is my sole means of brewing Zhongyuan instant noodles. Without it, I cannot cook, and future meals would be a dilemma. It was written with no awkwardness. Then let it remain as is. Very well, is there anything else? Nothing else. We can commence rehearsals now. By the way, have the actors been secured? Yan Jin inquired. Huang Jing shook his head. Director Huang, if you trust me, shall we visit the People's Art Theater tomorrow to select suitable actors? Very well. Let us meet at the entrance of the National Sports Commission. As the ringing of the bell signaled the end of the workday, employees from various offices began to descend the stairs, returning home. Zheng Xiaoyang and Zhang Qi walked together towards the main entrance. With keen eyesight, Zheng Xiaoyang immediately spotted Shi Man standing at the door. Look, Zhang Qi, isn't that your classmate who cooks instant noodles? Upon seeing her, Zhang Qi rushed over in delight. Man, when did you arrive in the capital? Why are you waiting outside? It's so cold. Shi Man smiled shyly. I didn't want to disturb your work, so I thought it would be fine to wait here for a bit. You haven't eaten, right? Come, let me take you to a nice place. Zhang Qi pulled Shi Man along, leaving Zheng Xiaoyang behind. Watching their departing figures, Zheng Xiaoyang felt a twinge of disdain. What a guy, prioritizing romance over friendship. Zhang Qi led Shi Man to a quaint restaurant. Man, today I'll introduce you to the capital's specialty, braised dishes. While waiting for the food to arrive, Zhang Qi asked, Man, weren't you at Nanzhou? What brings you to the capital all of a sudden? Our factory director is here on business. Knowing that we are in a relationship, he brought me along, Shi Man replied with a smile. He is very supportive of us and even wants me to take you to meet him. Zhang Qi then inquired, Man, did you mention to him that I work at the National Sports Commission? Shi Man nodded. Why? Did I say something wrong? No, not at all, Zhang Qi said, though inwardly he mused. Now that I hold a significant position, many people wish to befriend me. That factory director must be trying to curry favor. On December 14, 1983, Wednesday, at the People's Art Theater, Huang Jingyi had spoken with the theater's leader, Zhou Baiqiang, over the phone the previous night. Today, they were there to select actors for the lazy man's blind date. Female actresses aged 20 to 30 were summoned to the conference room for rigorous interviews conducted by Yan Jin and Huang Jingyi. Yan Jin had the actresses' profiles before him. Director Huang, factory director Yan, we have all the suitable actresses here, Zhou Baiqiang stated. Eager to support the theater's pride in having its actors perform on the Spring Festival Gala stage. Factory director Yan, since you wrote the script, please take a look and see who you think is appropriate. Yan Jin scanned the room, pausing for 10 seconds on each actress. His observations were purely professional, devoid of any ulterior motives. Regardless of the era, the actresses possessed remarkable figures and striking beauty. Each actress looked at Yan Jin confidently, striving to showcase their charm. Yan Jin pointed to the lesser-known, yet talented 21-year-old actress, Song Dan. What is your name, young lady? Song Dan, she replied. Zhou Baiqiang added with a smile. Song Dan was originally a student at our People's Art Theater. After graduating, she stayed on as an actress and is exceptionally talented. Huang Jingyi leaned in and whispered, Factory director, your script mentions that Wei Shufan is already 29 years old. Isn't this actress a bit too young for the role? Zhou Baiqiang interjected. Shouldn't you take a look at their performances? Perhaps allow them to showcase an impromptu act? Given the task of selecting actors, Zhou Baiqiang deemed it essential for them to perform and display their talents. Yan Jin waved his hand dismissively, stating, no need. I believe Song Dan is quite suitable. Zhou Baiqiang cast a questioning glance at Huang Jingyi, implying, as the director, don't you have anything to add? Huang Jingyi understood immediately. Director Yan, why not let them perform? The other young women looked on eagerly at Yan Jin, hoping this rare opportunity would not slip away before it even began. Was Song Dan favored due to some backdoor dealings? However, Yan Jin replied, Director Huang, Dean Zhou, all the actresses present are from the People's Art Theater, with exceptional performance skills. I have faith in your capabilities. Thus, further performance is unnecessary. The lead character in my script, Wei Shufan, is from Dongxi province, and during her performance, she must exhibit a slight Dongxi accent. I noted earlier that only Song Dan hails from Dongxi province, making her the perfect fit for our character. Huang Jingyi and Zhou Baiqiang exchanged glances, realizing the validity of this reasoning. Song Dan was then called into the dean's office. She felt perplexed. Yan Jin appeared only a few years her senior. How could someone so young hold the position of factory director? What led a factory director to become a Spring Festival Gala screenwriter? Moreover, Huang Jingyi and Dean Zhou showed him great respect. If that were the case, she thought it prudent to reciprocate that respect. This is the script written by director Yan. Please take a look and memorize your lines. Rehearsals at the television station will take place on Friday. Yan Jin then shared the inspiration behind the script and the nuances to consider during the performance. Song Dan experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the script had been tailored specifically for her, despite her prior unfamiliarity with Yan Jin. This was bewildering, yet she recognized it as an opportunity she must seize. That evening, at a banquet, Yan Jin and Huang Jingyi engaged in a profound discussion, with Chen Paisai, Zhu Shimao, and Song Dan also in attendance. That night, Huang Jingyi delivered promising news. Yan Jin's proposal to provide the actors with instant noodles at no cost had been approved by the station director, who requested Huang Jingyi convey his gratitude. Drawing from the experiences of the past, Yan Jin offered Huang Jingyi numerous constructive suggestions regarding the Spring Festival Gala, enlightening him significantly. Brother Yan, you shouldn't be a factory director. You ought to be a director. Huang Jingyi replied, somewhat inebriated, please, don't jest. I'm not cut out for that. After having a bit too much to drink, Huang Jingyi waved dismissively. You absolutely can. A script like The Lazy Man's Blind Date is not something just anyone can write. Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao chimed in, affirming, Director Huang is right. Brother, you are truly talented. Yan Jin, feeling a bit tipsy, declared, Director Huang, if you wish, I could write a skit script for you every year. Huang Jingyi patted Yan Jin on the shoulder. Brother Yan, as long as I remain the director of the Spring Festival Gala, I will certainly use your scripts. I speak with conviction. Yan Jin then gestured towards Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao. Director Huang, my two elder brothers are both exceptionally talented. You must ensure they appear on the Spring Festival Gala each year. Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao gazed gratefully at Yan Jin. Even in such a state, They had not forgotten to plead on their own behalf. Yan, my dear brother, truly regards himself as a good friend and brother. The two were profoundly moved. Unbeknownst to them, even if Yan Jin refrained from speaking on their behalf, as long as they did not create discord with the television station, they would undoubtedly grace the gala annually, their popularity surpassing even that of the future kings of sketch comedy. The two raised their glasses in salute to Yan Jin. Song Dan, who had been relatively silent, observed everyone toasting Yan Jin and approached him with his own glass. Director Yan. What Director Yan? Call me Brother Yan. Brother Yan. Song Dan promptly corrected himself. Thank you for selecting me as a performer for the Spring Festival Gala. I raise a glass to you. I shall drink it all. You may do as you wish. With that, Song Dan downed his drink in one go. Yan Jin felt rather awkward about the casualness of it all. Having appropriated someone else's work, how could he accept a toast? Yan Jin was a man of integrity. Could he dare to refuse? With a sense of propriety, he also drank it all. Song Dan, I will write a sketch script for you every year, and if Huang Jingyi agrees, you will grace the gala annually. Meanwhile, Huang Jingyi had already succumbed to slumber, sprawled across the table. His tolerance for alcohol was quite poor. The following day, Yan Jin decided to keep Shi Man in the capital, responsible for delivering instant noodles to the gala crew each day. He himself boarded the train back to Qingping. Sun Guofu called, mentioning that Zhou Holiang was looking for him. Sun Guofu further remarked that Zhou Holiang seemed to be in a rather foul mood. A point Yan Jin noted with some curiosity. What did Zhou Holiang's bad mood have to do with him? He had not wronged him. Chapter 88. Yan Jin. You are not considerate upon returning to Qingping City. Yan Jin did not immediately seek out Zhou Holiang. Instead, he first returned to his former home, longing for Su Lu and Duo. The room was quite cold. Su Lu had not lit the stove, and there was no charcoal in the yard. This year, had they not purchased any? Was it due to a lack of funds? No. The money you gave last time has not been spent. Su Lu stammered. Then why not buy charcoal? Look at how frozen the two of you are. That money cannot be wasted. I want to save it for Duo's education in the future. Su Lu spoke hesitantly. Past experiences had made her acutely aware that earning money was no easy feat. Every penny saved was of utmost importance. Duo is still so young. You think far ahead. Money is earned, not saved. Where it is necessary, it should be spent. Yan Jin placed the pork in a box of instant noodles on the table and hurried out once more. He returned to the factory, found Ho Duong, and handed him several bills. Go buy a ton of charcoal and 20 heads of cabbage and deliver them to my home. Finally, being able to assist Director Yan once more, Ho Di Wang's face lit up with excitement as he readily agreed, pocketed the money, and dashed out. Sun Guofu, upon seeing Yan Jin, felt as though he had spotted a savior. Director Yan, you have returned at last. The municipal committee has been calling for you incessantly. As if there is an urgent matter at hand, I find myself hesitant to answer the phone. Have they disclosed the nature of the issue? No, but from their tone, it seems to be far from favorable. Yan Jin inquired further. Has Deputy Director Wang returned? He just arrived and is presently in his office. Yan Jin ascended the stairs, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Wang Entai looked up to see Yan Jin and quickly rose to his feet. Director Yan, when did you return? Just now. Yan Jin patted Wang Entai on the shoulder. Old Wang, you have worked hard these past few days. You have done exceptionally well. The issue of insufficient production capacity has been resolved. Wang Entai, who had successfully acquired 7 instant noodle factories, harbored numerous concerns. Director Yan, acquiring so many factories at once, I fear we may be overwhelmed. Have we expanded our reach too far? Old Wang, think bigger. We must cultivate a national perspective. We are now facing a nationwide market, not merely the small locale of Qingping. While Yan Jin brimmed with confidence, Wang Entai remained apprehensive, though he understood the sentiment. Producing such a volume of instant noodles requires a market to absorb them. This thought, however, remained unspoken. Old Wang, from now on, you will be the chief overseer of those branch factories, ensuring production and maintaining quality. Yan Jin stated with a serious expression. Is this a promotion for myself? While a promotion is indeed a good thing, Wang Entai felt an immense weight added to his responsibilities. He was uncertain of his capability to meet these demands. Yet he was determined to give his utmost effort. Old Wang, do not feel pressured. Those branch factories will operate under the same system as here, with identical wages and performance incentives. Workers in this era are fundamentally honest. As long as we provide timely salaries and bonuses, they will work diligently. Channel that fervor you had when posting big character posters. Yan Jin added, by the way, arrange a dinner with your relative Zhang Maolin at the bank. Let us dine together this evening. Having uplifted Wang Entai's spirits, Yan Jin hastily made his way to the municipal committee. Having returned, It was imperative to seek out Zhou Helian. If he learned of Yan Jin's presence without an audience, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. After all, he is the secretary of the municipal committee, and should he harbor discontent towards Yan Jin, future matters could become challenging. At that moment, Qi Baodian of the Qingping Ceramics Factory was lamenting in Zhou Helian's office. Secretary Zhou, the situation at the factory is quite grim. You must help us find a solution. There are dozens of families reliant on the factory. If production halts, it will devastate their livelihoods. Zhou Helian furrowed his brow. Qi Baodian, last year I allocated 300,000 yuan to you. That should have been sufficient support. Yet, the current circumstances are worse than last year's. I have yet to seek you out, and you come to me first. What do you expect me to do? Allocate more funds? The city lacks the resources to squander. Zhou Helian was visibly irate. The ceramics produced by the factory were commendable. Why were they failing to sell? One troubling question arose in his mind. Why have so many state-owned enterprises been struggling in recent years? State-owned instant noodle factories, ceramic factories, and paper mills. Could it be the impact of the market economy? Is the market economy truly that formidable? The meticulousness indeed salvaged the instant noodle factory. Yet it is but a solitary virtue. I wonder if that fellow, Yan Jin, has returned. As Yan Jin entered the municipal party compound, the gatekeeper recognized him and let him through without hesitation. In the corridor, he encountered Secretary Zhou Helian's secretary, Yu Boda. Hello, Secretary Yu. Is Secretary Zhou available? Director Yan. Your presence is quite timely. Secretary Zhou has been mentioning you incessantly these past few days. Yu Boda replied, despite his stern demeanor. Please wait here a moment. I shall inform Secretary Zhou. Yu Boda turned and proceeded to Zhou Helian's office. Secretary Zhou, Yan Jin has arrived. Zhou Helian acknowledged with a grunt before continuing his discussion with Qi Baodian. Director Qi, one cannot merely rely on the municipal party whenever issues arise. You must also devise your own solutions. In business and production, one must constantly innovate. Qi Baodian, with a troubled expression, replied, Secretary Zhou, I understand your sentiments. Yet developing new products requires research funding. Our factory is currently devoid of any funds and still owes the workers a month's wages. Zhou Helian waved his hand dismissively. Unwilling to hear more. You may leave now. I have several meetings to attend. With that, the municipal secretary issued a dismissal, and Qi Baodian, feeling dejected, departed. In that moment, he felt as if he had aged several years. Secretary Yu, please bring Yan Jin in. Zhou Helian lifted the teacup from his desk and took a hearty sip to clear his throat. It was time for a serious discussion with Yan Jin. That fellow had been rather arrogant of late. Yan Jin followed Yu Boda into the office. Hello, Secretary Zhou. Director Yan, have a seat. Zhou Helian's address shifted back to Director Yan, reflecting a certain formality and dissatisfaction. Once Yu Boda exited and closed the door, Zhou Helian got straight to the point. Director Yan, I have heard that you have acquired several factories in other provinces. What is the meaning of this? It was surprising how well-informed the municipal secretary was. Yet, why must he adopt an accusatory tone? Yan Jin quickly comprehended the underlying issue. Factories in other regions did not contribute to Qingping City's tax revenue, employment figures, or economic income. Zhou Helian was clearly upset about this. Director Yan, I have been wholeheartedly assisting the development of Zhongyuan factory, and yet you engage in this manner. Is this not excessive? Zhou Helian felt a genuine frustration. Whenever Yan Jin requested land, he provided. Whenever he asked for funds, they were granted. Whenever he sought policy support, it was given. He had even frequently invited Yan Jin to dine at his home. In the end, however, Yan Jin had turned into an ungrateful wolf. How could Zhou Helian not be enraged? Secretary Zhou, circumstances compel me to act this way. Is that so? Has someone forced Director Yan to do this? Zhou Helian's tone was quite brusque. Director Yan, the city has allocated 100 acres of land to you, and support funds will be approved after the new year. Can you not wait a maximum of 6 months for the establishment of a new factory? Secretary Zhou, I wish I could wait, but the people cannot. The market for Zhongyuan instant noodles is currently in high demand. If we wait for the new factory to commence production, it will be too late. In this ever-evolving market economy, we at Zhongyuan have finally managed to carve out a niche for ourselves. If we fail to seize the moment, we may very well regress to our former state. Furthermore, I assure you that once our new factory is completed, it will operate at full capacity. The acquisition of another plant will not hinder its functioning. Yan Jin remained resolute, undeterred by Zhou Helian's pressure, articulating his reasoning with conviction. If one is justified, there is no need for trepidation. The Zhongyuan factory is now a private enterprise, no longer bound by the political priorities of state-run factories where profit was secondary. For private enterprises, profitability is always paramount. Without it, everything else is mere chatter. Zhou, rest assured, I am deeply rooted in Qingping, and I shall not forget my origins. Zhou Helian's stern demeanor softened slightly. It is good that you understand. Zhou, as we approach the 12th lunar month, our instant noodle sales at Zhongyuan are poised to double, and after the new year, we anticipate yet another surge in sales. Are you so confident? Zhou inquired, furrowing his brow. How much can sales possibly increase? As for the notion of acquiring 7 plants in one go, Yan Jin could not disclose Zhongyuan's plans to advertise on the capital's television station or to appear on the Spring Festival Gala to Zhou Helian. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, and we fail to secure our place, I would merely come off as boastful, inciting even more disdain from Zhou Helian. Since the capital's trade fair, Zhongyuan instant noodles have become the first choice for many. Our goal is to surpass Huafeng and emerge as the nation's leading brand among the enterprises in Qingping City. If we can produce a national frontrunner, it would certainly bring Zhou Helian pride. He would undoubtedly welcome such news. Yet, is Yan Jin's ambition not a tad too grand? Too rapid? It is commendable for the youth to have aspirations, but one must be wary of overreaching and taking reckless risks. I still advise you to proceed with caution. A meal must be consumed one bite at a time, and a journey must be taken one step at a time, Zhou Helian advised earnestly. After all, it is a hard-won enterprise, and Zhou Helian truly wishes for Zhongyuan's success. Yan Jin nodded emphatically, though he would not heed Zhou Helian's counsel. He understood the importance of maintaining a respectful demeanor. However, the acquisition of factories in other provinces had led Zhou Helian to harbor reservations about him, which was clearly detrimental to both himself and Zhongyuan. He hoped to rely on Zhou Helian for greater policy support in the future. Today, he needed to appease him. Zhou, I have one more matter to report to you. Zhou Helian straightened, urging him to continue. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Having expended considerable effort negotiating with Qi Baodian from the ceramics factory and discussing matters at length with Yan Jin, Zhou, I would like to request another 100 acres of land. Zhou Helian nearly spat out his drink in astonishment. After regaining his composure, he spoke sternly. You have yet to utilize the 100 acres I granted you before, and now you seek another 100. Director Yan, do you think acquiring land is as simple as merely asking for it? Director, I assure you that my request for land is for legitimate purposes. I am eager to hear what these legitimate purposes entail. I wish to establish a beverage factory. Yan Jin replied succinctly, a plan he had conceived from the outset. In 1983, Waha and Linen, coconut tree brand coconut juice in Xiongzhou, and Huiyuan and Dongqi had yet to make their debut. Although renowned enterprises like Arctic Ocean Soda exist, they have not yet achieved significant scale, and their future prospects appear mediocre. The beverage sector remains a largely untapped market in China. Yan Jin is determined to establish a large-scale food and beverage company, making a comprehensive foray into the food industry. He intends to produce iced black tea, herbal tea, green tea, juice, mineral water, and more. Seizing the opportunity is paramount. Before industry giants like Tadpole Cola and Baisher Cola occupy the inland market, he aims to stake his claim and create a national brand. Such a vast market should not be left to foreign competitors. Beverages crafted by our compatriots are most suited to the tastes and health of the Chinese populace. We must not allow carbonated drinks to compromise the vitality of our nation's youth. I have conducted thorough research, and the counties surrounding Qingping City are predominantly agricultural, rich in fruit trees, which presents a distinct advantage for us. While the canned food industry has waned, the juice sector is poised for a resurgence. Thus, I aspire to establish a food and beverage company in Qingping City. Yan Jin paused, asserting that he would procure all qualifying fruit from local farmers, regardless of the quantity they can supply. His intentions extend beyond personal profit. He aims to uplift the citizens of Qingping City toward prosperity. This declaration brought comfort to Zhou Helian, who felt reassured that he had not misjudged Yan Jin. The ambition to lead the populace toward wealth exemplifies the principle of the affluent aiding the less fortunate. However, before Zhou could commend Yan Jin, the latter's subsequent statements darkened Zhou's expression. Zhou, this is a grand project that will not only stimulate the economic development of Qingping City, but also assist farmers in achieving prosperity and create job opportunities. Therefore, I wish to secure the investment attraction targets for our city for the next 3 years. Yan Jin articulated his intentions with fervor. Your ambitions are quite lofty. Zhou Helian responded, visibly displeased. Ultimately, this is about money. Zhou, I am not being unreasonable. My sincere desire is to aid the common people in attaining wealth and contribute to our city's economic growth. Had it been anyone else, Zhou Helian might have dismissed them outright. Yet, recognizing Yan Jin as a promising young individual, He restrained his rising irritation and decided to hear him out. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. Please continue. The reason I am bold enough to request the targets for the next 3 years is that I believe no other enterprise can accomplish this. Zhou Helian, intrigued, inquired. What is that reason? I intend to provide insurance for all farmers who partner with me. Even in the face of adverse weather conditions that may hinder the growth of their crops, the insurance company will compensate them for their losses, ensuring they receive guaranteed returns. This was the first time Zhou Helian had encountered such a notion. An entrepreneur expressing such goodwill, actually spending his own money to insure farmers? Is there truly such benevolence in this world? Are you serious? Absolutely. Our ancestors were also farmers, and I understand the struggles they face. Establishing a beverage factory is not merely a pursuit of profit. As I have stated, I wish to lead everyone towards shared prosperity. The counties and townships surrounding Qingping City cultivate an abundance of fruits, apples, peaches, hawthorns, walnuts, and jujubes. This is a significant advantage for building a beverage factory, as we can source fruits locally, thus minimizing transportation costs. Yan Jin stated with precision. Moreover, I can assist Qingping City in resolving the employment issues of at least 1,000 individuals, a matter of vital importance to the populace. I have articulated all necessary points with due diligence. Should Zhou Helian remain obstinate, I regret to inform you that I shall have to abandon the prospect of establishing a factory in Qingping. Compromise is not an option for him. Currently, he lacks the financial resources to invest in a beverage factory and must rely on Qingping's investment attraction policies for strategic positioning. In essence, I too am attempting to achieve something substantial with minimal resources. However, there exists a fundamental distinction between myself and those sham companies. The latter merely seek to defraud. In contrast, my endeavor aims not only for profit, but also to genuinely advance the economic and social development of Qingping City, thereby enriching its citizens. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Helian responded, This matter is of considerable magnitude. We must convene a meeting for discussion. In truth, Zhou Helian was quite intrigued. Yet he understood all too well that establishing a beverage factory was a gamble. With the impending significant reshuffling of provincial officials next year, he could not afford to take such a risk. Chapter 90. A matter I wish to consult you on nevertheless. If the beverage factory proves successful, it would undoubtedly become a significant achievement for him. Secretary Zhou, I implore you to expedite the meeting. I personally hope to establish the beverage factory in Qingping City. Yan Jin articulated with unwavering poise. The implication was unmistakable. Should Qingping City decline, I shall seek opportunities elsewhere. Moreover, Yan Jin truly lacked the luxury of time. The Olympic Games commence in August of next year. Zhou Helian, keenly perceptive, grasped the implications of his words. Very well, I shall provide you with a prompt response. At this juncture, their conversation drew to a close. Yan Jin rose to his feet. Secretary Zhou, I shall not intrude upon your work any longer. Xiaoyan. Wait a moment. Zhou Helian called out, reverting to the familiar address of Xiaoyan. Is there something else you require? Please, take a seat. There is a matter I wish to consult you about. Zhou Helian briefly outlined the predicament facing the Qingping ceramics factory, which was on the brink of closure. Xiaoyan, you are an expert in factory operations. Do you have any suggestions? Although he had advised Qi Baotian to devise his own solutions, he was acutely aware that if Qi possessed a viable plan, he would not have sought help. If this issue were neglected, the workers would inevitably protest due to their inability to afford food. Should the situation escalate and attract provincial attention, his aspirations for advancement next year would be irrevocably dashed. Secretary Zhou, you mentioned earlier that there are numerous bowls in the warehouse of the ceramics factory. If necessary, we could purchase them for Zhongyuan factory. Yan Jin replied, somewhat hesitantly. His suggestion, however, caused Zhou Helian to feel a twinge of guilt. Xiaoyan, I do not intend for you to make a purchase. I am seeking your assistance in brainstorming solutions to revitalize the ceramics factory. Seeing Yan Jin hesitate, Zhou Helian discerned that he too lacked a feasible solution. Nonetheless, he felt gratified that Yan Jin had made such a suggestion. Xiaoyan, I did not intend to place you in a difficult position, if there truly are no options. Let us leave it at that. Yan Jin observed a weariness and pallor etched on Zhou Helian's face. As the city secretary, he bore the responsibility for the well-being of the entire populace. Moreover, he was a remarkably diligent individual, earning a stellar reputation among the citizens. Yan Jin was eager to assist such a commendable leader. Secretary Zhou, there are indeed alternatives. Zhou Helian's eyes brightened. What solutions do you propose? Transformation. Since the porcelain produced cannot be sold, we shall turn our efforts towards manufacturing glass bottles. Once our Zhongyuan beverage factory commences production, they will supply us with glass bottles. As long as the quality meets our standards, We can procure as many as we require. However, Zhou Helian found it difficult to feel elated. Why was the conversation circling back to the beverage factory? Was this meticulousness intentional? Secretary Zhou. The establishment and operation of the juice factory will not merely create employment for 1,000 individuals. It will invigorate an entire industrial chain. As I just mentioned, it will contribute to the prosperity of fruit farmers, along with glass and packaging factories. When considering the entire supply chain, how many jobs will be created and what economic benefits will arise? Zhou Helian fell into deep contemplation. This was a perspective he had not previously considered. Could a single beverage factory truly catalyze such widespread impact? Take our Zhongyuan instant noodles as an example. The packaging factory that has consistently produced for us has seen its benefits grow increasingly robust. Our collaboration has been mutually advantageous and exceedingly pleasant. Having expressed so much, he realized Zhou Helian needed time to digest the information. Before departing, Yan Jin added, Secretary Zhou, I kindly ask you to take the lead in facilitating the low-cost disposal of those bowls from the ceramics factory to us at Zhongyuan. We understand the implications of halting production all too well. Now that Zhongyuan is prospering, we wish to extend our assistance wherever possible. Yan Jin's words endeared him further to Zhou Helian. This young man exhibited a keen intellect and spoke with eloquence. Zhou Helian resolved to encourage Mu Chonga to strive harder. Such men are indeed rare gems. No longer wishing to defer, Zhou Helian summoned his secretary, Yu Boda, instructing him to notify Qi Baodian to come to his office immediately. Upon receiving the summons, Qi Baodian assumed Zhou Helian had agreed to allocate funds to them and hurried over with great speed. Director Qi, allow me to introduce you to Director Yan Jin from Zhongyuan. The moment he heard Yan Jin's name, Qi Baodian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yan Jin had already become a legendary figure in Qingping City, his name resonating far and wide. If Secretary Zhou had called him in, could it be that he was considering having him acquire the ceramics factory? Although somewhat disheartened, Qi Baodian found this prospect rather appealing. It allowed him to shed the burdens of closure and feel lighter in spirit. Director Qi, I just spoke with Director Yan. You have a substantial stockpile of bowls in your warehouse, and Director Yan is willing to purchase them at a low price to help alleviate your immediate pressures, enabling you to pay the workers' wages. Qi Baodian was taken aback. It was not an acquisition of the factory, but rather a solution to their excess inventory. Nonetheless, the assistance in managing inventory was an immense favor. He grasped Yan Jin's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Yan Jin, however, remarked, you should be thanking Secretary Zhou. He is the one who organized this. Naturally, gratitude was due to the secretary. Qi Baodian continuously uttered his thanks. As for subsequent production matters, Zhou Helian did not broach the topic, feeling it inappropriate to discuss in Yan Jin's presence. Director Qi, you may return now. Should anything arise, I will inform you. After Qi Baodian departed, Zhou Helian turned to Yan Jin and stated, Xiao Yan, please draft a proposal regarding the beverage factory, as detailed as possible. I will do my utmost to support your endeavors. Zhou Heliang's internal scales have begun to gradually tip. In the evening, as soon as he finished work, Zhang Maolin arrived at the restaurant, earlier than Yan Jin and Wang Entai. This evening, he had originally planned to attend another gathering. However, upon receiving an invitation call from his nephew, Wang Entai, he readily acquiesced. Yan Jin has recently become quite the notable figure. It is rumored that the factory is set for expansion, and fostering a good relationship with him would undoubtedly ease future loan endeavors. He also brought along two young women, both appearing to be in their 20s, possessing commendable looks. One has strikingly thick eyebrows and large eyes, while the other is tall and slender, each with her unique charm. At 5:30, Yan Jin and Wang Entai arrived at the restaurant's private room. Director Zhang, I apologize for the delay. I just came from the municipal committee where I discussed some matters with Secretary Zhou. I'm truly sorry. Zhang Maolin was taken aback for a moment, then responded with a smile. Director Yan must have been discussing something significant with Secretary Zhou. While he spoke, his inner thoughts churned. He had long heard rumors of Yan Jin's connection with Zhou Heliang, and now it seemed the whispers were indeed factual. With the backing of the municipal secretary, Yan Jin's career was bound to ascend to new heights. Yan Jin chuckled. It's nothing of great consequence, merely discussions regarding the expansion of Zhongyuan factory. He mentioned that he would allocate us an additional plot of land. It seems Director Yan's relationship with Secretary Zhou is rather exceptional, Zhang Maolin inquired cautiously. Yan Jin did not respond immediately, but instead gestured for Zhang Maolin to take a seat. Director Zhang, let us first enjoy a drink. And you must introduce us to these two lovely ladies you've brought along. Zhang Maolin laughed in response. Allow me to formally introduce. These are two new junior college graduates from our bank. This one is Cheng Mei. The striking Cheng Mei stood up, Hello, Director Yan. Hello, Deputy Director Wang. Zhang Maolin then pointed to the tall woman. This is Zhu Ping. Zhu Ping also rose. Hello, Director Yan. Hello, Deputy Director Wang. Well. Wang Entai's eyes squinted into slits from his laughter. This single man was utterly captivated by the two beauties. My uncle really ought to introduce me to such wonderful resources. He decided to call home later to have his aunt speak to him properly. As expected of bank employees, they exuded an air of sophistication. You flatter me, Director Yan. Zhang Maolin had brought 2 bottles of Maotai today and signaled for Cheng Mei and Zhu Ping to pour drinks for Yan Jin. The two opened the Maotai and expertly filled the glasses, revealing that Zhang Maolin had indeed taken them out for dining and drinking on numerous occasions. His actions were quite justifiable. In such situations, having a few lovely women around can yield remarkably favorable outcomes. After the 2 women poured drinks around the table, they also filled their own glasses. Tonight, you both must ensure that our esteemed leaders are well taken care of. The completion of your loan tasks this year hinges entirely on Director Yan. Zhang Maolin persistently referenced business matters. Yan Jin, fully aware of his intentions, raised his glass. Come. Director Zhang, let us share a toast. The development of Zhongyuan factory to this day owes much to the 200,000 yuan loan you provided me initially. Zhongyuan factory owes you a debt of gratitude. Director Yan, I dare not accept your words. It is you who are assisting me in accomplishing my tasks. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Come, I raise my glass to you. After Zhang Maolin and Yan Jin clinked their glasses, Cheng Mei and Zhu Ping also joined in the toast with Yan Jin. After downing a cup of wine, Yan Jin opened up the conversation. Director Zhang, regarding the 200,000, when do you think it would be appropriate for me to repay it? I cannot keep delaying and causing you inconvenience. Zhang Maolin quickly waved his hand. Director Yan, what are you saying? How could this be an inconvenience to me? The loan repayment is not urgent. Since you are expanding the factory, feel free to use it for now. Moreover, the bank has policies to support the development of private enterprises. I assure you. It is no trouble at all. Yan Jin nodded. That is good. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Maolin. Director Zhang, I would like to treat you tonight. Not only to express my gratitude, but also to consult you on a few matters. Your words are too polite, Director Yan. If there is anything you need help with, please do not hesitate to ask. Director Zhang, it is like this. The factory is set to expand, and Secretary Zhou mentioned there are funds available. But it is still far from sufficient. Secretary Zhou also said we could apply for an interest-free loan, and I would like to inquire about the materials required for such an application. Zhang Maolin squinted. Upon hearing about the interest-free loan, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. There would be no benefits for himself from an interest-free loan. It would be better not to pursue it at all. Director Yan, how much do you intend to apply for? Yan Jin had been observing Zhang Maolin's expression and noticed the fleeting disappointment in his eyes. Yan Jin held up 5 fingers. At least 5 million. Zhang Maolin nodded. Director Yan, our banking regulations in Qingping City state that the maximum for an interest-free loan is 3 million. Yan Jin waved his hand. That is fine. The remaining 2 million can be calculated with interest as usual. Cheng Mei and Zhu Ping were momentarily stunned. 2 million is no small sum. Their bank branch's annual loan target is merely 1 million. If Yan Jin chose their bank, it would make their work significantly easier for the next 2 years. Director Yan, which bank are you considering for this transaction? Yan Jin smiled. Director Zhang, it goes without saying that I will go wherever is most suitable, but personally, I am inclined towards your bank. I have heard from Deputy Factory Director Wang that you are under considerable pressure. If I can assist in any way, I certainly will. Zhang Maolin was immediately elated. Director Yan, that is truly wonderful. I represent all the staff at our bank in raising a toast to you. The 3 of them lifted their glasses once more and clinked them with Yan Jin. After downing another cup, Yan Jin inquired, Director Zhang, what is your annual target? 1 million a year. Of course, the interest-free loans do not count towards that. Zhang Maolin's bank is merely a branch in a district. Yet it has a target of 1 million. Just imagine how immense the total task volume would be across all branches nationwide. And how much profit could the bank make from that? Goodness, one could earn money while lying down. Yan Jin even entertained the notion of starting his own bank. He was fully aware of the immense pressure Zhang Maolin was under, yet he still provocatively asked, Director Zhang, this 1 million target must be quite easy for you, right? Zhang Maolin's face instantly clouded with worry. Director Yan, you may not realize that our city's economy is rather underdeveloped, and so is the mindset of its people. No one dares to take out loans. Those who do are merely engaged in small businesses or farming, borrowing only 30 to 50,000 at most. To put it bluntly, we are practically begging for assistance, just short of becoming someone else's subordinate to fulfill our tasks. Yan Jin chuckled lightly. Zhang Maolin's words were rather excessive. Banks have always held the upper hand. When have they ever played the role of the subordinate? He refrained from exposing Zhang Maolin's exaggeration, merely stating, "It's not as dire as you describe. Banks are reputable institutions. I've heard many graduates aspire to join one." Zhang Maolin shook his head. "If it weren't for the loan targets, the bank would indeed be a good place. Director Yan, your enterprise is growing rapidly. Perhaps you could assist us in accomplishing our targets?" Zhang Maolin secretly wished for Yan Jin to help him fulfill his lifelong tasks. If that were to happen, he could live the latter half of his life in peace, spending his days sipping tea and reading newspapers in the office. "How much would you like me to assist you with?" Yan Jin inquired with a smile. "Hee, Director Yan, 3 million. What do you think?" The moment the words left Zhang Maolin's mouth, both Cheng Mei and Zhu Ping were taken aback. 3 million at once. The last time Yan Jin had approved a loan, it was for 200,000, which had already been the highest amount in their branch's history. Now Zhang Maolin was asking for 3 million. Their director was indeed bold. Despite his audacious request, Zhang Maolin felt a wave of apprehension. After all, 3 million was an enormous sum, one that most would find hard to accept. He certainly hoped Yan Jin would agree. Even if he didn't, 2 million would suffice. Wang Intai noticed Su Wen's silence and assumed he was struggling. He turned to Zhang Maolin and said, "Uncle, you may be asking a bit too much." However, Zhang Maolin shot Wang Intai a fierce glare from a vantage point where Yan Jin could not see. Wasn't it merely adding an extra million to the 2 million already discussed? What was so unreasonable about that? Yan Jin hadn't objected yet. So why was he in such a rush? Let's not forget, we are still relatives. Blood is thicker than water. Wang Intai turned his face away, unwilling to look at Zhang Maolin any longer. He thought to himself that Yan Jin should not have invited Zhang Maolin to dinner that night. Chapter 92. Dignity in the workplace. Yan Jin first cast a meaningful glance at Wang Intai, then smiled slightly. "Director Zhang, 3 million is rather modest. How about this? I will directly approve 5 million. Zhang Maolin was stunned. Cheng Mei and Zhu Ping were astonished. Wang Intai was equally shocked. For a moment, Cheng Mei and Zhu Ping even suspected that Yan Jin might abscond with the funds. 5 million. Could Yan Jin possibly repay such an amount? Zhang Maolin stared blankly at Yan Jin. "Director Yan, you can't be joking with me, can you?" Yan Jin's expression turned serious. "Director Zhang, do I strike you as someone who jokes about such matters? May I inquire how you intend to use such a large sum?" "Certainly. The establishment of a factory is imperative, Director Zhang. My ambitions extend beyond merely expanding in Qingping City. I aspire to establish branches of Zhongyuan across the nation, to sell Zhongyuan products to the people of China and the world." However, Zhang Maolin found himself in a quandary. "Director Yan, let me be frank. Securing a loan of 5 million requires reporting to the municipal authorities and undergoing their approval process, which may pose certain challenges." Yet, Yan Jin responded confidently, expressing no fear of complications, as long as the loan can be procured. "Director Zhang, please detail the materials needed, and I shall prepare them forthwith." Zhang Maolin was taken aback, realizing Yan Jin was quite serious. He meticulously outlined all the required application materials and procedures to Yan Jin, while Wang Intai diligently noted everything down. "Director Zhang, if I seek a loan from other banks, will I still require these materials and follow these procedures?" Zhang Maolin initially thought Yan Jin might consider seeking loans elsewhere upon hearing about the municipal approval. He hastily clarified, "Director Yan, regardless of the bank, the materials and processes remain consistent. Any other bank will also necessitate municipal approval, and furthermore, our institution can offer you preferential interest rates. Such a significant financial benefactor must not be allowed to slip away. We must secure his allegiance." "That would be splendid, Director Zhang. I shall instruct Deputy Director Wang to expedite the submission of the materials to you. I sincerely hope your side can act swiftly, as the factory expansion cannot afford delays. The matter concerning Director Yan is of utmost importance to Secretary Zhou, and we shall treat it with the highest priority." A smile illuminated Zhang Maolin's face. The exchange of 2 bottles of Maotai for a loan of 5 million was indeed a worthwhile transaction. The bonuses alone could purchase over 1,000 bottles of Maotai. Zhang Maolin, brimming with pride, gestured for Cheng Mei and Zhu Ping to toast Yan Jin. The 2 women exchanged flirtatious glances with Yan Jin, captivated by his youth, charm, and immense potential as a formidable entrepreneur, a most desirable partner indeed. Before Yan Jin, both women made concerted efforts to showcase themselves, even beginning to compete for his attention. However, Yan Jin had grown immune to such advances. It was akin to indulging in a delicacy. After frequent consumption, one inevitably reaches a point of saturation. Nearby, Wang Intai felt a pang of jealousy. After all, as the deputy director, He held a position of authority. Most importantly, he was single. His intentions were geared towards marriage. Why was he being overlooked? Wang Intai felt disheartened. On December 18, 1983, a Sunday, Yan Jin summoned Wang Intai to his office. Old Wang, I have given it considerable thought. Go speak with your uncle. Let us initially secure a loan of 350,000. The 5 million requires municipal approval, which will likely take at least half a month, quite cumbersome. As for the interest-free loan, I doubt it will be approved within a month. He needed to carry funds to the capital for significant affairs in the coming days and could not afford such delays. To expedite matters, he must settle for a smaller loan. One cannot have both fish and bear as paw. Understood, I shall head to the bank shortly. Wang Intai had longed to visit the bank, where beautiful young women abounded. He was determined to have his uncle introduce him to one, especially Cheng Mei or Zhu Ping. Marrying either of them would be worth sacrificing a month of his life. After Wang Intai departed, Yan Jin exited his office and walked into the courtyard. At this moment, the workers are arriving for their shifts. Upon seeing Yan Jin, everyone greets him warmly, their eyes filled with admiration. Outside, when speaking of Yan Jin, they refer to him as our factory director, unconsciously adding this prefix, which fosters a sense of closeness. Ma Lily approached Yan Jin with a smile. Previously, she had questioned his decisions. However, following a significant increase in sales, she now regretted her former skepticism. Today, she held Yan Jin in the highest esteem, her heart brimming with gratitude. Director Yan, we bought a television. I am the first in our village to have one, Ma Lily declared proudly. The purchase was facilitated by Yan Jin, who had instructed Tang Ben Shui to arrange it. Over the past 2 months, with her salary and bonuses combined, Ma Lily earned over 200, several times more than her husband. Her status at home had risen dramatically. Even her mother-in-law was exceedingly compliant, let alone her husband. Especially since Ma Lily had also purchased a television, her authority in the household had escalated to an undeniable peak. Cooking, washing dishes, and doing household chores are no longer her responsibilities, she noted with satisfaction. Lily, this is wonderful news. Congratulations. Coming home each day after work to enjoy dinner and watch television with family is truly a joyous experience. Ma Lily nodded vigorously, genuinely happy. I must thank you, Director. If you hadn't acquired Zhongyuan Factory, we wouldn't be living this life today. When you addressed us in that meeting, saying we would all be able to buy televisions, many, including myself, didn't just doubt. You could say we were afraid to believe. Who would have thought I would purchase a television so soon? Director, our factory workers now have a good reputation. When buying meat, people know we work at Zhongyuan Factory and often give us a bit extra or offer discounts. Why? Because we earn well, have money in hand, and can't afford to be regular customers. Ma Lily expressed her pride exuberantly. Listening to her enthusiastic words, Yan Jin smiled. As long as everyone works diligently and our efficiency continues to improve, our wages will rise, and soon every household will have a color television. Director, I've heard that a color television costs several thousand yuan. I can hardly imagine. Nothing is beyond imagination. Everything is possible. The constant evolution of the factory and the workers' positive spirit filled Yan Jin with immense satisfaction. Just over 2 months ago, he had returned to life burdened with debts. Yet now he had become a respected factory director. It felt like a lifetime ago. Reflecting on his past debts, he wondered how brother who was faring in Shenzhen, along with the persistent Huang Chong and Su Chongli who used to hound him for money. Upon seeing him again, they would likely no longer dare to act arrogantly, given the disparity in their circumstances. The only regret lingered in his divorce from Su Lu. However, it was not insurmountable. With his capabilities, winning Su Lu back should not pose a challenge. Having been reborn, he was determined to make amends to both Su Lu and Duo. In the morning, Yan Jin exited the factory and ventured to the most bustling street of Qingping City. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Yan Jin turned to see who it was. It was Joy. A friendly smile graced Yan Jin's face as Joy hurriedly approached him. Yan Jin, what brings you here? Observing Yan Jin's slender visage, Joy's expression became complex. The man she had previously despised now evoked no trace of aversion. Instead, each encounter with him stirred an involuntary joy within her heart. Joy, it's wonderful to run into you here. I was just heading to the department store to buy clothes for Su Lu and Duo. I'm not adept at selecting women's attire. Would you accompany me in choosing? Joy hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement. With her commendable fashion sense, she would undoubtedly be a valuable ally in picking out garments for Su Lu and Duo. The two walked side by side into the department store, where they selected several outfits. Upon exiting, Joy teased, Yan Jin, you bought 2 pieces for Su Lu but only one for Duo. Seems a bit biased. No, one of them is for you. Yan Jin replied. What? Joy was taken aback. You've been so considerate of both of them, and I truly appreciate it. This puffer jacket is a gift for you. Consider it a New Year's present. He placed the jacket into Joy's hands and strode ahead. As Joy gazed at the puffer jacket, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. What exactly she felt, she could not articulate at that moment. She hurried after Yan Jin. Yan Jin, thank you. This was the first gift he had ever given her, and its value was considerable. After much deliberation, she decided to accept it. I miss Su Lu and Duo too. I'll accompany you. Yan Jin nodded in agreement without a second thought. With Joy by his side, perhaps Su Lu would feel less awkward. On a nearby street, Su Lu was walking home with Duo, carrying a bag of noodles while Duo clutched a bottle of soy sauce. Duo, today I'll steam some noodles for you. Okay, mama. And please stir-fry a plate of pickles for me too. Su Lu chuckled. The understanding nature of Duo tugged at Su Lu's heartstrings. This child was perfectly content as long as there was food. Yet, seeing her in clothes that had been patched multiple times over the past 3 years filled Su Lu with sorrow. It was high time she bought her daughter a new outfit. Suddenly, as the mother and daughter chatted, a little boy dashed past and knocked Duo over. The soy sauce bottle shattered, spilling its contents everywhere. The oily mess splattered onto both Duo and the boy's clothing. Su Lu quickly set down her bag and helped Duo to her feet. Duo, are you hurt? In response, Duo burst into tears, pointing at the boy. You owe me for the soy sauce. You owe me for the soy sauce. The loss of the soy sauce weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, the little boy spat at Duo, sneering, PSH, you beggar. I haven't even blamed you for dirtying my clothes. Do you know how much my clothes cost? You shall compensate for my clothing, you wretched beggar. With that, he kicked Duo. Su Lu swiftly pushed the little boy away, preventing him from reaching Duo. How can you resort to such violence and insults? It is utterly impolite. The boy, however, plopped down on the ground, wailing and rolling about. A young woman, hearing the commotion, hurried over to assist the boy. Tong, what has happened? The boy pointed at Su Lu and Duo, crying out, Mommy, they bullied me, pushed me down, and spilled soy sauce all over me. The woman cast a disdainful glance at Su Lu and Duo. Their patched clothing clearly indicated their impoverished status. How dare you bully my son? You possess an audacity beyond measure. Do you know who I am? In my presence, your worthless lives are worth less than a dog ass. I can afford to compensate thousands. With that, she slapped Su Lu and then Duo across the face, displaying an extreme arrogance. The boy ceased his crying and began to kick at Su Lu and Duo. Su Lu, at a loss for what to do, could only protect Duo with her own body. Chapter 94. A stern lesson for the misbehaving child. The woman was named Miao Xiaoqin, and her abusive behavior towards Su Lu and Duo was witnessed by Yan Jin, who had just turned onto the street. Rage surged within him, consuming his entire being. How dare they strike his woman and daughter? He discarded his bags and rushed forward in a blur. With a swift motion, he struck Miao Xiaoqin across the face, followed by a blow to the boy. How dare you seek to harm my family? Do you desire death? Yan Jin continued to strike them, his strength overwhelming, sending both Miao Xiaoqin and the boy crashing to the ground. Their cheeks swelled instantly from the force of the blows. Miao Xiaoqin was momentarily dazed by the assault. You dare strike me. You will pay for this. Su Lu, clutching Duo, looked at Yan Jin in a fluster. You must leave. Do not concern yourself with us. Just go. As long as I am here, those who dare to bully you shall face consequences. Yan Jin's fury intensified as he looked upon the bruised faces of Su Lu and Duo. He was determined to teach this insolent duo a lesson they would not forget. At that moment, Xiao Yi also arrived on the scene. Yan Jin's earlier actions left her in a state of shock. Previously, he had been a coward outside of Su Lu and Duo, but now he was fierce and commanding. Was this truly Yan Jin? Seeing Su Lu and Duo being so mistreated ignited her righteous indignation. Su Lu, Duo, do not fear. We cannot allow ourselves to be bullied in vain. We shall seek revenge for this. Miao Xiaoqin, now regaining her composure, screamed frantically. Qi Baodian, you despicable man. Your wife and child are being assaulted. Why do you not come out immediately, Qi Baodian? After her furious shout, a man emerged from a nearby shop. It was Qi Baodian from the ceramics factory. Watching his wife and child sitting on the ground, Qi Baodian was consumed by a surge of anger. How dare they strike his woman and child? The audacity was outrageous. In Qingping City, he was a person of some stature. To provoke him was akin to courting death. Those two beggars and that scoundrel, they had assaulted them. And where was the intervention? Miao Xiaoqin, with her disheveled hair, was the first to raise her voice in accusation. The flames of fury burned fiercely in Qi Baoyan's eyes. Following Miao Xiaoqin's pointed finger, he turned to look, but was taken aback by the stern countenance of Director Yan. The words that were about to erupt from his mouth were suddenly stifled. Director Yan? Nonsense. He struck me. You must teach him a lesson. Beat him until his own mother wouldn't recognize him. I want him dead. The word dead echoed with intensity as Miao Xiaoqin shouted, her eyes bloodshot with rage. Daddy. He knocked me down first and kicked me. He falsely accused us of bullying him, and his mother hit me and Mom. This was the first time Duo witnessed her father strike someone. In that moment, a sense of security enveloped her. The safety her father brought was palpable. She not only called out to him, but also recounted the events leading up to the confrontation. Qi Baotian, did you hear what my daughter said? I believe her words reflect the truth. Director Yan asserted with undeniable authority. Should Qi Baotian dare to retaliate, he would ensure his downfall. Su Lu and Xiao Yi exchanged astonished glances. Was this truly Director Yan? For the first time, Duo associated her father with the notion of a hero. My daddy is a great hero. Seeing Qi Baotian remain unresponsive, Miao Xiaoqin's frustration boiled over. Qi Baotian, why pay heed to the nonsense of outsiders? Why don't you teach them a proper lesson? Aren't you the director? What are you afraid of? I demand you take them down. Shut up. Qi Baotian roared at Miao Xiaoqin. At this, she erupted in fury. Qi Baotian, why are you shouting at me? Your wife and child are being bullied like this. And you dare not speak? Where's your strength? Use your connections to take them down. I want them dead. The little boy, with a gaze filled with malice, joined in, shouting, Daddy, I want to kill them. The word kill came shockingly from the mouth of a mere child. Without hesitation, Director Yan approached and, in front of his parents, delivered a resounding slap. Who do you want to kill? You. The boy retorted defiantly. Slap. Who do you want to kill? You. Slap. A third slap followed. Say it again. As Director Yan raised his hand once more, the boy finally relented. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Slap. Director Yan delivered yet another slap. He believed he was imparting a necessary lesson to this unruly child. Such thoughts of violence at a young age could lead to societal harm in the future. He was not merely punishing him, but rather helping him, curing him of his affliction. Meanwhile, Qi Baotian clenched his fists tightly, remaining utterly unmoved throughout. I am educating your son on your behalf. Do you have any objections? Director Yan asked. Well done. Absolutely well done. Qi Baotian gritted his teeth in response. Qi Baotian, have you lost your mind? You can just stand there while your son is bullied like this. Miao Xiaoqin yelled in anger. Shut your mouth, you spendthrift. Qi Baotian's face contorted with rage, veins bulging. Damn it, do you think I don't want to fight? But if I do, it's all over. He was Yan Jin, the hope of the ceramic factory, its savior, and a favored figure in front of Zhou Huliang. He knew he couldn't contend with him. Qi Baotian, why are you directing your anger at me, you coward? Your wife and child have been wronged, yet you dare not speak up. Are you even a man? With a resounding slap, Qi Baotian struck Miao Xiaoqin. Silence. You know nothing. He is Director Yan Jin. The fate of the ceramic factory rests on his word. Apologize to him at once. If Yan Jin refuses to purchase the inventory because of this, where will I find solace? Miao Xiaoqin was acutely aware of the factory's precarious state. After being struck by her husband, she finally calmed down. In the past, Qi Baotian had been fearless. But today he was uncharacteristically subdued. Reflecting on the situation, she realized the gravity of the matter. Director Yan Jin was not someone her husband could afford to offend. She had unwittingly stepped into a quagmire. Why haven't you apologized yet? Are you deaf? Qi Baotian's roar startled Miao Xiaoqin. Reluctantly, she understood that if her husband feared Yan, she had no grounds to resist. Clumsily, she stood up. Director Yan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please forgive me. This foolish woman does not understand. You are magnanimous. We sincerely apologize. Qi Baotian adopted a humble demeanor. What good is my apology? You should apologize to my wife and child. Yes, yes. The couple turned to Su Lu and Duo, repeatedly expressing their regrets. Faced with such a scene, Su Lu felt flustered. She instinctively glanced at Yan Jin, who nodded at her. Although she and Duo had been slapped, Yan Jin had returned the favor tenfold. Watching the couple bow and scrape before her, Su Lu felt an unexpected pang of guilt. Seeing Su Lu hesitate to speak, Yan Jin interjected, All right, hurry and leave. If I catch you bullying anyone again, Qi Baotian, you know the consequences. Qi Baotian trembled in fear. I will never dare again. As Yan Jin turned to leave with his wife and child, Qi Baotian hurriedly inquired, Director Yan, what about the inventory? It will be delivered to Zhongyuan factory tomorrow. Thank you, Director Yan. You have truly alleviated our urgent predicament. Considering Qi Baotian's relatively acceptable behavior today, along with the favor owed to Zhou, Yan Jin decided to lend a hand to the ceramic factory. However, Miao Shaoqin silently harbored resentment towards Yan Jin's family. Yan Jin, just wait. I will have my revenge. I won't let this go unpunished. Chapter 95. The matter of remarriage can wait. Yan Jin's earlier display left Xiao Yi with newfound admiration. Fearless, fiercely protective of his wife, a true man. Especially the satisfaction derived from slapping Miao Shaoqin and the young boy was unparalleled. Yet, Yan Jin's brow remained furrowed. Su Lu's disposition was still too weak. Goodness is often taken for granted. The benevolent are often exploited. Had I not been present, Su Lu and Duo would remain oblivious to the extent of their mistreatment. Upon returning home, Su Lu found herself at a loss for words, merely adding coal to the stove with fervor. Meanwhile, Duo had long since forgotten the sting of the slap. She approached Yan Jin without the usual trepidation, exclaiming, "Daddy, you were amazing today. You're a great hero." Yan Jin lifted Duo into his arms and planted a fervent kiss on her forehead. Duo, do you think Daddy looks handsome today?" "My daddy is the most handsome in the world," she chimed, her voice sweet and innocent. Yan Jin then retrieved the clothes he had purchased for her. Duo, look at what Daddy has brought you." A spark lit up in her pure, bright eyes. "Wow, so many beautiful clothes. Are they all for me?" "Indeed, they are all for my precious daughter," Yan Jin replied, then turned to Xiao Yi, saying, "Please take Duo to the back room to try on her new clothes. I need to speak with Su Lu for a moment." "All right." Xiao Yi embraced Duo and, after casting a glance at Su Lu, headed to the back room. "Su Lu, look at me." Yet Su Lu kept her gaze cast downwards, unable to meet the stern countenance of the man. "Su Lu, let us remarry." Yan Jin's tone was resolute. The brevity of his words took Su Lu by surprise. The suddenness rendered her speechless. How could one go from divorce to remarriage so abruptly? Was marriage a mere game? "Su Lu, I am serious. I wish to protect you both from harm. I cannot allow what happened today to recur." His expression was fervent, filled with passion. "Yan Jin, what do you mean? Are you blaming me for not protecting Duo today? Am I being deemed an inadequate mother? You merely intervened once, and now you come to criticize me. On what grounds should I remarry you?" Su Lu's composure shattered abruptly. As her words grew more fervent, she succumbed to tears. Yan Jin was taken aback. Had he uttered anything inappropriate? He certainly had not intended to cast blame upon her. Hearing her sobs, Xiao Yi quickly emerged with Duo. The child hurried into her mother's embrace. Mama, please don't cry." Su Lu wiped her tears, struggling to maintain her composure. "Mama isn't crying. I was just a bit overwhelmed." Xiao Yi glanced at the bewildered Yan Jin before picking up the puffy coat she had bought for Su Lu. "Su Lu, Yan Jin means no harm. He didn't intend to upset you. Please don't blame him. Look, this is the coat he bought for you from the department store. You should try it on. He got me one too." The last remark was unnecessary, yet she felt compelled to say it. Su Lu, however, lifted Duo and retreated to the back room. An eerie silence enveloped the entire space, with each individual's heart weighed down by unspoken burdens. After a considerable pause, Yan Jin stepped outside, followed by Xiao Yi. Yan Jin, given the circumstances, Su Lu must be feeling quite distressed. Her emotions are currently volatile. "Perhaps we should postpone the discussion of remarriage for now," Xiao Yi consoled him. Yan Jin sighed deeply, resigned to the situation. It seemed there was no other course of action. Observing the coal and cabbage purchased with the assistance of Ho Duong in the courtyard, Yan Jin reflected that regardless of Su Lu's attitude towards him, he was determined to ensure a good life for both her and Duo. "Xiao Yi, I shall take my leave. Please stay and keep Su Lu company." "Thank you." With that, Yan Jin departed from the small courtyard. Xiao Yi gazed at the empty doorway, a medley of emotions swirling within her. Unbeknownst to herself, she realized that her words no longer defended Su Lu. Rather, she began to gradually adopt Yan Jin's perspective. On December 19, 1983, a Monday, a tractor laden with ceramic bowls rumbled into the Zhongyuan factory. "Director Yan, I have meticulously sifted through the inventory, and the bowls I brought you are all of acceptable quality." Yan Jin responded with a non-committal sound, instructing Wang and Tai to inspect all the bowls and retain only the finest. He then escorted Qi Baodian to his office. "Director Qi, please take a seat." However, Qi Baodian did not sit. "Director Yan, I must once again apologize for yesterday's incident. It was my wife's fault, and I have thoroughly reprimanded her." Yan Jin had also disciplined Miao Shaoqin, but regardless of her faults, she remained his wife. Qi Baodian undoubtedly harbored resentment towards Yan Jin, yet in the face of reality, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Not only did he need to sell his inventory to Yan Jin, but he also sought his assistance in reviving the factory. When faced with the choice of his wife and pride versus the factory, Qi Baodian deemed the latter more significant. Furthermore, Yan Jin held favor with Zhou Helian. If Qi Baotian were to fall out with him, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Noticing Qi Baotian's humble demeanor, Yan Jin chose not to dwell on past grievances, but still felt compelled to impart a few more words. Director Qi, as fathers, I believe we must discuss certain matters. The education of our children is paramount. If undesirable habits and behaviors are not corrected now, they may lead to disastrous consequences in the future. Regret will come too late. Yes, I will ensure I educate him properly. Sensing that Qi Baotian was merely placating him, Yan Jin decided not to elaborate further. He had already issued a warning. Whether or not it was heeded was Qi Baotian's concern. In truth, there was another remark Yan Jin refrained from expressing. Qi Baotian's son bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. The child's eyes, in fact, resembled those of another individual. However, such insinuations that could disrupt a family should never be made lightly. What if it were merely a coincidence? Qi Baotian filled Yan Jin's cup from a thermos, adopting a demeanor as if he were Yan Jin's subordinate. Yan Jin gestured for him to sit. Director Qi, may I inquire about the current situation at your factory? Upon the mention of the ceramics factory, Qi Baotian's expression immediately darkened. Director Yan, during the 1970s, our factory thrived. But with the advent of market liberalization, the demand for our products dwindled, and our business steadily declined, eventually leading to our current predicament. Qi Baotian proceeded to elaborate on the history of the ceramics factory's rise and fall, which continued for over half an hour. Yan Jin felt compelled to express that the mismanagement and development philosophy of the enterprise were at odds with the realities of the market economy. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Chu Baotian eagerly interjected, pleading, Director Yan, you are a prominent figure in our city. You must help us find a solution. I implore you. However, Yan Jin remained noncommittal, seemingly awaiting something. A few moments later, Wang entered the office, reporting, Director, everything has been inspected. There are no damages, and the quality is excellent. Yan Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Baotian, despite his flaws, displayed a certain integrity. Given his apologetic demeanor and the quality of the ceramics, Yan Jin resolved to extend his assistance this time. Director Ch, I truly have an idea that could resurrect the ceramic factory. In a moment of hope, Shi Baotian's eyes lit up, as if grasping a lifeline. Director Yan, what is this idea? Yet, Yan Jin merely shook his head. This gesture caused a pang of anxiety in Shi Baotian. What does this mean, Director Yan? Please, do tell me. It cannot precisely be termed a solution. It remains merely a notion for now. However, should this idea come to fruition, it would likely save your factory from peril. What is this notion? Shi Baotian was nearly frantic. I propose to establish a large beverage factory in Qingpingshi with an annual output value exceeding 100 million. You could pivot to manufacturing glass bottles to supply us, and we would enter into a contractual agreement. Shi Baotian, invigorated, clapped his thigh and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Director Yan, this is indeed a wonderful opportunity. We can certainly produce glass bottles. Yet, Yan Jin raised a hand to quell his enthusiasm. Director Ch, please do not rush. Allow me to finish. Please, proceed. This is merely a concept of mine. I have also discussed the factory proposal with Secretary Zhou, but he has yet to respond. If he does not consent, all of this is futile. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Zhang's heart dwindled, almost extinguished. Surely, Secretary Zhou will agree? Director, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but the current circumstances are uncertain. We cannot presume the intentions of our superiors, Yan Jin remarked, furrowing his brow. Shi Baotian nodded, comprehending the essence of Yan Jin's statement. However, Secretary Zhou has asked me to draft a detailed proposal for the beverage factory. Perhaps, Director, you could also prepare a proposal for transitioning to a glass factory? When the opportunity arises, we could present it, allowing our leaders to understand the sentiments of your workers. Shi Baotian paused, realizing that Yan Jin intended to enlist him in a risky venture to pressure the leadership. Yet, he also recognized that if this plan materialized, the ceramic factory would be saved, and he could continue in his role as director while potentially profiting alongside this commercial genius from Qingshi. Should he take the gamble? Director Yan, I wish to consult with the workers for their opinions. After all, the state-owned ceramic factory belongs to all the workers, not just me. Very well. After Shi Baotian departed, Wang inquired, Director, do you think Shi Baotian will dare to collaborate with us? As long as he aspires to remain the director and desires profit, he will undoubtedly choose to cooperate with us. In 2 lifetimes of existence, one develops a profound understanding of human nature, particularly in the case of Yan Jin, who possesses remarkable expertise. Old Wang, please notify the production and sales departments that we shall convene a meeting where I will elucidate our forthcoming marketing strategy. In the household of Qi Baotian, Miao Shaoqin, enduring a long-distance call to Kyoto, seethed with frustration. I want that meticulous fool to perish. A deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. Yan Jin is a favored individual before Zhou Helian. It would be prudent to refrain from rash actions. I care not. Yan Jin must face his demise, or I shall not find peace. In Nanju City, the clandestine agreement between Huafeng Company and the local convenience store has been breached, compounded by the incursion of Zhongyuan, resulting in a significant decline in sales. The market shares of Huafeng and Zhongyuan are now evenly matched, each holding 50%. It can be said that they are equally formidable, with neither able to gain the upper hand. However, for Huafeng, this is a dismal outcome. After all, it once commanded 100% of the market in Nanju. Moreover, Zhongyuan's instant noodles have permeated the entirety of the southern market. In the conference room of Huafeng Company, the atmosphere was stifling. Since taking over as general manager, Tang Peixing has not experienced a single day of ease. Manager Song, have you finalized the marketing plan I requested? The sales department personnel dared not breathe. Their heads bowed in trepidation, fearful of attracting Tang Peixing's attention. A few days prior, Song Yingming had presented a discount promotion proposal to Tang Peixing, who had torn it up and hurled the fragments at Song Yingming's face while exclaiming, "Lowering prices tarnishes our brand. Are you all a bunch of imbeciles? What use are you to me?" Tang Peixing commanded Song Yingming to revise the plan, shouting, "Can you not engage your intellect?" Days passed, yet the sales department failed to devise a satisfactory marketing strategy. "General Tang, please grant us a little more time. Our sales team has been working overtime," Song Yingming pleaded, tears welling in his eyes. "So, you have yet to produce anything?" Tang Peixing's tone was frigid. Seeing Song Yingming's silence, which amounted to tacit admission, infuriated Tang Peixing. "How dare you continue to sit here in this meeting while you have not completed your tasks? Hurry and get to work." Song Yingming led the sales team out of the conference room in a hurried escape. The meeting room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to lift their gaze or utter a word. Tang Peixing surveyed the room, overwhelmed with disappointment that not a single individual could offer a viable suggestion. Feeling utterly drained, he was suddenly interrupted when Zhong Jejia raised her hand. The office director, Liang Bo, felt a jolt in his heart and frantically signaled her to desist. "Goodness, General Tang is already irate. Why would you raise your hand? Are you seeking trouble?" Yet, Zhong Jejia paid no heed to Liang Bo's warning. Tang Peixing, noticing her, inquired, "Zhong Jejia, do you have something to say?" Instantly, all eyes turned towards Zhong Jejia, curiosity piqued. Liang Bo's heart raced with apprehension. He hoped fervently that she would not speak recklessly and invoke calamity. "General Tang, I believe we could promote through the implementation of a promotional event." "What kind of event?" Tang Peixing's gaze intensified. "Travel. The tourism industry in our country has commenced, and many citizens yearn to explore the magnificent landscapes of our homeland. However, due to financial constraints, they can only dream. We could initiate a promotion where purchasing instant noodles offers a chance to win a grand travel prize, a 3-day excursion to the capital, with all expenses covered by our company, Huafeng." As soon as Zhong Jejia proposed this idea, it was met with skepticism. What if numerous individuals win? Wouldn't our company face ruin? Zhong Jejia harbored disdain for the naysayer. The number of winners, of course, is within our control. Her implication dawned upon those with quick wits. Indeed, the customers would remain oblivious to whether the company had actually issued winning slots. To put it plainly, this was merely a gimmick. Tang Peixing pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "Excellent. Zhong Jejia, please draft a detailed plan for my review. I shall await you in my office." Meeting adjourned. Zhong Jejia responded eagerly, "Yes." At that moment, the way everyone looked at her transformed. This woman is quite remarkable. As her direct superior, Liang Bo felt displeased. Zhong Jejia usually presented herself as obedient, complying with every task assigned. Yet today, she had acted without informing him. Who would have imagined she could conceal her intentions so effectively? A scheming woman. Zhong Jejia cast a glance at Liang Bo, saying nothing, and proceeded back to her office. Liang Bo's lips twitched. Is she so eager to showcase herself? Does she think that by aligning with Tang Peixing, I would no longer have any authority over her? She still has much to learn. Chapter 97. Daily sales surge on December 22, 1983, Thursday. Large red posters adorn the entrances of various small shops. Effective immediately. Purchasing Huafeng instant noodles offers a chance to win a travel grand prize, a 3-day tour to the capital, fully funded by Huafeng. A middle-aged man, upon seeing this, immediately decided to make a purchase. What if he turned out to be the fortunate winner? Moreover, he had never visited the capital in his life. He had always longed to go to Tiananmen Square to witness the flag-raising ceremony. He wished to climb the Great Wall and experience the valor of a hero. He also wanted to explore the Forbidden City, to see the ancient residence of emperors. Wait. A woman beside him pointed to a sign by the door. Look, there's another promotion. Buy Zhongyuan instant noodles and receive a bowl for free. Indeed, the sign stated, purchase 10 packs of Zhongyuan instant noodles and receive a beautiful blue and white ceramic bowl while supplies last. The middle-aged couple entered the convenience store. On the most prominent shelf, Huafeng instant noodles were displayed on the left, while Zhongyuan instant noodles occupied the right. The Zhongyuan noodles came in packs of 10 and included a lovely ceramic bowl adorned with blue and white patterns, which appeared quite exquisite. This was part of the stock that Qi Baodian had low-priced to Zhongyuan. At 5 cents each, they were sold at cost. The woman remarked, let us buy Zhongyuan. The Huafeng prize is unlikely to come our way. Stop dreaming. Besides, the bowl is quite attractive. The man hesitated. However, his wife was right. The chances of winning were exceedingly slim, and acquiring a bowl seemed more sensible. All right, we'll buy 10 packs of Zhongyuan. A young man named Afa purchased a box of Huafeng instant noodles, returning home with great delight. Dear, Huafeng is running a promotion. I bought a box, and once I win the prize, I'll take you on a trip to the capital. His wife, Xiang, rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? I don't mean to criticize, but you truly believe you can win? This is merely a marketing gimmick from the manufacturer. Our factory has conducted similar promotions before. And I assure you, no one ever wins. The astute Xiang had seen through it all. I bought 10 packs of Zhongyuan instant noodles, and they directly gave me a large bowl. What you hold in your hands is tangible. Quickly return the Huafeng. Don't be a fool. On the streets, numerous distributors delivered goods to small shops, while simultaneously setting up their own stalls. Some distributors' friends and family would specifically pick up goods from them to sell at their own stalls. They could earn a considerable amount in a day, far more than a fixed salary at the factory. In the bustling alleys of southern cities, small stalls selling Zhongyuan instant noodles were ubiquitous. Buy Zhongyuan instant noodles and receive a ceramic bowl. Don't miss out. The enticing shouts drew many people in. The stall owner cheerfully exclaimed, Sister, this ceramic bowl costs 20 to 30 cents in the market. Buy 10 packs of Zhongyuan noodles, and it's yours. What a bargain. Brother, look at this bowl. It's perfect for noodles or rice. One bowl is enough to fill you up. Under the enthusiastic promotion of the stall owner, those with a desire for instant noodles quickly forgot about the Huafeng travel prize and opted for Zhongyuan instead. Winning was ephemeral and depended solely on luck, while receiving a bowl was a tangible benefit. The following morning, in the office of the general manager at Huafeng Company, Zhong Jejia sat across from Tang Peishing. Jejia, I never realized you were our company as Phoenix Chick. I am the sleeping dragon, and you are the Phoenix Chick. With both of us at Huafeng, we will surely create new glories. Tang Peishing genuinely appreciated Zhong Jejia. She was not only beautiful, but also intelligent and adept at navigating situations. He decided to bring her closer, promoting her as his confidant. After all, the current management personnel from various departments were appointed by the previous general manager and were not his own. To solidify his status, cultivating loyal allies was essential. Zhong Jejia beamed with delight. I will certainly work diligently under your guidance, General Tang. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do, and I will follow your arrangements. Tang Peishing nodded in approval. Indeed, you are very perceptive. Jejia, your proposal for the prize-winning activity is excellent. I believe our sales figures from yesterday must be impressive. General Tang, I only came up with it under your leadership. All credit goes to you. Without your endorsement, nothing could be executed. It would all be for naught. Zhong Jejia was skilled in flattery. She understood the importance of winning Tang Peishing's favor, especially since she had already offended Liang Bo. The office had no room left for her. She could only rely on Tang Peishing, this towering figure, as she climbed higher. Although this was a precarious move, success was within her grasp. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated. Come in. Song Yingming entered, carrying a report. Upon seeing Zhong Jejia, a flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes. President Tang, yesterday's sales figures are in. Compared to the previous day, revenue has increased by 10%. Song Yingming's expression remained grave as he spoke, seemingly untouched by the surge in sales. Tang Peishing and Zhong Jejia displayed expressions of joy. It appeared that Jejia's proposal was indeed effective. Tang Peishing cast an appreciative glance at Zhong Jejia. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and addressed Song Yingming, Manager Song. I must express my disappointment in your department's performance this time. Look at Jejia. Her ability to devise such an excellent plan demonstrates her thoughtful engagement. Yesterday's results were entirely her achievement, and you all should learn from her. Tang Peishing showed no mercy to Song Yingming. President Tang, this is a collective effort. I merely did what was expected of me. Zhong Jejia feigned humility. Jejia, you need not be modest. The success is yours, and no one can take that away from you. Their mutual praise left Song Yingming feeling quite displeased, yet he dared not show it, swallowing his frustration. Manager Song, Jia is a talent. I plan to appoint her as the assistant manager in your department to help alleviate some of your pressure. Song Yingming's head shot up in surprise. This decision was far too abrupt. While it sounded commendable to have her as an assistant, in reality, it meant placing her as a spy to monitor him and gradually undermine his position. Song Yingming's face darkened, and he felt a wave of disdain for Zhong Jia. That scheming woman. She must have compromised herself to engage in unsavory dealings with Tang Peixing. If you are so eager to rise, then I shall present you with a grand gift. Song Yingming said, President Tang, there is one more matter I need to report. Speak. According to our information, yesterday, Zhongyuan Instant Noodles launched a promotional campaign offering a free bowl with every purchase, resulting in a 30% increase in their daily sales. Tang Peixing's smile froze. Zhong Jia was left dumbfounded. Chapter 98. An unexpected turn of events. December 23, 1983, Friday. Yan Jin and Ho Duong traveled to the capital. Ho Duong carried a large bag containing Zhongyuan's promotional video. The production by Nanju Television was somewhat crude. He needed to engage professionals from the capital's television station to refine it before broadcasting it nationwide. As the 12th month approached, it was time for stocking up on goods and visiting relatives, a golden period for sales. It was imperative that the entire nation be aware of the merits of Zhongyuan instant noodles. With the help of Huang Jingyi, Yan Jin treated Huang Jingyi and Dong Qingye, the director of the advertising department, to a meal. After a hearty meal, Dong Qingye led Yan Jin and Ho Duong back to the office, where they began revising the video with the staff on duty. Director Yan, if you are indeed set on advertising with the capital television station, let us finalize the contract. As for the price, as we agreed over drinks, it stands at 3 million. Despite the indulgence in libations, Dong Qingye remained remarkably lucid. No worries. We shall expedite the transfer of funds. Excellent. Once the payment is received, we will promptly proceed with the broadcast. After concluding discussions with Dong Qingye, Huang Jingyi led Yan Jin to his office. Brother Yan, your discernment is truly commendable. The actor Song Dan, whom you sourced from the People's Art Theater, delivers an exceptional performance, bringing the character Wei Shufan to life. To be frank, he was initially not entirely satisfied with Yan Jin's choice of actor. His agreement at the time was merely to honor Yan Jin. He had resolved that should Song Dan's performance falter, he would seek an alternative. The Spring Festival Gala's program must be flawless. However, Song Dan's portrayal left him astounded. Upon her delivery of the line, I am Wei Shufan, female, 29 years old, and still unmarried, Huang Jingyi made his decision. It was her. She embodied the finest Wei Shufan. Henceforth, the character Wei Shufan shall be forever associated with Song Dan's artistry. Selecting her was undoubtedly a wise choice. Yan Jin smiled, Director Huang. We must ensure that our line about Zhongyuan instant noodles is preserved. His primary concern remained the promotion of Zhongyuan instant noodles. Huang Jingyi chuckled, rest assured. I have already spoken to the station chief. Given that you not only penned the script, but also managed the actors' meals and provided numerous valuable suggestions, how could the station chief possibly refuse such a favor? However, Huang Jingyi paused, his brow furrowing. Nevertheless, the station chief has reservations regarding the noodle eating segment. What is wrong with that? Yan Jin exclaimed. After watching it ourselves, we were left in stitches. The station chief believes that such a program lacks the gravitas suitable for the Spring Festival Gala. Yan Jin was taken aback. The Spring Festival Gala is a celebration, meant to bring joy and laughter, not a somber affair. Yan Jin's forthrightness startled Huang Jingyi. Brother, please refrain from such outbursts. Despite his words, Huang Jingyi resonated with Yan Jin's perspective. The gala should indeed be about spreading happiness, not solemnity. It would be a tremendous pity if such a delightful program were to be excluded from the Spring Festival Gala. As the chief director, I shall strive to advocate for it, Huang Jingyi affirmed. Suddenly, Yan Jin recalled something. By the way, Director Huang, during the program lineup, could we place the noodle segment before the Yujo cigarettes? Why is that? Yan Jin chuckled. I wish for Master Ma, the cigarette vendor, to also mention Zhongyuan instant noodles. However, Huang Jingyi shook his head. Brother Yan, there are already 2 segments featuring your lines. Adding more would be inappropriate. Very well, Yan Jin conceded, unwilling to put Huang Jingyi in a difficult position. Some matters cannot be forced. On the same day, Secretary Qingping, Zhou Huiyang, visited rural areas to inspect poverty alleviation efforts. Arriving at Gaoyu village in Shanggao town, he still did not give prior notice, leaving the accompanying office director Wei Juanha in a state of trepidation. The last time he visited Zhongyuan factory without warning, he encountered a raucous group causing trouble. This time, let there be no unforeseen incidents. surrounded by towering mountains. Gaoyakun is adorned with apple and peach trees. The vehicle navigates the rugged mountain roads, and as Zhou Huliang gazes at the fruit-laden trees on either side, he is involuntarily reminded of Yan Jin's words. The fruit farmers reap what they sow, yet they must also insure their trees, assisting the farmers in their pursuit of prosperity. While the intentions are noble, the demand for investment targets over the next 3 years seems excessively ambitious. Zhou Huliang finds himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to support or oppose this initiative. Secretary Zhou, it appears someone is chopping down fruit trees on the mountain. Wei Juanhe's voice jolts Zhou Huliang from his reverie. Following Wei Juanhe's pointed finger, Zhou Huliang indeed spots several individuals engaged in the act. What is happening? Stop the car. The vehicle halts beside the dirt road, and exhaust fumes stir up a cloud of dust. Zhou Huliang disembarks. Let us investigate, he urges, with Wei Juanhe and driver Hao Wei trailing closely behind as they ascend the mountain. The biting northern wind cuts sharply against their faces, yet Zhou Huliang remains unfazed. The trio trudges through the gusts until they reach a local man, roughly in his 40s, wielding an axe. His weathered skin is darkened by the sun, and a cotton jacket hangs from a nearby tree while he wears only a tattered, hand-woven sweater. Good sir, Zhou Huliang calls out. The man glances at the 3 visitors, his murky eyes revealing a flicker of apprehension. Why do you cut down these fine fruit trees? They have grown so tall. What a pity. As Zhou Huliang poses this question, Wei Juanhe offers the man a cigarette. This gesture instantly bridges the gap between them. The farmer, with his calloused hands, accepts the cigarette, lights it, and exhales a deep sigh. It is indeed a pity to cut them down, but there is no alternative. He replies. Why is that? Wei Juanhe queries, perplexed. After all the toil to harvest apples and peaches, we push our carts over long distances to the town or county to sell them, yet even at the lowest prices, hardly anyone buys. If left too long, the fruit rots, and ultimately, we are forced to discard it. After 6 months of hard work, it all goes to waste. In a year of disaster, the yield diminishes further. Cultivating fruit trees not only fails to yield profit but incurs losses, leaving the entire family in distress. It would be wiser to fell the trees and plant grains. At least we won't starve. The farmer's words are steeped in sorrow. Zhou Huliang feels a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. Hasn't the Agricultural Bureau offered any solutions? He inquires. They have, but their suggestions lack substance. Canning was once a viable option, yet now everyone is in the canning business. Who doesn't have relatives who grow fruit? They simply gather some from their family and make their own. No one is buying, and canned goods remain unsold. The farmer responds, his heart heavy with despair. As they survey the fallen trees, both the farmer and Zhou Huliang share a profound sense of loss. How many years did it take for these trees to grow so robust? One swing of the axe, and all those years of hard work are rendered futile. Though it pains me deeply, I had no choice but to summon the resolve to cut them all down. Do the villagers share the same sentiments? One villager pointed to a few individuals in the distance. Look, everyone is chopping down trees, not just from our village, but from neighboring ones as well. It's a complete disaster. His words were undoubtedly spoken in frustration. Zhou Huliang inquired further, given that the villagers are already struggling. If they cut down their fruit trees and lose this source of income, won't their situation become even more dire? Chapter 99. No more chopping. The villager frowned deeply and shook his head, displaying his helplessness. He managed a bitter smile, saying, no one wants the fruit. Zhou Huliang refrained from pressing further. The plight of the fruit growers was dictated by the market. They were left with nothing but sorrow and helplessness. Originally, he had come to conduct research on poverty alleviation, but now, a more pressing issue had arisen, weighing heavily on his heart. After bidding farewell to the villager, Zhou Huliang and his companions returned to their vehicle and continued on their journey. He intended to visit other villages to ascertain whether they faced similar circumstances. After traversing several dozen miles of mountainous roads, they arrived at the borders of Qinyu village. Here, the landscape was dotted with fruit trees. Yet there were still individuals wielding axes to fell them. Zhou Huliang and his companions ascended the mountain once again, approaching a man. In conversation, they learned that he was only 30 years old, yet his face was lined with wrinkles, his back slightly hunched, his skin darkened by the sun, and his hands calloused, giving him the appearance of someone 50. The burdens of life had taken their toll on him. The hard-working citizens of Huaxia often find themselves in dire straits due to various circumstances. Zhou Huliang observed this suffering with a heavy heart. They had initially hoped to sell the fruit to earn some money for their children's education, but now they had earned nothing. If they didn't chop them down, what purpose would they serve? Years ago, when we planted these fruit trees, we were filled with joy. Our entire family looked forward to a better life because of them. We tended to them diligently, removing weeds, watering, and fertilizing, never neglecting a single task. We dedicated ourselves to caring for them, as if they were our own children. Over the years, I watched them blossom and grow, pouring all my energy into their nurturing. Finally, they began to bear fruit. But who would have known that when the time came to harvest, there would be no buyers? They would only rot, going to waste. Not only did we fail to earn any money, but we also incurred losses. Even if the fruit is sweet when we taste it, it leaves a bitter aftertaste. Relying on these 3 acres of fruit trees, our family is destined to starve. The man's eyes brimmed with unfulfilled desires and resignation. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Every village within 10 miles is the same. Everyone is chopping down their fruit trees, using them for firewood rather than letting them take up space. But what shall we plant instead? Wei Junha asked. I don't know. But we certainly won't be planting fruit trees anymore. With that, the man resumed his labor, swinging his axe at the fruit trees with a sense of resignation. The anguish he felt was beyond the comprehension of others. In that moment, Zhou Helian felt a lump in his throat. He turned to gaze upon the expanse of fruit trees, overwhelmed by a profound sense of sorrow. The farmers had nurtured these trees with great effort. Was it truly right to simply cut them down? No, he had to find a way to help the fruit growers overcome their hardships. Zhou Helian took a moment to stabilize his emotions. Director Wei, please call the Agricultural Bureau in the city and inform the Linqing County Committee members to come here immediately. I am convening an on-site meeting. Upon receiving the call, County Secretary Duan Pengfei and County Mayor Guan Bing were startled. Secretary Zhou has suddenly arrived in Linqing? Why wasn't there any prior notification? They set aside their concerns, jumped into the car, and hurried to Qinyu village. An hour and a half later, everyone had gathered at the scene. A large crowd had assembled at the foot of the mountain, arriving in their cars. Nearby villagers, who had been chopping wood, looked on anxiously, dropping their axes and staring vacantly down the hill. The knowledgeable village chief recognized the significance of the vehicles and understood that important figures were present. However, without any notification, he dared not approach. Noticing Zhou Helian's grim expression, the crowd became increasingly cautious. Secretary Duan, Mayor Guan. How has the harvest been for the fruit farmers in Linqing County this year? Secretary Zhou, the harvest has indeed been quite good, Duan Pengfei replied, albeit lacking confidence. Very good, Zhou Helian responded succinctly. Was he affirming the harvest's quality, praising Duan Pengfei's answer, or implying something else? The crowd found it difficult to decipher. Zhou Helian then turned to the director of the Agricultural Bureau, Yang. Director, being in charge of agriculture, what do you have to say? Secretary Zhou. Although there are indeed many fruits this year, they cannot be sold, and ultimately, they rot in the farmers' homes. Why can't they be sold? Well, there are multiple reasons. One is the low market demand, and another is the poor transportation, making it difficult to distribute the produce. Thankfully, Yang had a general understanding of the city's fruit industry situation. Upon hearing these remarks, Zhou Helian chose not to press further. He pointed to the fruit farmers on the mountain. Do you know what those farmers are enduring in the biting wind? They are cutting down fruit trees. The land is the lifeblood of the farmers, and the trees are akin to their children. Why would they resort to such drastic measures? Because growing fruit trees brings not only no profit, but also losses. To stop incurring losses, they are forced to cut down the trees they have painstakingly nurtured over the years. The pain of this decision is beyond our comprehension. Initially, we encouraged farmers to plant fruit trees in hopes of lifting them out of poverty. These trees symbolized hope for their families, hope for their children's education, hope for prosperity, and hope for a better life. Yet now, not only have they not escaped poverty, but they have also become even poorer. They face not only a loss of hope, but an abundance of disappointment. What does this indicate? It reveals that we have not done nearly enough. Some initiatives have not been pursued to their conclusion, and we have failed to assist the community in overcoming their real difficulties. I have already instructed Director Wei to call Mayor Xia and, on behalf of the city government, issue a notification urging farmers not to cut down their fruit trees. We will find a solution to the issue of selling their produce. The on-site meeting lasted over 2 hours. By the time Zhou Helian returned to the municipal committee, night had fully descended. In his office, he reflected once more on Yan Jin's words. According to Yan Jin's proposal, establishing a beverage factory to help the fruit farmers prosper might be a viable path. However, that individual insisted on a timeline of over 3 years for the necessary permits. Did he truly believe that we, as leaders, are running a bank? On December 24, 1983, a Saturday, Yan Jin carried several bags of local specialties to the Beijing office of Qingping City. In the courtyard, he encountered the last person he wished to see, Wu Liang. With a forced smile, Wu Liang remarked, "Oh, Director Yan, what brings you here?" Why not come to my office for a chat? I have some fine red tea for you to sample. Yan Jin scrutinized Wu Liang's eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to those of Qi Baoyin's son, almost as if they were cast from the same mold. Was it mere coincidence? No. I'm looking for Director Zhang. Yan Jin replied tersely. Do join me for a moment. I have a package of red tea that would be perfect for you. Wu Liang continued to extend his overtures. Despite his distaste for Yan Jin, he recognized the latter's current favor with Zhou Helian and thought fostering a relationship might prove beneficial in the future. I don't drink tea, Yan Jin coldly retorted. Bypassing Wu Liang and heading straight for Zhang Xiangqing's office, Wu Liang watched his retreating figure, his expression darkening with resentment. How ungrateful. Just wait. Returning to his office, Wu Liang took out paper and pen, pouring his anger onto the page. Chapter 100. I am the child of fortune. That evening was Christmas Eve. In later times, the streets would be adorned with festive cheer, bustling with vendors selling apples, while couples booked rooms, ready for a night of celebration. However, during this particular historical period, celebrating foreign holidays was utterly unthinkable. The idea was simply out of the question. In the National Sports Committee dormitory, Zhang Qi simmered half a cabbage, while Shi Man boiled 2 packets of Zhong Yuan instant noodles. Their dinner, though modest, radiated warmth. Yet, Zhang Qi was burdened with an inner turmoil. His mother had always disapproved of his relationship with Shi Man. In her eyes, her son's job was respectable, and he ought to find a partner with a similarly commendable occupation. Such was the principle of social compatibility. How could someone who sold street food and cooked instant noodles be worthy of her exceptional son? Nevertheless, Zhang Qi resolved to be with Shi Man. He admired her beauty and her skillful hands. He kept his mother's opposition from Shi Man, uncertain of how to broach the subject, leaving him in a state of distress. Zhang Qi, Director Yan has come to the capital, Shi Man exclaimed. Zhang Qi, his head bowed as he devoured the noodles, seemed indifferent to her words. Director Yan mentioned that tomorrow, being Sunday, he would like to invite you for a meal. Man, I'm extremely busy. I can't simply go out to eat with anyone. You must understand that. Zhang Qi's tone dripped with disdain. As a public servant at the National Sports Committee, he was not easily swayed by invitations. Some people simply did not merit such attention. Shi Man felt a pang of discomfort. Zhang Qi, do you truly believe that Director Yan's invitation would be so easily dismissed? No. Before Zhang Qi could clarify, Shi Man continued, if it weren't for Director Yan, do you think we could even share a meal together now? Do you know why Director Yan specifically transferred me to the capital? It was to facilitate our relationship. Zhang Qi remarked, Man, do not hold him in such high regard. You are aware that he might be trying to curry favor with me. Shi Man crossed her arms defiantly, visibly upset. Curry favor with you? He is on familiar terms with the leaders of the capital television station and is a frequent guest at the Secretary's residence in Qingping. Why would he bother with you? With that, Shi Man stood up and exited the dormitory. Her steadfast defense of Yan Jin irked Zhang Qi. Whom are you truly close to? He slammed his chopsticks onto the table in frustration. He is merely the director of a noodle factory. What is so remarkable about that? I could care less about this meal. He continued. And you, Shi Man, consider it a privilege that I am willing to date you. Do not be ungrateful. Upon returning to the hotel, Shi Man entered Yan Jin's room. Man, you're back. Have you informed Zhang Qi about our lunch tomorrow? Director, he infuriates me. Zhang Qi is utterly unreasonable. I want to break up with him. As someone who had experienced similar situations, Yan Jin understood. It seems you've had a quarrel. I should intervene. What has Zhang Qi done to provoke such wrath in you? Do not hastily mention a breakup. It harms the relationship. The director. You have no idea how exasperating he is. When I suggested inviting him to lunch, he acted all superior, as if he were someone special. Yan Jin grasped the situation. So it was a dispute over the lunch invitation. Calm down, man. It is merely a meal. If he does not wish to come, then let him be. I am not obligated to invite him. After offering her some comfort, Yan Jin advised her to retire early, emphasizing that late nights are detrimental, especially for young women. Zhang Qi, indeed, had an inflated sense of self-importance. What was it to have gained employment at the National Sports Commission? Did he look down on others? He would eventually regret his arrogance. On December 25, 1983, a Sunday, Yan Jin, Shi Man, and Ho Duong had breakfast together. Suddenly, Shi Man said, Director, how about I return to Qingping with you? I no longer wish to stay in the capital. I dislike it here. Yan Jin assumed she was still sulking over her argument with Zhang Qi. If you want to return, that is fine. But let us first deliver the instant noodles to the Spring Festival Gala crew. Shi Man pouted, Director, the supply I sent is sufficient for them to last until the new year. They don't eat during daily rehearsals. As she spoke, she stabbed her chopsticks into the steamed buns in her bowl. which seemed to represent the detestable Zhang Qi, whom she wished to skewer. Since last night, the favorable impression Zhang Qi had managed to establish in Man's mind had crumbled. Just because he looked down on Director Yan, she rejected him entirely. Man, do you truly wish to leave the capital? Yan Jin recalled that Huang Jingyi had mentioned the ample supply of noodles for the crew yesterday. He realized that Man was not exaggerating. Since Zhang Qi was unappreciative and Man did not want to remain in the capital, he would take her back to Qingping. Let Zhang Qi be the one to regret his actions. Man nodded resolutely. I want to go home. Very well. Let us finish our meal, then you can pack your things. We will return together today. As a few individuals bowed their heads to partake in their meal, a man's voice resonated. Oh, isn't that man. The three simultaneously lifted their gazes. Comrade Xiaoyang, what brings you here? A characteristic smile graced Zheng Xiaoyang's face. I came to buy steamed buns. My family simply adores the ones from this shop. They are incredibly fragrant. He glanced at Yan Jin and recognized him instantly. Director Yan. Yan Jin also identified him. During the exhibition, he had previously taken the stage to sample instant noodles. Director, this is Comrade Zheng Xiaoyang. Zheng Xiaoyang extended his hand with a smile. I am a colleague of Zhang Qi, Man's partner. A colleague of Zhang Qi? So, you are also affiliated with the National Sports Commission. No wonder you shared the stage with him that day. Hello, Comrade Xiaoyang. Zheng Xiaoyang moved a stool and sat across from Yan Jin. Director Yan, I have long wished to meet you. Encountering you here is truly fortuitous. To be honest, there are few individuals I admire, and you, Director Yan, are one of them. The way you have made instant noodles so delectable is commendable. Zheng Xiaoyang gave a thumbs up. When I next visit the capital, I shall bring you several boxes. What flavors do you prefer? No. There is a small shop downstairs in my building that sells them. If you buy 10 packs, they even gift you a large bowl. It's quite a bargain. Comrade Xiaoyang, I consider you a friend. How about you give me your contact information? I'll reach out when I return to the capital in a few days. At this juncture, Zheng Xiaoyang realized that the offer to send him several boxes of instant noodles was sincere, not mere politeness. Yan Jin instructed Ho Duong to fetch paper and a pen. Zheng Xiaoyang wrote down his contact details. Observing Yan Jin carefully folding the paper and placing it in his bag, Zheng Xiaoyang's fondness for him grew even more. Before departing, he smiled at Man, saying, Man, you and Zhang Qi must treat me to a meal soon. Without waiting for Man's response, Zheng Xiaoyang exited the shop with his bag of buns. Meanwhile, Man noticed that Yan Jin was in high spirits. With Zhang Qi's connection severed, Zheng Xiaoyang had emerged. He genuinely suspected he was favored by fortune. While the relationship with the National Sports Commission was established, the prospect of building a beverage factory remained elusive. How could he persuade Zhou Helian to acquiesce to his conditions? Chapter 101. Let us see if you dare. On Monday morning, December 26, 1983, Yan Jin returned to Qingping City with Man and Ho Duong. He granted Man a day off, allowing her to visit home first. In recent days, he had been either in Nanzhou or the capital. The young lady herself had expressed a longing for home. Yan Jin then sought out Wang Yantai. Has there been any recent news about Secretary Zhou Helian? Before proceeding with the next steps, Yan Jin needed to ascertain Zhou Helian's recent activities. Know thyself and know thy enemy. Indeed, there has been a significant development. Wang Yantai replied. What is it? When Secretary Zhou conducted field research, he discovered that many fruit farmers were cutting down their fruit trees. Upon inquiry, it became clear that not only were the fruits unsellable and unprofitable, but they were also incurring losses, compelling the farmers to uproot their trees and switch to crop farming. Yan Jin inquired with genuine concern, what did Secretary Zhou say? The city has issued a notice prohibiting the felling of fruit trees. Yan Jin pondered for a moment, feeling compassion for the plight of the fruit farmers. However, this inadvertently accelerated the establishment of the beverage factory. Yan Jin decided to postpone seeking out Zhou Helian and instead called Qi Baotian, requesting his presence. Qi Baotian had pinned all his hopes for the ceramics factory on Yan Jin, and upon receiving the call, he hurried over with great enthusiasm. He assumed that Yan Jin's summons was undoubtedly regarding the factory's matters. In Yan Jin's presence, Qi Baotian adopted a humble demeanor. Despite both being factory directors, and Qi leading a state-owned enterprise, he understood that he could not stand on equal footing with Yan Jin. Have you drafted the proposal for transforming the ceramics factory into a glass factory? Yan Jin inquired. Qi Baotian responded uneasily, not yet, Director Yan. We truly have no idea how to proceed. Please guide us. The notion of having the ceramics workers produce ceramics was feasible, but writing proposals felt akin to forcing a duck to climb a ladder. Then let's hold off on the writing for now. Qi Baotian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Yan Jin's intentions. Director Chi, I recently met with Secretary Zhou, who has tentatively agreed to my proposal for the beverage factory, but some leaders remain skeptical. What shall we do then? Chi Baoyan's expression turned grim. It's simple, but it all hinges on whether Director Chi has the courage to act. Yan Jin's gaze was piercing. As long as it ensures the survival of the ceramics factory and allows me to continue as its director, I am willing to do anything. Excellent. As long as Director Chi dares to act, you will undoubtedly remain in your position. Yan Jin's words further solidified Chi Baoyan's resolve to follow him. Director Chi, let me analyze the situation for you. I have resolved the inventory issues, and you have disbursed wages to the workers. This is merely a temporary fix. If we do not transform, what future awaits the ceramics factory? Yan Jin aimed to sever Chi Baoyan's escape routes. Chi Baoyan instinctively knew the answer to this dilemma. There was simply no path forward. The inevitable outcome would be shutdown and closure, leaving everyone without jobs. Director Yan, I have consulted some workers about the transformation, and they all agree that as long as the factory can operate normally and wages are paid on time, they are willing to do anything. The workers' agreement is irrelevant. What truly matters is whether the higher-ups will give their consent. Yan Jin articulated the core issue directly. Then what should we do? Yan Jin motioned for Chi Baoyan to lean closer and whispered, we must devise a way to compel the leaders to agree. What do you mean by compel? Yan Jin leaned in closer to Chi Baoyan's ear. Upon hearing Yan Jin's suggestion, Chi Baoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't this a bit too audacious, Director Yan? What if the leaders find out? What do you have to fear, Chi Baoyan? Do you still wish to be a factory director? If you are overly cautious, you might as well return home to farm. You must know that the former director of Zhongyuan factory, Wang Liangong, is currently unemployed. He has already been abandoned. I can assure you that if the ceramics factory were to close, your fate would mirror his. At that point, nothing will remain, and regret will be futile. Chi Baoyan found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. To speak with utmost rigor, should the leadership direct their ire towards me, the unfortunate consequences would inevitably fall upon myself. Yet, to remain idle, merely waiting, would render me akin to the next unfortunate Wang Liangong. Ultimately, under the dual pressures of coercion and intimidation from Yan Jin, Chi Baoyan steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and resolved to follow Yan Jin's lead. What is there to fear? Let us proceed. The precise timing of our actions shall be communicated in due course. In the afternoon, Zhongyuan received a loan of 3,500,000 from the bank. Yan Jin promptly instructed the finance department to transfer 3 million to the capital city television station. He then placed a call to Dong Qingye. After discussing with Dong Qingye, they agreed to commence broadcasting the following evening. On December 27, 1983, a Tuesday, as the year drew to a close, various institutions found themselves inundated with tasks, each entangled in a whirlwind of activity. Wei Juanhe hurriedly entered Zhou Holian's office. Clutching a letter, Secretary Zhou, I have received a complaint today, alleging that Yan Jin of the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory has engaged in bribery. Zhou Holian took the letter. Glancing over its contents, the letter detailed specific instances of Yan Jin's alleged bribery, dates, and recipients, including the director of the Beijing office and the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala at the capital city television station, each accusation articulated with precision. Director Wei, what is your perspective on this matter? Zhou Holian's evident admiration for Yan Jin was well known to Wei Juanhe, who dared not speak recklessly. I suspect it is predominantly a false accusation. To my knowledge, there have been prior reports accusing Yan Jin of exploiting workers, which upon investigation were found to be entirely unfounded. Zhou Holian refrained from expressing a definitive opinion, having already formed his own judgment. Can we trace the author of this complaint? The handwriting is evidently that of a left-handed individual, complicating any investigation. Zhou Holian acknowledged, it may be difficult to trace. Yet we must make an effort. You are responsible for this matter. Maintain confidentiality until we ascertain the facts. Understood. In the evening, Zhou Holian returned home. Collapsing onto the sofa, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. The myriad affairs of the city weighed heavily on him, leaving him mentally fatigued, particularly concerning the fruit tree incident. He had promised to assist the fruit farmers in finding a market for their produce. Mayor Xia Yan had convened a meeting with relevant officials, yet no solutions had materialized thus far. Meng Lan observed Zhou Holian's weary demeanor with concern and brought him a cup of tea. Old Zhou, upon returning home, ensure you take some time to rest. While your work is imperative, your health must also be preserved. As the old saying goes, health is the foundation of revolution. Zhou Holian did not respond, for he understood little of such wisdom. Yet, in the realm of politics, one often finds oneself trapped by circumstance. After dinner, Zhou Holian habitually turned on the television. awaiting the evening news broadcast. Watching the capital city television station's news was an essential daily ritual for him, as it was for many others. This news program served as a barometer of the political climate in Huaxia, conveying the voice of the government and disseminating significant global events, possessing immense influence. Moreover, given the limited television programming of the era, the news broadcast became the premier choice for audiences to occupy their evening prime time. Zhou Helian glanced at the clock on the wall. There remained just over a minute before the news would commence. It was currently an advertisement break. Suddenly, two tiny figures appeared on the television screen. This festive season, we do not accept gifts. We only accept Zhongyuan noodles. Zhongyuan instant noodles, delicious and nutritious. Zhou Helong inquired. Somewhat uncertain, is this an advertisement for Zhongyuan instant noodles? Meng Lan, momentarily taken aback, could only respond, it must be. They were both astonished by the captivating advertisement. Simultaneously, across the entirety of Huaxia, those patiently awaiting the evening news were equally taken aback. What on earth is this? Chapter 102. You're in big trouble. December 30th, 1983. Friday. It was destined to be another hectic day. In the morning, Zhou Helong instructed his secretary, Yuboda, to summon Yan Jin to the municipal party compound immediately. Yan Jin, you are in big trouble. Zhou Helong's first words to him. Yan Jin's mind raced. What kind of trouble? Hadn't he done anything recently, had he? Oh no. Could it be that Qi Baodian revealed his plans to Zhou Helong? If that were the case, Yan Jin would have to deal with Qi Baodian harshly. I only did this to assist you, and you turned around and reported me. How utterly despicable. Yan Jin composed himself and calmly asked, Secretary Zhou, what trouble am I in? Yan Jin, don't pretend in front of me. Are you unaware of what you've done? Yan Jin shook his head in confusion. I genuinely don't know. Zhou Helong felt a twinge of disappointment as he failed to elicit a confession from Yan Jin. He opened his drawer and retrieved the letter of complaint. Take a look for yourself. Yan Jin endeavored to maintain his composure as he received it, glancing over it briefly. He secretly sighed in relief and then smiled dismissively. Secretary Zhou, do you really believe this? Precisely because I find it hard to believe, I brought it to you. Yan Jin, it seems you have made quite a few enemies. Yan Jin retorted, it's not that I have many enemies. It's rather that there are many who envy me. Those who cannot benefit from me wish to sabotage me. Alas, it's exceedingly difficult to be a good person nowadays. So, you seem to have an inkling of who wrote the complaint? It's quite evident. He has inscribed his name right at the top. Zhou Helong grew increasingly perplexed. Would the informant be so foolish? Where? I don't see it. Yan Jin pointed to a specific spot on the letter. It's written right here. Zhou Helong raised his gaze, his eyes piercing as he scrutinized Yan Jin. Are you certain it's him? Absolutely. Apart from him, I cannot conceive of anyone else. Zhou Helong pondered for a moment before reclaiming the letter. It seems this matter requires thorough investigation. We must not wrong an innocent person, nor can we allow a wrongdoer to escape. Zhou Helong then shifted the topic. Yan Jin, did you leverage your connections with the Beijing television station merely to create such an advertisement? The mention of the advertisement involuntarily conjured images of the two tiny figures in Zhou Helong's mind, along with that catchy jingle. That advertisement for Zhongyuan is truly remarkable. I presume the entire nation now knows that our Zhongyuan instant noodles are delicious and nutritious. Observing the smile on Yan Jin's serious face, Zhou Helong couldn't help but twitch his lips. How can you still speak so confidently when the entire nation has fallen under your spell? Let me inquire. How have the sales been these past few days? Yan Jin paused, not responding immediately. The sales must be excellent, with daily revenue increasing by 10%. The advertising effect has been remarkably positive. Yet, Yan Jin sensed that Zhou Helong was setting a trap for himself. We have yet to compile the statistics. So I am currently unaware, Yan Jin replied. Zhou Helong was skeptical. Such crucial data could not possibly remain unrecorded. However, Yan Jin was unwilling to divulge more. And he could not force the issue. After all, it was a private enterprise, not a state-run one, where he had a hierarchical relationship. Once you have compiled the figures, do let me know. I am quite eager to learn about the effectiveness of advertising on the capital television station. If it proves fruitful, it would serve as a valuable experience for promotion citywide, Zhou Helong stated grandiosely. Yan Jin merely listened, offering no further comment. After taking a sip of water, Zhou Helong continued, Xiaoyan, I called you here today primarily to discuss certain matters with you. Yan Jin felt a wave of frustration. Wasn't our previous discussion sufficient? What more could there be? Recently, during my rural research, I noticed fruit farmers cutting down their trees, unable to sell their produce, leading them to this unfortunate decision. The trees were as thick as a bowl. It was truly a shame to cut them down. Xiaoyan, do you have any good ideas to help these farmers find a market? So that was the issue. No wonder Zhou Helling appeared so perplexed. Seeking my assistance was indeed the right choice. Secretary Zhou, I previously mentioned that if you support me in establishing a beverage factory, I will purchase all the fruits from the farmers. With a reliable source, they will have income, resulting in a win-win situation that perfectly resolves the matter. Xiaoyan, we certainly support your factory initiative. However, the 3-year investment attraction target poses a challenge for us. Zhou Helling replied with evident difficulty. Secretary Zhou, I find myself in a bind as well. I owe the bank several $100,000 in loans and must support numerous workers. My situation is equally challenging. Yan Jin felt compelled to express his grievances. Only a crying child receives milk. Fortunately, he had the foresight to withhold the information about soaring sales from Zhou Helling. Otherwise, given Zhou Helling's nature, he might have insisted on contributing more funds for the factory. Such a cunning old fox. In this exchange, Zhou Helling still did not acquiesce to Yan Jin's requests, leading their conversation to a natural conclusion. Before departing, Zhou Helling cautioned, Xiaoyan, you are now a public figure. You must remain vigilant in your conduct and avoid providing anyone with leverage against you. At the Beijing office of Qingping City, Wu Liang lifted his teacup, took a sip, and then spat the tea leaves back into the cup. His expression was dark, as if plotting something sinister. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone interrupted his thoughts. Wu Liang picked up the receiver. Who is this? Wu Liang, I instructed you to deal with Yan Jin. Why is he still so vibrant and lively? Are you even managing the situation with my daughter and me? Came the aggrieved voice of Miao Shaoqin from the other end. What are you so anxious about? I have already made my move. Just wait a few more days. Miao Shaoqin roared into the phone. If Yan Jin doesn't die, my heart's hatred will remain unresolved. I must ensure his demise. Before hanging up, Wu Liang could not help but add, Miao Shaoqin, you need to be more cautious with your words. These are stringent times. Refrain from casually wishing death upon others. Keep a low profile. Be warned. I will handle the matter concerning Yan Jin, but do not bring any trouble upon yourself. His own letter of complaint had already been delivered to Qingping. By now, Zhou Hellion should have seen it. Even if Yan Jin were Zhou Hellian's favorite associate, given Zhou Hellian's character, he would not shield him. Yet, for some reason, there had been no response from that side. Should he make a phone call to inquire? Meanwhile, in Qingping City, at Qi Baoyan's residence, only Miao Shaoqin and Tong Tong were at home. Miao Shaoqin, having just finished her call, felt deeply dissatisfied with Wu Liang's demeanor, her eyes glinting with ferocity. From Wu Liang's tone, it seemed he was merely placating her. Her wife and child had been assaulted, yet he hesitated to take a stand, each one of them a coward. How foolish she had been to ally herself with such timid souls. In the end, she would have to rely on herself. Yan Jin, just wait. I will make sure you meet your end. After meticulously adorning herself before the mirror, Miao Shaoqin set out with Tong Tong. After dropping Tong Tong off at her familial home, she turned into a narrow alleyway. Chapter 103. The last straw that broke the camel's back. On January 1st, 1984, a Sunday, the chimes of the new year rang out. 1984 had finally arrived. It was a year of fervor and excitement. The tide of entrepreneurship surged forth. This year is also heralded as the inaugural year for Chinese companies in the annals of Huaxia history. Giant enterprises in the business realm, Haier, Lenovo, Wang, Jianlibo, a series of illustrious names, all emerged during this year. The first day of the new year should have been filled with joy and celebration. However, chaos erupted at the Qingping City ceramics factory. The factory's gates were firmly shut, with a notice affixed at the entrance. Effective immediately, all workers are indefinitely suspended from work. Wages will not be disbursed, and the resumption date will be announced later. The ceramics factory had ceased operations. The workers found themselves unemployed, their families reliant on the factory for sustenance. What were they to do now? Angry workers gathered, blocking the factory's entrance. How dare you stop our wages? We need to eat. The shouts of the crowd rose in a crescendo. Qi Baoyan stood at the factory gate, striving to maintain order. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. The factory's performance has been poor. This suspension is only temporary. Please be patient as we seek a way to resume operations. He intended to soothe the workers' emotions with such words. Yet, they paid him no heed. Wait for what? The ceramics we produce are of impeccable quality. The poor performance and unsold products are due to your leadership's incompetence. What does that have to do with us? Why should we be the ones to stop working? Exactly. If your leadership is inept, then you should step aside instead of occupying positions without contributing. The uproar continued, igniting further outrage among the workers. Various insults and grievances, like arrows, were directed at Qi Baoyan, who turned pale with dismay. Yet, he could not retaliate. For who could predict the outrageous actions that might ensue from the frenzied workers? Please remain calm. We shall swiftly devise a solution to overcome these challenges and strive for a prompt resumption of work. The factory is currently facing difficulties, and we ask for your understanding. We understand you. Who understands us? Regardless of Qi Baoyan's reassurances and entreaties, the workers showed no inclination to disperse. On the contrary, their agitation escalated, with some individuals beginning to assault the iron gates. The scene suggested they were intent on storming in to seize what lay within. At that moment, an unknown voice cried out, "They are withholding our wages. We shall take back what belongs to us." After decades of service at the factory, they found themselves facing the prospect of its closure, a fate they could not bear. A resounding crash echoed as more workers collided with the iron gates. Observing this tumultuous situation, Qi Baoyan hurriedly instructed the guard to contact the city authorities. He had provided the guard with the city's number just the previous day. The guard, intimidated by the workers' fervor, promptly dialed the number. Upon receiving the call, the person on the other end grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately informed Ubota. Ubota, understanding the urgency, acted without delay. At that moment, Zhou Helian and the members of the municipal committee were convened in a meeting. He discreetly handed Zhou Helian a note. Zhou Helian glanced at the note's contents, his expression darkening. What is Qi Baoyan doing? The inventory issues have been resolved, and wages dispersed. Why are they still causing a ruckus? He left the meeting room, summoning Wu Guanquan, the executive vice mayor of Qingping City. The situation at the state-owned ceramics factory must not escalate. You must proceed immediately to calm the workers and hear their demands. Wu Guanquan, receiving the directive, set off at once. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the ceramics factory, accompanied by Lu Ming, the deputy director of the municipal government office. As Lu Ming disembarked, he was met with a scene of workers surrounding the factory, rendering it inaccessible, causing him immediate distress. Habitually, he bellowed, "Everyone, be quiet." His voice, though loud, was drowned out by the clamor of the workers. Left with no alternative, he climbed atop the vehicle and shouted, "Everyone, quiet down. Mayor Wu is here to address your concerns." The first to notice Lu Ming was Qi Baoyan. He raised his arm and gestured for calm. "Everyone, please be quiet. The city leaders have arrived to assist." Simultaneously, he thought to himself, "They have finally come. The meticulous plan has succeeded halfway." Gradually, the workers quieted, turning their attention to Lu Ming atop the vehicle. Lu Ming seized the moment to call out, "Mayor Wu has come to help resolve your issues. Please refrain from shouting." He leaped down from the vehicle to assist Wu Guanquan in opening the door. Wu Guanquan swiftly descended, and although the workers did not recognize him, his attire exuded an authoritative presence. As if prearranged, the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixated on him. Noticing the workers' cooperation, Wu Guanquan let out a sigh of relief. "I am Wu Guanquan, the vice mayor of Qingping City. Please remain calm and allow me to speak. I am aware of your concerns, and such disturbances will not lead to resolution. Let us proceed to the conference room, where we can sit down and discuss matters thoroughly." A worker, approximately in his 40s, inquired, "Mayor Wu, can you truly assist us in resolving our issues?" "I assure you that our municipal committee and government will exert every effort to provide you with a satisfactory response." "Very well, you are the mayor, and we place our trust in you." Qi Baoyan quickly instructed the guard to open the iron gate. He hurried to Wu Guanquan's side. Before he could utter a word, Wu Guanquan shot him a stern glance, which spoke volumes. "How is it that you, as the factory manager, allow the workers to create such unrest? This reflects poorly on Qingping." Qi Baoyan felt a deep frustration within. He did not wish for this situation, but felt compelled to act as he did. As a factory manager, he wished to continue in his role. The workers followed Wu Guanquan to the conference room. "Mayor Wu, our demands are quite simple. Do not halt our work. My entire family of 6 relies on my wages for survival. If work ceases, we will face starvation," echoed another worker. "Our family is in the same situation. Halting our work is tantamount to threatening our lives. We implore you, please do not stop our work." The words of the workers resonated with authenticity, piercing Wu Guanquan's heart. Human emotions are tender. He too had experienced hardship and hunger in his youth. He could empathize with the workers' dread of job loss and the consequent deprivation. The agony of hunger is unbearable. Thus, he understood the extreme measures the workers resorted to, all in the name of survival. "I have comprehended your demands," Wu Guanquan assured them, "and I will return to report to the municipal committee and government promptly to provide you with a response." With a heavy heart, he returned to the municipal compound. He conveyed the workers' demands truthfully to Zhou Heliang and Xia Yan. Xia Yan could not help but express his concerns. First, it was the fruit farmers, and now it is the workers. Both issues are quite complex. If we do not assist them, further turmoil is inevitable. Zhou Huliang was well aware of this. However, his current focus was not on solutions, but rather on whether to acquiesce to Yan Jin's conditions. Once the beverage factory is established, both issues would be resolved effortlessly. The eruption of the ceramic factory workers incident compelled Zhou Huliang to make a decisive choice. He agreed to Yan Jin's proposal, granting him a 3-year target to establish the beverage factory. You, Secretary Yu, please call Yan Jin and arrange for him to meet with me. Certainly. Yu Boda promptly exited. 2 minutes later, he returned. Secretary Zhou, Yan Jin is not at home. The staff at Zhongyuan factory informed me that he has gone on a business trip to Guanyue province. Chapter 104. A visit to Professor Ouyang. After notifying Qi Baodian of the specific date for the workers to blockade the factory gates, Yan Jin boarded a train heading south. Let the workers create as much commotion as they wish. The larger the disturbance, the better. Only by pressuring Zhou Huliang will he be inclined to grant me a 3-year investment attraction quota. Once I leave Qingping, Zhou Huliang will grow increasingly anxious in his search for me. After a day and night of travel, Yan Jin finally arrived in Yang City, Guanyue province. Upon alighting from the train, he sought out a telephone booth to contact Wang Intai and inquire about the situation in Qingping City. The factory director and Secretary Zhou have been frantically looking for you. Yobuada has even paid several visits, urging us to reach you and convey that you should promptly return Secretary Zhou's call. Yan Jin responded with a soft mm. It appeared that the action plan for the ceramics factory had been a resounding success, leaving Zhou Helian unable to sit still. This Qi Baodian was indeed reliable in his dealings. His trust had not been misplaced. After relaying several matters to Wang Intai, Yan Jin ended the call and dialed Zhou Helian. If he delayed any longer, Zhou would surely be frantic. Secretary Zhou, hello? Upon recognizing Yan Jin's voice, Zhou Helian stood up, gripping the receiver with urgency. Xiaoyan, you've returned? Secretary Zhou, I have just arrived in Guangdong province. I called the factory as soon as I disembarked, and upon hearing you were looking for me, I hastened to return your call. What is it that you require of me? Xiaoyan, what brings you to Guangdong? I am here to discuss a project. Discuss a project? Zhou Helian couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. It wouldn't happen to be the beverage factory project, would it? Secretary Zhou, could you expedite my return? We need to converse regarding the establishment of the beverage factory. Secretary, we have already discussed this matter extensively. Providing me with the investment targets for the next 3 years may indeed prove challenging for Qingping City, and some matters cannot be compelled. Yan Jin's tone grew more serious, which only heightened Zhou Hulian's anxiety. Everything is negotiable. I have already communicated with the municipal committee, and there are no objections. We are merely awaiting your return to deliberate on the specifics. Zhou Helian felt compelled to press the issue. Once the beverage factory was established, the concerns of fruit farmers and the workers at the ceramics factory would be alleviated. Should Yan Jin choose to establish the factory in another province, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage. With the upcoming adjustments among provincial officials next year, his opportunity would vanish. Secretary Zhou, if you agree to grant me the targets for the next 3 years, I will return to Qingping as soon as possible. Hurry back, we are waiting for you. Very well, Yan Jin acquiesced. However, he must first conclude his business in Guangdong province. His visit to Guangdong was for significant matters, and he could afford to keep Zhou Helian waiting for a few days. After speaking with Zhou Helian, Yan Jin reached out to Qi Zhigao at Guangdong Television. They had been in intermittent contact during this period, and with the connection through Huang Jingyi, Yan Jin and Qi Zhigao had become good friends. Brother Qi, this is Yan Jin. I have arrived in Yangqing. Where shall I find you? Brother Yan, just wait. I will come to pick you up immediately. Prior to coming to Guangdong, Yan Jin had informed him of his purpose for visiting Yangqing and asked for his assistance in making introductions. Yan Jin was to pay a visit to an important figure. Shortly thereafter, Qi Zhigao arrived in a vehicle from the television station to collect Yan Jin. Brother Yan, I spoke with Director Huang a few days ago. He mentioned that you rendered him significant assistance. I also reviewed your script, and I can confidently assert that you are among the finest scriptwriters in the industry. Yan Jin smiled modestly. I do not possess such prowess. Every time I visit Guangdong, I must rely on Brother Qi's help. It is but a trifling matter. Professor Ouyang from the Guanyue Province Sports Research Institute, I have facilitated your contact, and I shall escort you there now. However, I regret that I cannot accompany you further due to a meeting at the station, for the director is unpredictable with regard to attendance. Qi Zhigao expressed his apologies. Please attend to your duties, he replied, maintaining a steady grip on the steering wheel. Director Yan, during our conversation, you mentioned seeking Professor Ouyang to inquire about a formula. Are you preparing to launch a new product in your instant noodle line? Indeed. Yet we have encountered a bottleneck in ingredient development. Qi Zhigao, embodying a cascade of inquiries, pressed. How do you, from Qingping, Come to know of our Professor Ouyang here in Guanyue? Yan Jin, unable to evade the question, responded. A colleague from the National Sports Commission spoke highly of Professor Ouyang's prowess in food science concerning instant noodles, which prompted my visit for consultation. The vehicle swiftly entered the grounds of the Sports Research Institute, where Professor Ouyang awaited them in his office. Professor Ouyang, this is Yan Jin, the director of Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. Qi Zhigao introduced them, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he hurriedly took his leave. Pressed for time with only 20 minutes remaining before the meeting commenced, the office was left with only Yan Jin and Ouyang Da. Ouyang Da poured a glass of water for Yan Jin. He had tasted Zhongyuan's instant noodles before and found them superb, having also seen their advertisements on television. He recognized this young director as a rising star in the business realm, with remarkable marketing strategies, thus he did not dare to underestimate him. Director Yan, I understand from Director Qi that you sought me regarding a formula. Is Zhongyuan planning to introduce a new product? Ouyang Da inquired. Yan Jin did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. I have heard that Professor Ouyang has developed an electrolyte-rich sports beverage that aids athletes in rapid recovery. Is this true? Ouyang Da acknowledged with a nod, indicating affirmation. I have also heard that you are seeking partners to produce this beverage. I have come in hopes of collaboration. I can provide funding, personnel, factory space, and equipment. All I require from you is the expertise. What do you think? Upon grasping Yan Jin's true intentions, Ouyang Da found himself in a quandary. Had Yan Jin approached him a year prior, he would have readily agreed. For it was evident that Yan Jin's marketing acumen was exceptional, ensuring the product's success. However, he had already entered into a partnership with another party, and backing out now would be inappropriate. Director Yan, you have come too late. I have already formed a collaboration with someone else. Ouyang Da's tone carried a hint of regret. He understood that esteemed experts like Professor Ouyang, known for their rigorous and exceptional research abilities, would undoubtedly attract numerous eager collaborators. Yan Jin, recognizing this, sought to elevate Ouyang Da's stature. Regardless of their expertise, professors and scholars are, at their core, human beings, and like all, they appreciate a kind word. Director Yan, while I am genuinely interested in collaborating with you, I must sincerely apologize. Professor Yan, with a composed demeanor, advised Professor Ouyang. Do not hastily apologize. The door to our collaboration remains ajar, and there is still a possibility for us to work together. Ouyang Da shook his head in disbelief, responding, but I have already signed a contract with someone. Yan interjected with an enigmatic smile. I am aware of your contractual obligations, and I know precisely with whom you have signed. His name is Li Tiandi, the deputy director of the Miaoxin distillery. Ouyang Da's expression morphed into one of incredulity. His partnership with Li Tiandi was still under wraps, not publicly disclosed. How could Yan have known this? Yan continued, I also know that you have even decided on a product name. What a fortuitous choice it is. He paused dramatically. It shall be called Jianlibo. Upon hearing the name Jianlibo, Ouyang Da was taken aback. This name was known only to him and Li Tiandi. How could Yan possibly be aware? Have you met Li Tiandi? Yan did not provide a direct answer but remarked, Professor Ouyang, Li Tiandi is merely the deputy director of a small distillery, with an annual profit of only 400,000 to 500,000. Furthermore, he lacks the necessary equipment and facilities to produce Jianlibo. Additionally, the Miaoxin distillery is a state-run enterprise. Do you think the county would permit you to produce beverages? Even if you manage to create it, how do you plan to market it? A foreign product placed on the shelves without any promotional efforts will likely go unnoticed. Yan articulated a series of compelling and factual points, leaving Ouyang Da unable to counter. He lamented his desperate search for collaboration, where only Li Tiandi had shown interest, ultimately forcing his hand. Professor Ouyang, should you choose to collaborate with me, I guarantee that your year-end dividends will not be less than this. Yan extended 5 fingers. Ouyang Da gasped, 5,000? Yan shook his head. 50,000. 500,000. Yan smiled slightly. With my assistance, your product will reach markets across the nation and around the globe. I can even help you attain the status of an academician. The allure of such a proposition was undeniable. What scholar would not aspire to be an academician? Any professor uninterested in such recognition is hardly a commendable one. Professor Ouyang, I implore you to consider this carefully. With that, Yan rose to depart, leaving Ouyang Da in a state of astonishment. It was not until Yan exited the office that Ouyang Da regained his senses. From that day forth, the prospect of becoming an academician weighed heavily on his mind. After leaving the Sports Research Institute, Yan hurried to the bus station. He endured several more hours of travel, arriving at another destination of his journey, the Miaoxin distillery. The air for hundreds of meters was thick with the scent of fermented grains. An elderly gatekeeper stopped Yan. Comrade, whom do you seek? This scene was eerily reminiscent of his first visit to the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory. Yan offered a cigarette. I am looking for your deputy director, Li Tiandi. The elder scrutinized Yan for a moment. The young man was impeccably dressed in a suit and an expensive-looking overcoat, not resembling a nefarious character. You have arrived at an opportune time. Deputy Director Li has just returned. His office is the last one on the second floor. The office of the deputy factory director was surprisingly located at the farthest corner. It seemed that Comrade Li Tiandi did not hold a significant position in the winery. Yan Jin rapped sharply on the door of Li Tiandi's office. Li Tiandi opened the door. Who are you? Hello, Director Li. Yan Jin replied, stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. Perhaps it was due to just returning from a business trip, but Li Tiandi appeared weary. His coat still bearing traces of dust. At that moment, he stared blankly at Yan Jin. Young man, what brings you to me? Director Li, I am Yan Jin, the director of Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory. Li Tiandi was certainly familiar with Zhongyuan Instant Noodles. Advertisements for their products were ubiquitous on television. Even Huafeng, once the national leader in the instant noodle industry, had succumbed to their prowess. Li Tiandi held great respect for Zhongyuan and had contemplated advertising on television himself. But financial constraints had thwarted his ambitions. Yet, the director of Zhongyuan was so young. Could he be a fraud? Yan Jin discerned Li Tiandi's thoughts. If you have any doubts, you may call Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory to verify. Please wait a moment. The earnest Li Tiandi stepped out to make a phone call. As for the number, many in the winery were fond of Zhongyuan's instant noodles, and the contact details were readily available on the packaging. 10 minutes later, Li Tiandi returned to his office, warmly shaking Yan Jin's hand. Director Yan, it is an honor to have such a distinguished guest visit our humble winery. Come, I will take you to meet the factory director right away. Yan Jin shook his head. Director Li, I have come specifically to see you. To see me? Li Tiandi pointed to himself in disbelief. Director Yan, are you looking to purchase wine? I can give you a discount. Though our winery is small, our flavor is undoubtedly top-notch. I guarantee you will crave a second sip after your first. I am not here to buy wine. I am here for Jianlibo. Yan Jin gazed intently at Li Tiandi. Li Tiandi was momentarily taken aback. Jianlibo? How could he possibly know of its existence? This was a sports drink developed in collaboration with Ouyang, which had only recently been successfully created. The name Jianlibo had been finalized just days prior. This matter was known only to himself and Ouyang. How did Yan Jin come to learn of it? Director Yan, what are you talking about? What is Jianlibo? I do not understand. Director Li, let us speak plainly. Professor Ouyang from the Guangdong Sports Research Institute has developed a beverage containing electrolytes. And you are to collaborate with him, naming it Jianlibo. I am aware of all this. Upon hearing Yan Jin's words, Li Tiandi seemed to grasp the situation. It must have been Ouyang who informed him. What was Ouyang thinking? Did he not say he would collaborate with me? Li Tiandi still inquired. Did Ouyang tell you all this? Do not concern yourself with who informed me, Director Li. I have come with great sincerity. Yan Jin neither confirmed nor denied, leaving Li Tiandi with a realm of endless speculation. Why should I sell to you? Producing it myself and earning the profits would be far better. It is commendable, yet perhaps unattainable, and thus remains uncertain. Li Tiandi is an astute individual. His ability to elevate Jianlibo into a renowned national brand attests to his remarkable capabilities. Although Jianlibo has since declined, and he himself has faced considerable criticism, his contributions to Chinese commerce cannot be disregarded. The present-day Li Tiandi is not easily swayed. However, Yan Jin must persuade him. He aspires to strengthen Jianlibo, surpassing both Kidu Cola and Baisher Cola, ensuring its resilience. On the Chinese soil, we cannot allow Kidu Cola to undermine the health of our people. In the future, Yan Jin will remember a friend who, due to his refusal to drink water and preference for cola, succumbed to diabetes, which subsequently led to uremia and an untimely death, leaving behind a profound sense of regret. Yan Jin aims to transform the beverage landscape of the future. Director Li, if I am not mistaken, you wish to convert Jianlibo into a canned format. Yet there is currently no production line for cans nationwide. After the Spring Festival, we will import a can production line from America. If you are willing to sell Jianlibo to me, I will appoint you as the general manager of Zhongyuan Beverage Factory. Yan Jin extended an olive branch. Yet, Li Tiandi remained unmoved. He was quite content in his current role as deputy director, having little desire for the position of general manager. Director Li, are you reluctant to part with your official designation? Aligning with me could yield annual bonuses that far exceed what you would earn here in a decade. Yan Jin emphasized. Your designation may become a stumbling block on your life's journey. Chapter 106. To be a rival or a partner. The Miaoxian Distillery is a state-owned enterprise, managed by the government. Do you believe the county will approve your shift from alcohol production to beverages? As far as I know, the distillery is teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Whether it can successfully transition to a beverage factory remains uncertain. Even if the county grants you permission to produce Jianlibo, would they not demand a share of the profits? Moreover, should you choose to go public in the future, the county's approval would be necessary. The county is the true decision-maker of the factory. You are merely an agent. Personnel decisions are also dictated by the county, and should they assign you to another role, would you not be left to serve another's interests? Yan Jin articulated a series of points that left Li Tiandi somewhat bewildered. These challenges had never crossed his mind. Indeed, the difficulties were far greater than he had anticipated. Director Li, I recognize that you are a man of dreams. As deputy director, you have personally carried rice wine to promote it, and upon returning to the distillery at night, you have had to package and box it yourself. These past few years have not been easy for you. I hold great admiration and respect for you. The reason for my visit today is not merely Jianlibo, but rather for you, Director Li. I come with sincere intent, wishing to invite you to assume the role of general manager at Zhongyuan Beverage Factory. Upon hearing this last statement, Li Tiandi lifted his gaze and regarded Yan Jin with earnestness. Indeed, the past few years had been somewhat arduous. He had diligently dedicated 13 years to the county sports committee, only to be abruptly transferred to a small distillery on the verge of collapse, as if cast aside. The county had issued a firm directive to resurrect the distillery. The factory director was preoccupied with playing cards daily, neglecting his actual duties. Consequently, the deputy director had no choice but to endure humiliation and take matters into his own hands, assuming the role of a salesperson. The words of Yan Jin stirred him deeply, particularly when he heard the phrase "not easy," which nearly brought Li Tiandi to tears. Director Li, you are a genius. You should be accomplishing great things. Li Tiandi remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly recalling something. Director Yan, you mentioned that after the new year, you plan to import a canning production line from America. May I inquire what you intend to produce? Li Tiandi asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Yan Jin replied nonchalantly. Of course, it will be beverages. To be candid, even without Jianlibo, we can develop functional drinks, and we are currently in the process of doing so. We aim to launch our product in March. I believe Director Li is aware that our sales channels are unparalleled, and I trust you would prefer not to become our competitor like Huafeng, correct? At this juncture, Yan Jin intentionally paused. Li Tiandi's expression shifted noticeably. Frankly, no one wished to stand against a prodigy like Yan Jin. His strategies were challenging to counter. The current plight of Huafeng served as a prime example. Li Tiandi had heard that the personnel at Huafeng were in utter disarray. As I mentioned earlier, I came to invite you because of you, not Jianlibo. Jianlibo is merely an ancillary matter. This statement was underscored with deliberate emphasis by Yan Jin. So, Director Li, ponder carefully whether you wish to be our adversary or our ally. With a blend of intimidation and persuasion, Yan Jin executed his strategy with remarkable finesse. Li Tiandi found himself in a predicament. After Yan Jin departed, he locked himself in his office, his mind too troubled to contemplate the distillery's sales channels. Yan Jin's arrival had completely disrupted his prior plans. He had intended to transform the distillery and leverage Jianlibo for a rebirth. Little did he know that an unexpected rival had emerged. Hearing Yan Jin speak of their own functional drink set to launch in March, coupled with his dealings with Ouyang De, left Li Tiandi in distress. Had Ouyang De betrayed him and allied with Yan Jin? This cascade of thoughts plunged him into deep concern about future developments. If Yan Jin truly ventured into the beverage sector, a direct confrontation was inevitable. Li Tiandi lacked confidence in overcoming Yan Jin for two reasons: his own inadequacy and Yan Jin's formidable prowess. It was a daunting challenge. After leaving the Miaoxin distillery, Yan Jin visited a small convenience store and made a phone call. 10 minutes later, Ding Jian appeared before him. Indeed, it was Ding Jian. Following the launch of the Zhongyuan instant noodle promotion, Yan Jin had discreetly sent Ding Jian to Miaoxin. Ding Jian led Yan Jin to a modest hotel. For the next couple of days, Yan Jin had no intention of leaving Miaoxin. Since he had traveled such a distance, he aimed to secure Li Tiandi's allegiance. Given Li Tiandi's own awareness, he likely would not readily agree to Yan Jin's proposal. Thus, assistance was necessary. Bringing Ding Jian in advance was also part of the strategy. Yan Jin desired both Jianlibo and Li Tiandi. Despite the numerous challenges he faced, he was determined to give it a try. Although he could independently seek assistance in developing a beverage, the formidable competition posed by Li Tiandi and Jianlibo would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications in the future. It would be far wiser to initially win over Li Tiandi and Jianlibo. If all else failed, he could then pursue the path of self-research and development. Ding Jian, how are the arrangements I set for you progressing? Director, in recent days, I have met an individual known by the nickname Flathead Brother. He frequently visits the director of Miaoxin Distillery, Yuan Wei, to play cards and is quite familiar with him. However, this person is nothing more than a ruffian with questionable character. Yan Jin nodded appreciatively. He had long recognized that Ding Jian possessed a sharp mind, excelling in marketing. Upon returning, he must be promoted. Such talent should not be squandered. A lack of good character was inconsequential, provided he could establish a connection with Yuan Wei. On January 3, 1984, a Tuesday and the first day of the lunar month, Yan Jin and Ding Jian ventured into the streets to visit Flathead Brother. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Flathead Brother squatting beneath the eaves, enjoying a bowl of noodles. Ding Jian asked Yan Jin to wait at the entrance for a moment while he entered the house. "Good morning, Flathead Brother." Upon seeing Ding Jian, Flathead Brother was filled with joy. They had recently become acquainted and had often played cards together. He had won quite a bit from Ding Jian. Seeing him was akin to encountering a deity of wealth. How could he not be delighted? "Ah, it's you, my young friend. Up so early. Are you eager to play cards?" Ding Jian replied softly. "I have a friend visiting from the north, wealthy and rather simple-minded." He gestured to his own head while speaking. "What do you say we play a few rounds and relieve him of some of his money?" Flathead Brother leaned in, sizing up Yan Jian. With a mischievous grin, he said to Ding Jian, "Are you really planning to exploit your acquaintance? Since he has money, we'd be remiss not to take advantage of it." He displayed an expression of understanding. "Shall we then play a few hands?" Ding Jian nodded enthusiastically. "Didn't you mention knowing the distillery director, Yuan Wei? Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to pay him a visit and play cards. I haven't had a drink in days and am quite craving it. I'd like to purchase some at a favorable price." Flathead Brother pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll call him. If he is available, we'll go together." He quickly finished his noodles and made a call from a nearby shop. "Young Ding, Yuan Wei is free today. Let us go see him now." Flathead Brother returned, practically bouncing with excitement, eager to win some of Yan Jian's money. Within a mere few days, Ding Jian had forged a strong bond with a stranger and successfully uncovered a route to Yuan Wei. Yan Jian could not help but commend him. "Ding Jian, you truly are a talent." They were about to meet Yuan Wei. Once he was secured, the acquisition of Li Tiandi would pose no concern. Chapter 107. Endurance. On the way, Flathead Brother draped an arm around Ding Jian's neck, intentionally creating distance from Yan Jian as they conspired on how to win the foolish wealthy man's money. Whether intentional or not, Flathead Brother walked at a leisurely pace, taking 15 minutes to traverse a short distance before arriving at the designated meeting place with Yuan Wei. Inside the room, two individuals were present, Yuan Wei and Zhao Si, the subordinate of the bald-headed man. Yuan Wei donned a rather shabby shirt, his hair in disarray, resembling anything but a factory director. It was no surprise that the Miao County distillery was on the brink of bankruptcy, appointing a disheveled, gambling-addicted individual devoid of ambition as the director could hardly yield favorable results. The bald-headed man provided a brief introduction, particularly emphasizing the importance of Yan Jin, while subtly signaling Yuan Wei with a series of winks. Yuan Wei grasped the implication immediately. The bald-headed man had mentioned over the phone their intention to conspire against Yan Jin. Zhao Si had just come to relay this information. The group was filled with ambition, perceiving Yan Jin as an easy target, eager to make their move. Yan Jin, however, grasped Yuan Wei's hand firmly, a sincere smile illuminating his face. This unexpected gesture startled Yuan Wei. "Director Yuan, it is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you." Yuan Wei, taken aback, wondered why it sounded reminiscent of an underground meeting in a film. He chuckled awkwardly. "Please, no need to call me director. Just refer to me as Wei Go." This factory director had long contemplated resigning. However, the higher-ups had issued a stern order mandating a turnaround for the distillery, a revival from the brink of collapse. Could such a transformation truly be achieved on command? Yuan Wei believed he lacked the capability. Recently, he had even ceased visiting the factory altogether, while the vice director, Li Tiandi, had been bustling about, even taking on the role of a salesman. What an arrogant individual. Did he think himself so capable? Or was he deliberately trying to impress the leaders, hoping to usurp my position? "Wei Go, I've heard much about your prowess in the gaming world. It is an honor to play cards with you today," Yan Jin remarked. "Aren't you from the north? Have you heard of me?" Yuan Wei inquired, perplexed. "I have been in Guangyu for some time and have certainly heard of your esteemed name, known for your loyalty, though perhaps a bit unfortunate with the timing." Yan Jin's mention of unfortunate timing alluded to the dire state of the distillery, subtly shifting the blame away from Yuan Wei. Yuan Wei appreciated the gesture. Yet the bald-headed man grew impatient. "Enough of the pleasantries. Let us commence." Yuan Wei frowned, feeling quite displeased. "What? Are you unhappy when others compliment me? Zhao Si, oblivious to Yuan Wei's expression, wore a mischievous grin. Yan Jin, I see fortune shining upon you today. If you win, you must treat us. However, Yan Jin shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Wei Gu is the most formidable here, with endurance and combat prowess beyond compare. Zhao Si was momentarily taken aback by Yan Jin's exclamation and quickly turned to Yuan Wei. Indeed, indeed. Wei Gu is the greatest. He shall undoubtedly win. They played a game of three-card brag. Ding Jian stood quietly nearby, refraining from joining. This style of play, relying heavily on luck, also demanded courage and skillful performance. Having lived 2 lives, Yan Jin was undoubtedly a master of his craft. In the first 3 rounds, he remained inscrutable, discarding his cards early. After 10 rounds, he had lost $2. Nevertheless, he had thoroughly discerned the collusion tactics employed by Yuan Wei, the bald-headed man, and Zhao Si. By relinquishing his cards, he had observed that the 3 would raise the stakes before revealing their hands. As the game progressed, those with superior whole cards among the 3 players would boldly declare their intent to see it through to the end. The other 2, understanding the implication, would promptly fold. In the 15th round, Yan Jin scrutinized the 3 whole cards, his expression one of anguish as he muttered, Today, my luck is truly abysmal. Yan Jin, are you contemplating another retreat? Ping Tu Gu grinned, holding a pair of 10s, confident in his chances of victory. Yan Jin shook his head resolutely. I cannot keep fleeing. This time, I must take a risk. Yuan Wei and Zhao Si held pairs of 5s and 9s, respectively, and both decided to raise the stakes by $2. After 2 rounds of betting, Yuan Wei shot a glance at Ping Tu Gu, signaling him to fold. However, Ping Tu Gu, convinced of the strength of his hand, ignored the suggestion and raised the bet 3 more times. With $5 already on the table, temptation was palpable. A new round of betting commenced, and Yan Jin continued to call. Zhao Si gritted his teeth and discarded his cards. Yuan Wei spoke up. Shall we reveal our cards? All 3 revealed their hands simultaneously. Haha, I have a 4, 5, and 6 apologies. As Yan Jin collected the entire pot, Ping Tu Ge's expression soured, reflecting utter dismay. He cast a disdainful glance at Ding Jian. Isn't your friend a fool? He has won all the money. Ding Jian deliberately turned away. Ping Tu Ge's face darkened. In the subsequent rounds, Yan Jin refrained from looking at his cards, opting instead to place blind bets. Yuan Wei, Ping Tu Gu, and Zhao Si, lacking in skill, often fell victim to Yan Jin's strategies, with him winning multiple times without glancing at his hand. After over 30 rounds, Zhao Si lost all his funds, while Ping Tu Gu was down by more than $20. Yan Jin, may I borrow $10? Zhao Si implored, reaching for the money by Yan Jin's feet. Quick as a flash, Yan Jin snatched the money into his grasp, coldly uttering 2 words, not lending. Zhao Si turned to Ping Tu Gu with pleading eyes. However, Ping Tu Gu, equally disheartened by his losses, waved dismissively. If you have no money, do not play. With a mixture of resentment and frustration, Zhao Si departed from the table, leaving only 3 players remaining. Yuan Wei fixed his gaze on Yan Jin, while Ping Tu Gu dismissed him as incompetent, claiming his card skills were atrocious. Yet, as the game unfolded, Yan Jin's prowess became increasingly evident, leaving Yuan Wei confounded. It was hard to believe he was merely a fool. He was clearly a cunning player adept at disguise. Seizing the opportunity while both men stepped away, Yan Jin laid out his strategy. Wei Gu, Ping Tu Gu, and Zhao Si are mere hindrances. I can help you win back all of Ping Tu Ge's money. Then show me your capabilities. Yuan Wei replied. To him, as long as there was money to be made, he would partner with anyone. In the latest round, Yan Jin refrained from blind betting, first glancing at his cards. I raised 20 cents. Yuan Wei responded, I call. Ping Tu Gu, attempting to suppress a grin, declared, I call as well. Yan Jin maintained a stoic expression, another 20 cents. Yuan Wei hesitated but ultimately called. The pot grew increasingly substantial, and Ping Tu Ge's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yan Jin, you are being far too frugal, always raising by 20 cents. I will raise by 50 cents. Yan Jin's face reflected his inner turmoil. With such a raise, it was evident that Ping Tu Gu held a formidable hand. Alas, he had revealed his strength too soon. Unable to play means being unable to play. Yan Jin gritted his teeth deliberately. Call. Upon hearing this word, Ping Tu Gu let out a sigh of relief. Go ahead and call. All this money belongs to me, and I intend to reclaim my losses. Haha. Yuan Wei, of course, noticed Ping Tu Ge's unusual demeanor. His own hand was also formidable, and he too wished to take a gamble, yet he lacked the courage. Stealing a glance at Yan Jin, who was scratching his head vigorously, he hesitated. Seeing Yuan Wei remain silent, Ping Tu Gu grew impatient. Wei Gu, are you going to call or not? A grown man should stop being so indecisive. Yuan Wei discarded his cards. I'm not calling. He felt a twinge of regret. After all, he had managed to draw a 10, J, and Q, only to abandon it. What if he had the winning hand? That would be a bitter pill to swallow. He resolved that once the cards were revealed, if Yan Jin had been toying with him, he would make him pay dearly. Ping Tu Gu slammed 2 yuan onto the table. Yan Jin remarked, Ping Tu Gu, aren't you going to reveal the cards? With a cold snort. Ping Tu Gu replied, not yet. Yan Jin feigned a hesitant demeanor. Ping Tu Gu, are you going to raise? Or should we just reveal the cards? If you don't dare to raise, then give up. Yan Jin glanced at his own cards, noticing that Ping Tu Gu only had 10 yuan left. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. How about this? We each add 10 yuan and reveal the cards. Ping Tu Gu pondered for a few seconds. If he disagreed, Yan Jin might very well fold, causing him to lose 10 yuan for nothing. Fine. With confidence, Ping Tu Gu revealed his cards. QK, haha, Wei Gu. You're lucky you ran away. You narrowly escaped a disaster. A wide grin spread across Ping Tu Gu's face as he reached for the money on the table. Wait. Chapter 108. The hand that dislikes Chow Chow the most. Yan Jin slammed 3 cards onto the table. 3 aces. A straight flush? Yan Jin. Your luck is off the charts. Yuan Wei looked at Yan Jin in gratitude, relieved he had heeded his advice. Meanwhile, Ping Tu Gu felt his head spinning. How could this be possible? Consumed by rage, he shouted, Yan Jin, you're cheating. Ding Jian immediately stood up, shielding his eyes. A bet is a bet. Ping Tu Gu, can you not afford to lose? Ping Tu Gu cared little for the notion of accepting defeat. He had lost nearly 100 yuan today. This was all hard-earned money acquired through dubious means. Losing it all drove him into a frenzy. In the next moment, he clenched his fists, poised to strike Yan Jin. Bang! Yan Jin struck first, delivering a merciless kick that sent Ping Tu Gu sprawling to the ground. If you can't handle it, then don't play. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Si dared not move. Ding Jian remembered that director Yan was skilled in martial arts and had once taught a lesson to a foreigner. With a surge of fury, Ping Tu Gu erupted. How dare you hit me? I'll ruin you. He sprang up, shouting in anger, grabbing a stool and charging at Yan Jin. Bang! 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 Yan Jin unleashed every punch and kick with ferocity. Damn it! When fighting, one must aim to bring the opponent down decisively. Otherwise, he would continue to trouble you and set traps for you. The once naive Ping Tu Gu, deceived by Ding Jian, never anticipated that Yan Jin could possess such a violent side. He lay on the ground, his face smeared with blood. At that moment, enlightenment struck him. Yan Jin was far from foolish. He had been duped by that scoundrel Ding Jian. Yan Jin, you've truly lost your mind. A glint of coldness flickered in Yan Jin's eyes. Ping Tu Gu, I am precisely targeting you. If you cannot bear the loss, do not venture into gambling. You worthless fool. At that juncture, Cheng Wei, who had been observing the unfolding drama, stepped between the two. He coldly addressed Ping Tu Gu. Is it worth brawling over a few coins? Ping Tu Gu, wearing a look of grievance, replied, Wei Gu, you saw it too. He struck first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Yan Jin forced a smile. My apologies, Wei Gu. I failed to manage my emotions. Enough for today, Ping Tu Gu. You and Zhao Si may leave. He was clearly instructing Ping Tu Gu and Zhao Si to depart. Ping Tu Gu could discern that Yuan Wei was evidently biased in favor of Yan Jin, unable to win the fight and lacking anyone to advocate for him. He left in a sulky mood. Yan Jin and Ding Jian remained behind. Yan Jin had won over 70 coins for himself, and Yuan Wei held him in high regard. Brother Yan, I've long found that Ping Tu Gu insufferable. He cannot handle the game and deserves a beating. You played splendidly. Director Yuan, it's lunchtime. Allow me to treat you to a meal, during which I can discuss some matters with you. Yuan Wei appeared momentarily taken aback. What matters? I have heard some news regarding the Miao County distillery while in the city. I shall elaborate over drinks. The three of them made their way to a modest eatery. However, Yuan Wei felt somewhat restless, his mind racing with thoughts. Were the matters Yan Jin spoke of advantageous or detrimental? Brother Yan, what is it that you wish to reveal? If you do not tell me soon, my heart will remain unsettled, and I shan't be able to enjoy my drink. Yan Jin chuckled inwardly. Hadn't he long since ceased to care about the distillery's affairs, leaving everything to Li Tiandi? Why, then, was he suddenly so anxious? Was he concerned about being reprimanded for his lack of diligence? Noticing Yuan Wei anxiously tapping his foot, Yan Jin decided to put an end to the suspense. The city is quite invested in the development of the Miao County distillery. They aspire to establish Miao liquor as a local brand, intending to allocate funds to the distillery. as well as assist in the introduction of advanced equipment and the improvement of production techniques, ultimately transforming the current state of the distillery. Is that for real? Of course it is. Why would I deceive you? Yan Jin asserted with conviction. Brother Yan, how did you come by this information? Yuan Wei's gaze bore into Yan Jin. Although he was indifferent to the affairs of the factory, it did not signify he was naive. A capable factory director must possess a keen intellect. Brother Wei, I came to your city from the north to conduct business, seeking to invest in a project here. During discussions with city leaders, I fortuitously overheard this. Yan Jin stated with an unflinching demeanor. Ping Tu-gu had mentioned Yan Jin's business venture in the south during their phone call that morning, yet Yuan Wei remained skeptical. Why would you share this information with me? What if your intentions are not pure? One must always be cautious. Wei Gu, I have also heard that your deputy factory director, a certain Li Tiandi, is quite capable. Yes, Li Tiandi. He even personally engages in the duties of a salesperson. Wei Gu, ponder this. Why does he act in such a manner? What could he possibly gain? Surely, he has received insider information regarding the city's allocation of funds to the distillery, prompting him to exert himself in order to leave a favorable impression on the leaders. It appears he aspires to become the factory director. If the distillery remains in its current state, the director could appoint anyone he pleases. However, with the introduction of funds and new equipment, the situation would transform entirely. The distillery would undoubtedly experience a resurgence, flourishing more than ever. At that point, the director would have noteworthy achievements, leading to his promotion. Wei Gu, I hold great admiration for that Li Tiandi. His mind is truly astute. Li Tiandi. Yuan Wei reminded him once more. He then fell into deep contemplation. Is it true that the city intends to allocate funds to the distillery? But the distillery is a state-owned enterprise under the county. Could it be that the county leaders have approached the city leaders? He reconsidered. Li Tiandi previously worked at the county's sports committee and must possess some connections. He must have received some internal news, which is why he is so eager to showcase his abilities. Yes, it must be so. I have underestimated him in the past. Yan Laodi, why did you share this with me? This was the second time Yuan Wei posed this question. Yan Jin finally responded. Wei Gu, both you and I are directors. The top leaders, what do we detest the most? It is the second in command who overexerts themselves. What is their motive for such eagerness? Quite simply, it is to undermine us. Wei Gu, my purpose in coming here to play cards today was to get to know you. We are of the same ilk, so I deemed it necessary to inform you. I have even heard some remark that this Li Tiandi resembles Cao Cao. Yes, Li Tiandi, who is Cao Cao? A treacherous figure who manipulated the emperor to control the lords. Wei Gu, I would not wish to see you, the primary leader, be undermined by this Li Tiandi. Akin to Cao Cao, only you can lead the Miaoxin distillery to revival and glory. Such an achievement must not be usurped by Li Tiandi. It is said that Li Tiandi has been profiting from the sale of liquor, pocketing much of the money, secretly planning to establish his own factory as a boss. What kind of behavior is this? It is not merely exploiting resources, but constitutes a loss of state assets. Allowing such a self-serving individual to become the factory director brings no benefit, either publicly or privately. Wei Gu, you cannot remain indifferent. Originally despondent, Yuan Wei, under Yan Jin's persuasion, suddenly attained clarity. A glint of cold light sparkled in his eyes. Li Tiandi, the audacious one, dares to vie for my share. Just you wait. Chapter 109. I have connections above. Since meeting with Yan Jin, Li Tiandi has been feeling increasingly uneasy, as if a sense of foreboding lurked within him. He locked the office door and dialed Ouyang De's number. Li Tiandi was furious at Ouyang De for recklessly disclosing information about the Jianlibo matter. The call connected. Li Tiandi got straight to the point. Professor Ouyang, have you encountered someone named Yan Jin? Yes, I have. Ouyang De had initially believed that Li Tiandi would come forward to offer an explanation. To his surprise, the very next moment, Li Tiandi, with a sarcastic tone, exclaimed, Professor Ouyang, why did you disclose the matter of Jianlibo to him? I demand an explanation. Ouyang De's expression darkened. What explanation? It was you who informed him. Yet you turned the tables on me. He retorted. Directorly, what do you mean? You were the one who told him, yet you question me? I haven't even asked you yet. Li Tiandi assumed that Ouyang De was merely denying the truth and spoke with indignation. Professor Ouyang, I hold you in high regard. But if you've said it, just admit it without resorting to lies. I did not say anything, directorly. If you maintain this attitude, I find it impossible to engage in dialogue with you. Ouyang De was not one to be trifled with. Provoked by Li Tiandi's taunts, he abruptly ended the call. Li Tiandi was left in a state of confusion. So, when confronted, you hang up to save face? I am certain that Ouyang De must have leaked the information. The matter of Jianlibo was known only to him and Ouyang De. If Ouyang De had not divulged it, how could Yan Jin have been aware? Conversely, Ouyang De was equally convinced that it was Li Tiandi who had betrayed their confidence. Li Tiandi's audacity to shout "catch the thief" struck Ouyang De as utterly shameless. He began to question Li Tiandi's integrity. Was it wise to collaborate with someone of such dubious character? Ouyang De's resolve wavered. On the morning of Thursday, January 5, 1984, Li Tiandi, as was his custom, slung a bag of rice wine over his shoulder, preparing to head to Nanju City for sales. However, before he could step out, 3 uniformed individuals entered his office. "Are you Li Tiandi?" one of them inquired. Li Tiandi instinctively nodded. "I am. Come with us." Li Tiandi was taken aback. "Where to?" "You will find out once you arrive." As they spoke, 2 of them placed their hands on his shoulders, ready to escort him away. Panic surged within Li Tiandi. "On what grounds do you take me away? I have committed no illegal acts." "Li Tiandi, this is an order from the county leadership. We hope for your cooperation." "What have I done wrong?" "You will be informed upon arrival at the bureau. If you do not cooperate, we may have to take coercive measures." Gradually, Li Tiandi calmed down, realizing that he could not resist the authority before him. He had no choice but to comply. The scene of his departure was witnessed by nearly all the workers, orchestrated by someone's intent. In an office on the 2nd floor of the distillery, Yuan Wei stood by the window, a smirk playing on his lips. "Dare to usurp my position, Li Tiandi? I shall ensure that you will not even retain your role as deputy director." In no time, the news of Li Tiandi's alleged criminal conduct spread like wildfire throughout the factory. Workers also noted that since Li Tiandi's departure, Director Yuan Wei had returned to work, making rounds in the factory and warmly greeting everyone, as if he had transformed entirely. On the very day of Li Tiandi's predicament, Yan Jin returned to Yang City, while Ding Jian remained in Miaoxian. As his mission, there was yet unfulfilled. In the afternoon, Yan Jin paid another visit to Ouyang De. "Professor Ouyang, I wonder if you have heard the news. Li Tiandi has encountered a predicament. What has transpired?" Ouyang De did not comprehend the implications of predicament as articulated by Yan Jin. "He has been taken away by the personnel from the supervisory bureau. It is said that he is implicated in embezzlement, a grave offense indeed." A chill ran through Ouyang De's heart. Has Li Tiandi's downfall truly occurred? Does this not signify the imminent collapse of the Jianlibo plan? What a dire turn of events. This Li Tiandi has proven to be utterly unreliable. How could he have been so foolish as to trust him and choose to collaborate? "Professor Ouyang, it seems that Li Tiandi, as the deputy factory manager, will no longer be able to fulfill his role. You must reassess the future of Jianlibo. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to work alongside you." Ouyang De pondered for a moment. "I shall make a phone call first." Ouyang De stepped out of the office. He needed to ascertain whether the wretched Li Tiandi had indeed been apprehended. It would be wise to exercise caution. He must not be deceived again. 5 minutes later, he returned to his office. "Director Yan, can you truly facilitate my ascension to an academician? The world is bustling, all for profit. The clamor of society is driven by self-interest. The allure of fame and fortune is indeed an inescapable trap for countless souls." Yan Jin gestured towards the ceiling and smiled. "Professor Ouyang, to speak candidly, I have connections above. Otherwise, how could I have elevated Zhongyu and instant noodles to such heights in such a short span? If you collaborate with me, I will undoubtedly help you realize your dream of becoming an academician." Yan Jin's words prompted a realization in Ouyang De. Indeed, if he lacked connections, how could he have propelled Zhongyu and instant noodles to such success? How could he have stifled Huafeng's progress? "Director Li, once I dissolve my contract with Li Tiandi, we shall discuss collaboration further." Yan Jin replied. "At such a juncture, you still contemplate your contract with Li Tiandi?" It cannot be said that Ouyang De is naive. Rather, he possesses a commendable sense of integrity. This quality was something Yan Jin greatly admired. Collaborating with such an individual would be both secure and reassuring. Yan Jin utilized the hotel phone to contact Wang Yantai. "Director, when will you return?" Secretary Zhou inquires daily. Upon hearing the ring, Wang Yantai's heart raced. "Once I conclude matters here, I shall return. Old Wang, keep a vigilant eye, especially on those branch factories. As we approach the 12th month, production must not falter. Rest assured, Director, I call them daily to ensure they remain on track." After hanging up with Wang Yantai, Yan Jin reached out to Zhou Helian. His prolonged absence must have left the esteemed secretary quite anxious. "Yan Jin, why have you not returned? What projects are you negotiating out there?" Zhou Helian's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. "Secretary Zhou, we had an agreement. All 3 years' targets are to be assigned to me. Yet you must hasten back to discuss the details." As long as Yan Jin remained away, the heart of this city's secretary would be burdened with apprehension, fearing Yan Jin's absence would thwart plans for a factory in Qingping City. It seemed he had forgotten Yan Jin's earlier declaration. his desire to assist his hometown in escaping poverty. Or perhaps he did not place faith in the words printed in the newspapers. Secretary Zhou, rest assured, upon my return, I shall bring a significant gift for you and the entire Qingping city, one that will not disappoint. Zhongyuan Factory. Old Sun stood at the factory gate, scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. Observing this, Ho Duang approached him. Old Sun, what are you looking for? Old Sun's brow furrowed in concern. Hozi, I have this unsettling feeling that someone has been loitering around our factory these past few days, as if they are watching us. However, Ho Duang appeared indifferent. Whoever it may be, if they dare to cause harm, I shall make them unrecognizable. Chapter 110. Forever waiting for Li Tiandi after a day and night. Li Tiandi was released. While detained, he had confessed to nothing. Why should I admit to something I did not do? This is a frame-up. This is a fabrication. This is blatant slander. The authorities, failing to extract any admissions, eventually set him free. After a sleepless day and night, Li Tiandi emerged, unkempt and weary, his eyes devoid of focus as he wandered aimlessly down the street. He could not comprehend it. He had worked diligently and sincerely, even taking on the role of a salesperson himself. One could say he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the factory. Yet, in the end, he was met with such treatment. It was unjust. Why? Ultimately, with nowhere else to go, he returned to the distillery. Upon entering, everyone turned to stare at him, whispering and pointing. Not a single person approached to greet him. Those peculiar gazes felt like daggers, piercing his heart. Even the workers' opinions of him had shifted. The news of Li Tiandi's return reached Yuan Wei. He summoned Li Tiandi to his office and poured him a cup of hot water. Tiandi, you might as well take a break from work for a while and rest at home. Li Tiandi abruptly lifted his head. Director, I'm fine. I can work. I am innocent. Yuan Wei urged gently. I can understand your feelings, but given the circumstances, it would be best for the factory if you took some time off. However, Yuan Wei raised his hand to interrupt. Tiandi, whether or not you are innocent, the incident has cast a negative shadow over the factory. I hope you can understand. It is all for the sake of the distillery. Yuan Wei's words struck like a blow, rendering Li Tiandi utterly defeated. He realized that he was no longer welcome at the factory. Everything he had done was for its benefit. To end up in such a situation was profoundly ironic. Li Tiandi walked dejectedly down the street, his posture slouched, as if he had aged considerably in a mere few days. The experiences of that short span had granted him clarity and understanding. He continued on, eventually arriving at the bus station, where he purchased a ticket to Yangqing. A few hours later, Li Tiandi found himself in Ouyangda's office. Ouyangda was taken aback by his appearance. Director Li, are you all right? Please. No more calling me director. I cannot return to the distillery. Li Tiandi sighed deeply. Although uttering such words would jeopardize their collaboration, he did not wish to deceive Ouyangda. Moreover, some matters could not be concealed. If exposed, the consequences would be even worse. No one had anticipated such events would unfold. Tiandi, you must not falter. Your path ahead is still long. Ouyangda found himself at a loss for how to console him. Despite harboring some resentment over the leak, he could never forget that when he sought collaborations, only Li Tiandi believed in him. This gratitude was etched in his memory forever. Li Tiandi retrieved a contract from his bag and handed it to Ouyang. Professor Ouyang, our collaboration must come to an end. I can no longer assist you with the production of Jianlibo. With those words, he hastily departed. Though he felt a sense of injustice, he was powerless to alter the situation. Perhaps this was simply fate, born amidst the chaos of war. He lost his father before he even took his first breath. Unable to care for him, his mother placed him in an orphanage, where he was nourished by the kindness of many, growing up on the goodwill of strangers. Through sheer determination, he began his journey, selling shoes on the streets and apprenticing at a printing factory, gradually carving out a vibrant life for himself. Even when assigned to a near-bankrupt distillery, he never wavered in his resolve. Yet, why had he fallen so low today? A sense of despondency washed over him, his eyes devoid of color. He returned once more to Miaoxian, weary and disheartened, wishing for a quiet life with his family for the remainder of his days. Not long after Li Tiandi returned home, Ding Jian visited him. Mr. Li, I represent Zhongyuan Instant Noodles. We are aware of your circumstances. And Director Yan has assured that the position of General Manager at Zhongyuan Beverage Company will always be reserved for you. Ding Jian handed Li Tiandi a note. This contains the address of our factory and Director Yan's phone number. He has expressed his eagerness to wait for you, hoping to share in the realization of your aspirations. I implore you to consider this opportunity for both yourself and him. With this, Ding Jian completed his mission. After leaving Li Tiandi's home, he headed to the bus station, bound for Qingping. Whether or not Li Tiandi would seize this opportunity was beyond his control, as well as Director Yan's. Nevertheless, Director Yan still held a strong hope that Li Tiandi would join them, recognizing the indelible contributions he had made to Jianlibo and the commercial landscape of Huaxia. On January 10, 1984, a Tuesday, Director Yan formally signed a cooperation agreement with Ouyangda. Jianlibo would henceforth be known as Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Once Zhongyuan Beverage Company was officially established, Ouyang would invest his technical expertise and serve as a technical advisor. Director Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. The recent trip to Guangdong had gone smoothly. It would be even more perfect if Li Tiandi decided to join Zhongyuan Beverage Company. Director Yan was willing to wait, always keeping the general manager position open for him, a promise made sincerely. 2 days later, Director Yan returned to Qingping City, finally home again. The driver, Cui Jia, picked him up from the train station and took him directly to the factory. In a concealed spot outside the Zhongyuan factory, Scarface observed as Director Yan disembarked from the truck, spitting out the dry grass he had been chewing. He wiped his nose with his sleeve, feeling irritated. No wonder he hadn't seen Director Yan lately. He had been away. Scarface had wasted days waiting in the cold, his hands and feet numb. It was too frigid to act today. It seemed there would be no opportunity to strike. Returning to engage with the alluring Miao Xiaoqin and warm up a bit is essential. Then, I must prepare the appropriate tools for my endeavor. In the Beijing office of Qingping City, Wu Liang paced restlessly. It has been over a week, yet there has been no news regarding that letter of complaint. Has it truly vanished into oblivion? Recently, he has been plagued by a troubling premonition. Moreover, Miao Xiaoqin has ceased her calls. What could possibly have transpired? Should he return to Qingping for a visit? It has been quite some time since he last saw her. The mere thought of Miao Xiaoqin's exquisite form ignited a fervent heat within him. It is indeed time to return to Qingping. Unbeknownst to Wu Liang, the enchanting Miao Xiaoqin was currently being subdued beneath another. Scarface, wielding his plow, had traversed mountains and plains, ultimately arriving at a patch of grass. The grass was damp, as if recently watered. Scarface gathered his strength, grasped the plow, and plunged deeply into the fertile black soil. Accompanying this act was a soft sigh, which Scarface deemed the most melodious sound in existence. 10 minutes later, Scarface shuddered slightly, withdrew the plow, leaned against the headboard, and lit a cigarette. Miao Xiaoqin hurriedly donned her clothing. Yan Jin has returned. When do you intend to act? Scarface exhaled a smoke ring, savoring the recent exertion. It shall be in the next couple of days. You had best be swift. Yan Jin must die. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Miao Xiaoqin's eyes. She could rely on neither Qi Baotian nor Wu Liang. Her hopes for eliminating Yan Jin now rested solely on Scarface. To spare Yan Jin would not suffice to quell her deep-seated resentment. Chapter 111. Remember what you said January 14, 1984, Saturday. On this day, Yan Jin received the investment attraction quota for Qingping City for the upcoming 3 years. In order to address the issues faced by the workers of the ceramic factory and the fruit farmers, Zhou Helian extended unparalleled support to Yan Jin. Policies were provided as needed, and financial backing was assured, entirely committed to aiding Yan Jin in establishing the factory. On the same day, Zhongyuan Beverage Company was officially established in Qingping City. Under Zhou Helian's strong insistence, Yan Jin and Qi Baotian signed a cooperation agreement that day. The ceramic factory was to be transformed into a glass factory, supplying glass bottles to Zhongyuan Beverage. Zhou Helian also mandated that before the Spring Festival, Zhongyuan Beverage must sign purchase agreements with all local fruit farmers. Furthermore, it was crucial to secure insurance for them, ensuring that the farmers would have guaranteed returns regardless of drought or flood. Yan Jin joked, "Zhou, are you trying to drain me dry?" "Yan Jin, you're draining Qingping City. With 3 years' worth of quotas, I hope you won't let us down or leave us in despair." Zhou Helian replied tersely, already feeling the pinch of the decision. "Rest assured, our Zhongyuan Beverage Company will not betray your trust." Zhou cast a meaningful glance at Yan Jin. "Let us hope so." Zhou Helian then called Yan Jin into his office privately. "Xiao Yan, the contract is signed. Now, please enlighten me. Is that beverage you mentioned truly reliable?" "Zhou, whom am I trying to deceive? I would never dare to mislead you. This beverage is a grand gift I present to Qingping City. To create juice, one must have fruit, and the apples, peaches, hawthorns, and jujubes of our city reach maturity only after June. During these 6 months of dormancy, Zhongyuan cannot afford to wait. This period is perfectly suited for beverage production. I aspire to transform this drink into the emblem of Qingping City. With diligence and spirited ambition, he is aware that his actions may deeply disappoint Miaoxian. Yet, there is no alternative. His choices are driven by the desire to rescue Jianlibo. Unwilling to let this national brand repeat past mistakes, it is a decision made out of necessity. Zhou Helian retrieved an old newspaper from his drawer, dated October 28th of last year. The headline on the front page read, "Our efforts are to help our hometown escape poverty, not to escape the poverty of our hometown." He handed the newspaper to Yan Jin. "Xiaoyan, remember this statement. The people of Qingping City will be eternally grateful to you." Yan Jin returned to the factory in a small truck. Concealed in the shadows, Scar trembled with cold. Upon seeing Yan Jin disembark, he began to curse again. That numbskull Yan Jin, always taking a vehicle, never giving me a chance. Charging in to stab him would certainly lead to my demise. What to do? I shall wait until nightfall to depart. Unbeknownst to him, in that very moment, Old Sun had spotted him. It was confirmed. Someone was lurking in the shadows, watching Zhongyuan factory. No wonder his eyelids had been twitching lately. Old Sun refrained from contacting Yan Jin and Wang Entai, instead seeking out the factory's most formidable fighter, Ho Duong. "Ho, I just saw it clearly. Someone is watching our factory." Ho Duong, taking Old Sun's word seriously, was cautious. "Old Sun, did you see what he looked like?" "Only a shadow." Old Sun replied. "Should we inform the factory director?" "The director is far too busy to concern himself with such trifles. Leave this matter to me. Once I catch him, I shall deal with him decisively." Old Sun nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Ho Di Wang's assessment. At this moment, the factory must remain secure. The director must not be endangered. Anyone who dares to harm Zhongyuan factory and Director Yan must be eliminated. Without Director Yan, there would be no factory today, nor the prosperous lives we enjoy. At Qi Baoyan's home, Qi Tongtong had long since fallen asleep. After a fierce confrontation, the bare-bodied Scar pulled out a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, Miao Xiaoqin snatched it away and tossed it into the living room trash bin. "He.S. coming back soon. You still want to smoke? Hurry and get dressed and leave, or you'll be caught," she scolded. "By the way, if you don't take action soon, don't bother coming back," Miao Xiaoqin added with irritation. Scar, ever indecisive, often sought her out under the guise of pursuing their mutual pleasures. Miao Xiaoqin felt exasperated. Scar, a mature woman, knows what to do with just a gesture. I simply haven't found the opportunity yet. That detestable Yan Jin is nothing but a coward. Rest assured, I shall assist you in dealing with him." Miao Xiaoqin said impatiently, "You had better hurry." She picked up the clothes from the floor and threw them to Scar. "Put on your clothes and leave quickly. Qi Baotian will be back soon." As Scar descended the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Qi Baotian at the entrance. Qi Baotian cast a glance at him before hastily ascending the stairs. Scar, however, revealed an unusual smile as he vanished into the night. Qi Baotian retrieved his keys and opened the door. Miao Xiaoqin had just tidied the bed and, upon hearing the noise, swiftly walked into the living room. "Xiaoqin, whenever you are home alone with Tongtong, make sure to lock the door." "What is the matter?" "I just saw a man with a deep scar on his face. He is likely not a good person. We need to be cautious." Miao Xiaoqin secretly chuckled to herself. It was evident that he was no good. Qi Baotian, distracted, glanced at the trash can. That fleeting glance revealed an unlit cigarette. Qi Baotian furrowed his brow. Had someone been in the house? Initially, Miao Xiaoqin felt a twinge of panic, but being seasoned in such matters, she quickly regained her composure. "My father came by, but he left not long ago. He wanted to smoke, so I threw it in the trash to avoid bothering Tongtong." Qi Baotian's suspicions dissipated instantly. It turned out old Taishan had visited. "Why didn't you invite him to stay for dinner?" "He said he had plans to play cards tonight." Qi Baotian chose not to pursue the topic further. After signing the contract with Yan Jin, the factory was undergoing a transformation, and he felt quite pleased as the factory manager. "Tomorrow evening, I shall treat Yan Jin to dinner. Dear, you should accompany me." Miao Xiaoqin tossed her head back, crossing her arms. "I refuse to go. He is the savior of the ceramic factory. Without him, would I still be the manager? Be sensible. You should apologize to him in person to maintain good relations." Mentioning Yan Jin already put Miao Xiaoqin in a foul mood, and Qi Baotian's insistence on her apology was akin to throwing gasoline on a fire. She exploded. "Qi Baotian, what do you mean? He hit me. Why should I apologize to him? Is it still manly of you to ask your wife to do such a thing?" "Miao Xiaoqin, do you not understand why Yan Jin struck you? You know very well. You must go, whether you like it or not. For my sake, you must attend." Qi Baotian's anger flared as well. "I tell you, I simply will not go. If you have the guts, kill me." Miao Xiaoqin's fury made communication impossible. Qi Baotian chose silence. He did not wish to argue. Miao Xiaoqin returned to the bedroom, plopping down on the bed, her face flushed with anger. Yet, a thought crossed her mind. Tomorrow night, when Qi Baotian treats Yan Jin to drinks, wouldn't Scar have the opportunity to act? If she could get Yan Jin intoxicated at the table, Scar's chances would increase significantly. With this thought, her demeanor shifted, and she emerged from the bedroom. Darling, I was too impulsive earlier. I will accompany you tomorrow night. Chapter 112. Miao Xiaoqin visits relatives, January 15th, 1984, Sunday. Yan Jin had concluded discussions with the director of the Agricultural Bureau, and Yang. Zhong Yuan does not possess the manpower or energy to visit every household in the countryside to sign contracts. The agreements between Zhong Yuan Beverage Company and the fruit farmers are entirely entrusted to the Agricultural Bureau. The Bureau then distributes them to various district and county offices, which in turn deliver them to each township. Agricultural workers in each township are responsible for tallying the number and types of fruit trees in every village household and signing the contracts. Should any discrepancies in numbers or varieties arise in the future, the Agricultural Bureau shall bear the consequences. This arrangement alleviates many of the troubles for Zhong Yuan Beverage Company. The construction of the beverage factory is set to commence after the new year, with production lines imported from America expected to arrive by late February or early March. After the holiday, Yang will also come to provide on-site guidance. Everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. The only regret that Yan Jin feels is that Li Tiandi has not come. He wonders what Li might be contemplating. If necessary, Yan Jin plans to make another trip to Miaoxian to persuade him to return. A third invitation to Li Tiandi may be in order. Yan Jin calls Ding Jian to his office. This fellow has made significant contributions in Miaoxian and possesses commendable character. Yan Jin holds high hopes for him. Ding Jian, after the new year, you will head to Zhong Yuan Beverage Company to oversee operations. I trust you completely. Upon hearing this, Ding Jian instantly feels invigorated. This is a validation of his capabilities from the factory director. Director, you can rest assured, I will give my utmost effort. Yan Jin pats him on the shoulder and smiles. I believe in you. It is imperative to ensure the quality of construction. Not a single flaw is permissible. If the quality is substandard, it must be redone, as both quality and progress are equally crucial. Yan Jin is particularly wary of shoddy construction, having been deceived by it in the past. Ding Jian nods emphatically, committing Yan Jin's words to memory. Once the factory is completed, half the credit will be yours. At noon, Ho Duang arrives at the reception area. Old son, have you seen that person today? No, he hasn't appeared all morning. Could it be that he knows we've discovered him? Old son ponders. Ho Duang furrows his brow in thought. That shouldn't be possible. He cannot know that we are onto him. But what could it mean? Ho Duang is perplexed. Old son, keep a close watch. If anything arises, call me immediately. The safety of the factory and its personnel is paramount. At this moment, Ho Duang suddenly recalls that Director Yin has a dinner engagement that evening. Could it be that this person is aware of it? Perhaps he is waiting to strike tonight instead of lurking by the factory gate. However, he quickly dismisses the thought. How would he know? I must be overthinking. Yet what if? As the saying goes, it's not the 1 in a million that worries you, but the 1 in a million that could happen. To be on the safe side, Ho Duang turns to head toward the director's office. Director, may I join you for dinner tonight? He asks, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Yan Jin is taken aback. In his 2 lifetimes, he has never encountered a subordinate who actively requests to accompany their superior for a drink. This Ho Duang is rather endearing. Give me a reason to take you along. Director, it has been a long time since I had a drink. I am craving it. Wang awkwardly remarked, struggling to conjure a more suitable excuse. He could hardly say, Director, we are being watched, and I must ensure your safety. This was merely speculation between him and old Sunday. Yan Jin smiled wryly. Well, your willingness to discuss this in my office is quite commendable. Wait for me at the entrance after work. Yes. Thank you, Director. Wang was taken aback by Yan Jin's prompt agreement. This morning, after Qi Baodian had gone to the factory, Miao Xiaoqin also stepped out. She returned Tong Tong to her mother's home and then turned into a narrow alley. At this hour, the lazy Scarface had yet to rise. Awakened by the knocking at his door, he was irked. However, upon seeing the graceful Miao Xiaoqin standing at the entrance, his irritation dissipated instantly. He scooped her up, kicked the door shut, and entered the house. Miao Xiaoqin struggled fiercely, exclaiming, What are you doing in broad daylight? Let me go? What do you think I want? You know very well. Haha. Scarface grinned mischievously. Regardless of Miao Xiaoqin's attempts to break free, he held her tightly. At that moment, Miao Xiaoqin had no interest in his advances. She bit down hard on a piece of flesh on Scarface's shoulder. Startled by the pain, he finally released her. Clutching his shoulder, Scarface shouted, Have you gone mad? Good thing you didn't break the skin. Otherwise, you wouldn't escape unscathed. Once Scarface had calmed down, Miao Xiaoqin shot him an exasperated glance. Scarface, can you be serious for a moment? I came to discuss something important. What I wish to do is also serious. As the pain in his shoulder subsided, Scarface regarded Miao Xiaoqin with a lewd grin. By the way, your legs are remarkably long. And that waist, after having given birth. It's still so slender. Scarface, in a carefree manner, would have preferred not to linger here if not for the need to retaliate against Yan Jin. Listen carefully, Scarface. Tonight Chi Baodian is treating Yan Jin to dinner. I will find a way to get him drunk. You seize the opportunity to act. As long as Yan Jin isn't traveling by car, I am certain I can kill him. Scarface brimmed with confidence. This was his forte. After saying this, he lunged at Miao Shaoqin again. She cried out, I'm here to discuss the situation. After you deal with Yan Jin, I will gladly accompany you. Did you not just come yesterday? Why are you here again today? Scarface felt disappointed. I just arrived this morning. Don't be impatient. It's only a matter of days. With no other option, Scarface had to let Miao Shaoqin leave. In the morning, Scarface visited Fang Jing's home. Fang Jing was one of the few motorcycle owners in Qingping City, and Scarface had dealt with him numerous times before. The two were quite familiar with each other. Scarface handed him a cigarette and helped him light it. Brother Jing, can I borrow your motorcycle today? Sure, but it comes at a price. Fang Jing extended 2 fingers. Scarface chuckled, raising his right index finger. Brother Jing, that's not right. Wasn't it always this amount before? Little brother, it's already 1984. The price has gone up since January 1st. Do you still want to borrow it? Scarface found himself in a quandary. This evening, a sense of urgency prevails, necessitating a motorcycle. The other drivers are unknown to him. Ultimately, he grits his teeth and extracts 10 crisp bills from the soles of 2 pairs of shoes. Here you go, Brother Jing. The scent of money is potent. Although Fang Jing does not belong to the Virgo zodiac and harbors no obsessive compulsions, he still feels a twinge of distaste. Carefully, he pinches a corner of the bill and tucks it into his pocket. He then tosses the motorcycle keys to Fang Jing. Return it to me in 2 days. Scarface mounts the motorcycle, giving it a robust kick to ignite the engine. Don't worry, Brother Jing, I understand the rules. With that, he twists the throttle and speeds away. After dealing with Yan Jin, he intends not only to make Miao Shaoqin pay in flesh, but also to have her reimburse him the 200 yuan. Hiring a hitman entails that all expenses must be covered. That's the rule. It cannot be altered casually, no matter how beautiful a woman may be. After acquiring the motorcycle, Scarface eagerly awaits the dusk to fall. Tonight, Yan Jin shall meet his end. Chapter 113. Size does not equate to tolerance for alcohol at 5:30 in the afternoon. Ho Duong returned to the communication room. Old son, have you seen that fellow this afternoon? Strange, he has yet to make an appearance. The longer he stays absent, the more uneasy Ho Duong feels. Why has he been lurking at the factory gate for days? Yet today he is nowhere to be found. What is he plotting? Ho Duong approaches the base of the office building. The safety of the factory director must be ensured tonight. It is not until 6 o'clock that Yan Jin finally descends the stairs. Director, let's go have a drink. Yan Jin smiles. How about we have Chuanzhi drive us? It's faster. It's quite close. We can walk. Yan Jin notices that Ho Di Wang's expression is rather unnatural. Duong, why do you seem a bit off? Are you all right? I'm fine. I just get excited at the thought of having a drink. Ho Duong hastily explains. Indeed, alcohol is a fine thing, but one must never overindulge. Yes, director. I know my limits. I never drink excessively. As they converse, they leave the factory and head towards the restaurant. Ho Duong deliberately walks on the outer side of the road, occasionally glancing back, cautious and vigilant. Yan Jin observes everything. What is troubling him today? Is he belatedly realizing that it is inappropriate for me to take him to the banquet? Duong, there is a restaurant called Yuebing in the capital, the first privately owned establishment there, which has hosted foreign dignitaries. The food is exquisite. When we next visit the capital, I shall take you to try it. Yan Jin initiates a conversation to help ease Ho Duong's tension. Good. However, Ho Duong does not seem to earnestly listen. Instead, he continues to look around. Yan Jin feels a flicker of irritation. Duong, what are you looking at? Nothing. Director, look, it's already dark at this hour. Walking on the street is rather frightening. Yan Jin thinks, what is this burly fellow afraid of? Could it be he fears ghosts? Indeed, traversing a darkened street can be quite daunting. Moreover, there lingered a chilling sensation, as if something were trailing behind him. Yan Jin, once a staunch believer in science and an unwavering atheist, found his worldview utterly shattered by the occurrence of reincarnation in his own life. In this realm, nothing is impossible. Many phenomena elude scientific explanation. Not every supernatural occurrence resembles the trivial solutions presented in the later episodes of Approaching Science, eliciting mere exclamations of astonishment. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the restaurant, where Chi Baodian and Miao Shaoqin awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Yan Jin, Chi Baodian tugged at Miao Shaoqin, and they hastily approached. Director Yan, please, come inside. Miao Shaoqin called out warmly. Her demeanor caught Yan Jin off guard, after having publicly chastised her. Why was she so welcoming? Was this a sign of submissiveness or something else? With a subtle nod, Yan Jin signaled and followed the pair upstairs alongside Ho Duong. However, Miao Xiaoqin found herself pondering the oddity of Yan Jin arriving with a bodyguard. She wondered if Scar could handle the two of them, uncertain of his capabilities. Once in the room, Miao Xiaoqin remained lost in thought. Xiaoqin, why are you dazed? Hurry and pour drinks for Director Yan and Director Ho. Miao Xiaoqin snapped back to reality, uncorking a bottle of matai and pouring it out. To be frank, Miao Xiaoqin was tall, with long legs that complemented her figure exquisitely. Enhanced by a pair of high heels, she possessed a captivating allure typical of a mature woman. Yet, in Yan Jin's eyes, she barely scored a 70. He held no interest in this domineering woman. Qi Baotian raised his glass and stood. Director Yan, without you, there would be no Qi Baotian today. You are the savior of our ceramics factory, and on behalf of all the staff, I toast to you. As their glasses clinked, Qi Baotian kept his cup low. Even when toasting Ho Duong, Miao Xiaoqin, though feeling a twinge of disgust, mirrored his flattery. She needed to find a way to intoxicate Yan Jin, providing Scar with the perfect opportunity to strike. Her only concern was Ho Duong. He appeared robust and formidable. Regardless, her priority was to inebriate Yan Jin first. Every incapacitated adversary counted. However, halfway through their drinks, Ho Duong slumped onto the table, unresponsive to any calls. Miao Xiaoqin could not help but inwardly chuckle. Despite his imposing stature, he could not hold his liquor better than a woman. What a fool she had been to worry. Yan Jin was equally astonished. Ho Duong, are you all right? I thought you could handle your drink. Didn't you boast about your drinking prowess? Miao Xiaoqin reveled in her secret delight and began pouring drinks for Yan Jin with fervor. It turned out that she was quite adept at navigating the social intricacies of the banquet table, knowing precisely what to say, what not to say, and how to express herself with impeccable timing. A person like her is ideally suited to be a public relations officer. Gazing at Miao Xiaoqin before him, Yan Jin was reminded of Li Wei, the hair salon girl he had encountered in Nanju. Miao Xiaoqin bore a resemblance to Li Wei, yet there was a distinct difference. Miao Xiaoqin exuded an air of insincerity, whereas Li Wei was refreshingly natural, devoid of any pretentiousness. He wondered if he would ever see her again, if given the chance. Having her at Zhongyuan as a public relations manager would undoubtedly pave the way for a promising future. After finishing their meal and drinks, Yan Jin rose from his seat. Director Qi, it's getting late. Let us call it a night. Miao Xiaoqin felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Cursed that Yan Jin, who remained impervious to the effects of alcohol. She had poured so much into him, yet he seemed completely unaffected. Just how high was his tolerance? Qi Baotian stood up promptly. Director Yan, allow me to see you off. Miao Xiaoqin shot him a furious glare. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yet, Qi Baotian remained oblivious to her expression, insisting on escorting Yan Jin. Miao Xiaoqin was furious, wanting to stomp her feet in frustration. She had to prevent Qi Baotian from getting involved. How could she stop him? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Ah, I feel faint, she exclaimed, collapsing back into her chair, clutching her forehead. Darling, I've had too much to drink. I'm dizzy and can't even stand. Qi Baotian was at a loss for words. Goodness, why did you choose this moment to overindulge? This was sure to embarrass him. Yan Jin chuckled lightly. Director Qi, you two should head home. I live nearby and can manage on my own. Please, do not worry about me. No, you both should leave first. I apologize for the lack of hospitality today. I shall treat you another time. Qi Baotian insisted, supporting Miao Xiaoqin with a conflicted expression. Miao Xiaoqin was thoroughly displeased with his words. Are you done yet? Darling, I can't take it anymore. The world is spinning. Hurry and take me home. Employing her various little tricks, Miao Xiaoqin finally managed to extricate Qi Baotian. Yan Jin cast a glance at Ho Duong. I shall never take you out for drinks again. He hoisted the unconscious Ho Duong and exited the restaurant, making his way toward Zhongyuan. In the shadows, a pair of eyes watched them intently, as if hunting prey. Chapter 114, A Motorcycle Accident. Damn, Ho Duong is heavy. Carrying him felt like a mountain pressing down on Yan Jin's shoulders. The night was dark, with no streetlights to illuminate the path ahead. He could only inch forward cautiously. Were it not for humanitarian reasons, he would have long abandoned Ho Duong by the roadside and deducted his bonus. Unbeknownst to him, Ho Duong had quietly slipped one arm out from his coat. The moon hung high in the night sky, making it perilous. He had to remain vigilant. Yet, he hoped that nothing would happen. Perhaps he was merely being overly cautious. Scarface concealed himself on a motorcycle, shrouded in the darkness. His brow furrowed. Although he longed for a cigarette, he refrained from lighting one, fearing exposure. What was Miao Xiaoqin up to? Was it not said that we should intoxicate the meticulous one? Yet, he appears to be as untroubled as ever. It is the burly fellow beside him who seems utterly inebriated. However, this situation is not without its merits. I shall make a beeline for the meticulous one shortly. If that drunken fool meets his demise, it would be nothing less than his own misfortune. He has no one to blame but himself. Scarface pressed the clutch with his left foot and forcefully kicked the starter with his right. Fortunately, Fang Jing's motorcycle performed admirably, roaring to life in the frigid air. He was approximately 300 meters from the meticulous one. At this distance, accelerating would suffice to bring about a fatal collision. Scarface did not bother with headlights. He gripped the handlebars tightly, hurtling towards the meticulous one at breakneck speed. The motorcycle's engine roared loudly. Nevertheless, the meticulous one did not turn to look. At this hour, there were still individuals riding motorcycles on the street, likely emerging from a recent drinking spree. Drunk driving. I must keep my distance. With that thought, he adjusted his grip on Ho Duong and edged closer to the roadside. At that moment, Ho Duong perked up his ears, carefully gauging the proximity of the motorcycle. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and forcefully shoved the meticulous one towards the side of the road. Goodness gracious! The meticulous one fell heavily onto the roadside. Meanwhile, Ho Duong flung off his jacket and brought it down with force. The jacket landed squarely on Scarface's head. Boom! The motorcycle continued its reckless advance, crashing into the roadside ditch. Scarface tumbled to the ground, rolling over several times. Ho Duong rushed over, delivering a flurry of powerful punches to Scarface's head. The meticulous one lay on the ground, dazed, watching the scene unfold, only regaining his senses moments later. Ho Duong was not intoxicated. He had not intended to push him into danger. Rather, he had saved him. Had that motorcycle struck him, the meticulous one shuddered at the thought. He rose to his feet and ran to Ho Wang's side. Ho Duong was still pummeling Scarface. You filthy scoundrel, daring to threaten our factory chief. I'll make you pay? Scarface longed to escape, but his calves and arms throbbed with pain. He sensed that his recent fall might have resulted in a fracture. Just as it appeared that Ho Duong would beat Scarface to a pulp, the meticulous one intervened. Duong, what is happening? Ho Duong landed another kick on Scarface and replied indignantly, Chief, there have been suspicious individuals loitering near our factory in recent days. Today, not seeing him, Lao Sun and I felt something was amiss. I suspect this scoundrel intended to harm you. It turned out that Ho Wang's insistence on accompanying him for drinks was not driven by a desire for revelry, but rather a protective instinct. He had wrongly accused him earlier. Gazing at Scarface on the ground, the meticulous one's expression darkened. Who had he wronged? Why was there a plot against him? I shall call the police, he declared. Duong, keep an eye on him. However, Ho Duong retorted, Chief, let us just finish him off. There's no need to trouble the police. Duong, we live in a society governed by law. Justice will prevail. In the pitch-black surroundings, uncertain of where to find a phone, the meticulous one had no choice but to rush back to the factory to report the incident. Yan Jin vigorously shook the iron gate. Old Sun, hearing the commotion, donned his clothing and emerged with a flashlight. Factory director, Old Sun, quickly opened the door. Someone on a motorcycle just tried to run me down. A jolt of alarm coursed through Old Sun's heart, and he nearly dropped the flashlight he was holding. Goodness! Someone truly intended to harm the director. Had the director narrowly escaped? He hastily unlocked the iron gate for Yan Jin. Once Yan Jin entered, he swiftly secured the gate again, fearful that the assailant might follow. Yan Jin seized his phone and pressed 3 digits. Officer, this is Yan Jin, the director of Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. Someone is trying to kill me tonight. Please come urgently. He provided them with the precise location. Upon hearing that it was the factory director, Su Yang, the duty officer at the police station, instantly shook off his fatigue. He recalled vividly that just months ago, the local ruffian Long Gu had caused a ruckus at Yan Jin's factory, only to be caught red-handed by the city's secretary. Director Dai Ani had even personally visited the scene. Long Gu and his gang were still incarcerated, likely for life. Su Yang hastily donned his coat, put on his police cap, and grabbed his baton. He called out to his colleague Hu Minhao, and they quickly rode off towards the scene of the incident. Fortunately, Yan Jin was unharmed. He was now the financial benefactor of Qingping City. If anything happened to him, the city's secretary would surely dig 3 feet into the ground to eradicate all the thugs in the city. Hu Minhao was the officer who had first apprehended Dai Bing and Yo Juanru. Minhao, should we report this to Director Zhao first? Director Zhao is likely asleep at this hour. Hu Minhao had never been one to inform Zhao Qian beforehand, always opting for decisive action. He had done the same when apprehending Yo Juanru. The two arrived at the scene with great speed, discovering a person lying on the ground, covered in blood, seemingly unconscious. Yan Jin, Pointing at the scarred individual who had been beaten into submission by Ho Duong, furiously exclaimed, "Comrades, he was the one trying to kill me, riding a motorcycle to run me over. If it weren't for my colleague's quick reaction, I would be the one lying here now." His words carried a hint of reproach towards the two officers. "I nearly lost my life. How are you managing security?" Su Yang and Hu Minheo were taken aback. The assailant lay in a pool of blood, unrecognizable, while the victim stood unharmed, brimming with indignation. Who was truly trying to harm whom? "Director Yan, please calm down. We will handle this and provide you with a satisfactory response." Hu Minheo continually sought to pacify the irate Yan Jin. This gentleman was not someone to provoke. "I am quite calm." Yan Jin, still fuming, led the two officers to the roadside. "The motorcycle used for the crime is right in the ditch. Look." Hu Minheo shone his flashlight into the ditch, revealing the motorcycle. "Yanggu, how about I take the suspect to the hospital for treatment while you and Director Yin handle the report?" "To the hospital? No way." Ho Diwang's temper flared. "Such a person deserves to die. Let me finish him off." Su Yang's lips twitched in response. "Colleagues, there are matters that require thorough interrogation. He must remain alive. What good is his survival if he deserves death? Why bother saving him?" Su Yang said with a troubled expression, "Comrades, we must ascertain his motives and whether he had accomplices. This is our responsibility." Ho Duong responded nonchalantly, while Yan Jin wore a grim expression. "Comrades, we must capture his associates. I must report this matter to Secretary Zhou Helian." Chapter 115. Does Yan Jin have a wife and children? After returning home, Miao Xiaoqin was restless. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. In contrast, Qi Baodian, having consumed considerable alcohol, slept soundly. Miao Xiaoqin was burdened with thoughts. Uncertain if Scar's plan had succeeded. If Scar failed to eliminate Yan Jin, it would have all been for naught, and she would have wasted so many days with him. She could only hope this man was reliable. It was only at 3 in the morning that Miao Xiaoqin finally drifted into a fitful slumber. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks reverberated through the door. Qi Baodian and Miao Xiaoqin awoke with a start. "What is happening? Is there an earthquake?" Qi Baodian rubbed his sleepy eyes. Miao Xiaoqin, anxious and with her heart racing like a startled deer, turned on the light. It was only 5 in the morning. The sky was still dark. Who could be knocking at this hour? Could it be the police? Had Scar been apprehended? A wave of worries flooded her mind, and her hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. Qi Baodian got out of bed, threw on a garment, and headed towards the living room, oblivious to Miao Xiaoqin's distress. Miao Xiaoqin suddenly rushed forward to stop him, whispering urgently, "Don't open the door." Only then did Qi Baodian notice her unease. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Miao Xiaoqin nearly pleaded. "Darling, please don't open the door. Anyone knocking at this hour cannot be a good person." Qi Baodian gently embraced her. "Don't worry. I'm here. What if the person at the door is in urgent need?" He released Miao Xiaoqin and continued towards the living room. Meanwhile, Miao Xiaoqin huddled in a corner, shivering. It was at that moment she comprehended the essence of fear and the grave implications of premeditated murder. With each resounding knock, her body quivered. "Stop knocking already. It's late, and you're disturbing our rest." Qi Baodian opened the inner door and was taken aback to find several police officers standing outside. Back at the police station, after Su Yang completed the statements for Yan Jin and Ho Duong, he realized the gravity of the situation. He promptly headed to the hospital, where he and Hu Minheo conducted a late-night interrogation of the now-conscious Scar. Initially, Scar refused to admit anything. However, despite his bravado, he was no match for the police. Ultimately, he confessed. Although it was already late, Su Yang deemed the case significant enough to report to the station chief, especially since it involved a prominent figure close to Secretary Zhou Helian, Yan Jin, the director of Zhongyuan Factory. Thus, he called Chief Zhao Qian to discuss the details of the case. Upon hearing that it was related to a serious matter, Zhao Qian felt an immediate sense of dread. He hastily donned his clothes and rushed to the hospital. Subsequently, he made a call to summon several individuals to join him in apprehending Miao Xiaoqin. "Is this Miao Xiaoqin's residence?" Qi Baodian instinctively nodded. "I am Miao Xiaoqin's husband. Please open the door. We need to ask her a few questions regarding an important matter." Qi Baodian dared not oppose the national authorities. Furthermore, as the director of a state-owned factory, he understood that certain matters required cooperation, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhao Qian and his companions entered. "Please summon Miao Xiaoqin." Miao Xiaoqin's face turned ashen. She could hardly move. She was supported by Qi Baodian as they made their way to the living room. "Officer, my wife is timid. Please do not frighten her." After uttering this, Qi Baodian seemed to awaken to the gravity of the situation. The police's visit at this hour surely indicated something significant, far beyond merely asking a few questions. Miao Xiaoqin's disoriented state only confirmed this notion. Zhao Qian produced a photograph. Miao Xiaoqin, do you recognize this person? She shook her head vehemently. I do not know him. Please take a closer look. I truly do not recognize him. Miao Xiaoqin desperately denied any familiarity. Qi Baodian glanced at the photograph and gasped. I know this person. All eyes turned sharply toward him, and Miao Xiaoqin was left utterly astonished. 2 days ago, I saw him in our corridor. It's him, the scar on his face. Without a doubt, Qi Baodian looked at Zhao Qian. Officer, did he come to our community to steal? Zhao Qian cast a sympathetic glance at Qi Baodian, who remained oblivious to his wife's involvement with a murderer. It was a tragic situation for him. Zhao Qian observed Miao Xiaoqin. Her mental state, facial expressions, and trembling body clearly indicated her recognition of the scarred man. Miao Xiaoqin, please put on your clothes and accompany me to the station. Miao Xiaoqin nearly cried out. I do not know him at all. You must be mistaken. Whether we are mistaken will be determined at the station. Miao Xiaoqin, please cooperate, or we will have to resort to coercive measures, Zhao Qian stated sternly. Officer, what is happening? Qi Baodian finally grasped the situation. His wife was embroiled in a major case. Moreover, the scarred man had undoubtedly been in their home that day when he encountered him downstairs. He must have just come from their residence. We are still investigating and cannot disclose further, Zhao Qian replied coldly. He gestured to the 2 officers behind him to take Miao Xiaoqin away. January 16, 1984, Monday. Zhou Hulian's face was ashen. Public Security Bureau Chief Dai Oni remained in his office, scarcely daring to breathe. The persistent occurrence of severe public security incidents, especially those targeting crucial matters, was infuriating to Zhou Hulian. Chief Dai, have you uncovered anything yet? Secretary Zhou, the suspect is named Chun Daofeng, nicknamed Scarface, a thug who has spent several years incarcerated. This time, he was hired to commit murder by a woman named Miao Xiaoqin, the wife of Qi Baotian, the owner of a ceramics factory. Upon hearing this, Zhou Helong was filled with confusion. Yan Jin had just signed a cooperation contract with the ceramics factory. Why would Qi Baotian's wife want to kill Yan Jin? Miao Xiaoqin herself stated that a few days prior, she had assaulted Yan Jing's wife and child, only to be caught in the act by Yan Jing, who, in a fit of rage, slapped her several times. She harbored deep resentment and plotted revenge against Yan Jing, subsequently seeking out Scarface. Zhou Helong exclaimed in surprise. Yan Jing has a wife and child? Daiani was momentarily taken aback. To be precise, Zhou Helong noted, Yan Jing has an ex-wife and a daughter. He let out a quiet sigh, having initially thought Yan Jing was a confirmed bachelor, and had even considered matchmaking him with his niece, Mu Chonga. He regretted not having inquired sooner. Director Dai, conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain whether Miao Xiaoqin has any other accomplices. It is imperative we uncover the truth. Yan Jing is an exemplary young entrepreneur in our Qingping city, contributing significantly to the economic development of the region. We must ensure his personal safety. Should such an incident occur again, I will hold you accountable. The final statement was delivered with considerable weight. Fortunately, Yan Jing was unharmed. Had anything happened to him, it would have resulted in immeasurable losses, both for him and for the private enterprises in Qingping City. Meanwhile, Qi Baodian arrived at Zhongyuan factory. Director Yan, I can hardly believe that Xiaoqin sought out Scarface to kill you. Xiaoqin is my wife. I know her well. While she can be somewhat headstrong, she would never resort to such actions. Is there some misunderstanding here? Qi Baotian's naivety was astounding. How could he claim to know Miao Xiaoqin? Yan Jing produced an item and placed it in Qi Baotian's hands. Chapter 116. Keep going. King of the Green Hat Qi Baotian gazed at the photograph in his hands, utterly bewildered. What was Yan Jing showing him? He did not recognize the person in the photo. Director Yan, what is this? Don't you find the person in the photograph familiar? Qi Baotian scrutinized the image once more, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Yan Jing was exasperated. How could Qi Baotian still not grasp the situation? No wonder the ceramics factory was on the brink of closure, with such a significant issue above his head. He remained oblivious. Yan Jing decided to provide a further clue. Qi Tongtong, what is wrong with my son? Qi Baotian remained perplexed. Why was Yan Jing speaking in such an enigmatic manner? Qi Baotian, do you not see that the person in the photograph bears a striking resemblance to Qi Tongtong? Instinctively, Qi Baotian looked at the photograph again. Holy crap, they do look alike, especially the eyes. At that moment, even Qi Baotian, despite his previous foolishness, comprehended the implications. He stood frozen, unable to process the revelation. The impact of this realization was overwhelming. My son is not my son. Damn Miao Xiaoqin. How dare you place such a green hat upon me? I shall have your life. Director Yan, tell me, who is the person in this photograph and where is he now? His name is Wu Liang, the deputy director of the Beijing office of Qingping City, Qi Baodian, clutching the photograph, stormed out of the Zhongyuan factory, leaving Director Yan to observe his retreating figure. This king of green hats is, in truth, rather pitiable. I hope you can endure, Qi Baodian. Today marks the 14th day of the 12th lunar month, coinciding with the day of wage distribution at Zhongyuan factory. With merely half a month until the new year, the workers eagerly anticipated receiving their pay to purchase festive goods. A long queue formed in front of the finance office, with Ma Lily at the forefront. Ma Lily, 101 yuan. Upon receiving the money from Tang Binshui, Ma Lily joyfully turned to dash away. Wait a moment. Tang Binshui called out to her. There's still 11 yuan remaining. He handed her a 10 yuan note and a 1 yuan coin. Ma Lily was taken aback. Before arriving at the finance office, she had calculated her last month's wage to be exactly 101 yuan. How could there be an additional 10 yuan and 1 mao? Tang Binshui explained. This is the year-end bonus bestowed by Director Yan, amounting to 10% of last month's salary. Additionally, there's a box of instant noodles for you to collect from the production department. A radiant smile spread across Ma Lily's face. In previous years, everyone would receive a box of instant noodles for the new year, but this year-end bonus was a first. Ma Lily rushed out of the finance office, quickly spreading the news. The workers, upon hearing this, were filled with exuberance. Who wouldn't be delighted by the arrival of their wages? They praised Director Yan as a commendable leader, elevating his esteem among the workers even further. One by one, the workers received their payments, their joy reminiscent of children. They gathered together, sharing tales of Director Yan's benevolence. At that moment, Director Yan approached. The workers instinctively greeted him warmly. Ma Lily exclaimed, Director, you are truly a wonderful leader. Working alongside you, our lives are becoming increasingly promising. Indeed. Who wouldn't envy us workers at Zhongyuan factory, with wages surpassing those of officials in government positions? All of this is thanks to Director Yan. Let us all give him a round of applause. As the last words echoed, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted around them. Director Yan raised his hand to signal for silence. The current state of our factory is a result of our collective efforts. The substantial wages you receive are not a gift from anyone but the fruits of your own labor. As long as you genuinely regard Zhongyuan factory as your home, working diligently and steadfastly, I, Yan Jin, will never forget you, nor will I treat you unfairly. Ma Lily shouted, Director Yan, we will certainly work hard. Yes, we will work diligently. The workers' spirits were ignited. Director Yan relished this atmosphere of industriousness. The workers were free from trivial complaints, wholeheartedly focused on excelling in their tasks. There is one matter I must address in advance. This spring festival, we will not have the usual holiday. We shall work as normal. The volume of shipments before and after the new year will be exceptionally high. We must stabilize our current output. I hope everyone can explain this to their families properly. Upon hearing this, many felt a pang of hesitation. Is it truly a celebration if we do not take a break for the new year? However, Ma Lily interjected, Director, you have already distributed our year-end bonuses. Whether we have a holiday is inconsequential, as we are all working for the factory. Isn't that right, everyone? The mere thought of the year-end bonus lifted the spirits of the workers. After all, it was just another day at work. We must fulfill our duties. Director, we will heed your call to come to work. When will we ever miss out on a meal of dumplings? At the Beijing office of Qingping City, Wu Liang felt an unsettling disquiet these past few days. He could not pinpoint what was amiss. For some inexplicable reason, Miao Xiaoqin had not called him in several days. Just days prior, she had been vociferously threatening to eliminate Yan Jin. Why had she suddenly quieted? Had she come to realize that eliminating Yan Jin was not a task to be accomplished swiftly? Wu Liang shook his head, dismissing that notion. Given Miao Xiaoqin's temperament, such profound insight was unlikely. Moreover, there had been no updates regarding the whistleblower letter. Could it be that Zhou Helian was shielding someone and had intentionally withheld the report? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Wu Liang slowly responded, Please enter. Zheng Xiangqing stepped through the doorway. Wu Liang quickly rose to his feet. Director Zheng, he exclaimed. I just received a call from Director Wei Juanhe of the Municipal Party Committee's office. Tomorrow, the province will convene an economic work meeting, and they require the primary responsible individuals from our Beijing office to return and participate. I informed Director Wei that we are engaged with various visits at year-end and that you would attend in my stead. Prepare yourself. You will depart for Qingping today. Yes. Director Zheng, I will comply with the arrangements, Wu Liang replied, though internally, he felt quite displeased. Surely, attending a meeting should take precedence over visits, right? Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. You simply wish to leverage public resources for your own networking. Zheng Xiangqing handed him a document. This is the annual work summary of our Beijing office, formatted as a report. Once you return to Qingping, make sure to find Director Wei and request him to pass it along to Secretary Zhou for his approval. We must ensure that our superiors are aware of the work we have accomplished this year. Wu Liang took the document and glanced through it. The content was filled with grandiose statements, lacking substantial information. He held Zheng Xiangqing's writing skills in contempt. He himself was quite the wordsmith and had garnered some recognition in Qingping City. I understand. Upon my return to Qingping, I will first visit Director Wei, he affirmed. Zheng Xiangqing nodded and said with a smile, return promptly after the meeting. The Beijing office cannot function without you. Wu Liang recognized this as mere bureaucratic politeness. Zheng Xiangqing, do not pretend in front of me. Is it merely because you outrank me by half a level? What are you so proud of? Just wait. I shall replace you sooner or later. That day, Wu Liang boarded the train back to Qingping City. Unbeknownst to him, someone was already waiting for him in Qingping. Chapter 117. Wu Liang falls into a trap on January 18, 1984, Wednesday afternoon. Wu Liang returned to Qingping City. He sought out a telephone booth and dialed the number of Miao Xiaoqin's home. At this hour, Miao Xiaoqin should be at home. However, the phone rang incessantly with no answer. Damn it, where could Miao Xiaoqin be wandering off to? He had intended to seek her out for a bit of frivolity, as it had been quite some time since he indulged in such pursuits. Unable to reach her, his plans were thwarted. Wu Liang had no choice but to head directly to the Municipal Party Committee compound. It was a fitting opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation with Wei Juanhe and glean some insights. Primarily, he wished to inquire about any prospects for his own promotion and, secondarily, to discreetly ascertain whether Wei had received the gabashing. After 20 minutes, Wu Liang arrived at the Municipal Party Committee compound. After registering at the entrance, he approached Wei Juanhe's office. The door was ajar, yet the room was empty. At that moment, someone unexpectedly tapped Wu Liang on the shoulder from behind, causing him to jump in surprise. Director Wu, why are you back so soon? The meeting isn't until tomorrow. It was none other than Wei Juanhe, sporting a smile that indicated he was in high spirits that day. Director Wei, I just returned and thought I would come to see you immediately. Is there something you need to discuss? Please, go in and have a seat. I'll be back shortly. Wei Juanhe hurried off, seemingly preoccupied with some urgent matter. However, Wu Liang hesitated to enter Wei Juanhe's office uninvited. As he was the director of the Municipal Party Committee's office, the chief secretary's most trusted aide, he stood in the corridor, waiting silently. In just a few minutes, numerous individuals passed by. Wu Liang greeted them with a smile and a nod, yet they paid him no mind, leaving him feeling rather awkward. After all, these people might not hold positions or ages superior to his own, but one casual remark from them could command immediate execution from those outside. Frankly, Wu Liang envied them. Having served as the deputy director of the Beijing office for 3 years, he believed it was high time for a change. 5 minutes later, Wei Juanhe returned. Director Wu, why are you standing in the corridor? Come in and sit. Wei Juanhe warmly ushered Wu Liang into his office, leaving Wu Liang both surprised and honored. Once seated, Wei Juanhe regarded Wu Liang with an enigmatic smile. Director Wu, you've just returned to Qingping and already sought me out. Is there a matter at hand? Wu Liang quickly retrieved a document from his bag. It's like this. Our Beijing office has prepared a report, and I would appreciate it if Director Wei could assist in forwarding it to Secretary Zhou. It would be most advantageous if Secretary Zhou could provide some endorsement. Wei Juanhe accepted the document. Director Wu, you are quite the wordsmith. I am certain Secretary Zhou will appreciate the material you've compiled. Wu Liang interjected, Director Wei. This was personally written by Director Zheng Xiangqing. I did not contribute. Indeed, I had no part in it. Should there be any errors or inappropriate content within, it is not my responsibility. Wu Liang was keen to distance himself from any potential fallout. Certainly, I will find an opportunity to show Secretary Zhou your work at the Beijing office. Secretary Zhou is quite concerned about your efforts. However, at this point, Wu Liang furrowed his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, Director Wei, to be frank, the city has suddenly assigned the 3-year investment attraction quota entirely to Zhongyuan Beverage Company. Consequently, our work at the Beijing office may become quite challenging. Wei Juanhe nodded, appearing to empathize with the difficulties faced by the Beijing office colleagues. Secretary Zhou is already aware of this situation. He is also seeking some funding from the province, as, after all, apart from Zhongyuan Beverage, Qingping City requires additional enterprises to join in. Aside from nodding, Wu Liang had nothing further to say. What could he say? This was a decision made by the city leadership. He then heard Wei Juanhe inquire, Director Wu, you must be acquainted with Yan Jin from Zhongyuan, right? He has visited the capital several times. We are somewhat acquainted. We have met a few times, but we are not close, Wu Liang replied. maintaining an outward calm while internally he was in turmoil. Should he follow this topic and mention the whistleblower letter? But how could he broach the subject without revealing that he was the one who wrote it? If that happened, it would be disastrous. However, before he could speak, Wei Juanhe shifted the conversation to trivial matters, such as the interesting places and delicacies in the capital and how life in Beijing differs from that in Qingping. These were all inconsequential, trivial matters. Wu Liang felt somewhat bewildered. Was this busy man, Wei Juanhe, truly taking the time to engage in idle chatter with him? As they conversed, a figure appeared at the office door. Wei Juanhe stood up. Director Dai, you have arrived. This is Deputy Director Wu Liang of the Beijing office. Wu Liang was perplexed. Why did Wei Juanhe refer to him in such a manner? It seemed as if this uniformed Director Dai had come specifically to see him. Wu Liang rose, his expression flustered. Director Wei, you have a guest, so I shall not intrude. He wished to exit this problematic situation swiftly. However, Dai called out to him. Director Wu, wait a moment. There is a matter that requires your cooperation in our investigation. I have done nothing wrong. I'm afraid I am quite busy now. Wu Liang replied as he made his way to the door. Damn it. He had been schemed against by Zhang Xianqing and the others. This so-called meeting was merely a ruse to lure him back to Qingping. But why had the police suddenly taken an interest in him? At this moment, Wu Liang felt a tempest of anxiety within him. Had the activities he engaged in finally come to light? Dai did not stop him. Wu Liang thought he had managed to evade capture. Yet, upon reaching the corridor, he was taken aback. Standing at the entrance of Wei Juanhe's office were several police officers. Dai smirked. Director Wu, let us go. Do it with some dignity. You can walk on your own. We prefer not to use force. Due to Miao Xiaochuan's involvement, both Wu Liang and the scar-faced man were in trouble. It was rumored that Wu Liang was entangled in other cases as well. The threat to Yan Jin's safety had momentarily dissipated. Yet the motorcycle incident had served as a stark reminder. His current identity was no longer the same as before, and many were eyeing the wealth he possessed. It was time to consider hiring a bodyguard. Ho Duong is quite remarkable. He possesses a robust physique and a sharp intellect. Henceforth, I shall have him by my side. Upon returning home after work, Zhou Helian found Mu Chonga visiting. Meng Lan remarked, Old Zhou, I asked you to call Yan Jin and invite him over for dinner tonight. Did you manage to reach him? Mu Chonga's hopeful gaze was fixed on Zhou Helian, who, however, shook his head with a complex expression. Meng Lan's displeasure was evident. Alas, your mind is consumed with work daily. How could you forget such a significant matter? Chonga has been waiting all afternoon. Provide me with Yan Jin's phone number. I shall call him. No need for you to do so. Zhou Helian's demeanor left both Meng Lan and Mu Chonga perplexed. What is the matter? Chonga, I must share something with you. In truth, Yan Jin is already married and has a little girl, although he is currently divorced. Upon hearing this news, Mu Chonga felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. The man she admired already had a child. Tears glistened in her eyes. Why, old Zhou, why didn't you tell us sooner? Meng Lan was similarly affected, struggling to accept this reality. Zhou Helian, with a sense of helplessness, replied, I only learned of this a few days ago. Chonga, there are plenty of good men out there. Your uncle will introduce you to someone even better in the future. Mu Chonga was engulfed in sadness. Better? Is there truly anyone superior to him? Chapter 118. The powerful resurgence of Huafeng, Huang Jingyi made a phone call to Yan Jin. On January 27th, the Spring Festival Gala would have its final rehearsal, and he was invited to attend. Yan Jin immediately agreed, assuring his presence. However, there was still a week until the 27th, so there was no rush. On January 20th, 1984, Friday, at Huafeng Company, after Zhong Jiejia ascended to her position, she attempted to devise marketing strategies. Yet, in the face of Zhong Yuan instant noodles, her efforts were utterly inadequate. Tang Peixian gradually lost patience with her. Song Yingming, Liang Bo, and others were watching her downfall. At the company, Zhong Jiejia hurriedly walked with her head down whenever she encountered others. She could sense the cold mockery directed towards her. Even her once close friends now kept their distance. Regret washed over her for her earlier impulsiveness. She felt foolish, having believed the view from above was splendid, only to discover the depths of the waters below. She felt as though she was suffocating. Sales Department Manager Song Yingming approached Zhong Jiejia's workstation. Zhong Jiejia, where is the marketing plan for the Spring Festival? It's still not in my hands. His voice was loud and frigid. The surrounding sales personnel could sense his dissatisfaction with her. Manager Song, I am still working on it. When can I submit it? Please grant me 3 more days. Song Yingming erupted in anger. Zhong Jiejia, there are only 10 days left until the new year, and you ask for 3 more days? I've already given you countless extensions, and you still can't deliver. What use is it for the sales department to sustain you? His voice was thunderous, echoing throughout the entire sales department. Zhong Jejia, if you can perform, then do so. If not, get out. Tears brimmed in Zhong Jejia's eyes. Ever since Tang Peixing had treated her with disdain, this Song Yingming had made it his mission to target her relentlessly. She had long desired to leave the sales department, and the position of deputy manager no longer held any appeal. Yet, where could she possibly go? Back to the office? After betraying Liang Bo, he would certainly not welcome her back. Tears streamed down Zhong Jejia's cheeks. Do not feign pity in my presence. If you wish to cry, do so elsewhere. I will not harbor incompetence here. Faced with Song Yingming's relentless aggression, Zhong Jejia could no longer contain her emotions. She stood up and fled in tears. Yet, Song Yingming remained indifferent. After all, President Tang was already disappointed in you. Let us see how much of a storm you can stir up. 10 minutes later, Song Yingming entered the general manager's office. President Tang, this is the marketing plan we have drafted for the Spring Festival. Please review it. Tang Peixing glanced at it and frowned. Buy 5, get 1 free? President Tang, we believe that offering bowls and pans is not as practical as simply giving away a pack of instant noodles for the same price. Buying an additional pack will surely entice customers to make a purchase. We are confident that once this plan is launched, Huafeng's sales will soar. President Tang, I believe our primary objective now is not merely to generate profit, but also to seize market share. We need to reclaim the market that Zhong Yuan has taken from us. This will not be an easy feat, therefore. We must be willing to offer some concessions. If customers gain tangible benefits, they will naturally choose Huafeng. Once our market share increases, so will our profits. This principle of selling at a lower margin but higher volume is key. After listening to Song Yingming's extensive discourse, Tang Peixing fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Song Yingming. Whose idea was this plan? It was mine. Song Yingming genuinely did not seek to claim credit for another's work. This was indeed his own conception. It has nothing to do with Zhong Jejia, correct? Song Yingming hesitated momentarily. Observing his reticence, Tang Peixing remarked, Manager Song, speak boldly. I have no ulterior motives. President Tang, to speak frankly, I had asked Zhong Jejia, as the deputy manager, to devise an alternative plan, forming 2 proposals for your consideration. However, she has yet to produce anything. I just inquired of her, and she requested 3 more days. But you know, with only 10 days until the new year, there is no time for her to deliberate. Moreover, if she had any ideas, she should have presented them earlier. To put it bluntly, Zhong Jejia has exhausted her capabilities. President Tang has previously given her numerous opportunities, all of which she has squandered. Tang Peixing listened intently to Song Yingming's words. He too felt dissatisfaction towards Zhong Jejia. Initially, some of her ideas had indeed been commendable and had contributed slightly to Huafeng's sales. That was why she had been appointed as deputy manager. However, she had continually faltered, revealing her inadequacies. It seemed he had truly misjudged her potential. Tang Peixing affixed his signature to the proposal. Manager Song, let us proceed with this plan. The Spring Festival holiday presents a splendid opportunity for us to make a remarkable comeback. It is essential that we promote this event widely, ensuring that the public is well informed. Song Yingming, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, General Tang, we shall exert every effort. With Tang Peixing's endorsement, the Huafeng promotion of buy 5, get 1 free was swiftly launched. The common people of Huaxia possess limited funds, and the notion of affordability is particularly enticing to them. As anticipated, when selecting instant noodles, consumers were more inclined to choose Huafeng, where for the same price, they could acquire 6 packets. By the 3rd day of the promotion, Huafeng's sales began to catch up to Zhong Yuan's. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan felt the pressure mounting. All the branch factories were reporting to Wang and Tai. The formidable resurgence of Huafeng left them feeling uneasy. Deputy Factory Director Wang, should we also initiate a buy 5, get 1 free promotion? Customers have been flocking to purchase Huafeng. Deputy Factory Director Wang, you must devise a strategy quickly. If this continues, Huafeng's sales will surpass ours, jeopardizing our market prospects. Wang Yantai was well aware of the implications. Numerous agents called, inquiring whether Zhong Yuan had any promotional activities. Their stock remained unsold, causing them considerable anxiety. He hurried into Yan Jin's office, providing a detailed report on recent developments. Yan Jin could discern that Wang Yantai was even more anxious than they were. Old Wang, Huafeng is already the leading brand in the instant noodle sector nationwide. You cannot expect to obliterate them with a single blow. It's merely a buy 5. Get 1 free promotion, do not worry. Our Zhong Yuan instant noodles cannot follow in others' footsteps. We must be the trendsetters. Instruct all branch factories to focus solely on production for now, and fill our warehouses to the brim. Upon hearing Yan Jin's directives, Wang Intai realized that Yan Jin was concocting a grand strategy. His previously heavy heart now felt a sense of relief. Let Huafeng revel for a few days. Once the New Year's Eve passes, the instant noodle industry shall be ours. So, we remain inactive during this period? Indeed, we shall hold our ground. The outcome remains uncertain. Chapter 119. This year is an Olympic year, January 26, 1984, Thursday. The day before the final rehearsal for the Spring Festival Gala, Yan Jin arrived in the capital. He first contacted Zheng Xiaoyang, delivering 2 boxes of instant noodles to the entrance of the State Sports Commission compound. Zheng Xiaoyang warmly welcomed Yan Jin, inviting him into the office building for a cup of hot water. Zheng Xiaoyang could hardly believe that Yan Jin had indeed brought him instant noodles. As they walked down the corridor, fate would have it that they encountered Zhangqi director Yan. At first, Yan Jin did not recognize him until Zheng Xiaoyang introduced them. Director Yan, this is my colleague, Zhangqi. Ah, so you are the Zhangqi. He wondered if Zhang still had any contact with Man. Director Yan, I would like to ask you something. Although Zhangqi addressed Yan Jin as director, his tone retained an air of arrogance. Zheng Xiaoyang interrupted him, urging not to leave Director Yan standing outside in the frigid weather. Whatever the matter, they could discuss it in the warmth of the office. The three entered Zheng Xiaoyang's office, where he poured a glass of water for Yan Jin. Zhangqi, with an icy tone, coldly addressed Yan Jin, Director Yan. Did you transfer Man back to Qingping? Yan Jin felt a surge of displeasure at the insinuation. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Man requested to return to Qingping of her own accord. Yan Jin retorted just as coldly. I refuse to believe that. It must be because I declined your invitation to dinner that you maliciously transferred Man back, preventing us from being together, isn't it? Your actions are despicable. As Zhangqi's emotions escalated, Zheng Xiaoyang sensed the tension and quickly closed the door, relieved that no other colleagues were present to witness the brewing chaos. Zhangqi, what do you mean? Your relationship with Man has nothing to do with me. I came here to see Comrade Xiaoyang, so please refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Zhangqi's face turned an alarming shade of green with anger. Aren't you just the director of a noodle factory? What gives you the audacity? This is the National Sports Commission, my territory. You think you can bully me here? Stop making excuses, Yan Jin. Your pettiness is the reason Man and I broke up. Zhangqi exclaimed. The revelation of his breakup with Man took Zheng Xiaoyang by surprise, as he had been unaware of Zhangqi's recent despondency and aloofness. Now realizing it stemmed from heartbreak. However, attributing the blame for his breakup to Yan Jin was truly excessive. Could Director Yan really control matters of the heart? Zhangqi, is there some misunderstanding here? You must be misjudging Director Yan. Zheng Xiaoyang interjected. I am not. It's entirely Yan Jin's fault that Man broke up with me. Zhangqi shouted in desperation. Yan Jin scoffed lightly. Zhangqi, do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness regarding why Man ended things with you? Individuals like you never look for faults within themselves, but always blame others. That is selfish. Yan Jin then turned to Zheng Xiaoyang, stating, Comrade Xiaoyang, it seems I have come at an inopportune time, so I shall take my leave. Zheng Xiaoyang felt awkward watching Yan Jin exit, prompting him to hastily follow. Meanwhile, Zhangqi stood rooted to the spot, shouting, if you have the capability, don't leave. But his words fell on deaf ears, as Yan Jin had already descended the stairs. Director Yan, I truly do not comprehend why Zhangqi has become this way. Please do not take offense. Zheng Xiaoyang pleaded. Comrade Xiaoyang, I do not let myself be angered by such individuals. I must advise you to keep your distance from people like him. Zheng Xiaoyang dismissed Yan Jin's words as mere frustration and did not take them to heart. Director Yan, let us find a time to meet. I would like to treat you to a meal. I feel an inexplicable sense of camaraderie with you. Very well, Comrade Xiaoyang. Rather than waiting for a more auspicious day, let us dine together this very evening, as I am free. Zheng Xiaoyang considered his lack of plans for the night and readily agreed. Indeed, what transpired between Zhangqi and Man? They have parted ways, yet somehow it is attributed to you? Zheng Xiaoyang, not only a connoisseur of food but also a fervent gossip enthusiast, reflected on the last time he visited the capital. He had wished to invite both him and Man for a meal to facilitate meaningful discourse. But Zhangqi perceived it as an attempt to curry favor and declined the offer. Man, disheartened by his actions, subsequently ended their relationship. Zheng Xiaoyang nodded thoughtfully. After bidding farewell to Yan Jin, Zheng Xiaoyang returned to the office building and sought out Zhangqi. Zhangqi, what was that about earlier? Why did you treat Director Yan in such a manner? It was utterly unseemly. His actions have left me without a partner, and I merely voiced my thoughts on him. Were it not for your influence, I would have confronted him this morning. Zheng Xiaoyang urged him to calm down. How did he manage to instigate Man to break up with you? Zhangqi retorted irritably. He sought to ingratiate himself with me, proposing to treat me to a meal, which I declined. Then he incited Man to end our relationship. Can you believe it? Zheng Xiaoyang appeared puzzled. Why would a prominent director feel the need to curry favor with you? You wield no significant power. Zhang Qi, at times you can be excessively self-important. This could lead to considerable misfortune, Zheng Xiaoyang cautioned. Do not presume the worst of others. Perhaps Director Yan merely wished to extend an invitation without ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi reacted unfavorably. Xiaoyang, why are you defending that Yan Jin? We are friends after all. This is not merely a matter of proximity, Zhang Qi. Sometimes you must temper your mindset. Zheng Xiaoyang felt a tinge of disappointment in Zhang Qi. This comrade from a rural background seemed somewhat narrow-minded, which could become a stumbling block on his path towards progress. Later that evening, Yan Jin arrived at the Yuebin restaurant with Ho Duong. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Xiaoyang made his entrance. After exchanging pleasantries, Yan Jin steered the conversation towards the Olympics. Comrade Xiaoyang, this year marks the first participation of our nation in the Los Angeles Olympics. It is truly exhilarating. Indeed, our National Sports Commission is diligently preparing for the Games, and our athletes are fully immersed in training, aiming for a breakthrough like never before, Zheng Xiaoyang asserted with resolute eyes. Comrade Xiaoyang, do you often encounter those athletes? Not necessarily. I meet them occasionally during meetings or when visiting with leaders. Do you know many of them? A few. Which ones? Do share. Though aware of the events of the 1984 Olympics, Yan Jin feigned keen interest. Director Yan, since you are so eager to know, I shall regale you with tales. But first, let us toast. Agreed. The three clinked their glasses gently and toasted. Zheng Xiaoyang drank his cup in one go and set it down. The athlete I am most familiar with is from the national shooting team, named Su Haifeng. Upon hearing that familiar name, Yan Jin expressed his enthusiasm. Xiaoyang, I am also deeply interested in shooting. Do make sure to introduce me to this Su Haifeng when the opportunity arises. Bowing his head to eat, Ho Duong found himself perplexed. When did the factory director develop an interest in shooting? He had never heard of it before. This truly warrants an opportunity to inquire, as the athletes are typically occupied with training, residing at the training base with little chance to venture out. I understand this. There is no rush. I shall wait patiently. Xiaoyang, do you know anyone else? Li Ning, a gymnast. You know Li Ning? Yan Jin exclaimed. I am acquainted with him. We have even dined together. This young man has a promising future. I also have a great fondness for gymnastics. Xiaoyang, please introduce me to Li Ning. Zheng Xiaoyang regarded Yan Jin with suspicion. Director Yan, you seem to possess a keen interest in every sport. I have no other hobbies. I am simply passionate about sports. I yearn to participate in the Olympics and raise our national flag for Huaxia, but alas, my abilities fall short, haha. Noticing Zheng Xiaoyang's silence, Yan Jin inquired further. Do you know anyone from the women's volleyball team? Zheng Xiaoyang shook his head. They are a championship team, as a mere staff member. I have no opportunity to meet them. Suddenly leaning forward, Zheng Xiaoyang whispered conspiratorially, Director Yan, could it be that you have taken a liking to the ladies of the volleyball team? Yan Jin feigned indignation. Comrade Xiaoyang, please mind your words. I am a family man, so kindly refrain from such reckless talk. I was merely jesting. Very well. However, the head coach of the women's volleyball team, Yuan Weiman, frequently attends meetings at the National Sports Commission. Can you? Zheng Xiaoyang quickly interrupted Yan Jin. Director Yan, Coach Yuan is quite busy, and I do not know him. I cannot facilitate an introduction, so please spare me. Yan Jin offered an awkward smile. This Zheng Xiaoyang has taken to answering hastily. Director Yan, let us indulge in food and drink. Matters of the sports world can be discussed at a later time. For a true foodie, being surrounded by a banquet, yet unable to enjoy it is a most torturous affair. He envied Ho Duong, who needed say nothing, nor manage anything, simply to immerse himself in his meal. Very well, let us commence our feast, Yan Jin declared. Inviting Zheng Xiaoyang out marks the first step forward. In time, they would navigate this path together. Some matters, after all, are not for Zheng Xiaoyang to decide. On January 27, 1984, a Friday, the final grand rehearsal for the Spring Festival Gala took place. The studio was filled to capacity. Huang Jingyi sat in the center alongside a somewhat graying gentleman, who was none other than Chao Binren, the director of Beijing Television. On the other side of Chao sat Yan Jin. Surrounding the three were various assistant directors and screenwriters. Director Yan, Huang has mentioned you several times in my presence. Your works are commendable, yet future prospects do not seem bright. Yan Jin's nerves tensed. Surely he was not retracting the advertisement for Zhongyuan instant noodles during the gala? The noodle segment was indeed excellent, but I believe it would be unsuitable for the Spring Festival Gala. Huang Jingyi had previously discussed this with Yan Jin. Yan Jin had conveyed to Huang Jingyi that the gala should be vibrant and joyous, adding delight for the viewers at home. Did Huang Jingyi not discuss it with Chao Binren? Yan Jin subconsciously glanced at Huang Jingyi. However, Chao Binren remarked, Director Huang explained it to me. But I still find the idea of eating noodles somewhat amusing. Our Spring Festival Gala is aimed at the entire nation. We must exercise the utmost caution and avoid any controversy. What does this imply? Are we not allowed to feature noodles? That simply cannot be. Zhu Shimao and Chen Paisai, the two comedic giants, must appear on the Spring Festival Gala. Zhong Yuan instant noodles must also be included. Director Huang, if you argue this way, then the Cosmic brand cigarettes and the Lazy Man's matchmaking are equally comical. Why are those two programs allowed? Yan Jin inquired, puzzled. That's different. Those two programs convey clear meanings. One satirizes false advertising, while the other encourages hard work for prosperity, both possessing significant educational value. Chao Binren explained reasonably. Director Chao, I concede your point, but I believe the Spring Festival Gala should not solely serve as a platform for education and guidance. It should be a stage that brings joy to the masses. The gala is meant to accompany the common people in celebrating the new year joyfully, rather than directing them on how to behave. The capital city television has numerous programs focused on education and guidance. The Spring Festival Gala need not follow suit. Its purpose is simply to entertain. Yet, Yan Jin's words failed to sway Chao Binren. Observing the considerable divergence between the two upon their first meeting, Huang Jingyi interjected. Director Chao, let us first view the program rehearsal. We can decide later whether to include it. Chao Binren acknowledged with a hum. He was a profoundly serious individual, known for being impartial. Although he had reservations about eating noodles, he still held admiration for Yan Jin, particularly since he had assisted the Spring Festival Gala performers with their dining arrangements. The rehearsal commenced, with each program meticulously refined before Yan Jin's eyes. This rehearsal closely mirrored what would later be seen on television. However, Yan Jin's primary focus remained on eating noodles and Lazy Man's matchmaking. Due to Yan Jin's rebirth, Lazy Man's matchmaking made an early appearance on the Spring Festival Gala stage, for years ahead of its original timeline. Finally, the moment arrived for the eating noodles segment. Zhu Shimao and Chen Paisai took the stage. Unlike in the future, Huang Jingyi heeded Yan Jin's suggestions and opted for a live demonstration. The barrel contained 5 full packs of Zhong Yuan instant noodles. Ah, Zhong Yuan instant noodles, I must indulge. Chen Paisai's line, coupled with his remarkable comedic talent, yielded an outstanding effect. The subsequent Lazy Man's matchmaking segment was equally impressive. The Lazy Man declared, "This is the only thermos in my household, and I rely on it to brew Zhong Yuan instant noodles. Zhong Yuan instant noodles can be prepared with just boiling water, no need to start a fire. Oh, my dear aunt." The only regret was that Cosmic brand cigarettes did not incorporate Zhong Yuan instant noodles. After the rehearsal concluded, Huang Jingyi was called away by Chao Binren. Yan Jin then approached Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao. Their performance had been successful, yet their faces bore no expressions of joy. They understood that the inclusion of their program in the Spring Festival Gala remained uncertain. Even after participating in today's rehearsal, there remains the ever-present possibility of being eliminated. Yan Jin offered them a reassuring smile, confidently asserting, "I can guarantee that you will certainly perform at the Spring Festival Gala. Whether they take the stage or not is inconsequential. Both of us have come to terms with it. Not performing might even be preferable, allowing us to return home for a family reunion dinner." Despite his words, Yan Jin clearly noticed the fervent desire in Chen Paisai's eyes to remain in the competition. Chapter 121. Braised pork with cabbage. Upon seeing Yan Jin, Song Dan hurried over. "Brother Yan, how was my performance just now?" Yan Jin smiled at her, treating her like a younger sister. "It was excellent. I would never make a poor choice in selecting talent." While affirming Song Dan's abilities, he also took the opportunity to praise himself. A look of delight spread across Song Dan's face. "Director Yan, my father insists I express my gratitude to you," he said. "Without you, I would never have the chance to perform at the Spring Festival Gala." "Little Song," he replied, "this is a splendid opportunity. Perform well, and you could grace the gala every year." That evening, Yan Jin, Huang Jingyi, Chen Paisai, Zhu Shimao, Song Dan, and Ho Duong dined together. Naturally, their conversation gravitated toward the Spring Festival Gala. Huang Jingyi sighed deeply. "The station director spoke with me. He couldn't commit to whether we could perform. There are uncertainties." Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao appeared somewhat disheartened, having toiled for nearly 2 months in preparation. Especially Chen Paisai, who had consumed an abundance of instant noodles. She was nearly weary of them. "Now you tell me it's still uncertain? When you invited us, you didn't say it would be like this." Song Dan, observing their plight, felt sympathetic. However, She was also relieved that her performance was assured. Director Huang. Director Chow is rather conservative, and with the oversight of higher authorities, he inevitably harbors various concerns. Yet, you are the chief director of the gala. Your word is final on who performs. These two had traveled from afar to Beijing, residing in a hotel, engrossed in scriptwriting. This period had not been easy for them. Why were they so diligent? It was their passion for the stage that compelled them to invest wholeheartedly. Whether they perform hinges entirely on your decision. Yan Jin sincerely expressed, moving both Chun and Zhu deeply. Yan Jin, you are more like a brother than a friend. This friendship is truly invaluable. Yet, Huang Jingyi remained hesitant. He had no objections regarding the noodle eating performance. However, the pressure from leadership weighed heavily on him. Director Huang, please grant Teacher Chun and Zhu Shimao an opportunity. I am ready to sign a letter of commitment, stating that if this performance leads to any negative repercussions, the responsibility lies solely with our company. Yan Jin's earnestness shone through. Upon hearing this, Chun and Zhu were so thrilled that they would have gladly given their hearts to Yan Jin, willing to serve him in any capacity. To ensure their performance at the Spring Festival Gala, he was risking the entire company. Huang Jingyi chuckled softly. Brother Yan, your words make me feel quite guilty. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure they take the stage. They were invited by me. If they ultimately fail to make it, it would reflect poorly on myself. Well, let us raise a toast to Director Huang. January 28, 1984, Saturday. Yan Jin returned to Qingping with great seriousness. His appearance on the Spring Festival Gala was a foregone conclusion, thus he had no need for concern. The remarks made last night were deliberately intended for Huang Jingyi and the three actors. He aimed to leave them with a profound and loyal impression. Yan Jin first returned home. To be precise, it was not truly his home. He had long since departed with nothing but the clothes on his back. Ho Duong trailed behind, pushing a small cart laden with flour, cooking oil, pork, lamb, beef, chicken, fish, and various vegetables available for purchase. There was also a large bag of charcoal. How did he acquire so many items? It is the new year. One must purchase some festive goods. Yan Jin instructed Ho Duong to unload the items in the yard, and then sent him on his way. Duo ran up to Yan Jin. He lifted her up, affectionately pinching her little cheeks. Daddy, did you bring me something delicious? Since Yan Jin had sternly reprimanded Miao Shaoqin, Duo had regarded him as a great hero. No longer harboring any resentment towards him, she believed that her father had changed for the better. Of course, Daddy brought you a piece of sugar melon. Yan Jin cracked the sugar melon and handed her a small piece. In this era, the happiness of children is quite simple. A small piece of sugar melon can brighten their day. Duo, eat less sugar, your teeth will suffer. However, Duo merely stuck out her tongue at him and ran off. Yan Jin, look how spoiled you've made her. Now she doesn't even listen to my words. Sulu complained. Duo is my daughter. If I do not spoil her, whom shall I spoil? Yan Jin's response was undeniably assertive. Observing the house filled with festive goods, Su Lu felt a swirl of emotions. You have already purchased the New Year's goods. With all this extra, we cannot possibly consume it. If we cannot eat it all at once, we shall savor it over time. By the way, Su Lu, will you and Duo celebrate the New Year here, or will you return to your hometown? Although he had procured the festive supplies, Yan Jin deemed it essential to clarify this matter. It has been several years since we last returned. This year, we do not intend to go back. Ever since Yan Jin became enamored with gambling and lost all their savings, Su Lu had not returned to her family home. They were not welcome there, as they feared she would come to borrow money. Now that she was divorced, returning was even less likely. If the people in her hometown found out, it would be utterly shameful. Very well, then we shall celebrate the new year together here. Yan Jin smiled. Together? Su Lu suddenly felt uneasy. We are divorced, but I am still Duoduo's father. Of course, I must accompany her for the new year. Besides, I have nowhere else to go. Could you bear to leave me alone, forlorn, at the factory eating instant noodles? Yan Jin called Duo over. Duo, would you like Daddy to celebrate the new year with you? I want Daddy to celebrate the new year with me. Duo replied in her sweet, childish voice. All right, then Daddy will come back to celebrate the new year with you and Mommy, shall we? Wonderful. Having played the sympathy card, Yan Jin then appealed to emotions, leaving Su Lu utterly defenseless. Under the relentless assault of meticulously crafted sweet-talking, Duo appeared to have betrayed her own convictions, aligning herself with Yan Jin. Su Lu, please prepare dinner. Let's have braised pork belly with cabbage. I just returned from the capital and haven't eaten all day. I'm absolutely famished. Su Lu obediently ventured to the courtyard to fetch a large cabbage and sliced off a generous piece of pork belly. The meat, a delightful mix of fat and lean, was quite appetizing. Su Lu deftly cut the pork into thin slices and washed the cabbage thoroughly. With all the ingredients ready, She promptly placed the iron pot on the stove, heating the oil before sautéing the pork. Instantly, the aroma of the meat filled the room. Duo smacked her lips. Saliva pooling, she adored meat above all else. The three of them gathered around the stove, with Yan Jin regaling Duo with a variety of amusing anecdotes. Sulu found herself laughing heartily from time to time. Yan Jin continuously served both mother and daughter more meat, insisting, "Please eat more. I'm tired of the food outside." This was the essence of simple happiness, and indeed, the most precious kind. After finishing the braised pork belly with cabbage, Yan Jin felt thoroughly satisfied, while Sulu and Duo relished the meal, especially as he entertained them with captivating stories, the origins of which remained a mystery. For the first time, Sulu perceived Yan Jin as someone humorous and engaging. After some further conversation, she tidied the bedding in the inner room. Though the sheets were worn, they had been cleaned, and she had made the bed for him. "You can sleep here tonight," she offered. Yan Jin was more than pleased that she had taken the initiative to invite him to stay. A night of silence ensued. The next morning, Sulu and Duo awoke early. It was already 8 o'clock, yet Yan Jin was still asleep. He had been tirelessly running about and was utterly exhausted. He was enjoying a deep slumber. Sulu suggested to Duo that they let their father sleep a little longer while she played in the courtyard. Hearing the voices of children in the alley, Duo dashed outside. It turned out that Dandan, the eldest grandson of Grandma Li next door, was playing with a bamboo dragonfly. "Wow, it's flying again. That's amazing." Watching the dragonfly soar, Duo felt a pang of envy. "Dandan, can I play with it for a while? If you want to play, ask your mother to buy one for you. This was bought by my mom." Dandan replied curtly, "And don't come over to watch TV at our house anymore. If you want to watch TV, have your mom buy one for you. My mom says your visits disturb our family meals." Upon hearing this, Duo struggled to hold back her tears, but they flowed nonetheless. Dandan had toys, and his family had a television, while she possessed nothing. It truly hurt her heart. Silently, she returned to her own courtyard. Meanwhile, Dandan continued to taunt her. "Your dad is not just a pauper. He is a bad egg." Duo could no longer contain herself. She turned around and shouted at Dandan, "My dad is not a bad egg. He is a great hero." Dandan burst into laughter. Duo, your dad is indeed a bad egg. How can you still call him a hero? You're truly shameless. My father is not a villain. He is a grand hero." Duo exclaimed, fiercely confronting Dandan. She would not permit anyone to malign her father, not for a moment. Yet Dandan merely made a face in response. Duo, you are so thick-skinned. You truly have no shame." In the next instant, Duo burst into tears. "My father is not a villain. He is a hero. He is the best father in the world." Dandan retorted, "Then why doesn't he buy you a bamboo dragonfly or a television? If he doesn't provide you with those things, he cannot be a good father." Dandan's biting words left Duo speechless. All she could do was cry, her sobs growing louder. Hearing the commotion, Sulu hurried outside. Yan Jin, awakened by the noise, quickly threw on his clothes and dashed out as well. Upon seeing Duo in the alley, wiping her tears, Sulu rushed to comfort her while Yan Jin's heart ached with concern. Dandan stood opposite Duo. Had Dandan bullied her? Duo, what is wrong?" Duo leapt into Yan Jin's arms, pointing at Dandan. "Daddy, Dandan said you are a big bad guy and that you don't buy me a bamboo dragonfly or a television. So you aren't a good father." Yan Jin was taken aback. Had such a young child already begun to boast and compare? At that moment, Dandan's grandmother, Aunt Li, and her mother, Kong Min, also rushed out. "Dandan, what happened?" Dandan ran into Kong Min's embrace. "Mom, didn't you say you didn't want Duo and her mother coming over to watch television? I told Duo that she is not allowed to come to our house anymore. If she wants to watch television, she should buy it herself." Kong Min turned pale with embarrassment. This was exceedingly awkward. Aunt Li forced a smile. "Sulu, children often speak nonsense. Don't take it to heart. It's all unfounded. Who would believe this is nonsense? Children do not lie. Surely, your words were overheard by Dandan." Yan Jin lifted Duo into his arms. Duo, I will buy you a big color television. From now on, we won't go anywhere. We will watch it at home." To his surprise, Kong Min scoffed. You? You can afford a big color television? You probably can't even afford a regular black and white one. We all know each other in the neighborhood." After saying this, she rolled her eyes, looking down on them. With the conversation having reached this point, there was nothing left to hold back. Sulu whispered, "Let us go home." As the three turned to leave, Dandan spoke again. "You poor thing, don't ever come to our house to watch television again." Upon hearing this, Duo cried even harder. Yan Jin had initially wished to avoid conflict with them, yet they seemed relentless. Duo, let us go buy a color television right now." "Huh. If your family can afford a color television, I will give you our television for free." Kongmin couldn't resist a final jab. While it is often said that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, Kongmin held disdain for Yan Jin and Su Lu. She had mocked them before, but this was the first time she had openly ridiculed them. Yan Jin and Su Lu chose not to respond. Engaging in a war of words with such individuals was unnecessary. They would let their actions speak for themselves. Su Lu, lock the door, we are leaving. Where are we going? To buy a color television. Other children have one to watch, and our duo must have one too. Su Lu, however, was unperturbed. Children do not know what is good for them. Do not take their words too seriously. You should play with duo first. I will prepare dinner for you. But children's words are the most earnest. Let us not cook, we shall dine out, and we must buy a color television today. I want to watch the Spring Festival Gala with duo. Without allowing Su Lu to interject, Yan Jin firmly led the two of them out the door. Aunt Li returned home. Kongmin said to Dan, do not play with that duo anymore. Her father is not a good person, and neither is duo. Dan nodded in agreement. However, Aunt Li felt this was inappropriate. Kongmin, we should not speak like that. After all, they are our neighbors. And Su Lu is quite a decent person. Let us not create unnecessary tension. Mother, being neighbors with them is simply a stroke of bad luck. They think they can buy a color television? They cannot afford it. They cannot. Dan echoed her mother. With a television at home, Dan felt a sense of superiority in front of duo. On New Year's Eve, we shall not allow them to come to our house to watch television. Anyone is welcome, just not them. With this, Kongmin pronounced her stance, leaving Aunt Li at a loss for words. Ever since her son Li Jianye's ceramic factory transitioned to a glass factory and began paying salaries regularly, Kongmin had resumed her boastfulness, looking down on this and that. Though Aunt Li disapproved, she remained silent, fearing a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Of course, Aunt Li harbored no fondness for Yan Jin either. Yet, Su Lu and duo were quite pitiable. How unfortunate for Su Lu to be married to such a man, enduring great hardship. Chapter 123. Hiring people to deliver gifts. Yan Jin took Su Lu and duo to the bustling street. Where shall we buy the television? I think we should return. I heard we need a ticket, and we do not have one. I refuse to believe we cannot buy a color television if we have money. The three entered the supply and marketing cooperative. What caught their eye first was the Zhongyuan instant noodles displayed on the shelves. It seemed the Zhongyuan instant noodles were selling quite well. Otherwise, given Chen Feng's nature, he would never have done this. Is Chen Feng here? The sales clerk hesitated. Few dared to call Director Chen by name. Who is this person, so audacious? What business do you have with Director Chen? Just bring him out. I must have something important to discuss with him. Yan Jin's arrogant demeanor left the sales clerk uncertain, prompting her to quickly summon Chen Feng from the back. Chen Feng emerged with an air of superiority. This cooperative was his domain, and no one dared to cause a ruckus here. Upon hearing the clerk mention that someone had the audacity to call him by name, he felt his pride swell. Who dares to disrespect Director Chen of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Who is looking for me? Director, it's me. Chen Feng glanced over. Oh my, Yan Jin. What brings him to the cooperative? The previously haughty Director Chen instantly transformed into a figure of humility. The sales clerk was taken aback by this turn of events. This was completely out of character for Director Chen. Chen Feng extended his hand with enthusiasm, warmly greeting. Ah, Director Yan, what an honor to have you here. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Yan Jin shook hands with him. Su Lu observed the scene, her heart stirred. It was said that the director of the supply and marketing cooperative had always been one to dictate the moods of others, yet here he was, wearing a smile of deference before Yan Jin. In just 3 short months, Yan Jin had transformed into a figure of respect. Duo brimmed with pride. Her father was indeed a great hero, worthy of admiration. Unfortunately, this moment was lost on Dandan. Do you have any color televisions here? Yan Feng inquired. Are you looking to buy one, Director Yan? We can arrange for a purchase, but I currently lack the tickets. Chen Feng's brow furrowed, appearing quite troubled. What? Could it be that Director Chen is unwilling to sell to me simply because I do not have tickets? Oh no. Chen Feng hastily waved his hands in protest. That's not what I meant. Unfortunately, the cooperative has no color televisions available, only a black and white set. How about purchasing that for now? Do you think this is akin to grocery shopping? Deciding to buy or not? Su Lu tugged at Yan Jin's arm, whispering. Perhaps we should hold off on the purchase for now. She understood that a television's price was steep, especially a color one. Recently, Yan Jin had been rather extravagant with his expenditures. This could not continue. They needed to save. Yan Jin, however, did not respond. Director Chen, do you know where there might be stock? I am eager to buy. Let me check, Director Yan. I will see which cooperative has stock. Please provide me with an address, and I will arrange for it to be delivered to your home. That would be splendid. It must arrive today. My daughter is eagerly awaiting her cartoons. Rest assured, Director Yan, if we cannot procure any stock, I shall personally bring my television over to you. Chen Feng accompanied Yan Jin and the others to the roadside before returning to the cooperative. A bewildered salesperson inquired, Director, who was that person just now? That was Yan Jin, the director of the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory. The salesperson gasped, Is that really Yan Jin? I never expected him to be so youthful. No wonder Director Chen holds him in such high regard. Director Chen picked up the phone, initiating inquiries about the availability of color televisions. While Chen Feng led Su Lu and Duo Duo to the department store, as it was the season for new clothing. Meanwhile, Qi Baodian, laden with several gifts, sought information and finally located Yan Jin's residence. However, upon approaching, he discovered the front door was locked. No one is home at Director Yan's. He lamented, Should I leave the gifts here and return? But then Yan Jin would have no idea who sent them. What if someone takes them? I cannot simply deliver them to the factory. That would create a negative impression and might cause unnecessary trouble for Yan Jin. Noticing that the neighbor's door was ajar, he ventured inside. Hello, is anyone there? Kong Min emerged, seeing the visitor carrying several bags of gifts and mistakenly assumed he was there to deliver something. Yes, I'm here. Comrade, whom are you looking for? Is the Yin family next door? I have some items to deliver, but their door is locked. Do you happen to know where they might be? Upon hearing that gifts were being delivered to the Yin family, Kong Min's demeanor shifted with astonishing rapidity. I don't know. And you shouldn't linger in our home. It casts a poor light. Please leave. Chibat Ocean, rendered speechless, had no choice but to retreat into the alley with his burden. How exasperating. What kind of person behaves like this? With no other recourse, Chibat Ocean made his way home. Before long, another visitor arrived at Kong Min's residence, also bearing gifts. Hello, do you know where the Yin family has gone? I visited their home just now, and the door was locked. I have no idea. Kong Min replied curtly. Minutes later, yet another individual came seeking news of Yin, still bringing gifts. She found it quite astonishing. What a peculiar day. Why are people arriving in succession to present gifts to Yin? He is nothing but a gambler. What purpose does this serve? In a state of profound imbalance, Kong Min pondered deeply and eventually concocted a theory. Surely, Yin had employed these individuals to stage this charade. They had deliberately vacated their home, hiring others to present gifts. All to flaunt before me. It must be so. Kong Min brimmed with confidence. Yin, how shameless you are. This only makes me hold you in greater disdain. Thankfully, my wits saved me. Otherwise, I might have been deceived. An hour later, Yin, Su Lu, and Duo Duo returned home, laden with packages. It had been another fruitful day. Acquiring an abundance of clothing, Yin purchased everything that suited Su Lu and Duo Duo, despite Su Lu's initial reluctance. Ultimately, she could not withstand Yan's resolve. Although it was Yan's money being spent, she felt a pang of guilt. Su Lu, you must revise your current spending habits. I am now prosperous, so indulge freely. When you spend my money, it fuels my motivation to earn more. Yin, Duo Duo and I cannot solely rely on your finances. We are divorced now. Yes, we are divorced, but is Duo Duo not my daughter? Su Lu nodded. Of course she is. Blood runs thicker than water. You will always be her mother. Are you Duo Duo's mother? Su Lu nodded again. I carried her for 10 months. We are biologically connected. Then it stands to reason that Duo Duo is my daughter. And you are her mother, which establishes our connection. You are welcome to spend my money at will. Su Lu found herself ensnared by Yan's arguments. Her mind a bit befuddled. Before she could gather her thoughts, a rumbling sound akin to a tractor echoed from the entrance. Is Yan residing here? Yes. I am here to deliver a television. Yan, Su Lu, and Duo Duo hastily made their way to the door. Meanwhile, Kong Min, eavesdropping from next door, overheard every word. Did Yin truly purchase a television? I find that hard to believe. She, along with Dandan, approached the entrance where a large cardboard box containing a television was being unloaded from the tractor. The dimensions of the box far exceeded those of her own. Upon spotting Dandan, Duo Duo proudly declared, Dandan, our family has bought a television, a color set. Dandan looked on with envy. Is that true? It must be a lie. Kong Min led Dandan over and remarked with a sarcastic tone, Yan Jin, Su Lu, are you putting on a show for my amusement? With your means. Can you even afford a color television? This lady, how can you speak like that? Before Yan Jin could retort, the driver, Sieta Quan, became displeased. He was aware that the individual purchasing the television was the director of the Zhongyuan instant noodles factory, and naturally, he had his own motives for ingratiating himself. Let alone 1 unit, even 100 or 1,000, Director Yin could certainly afford it. However, Kong Min erupted into laughter. What did you just call him? Director? He is nothing but a ruffian, not a director at all. Enough of this charade. I wager that this is merely an empty box, and there is no television inside. Sieta Quan chose to ignore Kong Min, foolish creature, unable to recognize the status of one's own neighbor, yet here flaunting ignorance. Director Yan, shall I assist you in moving it in? This is merchandise transferred from another location by Director Chun. No ticket required. Very well. Sieta Quan carefully unloaded the television. Observing his actions, Kong Min scoffed. It's just an empty box. You are quite adept at pretending. What are you doing here? A voice interrupted. Kong Min and Dan turned simultaneously to see Li Guang returning home from work. Su Lu's family purchased a television. That box is actually empty. And they are just putting on a show for us. Li Guang was bewildered. Why would they put on a show? But Kong Min shouted loudly, Su Lu, Li Guang has returned. It's perfect for him to lend you a hand. The television is quite heavy. Yan Jin coldly replied, not necessary. In Kong Min's view, Yan Jin's response only served to confirm that the box was indeed empty. She was determined to expose them. Everyone is neighbors. Helping one another is the least they can do. With that, Kong Min pulled Lu Guang forward to assist. Seeing this, Yan Jin quietly instructed Sieta Quan, let them move it. Sieta Quan immediately understood. Kong Min and Lu Guang quickly approached the box, placing their hands upon it. The television is quite heavy. Be careful not to bump it. Rest assured, Kong Min and Lu Guang bent down to lift it. Yet, they found it immovable. They exchanged puzzled glances. Why is it so heavy? Shouldn't it be an empty box? Could there really be a television inside? Put in some effort. Sieta Quan urged from the side. Reluctantly, Kong Min and Lu Guang bent down once more, straining to lift it. We truly appreciate your help today. Could you please lift it onto the table inside? Yan Jin led the way for the two. Kong Min and his wife turned pale. What a predicament. They had shot themselves in the foot. Cautiously, they carried it into the yard and carefully into the house, placing it on the table. Throughout the process, it was they who labored, while Yan Jin and Su Lu merely observed. Su Lu had intended to lend a hand, but was stopped by Yan Jin. Kong Min was furious. She had fallen into Yan Jin's trap. What was meant to be an exposure of Yan Jin had instead resulted in her own embarrassment. She stormed out of Yan Jin's house, fuming. Director Yan. At that moment, a voice echoed from the alleyway. The speaker was someone Kong Min recognized, Chi Baotian, who had come bearing gifts for Yan Jin just over 2 hours earlier. What was he doing back here? Hadn't he already performed enough? Was Yan Jin summoning them again to irritate her? Kong Min, already irate, felt her emotions spiraling further out of control upon seeing Chi Baotian. Li Guang, did you see that man? He asked, just another one of Yan Jin's hired hands to present gifts for our viewing pleasure. Can you believe it? Yan Jin would go to such lengths to maintain appearances. Just 2 hours ago, he visited our home, and I had to throw him out. He is deliberately trying to provoke me. And he is not alone. 2 more are following behind. The Yin family is truly insufferable. To have neighbors like them is nothing short of a lifetime of misfortune. Kong Min continued to rant, oblivious to the changing expressions on Li Guang's face. She noticed Chi Baotian ingratiating himself with Yan Jin, rolling her eyes. Yan Jin really thinks of himself as a leader. He has invested so much just to impress us. Yet, this will only lead to my further disdain for him. Can you be quiet for a moment? Li Guang snapped impatiently. His words only served to stoke the flames. What do you mean by that, Li Guang? I'm speaking about them, and you're not pleased? Who exactly are you aligned with? Li Guang felt the urge to slap her. How embarrassing. How had he ended up marrying such a foolish woman? What nonsense about spending money? He is genuinely here to deliver gifts. Since Li Guang knew Chi Baotian, who was the director of the ceramics factory, he left the incessant chatter of Kong Min behind and strode towards Yan Jin and Chi Baotian. Director Chi, greetings. Li Guang, what brings you here? Scratching his head, Li Guang replied, Director, I live just here. So, you're neighbors with Director Yan? Li Guang was momentarily taken aback. Why did Director Chi refer to Yan Jin as Director Yan? He glanced at Yan Jin in astonishment. Could it be that Yan Jin was the same director who had signed a cooperation agreement with the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory? How could that be? Yet, if it were implausible, why would Chi Baotian come to deliver gifts? Li Guang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Noticing the change in his expression, Chi Baotian's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Li Guang, you do realize he is the director from Zhongyuan, don't you? Boom. Kong Min felt her head buzzing with disbelief. Yan Jin was actually the director of Zhongyuan, the very director whom even Li Guang's boss, Chi Baotian, had to curry favor with? And here she had been mocking him all along. If he held a grudge and mentioned it to Chi Baotian, could it lead to Li Guang's dismissal? Li Guang's face turned crimson, unsure how to respond to Chi Baotian's inquiry. Yan Jin, however, merely smiled. Director Chi, I'm not well acquainted with Li Guang. It's quite normal for him not to know me. Chi Baotian's expression darkened. What an oblivious family. He caught a glimpse of Kong Min out of the corner of his eye. Kong Min hastily nodded and bowed. Li Guang, is that woman your wife? Li Guang instinctively nodded. At that moment, Qi Baoyan's favorable impression of Li Guang evaporated entirely. That woman had unceremoniously chased him away. Not a single member of the family exhibited any discernment. Director Qi. Li Guang was about to say something, but Qi Baoyan waved his hand, clearly uninterested in hearing it. At this juncture, Yan Jin spoke up. Director Qi, I appreciate your intentions. I will keep the items. But please refrain from such gestures in the future. Attend to your own matters first. Rest assured, our collaboration will flourish, and Zhongyuan will soar alongside all its partners. He escorted Qi Baoyan and Xie Daquan out, not casting a glance at Li Guang or Kong Min. Upon entering the door, he slammed it shut with a resounding bang. Chapter 125. Absenteeism will result in performance deductions. January 30th, 1984, Monday. Huafeng Company. Song Yingming arrived at the general manager's office, brimming with excitement. Manager Tang, our sales have surged again. Yesterday's daily sales increased by 30%, and our shipment volume has already surpassed Zhongyuan. This was undeniably exhilarating news for Huafeng. Tang Peisheng rose from his seat and, for the first time, poured a glass of water for Song Yingming, leaving him quite taken aback. Manager Song, well done. You've truly worked hard during this period. It's no trouble, it's all for Huafeng. With these impressive results, Song Yingming had become the most esteemed individual at Huafeng. Tang Peisheng, too, sighed with relief. As Huafeng gradually reclaimed its territory, he had a duty to fulfill towards all employees. What movements are occurring over at Zhongyuan? Tang Peisheng inquired. None that I've observed. I've been keeping a close watch, but Zhongyuan has remained silent for an extended period. Song Yingming also found this perplexing. Could it be that Zhongyuan had conceded defeat? Given Zhongyuan's nature, that seemed unlikely. Perhaps they were struggling to devise a compelling promotional strategy? Even if they couldn't come up with one, they could always emulate Huafeng. After all, aren't all the instant noodles on the market merely variations of what Zhongyuan has previously introduced? The silence from Zhongyuan raised suspicions. Manager Song, do you think they might be plotting something? I cannot say for certain, but I am confident that Zhongyuan will not relinquish its market share easily. You are correct. Even though the new year is approaching, we must remain vigilant. Yan Jin scrutinized the reports just submitted by the sales department. As the year-end approached, sales were on the rise, yet compared to Huafeng, the growth was relatively sluggish. Behind this report lay the gradual encroachment of the market by Huafeng. Yan Jin was now merely awaiting the Spring Festival Gala. With the gala serving as a platform for Zhongyuan's promotion, it could undoubtedly turn the tide in their favor. He was as steady as a fisherman waiting for a catch, while those beneath him were in a frenzy. Yan Jin was aware of the situation, but they were not. The phone in Wang Intai's office was ringing off the hook. Wang Intai simply reassured them, do not worry, we are refining the marketing strategy, and we will notify everyone as soon as there is news. But how could they not be anxious? The situation was dire. That evening, at Chang's home tomorrow, I must return to work, though I had initially planned to indulge in a card game with my companions. Traditionally, on the 26th day of the Lunar New Year, the Zhongyuan factory would grant a holiday. However, this year's schedule dictates that January 31st, the 29th day of the 12th month, marks the final working day before the new year. Despite the rigorous notifications from Yan Jin to each workshop, a few individuals still harbor grievances. Chang is among this minority. Tonight, he is drinking with several brothers from his hometown. In the past, such matters were trivial, but now that he holds a respectable position at home, even his cousin He Tao treats him with deference. When family members see him, they greet him with utmost enthusiasm. It's just one day of work. What can happen if you don't go? Your leaders want to devour you, they exclaim. With only a few days for the new year, we should relish the celebration rather than toil. After working an entire year, aren't we entitled to some rest? The brothers chime in agreement. He Chang, feeling the effects of the drink, responds, you are all correct. Who knows how many will actually show up for work tomorrow? Even the factory manager and the director may not attend. Neither will I. Come, let us continue drinking. The revelry continues deep into the night, with no sign of them dispersing. Brother Chang, your factory is now the highest paying establishment in our city. I've heard even the gatekeeper earns more than those in the offices. Could you possibly leverage your connections to help me get a position at Zhongyuan factory? One asks. And could you inquire for me as well? Our small factory is struggling. I've long wished to leave that place. I no longer wish to toil in the fields. Brother Chang, I want to follow your path. He Chang, with a flushed face, thumps his chest and confidently declares, all right, leave this matter to me. After the new year, I will ask around and ensure you all secure positions at Zhongyuan factory. The others, hearing this, joyfully raise their glasses. Thank you, Brother Chang. Let us all toast to him. Before the drinking commenced, Chang belonged to Zhongyuan Factory. After the festivities, Zhongyuan Factory belongs to Chang. On February 1st, 1984, the eve of the new year, every household has adorned their doors with couplets, and the faces of the people radiate with happiness. Although life remains modest, under the guidance of national policies, everyone sees hope for the future. In this beautiful land, the vibrant pulse of economic development is palpable. At 8:20 a.m., Sun Guofu, the production supervisor of Zhongyuan Factory, begins to call the roll. Ma Lily, present. Zhang Shuai, present. Chang, no response. Sun Guofu raises his head. Where's Chang? The workers glance around, but Chang is nowhere to be seen. Does anyone know where Chang has gone? They all shake their heads in uncertainty. Sun Guofu furrows his brow. He has not reported to work nor requested leave. Could there be an issue at home? According to factory regulations, even in emergencies, one must request leave from their supervisor, even if it's just a phone call. This morning, after posting the couplets, Yan Jin hurried to the workplace. When he left home, his daughter Duo had not yet awakened. The little girl had stayed up late watching television the previous night and struggled to rise this morning. At just past 10, Yan Jin made his appearance in the production workshop. Director Sun, how is everyone faring today? He inquired. It's New Year's Eve. Let us not be preoccupied with returning home for the holiday until our duties are fulfilled. All is well except what? Chang has not shown up and hasn't called in, leaving us in the dark regarding his absence. Yan Jin racked his brain, trying to recall Chang's visage. This lad generally appeared quite unassuming. What could be the reason for his sudden absence? It had been emphatically reiterated numerous times that there would be no holiday during the Spring Festival this year, and everyone was expected to maintain their regular shifts. What on earth is going on with him? Yan Jin's countenance darkened. Should Chang lack a valid excuse, his bonus for the month would be entirely forfeited. Does he treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? The workers nearby, upon hearing this, could not help but feel sympathy for Chang. The bonus was several times his base salary. Should it be entirely deducted, the amount he would take home would be quite meager. Yet, some believed Chang had brought this upon himself. After all, who told him not to come to work? At 11 in the morning, Chang finally awoke. His head throbbing painfully. He had indulged a bit too much the previous night. What time is it? His wife glanced at the wall clock. It's 10 past 11. What? Why didn't you wake me? This is disastrous. I'm late, and my bonus will be docked. Chang hurriedly jumped out of bed and slipped into his trousers. His wife, however, retorted with exasperation. Didn't you say last night that you wouldn't go to work today? Chang was at a loss for words. Those were words spoken under the influence of alcohol. Can one take drunken words seriously? But now, at such a late hour, should he venture out or not? Chapter 126. Father wants you to celebrate New Year every day throughout the day. The Beijing television station broadcasted news about the Spring Festival Gala. This marked the second Spring Festival Gala in the history of Huaxia, capturing the attention of the entire nation. At noon, Yan Jin returned home, where Duo had finally risen. Su Lu admonished her, Duo, you must not stay up so late in the future, do you hear me? Duo looked at Yan Jin with a pitiful expression, signaling for her father's intervention. She longed to watch television, particularly animated shows. They were so entertaining. Yan Jin scooped Duo into his arms and planted a kiss on her adorable little face. I see that Duo will have to stay up late tonight. No way, Duo. You must be in bed by 8. Su Lu was determined not to indulge Duo. Tonight is New Year's Eve. You must stay up with us and watch the Spring Festival Gala, right, Duo? Duo nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to stay up with Mommy and Daddy. I'm a year older now. Su Lu, in a fit of frustration, grabbed a kitchen knife to chop meat for dumplings. We are making dumplings tonight and also stewing a chicken. Yan Jin, aren't you going to spend the new year with your parents? You haven't visited them in years. I'm not going anywhere. I will be right here for the next few days. Yet, Su Lu felt this was inappropriate. You should return to accompany them. They must be hoping for your presence. They wouldn't want that. They would be happier if I don't go back. They don't welcome me. This was simply implausible. Su Lu could not believe Yan Jin's words. He was now the director of Zhongyuan Factory, a figure of great significance wherever he went. How could the Yan family possibly not welcome him? Especially that sister-in-law of his. With her nature, she would undoubtedly go to great lengths to ingratiate herself with Yan Jin, seeking to gain some advantage. Surely, you haven't kept the fact that you're the factory director from them, have you? Well, let us wait for an opportunity later. For now, I simply wish to spend time with you and Duo. Yet, Su Lu yearned to utter the words, we are already divorced. However, the words lingered on her lips, and she swallowed them back. By the way, this morning, Xiao Yi came by. Yan Jin seemed not to be paying Su Lu much attention. Instead, he was joyfully playing with Duo. She had bought Duo a new dress and brought along some treats. Oh, she also inquired where you would be spending the new year. Yan Jin merely responded with a soft He exhibited little interest in matters concerning Xiaoyi. Su Lu remarked, make sure to add more meat to the dumplings. Duo is at that age where she needs to eat well. With that, Yan Jin took Duo and returned to the room, turning on the television. A channel was airing Huiyuanjia. With no other forms of entertainment available, and certainly no inclination to scroll through his phone, Yan Jin found himself engrossed in the show once more. Since this morning, the incessant sound of firecrackers had filled the air. The presence of firecrackers is essential to the festive atmosphere of the new year. Duo, would you like to set off some firecrackers? Daddy can go buy some for you. Duo's gaze remained fixed on the television. No way, I want to watch TV. In truth, Yan Jin harbored a strong desire to ignite fireworks. After all, men, regardless of age, possess a playful spirit. After work in the afternoon, worker Zhang Shuai visited Hichang's home. The two shared a good rapport. Hichang had suddenly not shown up for work and had his bonus deducted. This was something he needed to inform him about promptly. At that moment, Hichang was at home, commanding his wife to hasten the preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner, as both his parents and he were eagerly awaiting the meal. Hichang's household was rife with grievances. Hichang, why must I do all the cooking alone? You're just sitting there doing nothing. Can't you lend a hand? I toil all day at work, exhausted, and I contribute so much to the household every month. If I have to rely on you for cooking, what exactly do you do? Hichang retorted sharply. I married you to serve our family. Don't burden me with useless complaints. It was unclear where his sudden fury stemmed from. While Hichang's family felt wronged, they were powerless to counter his assertions. After all, they had not contributed financially to the household. Nevertheless, she was not without her own spirit. Yes, you earn money, but I also manage this household well. Though I may not have accolades, my efforts are not to be dismissed. What gives you the right to say that to me? You dare to raise your voice? Hurry and prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. I am the head of this family, and my word is final. At that moment, Zhang Shuai entered the courtyard. Changgu, sister-in-law. Xiao Shuai, just in time, don't leave. Your sister-in-law is preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Stay and let us have a drink together. Zhang Shuai shook his head. Changgu, why didn't you go to work today? Hichang, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, I drank too much last night and couldn't get up this morning. Didn't the factory director say that we would work as usual during the new year? Hichang suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Xiao Shuai, I did not go to work today. Does Director Yan know? Zhang Shuai nodded. Yes. He is aware and stated that he would deduct your performance bonus for this month entirely. Hichang was taken aback. The earlier bravado he exhibited before his wife completely evaporating. At 7 in the evening, the countdown to the Spring Festival Gala was drawing closer. Those with televisions gathered in front of their screens, savoring their meals while eagerly awaiting the festivities. Families without televisions congregated around the dining table, relishing the reunion of the New Year's Eve feast. Men and women, young and old, raised their glasses in unison to celebrate the arrival of the new year. At Yan Jin's dining table, dishes of chicken, fish, braised beef, pig's head meat, and dumplings filled with pork and cabbage adorned the table. Su Lu, concerned about wastage, refrained from overfilling each plate. This was the most sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner that Duo had ever experienced since her birth, and indeed, since Su Lu's own birth. Duo, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Mom, it's simply too delicious. I wish it could be New Year every day. Duo. Your father wishes for you and your mother to celebrate New Year every day. I will earn plenty of money for you both to live the happiest life. Upon hearing this, Duo gleefully danced with joy. She stood up, dashed to Yan Jin's side, and planted a kiss on his cheek, bringing a radiant smile to his face. Duo, go and thank your mother for this splendid feast. Obediently, Duo went over and kissed Su Lu. She had completely aligned herself with Yan Jin, following his every directive, forming a united front with her father. After finishing a dumpling, she pointed at the television. Daddy, can we switch the channel? I don't like this. I want to watch cartoons. Duo, once this program concludes, there will be an entertaining show shortly. Do not fret. We will watch the Spring Festival Gala together tonight. What is the Spring Festival Gala? It's a variety show featuring numerous uncles and aunts performing on television, singing, dancing, telling jokes, and presenting skits, all to make you happy. Then I want to watch. I want to be joyful. That is a must. Our Duo must be filled with joy. Listening to the exchange between Yan Jin and Duo, Su Lu felt a whirlwind of emotions. Had he been like this from the beginning, perhaps she would not have divorced him. He truly had changed. Now capable of caring for the family and earning a living. Should she consider remarrying him? Su Lu was deeply conflicted. Perhaps she should consult Xiao Yi for her opinion. Chapter 127. The Spring Festival Gala commences. The clock struck 8. Families with televisions moved their sets outdoors, placing them atop tables in the yard. The television, though black and white and diminutive in size, could not dampen the fervor of the crowd. In an era of relative material scarcity, the television was among the few entertainments available. Neighbors crowded into the yard, enjoying the show while exchanging stories and laughter, basking in a warm camaraderie. In this moment, the pride of the workers from Zhongyuan factory was once again palpable. In nearly every worker's home, there exists a television set. On New Year's Eve, the yards of these workers are filled with people, all gathered to watch television. To enjoy the hospitality of others, one cannot avoid uttering a few compliments. However, the workers have long become immune to such flattery. During this period, they have heard these words countless times. The workers at Zhongyuan factory have come to be regarded as the most fortunate in the city, garnering envy even from those employed in government offices due to their favorable conditions. These comrades are conscientious individuals, fully aware that all of this prosperity has been brought about by Yan Jin's efforts. Their respect for Yan Jin continues to grow infinitely. In the yard, everyone engages in lively conversation, lost in the joy of the new year, completely forgetting the chill brought by the northern winds. At 8 o'clock, the Spring Festival Gala finally commenced. Zhao Zhongxiang appeared on the television screen. Dear viewers, friends, compatriots, tomorrow marks the annual traditional festival of the Chinese nation, the Spring Festival. On behalf of all the staff at the television station, I extend warm holiday greetings to you and wish you a delightful New Year's Eve. The audience in front of the television was utterly absorbed, no one daring to speak loudly. The melody of congratulations on the new year opened the curtain on the 1984 Spring Festival Gala. As they watched the various performances on television, the audience erupted into hearty laughter. Even the simplest of acts were deemed the best in the hearts of the common folk at that time. Yan Jin and his companions sat before the television. Su Lu remained relatively quiet, her emotions complex, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Duo pointed at the television and exclaimed, "Daddy, I want to be on TV too." Of course, a remarkable girl like our Duo will surely grace the screen one day and become a superstar. Duo clapped her hands joyfully. That's wonderful. I want to be a big star. Daddy, when will I get to be on? When you go to school and study diligently, achieving excellent grades, then you can be on television. Su Lu couldn't help but interject, there are many children with excellent grades, but I have never seen them on TV. Of course, you haven't seen them. Previously, we didn't have a television set at home. How could you possibly know? I say that you can be on. And you will be. We have connections at the television station. Yan Jin claimed to know people at the station, but Su Lu found it hard to believe. Even as the factory director of Zhongyuan, he had no opportunity to meet them. Su Lu still did not comprehend the significant influence of the instant noodle factory, thinking that the impact of a factory director could only extend to Qingping City. Outside of Qingping, who would recognize him? Noticing Su Lu's silence, Yan Jin understood that she perceived him as boasting. Su Lu, dare you make a bet with me? If I know someone from the Beijing television station, we will remarry. If I don't, I will follow your arrangements. Su Lu was taken aback. Why was he bringing up the topic of remarriage again, especially in front of Duo? How embarrassing. She had not even thought through the matter of remarriage yet. Seeing Su Lu hesitate to respond, Yan Jin pressed on, Su Lu, do you dare to take this bet? Su Lu pondered for a moment. A wedding banquet is a significant affair. How can it be settled through a wager? With that, she rose and retreated to the inner room. Yan Jin could only shake his head in disbelief. It seemed he had underestimated the complexities of rekindling their marriage. Su Lu prepared some oranges and sunflower seeds, presenting them to the father and daughter. Duoduo's eyes were completely captivated by the television, rendering everything else insignificant. Even when her father spoke to her, she remained oblivious. Yan Jin sighed in resignation. It appeared that as a father, he was less engaging than a television set. The Spring Festival Gala had already commenced for over an hour, and one could only wonder when Eating Noodles would be aired. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too late. However, with Cosmic brand cigarettes paving the way, anticipation for this year's gala was palpable among the audience. Everyone was thoroughly engrossed. Finally, around 9 o'clock, Eating Noodles made its debut. As expected, much like in his previous life, Wang successfully bore the pressure, ensuring the program aired. This was a moment for the citizens of the nation to witness the art form of sketch comedy during the gala. From the moment they took the stage, Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao delivered a performance that had the entire nation doubled over in laughter. On screen, Chen Paisai lifted a bowl, twirling several strands of noodles, taking in the aroma. Ah, this flavor is familiar. It's the delicious and nutritious Zhongyuan instant noodles. I must indulge, especially since I haven't eaten today. The 5 characters Zhongyuan instant noodles resounded clearly in the ears of the live audience and viewers at home. In the courtyard of Ma Lily's home, a crowd had gathered. Despite the chill, everyone was fixated on the television. When Ma Lily heard those 5 words, she was taken aback. Our instant noodles have graced the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. Yan, the factory manager, is truly remarkable. Lily, the actor just mentioned your Zhongyuan instant noodles. Didn't he? Ma Lily nodded emphatically. Yes, it is indeed our Zhongyuan instant noodles. You've made it to television, and even the actors are enjoying your noodles. That's quite an achievement. Second Granny exclaimed. Indeed, I've heard that last month, your salary was the highest in your factory, exceeding 100. More than 3 men combined. You truly bring pride to us women. Aunt Wu chimed in. Not far away, Aunt Zhang leaned in. Lily, are there any young men at your factory? Introduce one to your sister. She is in her 20s and still unmarried. Isn't that a cause for concern? At the home of bank director Zhang Maolan, a large table was filled with people. Their New Year's Eve dinner was only halfway through. Everyone raised their glasses in joyous revelry. Just after finishing a drink, Chun Paisai's lines echoed from the television. Upon hearing this, the conversation naturally shifted to Zhongyuan instant noodles. Who would have thought that in just a few months, a factory on the brink of closure would transform into a national brand? Zhang Maolan, his face flushed from drinking, stood up, seemingly ready to make grand declarations. Let me tell you, the deputy director of Zhongyuan, Wang is my wife's cousin. Their manager, Yan Jin, and I are close friends. Without me, Zhang Maolan, Zhongyuan would not be where it is today. The crowd rolled their eyes at him. You may boast as much as you like, old Zhang. Though you hold the position of bank director, it is rather presumptuous to claim that without you, there would be no present-day Zhongyuan factory. What connection does Zhongyuan have to you? Zhang Maolan chuckled softly. The connection is indeed substantial. When Yan Jin first contemplated purchasing the factory, he lacked the necessary funds. I perceived his potential and sincerity, so I lent him 200,000. Later, as he sought to expand and promote his brand on television, it was I who provided him with an additional 3 million. Tell me, without my support, would Zhongyuan have achieved its current stature? Chapter 128. Zhongyuan Instant Noodles on the Spring Festival Gala. Song Yingming, the sales manager of Huafeng Company, was also keenly watching the Spring Festival Gala. In the days leading up to the new year, his spirits were notably high. Huafeng's sales were soaring, effectively overshadowing the formidable presence of Zhongyuan. Tang Peixing held Song Yingming's contributions in high regard, with rumors circulating of his impending promotion to deputy general manager. The entire staff was in high spirits, eagerly welcoming the new year. After all, the industry leader remains the leader. No matter how robust Zhongyuan may be, it cannot surpass the top contender. However, upon viewing the segment eating noodles, Song Yingming's expression darkened immediately. Zhongyuan had been unusually quiet for some time. Song Yingming speculated that their silence indicated a struggle to devise an effective promotional strategy. Even if they had a plan, it would likely mirror Huafeng's by 5. Get one free offer. Little did he anticipate that Zhongyuan had been concocting such an extraordinary maneuver, an unparalleled strategy. As an astute sales manager, Song Yingming acutely sensed that this move by Zhongyuan Instant Noodles would undoubtedly deliver a severe blow to Huafeng. After the new year, Zhongyuan's sales figures were certain to reach astonishing heights. The telephone rang with a sharp trill. It was likely a New Year's greeting. Song Yingming absent-mindedly picked up the receiver. Who is it? Song Yingming, have you seen the television? Zhongyuan Instant Noodles are on the Spring Festival Gala, came Tang Peixing's anxious voice through the receiver. Mr. Tang, I just saw it, Song Yingming replied, at a loss for words. What more could be said at this juncture? One could only accept the reality. I have instructed the office to notify all mid-level managers who are celebrating the new year in Nanju that their holidays are cancelled. They are to return to the company for a meeting tomorrow. After hanging up, Song Yingming could not contain his frustration and muttered a few expletives. Damn it. Can't we have a peaceful new year? Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. What kind of meeting is this? Zhou Huliang and Meng Lan, along with their family, were also watching the Spring Festival Gala. Their son, Zhou Benchong, was working in another city and could only return to Qingping City during this festive period, bringing his wife and children to spend time with Zhou Huliang and his wife. Their eldest grandson, Zhou Haiyang, was nestled in his grandmother's embrace, incessantly munching on oranges and candies. As the 5 of them conversed, the topic inevitably drifted to Zhongyuan Instant Noodles. Dad, there is a company in Qingping City that could greatly benefit you in the future. I believe the ripple effect of Zhongyuan factory will create an entire industrial chain. Zhou Huliang looked at his son in astonishment. Such sentiments had also been echoed by Yan Jin. To speak with precision, he felt indifferent. However, hearing it from his own son's lips, Zhou Helian was taken aback. When did Zhou Binchong acquire such advanced theories? Binchong, where did you learn about concepts like radiation effects and industrial chains? Last September, our unit organized a trip to Shenzhen for study. I learned all of this there. Dad, the people in Shenzhen are remarkably adept at economics. Their thoughts and approaches are progressive, and one cannot help but be impressed. Zhou Binchong's words plunged Zhou Helian into contemplation. It seemed he truly needed to visit the south, to the economic special zone, and engage in earnest learning. Just then, a line from the television pierced the ears of a few individuals. Ah, I recognize that flavor. It's the nutritious Zhongyuan instant noodles. I must indulge, especially since I haven't eaten today. Did that actor just mention Zhongyuan instant noodles? Zhou Helian asked, breathless. Zhou Binchong nodded affirmatively. Yes, Zhongyuan, I heard it distinctly. At that moment, Zhou Helian grasped the true intention behind Yan Jin's visit to the capital's television station. This young man was not merely promoting a product. He aimed to have Zhongyuan instant noodles featured in the Spring Festival Gala, and he had succeeded. In that instant, Zhou Helian beheld Yan Jin's ambition and recognized his capabilities. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary, with boundless prospects. Entrusting him with the entire 3-year investment attraction target had been a judicious decision. Meng Lan, however, sighed. Your father and I initially intended to introduce your cousin Chonggu to the director of Zhongyuan, Yan Jin, but later discovered he was already married, though now divorced. He has a daughter. What are you saying all this for? Zhou Helian interrupted her. Mom, Dad, we must not dwell on Yan Jin's past. We should look forward. If Chonggu doesn't mind, I believe they could give it a try. Daughter-in-law Lu interjected. Zhou Binchong quickly added. Someone like Yan Jin would be a perfect match for Chonggu. They complement each other beautifully. Zhou Helian remained silent, lost in thought about other matters. Once the Spring Festival was over, Zhongyuan instant noodles would undoubtedly see a surge in sales. The matter of Zhongyuan beverages must not be overlooked either. Perhaps he should call him tonight to offer a gentle reminder? One cannot focus solely on instant noodles. The beverage situation also deserves attention. Meanwhile, Li Tiandi found little joy in the festivities. The table was laden with an array of dishes and spirits, yet he lacked the appetite to eat, drowning his sorrows in solitary drinking. As for the Spring Festival Gala, he had no inclination to watch. The atmosphere at the Li household during the New Year's Eve dinner was oppressive. It was only when the program unexpectedly mentioned Zhongyuan instant noodles that he couldn't help but glance up. Zhongyuan instant noodles. Yan Jin. Quite impressive. Making it to the Spring Gala. Yet, why would such a person desire him to serve as his general manager? Li Tiandi recalled the note that Yan Jin had sent through Ding Jian, which contained Yan Jin's address and contact number. Even Li Tiandi himself was perplexed as to what exceptional qualities he possessed that warranted such attention from Yan Jin. As she watched the skit eating noodles, everyone around was bursting into laughter at Chun Paisai's performance, yet Mu Chonga remained unmoved. Her mind wandered back to Yan Jin. Recalling the time he had taken her to the capital to host a trade fair, she reminisced about the myriad moments spent together. He was so youthful. Why had he chosen to marry? What was the rush? If she were to marry a man with a previous marriage, she wondered how her family would perceive her. The dilemma weighed heavily on her. Xiao Yi had also returned to her parents' home to share the New Year's Eve dinner with them. Despite residing in the same city, she rarely visited home. Each time they met, her parents urged her to find a partner without delay. Xiao Yi felt exasperated. Can such matters truly be rushed? If one does not encounter someone who stirs genuine affection, even marriage would fail to bring joy. Just look at Su Lu, she thought. The image of Yan Jin involuntarily surfaced in her mind as she considered Su Lu. He had propelled Zhongyuan instant noodles onto the Spring Festival Gala stage. Surely, Yan Jin's fortunes would only continue to grow. Yet, the most crucial transformation was that he had indeed changed. He had become responsible, ambitious, and more family-oriented. He seemed to embody all the virtues one could hope for in a man. Moreover, he was still single. As eating noodles concluded amid peals of laughter, the era of Chun and Zhu had dawned. After this evening, they would be household names. Alongside them, Zhongyuan instant noodles would also gain prominence. In the future, whenever the year 1984 and Huaxia Company were mentioned, Zhongyuan instant noodles would undoubtedly be associated with it. As for Jian Libo, Yan Jin would ensure it was not overlooked. The Spring Festival Gala continued. Chapter 129. The annoyance of New Year visits. Half an hour later, the stage of the Spring Festival Gala showcased the second skit, The Lazy Man's Blind Date. Following the preceding eating noodles, the audience's anticipation for this program heightened. Indeed, as Song Dan stepped onto the stage, she captured the audience's attention. especially that of the male viewers. This actress was stunning. Even many women were taken aback, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. This actress is truly beautiful, Su Lu remarked. You mean Song Dan? I personally handpicked her. How could she not be beautiful? Yan Jin replied. Come on, Yan Jin, can you stop boasting? You think you're the head of the television station? Su Lu observed that despite Yan Jin's many changes, his tendency to brag remained unchanged. While I may not be the head, I do know the leaders of the television station and the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala. Those two actors from Eating Noodles are my good friends. And I can assure you, the beautiful Song Dan was indeed my choice. Despite Yan Jin's insistence, Su Lu remained skeptical. Others who were unaware of the background shared her disbelief. She chose not to engage with him further. Why listen to his boasting when watching the gala was enjoyable enough? Meanwhile, in the lazy man's blind date, Wei Shufan, with poor eyesight, accidentally knocked a thermos to the ground. The lazy man was nearly brought to tears. That was the only thermos I had at home, and I was counting on it to brew Zhongyuan instant noodles. Zhongyuan instant noodles, merely requiring boiling water for consumption without the need for a stove, have become synonymous with the phrase uttered by the laziest of characters, leaving a lasting impression on the audience. The two most captivating shows are both endorsing Zhongyuan. Overnight, Zhongyuan instant noodles have gained immense popularity both within and beyond the Great Wall, from the mighty rivers to the expansive south. The prominence of the Zhongyuan factory is unparalleled at this moment. Tang Peisheng is nearly at his wit's end. Two successive blows have placed him and his Huafeng in a precarious position. February 2nd, 1984. The first day of the Lunar New Year. A day when families pay their respects to one another. Yan Jin, are you truly not going to visit your parents for New Year's? No. Then what will you do today? I'll stay home to accompany you and Duo. I don't need your company. But Duo does. Duo, would you like Daddy to play with you today? Duo firmly sided with Yan Jin. I want Daddy to play with me. Truly, she is my daughter. Yan Jin retrieved 2 red envelopes from his pocket, one for Duo and the other for Su Lu. Happy New Year. This is your New Year's money. Happy New Year. Thank you, Daddy. Yet Su Lu did not accept it. I'm an adult now and don't need New Year's money, but thank you nonetheless. Happy New Year. Lately, Yan Jin has been buying things and handing out money without hesitation. Su Lu feels increasingly guilty. She does not wish to owe Yan Jin too much. Take it. Who says adults don't need New Year's money? Yan Jin insisted, pressing it into her hands. On this rare leisure-filled day, Yan Jin desires nothing more than to remain at home, cherishing the small moments with his wife and child. However, fate had other plans. No sooner had they finished breakfast than an unexpected visitor arrived. Yan Jin did not recognize him at first, but Su Lu did. Director Jia, what brings you here? It was Jia Bei from the fertilizer plant, the very man who had previously harassed Su Lu and had been met with Yan Jin's wrath. Jia Bei later sought revenge through underhanded means, though Yan Jin remained oblivious to this. With a sycophantic demeanor, Jia Bei declared, I came specifically to wish you and Director Yan a happy new year. I visited the other day, but fortuitously, you were not home. Yan Jin's status had changed. He was now the kingpin of the commercial circle in Qingping City, bolstered by the acclaim from the previous night's Spring Festival Gala. Therefore, Jia Bei wished to mend their relationship, hoping to forge a friendship. Yan Jin harbored no fondness for this man. His blatant harassment of Su Lu was unforgivable. With a piercing gaze, Yan Jin retorted, Director Jia, are you certain you came to offer your New Year's greetings? If memory serves, I have struck you before. You should harbor some resentment towards me. Jia Bei, with a forced smile, replied, Director Yan, that was all a misunderstanding. I was foolish back then. I would never dare again. A misunderstanding? Should I then misunderstand your wife? Jia Bei protested. Yan Jin, that's going too far. In an effort to dissolve the tension, Jia Bei extracted a red envelope from his pocket and extended it toward Duo, nestled in Su Lu's arms. Director Yan, I have prepared a red envelope for the child, wishing her a healthy and flourishing growth. Su Lu, holding Duo, stepped aside. Su Lu dared not accept Jia Bei's money. It's just a small token of goodwill. Please do accept it. Seeing Jia Bei linger, Yan Jin took the red envelope. Director Jia, we have already paid our New Year respects and given the lucky money. We still have matters to attend to, so you may return now. Upon seeing Yan Jin accept the red envelope, Jia Bei felt much more at ease. Very well, Director Yan, I shall not impose further. I will visit you again another day. Just as Jia Bei departed, Li Guang and his family came over to pay a visit. Director Yan, Su Lu, Happy New Year. Kong Min showed no signs of the awkwardness from yesterday. Noticing that Yan Jin and Su Lu remained silent, seemingly still upset about the previous day's events, Kong Min quickly nudged Li Guang with her elbow. Li Guang understood immediately and produced a red envelope. This is the lucky money we are giving to Duo Duo. Kong Min presented the envelope to Duo Duo, who did not accept it. Mama, I want a red envelope too. Dan Dan exclaimed enviously. Kong Min appeared somewhat impatient. You'll get one when we get home. Kong Min's actions made Su Lu quite uncomfortable. Director Yan, we mean no harm. We merely wish to give Duo Duo some lucky money. It's not a large sum, just a small gesture, so please do accept it. Kong Min continued. The significance behind the lucky money was well understood by both families. Su Lu glanced at Dan Dan, whose bright, eager eyes were fixated on the envelope, filled with longing. Su Lu accepted the envelope, which brought a sigh of relief from Li Guang and Kong Min. Su Lu's acceptance indicated that she bore no ill will regarding the recent events and was ready to move forward, allowing for amicable relations in the future. This scene left Yan Jin quite astonished. Accepting another's red envelope was not in Su Lu's character. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Su Lu held the red envelope before Dan Dan. Dan Dan, this is the lucky money we are giving you. Wishing you a happy new year. Is it really for me? Dan Dan could hardly believe it. Su Lu nodded. Yes, it is indeed for you. Please take it. However, Kong Min snatched it away, insisting it was meant for Duo Duo. Su Lu, why are you giving it to him? This is for Duo Duo. You must accept it. You give it to Duo Duo, and we give it to Dan Dan. The two tugged at the envelope for a moment. Ultimately, it ended up in Dan Dan's hands. Yan Jin was left speechless. He had intended to spend quality time with Duo Duo at home today, but guests kept arriving in waves. After Kong Min's family departed, Wang En Tai, Zhang Mao Lin, Chen Feng, Wang Lian Gang, and even some unfamiliar faces rushed in to extend their New Year greetings. After sending some guests away, it was nearly lunchtime. Su Lu, shall we close the door? It's been relentless. Just as Su Lu prepared to shut the door, another person entered. Chapter 130. Returning to the parental home on the second day of the new year. Xiao Yi walked through the door, smiling. Su Lu, Duo Duo, Happy New Year. Xiao Yi, Happy New Year. Duo Duo, quickly greet your aunt. Auntie, Happy New Year. Xiao Yi squatted down and gently patted Duo Duo's little head. Duo Duo, you are such a good child. Here is a red envelope from your aunt. Take it. As Xiao Yi presented the envelope, she cast a fleeting glance around the courtyard. Not spotting Yan Jin, she felt a pang of disappointment. Could it be that he wasn't celebrating the new year with Su Lu and Duo Duo? Su Lu, is it just you and Duo Duo at home? Dad is also here. Duo Duo interjected eagerly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's heart fluttered with a mix of happiness and melancholy. Xiao Yi, come inside and sit down. It's cold outside. Su Lu, oblivious to Xiao Yi's inner turmoil, ushered her and Duo Duo into the house. Yan Jin. Xiao Yi is here. Xiao Yi, Happy New Year. Yan Jin emerged from the inner room, his tone flat and formal, devoid of any emotional warmth. Yet, a flicker of surprise illuminated Xiao Yi's face. Yan Jin, Happy New Year. Xiao Yi, it's just about mealtime. Let us eat here for lunch today and make dumplings together. Xiao Yi quickly nodded at Su Lu. Sounds great. I haven't had dumplings in ages. It'll be a feast at your home on the first day of the new year. Without further ado, Su Lu began preparing the dough and chopping the meat filling. Yan Jin and Xiao Yi took Duo Duo outside to play. Though Xiao Yi's eyes were on Duo Duo, her gaze frequently strayed towards Yan Jin. Unbeknownst to her, she had already fallen deeply under the spell of this man. Xiao Yi, Su Lu and I have kids now. Why haven't you found someone? Should I help you find a strapping young lad from the factory? Yan Jin suddenly remarked. Mind your own business. Xiao Yi retorted sharply. I was merely trying to help you find a partner. Why are you snapping at me? Have I done something wrong? On the first day of the new year, while everyone else reveled in joy, the management of Huafeng Company was convening a meeting. Due to the issue with Zhongyuan's Spring Festival Gala, Tang Peisheng had just unleashed a torrent of fury. Whoever can devise a strategy to deal with Zhongyuan, I'll promote them to vice president. The allure of the vice president position was undeniable, yet no one responded. The incident with Zhong Jejia had imparted a profound lesson to everyone. At this moment, it was crucial to remain inconspicuous. Otherwise, one would be ostracized by the entire company. The early bird catches the worm, and no one could think of a viable solution. Silence reigned supreme. In the afternoon, Yan Jin called Wang En Tai. Tomorrow is the second day of the new year, the day for returning to one's family. Ensure that all supply points are well stocked. Rest assured, Director. WeVE already dispatched instant noodles to the distributors and small shops. Wang En Tai replied with enthusiasm, still buzzing from the excitement of last night's Spring Festival Gala. Also, prepare for replenishing the supplies. Remind everyone at the various factories, Yan Jin instructed. A diligent man at work is the most captivating. While Yan Jin was on the phone, Xiao Yi watched intently. So much so that she didn't even hear Duo Duo calling her. Su Lu, concerned, asked. Xiao Yi, are you alright? I'm fine. I just suddenly thought that Zhong Yuan's instant noodles were featured in the Spring Festival Gala. They should sell well tomorrow, right? Su Lu, however, shook her head. I'm not interested in their factory affairs. You may not be, but I certainly am. With meticulous consideration, one might assume that Yan Jin had been planning his appearance at the Spring Festival Gala for quite some time, given his frequent trips to the capital. However, he merely responded with a soft hum. His thoughts were consumed by the anticipated sales figures for the following day. On February 3, 1984, the second day of the Lunar New Year, the streets were flooded with bicycles early in the morning. Children occupied the front handlebars while wives sat at the back. Black bags dangled from the handlebars, filled with cigarettes, liquor, candies, and tea. Those without bicycles, or with larger families, could only resort to walking. The streets were teeming with crowds returning to their maternal homes. Every small shop displayed an array of goods along the roadside, keenly seizing the opportunity for profit. The most common items included tea, white liquor, biscuits, peach crisps, canned food, and instant noodles. The patrons were predominantly purchasing Zhong Yuan instant noodles. After all, they had made their appearance at the Spring Festival Gala, making these noodles a symbol of prestige. The television repeatedly broadcasted the phrase, "This year, no gifts for the holiday. Only Zhong Yuan noodles. Bring me 2 boxes. I'll pay you for them. Can you not shove? I was here first. I got here first, and I've already paid." The throng of eager customers and the frenzy of purchasing became a delightful, yet burdensome concern for the shop owners. Before the holiday, they had worried about unsold stock. Yet now, with such overwhelming demand, they feared running out. "Please form a line, everyone. We have plenty of stock, rest assured. We will help you become the most esteemed son-in-law," the shopkeepers called out. With adults and children from their families summoned to assist, the shop owners still found themselves overwhelmed. Boxes of Zhong Yuan instant noodles flew off the shelves, while other products languished unnoticed. This exemplified the influence of the Spring Festival Gala, not just in Qingping City, but across the nation. This year, no gifts for the holiday, only Zhong Yuan noodles. Gifting Zhong Yuan instant noodles became a trend among families visiting relatives during the new year. Those receiving Zhong Yuan instant noodles were particularly warm in their hospitality. Xiang Nan, a worker at Zhong Yuan factory, happened to be on leave today and decided to accompany his wife to her family home. In the past, the mere mention of visiting his mother-in-law would fill him with trepidation. As the third son-in-law, he had often felt overlooked. The eldest and second sons-in-law held positions in government offices with prospects for advancement, while the youngest had gone off to serve in the military. In contrast, Xiang Nan was just an ordinary worker at Zhong Yuan factory, often receiving less than cordial treatment during visits to his in-laws, where he was expected to wear a smile and take on various chores without a hint of complaint. It was a position of utter subservience. Today he arrived last, bracing himself for an assortment of challenges. Upon reaching the entrance of his mother-in-law's home, the family dog barked ferociously at the sound of his arrival, igniting a wave of frustration within him. Even the dog seemed to look down on him, as he sluggishly retrieved several boxes of instant noodles from his bicycle. The family members, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the front door. Xiang Nan couldn't help but inwardly curse at the situation. As the last to arrive, he wondered if they were gathered at the door to criticize him. Would they deny him entry into his own home? However, his mother-in-law, Gung Yan, warmly approached him. "Xiang Nan, you're here. Why bring anything? From now on, that is not necessary. We are family, and there is no need for such formality." Xiang Nan was taken aback. The atmosphere had shifted unexpectedly. Why was his mother-in-law suddenly so welcoming? Had the sun risen in the west? His brothers-in-law quickly took the instant noodles and bags from him. This was something unimaginable in the past. "Xiang Nan, we've been waiting for you. Today, we must enjoy a few drinks together." His elder and second sisters wore beaming smiles. "Xiao Hong, come in with Xiang Nan. It's warm inside." Xiang Nan and Jin Hong exchanged glances. Could there be a hidden agenda? Surrounded by everyone, they entered the house. The elder and second sisters busily poured tea and served sunflower seeds. His father-in-law, Jin He, sat beside the elder and second sons-in-law. Xiang Nan and his wife felt quite out of place amidst such warmth. Xiang Nan stood up. "I'll help in the kitchen." The elder sister insisted he sit back down. "You're a guest today. Just relax and enjoy tea and conversation. Cooking is our job." Jin He added, "Xiang Nan, just sit back and let them handle it. Tell us about your instant noodles at Zhong Yuan. You're on the Spring Festival Gala. That's impressive. I hear your salaries are quite high." "Yes, higher than ours. I've heard they're over 100 now." The elder son-in-law chimed in. Xiang Nan understood. Their sudden kindness was entirely due to his employment at Zhong Yuan, which was now the best establishment in the city and a benchmark for economic development. All these changes were attributed to Director Yan. At that moment, Director Yan's stature loomed larger in Xiang Nan's mind. Chapter 131. The competitor of Zhongyuan Jianlibo on February 4, 1984, the third day of the new year, Yan Jin returned to the factory, eagerly awaiting yesterday's sales report. Wang Intai and Ding Jian were diligently compiling the data. According to Yan Jin's estimations, if the sales on the second day of the new year did not exceed 10 million, it would be deemed a failure. After all, considerable effort had been invested for this day. At 3 in the afternoon, the figures were finally tallied. Director Yan, our sales yesterday amounted to 18,730,000. Wang Intai could hardly believe the number, his voice trembling as he spoke. Ding Jian had long regarded Yan Jin as a deity. Only a deity could achieve such a sales miracle. Both were exceedingly excited, yet Yan Jin remained composed. After all, having once been a billionaire, 10 million was a trivial figure. This aligns closely with my expectations. The past few days have been peak visiting days. We must not let our guard down. By the way, spread this good news to all the workers to uplift their spirits. Yan Jin emphasized. He turned to Ding Jian and said, let us prepare to commence work at the beverage factory. However, if we aim to launch the product by March, I fear we may be pressed for time. Manager Ding, it would be prudent for you to consider renting a factory space in the meantime. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. The New Year festivities have come to a close. Ouyangda is set to arrive at Qingping soon. I wonder how Li Tiandi is contemplating this situation. Over at Zhongyuan, the atmosphere is charged with enthusiasm and vigor. In stark contrast, Huafeng is shrouded in despondency. Tang Peixing's face was as cold as frost, exuding an air of menace. The employees below him were filled with trepidation, too fearful to utter a word, lest they become the target of Tang Peixing's ire. Today, all he did was berate others, his vitriolic words echoing through the corridor, instilling fear in all who heard. He slammed the report onto the conference table. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, only 1,000 boxes were sold nationwide, a figure that hardly honors anyone. What are you all even doing? Tang Peixing roared. Everyone kept their heads bowed, enduring the tempestuous storm of his wrath. Bang! He struck the table forcefully. Zhong Jejia, tell me, why has this happened? At that moment, Tang Peixing sought a scapegoat, and Zhong Jejia, being the easy target, fit the bill perfectly. The others were seasoned members of the management team, significantly older than him. Retaining a semblance of rationality, he deemed it inappropriate to unleash his fury upon them. Zhong Jejia was startled, but remained silent for an extended period. I commanded you to speak. Have you turned mute, Zhong Jejia? Tears welled in Zhong Jejia's eyes. I do not wish to speak. Bang! Tang Peixing slammed the table again. I am addressing you. Have you lost your voice? Mainly our competitors are too formidable. Zhong Yuan's instant noodles appeared on the Spring Festival Gala. As her words dwindled down to a mere whisper, they became indistinguishable. Little did she know, her response only fueled Tang Peixing's anger further. Zhong Yuan managed to feature on the Spring Gala. Why on earth did you not conceive of such an idea? Are you all devoid of intellect? Can you not apply some thought to your work? In their hearts, the crowd began to grumble. Surely, it was the factory manager's brilliance that devised such a strategy. You are the general manager. Why did you not think of appearing on the Spring Gala? Instead, you blame us. What nonsense. But this time, a genuine sense of crisis loomed over everyone. Huafeng's status as the leader in the industry was precariously threatened. Huafeng had truly reached its most perilous juncture. In previous years, they would sell tens of thousands of boxes on the second day of the new year. This year, a mere 1,000 boxes sold. Terrifying. Here, none of you will leave until you draft a marketing plan that is actionable. If you cannot produce one, you shall not return home. I declare this. Whoever submits an excellent plan shall be appointed as deputy general manager. Fail to deliver, and your performance will be penalized. With that, Tang Peixing stormed out of the office, slamming the door behind him with force. Under the influence of Tang Peixing's explosive temperament, the employees at Huafeng were engulfed in anxiety, unable to find peace. The situation surrounding the instant noodles at Huafeng was dire indeed. However, Yan Jin has long diverted his attention from instant noodles to the beverage market. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Ouyangda finally arrived in Qingping City. Director Yan, your Zhongyuan instant noodles made it to the Spring Festival Gala. Truly remarkable. Having forsaken Li Tiandi in favor of collaboration with Yan Jin, Ouyangda felt quite pleased with his decision. With such a marketing genius at hand, what concern could there be regarding the sales of Jianlibo? Yan Jin did not respond, but instead directly broached the subject of Jianlibo. Professor Ouyang, our primary competitor, Tadpole Cola from the United States, is selling their bottles in the capital for 4.5 yuan, while Beibinjiang soda is merely 1.5 yuan. Tadpole Cola's promotional strategy involves offering a balloon or a pair of chopsticks with each purchase. However, their sales figures have not been particularly high, as they lack a solid customer base. This presents an opportunity for us. Yang nodded in agreement. I have tasted Tadpole Cola. Its flavor is quite agreeable. Yet, I assure you, the formula for Jianlibo that I have developed is equally exceptional. I trust you completely, which is why I have chosen to collaborate with you, Professor Yang. Yan Jin, I have heard you have already signed a production contract with a glass factory, and you plan to use glass bottles for packaging, correct? Yan Jin gently shook his head. I have already introduced a production line for cans. We will be using aluminum cans for our packaging. Yan Jin led Yang to an open area. Professor Yang, this is the land allocated to Zhongyuan by Qingping City, and construction is about to commence. The first phase of the factory is planned for completion by May. To expedite the launch of Zhongyuan Jianlibo, I have temporarily rented a large factory space. The relevant paperwork and approvals will be finalized shortly, and the first batch of products will be available by early March. Yang felt a surge of emotions. He had dedicated years of effort to this functional sports drink, and with Yan Jing's assistance, his aspirations were finally coming to fruition. At that moment, he felt immense gratitude toward Yan Jing. Although Yan Jing was a purely commercial individual, driven by profit, in a market economy, only profitable ventures attract attention and can achieve greater development. Yang firmly believed that Yan Jing would certainly lead Jianlibo to substantial financial success. By the way, Professor Yang, have you heard any news about Li Tiandi recently? No, I am unaware of what he has been up to. It seems Director Yan is quite concerned about him. The name Jianlibo was, after all, conceived by Li Tiandi, who was known for his resilience and quick wit, an exceptionally talented individual. I hope to invite him to serve as the general manager of Zhongyuan Beverage Company. Yan Jing stated earnestly. Li Tiandi can sometimes be as stubborn as a mule. No one can coerce him into doing something he is unwilling to undertake. Yang and Yan Jing conversed throughout the afternoon. After finalizing various matters, Yang spent the night and then returned to Yangqing. He would not remain in Qingping indefinitely. His laboratory was in Yangqing, and he would only visit Qingping when necessary. Upon returning, he decided to make a trip to Miaoxian to see if he could persuade Li Tiandi. If they could continue their collaboration, that would be splendid indeed. Yan Jing glanced at the time. It was 5 o'clock. Time to head home. Having consumed an abundance of meat lately, his stomach was feeling somewhat unsettled. Let Su Lu indulge in the pleasures of culinary delight. Accompanied by a single sausage, the flavors would undoubtedly be exquisite. As he donned his coat and prepared to depart, his phone rang, interrupting the moment. Who could be so bothersome at this hour? Yan Jin grasped the receiver, irritation evident in his voice. Who is this? It's Zhou Helian, came the response, laced with familiarity. Yan Jin muttered inwardly, what a surprise. You, from Zhongyuan Instant Noodles, should be reveling in the success of your recent Spring Festival Gala feature and soaring sales. He quickly clarified over the line, Zhou, not at all. I was merely preoccupied with other matters. Enough of the explanations, come over for dinner tonight. Sure. Well, it seemed he would not be savoring the noodles crafted by Su Lu after all. At 6 o'clock, Yan Jin arrived punctually at Zhou Helian's residence, hands devoid of gifts. Save for 2 boxes of Zhongyuan instant noodles. This year, no gifts for the holidays, only Zhongyuan noodles. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face, Mu Chonga. Chonga, Happy New Year. In truth, Mu Chonga felt a whirlwind of emotions upon seeing Yan Jin. It was difficult to articulate the sensation. Director Yan, Happy New Year. She managed to reply with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, they settled at the dining table. Xiao Yan, eat first. After dinner, we must have a proper chat. Meng Lan persistently served dishes to Yan Jin and Mu Chonga, who quietly observed him. Aunt, I dislike this. Let Director Yan enjoy it instead. With this excuse, Mu Chonga transferred a piece of meat Meng Lan had placed in her bowl to Yan Jin. He savored it, exclaiming, this meat is so delicious. No wonder you're so slender if you don't enjoy it. Mu Chonga giggled, offering him more. If I don't eat, you should indulge on my behalf. Yan Jin graciously accepted, believing that one must eat heartily at home to showcase the quality of the meal. Zhou Helian and Meng Lan exchanged knowing smiles at the scene. After dinner, Yan Jin accompanied Zhou Helian to the sofa, sipping tea. Xiao Yan, Zhongyuan instant noodles are now the most sought-after product on the market. When my relatives visit, they bring nothing but your noodles. Indeed, this year, no gifts for the holidays, only Zhongyuan noodles. Yan Jin echoed the catchy slogan. Suddenly, Zhou Helian envisioned 2 animated figures dancing in his mind, accompanied by whimsical music, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Now that the festivities are over, is your beverage factory ready to commence operations? Indeed, we are prepared. Operations will begin on the 8th day of the new year. Just the other day, I discussed matters with Guang Yue, and by early March, our products will debut. Zhou Helian raised an eyebrow in skepticism. So soon? Will the factory be ready? We have temporarily leased a facility to begin production. Once our new factory is completed, we shall relocate. Are you in such a haste? Absolutely, time is of the essence. Moreover, our foreign competitors are formidable. If we act swiftly, we can secure a competitive advantage. Zhou Helian's confusion deepened. You mean the foreign competitors? You're referring to Keto Cola? Upon hearing that name, Mu Chonga paused in her task of clearing the dining table. I have tasted tadpole cola, and its flavor is quite distinctive. She gazed into Yan Jin's meticulous eyes, which held an emotional hue entirely different from others. Chonga, do you enjoy that taste? How should I put it? If I come across a place selling cola, I might just buy a bottle. Indeed, many people share that sentiment. The caffeine in cola can lead to addiction. Over time, one tends to develop a dependency on it. This is both the brilliance and the frightening aspect of tadpole cola. It ensnares you without your realization. Zhou Helian was reminded of his own experience. When he traveled to the capital for business training, he had also sampled this drink called cola. However, its price was considerably higher than that of Bei Binjiang soda. Xiaoyan, you must compete with tadpole cola. They hail from America and have been established for a century. We must indeed compete with tadpole cola. The market in Huaxia cannot be dominated by a foreign brand. Moreover, their beverage may not align with our constitution. Zhou, I can responsibly inform you that this drink offers no nutritional value. It lacks protein and contains carbonation, while our bodies function optimally in a mildly alkaline state. Subsequently, Yan Jin elaborated on the various effects of excessive cola consumption on the human body. Zhou Helian, however, found it difficult to comprehend. Xiaoyan, if this drink poses so many hazards, why is it still available in the market? He suspected that Yan Jin might be exaggerating. Zhou, that is the power of marketing. Cola companies do not proactively inform consumers of the dangers of overconsumption, such as elevated blood sugar, dental decay, and obesity. They merely convey that their cola is delightful and widely enjoyed. In a few years, their advertisements will infiltrate every corner of the globe. Zhou Helian regarded Yan Jin with intense curiosity. How do you know all this? I heard it from an American friend who mentioned that many there suffer from obesity due to excessive consumption. Mu Chonga exclaimed, is there such a thing as obesity? Indeed. And it is quite prevalent. But I have not heard of it in Huaxia. That is because we have only just resolved the issue of basic sustenance. In a few years, as living standards improve, obesity will become a concern for many. Yan Jin turned his gaze to Zhou Helian. Zhou, my goal is to create a health beverage suitable for our constitution. We must not allow foreigners to profit from us while jeopardizing our health. Zhou Helian admired Yan Jin's patriotic fervor. Yet, he remained somewhat skeptical about the dangers of cola. If it were permissible for them to sell it, there should not be any associated risks. Was Yan Jin perhaps attempting to bolster his own image by disparaging the competition? Until he resolved this uncertainty, he would not readily accept Yan Jin's assertions. As a leader, one must maintain objectivity and impartiality. For the time being, this discussion would conclude here. Zhou Helian then resumed speaking about the second purpose for which he had summoned Yan Jin. Xiaoyan, I wish to consult you on another matter concerning investment attraction. Having visited the Shenzhen market, you are quite familiar with the area, and I would be eager to hear your insights. Yan Jin paused, taken aback. Investment attraction? Hasn't the target for the next 3 years already been assigned to us? What more do you require in terms of investment attraction? Zhou Helian chuckled. Rest assured, Xiaoyan, the 3-year target given by the city has no bearing on this. Next week, there will be a seminar on investment attraction at the provincial level. And I am required to speak. I am merely seeking your wisdom. Ah, I see. You genuinely startled me just now. I thought they were about to retract the 3-year targets. Speaking is a simple matter. Zhou, when it comes to investment attraction, I must speak candidly. Some of my words may not be particularly pleasant. No worries, just speak freely. Consider me a mere elementary student. Chapter 133. Allow me to reveal the secrets of investment attraction in the 1980s. For various provinces and cities in Huaxia, attracting investment was of paramount importance for economic development. Particularly for the top leaders, successful investment attraction offered a pathway for advancement. The upcoming seminar will be personally presided over by a prominent leader from the province. And Zhou Helian places great significance on this event. Yan Jin smiled. Secretary Zhou, are you truly eager to hear? Zhou Helian nodded affirmatively, of course. Then let us agree on this. After I speak, you mustn't take offense. What? Do you intend to scold me? Zhou Helian furrowed his brow. I wouldn't dare. However, some of my statements may be rather pointed. Zhou Helian chuckled lightly. I am not so narrow-minded. I am open to constructive criticism. Speak freely, as long as it serves the interests of Qingping City's investment attraction. Yan Jin replied, very well, I shall be frank. In my view, Qingping City's investment attraction efforts in recent years have been utterly futile. Zhou Helian's expression darkened. Meng Lan and Mu Chongge felt a tightening in their hearts upon hearing this. How could Yan Jin say such a thing without regard for Zhou Helian's feelings? Over the past 3 years, Qingping City had attracted 6 enterprises, creating hundreds of jobs and generating an economic output of 5 to 6 million. At that time, such achievements were monumental. Yet Yan Jin deemed it worthless. Unbelievable. Mu Chongge could not help but interject. Director Yan, please be mindful of your words. What I say may sound harsh, but I speak the truth. In my eyes, good is good, and bad is bad. Just because you are the secretary of the municipal committee does not mean I will speak insincerely. That would be deceitful. Zhou Helian's gaze intensified. Then explain how it is utterly worthless. If you cannot substantiate your claim, you ought to tread carefully. Yan Jin, not being one of his subordinates, felt no fear even in the face of Zhou Helian's stern tone. Secretary, the purpose of investment attraction is to spur local economic development. Moreover, it is not merely for short-term gains, but for sustainable, long-term growth. Thus, our vision must be far-sighted. Let us consider the 2 companies attracted last year, a paper mill and a textile factory, both heavy polluters. Yes, in the short term, they may generate profits for Qingping City. But what are the long-term consequences? I dare say that before long, these 2 enterprises will either collapse or be shut down. Zhou Helian inquired, what is your reasoning? As I mentioned earlier, these are heavily polluting enterprises, remnants of sunset industries. Developed nations in Europe and America have begun relocating such companies abroad, leaving the pollution to developing countries. Zhou Helian pondered this thoughtfully. Yan Jin continued, this is one reason. Secondly, the investment attraction in Qingping City is chaotic and lacks coherence. They aim to draw in any business, regardless of its type, without any clear purpose or adaptability, purely for the sake of attracting investment. Listening to Yan Jin's critical remarks, Zhou Helian contemplated deeply. Furthermore, the personnel in the Investment Promotion Bureau, in their quest to meet targets, often fail to discern the legitimacy of these enterprises, sometimes bringing in fraudulent firms that inflict immeasurable losses on Qingping City. Zhou Helian nodded, having heard of many instances of deception in various places. What do you believe our Qingping City should do? With Yan Jin's assertion, Zhou Helian realized that attracting investment is indeed a profound subject. As long as we discover the secret to investment attraction, all issues will be resolved. What is the secret? Mu Chongge and Meng Lan leaned in, attentively listening. Yan Jin chuckled, it's quite simple, just 6 words. Optimize the business environment. While they understood the concept of attracting investment, the phrase optimize the business environment was new to Zhou Helian and the others. Although it was their first encounter, its literal meaning was clear. Across the nation, investment attraction is underway, and compared to the coastal provinces in the east, Qingping City lacks significant geographical advantages. Since we have no inherent advantages, we must create them, which is precisely what optimizing the business environment entails. In simpler terms, when investors arrive, the various procedures should be straightforward and swift. Even to the extent that they need not run errands themselves, government service departments should handle the tasks directly, allowing them to focus on establishing factories and production. Optimizing the business environment aims to address the current challenges of difficult access, unwelcoming attitudes, and cumbersome processes, avoiding bottlenecks for investment enterprises and dismantling unnecessary regulations. Such practices have already been implemented in the economic special zones of the South, particularly in Shenzhen, where exceptional entrepreneurs have flocked. Not only due to it being an economic special zone, but also because the business environment there is genuinely favorable. Secretary Zhou, in essence, attracting investment boils down to soliciting others to invest, and to do so requires an attitude of humility, which is what I refer to as optimizing the business environment. Zhou Helian nodded meaningfully. You make a compelling point. Currently, all regions are vying for investment, creating a fierce competition. Those willing to invest in Qingping City can just as easily choose to invest elsewhere. They will go where the conditions are most favorable, exercising their freedom of choice. Our Qingping City, as well as Handong Province, is situated inland, and, when compared to coastal provinces, especially in the south, we possess no advantages whatsoever. If left unchecked and without any effort, we will only fall further behind and develop at an even slower pace. Just as you mentioned earlier, the secret to successful investment attraction lies in optimizing the business environment. Such meticulous words have greatly benefited Zhou Helian, providing him with a clear direction for his speech at the symposium. He diligently noted down all that Yan Jin had said. Xiaoyan, please elaborate on the concept of the industrial chain. Certainly. In terms of attracting investment, we must first assess whether Qingping is suitable for such enterprises. It requires strategic planning to establish an industrial chain where everything a company needs, from the source materials to the various components required for production, can be sourced within Qingping City, eliminating the need to procure from elsewhere. Yan Jin's insights were unprecedented for Zhou Helong, and he realized the importance of deeply digesting this information. When he finally lifted his head, Yan Jin continued, Secretary Zhou, I have a personal suggestion. The investment team must comprise professionals. This approach will yield double the results with half the effort, thereby creating greater value. Zhou Helong suddenly smiled. Yan Jin, your words are quite persuasive. You seem exceptionally suited for this task. Yan Jin hurriedly waved his hands. Secretary Zhou, you flatter me. Such professional matters require experts. If you cannot do it, then truly no one can. In that moment, Zhou Helong felt a strong inclination to invite Yan Jin to become his secretary. Yan Jin, do you have any aspirations for a political career? Upon hearing this, Yan Jin shook his head vigorously. Secretary Zhou, I am a person who yearns for freedom and dislikes constraints. Moreover, I am not suited for a political life. Zhou Helong chose not to press further. Indeed, someone like Yan Jin was not fit for a political path. What you have shared has been an invaluable lesson for me. I have gained tremendous insights from your criticism of Qingping City's ineffectiveness in attracting investment. Your critique is indeed justified, and we must heed it. Chapter 134. Does Yan Jin possess extraordinary abilities? At that moment, Zhou Helong suddenly conceived a bold idea centered around attracting investment for the Zhongyuan factory. Presently, Zhongyuan stands as Qingping City's finest and only reputable brand. Focusing efforts around it could indeed pave the way for establishing an industrial chain in Qingping City. This could prove to be a significant undertaking. If successful, it would undoubtedly have a far-reaching impact on Qingping City's future economic development. One of the primary reasons Zhou Helong placed such importance on this discussion was his desire to secure additional financial support from the provincial government. After all, the indicators for the next 3 years had been entrusted to Yan Jin, and funding for attracting investment was running low. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the first month of the year passed, and the calendar turned to March 1st, 1984. On this day, the first bottle of Zhongyuan Jianlibo rolled off the production line. Yan Jin eagerly opened it and took a sip. Yes, this is the taste. He clinked glasses with Ouyang Da. Professor Ouyang, let us celebrate our successful first step. Cheers. Ouyang Da's hands trembled as he held the Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Director Yan, thank you. Ouyang Da was so overwhelmed with emotion that he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Professor Ouyang, we owe you our deepest gratitude. Without your relentless dedication and countless nights of research, Huaxiao would not have witnessed the emergence of a product like Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Yan Jin patted him on the shoulder with sincerity. The product has been created. The next step is to consider marketing strategies. As for the sales approach, Yan Jin still hoped for Li Tiandi to make a comeback. On March 4th, Yan Jin returned to Miaoxian with Ho Duong, seeking out Li Tiandi. It had been just over a month since they last met, yet Li Tiandi appeared significantly thinner, his eyes lacking their usual luster. It seemed that the matter of the whistleblower letter had taken a considerable toll on him. A sense of guilt welled up within Yan Jin. Had it not been for his interference, Li Tiandi would likely be vigorously promoting Jianlibo now. Director Li, Zhongyuan Jianlibo has been produced. This is the first batch, and I specifically brought it for you to taste. Yan Jin handed over a can of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Li Tiandi took the can, examining it closely. Remarkably, it closely resembled his original vision. He had envisioned the running track of a sports field printed on the can to showcase the distinctive qualities of this athletic beverage. The only difference was the addition of the words Zhongyuan above Jianlibo. It was as if Yan Jin had read his mind, perfectly realizing his concept. Could this be what they refer to as a serendipitous alignment of thoughts? Director Li, please try it and see if it is the flavor you envisioned. Li Tiandi opened the can and took a sip. Indeed, this was the very taste developed by Professor Ouyang, and now it had finally been unveiled to the world. At that moment, Li Tiandi was overwhelmed with emotion. Jianlibo was meant to be produced by him. Yet, due to that whistleblower letter, everything had changed. To this day, the authorities had not provided him with a definitive answer. The question of whether he had misappropriated public funds remained an unresolved mystery. Only Li Tiandi and Yan Jin knew he had been wronged. Director Li, Zhongyuan Jianlibo has been created, but it now lacks a capable leader. My purpose here is to invite you to become the general manager of Zhongyuan Beverage, fully responsible for the production and sales of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. However, Li Tiandi shook his head. Director Yan, you are the marketing genius. With you in charge, what need is there for me? Director Li, you must not say that. I hold you in great esteem. You understand Jianlibo better than anyone else, and only you can elevate it to a national brand. As I have stated, the position of general manager has always been reserved for you. Everyone at the factory is waiting for you to take the helm, including Professor Ouyangda. I have even prepared the appointment letter. Yan Jin presented the prepared letter to Li Tiandi. Li Tiandi opened it to find his name inscribed within. Yet, he returned the letter to Yan Jin. Director Yan, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I am afraid I am weary and have no desire to assume the role of general manager. I simply wish to live a quiet life. Are you truly the kind of person who can lead a tranquil existence? Very well, if you desire peace, then I shall ensure you do not find it. Director Li, please reconsider. I still hope for you and Jianlibo to achieve mutual success. Now, Coca-Cola has begun to distribute its products across the United States. Are you truly willing to sit idly by as they seize market share? Director Li, you must have tasted Coca-Cola. We both understand its allure. Please do not forget the original intention behind your collaboration with Professor Ouyang. Upon hearing these words, Li Tiandi was momentarily taken aback. These thoughts had never been disclosed to anyone else. How did Yan Jin come to know? Could he possess the ability to read minds? Recently, it seems many have claimed that there are individuals with extraordinary abilities in this world. They can harness qi, defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. They can read thoughts, penetrating the depths of one's mind. They can heal, rendering others impervious to harm. Could Yan Jin truly be one of those endowed with such powers? Li Tiandi remained reticent, prompting Yan Jin to temporarily depart with Ho Duong. He sought out Brother Ping. Upon seeing Yan Jin, Brother Ping was instantly filled with rage. Damn it. It's this guy who beat me up after our card game. Yan Jin, I've been searching for you everywhere. Do you dare to come seeking me? Do you believe I will end you today? Despite his words, Brother Ping did not dare to act. Yan Jin was skilled in combat, and he had experienced his share of beatings. Particularly when he noticed a burly man standing behind Yan Jin, it was clear he was not to be trifled with. Brother Ping, why so agitated? Was it not merely a few dollars lost last time? I have come to offer you money. Brother Ping looked bewildered. You're giving me money? Indeed, as long as you assist me with a task, I will give you $100. What task? Brother Ping's eyes brightened. He had been on a losing streak lately and was in need of funds. Do you recall the former deputy director of the Miaoxin distillery, Li Tiandi? Brother Ping nodded. Having heard of him, he had worked in the sports committee for a long time and had served as a factory director for several years. His family must be quite well off. Are you daring enough to undertake something significant? Brother Ping's mind raced. Is Yan Jin suggesting that he steal from Li Tiandi? But theft is not my forte. Brother, you aren't thinking of sending me to his home to pilfer, are you? What are you talking about? I would never ask you to engage in such a despicable act. I need you to confront him. Why on earth would I want to fight him? Yan Jin flashed a goofy smile. Of course, it's for the money. Consider this. If he were to strike you, he would certainly have to compensate you. If blood were drawn, the compensation would be even greater and he might even face incarceration. Isn't that extortion? Precisely. That's exactly what I'm asking you to do. Brother Ping, you are free to decline, but should you choose not to comply, I will inform the authorities of your past actions. The crackdown is severe now. Brother Ping was taken aback. You mustn't speak carelessly. I am an honest man, incapable of committing any wrongdoing. Yan Jin smirked and casually recounted a couple of Brother Ping's indiscretions, with precise details of time, place, and individuals. Before arriving in Miaoxin, he had done his homework thoroughly. Brother Ping, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat. What he had thought were secretive actions had been laid bare by Yan Jin. If one fails to cooperate, there is a genuine risk of being ensnared by this cunning individual who masquerades as a harmless fool. The bald-headed man forced an awkward chuckle. Brother Yan, why are you saying such things? I will handle it. After all, it's merely about dealing with Li Tiandi. It's simple. Chapter 135. The intentions behind your troubles that afternoon. Yan Jin and Ho Duong secured accommodations at a hotel. Ho Duong was perplexed by the director's recent maneuvers. Director, you clearly wish to recruit Li Tiandi. Why would you send someone to undermine him? The term undermine was quickly retracted, yet Yan Jin caught the insinuation. He remained unfazed. The nature of this endeavor was inherently despicable. However, in the realm of commerce, sometimes one must resort to unscrupulous tactics. A shrewd businessman is not necessarily a virtuous individual. Yet a virtuous person cannot thrive as a businessman. As the saying goes, there is no commerce without deceit. This is not about undermining, it is about assistance. I am aiding him. Only by experiencing the harsh realities of society will he comprehend its brutality. He must come to realize that by agreeing to return to Qingping and working alongside me, he will secure a prosperous future. Duong, Do you not see that I am helping him? Ho Duong suddenly grasped the situation. Thus, it could be said that Director Yan was indeed assisting Li Tiandi. The troubles I am orchestrating are ultimately for his benefit. In the ensuing time, Yan Jin's task was to await the inevitable misfortune befalling Li Tiandi. The bald-headed man did not disappoint. On the third day, March 6th, he delivered Li Tiandi to his fate. The bald-headed man proved to be quite adept at creating chaos. Yan Jin was oblivious to the methods employed, yet it was evident that the man had gone all out, sustaining injuries at the hands of Li Tiandi. The police arrived and took Li Tiandi into custody. He was confined in a cell, while the bald-headed man languished in a hospital bed, groaning. Li Tiandi even compensated him with 200 yuan. Enduring a beating in exchange for 200 yuan seemed a worthwhile trade to the bald-headed man. Thus, he found himself with funds to gamble once more. Li Tiandi was incarcerated once again, spending a day and a night without contact, which drove his family to desperation. To compound their distress, during that period, a torrent of insults rained down upon the Li household, accompanied by stones hurled into their courtyard, shattering several windows, plunging the household into chaos. The Li family, gripped by fear, dared not venture outside. At this critical juncture, Yan Jin appeared at Li Tiandi's residence. Is Director Li available? I wish to discuss our collaboration further. I sincerely invite him to assume the role of general manager. Otherwise, I would not have personally traveled to Miaoxian to seek him out. Yan Jin feigned ignorance while the Li family, in a state of panic, recounted the entire situation to him. Yan Jin feigned astonishment. How could this happen? Do not fret. I have acquaintances at the bureau. I will inquire into the matter immediately. In a state of urgency, Yan Jin rushed to the bureau to gather information and subsequently sought out the bald-headed man, persuading him to sign the reconciliation document. This action facilitated Li Tiandi's bail. He then escorted him back to his home, where the Li family expressed their profound gratitude to Yan Jin. Director Yan, I am truly grateful. Without you, we would have been utterly lost. Yan Jin smiled. I felt an immediate rapport with Director Li. His concerns were my concerns. It was evident that Director Li had been wronged, and knowing his character, I was certain of his innocence. I could not remain a passive observer. My family continuously expressed their gratitude towards Yan Jin. Yet, Li Tiandi found something peculiar. Why was it that every time Yan Jin appeared, misfortune befell him? He struggled to comprehend this. Could it be that Yan Jin was a harbinger of ill fate for him? Director Li, although I have secured your release, the recent events have cast a shadow over your reputation and that of your family. I suggest you temporarily leave Miaoxian and take some time to rejuvenate. While I am aware of your innocence, the fact remains that you did engage in a confrontation with Ping Tu Ge. I have discreetly inquired, and it appears that Ping Tu Ge is not a man of good character. He harbors a vengeful spirit. You compensated him 200 yuan. Yet I have an ominous feeling that once he recovers, he will seek retribution. There is an old saying, it is not the thief we fear, but the one who bears a grudge. Li Tiandi remained silent. The Li family urged, Old Li, Director Yan is a good man. He sincerely wishes for you to take on the role of general manager. You should accept. Our entire family will accompany you to Qingping City. We can no longer remain in Miaoxian. For the sake of our family, you should lead us there. After a period of contemplation, Li Tiandi finally looked up. Very well. Director Yan, I am willing to go to Qingping City. He had come to terms with it. Little did he know what calamities awaited him had he chosen to remain in Miaoxian. He, too, was human and felt a twinge of fear within. Yan Jin felt a surge of delight. Excellent, Director Li. I shall await your arrival in Qingping City. With your participation, we are destined to achieve remarkable success. With a buoyant heart, Yan Jin departed from Miaoxian. Following Li Tiandi's lead, Zhongyuan Jianlibo was bound to flourish. Yan Jin need not worry excessively. His focus must shift to the subsequent development of Jianlibo, ensuring that this hard-won national brand does not falter. Meanwhile, in several overseas nations, a cadre of capitalists had set their sights on the vast Huaxia beverage market. On March 8, 1984, Yan Jin and Ho Duong returned to Qingping. Li Tiandi was true to his word. 2 days later, he arrived in Qingping City with his family. When he presented his note at the Zhongyuan factory, he was taken aback. Was this truly the headquarters of Zhongyuan Instant Noodles? Its scale appeared comparable to that of the Miaoxian distillery. How had such a modest factory's products made it to the Spring Festival Gala? How had Yan Jin accomplished this? Li Tiandi explained his purpose to the gatekeeper, Old Sun, who promptly called Yan Jin. As Li Tiandi registered, Yan Jin swiftly approached to greet him. Director Li, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. After exchanging pleasantries, Yan Jin led him directly to the temporary premises of Zhongyuan Beverage Company. Upon observing the cramped courtyard and the low factory buildings, Li Tiandi's lips twitched. Wasn't it supposed to occupy several hundred acres and possess the most advanced production lines in the world? Having traveled a great distance to Qingping City, Li Tiandi felt a sense of betrayal. Director Yan, this does not align with what you previously conveyed to me. Was it not supposed to be different? Do not rush. The new factory building is still under construction. This is merely a temporary setup. Within the entire workshop, there were only 10 workers, who had been reassigned from the instant noodle factory and had undergone more than half a month of training before commencing their duties. Yan Jin led Li Tiandi inside, first to the storage room, where, in a mere few days, a considerable quantity of Jianlibo had already been produced. Director Yan, may I inquire about your sales strategy? You ought not to ask me. From this day forth, you are the general manager of Zhongyuan Beverage Company. The sales strategy is your responsibility. Li Tiandi thought to himself. Damn, I've boarded a pirate ship. Yan Jin, with an unpretentious smile, remarked, General Manager Li, I entrust you with Zhongyuan Jianlibo. I have faith in your capabilities. You will surely create a sales miracle. Channel the same spirit you exhibited as a salesperson at the winery. Our Jianlibo surpasses wine, while wine numbs the nerves. Jianlibo restores vitality. General Manager Li, you undoubtedly possess the means. Thus, Yan Jin handed over the entire Zhongyuan Beverage Company to Li Tiandi, allowing him to unleash his potential. However, Li Tiandi felt an urge to curse. Chapter 136. Director, there's a problem. That evening, Yan Jin organized a gathering attended by the entire management team of Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory to welcome Li Tiandi. This occasion also served as an opportunity for everyone to get acquainted and foster camaraderie for better future collaboration. From this moment on, they would all be teammates. At the banquet, Yan Jin extolled Li Tiandi's abilities and audacity, showering him with compliments and declaring him the finest professional manager in the nation. The intention was to establish Li Tiandi's authority, facilitating future endeavors. In the presence of Yan Jin, Wang Entai and the others feigned merriment with Li Tiandi, yet internally, they harbored some resentment. They questioned the wisdom of appointing an outsider as the general manager, pondering if Director Yan believed he could not manage the role himself. Li Tiandi, nearing retirement, was an enigma. What was he doing in Qingping? Particularly, Ding Jian, who not only supervised the new factory's construction but also managed sales at the beverage plant, found Yan Jin's decision perplexing. Having participated in the entire process during the first visit to Miaoxian, Ding Jian prided himself on knowing Li Tiandi best. A vice director of a nearly defunct small winery, who had to personally sell rice wine, seemed a far cry from someone capable of leading Zhongyuan Beverage. Ding Jian could not fathom why Director Yan held such high hopes for him. Considerable effort had been expended to bring Li Tiandi on board, and Ding Jian hoped he would not squander Yan Jin's earnest intentions. Otherwise, he would be the first to hold him accountable. March 11, 1984, Sunday. For the people of Zhongyuan, it was yet another busy day. Yan Jin had initially planned to hold a brief meeting for everyone. However, he was summoned to the municipal party compound by a phone call from Zhou Helong. Upon their meeting, Zhou Helong wore a cheerful smile, indicating a pleasant mood. Xiaoyan, the investment promotion seminar from the province has concluded, and the provincial leaders have highly praised my speech. They even forwarded my speech to various cities for study and exchange. I owe you my gratitude. Receiving accolades from the provincial leaders was entirely within expectations for Yan Jin. What he had shared with Zhou Helong that evening was indeed invaluable wisdom that was absent from this era, sure to leave a profound impact. Secretary Zhou, it is your own merit. My contribution is minimal. Zhou Helong waved his hand dismissively. I called you here to discuss another matter. Zhou Helong's expression turned serious. I heard from the provincial leaders that the neighboring Shihe province has attracted a Japanese beverage company named Sherdao Beverage. Yan Jin was puzzled. He had never encountered the name Sherdao Beverage in the future, nor had he heard of any Japanese beverage company establishing a factory in Huaxia. What was going on? Was it possible that his rebirth had caused some discrepancies in events? Yan Jin immediately became alert. He needed to confirm this matter promptly. The sudden emergence of such a competitor, especially from Japan, required his vigilance. Secretary Zhou, is this information confirmed? Absolutely. I have even obtained the address for you. Zhou Helong handed over a slip of paper. Yan Jin took a glance at it. Secretary Zhou, this information is crucial for our Zhongyuan Beverage Company. At this moment, he felt genuine gratitude towards Zhou Helong. Had it not been for Zhou Helong's foresight, he would still be oblivious to this development. This could have put Zhongyuan Jianlibo in a precarious position. Xiaoyan, Zhongyuan Beverage Company is considered our pride here in Qingping City. We hope it thrives. Zhou Helong continued. The Japanese are formidable competitors, and I wish for your success. Yan Jin nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Secretary Zhou, Zhongyuan will undoubtedly grow into a national brand. Upon leaving the municipal party compound, Yan Jin hurried straight to Zhongyuan Beverage Company to find Li Tiandi. General Manager Li, have you ever heard of the Japanese company Sherdao Beverage? Li Tiandi shook his head. I just received news that a company named Sherdao Beverage has settled in Shihe Province. Yan Jin was taken aback. Yet, Li Tiandi remained unfazed. Unlike Yan Jin, he was unaware of the deviations from the original historical trajectory. Director Yan, Baisher Cola and Tadpole Cola have been sold domestically for some time now. It is no surprise that someone would be envious. The establishment of a beverage factory by the Japanese is hardly astonishing. This statement calmed Yan Jin. Indeed, why was he worrying? It was just another beverage factory. With Li Tiandi and Zhongyuan Jianlibo by his side, what was there to fear? General Manager Li, what I mean is that we must act swiftly. We cannot allow the Japanese to seize the initiative. I understand. After discussing for over half an hour with Li Tiandi, Yan Jin returned to the factory and provided the address of Sherdao Beverage to driver Cui Jia, instructing him to investigate the nature of this beverage factory. Subsequently, he called Zheng Xiaoyang from the National Sports Commission. Repeatedly dialing for N times, there was no response. Where could this fellow have gone? Finally, around 8 o'clock in the evening, Cui Jia returned from Shihe Province. Director, it has been confirmed. There truly exists a Sea Island beverage factory, transformed from a canned goods factory, covering more than 70 acres. Some small shops in Shihe Province have already begun selling it. As he spoke, Cui Jia produced 2 bottles of Sea Island beverage from his bag. They were glass bottles, adorned with inscriptions in both Huaxia and Japanese. In 2 lifetimes, Yan Jin had genuinely never encountered such a beverage. He opened one to taste. How to describe it? The flavor bore a resemblance to the Sprite of later times. Yet it was distinct in its own right. Yan Jin requested Cui Jia to deliver the other bottle to Li Tiandi so he too could savor it. It seemed that foreign capitalists had already set their sights on the Huaxia market. In the near future, an increasing influx of capital would undoubtedly surge into the country. The opening of the Huaxia market was not solely aimed at economic development. It also aspired to introduce advanced foreign technologies. However, the majority of what foreigners brought over were labor-intensive industries, lacking any semblance of high technology. Even within the technology sector, they were reluctant to share core technologies with Huaxia. From that time onward, under the prevailing notion of buying rather than creating, many Huaxia enterprises opted to purchase technology directly from abroad, saving time and effort compared to independent research and development. This ultimately led to a situation where many technologies were held hostage by foreign entities. Yan Jin was determined to alter this reality. Thus, he exhibited a particular sensitivity toward foreign enterprises. On March 12, 1984, Yan Jin once again placed a call to Zheng Xiaoyang in the capital. This time, he finally managed to get through. Xiaoyang, could you assist me in investigating a matter? Zheng Xiaoyang responded enthusiastically, Brother Yan, feel free to share. This year, our nation's athletes are set to participate in the Olympics. And I've heard that the National Sports Commission is preparing beverages for the athletes. Brother Yan, your information is quite astute. How did you come to know of this? I happened to overhear it. In a few days, I will be heading to the capital. Do you have time to meet? Absolutely, Brother Yan. Once you arrive, just contact me. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. Come in. Ding Jian rushed in, flustered. Director, there's trouble. What has happened? Director, Li Tiandi intends to take 200 boxes of Zhongyuan Jianlibo to Yangqing, claiming he wants to give them away for free. Ding Jian exclaimed indignantly. Jianlibo has just been produced. We haven't made any profits yet, and Li Tiandi is already giving it away. How can he face Director Yan? How can he face all the employees of Zhongyuan? How can he face his own conscience? Director, you must stop him. I see that Li Tiandi is not a good person. This is the company's product. What right does he have to give it away? The more Ding Jian spoke, the angrier he became. Yet, Yan Jin remained composed. I thought it was something serious. Is it merely giving away Zhongyuan Jianlibo? Let him proceed. Ding Jian looked at Yan Jin in disbelief. How could the director harbor such thoughts? How could he condone Li Tiandi's reckless behavior? The factory director remarked. That is the workers' hard work. How can he simply give it away? I cannot explain this to the workers. Yan Jin patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. There must be a reason for Mr. Li's actions. Let us go and inquire about the matter. Yan Jin, accompanied by Ding Jian, proceeded to Zhongyuan Beverage Company to meet Li Tiandi. On Li Tiandi's desk lay an empty bottle of Sadeo beverage. He had consumed all the contents. Ding Jian, oblivious to this detail, confronted Li Tiandi directly. Mr. Li, why did you give away 200 boxes of Zhongyuan Jianlibo for free? Ding Manager, do not get caught up in this issue. It was my decision to have Mr. Li do so. Yan Jin interjected to alleviate Li Tiandi's predicament. Ding Jian was momentarily taken aback. Director Yan, this is not how things are done. Why didn't you tell me it was your directive? Li Tiandi regarded Yan Jin with a puzzled expression. Why was he defending him? Yan Jin explained to Ding Jian that this decision was made with future sales in mind. He instructed Ding Jian to monitor the new factory site and not to disrupt Li Tiandi's regular work, with only Yan Jin and Li Tiandi remaining in the office. Yan Jin glanced at the empty Sadeo beverage bottle. What do you think of its taste? Mediocre, Li Tiandi replied defiantly. In comparison to Zhongyuan Jianlibo, it pales in comparison. It was precisely because he found cola unpalatable that he had conceived the idea of producing beverages. Ding, when are you heading to Yangqing? Tomorrow, Li Tiandi replied. Scrutinizing Yan Jin. Director Yan, why did you say that earlier? Yan Jin chuckled lightly. They failed to grasp your purpose in giving it away, but I do. I understand that your actions are aimed at the future sales of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Since I have chosen you, I naturally trust and fully support you. If I am not mistaken, the AFC is set to hold a meeting in Yangqing in April, and you intend to leverage this opportunity to launch Zhongyuan Jianlibo, correct? Li Tiandi was taken aback. Why did Yan Jin seem to know everything he intended to do so clearly? He suspected that Yan Jin might be some sort of prodigy. Mr. Li, the AFC is merely a starting point. Our sights must be set on the Olympics. This year marks Huaxia's first participation in the Games, presenting an exceptional opportunity for Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Yan Jin only hinted at the broader strategy without delving into specifics. History would later affirm that Li Tiandi would undoubtedly excel. Yan Jin felt no need to intervene, merely offering guidance at crucial junctures. With Li Tiandi in charge, he could afford to take a step back. Li Tiandi, with 200 boxes of Jianlibo and dreams in his heart, journeyed south to Yangqing. The day after his departure, Sadeo beverage made its debut in Qingping City. This drink capitalized on the small-town residents' fondness for minor perks, such as offering a balloon or a pair of chopsticks with the purchase of a bottle of Sadeo beverage, mirroring the strategy employed by Tadpole Cola. However, unlike Tadpole Cola, its price is merely 20 cents, which is $2.50 less than Tadpole Cola and just 5 cents more than Beibinjiang soda. Furthermore, it boasts a catchy slogan, Sadeo beverage. The drink favored even by the elite of Japan. Influenced by certain trends of the time, the perception that foreign products are superior prevailed, prompting many to indulge in a bottle for a taste. During his market research, Ding Jian also purchased a bottle, the Tadpole Cola, Baisher Cola, and the newly launched Sadeo beverage in the convenience store were all packaged in glass bottles. Why did factory director Yan insist on using cans? We also have a partnership with the glass factory, and using glass bottles is more cost-effective. Upon returning to the factory, he posed this question to Yan Jin. It's quite simple, Yan replied. Cans appear more upscale. I want the people of Huaxia to recognize that Zhongyuan Jianlibo is even more premium than foreign beverages. Director, then why do we still collaborate with Qi Baoyan's glass factory? Of course, we will continue to collaborate. In the future, we will also produce juice. And the glass bottles are reserved for that. Zhongyuan Jianlibo and Zhongyuan juice will take different paths. Yan Jin took the Sadeo beverage bottle from Ding Jian's hand and seemed to grasp the underlying strategy. This Sadeo beverage seemingly imitates Tadpole Cola, seizing the opportunity to carve out a share of the market before Tadpole Cola fully establishes itself in Huaxia. In later years, this beverage would vanish, leaving no trace of its origin. Director, should we launch Zhongyuan Jianlibo into the market now? Ding Jian inquired anxiously. Sadeo beverage has begun to encroach upon the market. If we do not act swiftly, we risk falling behind. Yan Jin, however, shook his head. There's no rush. Let's wait until Li Tiandi makes some progress. Ding Jian harbored doubts about Li Tiandi's capabilities. Director, do you really place your hopes on Li Tiandi? I see little potential in him. Relying solely on handouts is a weak strategy. Ding Jian expressed his concerns regarding Li Tiandi. He will surprise us, Yan Jin asserted confidently. Ding Jian could not fathom the source of the factory director's unwavering faith in Li Tiandi. Yan Jin then visited Wang Entai's office. Wang Entai had not engaged in the affairs of Zhongyuan Beverage Company. His current responsibilities revolved around the production and sales of instant noodles. Within the brief span of December and January, the sales figures for instant noodles reached an astonishing 100 million. Upon realizing this figure, Wang Entai himself was taken aback. Old Wang, the instant noodle factory requires expansion, and the beverage company is set to be established, necessitating the hiring of workers. You are in charge of this matter, 150 workers in total for both factories. Both factories occupy land in Shaoguan village, and we will allocate 20 positions to them. The success of production once the factories are completed greatly depends on maintaining good relations with the village. If villagers work there, those who wish to create trouble will think twice. With his extensive experience, Yan Jin understood the complexities of dealing with the village. He had a friend who had contracted a reservoir in a village, signing a 20-year contract with a one-time payment. A certain friend established a rural leisure business near the reservoir and reaped considerable profits. The villagers, envious of his success, incessantly harassed him the following year, creating various difficulties in an effort to compel him to withdraw. Ultimately, he had no choice but to depart, becoming an unfortunate victim of circumstance. The villagers then attempted to manage the leisure business themselves, but their lack of expertise led to a decline in success. As the days passed, they found themselves without a single guest, and the venture fell into disuse. When the village chief sought to persuade the friend to return, he had already lost hope and refused to reconsider. Even as time went on, the leisure business remained abandoned. Therefore, fostering good relations with the village, particularly with the village chief, is of paramount importance. Chapter 138. The competitors' efforts that evening. Yan Jin, accompanied by Wang Entai, Ding Jian, and Ho Duong, invited the village officials of Shaoguan to dinner. In suburban villages, the village officials are often not ordinary individuals, especially the village chief. For instance, Lu Hongguang and his son Lu Neng from Qiyang village are known figures in the underworld, though they have since been incarcerated. Conversely, Guan Liheng, the village chief of Shaoguan, is no pushover, but differs from Lu Hongguang in that he is not a thug, nor does he associate with them. He values reason and loyalty, which makes Yan Jin prefer dealing with such individuals. The group indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, especially after learning that Yan Jin had allocated 20 employment positions to the village and planned to construct a cement road. Guan Liheng and several village officials took turns toasting Yan Jin in gratitude. Wang Entai and the others attempted to drink on Yan Jin's behalf. But Guan Liheng insisted that Yan Jin must drink himself, for to do otherwise would be to disrespect the rural folk. Reluctantly, Yan Jin acquiesced and welcomed the drinks. No matter how resilient he was, he eventually reached his limit. In the end, Wang Entai, Ding Jian, and Ho Duong had to carry him home. Upon seeing Yan Jin utterly intoxicated, Su Lu couldn't help but reminisce about his past. There was a time when Yan Jin would drink excessively, and in his drunken state, he would demand money. When she had none to give, he would resort to violence. Su Lu worried that upon awakening, he might revert to his former self. In the dead of night, Yan Jin awoke, parched and with a dry throat. He stumbled in the dark to the outer room to quench his thirst. "You're awake." A voice from the shadows startled him. Turning on the light, he saw Su Lu seated at the table. "What are you doing awake at this hour?" "You scared me," he exclaimed. "Are you all right after drinking so much?" Su Lu asked with concern. "I'm fine. Why are you still up? Go to bed and don't stay up late." Yan Jin replied. "I was worried you might feel unwell from drinking too much," Su Lu said softly. Her words melted Yan Jin's heart. Despite their divorce, she still cared for him, indicating that he still held a place in her heart. "Are you thirsty? Let me get you some water," she offered. But Yan Jin quickly stopped her. "I can manage. You should go to sleep. Staying up late isn't good for you." Upon hearing this, Su Lu felt a weight lift from her chest. His tone when speaking to himself was gentle, indicating that he had not reverted to his former self. This was a relief. Yan Jin gulped down several glasses of cold water, feeling much more comfortable. Su Lu, however, remarked, "Could you refrain from drinking so much alcohol in the future?" Su Lu, are you concerned for me? Drinking harms the body. Isn't it true that Quan Bin from the village succumbed to alcohol poisoning? Seriously, you should stop drinking. I don't wish to drink either. It's just that sometimes, for the sake of the factory's development, I have no choice." Su Lu found it difficult to say more. At that moment, there was a rustle from Duodua's bed, prompting her to check on her. Yan Jin had a peculiar habit. Once he drank, he could never return to sleep after waking in the middle of the night. He took out a pen and notebook, beginning to jot down notes and sketches. As dawn broke with the crowing of roosters, Su Lu rose and saw Yan Jin bent over the table, writing. "You're up so early? Oh, I forgot your habit. You didn't sleep after getting up last night, did you? I'll prepare breakfast for you." This unchanging habit reaffirmed that the Yan Jin before her was indeed not a different person. Perhaps she had been overly suspicious. "Thank you," Yan Jin replied instinctively. Upon hearing those words, Su Lu was once again assured that he had truly changed for the better, not reverting to the frightening persona he once was after a night of heavy drinking. After breakfast, Yan Jin called Li Tiandi. "How are things on your end? I've contacted several old acquaintances from the sports committee, and they've agreed to help move the Zhongyuan Libo to the AFC conference site, placing it on the podium." Yan Jin responded with a firm grunt. "Get in touch with more journalists. We must ensure extensive coverage and create a significant momentum." "I understand, Director Yan, just watch." This was the first time Li Tiandi had spoken to Yan Jin in such a manner. In truth, Yan Jin had no pressing need to make this call. as Li Tiandi would maximize the potential of the AFC conference. However, Li Tiandi's mindset was markedly different from that of his previous life, which left Yan Jin feeling somewhat anxious. Thus, he offered a few reminders. Unbeknownst to him, their competitors had already sensed the allure of the Olympics and had begun to take action. In Shihe province, at the Sijiao beverage factory, two men in suits were engaged in conversation. One, with a broad face and small eyes, was named Xiao Hongji, while the other, shorter in stature and of Japanese descent, was called Mizutani Hayashi. Leaning slightly, Xiao Hongji smiled and said, "Mr. Mizutani, since the launch of Sijiao beverage, it has been immensely popular among the Huaxia people. I believe we have every capability to outpace Tadpole Cola and seize the Huaxia market." Mizutani Hayashi responded fluently in Huaxia. "Many in Huaxia can easily be swayed by small favors. We must leverage this psychology for promotions. Mr. Mizutani, your insights are truly remarkable. It was a wise decision for you to establish a factory in Huaxia." Mizutani Hayashi gazed contemplatively into the distance. "Xiao, did you know? My initial plan was to sponsor this year's Olympic Games in Los Angeles, but regrettably, our current strength cannot compete with Tadpole Cola. Thus, I aspire to sponsor the Chinese Olympic delegation, promoting the Four Islands beverage to the world through our athletes." Xiao Hongji furrowed his brow, recognizing the formidable challenge of sponsoring the Chinese Olympic team, especially as a foreign enterprise. Given that this is China's inaugural participation in the Olympics, it is unlikely that they would opt for foreign sponsorship. Mizutani Sunichi flashed a peculiar smile, asserting that where there is a will, there is a way. "Xiao, please make a trip to the capital, engage in preliminary discussions with the National Sports Commission, gauge their sentiments. If necessary, we can certainly extend a gesture of goodwill." He meaningfully patted Xiao Hongji on the shoulder. "By the way, Mr. Mizutani, I caught wind that a beverage company has emerged in Handong province, established by Chinese nationals. Yet their products have yet to make an appearance in the market." Mizutani Sunichi shook his head. "There are numerous beverage manufacturers within China. Nearly every province has its own, creating a fragmented landscape. The more competitors there are, the more advantageous it is for us." Xiao Hongji appeared perplexed. "Is it truly beneficial to have more competitors? How does that theory hold?" Mizutani replied, "With so many beverage enterprises, none of them are willing to align, making it impossible for them to unite. This presents us with the opportunity to dismantle them one by one and unify the market. Thus, the beverage company in Handong province warrants no concern. They will inevitably become our vanquished adversaries." Mizutani exuded confidence, as if he were a formidable leader surveying his dominion. "Xiao, our paramount objective now is to establish a connection with the National Sports Commission, as the athletes participating in the Olympics will serve as our finest ambassadors." Chapter 139. The Zhongyuan Factory surrounded March 21, 1984. Zhongyuan Beverage Company issued a recruitment notice through newspapers and flyers, inciting a sensation throughout Qingping City. The Zhongyuan Factory was finally hiring. Given that Zhongyuan Beverage and Zhongyuan Instant Noodles are one and the same, the high wages at Zhongyuan Factory assuredly mirrored the benefits offered by the beverage division. Upon seeing the job advertisement, everyone promptly informed their families. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Rong Shuang, Zhongyuan Beverage Company is hiring workers. You must hurry to apply." Today, Rong Yi, a coal miner from Qingping, saw the recruitment notice in the newspaper and immediately took leave to return home. His first words upon entering were to urge his daughter, Rong Shuang, to apply, who in Qingping City was unaware of the excellent benefits at Zhongyuan Factory. His daughter was encountering a fortuitous moment. This opportunity must not be squandered. His wife, Song Xiaofeng, was even more excited than Rong Yi. "Rong Shuang is already 20, and securing employment has been elusive. Hurry and tidy yourself up, change into clean clothes, and rush to apply. And wear that new jacket you bought at the end of last year. It will make you look presentable. Your mother is right. I read in the newspaper that after applying, there will be immediate interviews. You must look your best." Rong Shuang nodded obediently, quickly changing her clothes. She, too, was eager to work at Zhongyuan Company, who in Qingping City was unaware that working there not only brought prestige, but also generous pay. After changing, Rong Shuang hurriedly left the house. Their home was somewhat distant from Zhongyuan Company, necessitating a bus ride. Upon reaching the main road, she realized that many people were waiting for the bus. At this time in previous years, hardly anyone was present. Could it be that everyone is off seeking employment? As the bus arrived and came to a halt, she exerted immense effort to board. And Ming was a young man from the village, once an exemplary student. However, as time passed, he developed myopia, and with his family unable to afford glasses, his education faltered. Having not completed his studies, he struggled to find work and ultimately followed in his father's footsteps, and Yongyang, as a mason. The young man was honest and diligent. On this particular day, he was laboring alongside his father at a construction site when the village chief, an Ishan, hurriedly approached. Xiaoming, stop working and come with me. Chief, what is the matter? And Yongyang asked, puzzled. The Zhongyuan factory is hiring. Hurry and let Xiaoming give it a try. Working there as a laborer is far better than toiling as a mason. Upon hearing this, Yongyang snatched the trowel from Ming's hands. Xiaoming, quickly follow the village chief. Go now? Chief, thank you. Please do help us by saying a few words for Ming. And Yongyang, ever the humble man, was at a loss for words beyond his gratitude. Just go register first. Xiaoming, there are limited positions. You must hurry. And Ming, without the time to change his clothes, dashed towards the Zhongyuan beverage factory. Minglan received a call from her sister-in-law. My elder aunt, the Zhongyuan beverage factory is hiring. But there are only 100 slots. Could you ask your husband to help Meng Qingzhu get a chance? Minglan felt conflicted. Given Zhou Holian's character, he would certainly refrain from using his position to favor relatives. Yet, Meng Qingzhu was her maternal nephew, and as an elder aunt, it would be unreasonable not to assist. Sister-in-law, just have Zhuzi go register first. Let us see what happens. Minglan contemplated whether she should call Yan Jin. Outside the Zhongyuan beverage factory, a throng of people had gathered, all there for the job applications, representing various age groups. Everyone was pushing forward, anxious to secure a spot. Ho Duong was at the entrance maintaining order. Please form an orderly line. No pushing. Everyone will have a chance. Anyone caught cutting in line or causing trouble will be disqualified. With plans to hire 100 individuals, the entrance was swarmed by over 1,000 applicants. Remarkably, Ho Di Wang's authoritative voice proved effective, as everyone instinctively lined up, eager to be considered. At the entrance of the Zhongyuan Beverage Company, a lengthy queue formed, with applicants filling out registration forms one after another before proceeding to interviews. However, upon noticing Ming, the crowd instinctively recoiled a few steps. His hair was disheveled, caked with mud, and his clothes and shoes were equally soiled, clearly having come directly from the construction site. Furthermore, he had sprinted there. Beads of sweat glistening on his face, his attire thoroughly soaked. He stood in stark contrast to the neatly dressed individuals around him, making him quite conspicuous. Beside him, Rong Shuang wrinkled her nose in disdain. What is someone like him doing here? Doesn't he take a look in the mirror? Does he think Zhongyuan Factory would hire someone like that? Indeed, we certainly hope to avoid working alongside such individuals. Her tone suggested she was already assured of her position. Hearing these remarks, Ming lowered his head in self-deprecation, feeling utterly out of place. Feeling the sting of disdain from others, he found himself in a rather disheartening predicament. However, he overcame his psychological burdens and bravely stood among the crowd. He did not wish to spend his entire life as a mere bricklayer. For him, opportunities to alter his fate were scarce, and this one at the Zhongyuan factory was not something he intended to relinquish easily. Ho Duong also took note of this individual. Furrowing his brow, "Why have you come dressed like this?" he inquired. "Comrade, I heard about the recruitment while working on a construction site and did not have time to change," and Ming replied apologetically. Ho Duong scrutinized him closely. Judging by his appearance, he appeared quite unpretentious. He handed Ming an application form. "Please fill this out," he instructed. Gratefully, Ming accepted the form and pen, diligently filling it out word by word. Upon reaching the age section, he wrote down 21, which caused Ho Duong to raise an eyebrow in disbelief. His sun-kissed skin and calloused hands suggested he was at least in his 30s. Observing him, Ho Duong was reminded of his own father, who had also started working at a young age, bearing a weariness that belied his years. Now in his 50s, he appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. Each time he saw his father, Ho Duong felt a pang of heartache and sorrow. "Comrade, greetings. I do not have a telephone at home. How should I fill in the contact information?" And Ming asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "You can provide the contact details of your village or a neighbor, as long as we can reach you," Ho Duong replied patiently. "All right, thank you." Wang Intai observed the large crowd with some apprehension. "Director, what if something goes awry? What if those not selected become enraged and cause a disturbance?" He expressed his concerns. "The results of the selection will not be announced on the spot. Each individual will have to wait for notification at home. Besides, this is Zhongyuan Factory. I doubt anyone would dare to cause trouble." It was the first time he had witnessed such a rigorous recruitment scene. Perhaps a comparable situation would only arise during civil service examinations in the future. One by one, individuals who completed their registration forms entered the office. Yan Jin and Wang Intai conducted the interviews personally. The interviews were straightforward, consisting of merely a few questions before concluding with, "Please wait for notification." And Ming entered the office, his heart racing with trepidation. Chapter 140, 2 Unexpected Phone Calls. Gazing at Ming, Yan Jin was momentarily taken aback. You came for an interview without even preparing yourself? Showing up like this is tantamount to forfeiting your chance. And Ming felt exceedingly tense, his body rigid with anxiety. Please introduce yourself, Wang Intai prompted. My name is Ming, and I am 21 years old. Upon hearing this, Yan Jin took a deliberate look at him. What is your current occupation? I am a bricklayer, constructing houses for others, and Ming replied. How much do you earn in a month? If there is ample work, around 20-some yuan, he answered succinctly, responding to each question without any unnecessary elaboration. Very well. You may return home. Someone will notify you if there is news. Thank you, and Ming said as he stood to leave. Yan Jin marked a check on his information form. Wang Intai then inquired, Director, do you intend to hire him? This individual possesses a remarkable honesty, evident from the calluses on his hands, and demonstrates considerable competence, qualities we desperately need at present. The interview lasted an entire day, and Yan Jin stretched, feeling utterly exhausted. Conducting interviews is truly a taxing endeavor. Old Wang, after an hour, please inform the 2 candidates we have selected with a phone call. We will directly hire 100 individuals, along with 20 from Shaoguan village, and swiftly arrange their training. Yan Jin's actual plan was to recruit 150 individuals. The 30 additional positions were reserved for contingencies, anticipating various leaders would seek his assistance. It is essential to maintain a semblance of respect for these leaders. As expected, that very evening, the phone in his office rang incessantly, inundated with calls from those recommending candidates. Among the callers were Wei Juanha, the director of the municipal office, Diani, the chief of police, Yu Bo, the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and Lu Yuan, the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau. Even Zheng Xiangqing, the director of the Beijing office, called from the capital. However, 2 of the calls took Yan Jin completely by surprise. One was from Meng Lan. Xiaoyan, I probably shouldn't be calling you, but after much consideration, I decided to reach out. Please don't regard me merely as the wife of the municipal party secretary. I am calling as a concerned aunt to inquire about my nephew, Meng Qingzhu, who attended your interview today. What do you think of him? Meng Ai. I met him today. He is quite a spirited young man. We have already decided to offer him a position. Upon hearing Yan Jin's words, Meng Lan exhaled in relief. Thank you, Xiaoyan. No need for gratitude, Ai. It is due to Meng Qingzhu's own merit. Yan Jin spoke the truth. Meng Qingzhu was indeed on the list of recruits. The young man articulated his thoughts clearly and displayed a sharp intellect. He was a promising candidate. The other call was from Xiao Yi. Director Yan, regarding the job at your company, would you consider hiring me? Xiao Yi began straightforwardly, leaving Yan Jin slightly bewildered. Miss Xiao, your employment at the Labor Bureau offers a stable future, while my private enterprise is subject to the whims of fate. Director Yan, it is well known that working at Zhongyuan is far more prestigious than in a government office, with greater financial rewards. Xiao Yi, to be frank, you are ill-suited for the corporate world. Individuals of your academic caliber thrive better in public service. Yan Jin had made his position abundantly clear. With her temperament, if Xiao Yi were to join a private enterprise, it would be a matter of mere days before either she would resign or the company would dismiss her. Yet, Xiao Yi did not genuinely wish to work at Zhongyuan. She merely sought to hear Yan Jin's voice. Lately, his image had been persistently surfacing in her thoughts, even intruding upon her dreams. Recently, Su Lu had posed the question of whether she should remarry Yan Jin, leaving her momentarily speechless in response. From Su Lu's perspective, reconciliation seemed desirable. However, she personally harbored reservations about the idea of remarrying. It was a source of inner turmoil. And Ming returned home as dusk fell. Upon entering, he noticed Peng Wan, the matchmaker's introduction, standing in the yard with his mother, Hu Yulan. Meanwhile, his father, and Yong Liang, sat hunched nearby, his head buried in his knees, obscuring his expression. Ming, your return is quite timely. There are matters I must clarify with you, Hu Yulan declared with great intensity. What is it? You and our Peng Wan are simply incompatible. It would be wise for you to end this now. Why? Ming asked anxiously. Although they had only met a handful of times after a year of courtship, how could it suddenly be deemed unsuitable? Since you insist on knowing, I shall speak plainly. It is due to your family's impoverished circumstances. You lack even basic comforts such as a sofa or a television, residing instead in a thatched cottage. I cannot bear the thought of Peng Wan marrying into hardship. Ming responded, the present lack does not equate to a future deficiency. I can earn money to provide. Earn money? You and your grandfather are both mere masons, barely making ends meet throughout the year. What could you possibly afford? Ming, please spare Peng Wan. You truly are not suited for one another. Ming turned to Peng Wan. Is this truly your sentiment as well? Yet, Peng Wan lowered her head in silence. clearly in tacit agreement. At that moment, and Yongliang finally raised his head, his expression troubled. In-laws, while we may be impoverished now, both my grandfather and I are striving to earn more. The future holds promise. The two children have developed a good rapport. Let us not tear them apart. And Yongliang's words were weak and unconvincing. Hu Yulan retorted, in-laws? Please refrain from such informalities. A forced union bears no sweetness. It appears our families are simply not fated for one another. I suggest we cease all interactions henceforth. With that, Hu Yulan grasped Pang Wan and made for the door. Pang Wan, Amming instinctively called out. Yet, Pang Wan did not acknowledge him. Just then, the village chief, an Ishan, approached briskly. Upon seeing Hu Yulan and her daughter, he paused in surprise. In-laws, what brings you here? Village chief, we have come to clarify matters with his family. The two children are not suited for one another and shall not continue their courtship. I find them quite compatible. Village chief, there are truths I would rather not disclose but must. I cannot allow my daughter to endure a life of hardship. And Ishan chuckled lightly. Yes, life is indeed challenging for Yongliang's family now, yet it shall improve in time. Xiaoming is a fine young man, and marrying him would bring Pang Wan happiness. Hu Yulan's demeanor hardened. Village chief, please do not attempt to persuade us. This is a fortune we cannot claim. Hu Yulan continued to pull Pang Wan forward. And Ishan called out, Hu Yulan, if you take Wan and leave now, you will come to regret it. What is there to regret? If one were to marry him, that would be my regret. And Yongliang had now approached, his face drawn in concern. Village chief, please, you must intervene. In these times, finding a wife is no simple task. The village chief had kindly introduced Anming to a potential match, and now it seemed it would all dissolve. And Yongliang feared his son would end up alone. Hu Yulan, I must inform you that Anming has been accepted by Zhongyuan Beverage Company. He is now an employee at the Zhongyuan factory. Upon hearing this, Hu Yulan halted in her tracks. Village chief, you must not deceive us to keep us here. Why would I lie? I just received a call confirming Anming's acceptance. I came to inform both of you. He is to report tomorrow. And Yongliang and Anming were filled with joy. Village chief, is this truly so? Absolutely. The father and son were overjoyed, their hearts blooming with hope for the future. Hu Yulan hastily returned, her face beaming with a smile. Dear in-laws, I was just jesting earlier. Anming is a diligent and honest lad, and I hold him in high regard. I believe we should arrange their wedding this year. Chapter 141. A Twist in Rebirth. On March 22, 1984. 150 new employees stood in the courtyard of the Zhongyuan factory, their hearts brimming with excitement. Having been accepted, they knew that passing the probation period would secure their positions as official employees of Zhongyuan, earning them the admiration of many. Each individual was filled with ambition, eager to showcase their capabilities. Rong Shuang and Meng Qingzhu were also among the crowd. Upon seeing Anming, Rong Shuang was taken aback. Despite his change of attire, he still appeared rather disheveled. She couldn't fathom why Zhongyuan would choose to hire someone like him. I can hardly believe you were accepted, Rong Shuang remarked with disdain. Anming chose not to respond. He had no desire to converse with this unfamiliar woman. His focus was solely on performing well to secure a labor contract, thus putting an end to his family's hardships. He dreamt of constructing a few sturdy houses and marrying Pang Wan. Rong Shuang continued her taunts. You didn't manage to get in through some back door, did you? Yet she shook her head dismissively. With your appearance, who would even consider it? Her sharp remarks elicited discontent from those nearby. Meng Qingzhu approached. Miss, we shall all be colleagues henceforth. Why treat someone with such disdain? What offense has he committed against you? Rong Shuang retorted. What I say to him is none of your business. He is my future colleague, so it absolutely concerns me. Meng Qingzhu naturally draped an arm around Anming's shoulders, showing no sign of disdain. Comrade, let us move over there and disregard such individuals. The other stepped back, maintaining a respectful distance from Rong Shuang. She huffed derisively, a bunch of ungrateful fools. You think you're better than me? I wouldn't stoop to your level. Before long, Wang Entai approached. I am Wang Entai, the deputy director of Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory. First, congratulations to all for your acceptance into Zhongyuan. However, do not celebrate prematurely. Only after passing the probation period will your employment be confirmed. Now, I will call out names. Those whose names I mention, please stand to my left. Meng Qingzhu, Rong Shuang, Chao Liang, Li Bo. The 150 individuals were divided into two groups. Those whose names were called were assigned to Zhongyuan Beverage Company, while the others were allocated to the Instant Noodles Factory. In the coming fortnight, experienced mentors would provide training. At this moment, Rong Shuang raised her hand. What is it, comrade? Asked Deputy Director Wang. Deputy Director, I wish to be assigned to the Instant Noodles Factory. After hearing the allocation plan, Rong Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why should that country bumpkin go to the instant noodles factory while she was relegated to the beverage company? Everyone knew the instant noodles factory offered better wages and benefits. The beverage company, rumored to be newly established, lacked products. Surely, there was little promise in working for such a company. Wang Intai's expression darkened. Your name is Rong Shuang, correct? Please adhere to the arrangements. However, Rong Shuang boldly protested, I truly do not wish to go to the beverage company. I prefer the instant noodle factory. This was her nature, even at home, where she frequently argued with her parents. Vice Factory Director Wang, I can exchange places with her. Wang Intai turned his gaze towards the speaker, who was in Ming. Wang Intai held a distinct impression of him. As Yan Jin had specifically mentioned both in Ming and Meng Qingzhu as promising individuals. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Intai replied, very well, if you are willing, let the two of you switch. Thank you, Vice Factory Director Wang. And Ming expressed his gratitude. Rong Shuang said nothing and hurriedly joined the line on the right. Despite in Ming's gesture, she felt no warmth towards him, instead privately cursing him as a fool. Following this minor interlude, Wang Intai proceeded to discuss some company regulations before a senior craftsman led them to training. On March 23, 1984, Yan Jin quietly arrived in the capital. At the entrance of the National Sports Commission, he unexpectedly encountered an individual with a broad face and small eyes, whom he did not recognize and mistakenly assumed to be a staff member of the commission. Thus, Yan Jin's first meeting with Xiao Hongji passed unremarkably. Subsequently, Yan Jin went to Zheng Xiaoyang's office. Comrade Xiaoyang, when will we begin searching for beverages for the Olympic athletes? Yan Jin preferred to get straight to the point. Brother Yan, why are you, a producer of instant noodles, interested in this matter? At that moment, Zheng Xiaoyang presumed Yan Jin was merely inquiring out of casual curiosity. By the way, I haven't had the chance to inform you. I have just established Zhongyuan Beverage Company in collaboration with the Guangdong Sports Research Institute to produce a sports functional drink that aids athletes in rapid recovery of stamina. Zheng Xiaoyang looked at Yan Jin in astonishment, as he had never disclosed this to him before. Brother Yan, this is quite sudden. I happened to meet someone from the Guangdong Sports Research Institute. They were searching for manufacturers, and seeing their struggle, I agreed to collaborate, Yan Jin explained earnestly. Is the product already in production? Yan Jin retrieved a can of Zhongyuan Jianlibo from his bag. This is the first batch. Xiaoyang, give it a taste. Zheng Xiaoyang hesitantly accepted it, opened it, and took a sip. Brother Yan, this is good. The flavor is quite pleasant, even better than cola. Xiaoyang, could you possibly recommend it to your superiors? This is a beverage produced by our own Huaxia people, with no ulterior motives, trustworthy. Although Zheng Xiaoyang felt somewhat conflicted, he ultimately agreed. Brother Yan, I will find an opportunity for you to meet them. If you can speak directly to the leaders, that would be ideal. Yan Jin nodded enthusiastically. Xiaoyang, I entrust this matter to you. Zheng Xiaoyang's expression turned serious. Brother Yan, you should also prepare yourself. A Japanese company called Sadai Beverage has been visiting frequently, and the leaders have met with them several times, likely regarding beverage sponsorship. To my astonishment, the Japanese have also become involved. These individuals truly have an insatiable presence. Indeed, the emergence of Cedo Beverage has introduced an unpredictable variable to my plans. Initially, I had no intention of intervening too deeply in the matters concerning Zhongyuan Jianlibo. I believed that Li Tiandi would handle it well, and Jianlibo would naturally flourish under his guidance. My intention in coming to the National Sports Commission was merely to expedite his progress. However, the arrival of Cedo Beverage has disrupted my strategy. I truly need to take some action. It is rather inappropriate for our nation's athletes to consume foreign beverages at the Olympics, is it not? I am uncertain of the leadership's stance, but I have heard whispers suggesting that the leadership finds Cedo Beverage quite palatable. I even noticed a case of it in the office a few days ago. After leaving the National Sports Commission, I reached out to Chen Paisai, Zhu Shimao, and Song Dan. All three have become household names, greeted with warmth on the streets by anyone who encounters them. My dear brother, you've come to the capital. If you don't show up soon, I might just have to travel to Qingping to find you, Chen Paisai said with his ever-cheerful demeanor. Indeed, just seeing his face brought a smile to my own. Brother Yan, is there something specific bringing you to the capital? Zhu Shimao inquired. I replied, I came specifically to seek collaboration with the three of you regarding a matter of great importance. What collaboration? Whatever you need from us, Brother Yan, just let us know. Chen Paisai responded, with Zhu Shimao and Song Dan nodding in agreement, fully endorsing his sentiment. Without Yan's assistance, they would likely never have graced the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. I have invested in the establishment of a beverage factory, and our products are about to be launched. Here, take a few cans for you to sample. I produced 3 cans of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. The trio gazed curiously at the cans in their hands. Brother Yan, this beverage looks quite upscale. Song Dan exclaimed in admiration. This product has been specially developed for us, the people of Huaxia, tailored to suit our taste and constitution. If I am to pursue this venture, I shall strive for nothing less than excellence, I proclaimed passionately. Such rhetoric resonates with the people of this era. The emotions of the three were stirred. I spoke earnestly. I would like to invite you to be the ambassadors for Zhongyuan Beverage. Please state your endorsement fees, and I will do my utmost to accommodate. The trio was momentarily taken aback. In 1984, the concept of celebrity endorsements was still foreign to Huaxia. It was not until the late 1980s and early 1990s that manufacturers began to experiment with star endorsements for advertisements, though such practices had long been established in Western countries. Brother, does having us endorse your product simply imply that we will assist in its promotion? Zhu Shimao asked. Indeed, that is precisely the intent. I will compensate you for your endorsements. Suddenly, Song Dan interjected, Brother Yan, I am willing to endorse you without any fee. I chuckled softly. You are now a national goddess. Having you endorse me is already a tremendous honor. How could I possibly accept your endorsement without compensation? Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao exchanged glances. Brother, we accept this task. All right, I will draft a contract today. I will also provide a certain fee to your organization to avoid unnecessary disputes. Of course, I will first visit your leaders to seek their consent. The matter of endorsement was indeed brought to the forefront. With celebrity endorsements, alongside a presence at the AFC meeting, Zhongyuan Jianlibo garnered the attention of the National Sports Administration, which was more than sufficient. Yan Jin then sought out Dong Qingye, the director of the advertising department at Beijing Television, to discuss the details of Zhongyuan Jianlibo's television advertisement. Director Yan, what slogan do you intend to use this time? That instant noodle one was simply irresistible. Everyone I know can sing it. Dong Qingye was in awe of Yan Jin. An advertisement that everyone can sing along to, complete with its own visuals and music, is undoubtedly the pinnacle of advertising. Director Yan, how do you plan to approach this? This time, I have invited 3 prominent endorsers, Chen Paisai, Zhu Shimao, and Song Dan. Dong Qingye gave a thumbs up, acknowledging that only Yan Jin could manage to secure all 3 of these big stars. He was well aware of the relationships Yan Jin had with them, as almost all the staff at Beijing Television knew as well. Yan Jin chuckled innocently. What can I say? I have a good rapport. Director Yan, I am quite curious. What will your slogan be this time? It must be remarkable. This time, it is quite simple. Each person will have just one line. The 3 of them will appear on screen with Zhongyuan Jianlibo's product. Chen Paisai will say, drink Zhongyuan Jianlibo and shake off fatigue. Zhu Shimao will add, Zhongyuan Jianlibo brings you your best state. Song Dan will conclude, watch the Olympics and cheer for China's athletes with Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Dong Qingye inquired curiously. This advertisement seems tailored for the Olympics. Indeed, Zhongyuan Jianlibo is a sports functional drink, co-developed by our factory and the Sports Science Institute of Guangdong Province. With China participating in the Olympics for the first time this year, as a national brand, we must support our athletes. Dong Qingye nodded in agreement. Though this advertisement may not be as stunning as the previous slogan about receiving gifts only from Zhongyuan Noodles, it certainly aligns with the current situation. Director Dong, I will communicate with the organizations of the 3 stars as soon as possible. Once everything is set, I will come by any time that suits you. No problem. Engaging celebrity endorsements is commonplace abroad. Director Yan, you are pioneering this in our country. I believe those stars should be grateful to you. Grateful to me? Why? Because your initiative has unwittingly added a substantial income to them. Dong Qingye had a premonition. If this advertisement were to air successfully, countless manufacturers would surely follow suit. The era of celebrity endorsements was about to dawn. On March 23, 1984, Yan Jin met with Zhou Baiqiang, the leader of the Beijing People's Art Theater. Director Yan, are you truly considering inviting Song Dan to endorse Zhongyuan Jianlibo? There has been no precedent for such a thing in the country. The things that do not exist require the first brave soul to take the plunge. Director Zhou, in the past, there was no Spring Festival Gala. Now, it has become a tradition. Once, the gala stage lacked skits. Now, it embraces them. Indeed, everything is in perpetual evolution. Zhou Baiqiang nodded thoughtfully. I comprehend your concerns. Yet your beverage has yet to hit the market. What if issues arise later? Song Dan will be thrust into the spotlight, and she is merely a child. Zhou Baiqiang expressed his apprehensions. Should Zhongyuan Jianlibo face any negative press, as the spokesperson, Song Dan's future would be irrevocably compromised. Director Zhou, rest assured, I can guarantee that our product will not encounter any problems. Director Yan, the future is unpredictable. Zhou Baiqiang remained hesitant. Without a choice, Yan Jin could only continue to persuade him earnestly. If Songdan endorses us, we will not only provide her with a sponsorship fee, but also grant the theater a subsidy of 100,000 yuan. Our collaboration serves to promote Zhongyuan Jianlibo, elevate the art theater, and afford Songdan greater opportunities, a triadic victory. Upon hearing the figure of 100,000, a flicker of intrigue crossed Zhou Baiqiang's eyes. Indeed, that sum was enticing. If every actor in the theater pursued endorsements, it would yield a considerable income. Director Zhou, abroad, the concept of celebrity endorsements has long been established. I hope you can grant Songdan this opportunity. At this moment, securing a celebrity endorsement was indeed cumbersome. Contemporary celebrities have managers. Negotiations are straightforward. However, today's stars are affiliated with organizations, requiring approval from their superiors for any endeavor. Thus, even if the celebrity themselves harbored a desire to endorse, Yan Jin still needed to navigate the bureaucratic hurdles. Zhou Baiqiang remained skeptical, reluctant to acquiesce easily. Yan Jin had no choice but to unveil his trump card. We at Zhongyuan Jianlibo have already reached a preliminary agreement with the National Sports Commission to sponsor beverages for the Chinese Olympic delegation. Asking Songdan to be our spokesperson is because I wish to extend this opportunity to her first. If Director Zhou harbors reservations, I shall have to approach teacher Xiao Qing and others. Chapter 143, Sponsorship of the Chinese Olympic delegation. Yan Jin rose to leave. If Zhou Baiqiang persisted in his obstinacy, he would enlist Songdan as father. Surely, someone could persuade him. Director Yan, please wait a moment, Zhou Baiqiang called after him. Have you truly sponsored the Chinese Olympic delegation? Is there any doubt? If not, I can summon someone from the National Sports Commission right now for you to inquire personally. No, I was merely asking casually. Director Yan, if Songdan agrees, I have no objections. Success in securing Zhou Baiqiang's approval. Yan Jin then proceeded to the August 1st film studio. He engaged in various discussions, ultimately gaining the agreement of the leaders there for Zhu Shimao and Chen Paisai to endorse Zhongyuan beverages. On March 24, 1984, the commercial officially commenced filming. All three actors were professionals, and the slogans were simple, allowing for a swift completion of the shoot. Subsequently, the project entered the intense phase of post-production. Yan Jin directly took a box of Zhongyuan Jianlibo to the advertising department of the Beijing television station. Director Dong, come and enjoy Zhongyuan Jianlibo, a remedy for fatigue. Dong Qingye smiled knowingly, took the beverage, and distributed a can to each of his young colleagues who were busy editing. Come, everyone. Let us savor the taste of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. A man with a 70-30 hairstyle chuckled. I've tried Zhongyuan instant noodles, and they were delightful. Zhongyuan Jianlibo must be equally exceptional. The future success of Zhongyuan Jianlibo relies entirely upon all of you present. I, on behalf of all the employees at Zhongyuan Beverage, extend my heartfelt gratitude. The atmosphere in the editing room was harmonious. At the conclusion of the advertisement, Yan Jin added a final voiceover. Zhongyuan Jianlibo, the official beverage of the Huaxia Olympic delegation. Dong Qingye, puzzled, inquired, Director Yan, have you sponsored the Huaxia Olympic delegation? I was unaware of this news. We have reached a preliminary agreement and will soon sign the contract, Yan Jin replied calmly. He further added, however, for now, let us omit that line until the National Sports Commission makes an official announcement. That same evening, Mizutani Juani hosted a dinner for the Deputy Director of the National Sports Commission, Zhai Chuanzhi. Zhai brought along Zheng Xiaoyang and Zhang Qi, with Qiao Hongji accompanying them. For Island's beverages were laid out on the table. Mr. Mizutani, your Huaxia is quite fluent. One cannot detect a hint of a Japanese accent. Director Zhai, you flatter me. Before coming to Huaxia, I studied Huaxia for 5 years. I have always admired Huaxia civilization, which is why I brought this beverage here. Mizutani Juani deftly steered the conversation towards drinks. Director Zhai, as Huaxia participates in the Olympics for the first time, traveling to distant America, the competition will be fierce, and physical exertion will be significant. A quality beverage is indispensable. Our Four Islands drink can effectively help athletes replenish their energy. The elite class in Japan consumes it regularly. Qiao Hongji chimed in. Mr. Mizutani is correct. I have visited Japan, and the locals particularly enjoy this beverage. Having a bottle at work invigorates them. Zhai Chuanzhi smiled. Xiaoyang, you two have yet to taste it. Open a bottle and give it a try. The two obediently opened a bottle each. Zheng Xiaoyang first handed a bottle to Zhai Chuanzhi before pouring one for himself. Zhang Qi gulped down several sips. This tastes truly delightful. It's the best drink I've ever had. Zheng Xiaoyang then remarked. Mr. Mizutani, I have a question for you. Please, go ahead, Mr. Zheng. Since Four Islands beverages are so well received in Japan, I would like to ask if you have also sponsored the Japanese Olympic delegation? As he posed this question, Zheng Xiaoyang fixed his gaze intently on Mizutani Juani. Mizutani Juani clearly paused for a moment, albeit fleetingly, but it was still noted by Zhai Chuanzhi and Zheng Xiaoyang. With a deep sigh, Mizutani Juani admitted, "It is somewhat embarrassing. We reached out to the Japanese Olympic Committee, but they ultimately chose an American beverage. We deeply regret this." This indicates that Four Islands Beverages did not even secure sponsorship from their own national sports delegation. Mizutani Juani expressed such sentiments verbally, yet the true circumstances were known only to him and Xiao Hongji. Given the existence of such excellent beverages, why opt for those from America? Zhang Qi inquired. "I regret to say that I am unaware of the specific reasons," Mizutani Juani replied with a deliberately pained expression. Zhai Chuanqi remarked, "Across the vast expanse of Huaxia, from north to south, there are numerous beverage manufacturers with commendable flavors, all of whom are willing to sponsor. Thus, Mr. Mizutani, it remains uncertain who will ultimately secure the sponsorship rights." Xiao Hongji appeared taken aback, and Zhang Qi shared his surprise. Mizutani Juani managed a faint smile. "Director Zhai, I comprehend your point. Huaxiao and Yamato are separated by merely a strip of water. Irrespective of past grievances, we aspire for a harmonious future. We genuinely wish to sponsor the Huaxia delegation and contribute to the realm of sports. I understand Mr. Mizutani's intentions, but sponsorship decisions are not solely mine to make. Everything must adhere to protocol. Mr. Mizutani, it is getting late. Let us conclude for this evening," Zhai Chuanqi declared, rising to depart. Zheng Xiaoyang and Zhang Qi quickly followed him out of the room, leaving Mizutani Juani and Xiao Hongji in an awkward silence. Mizutani Juani's countenance immediately grew colder. "Xiao, did you not say negotiations were progressing well? Why this sudden change in attitude?" Xiao Hongji was equally bewildered. Director Zhai had assured us just days ago of his unwavering support. Who could have anticipated his erratic behavior tonight? There must be some unforeseen development. "Xiao, we must ascertain the truth. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in a precarious position." The inevitability of their predicament weighed heavily on Mizutani Juani, who was acutely aware of a critical flaw in the Sherdao beverage. It was a product from Yamato. Should someone deliberately magnify this flaw, Sherdao would suffer greatly in the competition for sponsorship rights. After escorting Zhai Chuanqi home, Zheng Xiaoyang and Zhang Qi walked along the darkened path. What transpired this evening? Director Zhai showed no kindness towards Mizutani Juani, yet I genuinely find their beverage quite enjoyable, Zhang Qi remarked nonchalantly. Director Zhai undoubtedly has his own considerations, as mere subordinates. We ought not to speculate, Zheng Xiaoyang replied, falling into contemplation. He had promised Yan Jin to help him connect with the leadership, yet he was uncertain how to proceed. Approaching the leaders directly could potentially backfire. Upon returning to the hotel, Xiao Hongji was tasked by Mizutani Juani to investigate Zhai Chuanqi's change in demeanor. But how could he possibly conduct such an inquiry? The National Sports Commission was not easily accessible. Suddenly, the image of Zheng Xiaoyang, who had dined with him that evening, flashed across his mind. Could Zhai Chuanqi's shift in attitude be linked to Zheng Xiaoyang? He pondered, his teeth clenched in frustration. Had that fellow not posed that question, Mizutani Juani would not have spun such a web of deceit, and Zhai Chuanqi's demeanor might have been far more favorable. It is all that wretched Zheng Xiaoyang's fault. Moreover, Zhang Qi appeared to have a fondness for Sherdao beverages and seemed eager to please Mizutani Juani. Should I perhaps leverage that to my advantage? A sudden idea sparked in Xiao Hongji's mind. Chapter 144. Xiao Hongji utilizes the beauty trick. On March 25, 1984, as the workday commenced, Zheng Xiaoyang promptly contacted Yan Jin. Brother Yan, Sadeo Beverage genuinely wishes to sponsor the Chinese Olympic delegation. I met with their representatives yesterday. The person in charge is named Mizutani Junji, and there is also a Chinese individual named Xiao Hongji. Yan Jin could not recall these names, indicating that his rebirth had indeed introduced unforeseen variables. These two individuals were part of that unpredictability. Where did you encounter them? Yan inquired. Last night, they treated our deputy director, Zhai Chuanqi, to dinner. Director Zhai took me and Zhang Qi along. Zheng Xiaoyang briefly recounted the events of the previous evening. Sadeo Beverage is quite invested in this matter. They are determined to succeed. However, why did Director Zhai, with such an attitude, accept Mizutani Junji's invitation? Moreover, he brought along 2 junior employees. What is the reasoning behind this? Yan Jin found himself perplexed. Xiaoyang, what exactly is Director Zhai thinking? Zheng Xiaoyang shook his head while holding the phone. I cannot fathom it either. This question remains unanswered in my mind. Xiaoyang, the matter you have shared is of great significance and has been immensely helpful to Zhongyuan Beverage. Thank you. After ending the call, Yan Jin quickly reached out to Li Tiandi, who was far away in Yangqing. General Manager Li, there is a development. Sadao Beverage has already contacted the leaders of the National Sports Commission to sponsor the Chinese Olympic delegation. Li Tiandi was somewhat astonished. He and Yan Jin had initially planned to discuss sponsorship with the National Sports Commission after the AFC meeting, which would not take place until April. By then, it would be too late. General Manager Li, here is the plan. You will remain in Yangqing and proceed according to the original schedule. Once the newspaper reports are published, you will promptly bring them to the capital. Meanwhile, I will connect with people from the television station here and arrange for a television advertisement to inform the public that Zhong Yuan has launched Zhong Yuan Jianlibo, thereby building up momentum. Li Tiandi nodded in agreement. Director Yan, should I seek out Ouyang to see if he has acquaintances within the National Sports Commission? Not for now. I have a good friend at the National Sports Commission. Involving more people might complicate matters, Yan Jin responded. Li Tiandi was taken aback. Just how extensive were Yan Jin's connections that he even had friends within the National Sports Commission? Had he been strategically positioning himself in the beverage market with the intention of sponsoring the Olympics all along? The thought sent shivers down Li Tiandi's spine. If that were the case, had he not collaborated with Yan Jin, Jianlibo could very well have stood as a competitor against him. Competing against such a prodigious talent would not bode well. Fortunately, he had chosen to ally with him. Otherwise, Jianlibo might have met an untimely demise. Mizutani Junji had not left the capital. He remained resolute in securing the beverage sponsorship, refusing to relent. Although he was at a disadvantage, he also possessed certain advantages. Sadao Beverage was financially robust and had a delightful flavor. Moreover, in this era, some individuals showed a preference for foreign enterprises. After all, the foreign monk can chant the scriptures. Mr. Mizutani, last night, the individual named Zheng Xiaoyang seemed quite averse to us. However, I believe we can leverage the one referred to as Zhang Qi early this morning. Xiao Hongji entered the room of Mizutani Juani. Mizutani Juani coldly remarked, regardless of your methods, you must thoroughly investigate the opinions of the National Sports Commission. Securing the sponsorship rights will be immensely beneficial for both of us. I comprehend Mr. Mizutani's intentions clearly. Upon returning to his own room, Xiao Hongji made a phone call. 3 days later, a fashionably dressed young girl appeared before Xiao Hongji. The girl, standing at approximately 155 centimeters, possessed an undeniable charm. She was Xiao Hongji's adopted Japanese orphan, named Xiao Beningzi. Godfather, you summoned me from Japan. Is there something you wish to discuss? There is a matter that requires your involvement. Today, Godfather will introduce you to someone with whom you must forge a friendship and assist me in gathering information. Xiao Beningzi nodded, ready to follow her godfather's arrangements. Truly my obedient daughter, your godfather's care for you has not been in vain. Since his breakup with Shi Man, Zhang Qi's spirits had been rather low. Although several introductions had been made, either he found them lacking, or they did not reciprocate his interest. In moments of solitude, thoughts of Shi Man frequently resurfaced. Her beauty, grace, and gentleness were unforgettable. How detestable that Yan Jin had transferred her back to Qingping City. It must have been intentional. His resentment toward Yan Jin had never faded, merely concealed. After work that day, Zhang Qi strolled alone, while his colleagues returned to their families, leaving him as a solitary figure. Mr. Zhang. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Qi looked up to see Xiao Hongji approaching, accompanied by a young woman. The lady was strikingly beautiful, comparable to Shi Man, though slightly shorter. Hello, Xiao Zong. May I inquire who this is? Ah, this is my daughter, Xiao Beningzi. Isn't that a Japanese name? Zhang Qi pondered, surprised that Xiao Hongji, a Han Chinese, had adopted a Japanese daughter. Xiao Hongji chuckled. She is my adopted daughter from Japan. Ingzi has been an orphan since childhood. Xiao Beningzi bowed slightly, greeting Zhang Qi. Mr. Zhang, fate has brought us together. My daughter has just arrived in China and is in need of friends. Shall we dine together? Zhang Qi glanced at Ingzi and readily accepted the invitation. In that moment, an idea blossomed in his mind. Marrying a Japanese wife would undoubtedly elevate his status. In the restaurant's private room, Ingzi continually poured wine for the two men, captivating Zhang Qi entirely. Several times, he felt tempted to touch her delicate hand. Xiao Hongji observed everything keenly. Seizing the moment, he inquired, Mr. Zhang, there is something I find perplexing. I hope you can elucidate it for me. Zhang Qi, a bit inebriated, waved his hand grandly. Xiao Zong, please proceed. Previously, I approached Director Zhai several times. He exhibited considerable interest in the cider beverage. However, last night, his demeanor seemed rather ambiguous. What might be the reason for this? I am not entirely certain, Zhang Qi replied. Xiao Beningzi gracefully approached Zhang Qi. Holding a glass of wine, Zhang sang, the Sadao beverage, my father has invested considerable effort into it. He truly wishes to contribute to the Olympic cause in Huaxia. I implore you to lend your assistance." Without hesitation, Xiao Beningzi brought the glass to Zhang Qi's lips, ready to feed him. Zhang Qi was utterly captivated. His senses heightened. As the wine coursed through him, he felt a surge of heat enveloping his body. Xiao's dedication to the development of our national sports. Coupled with a daughter as remarkable as Yingzi, I shall certainly inquire further on your behalf. Chapter 145. A salute to Comrade Xiaoyang's wit. Zhang Qi had fallen under the enchanting spell of the beautiful Xiao Beningzi. Whatever she requested, he complied without question. In recent days, Zhang Qi found himself frequently gravitating towards Chuanzhi, subtly mentioning the Sadeo beverage at every opportunity. Surprisingly, Chuanzhi did not seem annoyed. In fact, he occasionally engaged Zhang Qi in deeper conversation. "Xiaozhang, I heard that you and Yan Jin, the director of Zhongyuan Instant Noodles, are fellow townsfolk. Your Qingping is indeed fortunate to have such a capable figure emerge, benefiting the common people as well. Unlike my hometown, Qianzhou province, where mountains abound, no one is even willing to invest in establishing factories. You may not know, the leaders from that region often approach me for help in attracting investments. As a deputy director of the sports commission, I lack the capabilities, which keeps me awake at night with worry." Zhang Qi listened attentively to Zhai Chuanqi's lamentations. "Director Zhai, the reason the leaders from Qianzhou seek you out is undoubtedly due to your extensive connections," he remarked earnestly. Zhai Chuanqi sighed. "I hardly know many people. Our National Sports Commission is rather desolate compared to the bustling atmosphere of the industrial and commercial sectors." With a wry smile, he continued, "You see, as one ages, one tends to ramble on. Xiaozhang, I've spoken a bit too much today. Please don't take it to heart. Now, off you go and attend to your duties." Returning to his office, Zhang Qi felt a restless spirit. Each day, he eagerly awaited the clock to strike the end of the workday, yearning to rendezvous with Xiao Beningzi. He sensed a genuine affection from her. Just a few days after their introduction, he had completely forgotten about Man. "Ah, the nature of men. Xiaozhang, what has been going on with you lately? I've noticed you smiling to yourself at times. Are you in love?" inquired Sister Zhu from the office. "Hee, Sister Zhu, a girl has taken a liking to me, and I find myself enchanted by her as well." "That's wonderful. Since you both share mutual feelings, nurture it well and settle the matter of marriage soon. In our unit, only your personal affairs remain unresolved." Zhang Qi beamed with delight. "Sister Zhu, I will strive to ensure I don't let the organization down. We are all eagerly awaiting your wedding treats." The ringing of the closing bell echoed through the office. Zhang Qi swiftly exited the premises. Zheng Xiaoyang, observing from the window, noted his brisk departure. Why has this lad been so eager to leave work these past few days? Is there something afoot? The two had not conversed in a while, and Zheng Xiaoyang was unaware of Zhang Qi's acquaintance with Xiao Beningzi. As Zheng Xiaoyang was preparing to leave work, he was summoned by Zhao Xuxing, the head of the National Sports Commission. "Xiaoyang, with the Olympics approaching, our athletes are diligently preparing, and we must ensure robust logistical support. Tomorrow, please issue a notice to the provincial sports committees to report any difficulties faced by our athletes' families. We will resolve any issues we can promptly, allowing the athletes to focus without concerns." "Understood, Director Zhao. I will draft the notice and plan this evening." Indeed, this marks our nation's inaugural participation in the Olympics, and it has garnered significant attention nationwide. As the governing body, we must be vigilant. We cannot afford any mistakes and must ensure all matters are executed flawlessly. Zhao Xuxing then elaborated on his thoughts, which Zheng Xiaoyang meticulously recorded. Upon returning to his office, he retrieved stationery and promptly began writing. During his school years, Zheng Xiaoyang had studied Chinese, making this task well within his expertise. Within an hour, he presented the drafted notice to the director's office. Relieved to find Zhao Xuxing still present, the director carefully reviewed the document. "Xiaoyang, you truly are our unit scribe. This is well written. Though there are a few areas that require revision, I've marked them for your consideration." Zheng Xiaoyang accepted the paper, glancing down and gaining clarity on the necessary adjustments. "Director Zhao, your foresight is commendable." After taking a few steps, he hesitated and turned back, gathering his courage to speak. "Director Zhao, have you heard of Yan Jin, the director of Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory? I know him. He is quite an impressive figure, and his noodles even featured in the Spring Festival Gala. Why do you bring him up?" "Director, I consider him a friend. One item in this notice is to send care packages to the athletes' families. I wonder if he might be willing to sponsor some. This could help us save costs for the athletes' preparations." Zhao Xuxing regarded Zheng Xiaoyang with skepticism. "Xiaoyang, this may not be appropriate. What if he declines? We cannot impose moral obligations." "Director, Yan is also a sports enthusiast. Perhaps I could subtly inquire about his willingness? Zhao Xuxing contemplated the situation. Given the limited budget of the sports commission, any savings would be advantageous. If Zhong Yuan could indeed provide sponsorship, it would be ideal. Very well. Xiaoyang, approach Director Yan and gauge his interest, but remember, do not pressure him. If he agrees, I will personally treat him to a meal. Zheng Xiaoyang beamed with delight. Director Zhao, I will do my utmost to persuade him. Connecting with Yan Jin on this intricate matter had seemingly been resolved with a single conversation. Zheng Xiaoyang commended his own cleverness. He returned to his office and swiftly made the necessary revisions as indicated by Zhao Xuxing, seizing the opportunity to present the revised notice for the director's review before he departed. Early tomorrow morning, please disseminate the notification to prompt the provincial sports commissions to spring into action. Our athletes are valiantly engaged in competition, and we must ensure robust logistical support. Understood. With the draft finalized, Zheng Xiaoyang dialed the meticulous Mr. Yan. Brother Yan, I bring good tidings. You will have the opportunity to meet Director Zhao. However, a small sacrifice is required on your part, Zheng Xiaoyang said somewhat sheepishly. What must I provide? Yan inquired. Instant noodles. Zheng Xiaoyang recounted the earlier conversation with Zhao Xuxing regarding his suggestion. On the other end of the line, Yan was elated. Zheng Xiaoyang. Isn't it merely a few boxes of instant noodles? Becoming a comfort gift for our athletes' families is indeed something to take pride in. I owe you my gratitude for giving Zhong Yuan a chance to shine. Zheng Xiaoyang felt a wave of relief. He cautioned, Brother Yan, when you meet Director Zhao, make sure not to bring up the matter of beverage sponsorship. Otherwise, it would truly jeopardize my position. Rest assured, I am well aware. I will not raise any suspicions with Director Zhao. If this works out, Xiaoyang, I will treat you to a delightful feast. That is a promise then. For a foodie, nothing could be more splendid than a sumptuous meal. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi was on a date with Qiao Binyingzi. Chapter 146. Meeting the leaders of the National Sports Commission. Zhang sang. How was work today? Are you exhausted or finding it arduous? Qiao Binyingzi spoke gently to Zhang Qi. In just a few days, she had captivated him with her beauty, tenderness, and understanding nature. Yingzi, the leaders have been seeking me out for conversations on various topics. Zhang Qi replied. Qiao Binyingzi smiled slightly. That indicates the leaders hold you in high regard, Zhang sang. You must keep up the good work. She made a gesture of encouragement. Witnessing this, Zhang Qi felt as if his very bones had melted. How could there be such an adorable girl in the world? Zhang sang. What topics have the leaders discussed with you? Can you share? Zhang Qi nodded vigorously. Today, I uncovered a significant secret about our deputy director, Zhai Chuanzhi. An hour later, Qiao Binyingzi returned home to find Qiao Hongji. Godfather, I believe I have discerned the reason for Zhai Chuanzhi's sudden shift in demeanor. What is it? Speak quickly. Qiao Hongji's previous weariness vanished instantly. Upon hearing Zhang Qi's revelation that Zhai Chuanzhi hailed from Qianzhou province and was troubled by investment attraction issues, he pondered. Do you think he is deliberately keeping us in suspense to entice Mr. Mizutani to invest in Qianzhou? The likelihood is high. Yingzi, you have performed admirably. You truly are my daughter. Qiao Hongji mused. Yingzi, have Zhang Qi probe further, mentioning that Mr. Mizutani is considering investing in a beverage factory. Currently, in the site selection phase. However, Qiao Binyingzi interjected, Godfather, should we discuss this matter with Mr. Mizutani? At this hour, he is likely asleep. I will speak with him first thing in the morning. On March 31st, 1984, Zheng Xiaoyang and Yan Jin appeared in Zhao Xuxing's office. Director Zhao. I mentioned the matter of comfort gifts to factory director Yan, and without hesitation, he agreed. Zheng Xiaoyang exclaimed with a smile. Zhao Xuxing did not anticipate that Zheng Xiaoyang would demonstrate such remarkable efficiency. Initially, he was concerned that Zhong Yuan instant noodles might not agree, particularly since the number of athletes participating in the upcoming Olympic Games in Luoshi exceeded 200, a considerable figure indeed. He grasped Yan Jin's hand firmly, exclaiming, Thank you so much, Director Yan. Director Zhao, participating in the Olympics is a momentous occasion that invigorates the entire nation. As a local enterprise in Huaxia, we bear the responsibility to contribute to the Olympic cause. Yan Jin emphasized the importance of being a domestic enterprise. We have decided to provide 3 boxes of Zhong Yuan instant noodles and 1 box of Zhong Yuan Jian Libo drinks to each athlete's family. Furthermore, all athletes who secure a gold medal will receive our products free for life. Yan Jin declared with exuberance. Curiously, Zhao Xuxing inquired, Director Yan, what exactly is Zhong Yuan Jian Libo? Yan Jin promptly went to the entrance and retrieved a box of Zhong Yuan Jian Libo. Director Zhao, this is a sports functional beverage developed in collaboration with the Guanyu Sports Research Institute. It aids in the rapid recovery of physical strength. Would you like to taste it? As he spoke, Yan Jin opened a can and handed it to Zhao Xuxing. Zhao took a small sip and remarked, "It tastes quite good. Why have I not seen it available outside?" This version of Zhongyuan Jianlibo has not yet been launched, but it will be soon. Yan Xuxing nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyang interjected, "Director Yan, when did this happen? How come I was not informed? It seems rather inconsiderate not to share the good news with me." His tone carried a hint of reproach. Yan Jin responded apologetically, "Comrade Xiaoyang, we have only just produced it and did not have the chance to inform you. But when I sought your sponsorship for the gifts, you did not mention this either." Zhang Xiaoyang's words grew sharper. Yan Jin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Xiaoyang, you should not speak to Director Yan in that manner," Zhao Xuxing admonished solemnly. He scrutinized both individuals, discerning from their dialogue that Zhang Xiaoyang genuinely was unaware of Zhong Yuan's beverage production, while Yan Jin seemed oblivious to the International Olympic Committee's search for beverage sponsorship for the Olympic Jianlibo. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. "Director, we can sign the sponsorship contract at any time, and we can deliver the noodles and Jianlibo within the next few days. Of course, if you require any additional supplies, we will do our utmost to accommodate," Yan Jin offered. Zhao Xuxing quickly waved his hand. "Director Yan, your provision is already more than sufficient, and we are truly grateful." "Very well, Director Zhao. Here is my phone number. Should you need anything from Zhongyuan, please do not hesitate to let me know. It is all for our Olympic athletes." Throughout the conversation, Yan Jin refrained from mentioning the beverage sponsorship. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he took his leave. Zhang Xiaoyang accompanied him to the entrance. Yan Jin gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Xiaoyang, your performance just now was impressive. I owe you a significant favor." Zhang Xiaoyang chuckled. "Yan Gu, do not forget your promise." "I could never forget. Once you finish work, I will take you to a foreign-funded restaurant. Today, I shall treat you to a splendid meal." That afternoon, Qiao Hongji once again encountered Zhai Chuanzhi. Zhai, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Mr. Qiao, what brings you here again?" "The matter of beverage sponsorship requires a formal process, and ultimately, the decision on the bid is not mine to make." Qiao Hongji chuckled lightly. "Director Zhai, my visit this time is not regarding that matter." Zhai's gaze intensified. "Then what is it for?" "Director," Qiao continued, "the sales of Sadeo beverages are soaring. Mizutani Sunii is considering establishing a new beverage factory in Qianzhou province to increase production capacity. I've heard that you hail from Qianzhou. Could you assist us in making some connections?" A surge of delight filled Zhai Chuanzhi's heart, yet his demeanor remained composed. Indeed, Zhang Qi is closely linked with Mizutani and his associates. Otherwise, Mr. Qiao wouldn't have sought me out for such a request. "Ah, Mr. Qiao, I have been away from Qianzhou since my school days and am not very familiar with the area." Zhai feigned indifference. With a troubled expression, Qiao replied, "Director Zhai, Qianzhou is blessed with beautiful mountains and waters, and I am certain that the beverages produced there possess exceptional flavors. We are quite unfamiliar with the local landscape. I implore you to assist us in any way possible." Zhai pondered for a considerable time before finally conceding, "Very well. I shall reach out to my contacts there and see what can be done." Qiao Hongji, filled with excitement, grasped Zhai's hand. "Director, I cannot thank you enough. You are indeed a benefactor to our Sadeo beverages. Mr. Mizutani will undoubtedly express his gratitude as well." With a heart brimming with joy, Qiao exited the municipal compound. The first step had been taken. He had successfully engaged the influential leaders of the sports committee. In a hurry, he rushed back to his residence to report to Mizutani Sunii. The proceedings had gone exceedingly well, and Mizutani Sunii was in high spirits. "The Chinese are indeed cunning, yet everything remains under our control. Mr. Mizutani, are we truly going to establish a factory in Qianzhou province? First, secure the beverage sponsorship rights. Whether we build or not can be discussed later." Mizutani Sunii replied with a knowing smile. Chapter 147. Building momentum for Zhongyuan Jianlibo. On April 1st, 1984, Zhai Chuanzhi took a 5-day leave of absence. He intended to accompany Qiao Hongji back to Qianzhou to discuss investment opportunities for the factory with the provincial leaders. Zhai announced they would depart today, leaving Qiao somewhat bewildered. "Brother, that was merely a delaying tactic. We didn't plan to go for an inspection right now." He expressed his concerns. "Director Zhai, traveling to Qianzhou and back will take several days, and I still need to attend to the beverage sponsorship bidding. Can we postpone for a couple of days?" Zhai became somewhat irritated. "I have already taken my leave, and you bring this up now? Just yesterday, you approached me, insisting that we go to Qianzhou to establish a factory. I've already communicated with them. What is the meaning of this? Are you toying with me?" "Mr. Qiao, rest assured, we are merely in the initial selection phase. Sadeo beverages will undoubtedly advance to the next round. The real competition begins in mid-April." "But, Mr. Qiao, there are no buts. If you truly plan to invest in a factory in Xinzhou province, it would contribute to the development of my hometown. Do you believe I would stand idly by? With the stakes laid bare, even if Chuanzhi was reluctant to go, he had no choice but to muster the courage to proceed. Before his departure, he made a special visit to Mizutani Jiuani. Go ahead. If you do not accompany Chuanzhi on this journey, he will undoubtedly refuse to assist us with the sponsorship matter. At least feign some reassurance for Chuanzhi. Mr. Mizutani, I am not in the capital, and should any complications arise concerning the sponsorship, I would be unable to return in time. Chuanzhi expressed his concern. But I am here, and moreover, Yingzi is also present. Zhang Qi will inform us promptly regarding any developments. Ultimately, Chuanzhi reluctantly set off with Chuanzhi. Yan Jin re-entered the National Sports Commission compound to formally sign the contract for the sponsorship gifts. The agreement clearly stipulated that Zhongyuan Factory would provide 3 boxes of instant noodles and a box of Jianlibo gifts for each athlete's family participating in the Olympic Games. Simultaneously, Zhongyuan Jianlibo began to subtly distribute their products through the channels of Zhongyuan Instant Noodles. Originally, the plan was to launch Jianlibo following the conclusion of the AFC meeting in Yangqing, aligning with the pace of subsequent developments. However, Zheng Xiaoyang surprised himself by advancing everything ahead of schedule. Holding the contract, Yan Jin sought out Zheng Xiangqing at the Beijing office. Director Yan, you seldom visit without a significant reason. What brings you here this time? Since Wu Liang's incarceration, Zheng Xiangqing had been considerably more relaxed, no longer facing threats to his position. Furthermore, Yan Jin had taken over the investment attraction targets for the next 3 years in Qingping City, allowing Zheng Xiangqing a brief respite from pressure. With the targets removed, what need was there to attract businesses or investments? Director Zheng, I am collaborating with the National Sports Commission to provide gifts for the Olympic athletes. Could you assist me in finding a journalist to cover this? Yan Jin inquired with a smile. When you held the exhibition, wasn't there a reporter named Lin Jing I connected you with? You could reach out to her directly. That journalist Lin seems to hold a grudge against me. She was rather sarcastic during the last exhibition. Although the outcome was favorable, I am truly wary of her. Zheng Xiangqing was aware of this incident. When he introduced the two, Lin Jing had not been particularly welcoming toward Yan Jin. Director Zheng, this time I wish for a newspaper to report on this. Surely you know journalists from national newspapers? Zheng Xiangqing chuckled. Since you've put it that way, how could I refuse? Let us proceed. Yan Jin had become quite the prominent entrepreneur, and Zheng Xiangqing could not afford to disregard him. Zheng Xiangqing led him to the Huaxiao Morning Post, a newspaper with a nationwide reach. Upon entering the economic department, they encountered the director, LV Filong. What brings you here today, Director Zheng? LV Filong greeted him warmly. Director LV, allow me to introduce you. This is Yan Jin, the factory director of Zhongyuan. Yan Jin extended his hand. Hello, Director LV. Their hands clasped firmly. Director Yan, you are now quite the celebrity. I have long heard of the promising young leader of Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory. Meeting you today surpasses my expectations. LV Filong, being a seasoned journalist, spoke with eloquence and flair. Director LV, we have come to seek your guidance regarding an important matter, Zheng Xiangqing stated directly. He presumed that Yan Jin would be too reserved to broach the subject, hence he took the initiative. What is the matter? Yan Jin promptly recounted the collaboration with the International Sports Committee, presenting the newly signed contract. Director LV, here is the contract we have just finalized. Please take a look. LV Filong glanced at it. The terms were clearly delineated in black and white. This is indeed a positive development, and there should be no issues with the report. Yet I must inquire if the editorial department has available space. Yan Jin comprehended the implications of this statement. Director LV, do you have time for dinner tonight? Indeed. Director LV, it has been quite a while since we last gathered. Let us share a drink. A convivial meal facilitated the announcement of the news. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already late at night. Yan Jin splashed water on his face and dialed Li Tiandi's number. Mr. Li, Zhongyuan Jianlibo is set to launch tomorrow, and I have arranged for newspaper promotions. This should alleviate some pressure on your end. Li Tiandi was taken aback by Yan Jin's swift action. Just a few days ago, during their phone conversation, there had been no mention of a launch. What prompted the decision to commence sales tomorrow? Director Yan, is this not a bit rushed? No, it is a fortunate coincidence. We have encountered an opportunity and are now partners with the National Sports Committee. Li Tiandi exclaimed. Director Yan, have you secured the beverage sponsorship? Not yet, but it is imminent. The collaboration I referred to involves providing consolation gifts for the athletes' families. Zhongyuan Jianlibo has yet to hit the market, and we are currently giving away products, sponsoring, and presenting gifts. It truly feels like we are losing money while gaining exposure. Both Yan Jin and Li Tiandi, one in the south and the other in the north, had not earned a single penny, and over 1,000 boxes of Zhongyuan Jianlibo had vanished. If the workers were to find out, they would surely be devastated. Director Yan, when can we expect to secure the sponsorship rights for the Huaxiao Olympic delegation? The Olympics represent the ultimate sales platform. Only by obtaining the sponsorship rights and allowing the athletes to consume our product can we enhance the influence of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Providing drinks for the athletes' families is futile. My aim in sponsoring the consolation gifts is to pave the way for securing the beverage sponsorship rights. I have gathered intelligence that there are no fewer than 10 beverage companies vying for the sponsorship rights, including foreign enterprises. As a new product, we do not hold an advantage in a direct competition with them. However, we must not be intimidated. I refuse to believe that we will lose if we engage in a fair fight. Despite the challenges, Li Tiandi eventually succeeded in securing the beverage sponsorship rights, albeit with considerable effort. In this era, foreign enterprises also entered the fray, adding layers of uncertainty to the beverage sponsorship situation. Yan Jin aspired to elevate Zhongyuan Jianlibo to a position of profound significance, ensuring that the populace recognized it as the sole brand. Other contenders such as Tadpole Cola, Baisher Cola, and the suddenly emerging Sid Island beverage could be disregarded. Tomorrow marks the inaugural day of sales for Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Will it truly be a splendid day for Yan Jin? Chapter 148. Official announcement of cooperation, April 2, 1984. The newsstand opened its doors as usual, ready for business bright and early. As copies of the Huaxiao Morning Post were sold, the news of Zhongyuan Jianlibo providing consolation gifts to the families of athletes swiftly spread. The striking headline invited heated discussions. Have you heard of Zhongyuan Jianlibo? No, I haven't. It must be produced by the same manufacturer as Zhongyuan instant noodles, since they both share the name Zhongyuan. The announcement of our national athletes participating in the Olympics for the first time has been made public, capturing nationwide attention. Thus, any news related to the Olympics is particularly captivating. It is commendable that Zhongyuan Jianlibo thought of the families of the Olympians. I wonder if this beverage is available for purchase. I shall check shortly to taste its flavor. If Zhongyuan instant noodles are so delicious, surely Jianlibo will be equally delectable. Every small shop and supply cooperative has already stocked Jianlibo, with banners hung outside celebrating its fervent launch. Influenced by the newspaper promotions, customers flocked in the morning to make purchases, eager to have a taste. How much for a can? For dimes. That's rather expensive. Not at all. It is produced by Zhongyuan. Have you not heard the saying, products from Zhongyuan are always of premium quality? Furthermore, this formula was developed by the esteemed scientist Yang Jin after 128 trials. Not only does it taste delightful, but it also alleviates fatigue. The shopkeeper recounted. Is it truly so miraculous? Why would I deceive you? You have tried Zhongyuan instant noodles, haven't you? If this beverage were not tasty, it would tarnish Zhongyuan's reputation. However, Xidao beverages only cost 2 dimes. Can Xidao be compared to Zhongyuan? Zhongyuan has even appeared on the Spring Festival Gala. Just look at the packaging of Jianlibo. It is in a pull-tab can, clearly a premium product. Now, compare it to Xidao, which comes in a mere glass bottle. Moreover, Zhongyuan Jianlibo has sent consolation gifts to the families of our athletes. Did Xidao offer any such gestures? It is not an exaggeration to say that purchasing Zhongyuan Jianlibo is an act of patriotism. Under the shopkeeper's vigorous persuasion, many customers pulled out 4 dimes to buy a can and taste it. Elevating it to the level of patriotism, they felt compelled to make a purchase. Indeed, Jianlibo's unique flavor is remarkably delightful. Delicious. This is the consensus among the majority. Tang Peisheng of Huafeng Company in Nanju City also read the report in the newspaper. Zhongyuan has launched a new beverage. Who can resist such marketing tactics? In the competition against Zhongyuan instant noodles, he now sees no hope for victory. His sole focus is to prevent Huafeng from incurring losses. Over the past month, Tang Peisheng has felt a profound sense of helplessness. Encountering Zhongyuan, it seems he is simply out of luck. He can only hope that Zhongyuan concentrates its efforts on the new Jianlibo, allowing Huafeng a moment to breathe. In the capital, Mizukawa Jun, upon finishing the report, was so enraged that he tore the newspaper in half. A miscalculation. Xiao Hongji had previously cautioned him to pay attention to Zhongyuan Jianlibo. He had been careless. Zhongyuan Jianlibo, devoid of any decorum, has deviated from conventional practices. What does it mean to simply distribute their products as gifts? Given that Zhongyuan Jianlibo is capable of providing such offerings, it stands to reason that they may also likely become a beverage sponsor. Perhaps this arrangement has long been predetermined. How foolish of me to have been manipulated by Chuanzhi. However, Xiao Hongji is currently unreachable while on the train. Mizutani Suier has summoned Xiao Ben Ingzi. Ingzi, I implore you to inquire with Zhang Qi about the true nature of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Why has he not informed us of such a significant matter? The public announcement is merely the initial strike against foreign brands like Sedai drinks. By noon, Mizutani Sui suffered another tremendous blow. During the final advertisement before the noon news on Jingxing television, the three most popular celebrities in Huaxiao appeared in succession. Chen Paisai proclaimed, "Zhong Yuanjian Libo brings you your best state." Zhu Shimao added, "Drink Zhong Yuanjian Libo and banish fatigue." Song Dan exclaimed, "Watch the Olympics and cheer for our Chinese athletes with Zhong Yuanjian Libo." The audience of Jingxing television encompasses the entire nation. Now, the entire populace is aware of Zhong Yuanjian Libo's existence. Mizutani Sui nearly choked with rage. Zhong Yuanjian Libo has undeniably become the official beverage partner of the Huaxia Olympic delegation. Otherwise, such advertisements would not be aired. Cursed Chuanzhi, you have clearly awarded the sponsorship rights to another party. Why do you still refuse to acknowledge it? I have wasted precious time on you. Deceived by Chuanzhi, he yearns to summon Xiao Hongji back immediately, yet he is unable to establish contact. Mizutani Sui's eyes burned with fury. If only he possessed a katana, he would have succumbed to madness by now. He is aflame with urgency and ire. The loss of sponsorship rights will undoubtedly pose a significant issue for Sedai drink sales. With these two waves of promotion, Zhong Yuanjian Libo is bound to thrive. Such a shift will adversely impact Sedai drinks and tadpole cola foremost. Action must be taken. He promptly contacted the sales personnel at the beverage factory. From this moment forth, initiate a buy 5, get 1 free promotion, continue with the balloon and chopstick giveaways, and create banners for all sales points. Meanwhile, Chabus, the president of Tadpole Cola's China division, wore a grave expression. Where did this Zhong Yuanjian Libo emerge from? I had never heard of it before. Mr. Chabus, we have just discovered that Jian Libo and Zhong Yuan instant noodles are from the same company, both owned by a person named Yan Jin. His assistant, Jean Lizzie, reported, handing over the information. Are we certain that Zhong Yuanjian Libo has become the partner beverage of the Huaxia Olympic delegation? Most likely, Chabus replied. A can of Jian Libo is priced at 0.4 yuan, 5 cents lower than ours, which poses a challenge for our market expansion. Chabus nodded, Jean. Ensure they swiftly devise a counter-strategy. Tadpole Cola can have only one rival, and that is Zhong Yuanjian Libo. We must crush it before it gains momentum. In the beverage industry, Tadpole Cola shall forever reign supreme. Zhong Yuanjian Libo has officially commenced sales, resulting in increased activity among the workshop employees. The 75 newly recruited staff members have all taken up their positions. Meng Qingzhu and Enming are in the same shift, both exerting considerable effort. Particularly, Enming arrives almost first each day and leaves as one of the last, displaying diligence and a commendable work ethic. Enming, why does your work appear so effortless? Meng Qingzhu inquired during a break. The current tasks are far easier than when I used to construct houses. Back then, I toiled under the blazing sun, carrying bricks and cement, relying solely on physical strength. And Ming does not reminisce about those days. He relishes the current routine of punctuality and monthly salary. We've been here for quite some time, yet we haven't encountered the general manager even once. He remains quite enigmatic. Among the new employees, none are aware that their general manager, Li Tiandi, is in Yangcheng, where the Asian Football Confederation meeting has yet to commence. Li Tiandi is feeling anxious. Chapter 149. Factory Director Yan seeks external assistance on April 4, 1984. Xiao Hongji disembarked from the train and swiftly sought out a telephone booth to contact Mizutani Sunichi. However, upon connecting, he was met with a barrage of reprimands. Xiao Hongji, we have been deceived by Chuanzhi. The beverage sponsorship for the Huaxia Olympic delegation has already been secured by Zhong Yuanjian Libo. How could you have failed to uncover such critical information? What have you been doing? Xiao Hongji was bewildered. Wasn't it still in the preliminary selection stage? How could it be finalized? You need to return immediately. Mizutani Sunichi roared before abruptly hanging up. In a flurry, Xiao Hongji sought out Chuanzhi, who, unaware of the unfolding situation, cheerfully suggested, General Xiao. Let us first pay a visit to the provincial leaders for a brief introduction. Xiao Hongji was indifferent to this. He urgently inquired, Director Zhai, has the beverage sponsor for the Olympic delegation been confirmed? No, who told you that? Chuanzhi responded, feigning ignorance. Even now, you're still pretending. Mizutani Sunichi informed me. Xiao Hongji retorted, visibly displeased. Director Zhai, are you truly unaware? Zhong Yuanjian Libo has already become a partner of your National Sports Commission. Chuanzhi was taken aback. When did this happen? How could I not know? It was on the day we departed, April 2nd. Please hold on. I will make a call to clarify the situation. Xiao Hongji hastily approached the telephone booth and dialed a number. This is Chuanzhi. What is the situation with Zhong Yuanji and Libo sponsoring the Huaxia delegation? 3 minutes later, Chuanzhi returned to Qiao Hongji's side. General Qiao, you are mistaken. Zhong Yuanji and Libo has not acquired the sponsorship rights. The matter of sponsorship must be decided in our upcoming meeting. Qiao Hongji was left even more perplexed. Why were Mizutani Sunichi and Chuanzhi providing conflicting accounts? He was inclined to trust Mizutani Sunichi. Chuanzhi must be deliberately misleading him to secure investment for the Sito beverage factory in Xianzhou province. Indeed, that must be it. Director Zhai, I apologize, but I must return to Beijing to verify this information. What's the matter? I've already spoken with the provincial leaders. You just arrived, and now you're leaving without even meeting them. What is going on? Qiao Hongji's expression turned serious. This concerns the vital interests of our Four Islands beverage. I must return. Chuanzhi's face darkened. Mr. Qiao, you were the one who initiated this connection. I worked hard to arrange a meeting with the leaders in Qianzhou. And now you intend to leave right after stepping off the train? How do you perceive me? Qiao Hongji found himself in a predicament. Let me make another call. In the capital, Qiao Binying finally met with Zhang Qi. He beckoned Zhang Qi to a corner. Zhang, I've been searching for you everywhere these past few days. Where have you been? Ingzi, I still have time to explain. We've been on a business trip out of town these past few days. You could have at least informed me in advance, leaving everyone to search for you. Qiao Binying pouted in complaint. It's my fault. I promise to let you know next time. Qiao Binying nodded lightly, and then asked, Zhang, I heard that Zhong Yuanji and Libo secured the sponsorship rights? My godfather is nearly heartbroken. She looked pitiable, evoking sympathy. Ingzi, who told you that? It's not true. Zhong Yuanji and Libo hasn't acquired the sponsorship rights. The matter hasn't even been discussed yet. But the newspapers and television stations are saying that Zhong Yuanji and Libo is sponsoring your National Sports Commission. Ah, Ingzi, you've misunderstood. That's not a sponsorship. Zhong Yuanji and Libo is merely providing comfort items for the families of athletes. Qiao Binying's eyes widened. Zhang, is that really the case? You mustn't deceive me. I would never deceive you. You are the beloved of my heart. As he spoke, Zhang Qi grasped Qiao Binying's hand. She felt a jolt and quickly withdrew, shyly lowering her head. Zhang, my godfather said that if you do not help him secure the beverage sponsorship, he will not approve of our relationship. What? Ingzi, isn't that putting me in a difficult position? Zhang Qi wore a pained expression. He had developed deep feelings for Qiao Binying, and the thought of not being together with her felt unbearable. Zhang, my godfather values the Four Islands beverage more than his own life. Please help him, I beg you. Qiao Binying performed a traditional Japanese bow. Ingzi, please don't do that. For the sake of our relationship, I will do my utmost. Please ask Mr. Qiao for a little more time. Qiao Binying nodded earnestly. Then I must trouble you, Zhang. I look forward to your good news. Watching the smile on Qiao Binying's face, Zhang Qi felt a rush of emotions. Each time they met, Qiao Binying skillfully navigated the boundaries, keeping him intrigued and hopeful. After parting from Zhang Qi, Qiao Binying returned to her residence. As soon as she entered, the phone rang urgently. She hurriedly dashed over to answer it. Ingzi, it's me, Qiao Hongji. What on earth is going on with Zhong Yuanji and Libo? The anxious voice of Qiao Hongji echoed through the microphone. Godfather, I just confirmed with Zhang Qi that Zhong Yuanji and Libo has not yet secured the beverage sponsorship rights. That's absolutely certain. Does Mr. Mizutani know? I just returned and haven't had the chance to inform him. Then you must go and tell him immediately. Hurry. After hanging up, Qiao Hongji let out a sigh of relief. However, was there still a chance for cider beverages? Chuanzhi approached. President Qiao, I assure you I am not deceiving you. I am the Deputy Director of the National Sports Committee. Such a significant matter cannot escape my notice. You must trust me. Let us go. The leaders from Xianzhou province are still waiting for us. Qiao Hongji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Chuanzhi's lead, until Mr. Mizutani issued the latest directive. He had no choice but to keep Chuanzhi steady. On that day, Yan Jin arrived at the National Sports Committee, determined to confront Director Zhao Xuxing. Director Zhao, based on the Olympic roster, we have proactively delivered the care packages to the local sports committee. Director Yan, I never expected you to get ahead of us, making things much easier for our colleagues. Zhao Xuxing replied in an official tone. It's all for the Olympic athletes. Their achievements reflect the glory of our entire nation. Contributing a bit more is only right. Yan Jin seized the opportunity and continued. Director Zhao, I heard that the National Sports Committee is seeking a beverage for the athletes heading to the Los Angeles Olympics. Zhong Yuanji and Libo is eager to participate and contribute further to our nation's sporting endeavors. Certainly, we welcome Zhong Yuan Beverage Factory to the selection meeting. All qualifying beverage companies will present their products on stage. Director Yan, I trust you will excel. This was certainly a call for a presentation. It felt reminiscent of the Olympic bid presentations. While he could speak confidently, Yan Jin decided to enlist a professional external consultant. In later years, Li Tiandi leveraged his connections within the sports committee to navigate various relationships and secured his position as the beverage sponsor for the Chinese Olympic delegation. However, in Yan Jin's memory, the National Sports Committee did not hold any selection meetings for beverages in 1984. Otherwise, the newly launched Jianlibo would not have become a beverage sponsor. It seemed that the beverage selection meeting was a variable introduced in his rebirth, a variable that rendered everything once again enigmatic. Who knew what other variables lay ahead? Exiting Zhao Shuxing's office, Yan Jin sought out Zheng Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, was the beverage selection meeting predetermined or a sudden decision by your leaders? It should be a sudden decision. I heard from colleagues in the office that Director Zhao did not intend for things to become this complicated. However, after foreign companies like Sida Beverages and Tadpole Cola joined in, the leadership, guided by principles of fairness and justice, decided to adopt a selection meeting to identify the most suitable beverage. Yan Jin suddenly understood. It was indeed due to the variable. Thankfully, he had intervened. If entrusted entirely to Li Tiandi, Jianlibo might not have successfully sponsored the Chinese Olympic delegation as it did in later years. After all, in direct competition with foreign beverage brands, Li Tiandi holds no advantage, relying solely on unconventional methods. While such methods can prove effective, they are not infallible. On April 5, 1984, at 10 in the morning, Sun Guofu visited Wang Entai's office. Wang Entai is currently overseeing the operations of Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. Deputy Factory Director Wang. There's something I can no longer contain. I must share it with you. Wang Entai poured a glass of water for Sun Guofu. Director Sun, please take your time. There's no need to rush. The newly recruited employee, Rong Shuang, is not only frequently late, but when assigned to seal packages, just look at the shoddy work she produces. Sun Guofu exclaimed, indignantly presenting several packages of instant noodles. Not only are the seals uneven, but they are all leaking. Deputy Factory Director Wang. Such an employee is ill-suited for our production department. Please transfer her away. Wang Entai was taken aback. This was already the third department he had assigned Rong Shuang to. In the ingredient department, she had mixed up the seasonings, and in the business department, she was reluctant even to meet clients. The two department heads had come to him with complaints on numerous occasions. Director Sun, I understand. Please bring her in. I will have a word with her. Before leaving, Sun Guofu added, Deputy Factory Director Wang, you must find a way to get her out of here. She is hardly here to work. She acts like a spoiled heiress. 5 minutes later, Rong Shuang appeared in Wang Entai's office. Deputy Factory Director Wang, you called for me? Rong Shuang, please head to the finance department to collect your wages for the past few days. Rong Shuang was taken aback. I heard from the veterans that payday is either the 15th or 16th of each month. Today is only the 5th. Is it really time to be paid already? Wang Entai sighed. What a dense mind. How did I end up hiring someone like you? To be frank, Rong Shuang, you are not suited for work at Zhongyuan Factory. It would be best for you to seek employment elsewhere. What? You no longer want me? It is simply that you are not a fit for our operations. We cannot keep you. Rong Shuang's emotions quickly spiraled into despair. On what grounds do you dismiss me? I am not incompetent. Why should I be let go? Enough. Go collect your wages, Wang Entai said, lowering his head to the documents, disinterested in further conversation. The nights of April had long lost their chill. Standing outside, a gentle breeze wafted by, offering a sense of comfort. Yan Jin strolled through the streets of the capital, pondering the beverage selection meeting. Ho Duong closely followed, vigilant against any potential threats to Yan Jin. At this moment, in Qingping City, another group traversed the streets. They were employees of the Labor Bureau, engaging in cheerful conversation. Yet, one figure stood apart, cast in solitude, Xiao Yi, burdened with her thoughts. No one knew that her mind was filled with images of Yan Jin. A person she had once detested had now transformed into an unforgettable presence. Each thought of him sent her heart racing like a startled deer. Xiao Yi, why have you been so quiet tonight? This isn't like you. Are you all right? Her colleague, Wen Xiao, inquired with concern. Xiao Yi merely shook her head. I am perfectly fine. I merely feel a bit fatigued. Fatigued? You haven't been particularly busy lately, so what could be the cause? It seems that during this period, Xiao Yi has been rather absent-minded. Xiao Yi, you must prioritize your rest. Health is of utmost importance. Indeed, thank you, Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao was taken aback. After so many years of acquaintance, it was the first time she had heard Xiao Yi express gratitude. What on earth is happening to Xiao Yi? Why does she seem like a different person? Upon returning home, Xiao Yi was just about to freshen up when the telephone rang. Hello, who is this? Xiao Yi, I have been trying to reach you all night. Why did you only just answer? Uncle? What prompted you to call me suddenly? Xiao Yi, I have returned to Huaxia. Xiao Yi was astonished. Uncle, when did this happen? Does my father know? I haven't informed anyone. Xiao Yi. I called because there is a matter I need to discuss with you. What matter? You are aware of Zhong Yuanji and Libo in Qingping City, correct? Uncle, what about Zhong Yuanji and Libo? I have heard allegations regarding their exploitation of workers, arbitrarily withholding their wages. Xiao Yi, I have been a worker myself. It is a challenging life, and I cannot stand to see workers suffer. You must thoroughly investigate this matter. Uncle, where did you hear such things? I heard it from a worker at Zhongyuan. The evidence is substantial. Xiao Yi, you must advocate for their rights. Xiao Hongji spoke with unwavering conviction. Xiao Yi looked bewildered. Rather than believing her uncle was lying, she was more inclined to think he had been misled. Having just returned to the country, he clearly lacked understanding of the situation. Noticing Xiao Yi's silence, Xiao Hongji continued. Xiao Yi, your labor bureau must conduct a thorough investigation. We cannot allow the workers to feel despondent. Go investigate tomorrow. I await your response. Xiao Yi was taken aback. What on earth is going on with her uncle? Why should she be the one to investigate Zhongyuan? The claims of worker exploitation are entirely unfounded. She wondered who had been spreading such nonsense in front of her uncle. Should she inform her father about this? That very night, Lin Jing, a reporter from the capital city television station, was on duty in her office. She had previously reported on the Zhongyuan instant noodles exhibition and had significant reservations about Yan Jin. She received an anonymous tip-off, claiming that Zhongyuan in Qingping City was deceiving workers. Lin Jing took this matter seriously and decided to travel to Qingping to conduct a thorough investigation. She firmly believed that as a journalist, it was her duty to voice the concerns of the working class. Yan Jin indeed seemed to have issues. She must delve deeper into this matter. Chapter 151. Lin Jing's investigation into Zhongyuan, April 6, 1984. After arriving at work in the morning, Lin Jing, who had hardly slept the night before, approached her supervisor, Liao Hui, in the news department. Director Liao, I have a lead on a news story. I am requesting to travel to Qingping City on official business. Xiaolin, your urgency is quite unexpected. What news has prompted such haste? Director Liao inquired. I received a call from a concerned citizen stating that the Qingping Zhongyuan instant noodle factory is defrauding workers, and I must uncover the truth. Lin Jing responded with righteous conviction. The Zhongyuan instant noodle factory? Isn't that the establishment run by Yan Jin? Director Liao remarked, recalling the factory's prominence since the 1984 Spring Festival Gala, where Yan Jin had become a household name, known to everyone from the station director, Chao Binren, to the interns. Indeed, it is his factory, Liao Hui stated gravely. Xiaolin, it would be wise to first communicate with factory director Yan. He is a highly sought-after figure, and any scandal would have dire repercussions. Moreover, how can you be certain that this lead is credible? Lin Jing, however, replied, regardless of whose factory it is, we have every reason to investigate the truth. If the lead proves accurate, it is my duty as a journalist to advocate for the workers' rights. If it is false, then it means no workers have been defrauded, which is even better. Lin Jing was resolute, her stubbornness often leaving Liao Hui at a loss. Lin Jing, I ask you once more, are you certain you wish to proceed? I must go? Once Lin Jing made up her mind, not even 8 horses could pull her back. She was the very embodiment of determination. Very well, then please take care and call me if you encounter any issues. Liao Hui then summoned Jing Hang to accompany her. Having a male companion eased his concerns. While some were leaving Beijing, others were arriving. Mu Chonga arrived in the capital, stepping out of the train station and scanning the area for a familiar figure. Chonga, over here. Mu Chonga spotted the familiar silhouette and joyfully jogged over. Brother Yan. Chonga, you've had a long journey. Let me take you out for a meal first. Mu Chonga was invited by Yan Jin to participate in a beverage selection competition. Originally, Yan Jin had intended to invite the renowned host Yang Lan, but she was still a student, so he had opted for Mu Chonga instead. This young woman possessed both beauty and height, and she had excelled as a host at the exhibition. With a little enhancement of her poise, she would undoubtedly become an outstanding presenter. Yan Jin took her to the Webin Hotel. Brother Yan, you mentioned a presentation. When does it begin? Don't rush. We have plenty of time to prepare. Yan Jin eagerly served Mu Chonga dishes, bringing her much delight. The fact that he had summoned her to the capital indicated she held a special place in his regard. This presentation is actually for a bid. Our Zhongyuan Jianlibo seeks to secure the beverage sponsorship rights for the Chinese Olympic delegation. Yan Jin explained in detail about the beverage selection competition to ensure Mu Chonga was well informed. Brother Yan, I'm feeling immense pressure. If I fail, I would feel guilty towards you and Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Yan Jin chuckled. No worries. After we finish eating, you should rest a bit. This evening, we will strategize on how to present. I have complete faith in you. At this moment, beverage companies were fervently preparing for the National Sports Committee's beverage selection meeting. Though they remain uncertain about the achievements of the Chinese Olympic delegation and its potential impact on future beverage sales, it is evident to all that the opportunities presented by the Olympic platform are immense. During the selection meeting, foreign enterprises appeared to hold a distinct advantage, boasting a rich heritage and a history of successful bids. Despite the relatively recent establishment of Four Islands Beverage, Mizutani Junji has numerous precedents to draw upon from Japan. He has indeed summoned a professional team to assist him. In recent days, his temper has notably calmed, as he realized his previous miscalculations. Fortunately, Zhong Yuanji and Libo merely provided consolation prizes, leaving Four Islands Beverage with a chance. Securing the support of Chuanzhi would significantly enhance their prospects of success. In Qianzhou Province, Xiao Hongji finds himself physically present, yet mentally elsewhere, his thoughts lingering in the capital. He is being fervently escorted by provincial leaders on various inspections, with a series of discussions unfolding one after another, which has become quite tiresome for him. However, Xiao Hongji refrains from expressing his frustration, especially with Chuanzhi in close proximity, as Four Islands Beverage relies on him to secure the Olympic beverage sponsorship. Mr. Xiao, just as you mentioned, this region is blessed with beautiful mountains and waters, making it an ideal location for beverage production. If you were to establish a factory here, your sales would undoubtedly soar. Chuanzhi urges, eager for Xiao Hongji to commence construction at once. Director Zhai, we will need to enlist a professional team for further assessment. This is not a matter to be resolved hastily. Xiao Hongji reflects, concocting various excuses to prolong the process. Meanwhile, the provincial leader discreetly pulls Chuanzhi aside. Director Zhai, it seems Mr. Xiao is rather indifferent regarding the investment matter. Every time I see him, he appears distracted. What could be the reason? Chuanzhi chuckles knowingly. He is fully aware that Xiao Hongji's mind is preoccupied with sponsorship matters, and it is indeed remarkable if he can focus on anything else. Do not worry. Since I brought him here, I will undoubtedly find ways to encourage his investment. You can rest assured. The provincial leader nods in understanding. Very well. I will defer entirely to Director Zhai. You are aware of our situation in Qianzhou Province. We have suffered greatly from poverty, so I implore you to lend a hand. Every province is vying for investment, yet capital flows toward more favorable locations. Remote areas like Qianzhou struggle to attract interest, which is why provincial leaders seek assistance from those who have successfully ventured away from here. Chuanzhi is among them, committed to facilitating progress and contributing to his hometown. He aims to leverage Four Islands Beverage's eagerness for sponsorship to draw them into investment. Seizing an opportunity, Xiao Hongji states, esteemed leaders, I have nearly completed my inspections these past few days. It would be prudent to return and report to Mr. Mizutani, allowing the professional team to arrive sooner for assessment. The provincial leader nods in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Time equates to efficiency. With Xiao Hongji's statement, Chuanzhi finds it difficult to prevent his departure. Very well, please ensure Mr. Xiao reports back to Mr. Mizutani promptly, so we can strive to finalize matters as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lin Jing and Jing Hang have finally arrived in Qingping City. Sister Jing, since we are unfamiliar with this place, should we consider consulting a local journalist for insights? Jing Hang was initially reluctant to come here. Why not remain in the capital? You trust such an inexplicable phone call. Yet, Lin Jing insisted on coming, and Director Liao insisted on accompanying her. Thus, he could only muster the courage to join her on this venture. However, Lin Jing dismissed Jing Hang's suggestion. No, we cannot seek their help. What if they disclose our purpose for being here? We shall investigate at our own pace. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover anything. Chapter 152. The education I received does not permit me to act, thus Lin Jing possesses the commendable qualities of an excellent journalist. By the afternoon of the next day, she had discovered a breakthrough. She inquired widely, asking everyone she encountered, and learned of a certain In Ming, an employee of Zhongyuan Beverage Company. She even located In Ming's residence. Hello, comrade In Ming. Last night, In Ming had worked the night shift, so he was resting at home during the day. Upon seeing Jing Hang and Lin Jing, he appeared somewhat taken aback by the unexpected visitors. Do you know me? Lin Jing smiled. Are you not In Ming from Zhongyuan Beverage Company? Yes, but who are you? We are from Beijing, here to consult you about something. We heard that the salary and benefits at Zhongyuan Beverage Company are quite high. Is that true? Just as Jing Hang was about to introduce himself as a journalist, Lin Jing quickly interrupted him. I have heard that it is indeed high, and Ming responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing frowned. What do you mean by heard? Are you not one of their employees? Do you not know whether the salary and benefits are high? Well, I haven't received my salary yet. With an intense gaze, Lin Jing looked at In Ming. Did you just say you haven't been paid? Yes, I truly have not been paid. This rigorous approach certainly indicates exploitation of the workers. To withhold wages from workers is far more reprehensible than the most nefarious capitalist. At this moment, Lin Jing's disdain for the situation deepened. Why should you toil diligently while they refuse to pay you? This is outright exploitation. The anonymous phone call had indeed spoken the truth. Lin Jing felt a surge of determination. That is not the case. And Ming hurriedly waved his hands. It's really not like that. Lin Jing thought he was merely frightened. Comrade and Ming, you need not worry. I am merely inquiring. I am not worried. You have misunderstood me. Jing Hang, noticing in Ming's discomfort, asked, Comrade and Ming, what exactly is going on? The reason I have not received my salary is that I have only recently joined the company, and it is not yet time for payroll. Lin Jing nearly twisted her waist in disbelief. Then why did you not clarify that earlier? And Ming, being inherently introverted, found himself at a loss for words under Lin Jing's scrutiny. At that moment, Jing Hang interjected, Comrade and Ming, we are also interested in working at Zhongyuan Beverage Company, which is why we came to inquire. Upon hearing this, and Ming's face broke into a genuine smile. Zhongyuan Beverage Company and Zhongyuan Instant Noodles Factory are essentially the same entity. The salaries are certainly comparable, as everyone says. Moreover, the work is not overly strenuous. It is far easier than my previous job on the construction site. Ming's statement prompted Jing Hang's confirmation, thus rendering that phone call a mere fabrication. Consequently, both he and Lin Jing could return home. Upon exiting Ming's residence, Lin Jing wore a furrowed brow, evidently displeased. Sister Jing, the facts validate that the call was indeed a falsehood. We can proceed to the train station to purchase our tickets. However, Lin Jing retorted coldly, no? The situation is certainly not that simple. We must continue our investigation. Unbeknownst to Lin Jing, Jing Hang wore a dismayed expression. On April 8, 1984, Xiao Hongji finally returned to the capital. He immediately sought out Mizutani Junji. Mr. Mizutani, Chuanzhi has hinted that he will assist us at the beverage selection meeting. Such words, as conveyed to Mizutani, would also affirm that Xiao's journey to Qianzhou was not in vain. Xiao sang, this is splendid news. I have also enlisted a professional team from Japan. With their aid, we shall undoubtedly triumph over all competitors. Mizutani Junji exuded confidence. Furthermore, I have placed an anonymous call to the television station, alleging that Zhongyuan Factory is defrauding its workers, and I have connections to prompt the Labor Bureau to investigate them, compelling their cessation of operations for rectification. During this period, Zhongyuan Factory will surely be in disarray. Mizutani Junji patted Xiao Hongzi's shoulder approvingly. Xiao sang, you have done exceptionally well. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Hongji dialed Xiao Yi's number. Xiao Yi, has the Labor Bureau investigated Zhongyuan Factory? Have they discovered anything? Yet. Xiao Yi replied irately, Uncle, I cannot simply investigate someone on your word alone. I lack that authority. Her attitude vexed Xiao Hongji. Is it truly so troublesome to investigate a factory? He retorted, Uncle, I cannot arbitrarily wield public power. I have been educated to refrain from abusing private authority. After hanging up, Xiao Hongji sighed deeply. Indeed, a grown woman cannot be retained. Once, Xiao Yi was very obedient. He remained uncertain whether the television reporters had pursued an investigation into Zhongyuan Factory. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called, come in. Xiao Ben Sakura entered. Godfather. She approached Xiao Hongji from behind, gently massaging his shoulders. Xiao Hongji allowed himself to relax, savoring the soothing touch of Sakura's hands. Is there any latest news from Zhangqi? He inquired. Yesterday, he informed me that the foreign beverage companies participating in the bidding are not limited to just Sita Beverage. Enterprises from America and other Western nations are also involved. Xiao Hongji responded with a non-committal hum. There is no renowned beverage from our homeland. Our primary competitors are those foreign entities. Godfather, recently, Zhongyuan Jianlibo has been gaining significant momentum, and Mr. Mizutani is particularly attentive. It is uncertain if they will even be able to participate in the selection meeting. Xiao Ben Sakura asked curiously, Godfather, have they encountered some difficulties? They are currently in disarray, or will soon find themselves so. The words of Uncle Xiao Hongji weighed heavily on Xiao Yi's mind. She decided to visit Su Lu's residence. Duo, is your father at home? Duo shook her head. Father hasn't been here for several days. As Xiao Yi lifted her gaze towards Su Lu, her eyes silently inquired about the whereabouts of Yan Jin. Yan Jin has gone to the capital, Xiao Yi. Is there something you wish to discuss with him? Indeed. It pertains to work, Xiao Yi promptly added. I am uncertain when he shall return. Do you have any contact information for him? Su Lu shook her head. Unfortunately, I do not. A sense of disappointment washed over Xiao Yi. Her uncle, Xiao Hongji, had called her twice, both times regarding matters concerning the Zhongyuan factory. She could not help but harbor doubts about her uncle's intentions towards Yan Jin or the factory. Yet why would her uncle act in such a manner? The question eluded her. Despite being the niece of Qiao Hongji, she did not wish to see Yan Jin come to harm. She felt compelled to warn him. Thus, after departing from Su Lu's home, she rode her bicycle to the Zhongyuan factory. Old Sun recognized her and was aware that she was affiliated with the labor bureau. Comrade, whom do you seek? I need to speak with your leader. It's urgent. Old Sun promptly called Wang Entai. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi found herself in Wang Entai's office. Do you have Yan Jin's contact number? I need to reach him urgently regarding your factory. Noticing Xiao Yi's anxious demeanor, Wang Entai provided her with a number. Xiao Yi immediately picked up the phone in Wang Entai's office and dialed Yan Jin's number, her body swaying in anticipation. Please pick up. At last, the call connected. Chapter 153. Lin Jing discovers a breakthrough. In later years, Li Tiandi leveraged his connections within the sports committee to navigate various relationships, ultimately becoming a beverage sponsor for the Chinese Olympic delegation. However, in Yan Jin's recollection, in 1984, the National Sports Committee sought beverages for the athletes without conducting any selection meetings. Otherwise, the newly introduced Jian Libo would never have become a beverage sponsor. It seemed that the beverage selection meeting was a variable introduced after his rebirth, a variable that rendered everything once more enigmatic. He wondered if there were more such variables to come. Exiting Zhao Shuxing's office, Yan Jin approached Zhang Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, was the beverage selection meeting predetermined? Or was it a last-minute decision by your leaders? It was likely a last-minute decision. I heard from colleagues in the office that Director Zhao did not intend for it to become so complicated. However, when foreign companies like Sid Island Beverages and Tadpole Cola joined in, the leaders, adhering to principles of fairness and justice, decided to proceed with a selection meeting to choose the most suitable beverage. Yan Jin suddenly understood. Indeed, it was due to a variable. Thankfully, he had intervened. Had it been left entirely to Li Tiandi, Jian Libo might not have been able to sponsor the Chinese Olympic delegation as smoothly as it did in later years. After all, going head-to-head with foreign beverages, Li Tiandi held no advantage. His methods were unorthodox. While unorthodox methods can be effective, they do not always yield results. On April 5, 1984, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Sun Guofu visited Wang Entai's office. Wang Entai was currently overseeing the operations of the Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. Deputy Factory Director. There is something I can no longer restrain myself from discussing with you. Wang Entai poured a glass of water for Sun Guofu. Director Sun, please take your time. There's no need to rush. The newly hired individual named Rong Shuang has been frequently tardy and, when tasked with sealing packages, her work is utterly unsatisfactory. Sun Guofu, visibly agitated, brandished several packets of instant noodles. Not only were the seals uneven, but they were also completely leaking. Deputy Factory Director Wang. Such an employee is ill-suited for our production department. I implore you to reassign her. Wang Entai was taken aback. This marked the third department he had assigned Rong Shuang to. In the ingredient department, she mismanaged the seasoning. In the business department, she was reluctant even to meet clients. Both department heads had approached him with grievances. Director Sun, I understand. Please summon her. I shall have a word with her, Wang Entai replied. Before departing, Sun Guofu reiterated, Deputy Factory Director Wang, you must find a way to let her go. She does not come to work. She behaves as if she is a pampered heiress. 5 minutes later, Rong Shuang appeared in Wang Entai's office. Deputy Factory Director, you called for me. Rong Shuang, please proceed to the finance department to collect your wages for these past few days. Rong Shuang was taken aback. I heard from the senior staff that wages are distributed on the 15th or 16th of each month. But today is only the 5th. Deputy Factory Director, is it truly time for salary disbursement? Wang Entai sighed. What a dense individual. How did I end up hiring someone like you? To speak candidly, you are not suited for the work at Zhongyuan Factory. It would be best for you to seek employment elsewhere. What? You no longer want me. It is precisely that you are ill-fitting for our environment. We cannot retain you. Rong Shuang's composure quickly crumbled. On what grounds do you dismiss me? I am not inept. Why should I be let go? Enough. Go collect your wages. Wang Entai lowered his gaze to the documents, unwilling to engage further. In the April night, the chill had long dissipated. Standing outside, a gentle breeze wafted through, providing a sense of comfort. Yan Jin strolled through the streets of the capital, contemplating the upcoming beverage selection meeting, while Ho Duong closely trailed behind, vigilant against any potential threats to Yan Jin. Meanwhile, in Qingping City, there was also a group of individuals traversing the streets, employees of the Labor Bureau, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Yet one figure stood apart, exuding an air of solitude. Xiao Yi. burdened with heavy thoughts. No one could fathom that her mind was consumed with images of Yan Jin. A person she once found utterly detestable had inexplicably transformed into an unshakable presence in her thoughts. Each reflection upon him sent her heart racing like a startled fawn. Xiao Yi, why have you been so silent tonight? This is unlike you. Are you all right? Her colleague Wen Xiao inquired with concern. Xiao Yi shook her head. I'm fine. I just feel a bit fatigued. Fatigued? It hasn't he been busy lately? Why the exhaustion? Wen Xiao noted Xiao Yi's apparent distraction over the past few days. You must prioritize your rest. Your health is paramount. Yes, thank you, Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao was taken aback. After so many years of acquaintance, this was the first time she had heard Xiao Yi express gratitude. What on earth was happening to Xiao Yi? She seemed like a completely different person. Upon returning home, Xiao Yi had just prepared to wash up when the phone rang. Hello, who is this? Joy, I have been trying to reach you all night. Why did you only just answer? Uncle, why are you suddenly calling me? Joy, I have returned to Huaxia. Joy looked astonished. Uncle, when did this happen? Does my father know? I told no one. Joy, I am calling you regarding an important matter. What is it? You are aware of the Zhongyuanji and Libo in Qingping City, correct? Uncle, what about Zhongyuanji and Libo? I have heard allegations that they exploit workers and arbitrarily withhold their wages. Joy, I have been a worker myself. It is not an easy life, and I cannot tolerate workers' suffering. This matter requires your thorough investigation. Joy, Uncle, where did you hear all this? Who is exploiting the workers? Joy finds it hard to believe that Zhongyuan would mistreat its employees. She has visited the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory herself. Moreover, when the Zhongyuan beverage factory was recruiting, everyone was eager to apply. The workers at Zhongyuan have the highest happiness index in the city. Uncle, from whom did you hear this? I heard it from a worker at Zhongyuan. The evidence is solid, Joy. You must stand up for them. Xiao Hongji declared earnestly. Joy's expression was one of disbelief. Instead of thinking her uncle was lying, she believed he had been misled. Having just returned to the country, he was undoubtedly unaware of the situation. Seeing that Joy was slow to respond, Xiao Hongji continued. Joy, the Labor Bureau must investigate thoroughly. We cannot let the workers feel despondent. Go tomorrow, and I await your response. Joy was taken aback. What was going on with her uncle? On what grounds could he ask her to investigate Zhongyuan? The alleged exploitation of workers was entirely unfounded. She had no idea which scoundrel had been speaking ill in front of her uncle. Should she inform her father about this? Meanwhile, that same night, Lin Jing, a reporter for the capital television station, was on duty in the office. She had previously reported on the Zhongyuan instant noodle exhibition and had strong opinions about Yan Jin. She received an anonymous tip-off alleging that the Zhongyuan factory was defrauding workers. Lin Jing took this matter to heart. She decided to travel to Qingping to investigate further. She firmly believed that, as a journalist, it was her duty to give voice to the suffering masses. There was indeed something amiss with that Yan Jin. She needed to delve deeper. Chapter 154. Wang Intai's guilt. As they searched and inquired, Lin Jing and Jing Heng arrived at Rong Shuang's home. You are looking for me? Do you know me? Rong Shuang, at home, felt somewhat apprehensive towards the two unfamiliar guests. Rong Shuang, we are reporters from the capital television station. We received a call from a concerned citizen regarding the Zhongyuan factory's exploitation of workers. We heard that you resigned from your position at Zhongyuan due to unfair treatment. Upon hearing that they were reporters from the capital, Rong Shuang seemed to find an outlet for her emotions. The next moment, tears began to flow abundantly, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She tearfully exclaimed, you are absolutely right. Zhongyuan factory is indeed bullying people. I was doing well at my job, and they dismissed me. Finding a job is so challenging, yet they never considered my feelings. Lin Jing comforted her, saying, do not rush. Take your time and explain what happened. Eventually, they located a witness to the fraudulent practices at Zhongyuan factory, and Lin Jing took her words very seriously. However, Jing Heng sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Before he could speak, Lin Jing gestured for him to set up the camera. Upon seeing Jing Heng produce a video camera, Rong Shuang felt an immediate sense of unease. Are you still going to record? Rest assured, we will handle the post-production, and when it airs on television, no one will recognize you. It is our duty to protect the interviewee's privacy. Yet, she protested, but my voice can still be recognized. If I am exposed, Zhongyuan factory might retaliate against me. When faced with the camera, Rong Shuang hesitated. We will also edit the audio. You have nothing to worry about. Just remember, we are here to seek justice for you. Really? Rong Shuang asked, feeling anxious. She had been dismissed for not performing well at work and was now fabricating a story about being defrauded by Zhongyuan factory. If the people from Zhongyuan factory learned the truth, would they not cause her trouble? Would they even involve the police? If that were the case, She feared she could not remain in Qingping City. Lin Jing reassured her, Rong Shuang, we traveled all the way from the capital to Qingping for you. Gather your courage and speak out against the injustices you have faced. We will stand up for you. Are you ready, Rong Shuang? Finally, encouraged by Lin Jing, Rong Shuang recalled that she was the only new employee to be dismissed. With a deep breath, she nodded in agreement. All right, let us begin. Rong Shuang channeled her anger into tears and began to denounce the various injustices of Zhongyuan factory. Lin Jing timely inquired, during your time working there, did they pay you? Rong Shuang shook her head. No, not a single penny. Are you certain? Absolutely none. Rong Shuang had chosen this path, determined to see it through to the end. In truth, Zhongyuan factory had her wages sitting in a drawer, but she insisted otherwise. After all, they had dismissed her. She wanted to make them suffer as well. The interview lasted the entire morning. Upon leaving Rong Shuang's home, Jing Heng finally found an opportunity to speak. Sister Jing, I have been observing Rong Shuang's expressions while she spoke. I feel her gaze was evasive, avoiding direct contact with the camera. I doubt the authenticity of her statements. Do not make a fuss. Who isn't nervous in front of a camera? Moreover, she is just a young girl. Of course, she would be frightened. Lin Jing's explanation seemed reasonable. So what shall we do next? Let us go to Zhongyuan factory. We need a complete interview transcript. Both parties must be heard. We cannot rely solely on one side of the story. Let us see what Zhongyuan factory has to say. In the afternoon, Lin Jing and Jing Heng arrived at Zhongyuan instant noodle factory. Upon hearing that the two individuals were from the capital television station, Old Sun felt compelled to act without delay and promptly contacted Wang Entai. In haste, Wang Entai emerged to greet them. Greetings, I am Wang Entai, the deputy director of the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory. During the capital's trade fair, Wang Entai had not attended and thus was unfamiliar with Lin Jing and Jing Heng. Nor was he aware of the discord between Lin Jing and Yan Jin. Exuding warmth, he invited the two into the reception room and poured them some hot water, all the while discreetly observing them. Lin Jing and Jing Heng were indeed the two individuals seeking in Ming. I have been searching for you both. How fortuitous that you have come to me. He thought, I must tread carefully. Wang, deputy director, may I inquire if Director Yan is present? We are quite familiar with him. We have crossed paths several times during the trade fair in the capital. Ah, Ms. Lin, Mr. Jing. It is unfortunate that Director Yan is currently away on a business trip to the capital. Lin Jing and Jing Heng exchanged glances. Director Yan is not at home. Ms. Lin, Mr. Jing, may I ask if there is something specific you wish to discuss with Director Yan? There is a matter we need to clarify with your factory leadership. Feel free to share. I am more than willing to assist. Lin Jing nodded. That would be ideal. Deputy Director Wang, is Rong Shuang still with your factory? Wang Entai was taken aback. These reporters are quite astute. His caution heightened. She was, but she is no longer with us. Did she resign voluntarily, or was she dismissed? To be precise, we advised her to resign. What was the reason for this recommendation? She was unable to fulfill her duties. We assigned her to several positions, yet she could not manage any of them. Regrettably, we had no choice but to advise her resignation. Wang Entai expressed his regret regarding the matter. Why was she incapable? Was there any training provided prior to her employment? New employees are certainly trained before they commence work. I am unsure of what Rong Shuang conveyed to you, but she truly was ill-suited for the role. Ms. Lin, allow me to show you a few items. Wang Entai then contacted Sun Guofu and Jiang Bin. Shortly thereafter, they entered the office, each carrying a plastic bag. Wang Entai extracted the contents from the bags and presented them to Lin Jing and Jing Heng. Please take a look. This is the work produced by Rong Shuang. Out of 10 items, 5 are defective. Despite numerous discussions with her, she did not improve. Do you think we could employ someone like that? Wang, deputy director, are you certain that all these items were produced by Rong Shuang? Every question posed by Lin Jing was incisive. Her position at the capital television station indicated her considerable capabilities. Absolutely. Our Zhongyuan factory never wrongfully accuses anyone. If you have doubts, you may inquire with other workers in the factory or the citizens of Qingping City. Wang Entai spoke with conviction. Ms. Lin, since this is an interview, it must be objective and fair. I hope you will not take Rong Shuang's account at face value. Very well. Since Director Wang has stated this, may we randomly interview a few workers? Wang Entai cursed inwardly, realizing he had fallen into the trap set by that young lady. Lin Jing scrutinized Wang Entai intently. His expression revealed his inner turmoil. He was undoubtedly apprehensive about being questioned by the workers. This only intensified my determination to pursue the interview. Chapter 155. Are the workers' wages excessively high? Let us interview the workers, as the deputy factory director Wang had just stated. Lin Jing pressed on relentlessly. I will arrange for several workers to participate in your interviews. Wang Entai seemed to relent. Yet Lin Jing stood firm. Deputy Director Wang. We wish to conduct random interviews. Wang Intai, with a grimace, replied, Reporter Lin, it's not that I oppose your interviews, but our workers lack exposure. While they can perform their duties, they might struggle to articulate their thoughts before the camera. Explanation veils the truth, and concealment obscures objective reality. Lin Jing stated solemnly. I hope Deputy Director Wang will cooperate with our work. Thank you. Wang Intai retorted. Isn't she just a junior reporter from the capital television station? This little girl truly believes she is someone of significance. Thankfully, I had made prior arrangements. Yet, one thing puzzled Wang Intai. Why were the two reporters, who clearly had some acquaintance with factory director Yan, persistently targeting him? Well, since reporter Lin insisted on random interviews, let it be so. I will now take you to find the workers, Wang Intai said, somewhat dejectedly. Lin Jing observed everything keenly. Wang Intai led them to the production workshop. Reporter Lin, feel free to interview whomever you choose, but please be swift. Do not delay the workers' tasks. To Lin Jing, it seemed that Wang Intai was becoming increasingly flustered, worried that she might uncover the truth, hence his remarks. She scanned the area and pointed to Lu Dajiang. Lu Dajiang, who once bravely rescued someone and was rewarded with a Jinlu bicycle from the factory. Dajiang, come here. Upon hearing his name, Lu Dajiang set down his work and quickly approached. Dajiang, this is reporter Lin Jing from Capital Television and reporter Jing Hang. Lu Dajiang promptly greeted them. Hello, reporter Lin. Hello, reporter Jing. He appeared to be a straightforward man. Lin Jing offered him a slight smile. Comrade Dajiang, there's no need to be nervous. We will ask you a few simple questions, and we hope you will answer truthfully. All right, what do you think of Rong Xuan? Lu Dajiang seemed bewildered. Why are you asking about her? He turned to glance at Wang Intai. Just answer what reporter Lin asks. Lu Dajiang nodded. I don't know much about Rong Xuan. I only know she struggles with her work. She can't perform any task adequately. Lin Jing inquired. Jing Hang. Even the simplest task, like sealing packages, she cannot manage. What else can she do? She is simply holding our entire team back. Lu Dajiang expressed strong discontent towards Rong Xuan. Do you have any other questions? If not, I will return to work. Lin Jing nodded and instinctively said, Thank you. Wang Intai laughed and asked, Reporter Lin, do you need to interview anyone else? Lin Jing pointed to Ma Lily. Ma Lily, come here. Ma Lily approached briskly. Deputy Director Wang. This is Lin Jing, a reporter from the Capital Television Station. Alongside her colleague Jing Hang. Excuse me, madam, may I inquire about the true reason behind Rong Xuan's dismissal? The answer was singular. She performed poorly, preoccupied with trivial matters. Completely absent-minded. Lin Jing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She suspected that the workers had been briefed in advance, which would explain their remarkably consistent responses. Lin Jing pressed on. I have heard that the employee benefits at Zhongyuan factory are quite commendable. Is this true? Absolutely. Our factory salaries are the highest in the city. I have earned over 100 for several months. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Jing gasped in astonishment. Such a sum? My own salary as a reporter in the capital doesn't even reach that. Furthermore, according to her understanding, an ordinary worker typically earns only 20 to 30 a month. How could she possibly have received over 100? The only plausible explanation was that she was lying. Comrade, we are conducting a serious interview. Please ensure the accuracy of your data and refrain from making unfounded claims. Ma Lily's temper flared up instantly. What do you mean by that, Lin reporter? I can unequivocally assure you that I, Ma Lily, take full responsibility for every word I utter. Whoever deceives you is akin to a little dog. At that moment, Wang Intai approached. Lin reporter, everything Ma Dajia says is true. The citizens of Qingping City are well aware that the salaries at Zhongyuan factory have long surpassed 100. He scoffed. Lin Jing's repeated provocations had extinguished any goodwill Wang Intai had toward her. Being beautiful does not grant one the right to constantly criticize Zhongyuan factory. Vice Factory Director Wang, may I examine your salary records? This request was somewhat excessive. Wang Intai appeared visibly distressed. Only by seeing your salary records can I be convinced that Ma Dajia's earnings exceeded 100. Very well. If you wish to see them, then I shall show you. Wang Intai led the two to the finance department. Old Tang, bring out this month's salary records for Lin reporter to inspect. Tang Benshue quickly retrieved a file box and carefully extracted several sheets of paper. All the salary records for these past months are right here. Lin Jing flipped through the documents, urging Jing Hang to capture images of them. The two were left astounded. It was not just Ma Lily. Many workers had indeed earned over 100. Each record bore the workers' signatures and fingerprints, albeit written in a somewhat shaky manner. Lin reporter, if you doubt their authenticity, you may ask each worker individually or consult the Labor Bureau. We have filed records there. For a moment, Lin Jing was at a loss for words. Wang Yintai could not possibly have fabricated the salary records in advance. They must be genuine. She continued to scrutinize the documents. Here is Rongshuang's signature. Salary, 523 yuan. Vice Factory Director Wang. What is the meaning of this? This is Rongshuang's salary for this period. On the day she left, we calculated her wages. Zhongyuan Factory does not withhold anyone's salary. This is a strict rule set by Director Li. Rongshuang explicitly told me that Zhongyuan Factory had not paid her any wages. How is it possible that her signature and fingerprint are present here? Was Rongshuang lying? Did she lie about everything during the interview this morning? There was another matter that left Lin Jing profoundly shocked. Zhongyuan Factory, a private enterprise, boasted workers whose faces radiated happiness. Their wages far surpassed those of state-owned enterprises. How did they achieve this? She harbored a conviction. Private enterprises equate to capitalist exploitation, draining the sweat and blood of laborers. Yet, upon visiting Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory, the reality seemed otherwise. Reporter Lin, what else do you wish to inquire about? Lin Jing felt she had lost the face to continue. In any case, Jing Heng could no longer bear to remain there. Sister Jing, shall we return for now? Wait a moment. Reporter Lin, Reporter Jing, please report truthfully on what you observed at Zhongyuan Factory today, and do not deliberately tarnish our reputation. Jing Heng forced a smile and responded, Deputy Director Wang, rest assured, we will certainly report objectively and fairly. Once the two departed, Wang Yintai promptly called Yan Jin. Director. Two reporters visited today, one named Lin Jing and the other Jing Heng. They claimed to know you, old friends even, yet they targeted our Zhongyuan Factory at every turn, leaving me utterly bewildered. What is going on? Upon hearing this, Yan Jin frowned. Damn it. Lin Jing's sudden appearance in Qingping City must have a more profound reason. Call the Labor Bureau to conduct an inspection. Contact the television station to expose this. The mastermind behind this is undoubtedly the same individual. Damn it. Someone is watching our factory. Lin Jing has always been at odds with me. I will call her superior now. This incident served as a wake-up call for Yan Jin. Since they aimed to fabricate negative news about Zhongyuan Factory, he would preemptively provide them with positive publicity. Old Wang. Immediately request Wei Xiaodong from Qingping Daily to write a report for us, titled, Why are Zhongyuan Factory workers' wages breaking the 100 mark? Get the draft to me quickly. I will send it to Huaxia Morning Post, allowing the entire nation to witness the strength of our Zhongyuan Factory. With that, the conversation shifted. Lin Jing and Jing Heng exited Zhongyuan Factory. Lin Jing appeared despondent, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Could it be that she was indeed mistaken? Is the development of private enterprises genuinely beneficial? Sister Jing, where shall we go next? Let us interview a few citizens and hear their perspectives on Zhongyuan Factory. Lin Jing said wearily. Jing Heng felt a twinge of resentment. Lin Jing, ever so impulsive, had acted recklessly, and the outcome was far from favorable. He resolved never to accompany her on such futile endeavors again. In the capital, Xiao Hongji closely monitored television news each day. Yet there was still no report concerning Zhongyuan Factory's exploitation of workers. What were these journalists doing? He had even provided them with news leads. Why was there no feedback? The story of Zhongyuan Factory defrauding its workers was such a compelling narrative, so eye-catching. Why was it not being reported? In truth, Xiao Hongji was quite fortunate. The call he made happened to reach Lin Jing. If it were someone else, they would hardly pay any attention. There has been no news. Neither from the media, nor from Xiao Yi. Xiao Hongji felt increasingly agitated. Now, even Xiao Yi was refusing to answer his calls. Why was it so difficult to seek her assistance? Did she still regard him, her second uncle, at all? The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. At that moment, Xiao Binyingzi approached him gently. Godfather, you seem weary. Are you feeling tired? She stepped behind Xiao Hongji and began to massage his shoulders. He closed his eyes, reveling in the moment. Only Xiao Binyingzi could alleviate some of his burdens. Yingzi, do you have any recent intelligence from Zhangqi? I haven't seen him lately. Is he on another business trip? Xiao Hongji replied with a grunt. Zhai Chuanzhi had promised to assist us in garnering votes. He had better not go back on his word. On April 10, 1984, a report in the Huaxiao Morning Post exploded onto the streets. Why can the workers at Zhongyuan Factory earn over 100? Just the title was enough to captivate attention, while the wages of ordinary workers hovered around 20 or 30. Those at Zhongyuan Factory astonishingly exceeded 100. How had they managed this? Suddenly, Zhongyuan Factory became the focal point of fervent discussion among the populace. This report even caught the interest of numerous officials. That day, phones across various levels of leadership in Qingping City were inundated with inquiries about Zhongyuan Factory. Particularly, Zhou Huliang had hardly put down the receiver. No sooner had he hung up than the phone rang again. Secretary Zhou, this is Chuanzhi from Jincheng, Tianfu Province. Is it true that the monthly wage of workers at Zhongyuan factory has indeed surpassed 100? If it's published, it must be absolutely true. Zhou Huliang replied with a smile. Could you assist in coordinating a visit for our people to Zhongyuan factory for observation and learning? Of course, no problem at all. Secretary Zhou, please expedite this. We can hardly wait. Certainly. One call followed another. This was undoubtedly Zhou Huliang's busiest day. That Yan Jin fellow is going to wear me out. Just as he took a sip of water, another call came in. Old Zhou. Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Huliang straightened up immediately. Secretary Wu, greetings. It was Wu Zhengchun, the top official of Handong Province. Old Zhou, the report in the Huaxiao Morning Post was quite impressive, showcasing Qingping City on a national scale. Zhongyuan Factory is now a well-known enterprise across the country. Yan Jin has done remarkably well in elevating the wage levels of the workers. He truly deserves commendation. Many of their practices are worthy of our promotion and emulation. Old Zhou, please draft an experience report swiftly. I plan to organize all provincial enterprises to learn from Zhongyuan Factory. Zhou Huliang promptly responded. Thank you for your recognition. Secretary Wu, we will ensure the task is completed. In the news department office of the capital city television station, Liao Hui gazed at the capital morning post in his hands. The first person who came to mind was Lin Jing. Lin Jing should never have gone to Qingping to investigate Zhongyuan Factory. Why hadn't he stopped her back then? This report was undoubtedly a retaliation against Lin Jing. If matters escalate, it would be highly detrimental for both Lin Jing and herself. Lin Jing and Jing Hang had gone to Qingping, yet they did not even bother to give themselves a call. At this moment, Lin Jing and Jing Hang appeared at the office door. Director Liao, we are back. My dear aunt, you have finally returned. Liao Hui replied coldly. Jing Hang, you may go back to your tasks. I have something to discuss with Lin Jing. Jing Hang obediently departed. Liao Hui approached and closed the door, placing the Huaxia Daily in front of Lin Jing. First, take a look at this report. Lin Jing meticulously read through the article upon seeing the title. 5 minutes later. Have you finished reading, Lin Jing? Does this report contradict your observations during your trip to Qingping? Lin Jing shook her head. No, everything written here is true. Do you understand why the Huaxia Daily chose to publish this report at this moment? Lin Jing lowered her head in silence. Liao Hui, filled with disappointment, remarked. This is a manifestation of Zhongyuan Factory's dissatisfaction with you. It is their counterattack. For an inexplicable phone call, you mobilized efforts to investigate them in Qingping. Lin Jing, I know your motives. Is it not your discontent with Yan Jin and private enterprises? They have made significant contributions to economic and social development. While what have you done? What qualifications do you have to criticize them? Bringing your emotions into your work is utterly inappropriate. Hand over your press credentials. From now on, you will serve as an editor. When you have reflected upon your actions and truly recognized your errors, you may return. Lin Jing remained silent, quietly retrieving her press credentials and placing them on Liao Hui's desk before turning and leaving the office. Simultaneously, Yan Jin was brewing a new storm. Chapter 157. The difference between buy 5 get 1 free and collect 5 to exchange 1 sui gu zun air, incensed, through today's Huaxia Daily at Xiao Hongji. Xiao Hongji, is this the surprise you promised me? Is this truly a surprise, or rather a fright? Did you not say you would send reporters to cover the Zhongyuan factory's fraud against workers? Is this the reporter you found? He seems to be seeking trouble with Zhongyuan. They are clearly praising Zhongyuan. Xiao Hongji, your performance has utterly disappointed me. Sui Guzun Air berated Xiao Hongji vehemently, in fluent Huaxia. Xiao Hongji felt as if he had encountered the worst fortune. How did it come to this? It should not have unfolded this way. Why has the capital city television station remained silent thus far? Do they truly not regard their report seriously? At this moment, Xiao Hongji felt disillusioned with the capital city television station. Mr. Sui, I am unaware of how this happened. I did not engage this reporter from that newspaper. This matter is not my responsibility. Sui Guzun Air glared at him with a menacing expression, his anger palpable. Even if it was unconnected before, it has now become relevant. He was profoundly disappointed in Xiao Hongji. When in Japan, Xiao Hongji was astute. How could he return to Huaxia, his own territory, and transform into a fool, utterly incompetent? Xiao Hongji, please tell me what we should do now. After pondering, Xiao Hongji responded, Mr. Mizutani, I will also seek coverage from the newspapers. I know several reporters at various press agencies. I will reach out to them immediately. Then hurry and go. Xiao Hongji swiftly turned and exited the room, feeling quite vexed. The predicament I find myself in, chastised so severely by Mizutani Junichi, is entirely due to your actions. Just wait and see. That very day, Yan Jin diligently gathered numerous copies of the Huaxia Morning Post, intending to keep them as supporting materials for the upcoming beverage selection event. Even Yan Jin had to concede that Wei Shoutong's article was indeed well-written, flowing and eloquent. His writing had matured significantly over the past few months. Wei Shoutong possesses the capability to secure a position at a major newspaper in the capital. Reflecting on Wei Shoutong led Yan Jin to think of Lin Jing, that headstrong girl who was always restless and seemed to attract trouble. Could it be that I had offended her in a past life? Is she seeking revenge? Fortunately, I have connections at the television station. Even if she intends to tarnish my reputation and that of Zhongyuan factory, it would be utterly impossible. While pondering the matter of the reporters, the phone in the room rang unexpectedly. Who is it? It's me, Huang Jingyi. Director Huang, what brings you to call me? Yan Jin's cold demeanor softened slightly. I am here on someone else's behalf. Director Liao Hui from our news department wishes to invite you to dinner to apologize in person. Apologize to me? But I don't even know him. What is there to apologize for? Yan Jin replied frostily. He is Lin Jing's superior, and he has heard about the incident involving her. Director Liao is quite remorseful. Director Huang, please convey to Director Liao that I have not taken Lin Jing's actions to heart. Her investigation at our factory is, in fact, beneficial, allowing those with ulterior motives to recognize that Zhongyuan factory operates with integrity and respect for humanity. Director Huang, I have other matters to attend to, so I must end the conversation here. I will treat you to a meal another day. With that, Yan Jin abruptly hung up the phone. Not just anyone can casually invite me to dinner. I do not extend my regard to everyone. On the other end, Huang Jingyi slowly set down the receiver. Liao Hui, who was nearby, anxiously inquired, Director Huang, did Factory Director Yan agree? Factory Director Yan said he was too busy and had no time. Liao Hui, clearly aware of Yan Jin's frustration regarding Lin Jing's situation, sought to clarify, Director Huang, I have already reassigned Lin Jing to the editorial department for her to reflect on her actions. However, Huang Jingyi chimed in, Director Liao, the more capable individuals tend to have larger tempers. You must manage the reporters below you. They cannot be allowed to act with such impunity. Otherwise, if a significant issue arises, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Following several promotional efforts, the momentum of Zhongyuan Jianlibo grew increasingly robust. To boost sales and capture market share, other beverage companies were compelled to launch various promotional activities. Tadpole Cola also followed the trend set by Sadeo Beverages, introducing a buy 5, get 1 free offer. Remarkably, once the promotion was launched, sales surged significantly. Simultaneously, they promoted Tadpole Cola with the tagline that it is consumed in every corner of the world. The Four Islands beverage proudly claims to utilize imported water from Japan, asserting its superior quality on a global scale while emphasizing health benefits. Naturally, the ongoing promotion of buy 5, get 1 free continues unabated. In summary, beverage companies are engaged in a frenzied promotional race. Yan Jin, ever the keen observer, decided to drop a bombshell to ensure that these beverage merchants lose sleep over it. He placed a call to Ding Jian. Ding Jian, starting tomorrow, in appreciation of our loyal customers, we, too, shall initiate a promotion. Director, what kind of promotion? Ding Jian inquired. Collect 5 empty pull-tab cans to exchange for a can of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Ding Jian, puzzled, responded, collect 5 empty cans for 1 can? Isn't this akin to the buy 5, get 1 free deal offered by Kidu Cola and Four Islands Beverage? Although the notion appeared similar, Yan Jin exuded confidence, declaring, the impact is undeniably different. Director, I'm still unclear on how it differs. With the buy 5, get 1 free offer, customers can simply take their 6th can right away. They can drink those 6 cans of Zhongyuan Jianlibo at their leisure, leading to minimal brand recognition. However, with our exchange of 5 empty cans for 1 can, we establish a deadline, valid for 1 month. From the date of purchase, they must redeem it within this time frame. If they exceed the deadline, it becomes void. This ensures that customers will be preoccupied with the thought of redeeming the offer, motivating them to consume quickly. The Zhongyuan Jianlibo brand will thus remain perpetually in their subconscious. Moreover, we can recycle the cans, promoting sustainability and reducing costs. Ding Jian suddenly grasped the concept. I see now. Yan Jian, please implement this immediately. We commence tomorrow. Understood. After instructing Ding Jian, Yan Jian also reached out to Li Tiandi, the general manager, deeming it necessary to inform him of this development. On April 12, 1984, the Collect 5, Redeem 1 promotion for Zhongyuan Jianlibo was launched, receiving exceptionally positive market feedback, catching both Kidu Cola and Four Islands Beverage off guard, especially Kidu Cola. Typically, they dominate every market they enter, but unexpectedly, they encountered a formidable opponent within the borders of China. Charles was infuriated. Failure to capture the Chinese market would lead to accusations of incompetence from headquarters, jeopardizing his prospects for promotion and salary increase. Jean, do you have any brilliant ideas? His assistant, Jean Lizzie, a cultured woman from Hong Kong, possessed the unique grace and charm characteristic of Eastern women. Mr. Charles, I do have an idea. Charles's eyes widened in anticipation. Jean, what is it? Speak quickly. Chapter 158. Zhou Huliang found Yan Jin a significant opportunity. Charles gazed intently at the beautiful Eastern woman before him. Jean, please go on. My proposal is to acquire Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Jean Lizzie stated with utmost seriousness. If we manage to acquire Zhongyuan Jianlibo as a subsidiary brand, no matter how capable they may be, they will ultimately be under our command. Moreover, Tadpole Cola has numerous successful acquisition precedents worldwide, which could equally apply in Huaxia. After listening to Jian Lizhi, Charles fell into contemplation. This indeed seems to be a viable approach. However, would they be willing to sell to us? Zhongyuan Jianlibo's market prospects are exceptionally promising. Charles, you do not comprehend the nature of the Huaxia people. They have an affinity for wealth. If we offer them a sufficient amount of money, they will undoubtedly be inclined to sell. Jian Lizhi exuded confidence regarding the acquisition. Zhongyuan Jianlibo is a private enterprise, not a state-owned one. Generally, the Huaxia authorities do not intervene in foreign acquisitions of private companies. Given this situation, Jan, you shall negotiate with them since you are familiar with their mindset. Very well. Mr. Charles, how much should we bid? After some reflection, Charles extended 5 fingers. 5 million. Indeed, Yan Jin had been meticulously observing promotional activities throughout the day. It was not until late evening that he returned. Upon bringing Ho Duong back to their residence, he encountered Director Zheng Xiangqing pacing downstairs. Director Zheng, what brings you here? Zheng Xiangqing hurriedly approached. Director Yan, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Director Zheng, what is the matter that necessitates such urgency? Secretary Zhou has been nearly frantic trying to locate you. He has called you countless times, yet you did not answer. You must return his call promptly. Zheng Xiangqing's expression was fraught with concern. What does he want from me? I am unclear about the specifics. He has called me numerous times, urging me to find you. Yan Jin replied apologetically. I was out conducting market research since early morning. I have only just returned. Director Yan, you should quickly call Secretary Zhou. He is undoubtedly still waiting. Very well. The group ascended the stairs expeditiously. However, Zheng Xiangqing and Ho Duong wisely refrained from entering the room. Knowing that Secretary Zhou's call was not something they could casually overhear, Yan Jin dialed Zhou Hulian's number. Secretary Zhou, you were looking for me? Ah, Xiao Yan. You finally returned my call. Secretary Zhou, what is the matter that is so urgent? It must be significant. Listen carefully. Provincial Leader Secretary Wu has taken note of your company's report in Huaxia Daily and is keen to organize a provincial-wide initiative to learn from you. He wishes to promote your developmental experiences, so you must return at once so we can strategize on how to execute this effectively. Yan Jin grimaced. Secretary Zhou, I cannot return at this moment. There are exceedingly important matters in the capital. Xiao Yan, no matter how significant, it cannot surpass the importance of Secretary Wu's interest. You must return promptly. Secretary Zhou, it is not that I am unwilling to cooperate. To be frank, we at Zhongyuan Jianlibo are competing for the beverage sponsorship rights of the Huaxia Olympic delegation, and the bidding is imminent. I cannot leave. Zhou Helian was taken aback. What? You are seeking to sponsor the Huaxia Olympic delegation? Indeed, therefore, I truly cannot return. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Helian weighed the pros and cons. In that case, I will send someone to the capital to meet with you. We can prepare the materials for promoting the experiences, which will also serve as a report to Secretary Wu. Materials? Precisely, this material is intended for Secretary Wu's perusal. Yan Jin felt overwhelmed. What connection do I have with Secretary Wu? Isn't this simply inviting trouble for me? We are a private enterprise, and what we value most is efficiency, unlike you, who frequently engages in writing reports. If only we could spend that time producing a few more cans of Jianlibo or packets of instant noodles. To his surprise, Yan Jin discovered that Zhou Helian was remarkably efficient. The following morning, Zheng Xiangqing arrived with a man and a woman to meet Yan Jin. Director Yan. These two are Su Yuan and Bai Xiaoxiao from the Municipal Party Committee Secretariat. Hello, Director Yan. Both greeted him simultaneously. Yan Jin was somewhat perplexed. You are looking for me? What is it? Zheng Xiangqing chuckled. Director Yan. Don't forget that Secretary Zhou arranged for someone to come and gather materials on the development experiences of the private economy. These two secretaries are here for that purpose. Yan Jin felt utterly bewildered. Isn't this just pursuing someone relentlessly, not allowing them a moment's peace? Director Yan, let us begin now. We need to draft the initial document for Secretary Zhou's review, Su Yuan said with great enthusiasm. You just arrived in the capital. Find a place to settle down and take a rest. We can take our time. Bai Xiaoxiao interjected, Director Yan, the accommodations have already been arranged by Director Zhang. We should get started promptly. The materials are urgent. Indeed, Director Yan, Secretary Zhou is waiting in Qingping. The sooner we finish, the sooner he can review it. All right. What you say goes. Director Yan, Secretary Su, Secretary Bai, during this time in the capital, should you encounter any issues or difficulties, please do not hesitate to inform me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Do not feel shy, Zhang Xiangqing declared. If they indeed came to him with problems, he could consider himself involved in the drafting of this document. Yan Jin silently scoffed. You are merely blustering. I already have a problem. Can you take these two away immediately? But he knew that was not a solution either. Yan Jin led the two into the upstairs room. In the hotel corridor, they ran into Mu Chonga. Brother Yan, who is this? This is sent by your uncle to help me find work. The three were taken aback. Su Yuan and Bai Xiaoxiao exchanged glances. This beautiful girl refers to Secretary Zhou as her uncle? Is she his niece? Their relationship with Yan Jin seems quite unusual. Meanwhile, Mu Chonga pondered, what is my uncle up to? Chonga, the speech draft is basically ready. Today, practice it yourself. Remember, it's all about the demeanor. Mu Chonga nodded vigorously. Brother Yan, I understand. Yan Jin led the two secretaries into the room, still reeling from shock. Su Yuan and Bai Xiaoxiao took out their paper and pens. Director Yan, can we begin now? Yan Jin replied affirmatively. If you have any questions, please ask quickly. I have a mountain of work on my hands. Although Yan Jin's demeanor made the two uncomfortable, they dared not voice their concerns. Director Yan, we also saw the report in Huaxia Zhaobao regarding the wages of workers at Zhongyuan factory exceeding 100. Could you elaborate on how this was achieved? It is quite simple. It is all accomplished by the diligent hands of the workers. Su Yuan, Bai Xiaoxiao. Su Yuan strives to maintain her composure. Director Yan, I may not have been clear in my previous inquiry, so allow me to ask again. What is the reason for such a significant increase in the workers' wages? The reasons are undoubtedly multifaceted, but primarily it stems from the workers' perseverance and hard work. Meanwhile, Jean Lizzie of Tadpole Cola is en route to meet Yan Jin. Chapter 159, I did not request service. Seeing his two secretaries overwhelmed by his demands, Yan Jin resumed a serious demeanor. He feared he might drive them to madness, which would not be ideal, considering they are subordinates of Zhou Helian. Some respect must be afforded to Zhou Helian. The true reason behind the high wages lies in our advanced performance evaluation system. This system completely dismantles the previous egalitarian approach, rewarding those who work more and penalizing those who contribute less, with immediate dismissal for the idle. Our factory does not harbor any slackers. Yan Jin finally began to speak earnestly. Su Yuan and Bai Xiaoxiao listened intently, taking notes with fervor, anxious not to miss a single detail. This information was invaluable and must be recorded verbatim. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yan Jin was expounding, there was a knock at the door. Yan Jin, nearest to the entrance, rose to open it. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. A woman clad in a formal suit, adorned with high heels, heavy makeup, and fair skin, with deep-set features, stood at the threshold. Although Yan Jin was momentarily dazzled, in 1984, it was rare for women in Huaxiao to dress in such a manner. He casually remarked, I believe you have the wrong door. I did not request service. The woman frowned, yet she patiently inquired, Are you Mr. Yan Jin, the general manager of Zhongyuan Jinlibo? Yes, I am. Hello, Mr. Yan. I am Jean Lizzie, assistant to Mr. Charles, the head of Tadpole Cola in Huaxia. May I enter to discuss a very important matter with you? Please hold on a moment. Yan Jin turned to Su Yuan and Bai Xiaoxiao and said, Ladies, we shall pause our discussion here for today. We can continue tomorrow. Very well. Since Director Yan has a guest, we will take our leave and return tomorrow. The two packed their notebooks and exited the room. Did you hear that? The woman is from Tadpole Cola. Su Yuan whispered. Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Dressed so flamboyantly, she is certainly not a respectable woman. Bai Xiaoxiao, can you not grasp the crux of the matter? How could Director Yan possibly have dealings with someone from Tadpole Cola? They are competitors. Do you not find this situation rather suspicious? Who knows? You men are all the same. Su Yuan stood frozen, murmuring to herself, What did I say? Why is Bai Xiaoxiao berating me? Yan Jin invited Jean Lizzie to take a seat. We, at Zhongyuan Jinlibo, have always maintained a respectful distance from Kidaoki. Miss Jean, it seems you have some pressing matter to discuss. Mr. Yan, let us get straight to the point. Zhongyuan Jinlibo is currently enjoying significant momentum and impressive sales, which is indeed commendable. However, Jean Lizzie suddenly shifted her tone. Beneath this prosperity, Zhong Yuanjian Libo has already plunged into a considerable crisis. Yan Jin chuckled softly. Employing ancient tricks of the yin-yang masters, do you not find it rather outdated? Miss Zhang, I am quite timid. Please do not frighten me. Yet Zhang replied. Director Yan, I assure you, I am not indulging in alarmism. Every word I utter is the truth. Yan Jin's gaze sharpened. Then I am eager to hear what crisis Zhong Yuanjian Libo is facing. Director Yan, your recent high profile has stirred significant unrest among other beverage brands. They are all contemplating how to counter you. Is that so? Absolutely. You must be aware of Sadeo Beverages, a Japanese company known for employing unscrupulous tactics that can catch one off guard. Be cautious, Mr. Yan. Thank you for your warning. Miss Zhang, noticing that Yan Jin seemed unfazed by her words, Zhang continued. Mr. Yan, I am earnestly cautioning you. Sadeo Beverages is not as straightforward as you might think. I am aware, as they are already causing me troubles. Zhang expression turned to one of astonishment. What? They have already taken action? Yes, they have been making my life miserable lately. The Labor Bureau is persistently demanding that we halt operations for rectification. And reporters are constantly surrounding us, as if they intend to devour us. Yan Jin spoke while resting his forehead, appearing utterly worn out. Zhang felt that something was amiss. Surrounded by reporters? Yet, I have not seen any negative news regarding Zhong Yuanjian Libo. Furthermore, has the factory ceased operations? Zhong Yuanjian Libo is still very much present in the market, not resembling a company on the verge of closure. Zhang suspected that Yan Jin was trying to deceive her. Taking several deep breaths to steady her emotions, she said, Mr. Yan, the beverage industry is indeed quite treacherous. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. You are absolutely right. The waters have risen to my neck, and I am nearly suffocating. As a seasoned professional in this field, and with your striking beauty, you must assist me in devising a strategy. Yan Jin gazed openly at the alluring Zhang. She felt an urge to chastise him for his frivolity. But recalling the purpose of her visit, she swallowed her words. Mr. Yan, I actually do have a suggestion. This is precisely why I came to see you today. Zhang crossed her long, elegant legs. We at Kitaoki recognize that you have been facing difficulties, which is why I was sent to propose a collaboration. Yan Jin inquired with curiosity, what kind of collaboration? It is quite simple. Kitaoki intends to acquire your company, while retaining the Jian Libo brand to operate as a subsidiary. After speaking, Zhang regarded Yan Jin with a distinctly superior gaze, as if suggesting that the acquisition of Zhong Yuanjian Libo by Kitaoki was a grand favor. Yan Jin felt a surge of discontent within. Isn't it merely tadpole cola? What is so remarkable about it? I have indeed created tadpole cola. Yet, I remain composed and unperturbed. Miss Zhang, I have invested considerable effort, sponsoring the National Sports Commission and promoting it through television. The sales are thriving. Why would I sell to you? I have already mentioned that you are currently facing a multitude of crises. Should you refuse to sell to us, you will find yourself on a path to ruin. No other brand needs to intervene. A mere Four Islands beverage could obliterate you. Zhang crossed her arms, exuding an air of confidence. After a moment's contemplation, Yan Jin spoke again. Hearing Miss Zhang's words, it seems I am left with no choice but to sell Zhong Yuanjian Libo to you. Mr. Yan, as a fellow compatriot, I feel compelled to advise you. Now is the pinnacle of your selling price. If you fail to sell now and are besieged by major brands, it is likely that Tadpole Cola will no longer consider acquisition, as Zhong Yuanjian Libo would have lost its value, leading only to bankruptcy. Zhang's analysis was incisive, as if she genuinely cared for Yan Jin's welfare. After all this, Miss Zhang, what price are you offering for Zhong Yuanjian Libo? Chapter 160. Tadpole Cola acquires Zhong Yuanjian Libo. Zhang extended 5 slender fingers. 5 million. Miss Zhang, are you jesting with me? You think 5 million is sufficient to buy Zhong Yuanjian Libo? That is a pittance. Mr. Yan, this price is already quite generous, calculated after thorough market research by our department. With this 5 million, you could comfortably secure your future, purchasing luxurious estates and cars abroad, indulging in whatever desires you choose, with complete autonomy. Yan Jin chuckled softly. Miss Zhang, I am an ambitious individual. If I sought companionship from someone as enchanting as you, 5 million would scarcely suffice. You. Zhang's expression shifted, her face flushed with indignation. She suddenly felt as though she could hardly breathe. This man before her was nothing short of a brazen scoundrel. Seeking to negotiate with him was a grave error. Zhang endeavored to control her emotions, stifling the impulse to slap Yan Jin. Mr. Yan, how much do you desire then? Yan Jin began to tally with his fingers. To acquire a spacious residence, I would need over 1 million. A luxurious car would require another 1 million. and to marry a wife as exquisite and gentle as you. I would need at least 5 million. As for my future sustenance, I would require no less than 500 million. Jean Lizzie's expression was one of astonishment. Why don't you just resort to theft? Robbery is illegal. I do not engage in unlawful activities. Jean Lizzie stood abruptly. Mr. Yan, if you maintain such an attitude, I find it impossible to continue this discussion. Please consider my proposal seriously. Farewell. Jean Lizzie hurriedly exited. She could not bear to linger a moment longer. Shivers racing down her spine. Once she departed, Yan Jin's demeanor turned icy. Tadpole Cola, Zhong Yuanjian Libo, shall never be sold to you. Not in this lifetime. April 16, 1984. Shuigu's son Heir and Xiao Hongji were seated indoors, sipping tea, a so-called Japanese tea ceremony, merely a remnant of a tradition refined by the Chinese. Beside them, a Japanese woman knelt, preparing their tea. Shuigu's son Heir wore a dark expression. Xiao, the momentum of Zhong Yuanjian Libo is overwhelming, particularly with that 5-for-1 promotion. It far surpasses our efforts. We must find a way to impede him. But how can we obstruct him? I am at my wit's end. Xiao Hongji lamented. My own niece refuses to heed my words. I have called her countless times to no avail. She treats me, her uncle, with disdain. Is it truly so difficult to ask for her assistance? Blood is thicker than water. Nonsense. Mr. Shuigu, do you have any effective strategies? Xiao, do you not know a few journalists? We could craft a significant expose. Shuigu's son Heir whispered a plan to Xiao Hongji, who listened in shock. Mr. Shuigu, is this truly feasible? The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, rife with deception. Have you studied Sun Tzu's Art of War or the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Xiao Hongji nodded. Conducting business is akin to waging war. One must employ tactics and stratagems against adversaries. At a loss for words, Xiao Hongji found Shuigu's son Heir's cunning alarming. Xiao, arrange this matter swiftly. The more uproar, the better. Zhong Yuanjian Libo must be vanquished. The mere mention of vanquish sent shivers down Xiao Hongji's spine. Very well, I shall attend to it promptly. We must not be frugal. A little financial incentive for the journalists will go a long way. Just then, Xiao Ben Ingzi entered the room. Mr. Shuigu, godfather, an intriguing rumor is circulating outside. What rumor? Xiao Hongji inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. Kidu Cola is poised to acquire Zhong Yuanjian Libo, and preliminary agreements have reportedly been reached. Is this information credible? Xiao Ben Ingzi shook her head. It's all the talk. It seems unlikely to be without foundation. Ingzi, please confirm the veracity of this matter. Certainly. With that, Xiao Ben Ingzi hastily exited the room. Xiao Hongji cautiously asked, Mr. Shuigu, if this news is true, should we still proceed with your earlier plan? Shuigu's son Heir replied resolutely, we must proceed. Should Kidu Cola acquire Zhong Yuanjian Libo, they will only grow stronger. Now, and in the future, we will remain competitors. We cannot allow them any respite. But they are an American company. And what of it? Xiao, we must possess the ambition to conquer the world. Outside, whispers regarding Kidu Cola's potential acquisition of Zhong Yuanjian Libo intensified, even reaching the general populace. Why would Zhong Yuanjian Libo wish to sell to Kidu Cola? Could they not thrive independently? The public was perplexed, and the outrage among the youth reached a boiling point. Various newspapers began calling Zhong Yuanjian Libo, inquiring if the rumors of their impending sale to Kidu Cola held any truth. Every journalist posed identical inquiries. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaodong from the Qingping Daily, taking advantage of his favorable geographic position, rushed directly to the Zhongyuan factory to confront Wang Yantai. Deputy Director Wang, is this true? Are you truly considering selling the factory to Tadpole Cola? Wang Yantai responded with utmost seriousness. This is pure fabrication, entirely baseless and conjured from thin air. If such a matter were real, Yan Jin would have informed me beforehand. After providing a uniform response to the reporters, Wang Yantai locked his office door and called Yan Jin. His tone was urgent. Director Yan, what on earth is happening? I've been scolded by the neighbors, old Wang. Someone is trying to undermine us. Who is it? We shall deal with him decisively. It's Tadpole Cola. They sent representatives yesterday to discuss the acquisition, which I rejected. They must be sowing discord and applying pressure on us. That brazen woman is quite ruthless. What should we do now, Director? Stay calm. You and Ding Jian continue to ensure production runs smoothly. If they wish to wage a war of public opinion, I will engage them to the end. Just as he hung up, Zhou Huliang called in. Xiaoyan, what is going on? Why are there rumors circulating about Tadpole Cola acquiring Zhong Yuanjian Libo? Good heavens. This has even reached the city secretary. Secretary Zhou, it's a case of a tall tree attracting the wind. I must ask you, is there any truth to this? Secretary Zhou, I assure you, it is 100% false. I, Yan Jin, would never engage in such morally reprehensible acts as selling a national enterprise to foreigners. Zhou Huliang expressed relief with a sound of affirmation. Xiaoyan, it's just tadpole cola. Confront them. You have the unwavering support of 200,000 citizens of Qingping behind you. Thank you, Secretary Zhou. Zhou Huliang was particularly averse to the idea of Zhongyuan being sold. The state-owned enterprise was transitioning, and numerous fruit farmers relied on Zhongyuan. The ramifications were extensive. Zhongyuan absolutely must not be sold to foreigners. Li Tiandi and Ouyangde also called Yan Jin in succession, inquiring about the situation. Both held shares in Zhongyuan Beverage Company, making this a matter of personal stakes and aspirations. Director Yan, I will depart for the capital tomorrow. The AFC meeting has just concluded. Chapter 161. Tadpole Cola increased their offer after 2 days of speculation. Rumors about Tadpole Cola seeking to acquire Zhongyuan Jianlibo proliferated. This led to a drastic decline in Jianlibo's sales. The outraged youth denounced Yan Jin as a traitor and a lackey of imperialism. Celebrities Chun Paisai, Zhu Shimao, and Song Dan, who endorsed Zhongyuan Jianlibo, were also affected. The three of them approached Yan Jin together, accompanied by Huang Jingyi. Yan Jin, feeling helpless, raised his hands in apology. I'm sorry to have implicated the three of you. However, Chun Paisai nonchalantly replied, Brother, we are all aware that the acquisition is a mere illusion. Do not bear too much psychological pressure. Indeed, we came to assure you, Brother Yan, that we will always stand by you. Zhu Shimao declared, patting Yan Jin on the shoulder. Yet, Song Dan appeared somewhat restless, burdened by unspoken concerns. Yan, I have observed a considerable number of individuals in the streets condemning you as a traitor, and there are calls to boycott Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Throughout this ordeal, Song Dan has maintained a furrowed brow, and upon closer inspection, one might discern a hint of anguish upon her visage. Huang Jingyi interjected, Indeed, Xiaoyan, it is imperative that you resolve this matter promptly, for it could escalate into a significant crisis. The pressure from the station is mounting, and there are already suggestions for the director to withdraw your television advertisements. Director Chao Binrin is aware that you have been the victim of slander and has refrained from acquiescing to such demands. However, if this situation lingers, the detrimental repercussions will be substantial for both you and Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Yan Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Director Huang and Director Chao. I shall devise a means to rectify this swiftly. I may still require your assistance, Director Huang. What do you need? I wish to leverage the capital's television station to dispel these rumors and inform the public that this matter is entirely fabricated. Well, that decision rests with Director Chao. I will hasten to arrange a meeting for you both. Before departing, Chun Paisai embraced Yan Jin's shoulders. Brother, I know you are not that kind of person. Integrity shields one from shadows. Mu Chonga traversed the streets of the capital, where numerous gatherings of people had formed along the sidewalks. Down with the traitor, Yan Jin. Yan Jin is but a pawn of imperialism. Shameless capitalists, reveal your true selves. These were all scathing attacks directed at Yan Jin, despite Zhongyuan's efforts to clarify the situation. The rumors surrounding the acquisition are nothing but fabrications. Yet, the aggrieved youth remain unconvinced. Such matters cannot arise from a void. Selling one's own nation's factory to foreigners is tantamount to treachery. It is an eternal crime. They long to see Yan Jin publicly shamed, enduring a lifetime of denunciation. Simultaneously, they aim to awaken other factory owners, cautioning them against the folly of selling their enterprises to foreigners for a quick profit. We shall ensure your disgrace and banishment from redemption. Mu Chonga hastened back to her residence, her heart aching for Yan Jin. Brother Yan, what shall we do now? Fear not, the sky will not fall. I shall ensure that the slanderers face the consequences. But they are all denouncing you and boycotting Zhongyuan Jianlibo. It matters not. Let them hurl their insults. I possess a thick skin and fear not their reproach. In times like these, you still find humor. Should I seek assistance from my uncle to help clarify your name? The young girl was on the verge of tears. Yan Jin chuckled softly. Such trivial matters do not require Secretary Zhou's intervention. I am more than capable of handling this myself. Trust in me. Mu Chonga was about to speak again when Yan Jin interrupted her. Chonga, focus on preparing your speech. The beverage selection competition is imminent. Do not dwell on anything else. Devote your full attention to this task. This is the greatest assistance you could provide me. Mu Chonga nodded obediently. Yan Jin sequestered himself within his room, contemplating how to dispel the rumors. Yet, Jean Lizzie paid him another visit. Mr. Yan, how have you fared these past few days? She inquired with a playful smile. Thanks to Miss Jean, I have been eating well, sleeping soundly, and feeling invigorated. Mr. Yan, do not feign ignorance. I can see the dark circles under your eyes. Let me tell you, Not only women require care, men need it even more. Yan Jin chose to disregard her remarks. Jean Lizzie continued with a self-assured demeanor, Mr. Yan. The outside world is rife with scorn for you. Were I in your position, I would have crumbled long ago. I would sell Zhongyuan Jianlibo immediately and take the money abroad to indulge in a life of hedonism and excess. Enough, Miss Jean. Spare me your incessant prattle. Is this not all orchestrated by you behind the scenes? First, you approach me for collaboration, then you spread rumors that I have acquiesced, only to rally others to berate me and apply pressure. Your strategy is indeed commendable, but alas, it holds no sway over me. Jean Lizzie smiled and retorted, Mr. Yan. You jest. We would never stoop to such despicable tactics. Kidu-Cola has always operated with integrity. Let us dispense with the frivolities. What brings you here this time? Surely, you're not here to cater to my whims. I must admit, Miss Jean, you possess both beauty and form, fitting perfectly within my preferences. Yan Jin regarded Jean Lizzie with a mischievous grin, thoroughly appreciating her exquisite figure. Jean Lizzie's expression darkened. She realized that Yan Jin truly was a rogue. Each encounter with him resulted in his playful teasing at her expense. She tightened her clothing, wary of revealing too much, fearing Yan Jin might take undue advantage. Mr. Yan, let us be forthright. Mr. Charles has decided to increase the offer by 2 million, totaling 7 million. We have demonstrated considerable sincerity and hope you can reciprocate. My sincerity is that there is nothing to negotiate. Please do not waste my time further. 7 million? Even 70 million, I would not sell. Huaxia needs its national brands. My rebirth is dedicated to creating a national brand. Jean Lizzie seethed with frustration. Mr. Yan, do you comprehend the consequences of rejecting Kidu-Cola? Miss Jean, are you threatening me? Let me remind you, this land belongs to Huaxia. Should you act recklessly, the repercussions will be beyond your capacity to bear. With negotiations having failed, Jean Lizzie stormed out, taken aback by Yan Jin's obstinacy. She had underestimated his resolve. Very well. Since Yan Jin was impervious to reason, she would incite those who criticized him to intensify their vitriol. Shortly after Jean Lizzie departed, Yan Jin, accompanied by Mu Chonga and Ho Duong, also left the premises. The situation had become untenable. The trio found a hotel near the Beijing office to facilitate communication with Su Yuan and Bai Xiaoxiao. Director Yan, perhaps you should first attend to your current affairs? Once you've managed them, we can reconvene, Su Yuan suggested tentatively, aware of the tumultuous events of late. Yan Jin must be overwhelmed. He likely had little inclination to focus on materials. Even if he wished to, the quality would surely be subpar and unfit for Secretary Zhou's review. It would be prudent to pause for now. However, Yan Jin replied, no worries, I'm not concerned. Why should you be? Secretary Zhou is still awaiting our response. Let us not delay him. On April 19, 1984, under the manipulation of certain factions, an increasing number began to denounce Yan Jin. On this day, Li Tiandi also arrived in the capital. Chapter 162 Brother Yan, this is my best friend. A large group of fervent youths, having acquired the address of Yan Jin's hotel through undisclosed channels, swiftly gathered there. They sought to confront Yan Jin directly, demanding to know why he had sold Zhongyuan Jianlibo to foreigners. The hotel owner informed them that Yan Jin was no longer residing there. However, they were unconvinced and shouted for Yan Jin to come down and meet them. Behind the crowd stood 2 men, burdened with luggage. They gazed at the agitated mob, somewhat bewildered. Were they truly being blocked in? Was the situation so dire? The 2 men were at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, one of them felt a tap on his shoulder. Mr. Li Tiandi turned around. Old Han. Ho Duong pulled the 2 men aside and whispered, Mr. Li. Factory director, Yan asked me to wait for you here. Now that you're here, let us go find him. Factory director, Yan is no longer living here? Ho Di Wang's eyes scanned the crowd. Given the circumstances, could anyone still reside here? He had left yesterday. Ho Duong escorted the 2 to their new residence. Mr. Li, you look worn out. Professor Ouyang, what brings you to the capital? Upon seeing Li Tiandi, Yan Jin was unsurprised. However, Ouyang's presence surprised him. Ouyang appeared anxious. With such a significant incident occurring, how could I not come? I saw that your previous residence was besieged. The situation is quite critical. Yan Jin chuckled. Let them jump around for now. We shall retaliate soon. Factory Director Yan, what are your plans for the counterattack? Li Tiandi asked eagerly. Instead of responding immediately, Yan Jin inquired, Mr. Li, did you bring back the items? I did. Li Tiandi opened his backpack and produced a stack of newspapers. I've published everything that could be published. Look, the photo used is of AFC President Shama drinking Jianlibo. Yan Jin scrutinized Li Tiandi. For the sake of Zhongyuan Jianlibo, he had been tirelessly traveling in Yangqing. He had devoted considerable effort to ensure that Shama would enjoy a sip of Jianlibo, resulting in noticeable weight loss. Yan Jin patted his shoulder. Mr. Li, you've worked hard. After saying this, he opened the newspaper and began to read attentively. The images were strikingly clear, vividly depicting Shama drinking Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Mr. Li, with what you've brought, our sponsorship of the Olympic delegation is assured. Li Tiandi, however, was not convinced. Factory director. Zhongyuan Jianlibo is currently under intense scrutiny. Would the State Sports General Administration dare to use it? Indeed. Who would risk using a controversial brand? Ouyangde remarked. Factory director Yan, perhaps I should approach the State Sports General Administration? I am part of the same system and might be more amenable to them. Yan Jin waved his hand dismissively. With so many eyes upon us, we cannot afford to create more trouble. What shall we do then? Mr. Li, tomorrow you will accompany me to Beijing television station to publicly refute the rumors. Zhongyuan Jianlibo aims to become a century-old national enterprise. We shall never sell to foreigners. Xiao Hongji, observing the crowd in the streets berating Yan Jin, chuckled with delight. It seems heaven is aiding me. The heavens are determined to bring down Zhongyuan Jianlibo. He addressed his assistant, Pang Ping, saying, go find a homeless man, give him some money, tidy him up a bit, and after he finishes drinking Zhongyuan Jianlibo, have him feign a stomachache. Then report that Zhongyuan Jianlibo has serious food safety issues. I intend to bring down Zhongyuan Jianlibo, having spent considerable time with Mizutani Jun. He had also learned to use the word destroy. Pang Ping nodded. Understood, Mr. Qiao. Yan Jin promptly called Huang Jingyi, informing him of his new hotel number. He planned to visit the television station the next day to seek assistance from Chao Binren in countering the rumors. He requested Huang Jingyi to arrange a suitable time. Subsequently, he dialed Chen Paisai. In recent days, Chen Paisai, Zhu Shimao, and Song Dan, as endorsers of Zhongyuan Jianlibo, had been under considerable pressure. However, Chen Paisai shared some concerning news with Yan Jin. Song Dan has been hospitalized. What happened to her? I'm not entirely sure. I heard from others that she was admitted right after meeting you. Do you know which hospital she is in? Chen Paisai provided Yan Jin with the hospital's address. Yan Jin felt a pang of guilt, worried that Song Dan might have succumbed to the immense pressure. Following the address given by Chen Paisai, he hurried to the hospital. At that moment, there were only two individuals in the ward, Song Dan and a young nurse. Song Dan, why are you hospitalized? How are you doing? Yan Gu? What brings you here? What's wrong with you? Is it serious? Song Dan smiled softly. Yan Gu, it's nothing major. I just have a bit of stomach discomfort. A few days here, and I'll be fine. Yan Jin questioned with suspicion, are you certain? If you don't believe me, ask her. Song Dan gestured towards the nurse. By the way, Yan Gu, let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Zhao Qi. She is a nurse here. Zhao Qi. This is my benefactor, Yan Jin. Zhao Qi gazed at Yan Jin with her large, dark eyes. So you are Yan Gu? Song Dan often mentions you. I finally get to meet you in person. Song Dan says she wouldn't have made it to the Spring Festival Gala without you. That has nothing to do with me. It's all her hard work. Yan Gu, do you think I could make it to the Spring Festival Gala looking like this? Zhao Qi joked. That depends on whether Song Dan will take you along, huh? Yan Jin's gaze shifted back to Song Dan. Song Dan, is this due to the recent overwhelming pressure? I'm considering terminating your endorsement contract. I can't let you be dragged down by Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Upon hearing this, Song Dan immediately adopted a serious expression. Yan Gu, no, I disagree. I know you are being wronged. Yan Jin frowned. Song Dan, you must think about your future as a star. I cannot allow you to jeopardize your career because of me. Yan Gu, did you come to the hospital just to tell me this? If it weren't for you choosing me as an actress at the art theater, I wouldn't have a career at all. I don't care if Chun Gu and Zhu Gu decide to terminate the endorsement contract. I won't. We signed a 3-year agreement, and I won't breach it before the time is up. Song Dan's resolute attitude brought Yan Jin a sense of relief. He felt reassured that he had not misjudged her character from the very beginning. Well, take good care of yourself. I will resolve this matter as soon as possible. Before leaving, Yan Jin reminded once more. Brother Yan, the public sentiment outside is quite unfavorable for you. Please take care of your safety. I am fine. You need not worry. Concentrate on your recovery here. Zhao Qi, I must trouble you to look after Song Dan. Zhao Qi smiled, saying, Brother Yan, we are the best of friends. I will surely nurture her to be plump and healthy. After Yan Jin departed, Zhao Qi closed the door, a smile adorning her face. Song Dan, it seems Brother Yan is quite concerned about you. Brother Yan is a good person. Yet, as Song Dan spoke, a hint of worry flickered across her brow. Song Dan, considering my circumstances are not lacking, why don't you speak to Brother Yan and take me along to the Spring Festival Gala? I too wish to become an actress. Chapter 163. Poisoned by Zhongyuan Health Beverage on April 21, 1984, accompanied by Zheng Xiangqing, the head of the Beijing office. Yan Jin went to the local police station to file a report. He requested the police to apprehend those spreading slander against Zhongyuan Beverage Company and administer justice in accordance with the law. The authorities took this matter seriously. In recent days, there had been continuous disturbances, and just yesterday, they nearly vandalized a hotel. The nature of these actions was extremely severe. As guardians of the people, it is their duty and responsibility to maintain peace. For those who refuse to heed warnings, the police have already taken action and arrested several individuals. After completing his statement at the police station, Yan Jin returned to the hotel, and an hour later, he received a call from Wang. He had arranged a meeting with Director Chow and urged Yan Jin to head to the television station immediately. Yan Jin, accompanied by Li Tiandi and Ouyang De, hurried there at the fastest pace. It was the first visit for Li Tiandi and Ouyang De to the capital's television station, and they could not help but feel a bit anxious, closely following behind Yan Jin. Huang Jingyi led the trio into Chow Binren's office. Director, how could such a clever individual like yourself be caught off guard? Chow Binren made a rare joke, which lightened the atmosphere in the office significantly. Even a tiger can doze off. They do not adhere to the rules of combat. This time, I was careless and did not dodge. They had better realize their folly. Yan Jin replied. Director Yan, do you know who is targeting you? Chow Binren inquired. With Zhongyuan Health Beverages' downfall, those who stand to gain the most are the true masterminds. Chow Binren nodded thoughtfully. Director Yan, this incident has far-reaching implications. Even those higher up are aware of it. He observed Yan Jin's expression closely as he spoke. Yan Jin, however, maintained a calm demeanor. It is a good thing that they are aware. It allows them to witness the true nature of foreign capitalists. What do you mean by that? Chow Binren sensed that Yan Jin held strong opinions about foreign investment. Even Huang Jingyi was taken aback that such words could come from the refined Yan Jin. The scene felt quite dissonant. Yan Jin's expression turned serious. Foreign investments are often presented as a means to aid the economic development of our nation, yet their true objective is well understood by all, to profit. To profit off the people of Huaxia. It is undeniable that the influx of foreign capital has indeed spurred economic growth and addressed various livelihood issues. However, there exists a pressing question that perhaps Director Chow has yet to ponder. What question, you may ask? We aspire to introduce advanced foreign technologies. Yet do foreigners genuinely wish to bring their cutting-edge innovations to our homeland? The answer is glaringly apparent. They are reluctant. But why do some foreign enterprises still choose to bring their advanced technologies here? The reason lies in their apprehension. Should they withhold their innovations, it is highly probable that the people of Huaxia would independently develop such technologies. Director Chow, as you are aware, the citizens of Huaxia possess resilience, wisdom, and diligence. Just like Professor Ouyang De, who endeavors to create something remarkable, they toil tirelessly, day and night, even at the cost of personal sacrifice. It is precisely due to this spirit of selflessness, dedication, tenacity, and meticulous inquiry that no challenge can daunt the heroic sons and daughters of Huaxia. Once the people of Huaxia succeed in their own innovations, they will dismantle the foreign monopoly. This is undoubtedly something that foreigners dread, something they do not wish to witness, and something they fear. Thus, they consent to bring only a fraction of their advanced technologies. Their motive is to obstruct our own research and development efforts. Even when they do bring such technologies, they remain firmly under wraps, inaccessible to the people of Huaxia. Yan Jin's astonishing remarks left Director Chow Binren and others in a state of shock. Should the people of Huaxia develop extraordinary products that pose a threat to them, they will resort to acquisition, seeking to claim these innovations as their own. If acquisition fails, they will endeavor to obliterate such advancements. They do not wish to see Huaxia rise in strength. They are terrified of Huaxia's ascendance. By tightly controlling advanced technologies, they aim to one day tighten the noose around Huaxia, exerting control over our nation and compelling our people to yield. The imperialists' intent to undermine us is not mere rhetoric. Furthermore, the notion that it is better to purchase than to create is profoundly misguided. Yan Jin spoke with increasing fervor, his countenance flushed with passion. Chow Binren, Huang Jingyi, Li Tiandi, and Ouyang De fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on Yan Jin's earlier words. They were genuinely taken aback. It became clear that while attracting foreign investment through purchasing rather than creating offers benefits, it also imposes limitations on technological advancement. Suddenly, Ouyang De exclaimed, Director Chow, I am the researcher behind Zhongyuan Jianlibo, and I would rather perish than allow its acquisition. Zhongyuan Jianlibo is a treasure of the Huaxia people. It cannot be taken from us. Ouyang De spoke with righteous indignation. Chow Binren regained his composure. Director Yan, you sought me out to dispel rumors, and your earlier words left me profoundly shaken. In truth, even if you agree to sell, even if you have signed an acquisition agreement, the higher-ups will not consent. They have issued directives, and the capital television station will publish a counter-statement on your behalf. As he spoke, Xiao Binren placed a reassuring hand on Yan Jin's shoulder. Huaxia needs entrepreneurs like you, who can perceive the essence behind appearances and possess unwavering integrity. At that moment, an elderly man rushed into the hospital. He was clad in a suit, yet his clothing was clearly oversized, a rather comical sight indeed. However, no one noticed that not far from the man, another individual was covertly observing the old man. Doctor, my stomach hurts terribly. Please save me. The man clutched his abdomen, flailing about like a headless fly. This scene was promptly witnessed by Zhao Qi, who hurried over. Come, I shall take you to see a doctor. Zhao Qi led him to the third floor, where they found Dr. Tan Fale from her department. Doctor, he claims his stomach is in pain. Dr. Tan gestured for the old man to sit down. Stomach pain? Did you eat something that disagreed with you? What did you consume today? The old man, wearing a pained expression, replied, Doctor, I haven't eaten anything. I only drank a can of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Upon hearing the name Zhongyuan Jianlibo, Zhao Qi's expression froze momentarily. The old man continued, not long after drinking it. I felt very uncomfortable. My stomach was gurgling. Doctor, am I poisoned? How long has it been since you drank Zhongyuan Jianlibo? About 5 or 6 minutes. Diarrhea? The old man shook his head, then nodded slightly. Dr. Tan's demeanor shifted to one of annoyance. Do you have diarrhea or not? Yes. How many times? The old man pondered and tentatively extended 5 fingers. 5 times. Seeing Dr. Tan's expression fluctuate, the man directly held up 10 fingers. 10 times? The old man vigorously nodded. Yes, 10 times. Zhao Qi's face registered concern. 10 times in 5 or 6 minutes. How did you manage to get to the hospital? Dr. Tan, exasperated, tossed down his pen. Is this individual deliberately causing trouble? Come, I need to conduct a full examination. The old man grew fearful. Doctor, am I in serious trouble? Doctor. Tan replied sternly. The toxins have likely infiltrated your internal organs. I must perform a comprehensive examination immediately. The old man turned pale with fright. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. Several individuals wielding cameras rushed in. Chapter 164. There are always mischievous people aiming to harm me. A man in a white shirt led the group. Doctor, is my father seriously poisoned? He only drank a can of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. This is unacceptable. I will sue Zhongyuan Jianlibo. After the white-clad man spoke, those behind him began snapping pictures of the old man and Dr. Tan. Dr. Tan shielded his face, visibly furious. What are you doing? This is a hospital. Stop this nonsense and get out. We are reporters from a newspaper. We heard that someone was poisoned by Zhongyuan Jianlibo, so we came to conduct an interview. Please cooperate. Dr. Tan's mood at that moment could be likened to a stampede of 1,000 wild stallions. Cooperate? What nonsense. You are using me as a pawn. Meanwhile, Tang Qi began to harbor deep suspicions. First, the old man seemed dubious. He appeared quite spirited, showing none of the signs typical of diarrhea. How could one be poisoned and immediately experience diarrhea? Surely, there must be a process. Secondly, his son, the man in white, immediately sought to sue Zhongyuan Jianlibo and had even brought along reporters. The swiftness of the events is truly astonishing. Undoubtedly, it is a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Zhao Qi quietly exited her room and swiftly made her way to Song Dan's ward to share her suspicions. Song Dan, you must urgently inform Yan Go. Someone is plotting against him. Upon hearing this, Song Dan grew anxious as well. Quickly, take me to a phone. I shall call Yan Go at once. Supporting her, Song Dan guided Zhao Qi to the nurse's station, which at that time was not an open area, but a closed office. Fortunately, when Yan Jin visited Song Dan yesterday, she had obtained his contact information. She promptly dialed Yan Jin's number. Yan Go, someone is trying to frame you. Song Dan succinctly conveyed the message and handed the receiver to Zhao Qi, who had witnessed the events firsthand and could articulate the situation more clearly to Yan Jin. After listening to Zhao Qi's account, Yan Jin was filled with indignation. Damn it, there are always unscrupulous individuals seeking to harm me. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they offend me, I shall retaliate. Zhao Qi, are they still at the hospital? Can you help delay them? I will send someone over immediately. I will do my best, Yan Go, but you must hurry. Yan Jin expressed his gratitude before hanging up. He quickly summoned Li Tiandi and Ho Duong, giving them a few instructions, and borrowed a couple of individuals from Zhengxianqing to accompany Ho Duong directly to the hospital. Yan Jin's intense gaze fixed upon Li Tiandi, causing the latter to feel a sense of dread. Ever since Li Tiandi was appointed as the general manager, Yan Jin's endeavors seemed to have encountered a series of misfortunes. Could it be that their fates were incompatible? Li Zong, given our recent misfortunes, should we perhaps offer incense to the deities? Li Tiandi wore a grim expression. At such a critical juncture, Yan Jin still had the presence of mind to jest. Burning incense is futile. Director Yan, these are mere superstitions. We must urgently devise a strategy for dealing with the reporters. If they truly intend to publish a story, extinguishing the flames will be exceedingly difficult. Let us first see if Ho Duong can intercept them. Ho Duong and his team rented a vehicle and hurried toward the hospital. Meanwhile, the elderly man and the man in white had already been expelled by Tanfale. The elderly man was not poisoned at all. They had come solely to create chaos. Zhao Qi intercepted them in the corridor, leading them into another room. Sir, you were said to be poisoned and cannot leave just yet. You must remain here for observation. The elderly man did not respond, but glanced at the man in white. The man in white glared at Zhao Qi with a dark expression. What was that doctor's attitude just now? My father is in this condition, and he has the audacity to expel us. He has no sense of professional ethics. I apologize. Dr. Tan has been in a foul mood lately. By the way, you were looking to conduct an interview, right? Please wait here while I fetch you some water. With that, Zhao Qi exited the room, keeping a watchful eye on the happenings within. Yan Ge must act swiftly. Inside the room, the man in white fixed his piercing gaze on the reporter with the camera. Dear reporters, my father has truly been harmed by Zhong Yuan Jianlibo. Zhong Yuan Jianlibo poses a threat to health. Upon your return, you must undoubtedly expose the heinous actions of Zhong Yuan Jianlibo. Money is not an issue. After tomorrow's publication, I shall provide you with further compensation. Just then, the door was forcefully thrust open. Ho Duong stormed in with his entourage, encircling them. The man in white, taken aback, exclaimed, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" With a fierce glare, Ho Duong lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap to the man in white. An aura of murderous intent radiated from him. How dare you strike me? I shall end your life. The two engaged in a fierce brawl. The elderly man and the journalists were filled with dread. What on earth was happening? A disagreement had escalated into violence. They yearned to flee, but Ho Diwang's men had already barred the entrance, leaving no escape. They also confiscated the journalist's cameras. The man in white was swiftly overpowered by Ho Duong, who knocked him to the ground, several teeth lost in the tussle. Take them away. One of the journalists cried out. What do you intend to do with us? Where are you taking us? Ho Duong shot a warning glance. Behave yourself, refrain from speaking, and cooperate obediently, lest you face severe consequences. The elderly man in a suit trembled in fear, tears brimming in his eyes, overwhelmed by Ho Di-Wang's intimidating presence. This situation has nothing to do with me. I am merely a hired hand. Spare us the useless chatter and come with us. Ho Duong and his men ushered them into a vehicle. The man in white attempted to resist, but was swiftly subdued by two powerful punches from Ho Duong, leaving him completely submissive. Rather than seeking out Yan Jin, Ho Duong directly transported them to the police station. Yan Jin had suggested that such matters were best handled by the authorities, as they were the professionals. Li Tiandi regarded Yan Jin with newfound respect. A seemingly insurmountable issue had been resolved with such blunt efficiency. What kind of intellect resides in Yan Jin's mind? He was more than 20 years younger than Li Tiandi. Those 20 years had felt like a dog-s life. Pang Ping sat anxiously by the phone, awaiting news. Xiao Hongji had inquired 3 times about any updates. Pang Ping could only shake his head in response. He felt a nagging doubt. Baigo was typically reliable in his endeavors, so why had there been no news? This was unusual. Could there have been an unforeseen complication? Unable to remain seated any longer, Pang Ping rose and began pacing the room. Just then, the door swung open. Xiao Hongji entered, visibly agitated. Pang Ping, what is the matter? Why is there still no news at this hour? Xiao Hongji's anxiety grew. This operation had been personally orchestrated by Mizutani Juani. If something had gone awry, Mizutani Juani would surely reprimand him harshly. Mr. Xiao, we are currently unable to contact Baigo. I shall go and investigate the situation. Chapter 165, Zhongyuan Beverage Company's formal statement. Pang Ping headed directly to the hospital. Many had witnessed the scene of Ho Duong and his group leaving, and the previously scarce distractions had become the subject of ongoing discussion. Pang Ping feigned a rather simple-minded demeanor, quietly eavesdropping for a while. Noticing a man in a Zhongshan suit who appeared to have witnessed the entire incident, he approached and inquired, "Brother, what transpired just now?" A group of individuals were fighting. One clad in white had his nose broken, his clothes stained crimson, quite a tragic sight. Pang Ping's heart sank. An ominous premonition gripped him. He was certain that the one who had been beaten was Baigo. But why was Baigo assaulted? What was going on? 100 questions swirled in his mind. Where are they now? Do you know where they went? The man in the Zhongshan suit shook his head. I don't know. He was taken away by a fellow. Was it the police? Not sure. They weren't in uniform. Pang Ping bolted from the hospital. He needed to rush back and inform Xiao Hongji. It was highly probable that a major incident was unfolding. He hurried back to the hotel, where he found Xiao Hongji. Xiao, something's gone terribly wrong. Bai Go has been taken away. By whom? Xiao Hongji's complexion instantly paled. Unclear, we don't know the identity of the assailants for now. Xiao Hongji's anger flared. Peng Ping, didn't you say Bai Go was trustworthy? Is this what you call reliable? We might be in grave danger because of him. Xiao, I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent, Peng Ping murmured, his head bowed. He hadn't wished for this outcome. Who could have foreseen where the fault lay? Peng Ping, tell me, how am I to explain this to Mizukawa Juani? Are you not putting me in jeopardy? Rest assured, Bai Go would never betray us. What good is it to say that now? One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Xiao Hongji bellowed. Peng Ping fell silent, resembling a remorseful schoolboy. His head lowered in shame. He felt no inclination to speak further. That night, the hotel was rife with curses. It was widely known that the perpetrator was a Japanese individual, as the signature exclamation of Baka Yuru frequently echoed through the air. April 21, 1984. Zhongyuan Beverage Company solemnly declares, the news regarding the sale of Zhongyuan Jianlibo is nothing but a rumor. Zhongyuan Beverage aims to establish a century-old national brand and will never sell to any foreign enterprises. We will pursue legal action against the slanderers. Today's front page of the Huaxiao Morning Post featured nothing but these bold lines, strikingly prominent. Zhongyuan Beverage Company had invested a considerable sum to secure this front page space. This marked the commencement of their rigorous debunking campaign. The Huaxiao Morning Post is one of the most authoritative newspapers in the nation, akin to the capital television station. In a sense, it serves as a barometer. A denial published in this newspaper carries greater credibility. This was Zhongyuan Beverage Company's first wave of refutation. Many readers, upon finishing the article, experienced a moment of clarity. I knew it. Zhongyuan Jianlibo must have been wronged. Those who spread rumors are truly despicable. Yet, one bystander shot a sidelong glance at the speaker. Just 2 days ago, you returned 5 cans of Zhongyuan Jianlibo, calling them traitorous. I, too, have been deceived by the slanderers. I shall repurchase, and in fact, acquire 5 more cans to support our own national brand. Jean Lizzie gazed at the newspaper, her emotions surging like turbulent waves. She resolved to purchase the entire front page to refute the rumors. Such a grand gesture. Very well. If you wish to dispel the rumors, I shall make you run ragged. Charles's term is nearing its end. Jean Lizzie's relentless efforts to tarnish Zhongyuan Jianlibo, even aspiring to acquire it, are solely driven by the pursuit of performance. With commendable results, Charles could then recommend himself for his successor's position. Jean Lizzie would never allow such an opportunity to slip away. She retrieved her address book and dialed a number. Ed, I need you to leverage your connections and find a few media outlets. I have something to report. Okay, Lizzie, do you require Hong Kong or mainland media? Certainly. I need mainland outlets. The Hong Kong newspapers are of no use. The common folk cannot see them. All right, but I can only secure a few tabloids. Reputable media might be challenging, as my business has yet to expand there. Jean Lizzie felt a twinge of displeasure. Aren't you supposed to have friends everywhere? You can't even manage a few newspapers. Lizzie, you must understand that the authoritative media in the mainland are not like those in Hong Kong. Their review processes are exceedingly stringent, and there's little I can do. Forget it. Let me tell you what I want reported. It's about Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Inform those journalists that Zhongyuan Jianlibo has deceived the public. While they outwardly deny the rumors, they have secretly been in contact with Kidu Cola Company, discussing the specifics of an acquisition. Insiders reveal that the acquisition price is approximately 7 million, and Zhongyuan Beverages Yan Jin is about to sign. Ed, have you noted all of this? I've taken note. Lizzie, when do you want it to appear? Tomorrow. All right, but the price might be a bit steep. 50,000. Agreed. Jean Lizzie hung up the phone, her eyes gleaming with ferocity. Zhongyuan Jianlibo, I shall have you. Yan Jin, we shall see how this unfolds. Throughout the morning, Xiao Hongji was engulfed in trepidation. Bai Go and the journalists had seemingly vanished. Surely, something grave had transpired. Despite Peng Ping's repeated assurances that Bai Go would not betray him, one cannot be too cautious. Moreover, Xiao Hongji no longer trusted Peng Ping's reassurances. If the mastermind were truly uncovered, Xiao Hongji understood all too well that he would be the one to suffer. Given Sui Guqi Juani's nature, he would undoubtedly make Xiao Hongji take the fall. He no longer dared to face Sui Guqi Juani. Just as he feared, the worst came to pass. Sui Guqi Juani called, instructing Xiao Hongji to meet him. Reluctantly, Xiao Hongji steeled himself and entered Sui Guqi Juani's room. The black and white television was on, broadcasting the midday news. Sui Guqi Juani was not interested in the news. The television was merely a habitual presence. Xiao Hongji, why is there still no news? Have they simply vanished into thin air? Suiguchi Juani inquired coldly. Xiao Hongji would have welcomed such a supernatural event. Their eternal disappearance would be for the best. One's clandestine activities will forever remain a secret, unknown to others. Xiao Hongji fell silent. In this moment, silence was the most eloquent response. Mizutani Juani wore a grim expression. Xiao Hongji, what do you mean by not responding? Just then, a news report aired on television, leaving both men astounded. Chapter 166. The most authoritative refutation recently. Lawless individuals colluded with unscrupulous journalists, employing idle members of society in a vain attempt to slander Zhong Yuanjin Libo. They have been apprehended by the public security authorities and are now under judicial review. Mizutani Juani exclaimed, Xiao Hongji. 5 seconds later, he erupted. You fool. They've been arrested, and you remain oblivious. What are you doing? Xiao Hongji's face turned pale. His thoughts were consumed by the fear that the informant might expose Pang Ping, leading to a trail that would inevitably reveal his own involvement. If exposed, it would spell disaster for him. This news served as the second wave of refutation for Zhong Yuanjin Libo that day. However, for Yan Jin, this turn of events was quite unexpected. He had merely taken advantage of the situation where someone sought to defame Zhong Yuanjin Libo's safety to turn the tables. After the police station's interrogation the previous night, Yan Jin had contacted Chao Binren, ensuring this matter made it onto the noon news. This action served two purposes: to showcase the public security authorities' commitment to upholding justice and to deter those with ulterior motives against Zhong Yuanjin Libo. Mizutani Juani felt as though his lungs might burst from frustration. Yet, at this point, he found himself powerless. His disappointment in Xiao Hongji was profound. This individual was inept in every regard. He could no longer be relied upon. The beverage selection for the Chinese Olympic delegation would have to be handled independently. As night fell, weary people returned home, sitting by their televisions while having dinner. The news broadcast commenced, initially reporting on the busy lives of national leaders, followed by stories of happiness across the nation. Just when the audience anticipated international news, the host figure appeared on screen, announcing a brief statement. Today, Zhong Yuan Beverage Company solemnly declares that Zhong Yuanjin Libo is dedicated to establishing a century-old national brand and will never be sold to foreign companies. We urge the public not to spread nor believe in rumors. Simultaneously, Zhong Yuanjin Libo warned ambitious enterprises and individuals against attempting to coerce them through despicable means, asserting their right to pursue legal action. This marked the third wave of refutation from Zhong Yuanjin Libo. Such a prominent platform as the news broadcast publicly defended Zhong Yuanjin Libo, leading everyone to firmly believe in its authenticity. It became clear that malicious actors were targeting Zhong Yuanjin Libo, and people realized they had been deceived by rumors. In an instant, public outrage was directed squarely at Tadpole Cola. Jean Lizzie, however, had no habit of watching the news broadcast. She held little interest in this news segment and remained unaware of the dramatic shift in public opinion occurring outside. She was contemplating how to utilize the newspaper tomorrow to thoroughly dismantle Yan Jin. Fresh from her bath, she donned a bathrobe and made her way to the living room. The phone rang, its sound piercing the silence. Jean Lizzie furrowed her brow. Who could be calling at this hour? She picked up the receiver, inquiring, "Who is this?" "Lizzie, it's me, Ed. I regret to inform you that all the newspapers and journalists have declined your assignment. The matters you mentioned will not be featured in tomorrow's publication." Jean Lizzie exclaimed in disbelief. "Why not? Zhong Yuanjin Libo has already issued a clarification on the news broadcast. And so what?" Ed retorted. "After working in Huaxia for so long, do you not comprehend the significance of the news broadcast to the people of Huaxia?" Jean Lizzie scoffed. "Is it not just a news program? What significance could it possibly hold?" "I'll tell you, the significance is monumental. Major news from Huaxia must premiere on the news broadcast. It is the most official and authoritative reporting. With Zhong Yuanjin Libo's rebuttal, it equates to a final verdict. No media dares to dissent." Jean Lizzie stood in stunned silence. "How could this be?" "Lizzie, there's little I can do to assist you. I advise you not to pursue journalists anymore, as no one dares to take on your assignment now. Oh, and there's one more thing I believe you should know. Several journalists who attempted to tarnish Zhong Yuanjin Libo have been apprehended. Lizzie, I do not know if they were acting on your behalf, but tread carefully." With that, Ed hung up, having conveyed all he needed to. If Jean Lizzie remained obstinate, that was no longer his concern. How could this be? Jean Lizzie muttered to herself, reluctant to accept the reality. Unbeknownst to her, another devastating blow awaited her the following day. With 3 successive powerful rebuttals, Zhong Yuanjin Libo finally weathered this storm. The factory workers felt invigorated, particularly those on the night shift, working with renewed vigor. Our factory director, Yan, is truly remarkable. Even the news broadcast has come forth to clarify for us. Impressive. Indeed, it is an honor to work under Director Yan in this lifetime, earning over 100 yuan a month, without worries about food, drink, or clothing. This life is truly delightful. It had been a while since they had last seen Director Yan. They wondered when he would return. What? Are you missing him? I'd like to invite Director Yan for a drink. I wonder if he would accept. Forget it. Have you forgotten how the former office director, Neo Juanru, was always thinking of inviting Director Yan for drinks, only to be dismissed in the end? Upon hearing this, the man immediately abandoned his idea of inviting Yan Jin for a drink. He certainly did not wish to face dismissal as well. Zhou Huliang, Qiao Yi Muchonga, Chen Paisai, Zhu Shimao, Song Dan, Zheng Xiaoyang, and others, after watching the news broadcast, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Jing had managed to navigate through this crisis. Yan Jing and Li Tiandi were in a room, enjoying beer accompanied by peanuts. Yan Jing picked up a few sheets of paper from the bedside and handed them over. These are the sales reports from recent days. The decline is quite severe, and we have already been overtaken by Tadpole Cola and Sadeo beverages. Li Tiandi felt rather awkward. As the general manager of Zhongyuan Beverage, he had yet to glance at the reports. Instead, they had already found their way into Yan Jin's hands. Ding Jian, the sales manager, was perpetually discontented with his position. Many matters were circumventing him, with direct inquiries made to Yan Jin. It seemed that his role as a general manager had become merely ornamental, leaving him with negligible presence. Yan Jin discerned Li Tiandi's inner turmoil at a glance. Li, do not fret. Those rascals are simply incorrigible. When I first arrived, they were equally insubordinate toward me. Yet, in the end, they were subdued to my authority. I firmly believe that one day, you too shall command their respect. Li Tiandi could only nod, at a loss for words. Without tangible achievements, Ding Jian and his ilk would undoubtedly continue to regard him with disdain. He truly needed to exert himself. Director Yan, the tide of public opinion has shifted. I anticipate a resurgence in sales starting tomorrow. You are correct, but I desire a more vigorous rebound. We must capitalize on the current favorable circumstances to strike hard against Tadpole Cola and Sadeo beverages. Yan Jin's assertion indicated he had devised a plan. Director Yan, what do you intend to do? In the next couple of days, we shall host another promotional event. What sort of event? Chapter 167, Always Imitated. Never surpassed, Li Tiandi leaned in closer. Director, what exactly is this event? Please do not keep me in suspense. One more can. Yan Jin cryptically replied. Li Tiandi was taken aback. Both had already consumed 7 cans of beer, their stomachs bulging uncomfortably. Could they really manage another? However, he refrained from voicing his concerns. If one could potentially save a brewery, why not indulge? After serving as the deputy director for 13 years, he held a deep affection for the brewing industry. He grabbed another can, opened it, and placed it before Yan Jin. This is the last one. I truly cannot drink anymore. Yet, Yan Jin erupted in hearty laughter. Li, when I mention one more can, I was referring to our promotional campaign launching tomorrow. Li Tiandi was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend Yan Jin's meaning. The concept was straightforward. Customers who purchased a can of Jianlibo would find a message inscribed on the pull tab declaring one more can, allowing them to redeem a complimentary can. Enlightenment dawned upon Li Tiandi. What a splendid idea. Customers would experience a flicker of anticipation upon purchase, perhaps even silently praying. In that fleeting moment of pulling the tab, they would mentally chant, one more can, one more can. Before revealing the tab, there would be a tinge of nervousness. If it did not say so, disappointment would ensue. Yet, in the hopes of winning another can, they would surely buy more Zhongyuan Jianlibo. The desire to purchase would intensify. This strategy would not only boost sales, but also enhance brand recognition. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Director Yan, I am thoroughly impressed. Li Tiandi chuckled. Had he continued collaborating with Ouyang De and resolutely retained Jianlibo for himself, he and Yan Jin would now be adversaries. The thought of competing against such an individual sent chills down his spine. The strategies devised by Yan Jin are lethal, rendering any form of defense utterly futile. During his time in Yangcheng, Li Tiandi had also heard that Huafeng Company was experiencing a profound downturn. The company had been unseated from its position as the national leader by Zhongyuan instant noodles, with sales declining day by day. General Manager Tang Peixing's hair had noticeably grayed, burdened by constant worry. In a moment of synergy with Li Tiandi, Yan Jin promptly called Ding Jian, requesting the factory to prepare some one more can pull tabs overnight. In the subsequent 2 to 3 days, bolstered by a strong rebuttal from the news broadcast and the support of one more can, Zhongyuan Jianlibo's sales surged dramatically. surpassing both Tadpole Cola and Four Islands beverage once again. Upon returning from a business trip, Charles nearly exploded with rage upon reviewing the latest industry trends. Jean, what have you been doing during my absence? This is utterly unacceptable. Jean Lizzie trembled at his outburst. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? She had not wished for this outcome. Despite her efforts, they had proven futile. Mr. Charles, I do not wish to hear any explanations. Tell me, what should we do now? How can I justify this to headquarters? Jean Lizzie was at a loss. Having been in the industry for many years, she had encountered numerous adversaries, but none like Yan Jin, who played entirely by his own rules, leaving Jean Lizzie feeling utterly unprepared and unable to respond. Mr. Charles, Yan Jin is exceedingly cunning. Indeed, it is not my incompetence. Rather, Yan Jin's craftiness is overwhelming. I do not wish to hear your justifications. I want to know what we should do now. Are you not reputed to be the female Zhuge Liang, exceptionally astute? Do you have no solutions? As Charles's fury resonated, Jean Lizzie felt a growing unease within. You must think of a solution quickly. If you cannot, do not even think about succeeding me. I cannot endorse you. Jean Lizzie was fervently brainstorming for a solution. Finally, an idea struck her. Charles, what if we also create a one more bottle promotion? The effectiveness of this promotional strategy has already been proven. Why not draw inspiration from it? In the minds of the Chinese populace, we are an esteemed American brand. Should we launch a similar initiative, they would undoubtedly prefer our product. As she cautiously articulated her proposal, she keenly observed Charles's demeanor. To her relief, his ire appeared to diminish, suggesting that he found her approach viable. After a moment of contemplation, Charles ultimately nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, this was the only course of action. You need to contact the production team immediately and have them prepare some caps for one more bottle. Yes. Jean Lizzie exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. She would set aside thoughts of her potential succession to Charles for now. Their immediate priority was to navigate this challenge successfully. One more can had caught Four Islands beverage completely off guard. Mizutani Juani believed that his buy 5, get 1 free offer was sufficiently enticing. However, One more can clearly surpass his efforts. This promotion was not merely a sales tactic. It instilled anticipation and excitement among customers. Mizutani Juani turned to Xiao Hongji and declared, "We should implement a similar prize-winning promotion." Xiao Hongji was taken aback by this suggestion. "Mr. Mizutani, is this not mere imitation? Is it truly appropriate to emulate them?" Yet, Mizutani Junji merely smiled and remarked, "Is there not a saying in China? Regardless of whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat." Since the concept of Zhongyuan Jianlibo proves effective, why not draw inspiration from it? Xiao Hongji ceased to voice further opinions and nodded in agreement. Xiao sang, "The beverage selection competition is about to commence. We must elevate our sales." Sales figures are a crucial assessment criterion for the National Sports Commission when evaluating beverage companies. No matter how well we prepare, without sales, everything amounts to nothing. Do you understand? Both Tadpole Cola and Sherdao beverages began to mimic the sales strategies of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Suddenly, phrases such as "another can," "another bottle" echoed everywhere. However, Sherdao beverages enjoyed a slight advantage due to its lower price. Tadpole Cola is priced at 0.45 yuan, Zhongyuan Jianlibo at 0.40 yuan, while Sherdao beverages is a mere 0.20 yuan. During these less affluent times, many people still leaned towards the cheaper option. Not only in 1984, but even in 2021. Numerous elderly individuals have retained this traditional habit, comparing prices and opting for the most economical choice. Li Tiandi was infuriated to see various beverage companies imitating Zhongyuan Jianlibo. This was an idea conceived by our director Yan. What right do you have to use it without so much as a word of acknowledgement? It is one thing for domestic brands to imitate, but what about you, Tadpole Cola and Sherdao beverages? Do you not have any sense of shame? Yet, Yan Jin comforted him, saying, "I am not concerned about other Chinese brands imitating us. Their influence does not rival ours. Let them imitate if they wish." But Director Yan, Tadpole Cola and Sherdao beverages are infuriating. I have never encountered such shameless foreign enterprises. You will soon encounter many such audacious companies. They consider themselves superior, yet they are nothing of the sort. What shall we do now, Director? Shall we allow them to continue this imitation indefinitely? Yan Jian, with a confident smile, replied, "Since Tadpole Cola and Sherdao beverages enjoy imitation so much, tomorrow I shall unveil a new strategy that will render their imitation futile." Chapter 168. The Unpleasant Feeling of Being Out of Favor. April 25, 1984. With just 5 days remaining until the beverage selection meeting for the Chinese Olympic delegation, Zhongyuan Beverage Factory dropped a bombshell. Banners proclaiming support for domestic goods adorned every sales point, corner store, and supply cooperative. Support domestic products. Zhongyuan Jianlibo, crafted specifically for the physique of the Chinese people. Drink Jianlibo and cheer for our Olympic athletes together. Though merely 3 simple banners, they ignited a surge of patriotic fervor among the populace. Customers, who had previously been hesitant, saw these 3 phrases and hesitated no more. Naturally, they chose domestic products. While there were no exaggerated lines forming, the flow of customers purchasing Zhongyuan Jianlibo remained constant. It was a display of support for domestic goods. Under the influence of herd mentality and patriotic zeal, the advantages of Zhongyuan Jianlibo became increasingly apparent. Both Charles and Mizutani Junji were left seething with frustration. They are all foreign brands. Such an approach is impossible to replicate. There is no bloodshed. 2 individuals from different places simultaneously exclaimed, rigorous, despicable, and shameless. Insulting others can sometimes be a manifestation of impotence, representing a state of helplessness. One can only bark a few times, releasing pent-up frustration through complaints. The move by Zhongyuan Jianlibo to support domestic products has not only dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of foreign brands, but has also served as a wake-up call for the National Sports Commission. When it comes to selecting beverages for our Olympic athletes, opting for domestic products seems to be a more prudent choice. The commotion caused by Kidu Cola and Sadeo beverage has finally subsided. However, rigor remains unyielding. The 2 secretaries from the Qingping Municipal Committee, Su Yuan and Bai Xiaoxiao, have come knocking once more. Director Yan, it appears that you have nearly handled your current affairs. Shall we proceed with the typical experience? Yan, somewhat flustered, thought, darn. I had forgotten about this matter. Zhou Helian is still waiting. I cannot simply abandon my responsibilities and put this couple in a difficult position. Though reluctant, Yan managed a smile and replied, let us continue. Where did we leave off? The beverage selection meeting is fast approaching, and all beverage companies are making final preparations in earnest. Xiao Bin Yingzi frequently invites Zhang Qi out, but Zhang has been on business trips for the past few days, missing out on many developments. Moreover, he has noticed a disconcerting detail. Director Zhai Chuanzhi's enthusiasm toward him has waned. It even seems he is intentionally distancing himself. This is an exceedingly troubling situation. Zhang feels a rising sense of anxiety. Could it be that he has inadvertently displeased Director Zhai? He ruminates over this, but cannot pinpoint what he might have done wrong. Such matters are not easily broached directly. In any case, his sudden loss of favor has left him restless. Zhang sang, you seem preoccupied. Has something transpired? Xiao Bin Yingzi inquired with genuine concern. Zhang, however, was in a daze. Lost in thought. It was only when Xiao Bin Yingzi gently nudged him that he snapped back to reality. Ah, Yingzi, what did you just say? Zhang sang. You appear to be troubled. What has happened? No. Perhaps I've just been too tired lately. Xiao Bin Yingzi gazed at Zhang with deep affection. Then Zhang sang must take care to rest. Seeing you like this pains me. Upon hearing these words, Zhang's face turned crimson. Indeed, Japanese women are quite open, expressing such sentiments so freely. It is truly embarrassing. By the way, Zhang sang, the beverage selection meeting is about to commence. I must entrust you with my godfather's Sadeo beverage. Is there a problem? Zhang felt a wave of unease. He quickly shook his head vigorously. No. Yingzi, please tell General Qiao that I will do my utmost to assist with this matter. I am immensely grateful to you. Yingzi, considering our relationship, it feels too formal to say this. Could you help us arrange a meeting with Director Zhai? Mr. Mizutani would like to invite him for a meal. Zhang was taken aback. He let out a wry smile and said, then I shall inquire with him upon my return. Very well, I await your good news. Zhang Qi returned to the sports committee compound, but instead of seeking out Zhai Chuanzhi, he made his way to Zheng Xiaoyang's office. He beckoned Zheng Xiaoyang to a secluded corner. Zheng, puzzled, asked, Zhang Qi, why the secrecy? Is there something we cannot discuss in the office? I am busy drafting a document. Xiaoyang, during my recent business trip, has anything transpired at the office? Zheng Xiaoyang looked bewildered. Not at all. Everything is as usual. Why do you ask? Zhang Qi replied with a furrowed brow. I can't shake the feeling that the leadership has grown distant. Have I erred in my duties? You're surely overthinking this. The leaders are perpetually swamped with work. They have no time to concern themselves with us down here. As he spoke, Zheng Xiaoyang patted Zhang Qi's shoulder. Put such thoughts aside and focus on excelling in your responsibilities. Everything else is mere distraction. Zhang Qi nodded, though his brow remained tightly knitted. Despite Zheng's reassurances, a heavy weight lingered in his heart, suffocating him. By the way, Zhang Qi, you've been dating a Japanese girl, and didn't he even inform us? How inconsiderate. Zhang Qi's face flushed red, and he fell silent, offering only a sheepish grin. Just a few days ago, You were lamenting over she man, and now you've swiftly moved on to a Japanese girl. Truly a fickle heart. Out with the old, in with the new. Zhang Qi quickly retorted. How can you call me fickle? It was she man who ended things first. All right. Let us leave she man in the past. Tell me, how did you win over that Japanese girl? You certainly have a knack for charm. Zheng Xiaoyang couldn't help but give Zhang Qi a thumbs up for his romantic prowess. I have other matters to attend to. We shall continue this conversation later. Zhang Qi, however, hastily turned to leave. I've heard that sushi from Japan is exquisite. Zhang Qi, make sure your girl brings some back for me. Zheng Xiaoyang called after him. Zhang Qi waved his hand in acknowledgement. Understood. He hurried to find Zhai Chuanzhi, eager to relay the invitation from Mizutani Juani to dine together. Upon reaching Zhai Chuanzhi's office, he cautiously broached the subject. Zhai Chuanzhi did not even lift his head. Yes, I am aware, he replied tersely. Zhang Qi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. But will we go? Will I accompany you? He sought a clear answer. Noticing Zhang Qi lingered, Zhai Chuanzhi set down his pen and raised his gaze. Is there anything else, Zhang Qi? Nothing more. Zhang Qi quickly replied. Then please close the door behind you. Yes. Zhang Qi promptly exited the room, gently shutting the door. The smile that had graced his face immediately darkened. Damn it. Why this coldness towards me? What is the reason? Tomorrow was the selection meeting for beverages. Chapter 169. The eve of the selection meeting. Tomorrow marks the beverage selection meeting. The meticulously tailored suit from abroad that Yan Jin had ordered for Mu Chonga finally arrived on the last day. A stylish red women's suit, a white silk camisole, and a pair of dazzling silver high heels have finally arrived. Yan Jin eagerly urged Mu Chonga to try them on. 5 minutes later, Mu Chonga appeared before Yan Jin, clad in the vibrant red suit. This ensemble accentuated Mu Chonga's figure exquisitely, and with the addition of the pointed stiletto heels, her legs appeared even more elongated and graceful. Yet, something felt amiss. Bashfully lowering her head, Mu Chonga inquired, Yan Gu, is my neckline too revealing? Not at all. There's not even a hint of cleavage visible. How could you consider it revealing? Mu Chonga was taken aback. Cleavage? What does that even mean? Yan Ji's words seemed rather peculiar. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Yan Jin hurriedly opened it to reveal a woman carrying a large suitcase. Hello, are you Mr. Yan? You must be the makeup artist introduced by director Huang Jingyi. Indeed, I am Gong Yu. Please, come in. We've been awaiting your arrival. Gong Yu, tasked with beautifying the lead actress, possessed years of experience in her field. Please assist Chonga with her makeup. I shall await you both outside. Yan Jin headed to Li Tiandi's room, where Li Tiandi was reviewing tomorrow's speech, while Ouyang pondered thoughtfully beside him. Mr. Li, do you think there are any modifications needed? We should refine it. We only have 15 minutes for the presentation, and I believe this content is sufficient. Adding more would only elevate Chonga's pressure. Yan Jin concurred with Li Tiandi's perspective. Is everything prepared for tomorrow? I just checked. Everything is in order. That's excellent. By the way, Professor Ouyang, I plan to invite the leaders from the National Sports Commission to dinner tomorrow night. You should join us. Ouyang was momentarily taken aback. Director Yan, do you have such confidence in Zhongyu and Jianlibo? Are you certain we will emerge victorious? It must be us. Who else could it possibly be? Both Li Tiandi and Ouyang were uncertain where Yan Jin's confidence stemmed from, yet his words somewhat alleviated their tension. Mr. Li, May is fast approaching, and our new factory's first phase is nearing completion. When we return, we can relocate to the new facility. I've arranged a spacious office for you, which I am sure you will appreciate. And Professor Ouyang, I've also prepared a laboratory for you. You can conduct your experiments right within the factory. Ouyang was, of course, thrilled. A large laboratory was precisely what he lacked, a dream he had longed for. However, Li Tiandi appeared lost in thought, a shadow of concern crossing his features. The folks at Zhongyuan factory do not respect me. Even as the general manager, it won't be an easy task after the transition. Mr. Li, the Zhongyuan Beverage Company produces more than just Jianlibo. Various fruits are nearing their harvest season, and Zhongyuan juice will also be launched in due time. We will need your expertise for the juice formula, Professor Ouyang. Li Tiandi refocused his thoughts. If we can develop Jianlibo, creating juice will be a piece of cake, right? Professor Ouyang? Ouyang responded with notable caution. Director Yan, I can only give it my best shot. Professor Ouyang, you are surely capable. Both President Li and I have faith in you. With this, Yan's gaze shifted toward Li Tiandi, who nodded in compliance. An hour later, Gong Yu completed Mu Chonga's makeup. Yan returned to the room and was momentarily entranced by the sight of Mu Chonga. How to describe her now? At a glance, she exuded 9 parts allure and 1 part a commanding presence. Upon a second glance, she embodied 9 parts of that commanding aura and 1 part of allure. She was breathtakingly beautiful, to encapsulate her essence in a poetic line. With a backward glance and a smile, 100 charms arise, from henceforth. The monarch shall no longer attend court. Noticing Yan's gaze upon her, Mu Chonga's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Brother Yan, what is it? Is something amiss? Yan snapped back to reality. Chonga, I assure you, once you take your stand there tomorrow, we shall secure the beverage sponsorship. Brother Yan, please do not jest. It cannot be that exaggerated. I assure you, it is no exaggeration. If I were a judge, I would undoubtedly cast my vote for you. Mu Chonga smiled. And that smile was truly mesmerizing, akin to a fish sinking or a wild goose descending, full of charm. Even Yan, who had savored countless delectable abalone, felt intoxicated. The makeup trial today was exceptional. I must request you to come again tomorrow morning, Yan said to Gong Yu. Certainly, Mr. Yan. I shall arrive punctually, replied Gong Yu. After she departed, the room was left with just Yan and Mu Chonga. Mu Chonga bit her lip, as if summoning great determination, and asked, Brother Yan, do you like me like this? Upon finishing her sentence, she shyly lowered her head, her heart racing with anticipation. Even she could scarcely believe she had boldly uttered such words. At that moment, Mu Chonga felt both fearful and expectant. Indeed, I do. Your aura is simply remarkable, captivating anyone who beholds it. Remarkable? What does that mean? Why were Yan's words today so peculiar and difficult to comprehend? Nevertheless, such matters were trivial. Yan had just expressed his fondness. As long as he liked her, she would wear such attire more often for his sake. Chonga, you must rise early tomorrow. Rest well tonight to rejuvenate and maintain your best state. Yes. Just as Yan was about to leave, Mu Chonga suddenly called out, Brother Yan, what is it? After a moment's reflection, she ultimately refrained from expressing her true feelings and instead said, I will certainly put in my utmost effort tomorrow. Yan responded with an encouraging, good luck. Meanwhile, Chuanzhi attended a banquet, having accepted the invitation of Mizutani Juani. He was well aware of their intentions. However, he went alone and did not bring Zhang Qi. Mizutani Juani was indifferent to this. As long as Chuanzhi arrived, that sufficed. At the Saito Beverage Company, there were Mizutani Juani, Xiao Hongji, and Xiao Biniyingzi, 3 against 1. Director Zhai, we invited you tonight primarily to report on several matters. Xiao Hongji stated while pouring wine for Chuanzhi, using the language of officialdom. Indeed, there are some issues we wish to discuss in greater depth with Director Zhai. Chuanzhi inquired with great enthusiasm, what is the matter? Regarding the establishment of a factory in Qianzhou province, we have engaged a professional evaluation team from Japan, who will arrive in the capital city the day after tomorrow. Upon their arrival, they will promptly head to Qianzhou province to coordinate with the local authorities. How splendid! The people of Qianzhou province have been eagerly anticipating this. Chuanzhi raised his glass, saying, Mr. Mizutani, allow me to toast to you first, in gratitude for your investment in building a factory in Qianzhou province, which will greatly benefit the local populace. Not at all. We owe our thanks to Director Zhai for facilitating this opportunity. Upon arriving in Huaxia, Mizutani and his colleague, Sui and I, had absorbed quite a bit of the customary pleasantries associated with social drinking. After several rounds of toasting, as Chuanzhi had nearly reached his limit, Mizutani finally broached the main topic of the evening. Director Zhai, tomorrow is the beverage selection meeting, and we would greatly appreciate your assistance. Chuanzhi nodded lightly. I have already done what is necessary. As long as you do not encounter any issues during the presentation tomorrow, I will do my utmost to support you. Chuanzhi did not commit entirely, leaving himself some leeway. Director Zhai, our team is professional and will undoubtedly present without any problems. The Tadpole Cola Company was also making its final preparations. Jean, you are the most outstanding woman in our Huaxia region. Whether our sub-brand, Sprite, secures the sponsorship rights hinges upon your performance. Jean Lizzie felt no significant pressure. She was confident that once she took the stage, no one could surpass her. Tomorrow, the much-anticipated beverage selection meeting was finally set to commence. Chapter 170. The selection meeting begins. On April 30th, 1984, the National Sports Commission hosted the sponsorship selection meeting for the Huaxia sports delegation for the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics in the Grand Auditorium on the 3rd floor. A total of 11 beverage companies participated in the competition. Tadpole Cola and Four Islands Beverage were the only 2 foreign enterprises, with the rest being local Huaxia brands. The presentation teams from various brands arrived early at the auditorium. Zheng Xiaoyang greeted Yan Jin before getting busy. Zhang Qi ran over to exchange a few words with Xiao Biniyingzi. He pointed to Yan Jin, saying, Yingzi, that person is Yan Jin. Afterward, he followed Zheng Xiaoyang's lead and exited the auditorium. As staff members of the National Sports Commission, they all had their respective tasks for the day. Yan Jin surveyed the room. Each Huaxiao brand had only 4 or 5 representatives, all of whom were men. Mu Chonga from Zhongyuan Jianlibo, Zhan Lizzie from Tadpole Cola, and Xiao Binyingzi from Four Islands Beverage were the only women in the auditorium. Zhan Lizzie glanced over at Yan Jin and then quietly remarked to Charles beside her, "Mr. Charles, the young man behind us, is the owner of Zhongyuan Jianlibo, Yan Jin." Charles feigned casualness as he turned to take a glance. He was indeed quite young, having achieved such success at an early age. Impressive. Although he felt some admiration for Yan Jin, Charles maintained a rather disdainful demeanor. "Mr. Charles, should we go over and greet him?" "Jean, do you not have a saying in Huaxiao that goes, 'A newborn calf fears not the tiger'? The calf does not fear the tiger, not because it is devoid of fear, but rather because it is unaware of the tiger's ferocity. Come, let us go and meet him." Charles and Zhan Lizzie rose and made their way toward Yan Jin. "Mr. Yan, allow me to introduce Mr. Charles, the head of our Tadpole Cola in the Huaxiao region." Yan Jin scrutinized the foreigner before him. "So you are Charles. Do you know me?" "Not at all. Mr. Yan, I kindly ask that you speak with more decorum." Zhan Lizzie protested, visibly displeased. "He is not my superior. Why should I be courteous? We are rivals. Have you ever seen an enemy being polite?" "Well, there are exceptions, but they are all dead." Yan Jin had no favorable impression of this individual who spread rumors about Zhongyuan Jianlibo, and he retorted coldly. Charles and Zhan Lizzie's faces turned a shade of green with anger. The commotion drew the attention of the Sherdao beverage team. Earlier, Xiao Binyingzi had informed Mizutani Hayashi and Xiao Hongji who Yan Jin was. "At last, we meet the esteemed factory director Yan," they said as they approached to greet him. Once Charles departed, Mizutani Hayashi also made his way over with 2 companions. He extended his hand. "Mr. Yan, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Mizutani Hayashi from Sherdao Beverage." Yan Jin shook his hand, recognizing that ignoring him would only reflect poorly on himself. He cast a discreet glance downwards, pondering whether this fellow had donned undergarments for such an important occasion. Yan Jin's gaze drifted past Mizutani Hayashi to Xiao Hongji, whose face seemed familiar, sparking a memory. They had brushed past each other at the entrance of the National Sports Commission, where Yan Jin had mistakenly thought him to be a staff member. It was evident that Sherdao Beverage had long since established connections with the National Sports Commission. As for the individual beside Xiao Hongji, Yan Jin chose to disregard him entirely. "Factory Director Yan, we are determined to secure victory at today's selection meeting," Mizutani Hayashi declared with unwavering confidence. "Mr. Mizutani, your command of Huaxiao language is quite impressive. I suspect you have invested considerable effort." "You flatter me, Mr. Yan. To be frank, I have studied Huaxiao for 5 years, with the hope of someday immersing myself in Huaxiao's rich civilization. Such grandiloquent statements can be uttered by anyone." Yan Jin chuckled. "I am certain that you and your team have exerted great effort for this beverage selection meeting as well." "Not at all." Mizutani Hayashi, oblivious to the underlying tone of Yan Jin's words, humbly replied, believing he was being commended for his team's hard work. Yan Jin was acutely aware of the nature of the Japanese. Their humility at this moment would soon give way to ruthlessness. One must not be deceived by their facade. Xiao Hongji, standing behind Mizutani Hayashi, clearly understood the subtext of Yan Jin's remarks, yet he felt it prudent to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Yan Jin surveyed the group from Sherdao Beverage, noting the presence of several rather diminutive men. A mere glance revealed their nationality. "Mr. Mizutani, I am currently unable to converse with you in depth. Allow me a moment to step out for a brief respite. Upon my return, I shall treat you to some instant noodles." Mizutani Junji suddenly felt overwhelmed, despite having studied the profound and intricate language of Huaxia for 5 years. The complexity of the Huaxia script is vast. It is imperative to utilize vivid examples to convey that after 5 years, one has merely scratched the surface. After my brief intermission, I returned to my seat and noticed that Mu Chonga appeared somewhat anxious. "Chonga, you will surely captivate the audience today. When it is your turn, simply approach it as you do in your regular practice." "But, Brother Yan, I am still quite nervous. What should I do?" "Rest assured, I have already established connections. They will cast their votes in our favor. This selection event is merely a formality," Yan Jin reassured, intending to alleviate Mu Chonga's anxiety and prevent undue pressure. Before long, Zheng Xiaoyang entered, carrying a cardboard box. "Representatives from each company, please come forward to draw lots, as the results will determine the order of appearance." Yan Jin glanced at Li Tiandi. "Mr. Li, it is your turn." "Director Yan, I have notoriously poor luck. Perhaps you should select someone else." Li Tiandi was visibly tense, fidgeting with his hands. "No worries. Whatever number you draw is what it is." "Very well." Li Tiandi stood and approached Zheng Xiaoyang, his body taut with apprehension. He retrieved a small paper ball from the box and anxiously unfolded it. Upon seeing the number, a bitter taste filled his mouth. His luck truly was dismal. Zheng Xiaoyang began to tally the order of appearance for the various beverage companies, frowning slightly upon receiving Li Tiandi's number. Li Tiandi returned to his seat, and Ouyang eagerly inquired, "What number did you draw?" 11, the last one. Li Tiandi's expression mirrored that of a sour lemon. 11 is quite favorable. Only the most capable shall take the stage last. Mr. Li, the position you have drawn is indeed advantageous. Mu Chonga, Li Tiandi, Ouyang and Ho Duan all turned their gazes toward Yan Jin. Observing his composed demeanor and jovial banter, their anxieties began to dissipate. At that moment, a jarring cacophony erupted from the auditorium. All attention shifted to the podium as Zheng Xiaoyang adjusted the microphone. I will now announce the order of appearance. The first is the Antarctic Beverage Factory. The second is the Yangtze Beverage Factory. The third is the Four Islands Beverage Factory. The 10th is Tadpole Cola Company. And the 11th is Zhongyuan Beverage Company. When Zheng Xiaoyang read out Zhongyuan, he deliberately cast a glance at Yan Jin. The draw for Zhongyuan's position was not particularly favorable. One could only hope for an outstanding performance. Mizutani Junji's lips curled into a smile. The third to appear, this position is splendid. Good fortune constitutes half of success. Jean Lizzie whispered to Charles, "Mr. Charles, we are the final act, and we shall undoubtedly surpass them." Charles, puzzled, replied, "Are we not second to last? Is not the final act the very last one?" Jean Lizzie chuckled, "No, the second to last is considered the final act. The last one is merely the closing performance." Charles nodded, somewhat understanding. The clock read 8:25. The principal leaders of the National Sports Commission, including Zhao Xuxing and Zhai Chuanzhi, along with the chairman of the Chinese Olympic Committee, Zhong Bendao, and the head of the Chinese Olympic delegation, Li Jinhua, took their seats in the judges' panel. The host ascended the stage, first introducing the distinguished leaders present at the selection competition, followed by a brief overview of the rules. Subsequently, the selection event commenced in earnest. Luo Funing, the director of the Antarctic Beverage Factory, personally took the stage to present. In the presence of so many esteemed leaders, and under the pressure of the selection meeting, he felt quite anxious. "Greetings to all leaders, I am Luo Funing, the director of the Antarctic Beverage Factory, established in 1980. He endeavored to recite his speech, yet stumbled at several points, leading to an awkward silence in the venue. Observing Luo Funing's visible nervousness, Zhao Xuxing encouraged him, saying, "Do not be anxious, take your time." However, Luo Funing could not recall the next segment of his presentation. His mind a complete blank. He wished he could disappear into the ground, feeling utterly humiliated before such a large audience. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, Zhao Xuxing posed a question: "What are the distinguishing features of your Antarctic beverage?" "The most significant feature is that it is delicious." "In what way is it delicious? What benefits does it provide for athletes?" This inquiry from Zhao Xuxing served as both a prompt for Luo Funing and a reminder to the subsequent teams: avoid extraneous details and focus on the essentials. After addressing two of Zhao Xuxing's questions, Luo Funing concluded his presentation for the Antarctic beverage. Though his performance was not catastrophic, it certainly fell short. From the moment he stepped off the stage, he sensed the fate of Antarctic beverage was sealed. They would not be selected this time. A shadow of disappointment clouded his brow, and an ominous aura enveloped the entire Antarctic beverage team. Charles and Mizutani soon observed Luo Funing's presentation with smirks. Is this the caliber of Chinese beverage merchants? How utterly unimpressive. Competing against such individuals felt like a disgrace to them. They both believed they had already emerged as the ultimate victors. The second presenter from the Yangtze Beverage Company delivered a performance that was competent yet unremarkable, adequately showcasing the characteristics of their beverage. Next, it was the turn of the Four Islands beverage. The presenter, named Kitada Kazuo, was a 35-year-old gentleman. His suit and shoes were immaculate, and his hair was meticulously styled. Upon rising from his seat, he exchanged a glance with Mizutani Sun, who nodded in acknowledgement. With a confident stride, Kitada Kazuo approached the podium. He stood at attention, bowed to the judges' panel, and began his formal presentation. Esteemed judges and fellow competitors, I am Kitada Kazuo, representing the Four Islands Beverage Presentation Team. I will now present the Four Islands Beverage. Our beverage hails from Japan, and our quality has been certified according to both Japanese and international standards, ensuring its absolute reliability. It is widely known that the Four Islands beverage is favored by the elite class in Japan, thereby establishing a broad social foundation. One cannot help but commend Kitada Kazuo's proficiency in the Chinese language. He deliberately employed the term widely known. Listening to him evokes a sense that ignorance looms large if one remains unaware. He possesses a remarkable talent for sophistry. Data reveals that within the nation of Japan, 1 in every 3 individuals has indulged in the Four Islands beverage. Our Four Islands drink is crafted from the finest spring water, developed by the premier beverage connoisseurs of Japan. This elixir is replete with essential minerals that the human body requires, making it an indispensable choice for many Japanese during their travels and at home. The fluid narration of Kitada Kazuo, bolstered by compelling data, elicited frequent nods of approval from the judges, particularly from Chuanzhi, who expressed great satisfaction with Kazuo's performance. When it came time to cast votes, it was unlikely that anyone would find fault. However, Charles in the audience remained unimpressed. I've been to Japan, yet I've never heard of this Four Islands beverage. Clearly, he's spouting nonsense, whispered John Lizzie. Charles casually responded, isn't that the norm? As we say in Huaxia, it's akin to the old woman selling melons, boasting about her own wares. We need not pay heed to this brand that seems to have emerged from nowhere. They are no competition for us. Yet, Lizzie remained skeptical. They could never select the Four Islands beverage. You can rest assured, Charles asserted with confidence. Yan Jin listened intently. Compared to the previous 2 presenters, Kazuo's performance was vastly superior. There is no harm in comparison. It was no wonder the judges nodded in affirmation. Chonga, what do you think of his performance? Very strong. Not at all. He pales in comparison to you. He isn't even as tall as you, and you could easily outshine him. Yan Jin's praise left Mu Chonga feeling slightly embarrassed. Yet, Yan Jin continued, do not be misled by his current bravado. I wager they will not be chosen. Oh, Brother Yan, are you proposing a bet? What are we betting on? What do you wish to wager? I'm not sure. Li Tiandi interjected, tilting his head to ask quietly, Director Yan, how can you be so certain they will not be selected? It's simple, they are unworthy, replied Yan Jin. Mu Chonga and Ho Duong remained in a state of bewilderment. Director Yan, why is that? Is it because the Four Islands beverage is too shameless? Ho Duong could not help but ask. Before Yan Jin could respond, Kitada Kazuo on stage entered the concluding phase of his presentation. This is Huaxia's first participation in the Olympics. Naturally, athletes require a beverage of reliable quality. Our nations, Japan and Huaxia, are neighboring countries in East Asia, separated by only a narrow body of water. By consuming our fine Four Islands beverage, I believe Huaxia will undoubtedly achieve glory in Asia. My presentation concludes here. I welcome your critiques and insights. Thank you. Kazuo once again bowed deeply. Chapter 172. Unsavory Tactics. Kazuo descended the podium with a sense of triumph, as if the rights to beverage sponsorship were already secured within their grasp. Kitano-kun, you performed admirably just now. Mizutani Jun gave him a thumbs up. You flatter me, Mr. Mizutani. I only exerted 70% of my effort. Engaging in this sort of competition with the Huaxia people hardly necessitates my involvement. Had it not been for your invitation, I would not have deigned to participate in such a trivial selection event. Kitano Iki expressed his disdain for the beverage selection contest with contemptuous words. Mizutani Jun cast him an appreciative glance. Thank you for your hard work, Kitano-kun. I owe you a significant favor. Kitano Iki returned to his seat, and the two fell silent as the 4th beverage company took the stage. This was the Oriental Beverage Company from the bustling city of Donghai in Huaxia. The presenter, a 30-year-old Ritterni named Gua Shanshui, exuded an air of superiority and confidence, having studied abroad. Mr. Kitano Iki spoke quite well, but personally, I believe our Oriental beverage is far more suitable than your Sherdao beverage. Gua Shanshui's opening remarks caused the representatives of Sherdao beverage to turn pale. What did he mean? A blatant provocation? Mizutani Jun was so enraged that he clenched his teeth. He stood up abruptly. Esteemed judges, I protest. The beverage selection should adhere to principles of fairness and justice. If everyone were to boast of their merits while disparaging others, would it not devolve into mutual attacks? How can there be any semblance of fairness in such a scenario? However, Gua Shanshui merely smiled. Sir, please don't be agitated. I never claimed your product was inferior. I simply believe ours is more appropriate. Mizutani Jun retorted defiantly. What do you mean by more appropriate than us? Stop evading the issue. You are belittling us to elevate yourself. At that moment, the general manager of Oriental Beverage, Chu Dongfang, also rose. Sir, you misunderstand. We truly harbor no such intentions. Though displeased by the interruption of Gua Shanshui's speech, he recognized the necessity of maintaining a cordial atmosphere. After all, escalating tensions would benefit no one. Yet, Mizutani Jun remained relentless. I request that the judges immediately revoke their right to speak. As both sides bristled with tension, Zhao Xuxing picked up another microphone. Everyone, please take your seats. From now on, no other brands may be mentioned during speeches. Otherwise, eligibility will be revoked. Gua Shanshui, please continue. Mu Chonga whispered to Yan Jin. Isn't Mizutani Jun making a mountain out of a molehill? Yan Jin's gaze was profound. He is being intentional. This Mizutani Jun is quite cunning. His sudden outburst has completely disrupted Guo Shanshui's rhythm and will affect his performance. Mu Chonga suddenly understood. The situation was far more complex than she had initially perceived. Why could Yan Jin see through it while she remained oblivious? Her admiration and respect for him grew. However, on another note, Guo Shanshui was still too inexperienced, granting Mizutani Jun an opportunity to exploit the situation. After speaking, Yan Jin cast a glance at Mizutani Jun. Due to the fact that Mizutani Jun's seat was positioned ahead of him, the sinister smile on Mizutani's face was not discernible. As anticipated, influenced by Mizutani, Guo Shanshui squandered some time, disrupting his rhythm significantly. In an effort to complete his presentation within the allotted 15 minutes, he was compelled to hasten his speech, ultimately concluding in haste. This, too, severely diminished the effectiveness of his delivery. Mizutani reveled in his successful manipulation, exulting in his perceived superiority. You think you can compete with me? You are still too inexperienced. The representatives from Oriental Beverage Company glared at Mizutani, who was utterly unfazed. Charles maintained an impassive expression, dismissing the earlier incident without a second thought. Jean Lizzie scoffed lightly. This Japanese individual truly employs every underhanded tactic imaginable. It is utterly despicable. Charles interjected. Jean, consider it from another perspective. If it weren't for the incompetence of Oriental Beverage, how could they have allowed a Japanese competitor to exploit their weaknesses? In such a beverage selection event, every aspect must be meticulously considered. Otherwise, one risks falling prey to adversaries. Clearly, the experience of Chinese enterprises is lacking, rendering them no real threat to us. What about the Four Islands Beverage? Jean Lizzie inquired. Their vision is far too limited. A company devoid of ambition is unworthy of competing with Tadpole Cola. In the eyes of Tadpole Cola, there exists only one true rival, Baisher Cola. However, Baisher Cola did not participate in this sponsorship selection, and Charles was unaware of the specific reasons behind this. Mr. Charles, when it is my turn to present, do you believe that Japanese individual will resort to foul play? He wouldn't dare. The subsequent beverage companies that took the stage were also affected by Mizutani's earlier actions, displaying signs of trepidation. Following the presentation of the sixth beverage company, a 20-minute recess was called. Zhao Xuxing and his colleagues retreated to the lounge, while others attended to their personal needs, some heading outside for a smoke. Guo Shanshui approached Mizutani with a fierce demeanor. You Japanese are truly despicable scoundrels. Qiao Hongji intervened. Guo Shanshui, please mind your words. Guo Shanshui, knowing Qiao was of Chinese descent, taunted. The Emperor isn't worried. Why are you, a mere eunuch, so anxious? Qiao Hongji's face turned a shade of green with fury. Damn it. If this were not at the National Sports Commission, I would have taught him a lesson long ago. How dare he insult me as a eunuch? Such insolence is intolerable. Mizutani gestured for Qiao to remain calm. Mr. Guo, it is indeed strange that you blame us for your own shortcomings. Your incompetence is your own doing, and you cannot hold others accountable. You. Guo Shanshui's eyes blazed with fury. Since returning to the country, he had never faced such humiliation. As Guo Shanshui appeared ready to strike, Chu Dongfang swiftly intervened to restrain him. Shanshui, stooping to their level would only tarnish your hands. But they are truly going too far. Chu Dongfang coldly addressed Mizutani. Mizutani Jun, we at Oriental Beverage will remember today's events. We shall see what the future holds. Qiao Hongji growled. Who are you threatening? Do you truly believe we fear you? I must assert that this is the land of Huaxia, and times have changed from decades past. Do not presume you can act with impunity. As a compatriot of Huaxia, to bow and scrape before someone from Japan is utterly disgraceful. Had it been me, I would have been consumed by shame to the point of taking my own life. Who would have thought that the previously amicable Chu Dongfang would reveal such a sharp tongue? His words nearly left Qiao Hongji breathless. The indignation coursing through Qiao Hongji was palpable. Everyone seemed to be mocking him, inflicting wounds upon his pride. Did they truly believe him to be a soft persimmon, easily crushed? His expletive rang out loudly, drawing the attention of all present. Chapter 173. Zhang Qi's note. Suddenly, Mizutani Junji interrupted Guo Shanshui's presentation, inciting considerable dissatisfaction among various beverage companies. Those who had completed their presentations were adversely affected by his interruption, while others worried that Mizutani's antics would disrupt their own performances. For Island's Beverage had become the collective enemy of the room. Were it not for the auspices of the National Sports Committee and the sponsorship of beverages, the attendees might have descended upon them in a fray. What is so grand about a mere company from Japan? This is Huaxia, not Japan. Ho Duong leaned in closer to Yan Jin. Director Yan, It seems everyone is itching to give those scoundrels a beating. Should I lend a hand? Yan Jin harbored serious doubts about Wang's temperament, suspecting he had a penchant for violence. Do you revel in chaos? Sit still. They won't dare to fight. Wang retorted, but I genuinely believe they are about to clash. Even if they were to fight, it wouldn't be here, Li Tiandi interjected suddenly. Very well. Wang expressed his disappointment at not being able to personally confront Mizutani Junji. Last time they dealt with Zhongyuan Jinlibo, the white dog had remained tight-lipped. Yet, Yan Jin indicated that the mastermind was likely Four Islands Beverage. Hence, Wang harbored deep-seated animosity towards them. Mizutani Junji had incited the wrath of many. Yet he remained brazen. It was indeed infuriating. Li Tiandi added, Wang, it appears you have found a kindred spirit. With excitement, Wang proposed, Mr. Li. Shall we go together this evening to teach him a lesson? Li Tiandi, with a furrowed brow, replied, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Zhao Xuxing and the others were also deliberating Mizutani Junji's earlier antics. Chairman Zhong, what is your opinion on Mizutani Junji? Zhong Daod pondered briefly before responding. Chairman Zhong, we are here to select beverages for your sports delegation. Your perspective is invaluable, so please speak freely. Only then did Zhong Daod remark. I believe Mizutani Junji's actions were deliberate. He aimed to disrupt the rhythm of the other beverage companies. Zhao Xuxing remained noncommittal. He surveyed the other individuals in the lounge. What do you all think? Silence ensued. They were uncertain of Zhao Xuxing's thoughts and thus hesitated to speak. Zhao Xuxing turned his gaze towards Zhai Chuanzhi. Director Zhai, please share your thoughts. I believe that Mizutani Junji may have acted hastily, lacking intention and requiring no excessive interpretation. Consider this. When Guoshan Shui publicly stated that Dongfang beverages are more suitable than Sadao beverages, who would not be displeased? Furthermore, it is evident that, thus far, the presentation by Beidao Yikan of Sadao beverages has clearly surpassed that of other beverage merchants. Therefore, Mizutani Junji had no need to act deliberately in such a manner. Instead, it could lead to unintentional repercussions. Zhao Xuxing did not immediately express his stance. He merely emphasized that our Olympic athletes venture abroad to compete for the honor of our nation and our people. We must exercise utmost caution regarding their beverages. The crowd nodded in agreement. Seizing the opportunity during a restroom break, Zhai Chuanzhi summoned Zhang Qi, please inform the representatives of Sadao beverages to refrain from any further antics. There is considerable discontent towards them, and they must take heed. Understood. Zhang Qi entered the grand hall, feigning a routine inspection. Upon reaching Xiao Benyingzi, he discreetly handed her a note before swiftly departing, acting as though nothing had transpired. Xiao Benyingzi opened the note, read its contents, and then passed it to Xiao Hongji. He tucked the note into his pocket and quietly conveyed Zhai Chuanzhi's sentiments to Mizutani Junji. Mizutani Junji said nothing, merely closing his eyes to rest. During the intermission, Zheng Xiaoyang invited Yan Jin and Mu Chonga to his office. Yan, Chonga, the first 6 presentations, aside from Sadao beverages, were rather lackluster. They either failed to grasp the main point, indulged in grandiloquence, or fell prey to a single misstep. You must avoid these pitfalls. We cannot repeat the mistakes of others. Mu Chonga nodded, I understand. You are the final presenters, the first and the last. The judges will have higher expectations, yet their impressions will be more enduring. A performance that eclipses those before you could yield greater scores, Zheng Xiaoyang advised fervently, hoping that Zhongyuan Jinlibo would not falter and would successfully secure the sponsorship rights. In 5 minutes, the second half of the selection meeting would commence. Yan Jin and Mu Chonga returned to the grand hall. Upon entering, Yan Jin sensed an unusual atmosphere. What transpired in my absence? He inquired, glancing at Li Tiandi. Li Tiandi whispered, the police just arrived. What was their purpose? They took away one of Xiao Hongji's assistants. Yan Jin's brow furrowed in concern. Did they uncover something regarding the white dog incident? Why were we not informed? The matter concerning the white dog hiring vagrants to frame Zhongyuan Jinlibo had not received any updates from the authorities. Yan Jin had assumed the issue had concluded. It appeared they had been conducting investigations all along. The honorable and brave police officers truly have it tough, he mused. Yan Jin speculated that the forces behind the white dog were undoubtedly Sadao beverages. However, without evidence, the principle of criminal procedure is to presume innocence until proven guilty. Investigations cannot rely on conjecture. They must be substantiated by proof. Unexpectedly, the police would unravel new clues on the day of the beverage selection event. They have already commenced investigations into some individuals surrounding Xiao Hongji. However, the precise outcome remains uncertain, and no one dares to speculate. In that era, the legal system was not as robust as it is in 2021. the cider beverage company will undoubtedly strive to distance itself from the case. Yan Jin also noted that both Xiao Hongji and Xiao Binying had vanished. They must have gone to seek connections. One wonders how Mizutani Junji is faring at this moment. From Yan Jin's perspective, it was not visible, but it was likely that his expression was quite grim. Other beverage merchants were certainly reveling in the misfortune. The arrival of the police here boded ill for them. This would significantly impact the competition at the beverage selection event. Before long, Zhao Xuxing, Zhai Chuanzhi, Li Zhenhua, and others returned to the Grand Hall. Yan Jin took a moment to observe Zhao Xuxing, noting that his expression remained remarkably calm. He showed no signs of emotional disturbance despite the police's intervention at the National Sports Committee's beverage selection event. Perhaps he was simply adept at concealing his feelings, rendering him imperceptible to others. The host ascended the stage as the intermission concluded and the beverage selection event resumed, inviting the sixth beverage company to present. In Chapter 174, where beauty also serves as an advantage, the selection event continued. The ninth company presenting was Wang's Herbal Tea, hailing from Guangdong Province. Their presentation took a distinctly different approach from other beverages. Olympic athletes endure rigorous training daily, experiencing considerable strain and prolonged periods of high intensity, leading to an abundance of internal heat and dampness. Wang's herbal tea boasts the virtues of clearing heat and detoxifying, quenching thirst, and dispelling fire and dampness. Drinking a few sips of herbal tea before and after competitions can alleviate heat and thirst. In the Guangdong region, herbal tea is commonly referred to as immortal water or happy water, indicating its widespread consumption and efficacy. Furthermore, our herbal tea is brewed from pure traditional herbs without any additives, which is more beneficial for the athlete's health. Yan Jin inquired of Li Tiandi and Ouyang Da, both from Guangdong. Is herbal tea truly as miraculous as they say? Ouyang Da, an expert in this realm, elaborated that the people of Guangdong have great faith in herbal tea, believing it can cure myriad ailments. Another name for herbal tea is life-sustaining water. And due to climatic and cultural factors, the people of Guangdong cannot imagine life without it. After consuming herbal tea, one experiences clearer vision and sharper hearing. Many believe that regular consumption can prevent illness and prolong life. Ouyang Da narrated this with great eloquence. However, in Yan Jin's mind, the only associations with herbal tea were the rivalry between Wang Laoji and JDB. At that moment, Yan Jin silently resolved to make a decision. Once Wang's herbal tea concluded its presentation, it was time for Tadpole Cola. Jean Lizzie exuded a regal aura. From the moment she stood on the podium, she captivated the attention of everyone in the Grand Hall. Especially when she casually tucked her hair behind her ear, she radiated an enchanting charm. Her tall stature was accentuated by the form-fitting trousers she wore, giving her an exceptionally elongated appearance. Tadpole Cola, the largest beverage company in the world, boasts a presence in over 200 countries and regions globally. It can be said that our Tadpole Cola is accessible in every corner of the globe. However, these details are not of primary importance. The crux of my message lies ahead. This year's Olympics will be held in Los Angeles, America, which serves as our home ground, placing us in a position of hosts in a certain sense. Perhaps you are unaware that the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee has stipulated that only 30 official sponsors will be selected, with just one from each industry. We, Tadpole Cola, stand as the sole official beverage partner of the Los Angeles Olympics. Should you choose us, Tadpole Cola will wholeheartedly assist you in resolving various issues and challenges, extending the hospitality of a host. At this point, Yan Jin couldn't help but nod in agreement. What Jianli Ji articulated resonated well with the judges. It is often said that having connections in high places facilitates matters. With the support of Tadpole Cola, the first-time Olympic participants from China will undoubtedly encounter significantly fewer complications in Los Angeles. It is no wonder that Charles and Jianli Ji exude confidence. This advantage is unparalleled by any other beverage company. Even if Jianli Ji were to mention only this singular merit, it would suffice. There is no need for further elaboration. Yan Jin observed that when Jianli Ji reached this point, Mu Chongga's fists were clenched tightly, not out of anxiety. Meanwhile, the judges in the audience exchanged glances, fully aware of each other's thoughts without uttering a word. In the grand auditorium, aside from Tadpole Cola, only two beverage companies managed to retain their composure. One was Yan Jin, and the other was Mizutani Junji. Having established a connection with Zhai Chuanzhi beforehand, Mizutani Junji felt assured. Regardless of the advantages or merits of Tadpole Cola, they would be rendered insignificant in the face of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Mizutani Junji quietly observed Jianli Ji on stage, not merely assessing an opponent's performance, but rather admiring a captivating figure, a work of art. If he could entice such a woman to join Four Islands Beverage, it would be nothing short of perfection. Unbeknownst to Jianli, she was viewed as an object of fascination by a Japanese individual. She continued to eloquently present her case. Allow me to share another set of figures with you. Tadpole Cola's sponsorship amount for the Los Angeles Olympics is a staggering $12.6 million. Converted to your Chinese currency, that amounts to over 50 million. I do not wish to boast, but I believe our sales figures surpass those of any other beverage company present. Our financial strength is unmatched by any of you. Upon hearing the figure of $12.6 million, the audience gasped in astonishment. Does sponsoring an Olympics truly require such a sum? This seems rather exaggerated. Today, they have certainly been enlightened. However, many remain skeptical. Having never visited America, they were unaware of the specifics. Could it be that the representatives of Tadpole Cola were deceiving them? Yet, the chairman of the Chinese Olympic Committee, Zhong Bendao, was well aware of the truth. When the president of the Los Angeles Olympic Committee, Ubaldo, dispatched a representative to invite Huaxia to participate in this year's Olympic Games, he revealed insights regarding sponsorships. What left a profound impression on him was the staggering $12.6 million from Tadpole Cola. It was then he realized the Olympic Games had the potential to attract vast wealth. Previously, he had heard that the last two Olympic Games, held in Moscow and Montreal, incurred substantial losses. However, constrained by the limitations of his era, he had yet to comprehend the formidable power of capital. At that moment, Li Tiandi found his hands trembling. Now, that is true entrepreneurship. Reflecting on his past with the distillery, which only yielded a profit of several $100,000 a year, he felt a sense of sorrow, realizing he could not even match a mere fraction of their sponsorship fee. When would Huaxiao ever boast such a super enterprise? Yan Jin, sensing Li Tiandi's fervor and trembling hands, patted his thigh. Mr. Li, it won't be long before Zhongyuan Beverage reaches such heights. Yet, Li Tiandi could scarcely believe it. It cannot be that simple. They have a history spanning a century. Zhongyuan Jianlibo has not even existed for half that time. This Yan Jing, so audacious in his claims. Tadpole Cola, leading the global beverage trend. As the world's largest beverage company, we have a duty to contribute to global sports. We sincerely wish to join hands with Huaxia's Olympic athletes to create brilliance together. Tadpole Cola eagerly anticipates your choice and collaboration. Tadpole Cola will ensure that Chinese athletes enjoy an unforgettable 2 weeks in beautiful Los Angeles. Thank you. At last, Jean Lizzie reiterated their promise to provide significant convenience to the Huaxia sports delegation. She bowed and exited the stage. Casting a glance towards Yan Jing's position, her eyes gleaming with pride and provocation. Yan Jing chose not to respond. Small-minded individuals become arrogant when they achieve success. Laugh now. But soon enough, there will be tears. The host took the stage to invite a representative from Zhongyuan Beverage Company to present. Mu Chonga rose. Chonga, be natural. I believe in you. Mu Chonga nodded vigorously and made her way to the podium. Ho Duong, holding a stack of materials, also proceeded to the front. Chapter 175. Moral coercion. Upon taking the stage, she bowed as a sign of respect to the judges, a detail overlooked by several beverage merchants, not out of rudeness, but due to lack of experience. Dressed in a striking red suit, Mu Chonga stood before the audience, exuding vibrancy and allure. As Yan Jing had remarked, she instantly captivated the judges present. Compared to Jean Lizzie, Mu Chonga's beauty was undeniably superior, eclipsing her by several streets. However, in terms of physique, Jean Lizzie was slightly more voluptuous. It is often said that a modestly plump figure is the most perfect. By that standard, Jean Lizzie triumphed in physique. Each woman possessed her own advantages, both capable of capturing attention, thus elevating their initial impressions. Distinguished judges, greetings. I am Mu Chonga from Zhongyuan Beverage Company. Today, I am adorned in a red outfit, symbolizing Huaxia's prosperity and fervor. I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Chinese Olympic delegation, hoping they achieve a resounding success and that the vibrant hue of our nation illuminates this Olympic Games. This opening statement is imbued with humor, surely gaining the judges' approval. Indeed, upon hearing it, Zhao Xuxing nodded in agreement. A good beginning is half the success. Witnessing this scene, Mu Chonga felt a surge of confidence. Zhongyuan Jianlibo, deeply rooted in our homeland, is a performance-enhancing beverage developed by Professor Ouyangda of the Guangdong Sports Science Institute. It facilitates rapid recovery of athlete stamina, and of course, it is also suitable for the general populace. Zhongyuan Jianlibo is an alkaline electrolyte drink, renowned for its ability to maintain the body's electrolyte, hydration, and acid-base balance. While alleviating exercise-induced fatigue, our primary focus is on athletic performance, thus closely aligning with sports. Many have likely seen the television advertisements for Zhongyuan Jianlibo. A sip of Yan Jin Libo dispels fatigue, bringing you to your optimal state. As we watch the Olympics, let us cheer for our Chinese athletes alongside Yan Jin Libo. As Mu Chonga recited these three slogans, the audience, including the judges, naturally envisioned the figures of Chen Paisai, Zhu Shimao, and Song Dan. This is the power of advertising. This is the effect of celebrity. Although Yan Jin Libo is a recent entrant to the market, it has garnered widespread attention both domestically and internationally. Now, I kindly request my assistant to present the relevant materials to the esteemed judges. Ho Duong swiftly distributed copies of newspapers to each judge. Esteemed judges. At the recently concluded AFC meeting in Yangqing, Yan Jin Libo was the sole beverage sponsor. Mr. Shama, the AFC president, has spoken highly of Yan Jin Libo. You may refer to the photographs in the newspaper, where Mr. Shama is seen enjoying Yan Jin Libo. The judges leaned forward to examine the newspapers. The images were strikingly clear, and being from the sports industry, they naturally recognized the protagonist in the photograph, none other than President Shama himself. The endorsement from the AFC president signifies the substantial merit of Yan Jin Libo. Other sponsors were left astounded. Can the beverage selection committee operate in such a manner? Presenting the newspaper directly to the judges. How do we not think of this? Charles inquired with a hint of confusion. Jan, have you heard about this? Jan Liji shrugged. I had no idea they sponsored the AFC meeting. Not having heard it does not equate to its absence. At this moment, despite their skepticism, they found themselves at a loss for words. Mizutani Jun also wore a bewildered expression. When was the AFC meeting held in Yangqing? Recently. They had only focused on Olympic sponsorships, remaining oblivious to other happenings in the sports world. They had never been particularly interested in the broader sports arena. Mu Chonga allowed the judges 10 seconds to peruse the newspapers. After the interval, she continued her presentation. At this juncture, I must mention that our collaboration extends beyond the AFC. Zhongyuan Company previously enjoyed a fruitful partnership with the National Sports Commission, providing warmth to the families of the 225 athletes representing our nation, earning widespread acclaim from all sectors of society. I believe that should we continue our collaboration, it would undoubtedly yield a remarkable synergy, allowing us to further compose this exquisite narrative. Mu Chonga paused momentarily, affording the judges time to absorb his words. Next, I shall present a few items to several judges. Upon hearing this, Ho Duong promptly laid a series of photographs upon the judges' table. Unlike newspaper images, these photographs were diminutive, and Mu Chonga offered no hints, leaving the others in a state of curiosity regarding the content presented by Ho Duong. The Zhongyuan Beverage Company is a domestic brand of Huaxia, and presently, there exists a burgeoning movement among the populace to support domestic products, fueled by a profound patriotic sentiment. Before the esteemed judges, the photographs illustrated small shops and supply cooperatives adorned with banners advocating for domestic goods. The people were queuing to purchase these local products. They choose domestic goods, place their trust in them, and support them out of love for their country. Indeed, this is precisely articulated in the meticulously crafted speech. His intent is to invoke a moral obligation, positioning those who do not support domestic products in opposition to patriotism. He aims to enlighten and persuade an increasing number of individuals that supporting domestic products equates to patriotism, and that to be patriotic, one must support domestic goods. Only in this manner can one avoid being branded a traitor. Otherwise, one shall be deemed a traitor. Charles and Mizutani Sunizumi, upon hearing this, felt an intense indignation but dared not voice their objections. Mu Chonga had ascended to the moral high ground. Who would dare oppose the patriotism of the Huaxia people? Not only would they face severe backlash, but the sponsorship of beverages would also be utterly out of reach. At this moment, Yan Jin was rather hopeful that Mizutani Sunizumi would rise again. Should he dare to stand, it would signify his voluntary withdrawal from the beverage selection committee. The once confident Mizutani Sunizumi now found himself in disarray. The Zhongyuan beverage factory had cleverly played the patriotic card, compelling the judges to deliberate carefully. Voting for foreign brands could lead to public scorn. What was once a certain outcome had now become uncertain, and Mizutani Sunizumi gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet he found himself powerless, merely a spectator. His gaze shifted to Chuanzhi, hoping that he would not be swayed by Mu Chonga's rhetoric and would remain steadfast in his original choice. Recently, the heated rumors surrounding a foreign beverage brand's acquisition of Yan Jin Libo must have reached everyone. Although it was merely speculation, many misled individuals had voiced their grievances against us. We truly empathize with their sentiments. Their intent is simple. They do not wish for the national brand of Yan Jin Libo to become a profit-making machine for foreigners. Consider this, dear judges. If this were not a rumor but indeed true, our director Yan would likely face severe repercussions. Thus, when making choices or decisions, we must exercise utmost caution and respect the opinions of the masses. This segment of Mu Chonga's speech delivered yet another staggering blow. Charles and Mizutani Sunizumi felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. Young lady, this is an overt threat to the judges. Must you persist in this line of discourse? Can we not shift to another topic? Please, spare us from further discussions on lofty notions of patriotism. I implore you. The judges were profoundly moved by Mu Chonga's words. Chapter 176. Behind us stands a powerful motherland. I once heard a revolutionary elder say that many believe domestic products cannot compete with foreign brands. They prefer to pay exorbitant prices for foreign goods rather than purchase affordable domestic alternatives. However, the truth is that our nation's industry has developed rapidly, and the level of craftsmanship has significantly improved. Many domestic products are on par with foreign brands, and some even surpass them. Moreover, they are more economically viable. So why should we not choose quality domestic goods? The elder's words left my heart in turmoil for a long time. Charles and Mizukawa Junichi were on the verge of collapse. Sister, you've talked about this for 5 minutes. Do you still want us to keep going? Clearly, Mu Chonga had no intention of stopping. Our Zhongyuan beverage company is determined to become a century-old national brand, aiming to create a beacon of domestic products and instill a sense of national pride. It also serves as a benchmark for other domestic brands, demonstrating that they can excel just as well. The one caught in the most turmoil might be Chuanzhi. Every word Mu Chonga spoke resonated with reason. He should cast his vote for Zhongyuan beverage. If he refrains, rumors might circulate, and he could be branded a traitor. This would spell the end of his career. Yet, he had previously committed to Sidiao Beverage for investment attraction in Xinzhou province. If he did not vote for them, they would undoubtedly withdraw their investment. Who to choose? It was a dilemma. Mizukawa Junichi's face turned pale. With this maneuver from Zhongyuan Beverage, Sidiao Beverage was rendered powerless. It was all that fool Qiao Hongji's fault. If that idiot had dealt with Zhongyuan Beverage sooner, there wouldn't be so much trouble. A useless ally. Bang, bang, bang. Charles felt as though his heart had taken a heavy blow. He had thought success was within his grasp, but Mu Chonga's remarks had suddenly obscured the situation. He gritted his teeth, cursing Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Jean Lizzie noticed Charles's distress. Mr. Charles, are you all right? Charles did not respond. He only wished for the selection meeting to conclude swiftly, hoping that Mu Chonga would not continue speaking. Who knows what else she might say? Aside from the 2 foreign brands, everyone else eagerly anticipated Mu Chonga's next statement. Only Yan Jin and Li Tiandi were aware that Mu Chonga's presentation was nearing its end. She had said all that needed to be said and was about to enter the final summary. Mu Chonga glanced at Yan Jin. Their eyes met, and Yan Jin nodded at her. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chonga continued. As we participate in the Olympics for the first time in America, I believe we cannot leave logistical matters to others. Behind our athletes stands a progressively powerful motherland. With our nation supporting our Olympic champions, all difficulties will cease to be obstacles, and all problems will become trivial. I wish to convey a crucial point. It is solely our motherland that stands as the most reliable bastion and the strongest support for us. We are all children of our motherland. Only a mother can love her children with such tenderness that no one else can rival. With our motherland behind us, we have no need to depend on others. In conclusion, I warmly invite everyone to visit the Zhongyuan factory, to witness the spirit and demeanor of the workers and observe the bustling scenes of production. Thank you, my speech concludes here. Mu Chonga bowed and stepped down from the podium, his head bowed as he hurried back to his seat. At that moment, an unusual silence enveloped the grand auditorium. No one spoke. Suddenly, applause erupted from a corner of the hall. Just one person, Yan Jin, was clapping. Yan Jin stood up, continuing to applaud for Mu Chonga. Li Tiandi, Ouyang Da, and Ho Duong quickly followed suit, rising to join in the applause. The teams from Nanji Beverage, Yangtze Beverage, Dongfang Beverage, and Wang's Herbal Tea also stood and clapped. In an instant, the scattered applause transformed into a resounding thunder of claps. Even judges like Zhao Xuxing and Zhong Bendao joined in honoring Mu Chonga with their applause. Mu Chonga spoke the truth. Behind the athletes of Huaxia stands an increasingly powerful nation. The motherland is indeed everyone's steadfast support. The applause reverberated on Charles and Mizutani. These foreign observers would never comprehend the profound and fervent love that the Huaxia people hold for their homeland. The 5-star red flag fluttered in the wind. The victory song rang out resoundingly, singing of our beloved motherland. As we stride towards prosperity and strength, Yan Jin suddenly began to sing Ode to the Motherland. Although he lacked singing talent, he had sung this patriotic song innumerable times. Mu Chonga, Li Tiandi, Yang and Ho Duong, along with an ever-growing number of people, joined in the chorus. The majestic voices of Ode to the Motherland filled the entire auditorium. At that moment, everyone's emotions reached their zenith, with many moved to tears. Charles and Mizutani were utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Why are we singing at this moment? They found themselves at a loss, neither standing nor sitting. Once the song concluded, everyone returned to their seats. The host once again took to the stage, announcing a 10-minute recess before the judges would proceed to the final voting. The atmosphere in the grand auditorium shifted from excitement back to tension. Zhao Xuxing and the other judges retreated to the lounge, where the voting process would commence. The beverage representatives continued to await in the grand auditorium. Mu Chonga cast an apologetic glance at Yan Jin. The last portion of her speech had not been part of her original script. She had taken the liberty to add it herself. Upon hearing Jean Lizzie state that if Ketao Kolo were granted sponsorship rights, they would provide various conveniences to the Huaxia delegation, she felt deeply uncomfortable. Huaxia does not require such transactions. The Huaxia Olympic athletes possess a powerful nation. They do not need conditional assistance. Thus, in the conclusion of her address, she expressed these heartfelt sentiments. She was unaware of the consequences her actions might bring to Yan Jin and Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Yan Gu, I apologize for speaking without your consent. Yan Jin replied with a smile. Chonggu, why do you need to apologize to me? You are assisting me. What you just said was the perfect touch. It is indeed my wisest decision to have you as our spokesperson, and I should be expressing my gratitude to you. Yan Jin's words reassured Mu Chonggu. As long as it was a genuine help, that was sufficient. At that moment, several individuals approached the Zhongyuan beverage team's position. Director Yan, you represent the exemplary beverage enterprises of Huaxia. You shall surely emerge victorious. Our Olympic athletes should carry beverages produced by our own hands. We are no less than anyone else. We must convey to the world our strength and integrity. Upon hearing this, Mizutani Sooner couldn't help but snort disdainfully. Who will ultimately prevail remains to be seen. Chapter 177. Nothing is more important than patriotism. Observing the sinister expression on Mizutani Sooner's face, Yan Jin retorted without hesitation. Who prevails will certainly not be you. Others chimed in. Exactly. It is impossible for it to be you. Enraged, Mizutani Sooner clenched his jaw, veins bulging. Are you going to protest again? What can your Sedai beverage do besides protest? The crowd's words were filled with contempt for Sedai beverage. Frustrated, Mizutani Sooner returned to his seat. You beverage merchants, I, Mizutani Sooner, will make sure to take you down, one by one. He remained awaiting the announcement of results, while Charles had already risen to depart. Mr. Charles, the results are about to be announced. Is it appropriate for us to leave now? Jean Lizzie pursued him with a question. The outcome is already quite clear. Staying here serves no purpose. But the results have yet to be revealed. What if the judges choose us? Charles replied, Jean Lizzie, do you still not understand this country and its people? Even if we sponsor them with 1 million or 10 million, they would never choose us. Why? Here, nothing is more important than patriotism. The interests of the Huaxia nation take precedence over all. Jean Lizzie inquired, but the people from Sedai Beverage are still waiting there. I find their behavior utterly incomprehensible. Their members have already been taken away by the police. Such negative repercussions are irreversible. How can they still have the audacity to sit there waiting for results? With that, Charles strode away. Jean Lizzie turned back to glance at the grand auditorium. Although he felt a sense of reluctance, he was powerless to change the situation. After witnessing the departure of the Tadpole Cola team, Mizutani Sooner was still holding on stubbornly, filled with various grievances. He had spared no effort in treating Zhai Chuanzhi to drinks for the beverage sponsorship rights, placing all his hopes in Zhai Chuanzhi. As for the incident involving Pang Ping being taken away by the police, it hardly affected him. He could always shift all blame onto Qiao Hongji. The entire scheme was masterminded by Qiao Hongji, who was completely unaware. After watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms and The Art of War countless times, he thoroughly understood the principle of sacrificing the vehicle to protect the commander. At long last, the judges re-entered the grand auditorium. Zhao Xuxing approached the podium. Now, it is my privilege to announce the results of the beverage selection meeting. The beverage sponsorship for the 1984 Los Angeles Olympic Games representing Huaxia is awarded to Zhongyuan Beverage Company's Zhongyuan Jianlibo. A resounding cheer erupted in the grand hall. Li Tiandi, Mu Chonga, Yang and Ho Duong rose to their feet in applause. Other beverage merchants from Huaxia also joined in applauding Zhongyuan Jianlibo. In utter dismay, Mizukawa Sooner could no longer bear to stay and, accompanied by the Sherdao beverage team, left in dejection. At that moment, no one paid them any heed. All eyes were fixated on Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Li Tiandi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Director Yan, we have triumphed. Mr. Li, this outcome was entirely anticipated, was it not? Li Tiandi nodded vigorously. Indeed, Yan Jin had asserted from the very beginning that the beverage sponsorship rights would undoubtedly belong to Zhong Yuanji and Libo. His confidence was not arrogance, but rather a testament to his belief. Yan Jin approached the podium and shook hands with Zhao Xuxing. Congratulations to the National Sports Commission for making the most astute decision. Zhao Xuxing responded. What a curious remark. Shouldn't I be the one congratulating Yan Jin for securing the beverage sponsorship rights? Why is he congratulating himself instead? In that moment, Zhao Xuxing pondered that had Zhong Yuanji and Libo not been chosen, Yan Jin would undoubtedly have stirred up quite a commotion, perhaps leveraging the support for domestic products to create a significant uproar. An hour later, a new version of the advertisement for Zhong Yuanji and Libo aired on the Capital Television. At the conclusion of the original advertisement, a phrase was added. Zhong Yuanji and Libo, the official beverage of the Huaxia Olympic delegation. This version had been pre-edited, merely awaiting the official announcement of the partnership to be broadcast. Having become collaborators, that evening, Yan Jin hosted a banquet for Zhao Xuxing, director of the National Sports Commission, Zhong Bendao, president of the Huaxia Olympic Committee, Li Jinhua, leader of the Huaxia Olympic delegation, and prominent figures such as Huang Jing from Capital Television. Renowned actors Chun Paisai and Zhu Shimao. Zhai Chuanzhi declined the invitation under the pretense of prior commitments. Among Zhong Yuan Beverage S attendees were Yan Jin, Li Tiandi, Ouyang Da, and Mu Chongga. The acquisition of the sponsorship rights by Zhong Yuanji and Libo owes much to the support of everyone present, and both I and Zhong Yuanji and Libo will forever be grateful. Yan Jin's opening remarks were rather unremarkable. The dishes began to arrive, and the wine was poured. Everyone awaited the toast. The opening remarks should not drag on like an old woman's bound feet, lest they dampen the spirits of the gathering. It was better to dive right in. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere at the table became increasingly lively. You drink to me, I drink to you. And soon they entered a mode of mutual flattery. Yan Jin, holding his glass, approached Zhao Xuxing and Zhong Bendao. After a toast, Yan Jin began to address the matter at hand. Director Zhao, President Zhong, I have a proposal that I would like to discuss with you both. Both men, having indulged a bit too much, bore rosy cheeks. Director Yan, what proposal do you have? Now that we have become partners, our Zhong Yuanji and Libo will be delivered to the athletes tomorrow, allowing them to experience the effects of this sports functional beverage firsthand. Excellent. Both nodded in agreement. We also wish for the athletes to savor Zhong Yuanji and Libo as soon as possible. Director Yan then called over Li Tiandi. Mr. Li, the leaders from the National Sports Commission have stated that the athletes must consume Zhong Yuanji and Libo tomorrow. Please make the necessary arrangements swiftly. Upon hearing this, Li Tiandi replied, I will make a few calls right now to ensure they dispatch the goods tonight. After Li Tiandi departed, Ouyang approached. Zhao Xuxing chuckled. Professor Ouyang, are you from the National Sports Commission or Zhong Yuanji and Libo? This was, of course, a jest. Ouyang clinked glasses with Zhao Xuxing. Director Zhao, I belong to both sides. Zhao Xuxing patted his shoulder. Zhong Yuanji and Libo has been developed by our National Sports Commission. We can trust our athletes to consume it. Mu Chongga also walked over. Upon seeing her, Zhong Bendao couldn't help but exclaim, You, young lady, are truly remarkable. Your presence is as commanding as that of the renowned Jean Lizzie. Indeed a woman who does not yield to men. Mu Chongga smiled softly. Yet, Yan Jin remarked, Director Huang, with such an outstanding host, if I were you, I would recruit her, haha. Huang Jing chuckled. He had indeed harbored this thought for some time. After another drink, Yan Jin resumed his serious demeanor. Director Zhao, Chairman Zhong, I have yet to finish my proposal. I would like to invite a few athletes to endorse our Zhong Yuanji and Libo. Which athletes does Director Yan wish to invite as endorsers? Chapter 178. New endorsers. Upon hearing that Yan Jin wanted to enlist athletes as endorsers, Zhao Xuxing and Zhong Bendao simultaneously glanced at Chun Paisai and Zhu Shimao nearby. Zhong Yuanji and Libo already has an endorser, a big star who has appeared on the Spring Festival Gala. Is there really a need to find athletes for endorsements? Chun Paisai and Zhu Shimao clearly heard Yan Jin's words, their expressions betraying a hint of disappointment. Could it be that Brother Yan intends to abandon us? Are we no longer needed for endorsements? Yan Jin, however, did not notice Chun and Zhu. He earnestly addressed Zhao Xuxing. Director Zhao, Chairman Zhong, I have heard that there is a shooter named Su Haifeng and a gymnast named Li Ning. Both are exceptionally talented young men. I would like to invite them to endorse Zhong Yuanji and Libo. Zhong Bendao chuckled. Director Yan, have you been following the news lately, which is why you chose Su Haifeng? What news? Noticing Yan Jin's puzzled expression, Zhong Bendao asked in surprise. Are you truly unaware? What should I know? In the Olympic warm-up competition held this month, Su Haifeng secured first place, earning his first world championship. Prior to this, Su Haifeng's accomplishments were not particularly noteworthy. Yan Jin exclaimed, "Oh, I genuinely did not know that." Yan Jin was indeed unaware of Su Haifeng's achievements prior to winning gold at the Olympics. Zhang Bendao had assumed that Yan Jin chose Su Haifeng precisely because he had just claimed the world championship. It turns out that was not the case. "Director Yan, why did you choose him?" "It's quite simple. I find his name to be melodious and easily memorable," Yan Jin stated with clarity. Zhao Xuxing inquired further. "And what about Li Ning? Was it also due to his pleasing name?" "No, it is because he is a world champion. At the Gymnastics World Cup 2 years ago, Li Ning claimed 6 championships, becoming a legend in the gymnastics realm. We are truly honored to have such an extraordinary athlete represent us at Zhongyuan Jianlibo." Yan Jin's unconventional approach left Zhao Xuxing and Zhang Bendao somewhat perplexed. It is always difficult to predict Yan Jin's intentions. Since Director Yan insists on these 2 athletes as ambassadors, I shall meet with them tomorrow. However, one condition must be met. The athletes' training must not be disrupted. Rest assured, both leaders, the endorsement shoots will be scheduled during the athletes' spare time, and I guarantee their normal training will remain undisturbed. After affirming this, Yan Jin continued, "In addition to these 2, I wish to invite another team as our spokesperson." Zhao Xuxing chuckled, "Director Yan, if I am not mistaken, you are referring to the Huaxiao Women's Volleyball team." Zhao, who knows me well, is indeed correct. The Huaxiao Women's Volleyball team epitomizes the spirit of Chinese sports. Their influence transcends the mere realm of athletics. They represent a collective memory of our times and serve as a symbol of perseverance and self-reliance for our nation. The volleyball ladies never surrender. They confront formidable opponents with unwavering resolve. Their figures embody the essence of national character, and their strides narrate the journey of a nation's growth. As the national anthem plays and the flag rises, they transcend sports, becoming heroes of the country. If we could secure their endorsement, it would be a profound honor for me. Director Yan, I will do my utmost to facilitate this matter. Thank you, Director Zhao. After Yan Jin, Zhao Xuxing, and Zhang Bendao finished their drinks, they returned to their seats. Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao approached, standing on either side of Yan Jin. He quickly rose to greet them. "Chen Gu, Zhu Gu, I am grateful for your steadfast support during the most challenging times at Zhongyuan Jianlibo." Chen Paisai hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Yan, I just heard that you are seeking athletes for endorsements?" Yan Jin nodded affirmatively. His candid acknowledgement left Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao feeling somewhat uneasy. As if a distance had grown between them, Yan Jin placed a reassuring hand on each of their shoulders. "I was just about to discuss this with you. Once I confirm the schedule with the television station, I will need both of you and Song Dan for the new endorsement shoot." Chen Paisai and Zhu Shimao exchanged glances. Momentarily taken aback, Yan Jin asked, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling?" Chen Paisai chuckled awkwardly. "We thought you no longer needed us as spokespeople." "How could that be?" "As long as you are willing, you will forever be the ambassadors of Zhongyuan Beverage Company." Upon hearing this, the 2 finally felt a sense of relief. May 1st, 1984. The day after the beverage selection meeting concluded, television stations and major mainstream media outlets have reported on Zhongyuan Jianlibo becoming the beverage sponsor for the Huaxia Olympic delegation. New banners have been hung at various sales points, proclaiming heartfelt congratulations to Zhongyuan Jianlibo for becoming the official partner of the Huaxia Olympic delegation. It can be said that the meticulous use of media and banners has reached its zenith, occasionally reminding the populace of their presence, ensuring that the public maintains a sense of novelty towards Zhongyuan Jianlibo. By fostering this freshness, the public's desire to purchase is continually heightened, thus securing the enduring success of Zhongyuan Jianlibo. Today marks the day Song Dan is discharged from the hospital. Yan Jin and Ho Duong hurried to the hospital early in the morning. Song Dan's health has significantly improved compared to a few days ago. "Yan Gu, congratulations on obtaining the beverage sponsorship rights for the Huaxia Olympic delegation. Let us not discuss that for now. How is your health? Have you fully recovered?" "Yes, I'm completely well." "That is wonderful." At that moment, Zhao Qi entered the ward. "Oh, Yan Gu is here." "Zhao Qi, I am immensely grateful for your help this time. Without you, Zhongyuan Beverages would have surely faced adversity." "Yan Gu, how do you plan to thank me?" Zhao Qi puffed out her chest and inquired. Yan Jin smiled. "What do you desire?" Zhao Qi pondered for a moment. "I haven't decided yet. I will let you know once I think of something. But you must not go back on your word. Song Dan will bear witness for me." Yan Jin nodded. "All right. Let me know when you've made your decision." This matter with Zhao Qi is indeed a significant favor, one that must be repaid. After Song Dan's discharge, Yan Jin proceeded to the police station. Yesterday, during the selection meeting, Officer Zhang took away Xiao Hongji's assistant, Pang Ping. With his focus on the beverage sponsorship, Yan Jin now took the opportunity to inquire about the situation. He entered the office of Director Zhang Shouxin. Director Zhang, what is the current status? Zhang Shouxin frowned. Pang Ping was released yesterday. We didn't manage to extract much information. Director, why was he allowed to leave after being taken away in public? What is going on? Yan Jin expressed his dissatisfaction. Calm down, Yan factory manager. The situation is not as simple as you perceive. Bai Go mentioned that this matter was related to Pang Ping yesterday morning, but then he suddenly changed his story in the afternoon. Furthermore, we have received the latest directive from above. This case will be transferred to the substation tomorrow. It seems there are connections to a certain embassy involved in Pang Ping's release. This matter is now beyond the purview of our small police station. Yan Jin understood. It must be the Sadeo Beverage Company orchestrating this. Xiao Hongji and Xiao Ben Ingzi left midway yesterday, undoubtedly to leverage connections to protect Pang Ping. Is this matter to be dismissed just like that? Absolutely not. A thorough investigation is imperative. Sadeo Beverage has wronged us first. Those who dare to offend Zhongyuan Beverage shall face dire consequences, no matter how distant. Yan Jin composed himself. Director Zhang, you are more informed than we are, so please keep us updated with any new developments. Thank you. Sure, no problem. At noon, upon returning to the hotel, Yan Jin received a call from the president of the Chinese Olympic Committee, Zhong Bendao. Hello, President Zhong. Director Yan, I have just spoken with Su Haifeng and Li Ning, along with the principal leaders of the Chinese women's volleyball team. They have all tried your Zhongyuan Jianlibo. They have no objections regarding the endorsement. We tentatively plan to shoot around May 10th. What do you think? That sounds perfect, President Zhong. Please convey my gratitude to everyone on my behalf. 10 minutes later, Huang Jing called again. Director Yan, I discussed Mu Chonga's situation with Director Chao. He believes we should find a suitable opportunity for Mu Chonga to showcase her skills and performance ability. That sounds wonderful. Just as Yan Jin hung up, he heard the sound of a car engine downstairs. A minute later, there was a knock at his room door. Upon opening it, he found Zheng Xianqing, the director of the Beijing office. Director Yan, let us go. Yan Jin was taken aback. Where to? Of course, back to Qingping. Zheng Xianqing chuckled. When did I say I was going back to Qingping? Secretary Zhou asked me to send a car to take you back. Secretary Zhou? When did this happen? Why hasn't he informed me? Yan Jin was utterly perplexed. What was Zhou Helong up to, shrouding everything in mystery? Director Yan, I'm not clear on the specifics either. Why don't you give Secretary Zhou a call? Just then, the phone in the room rang. Yan Jin glanced at it suspiciously. Could it be Zhou Helong? After a moment of hesitation, he picked up the receiver. Who is this? Xiao Yan, has Director Zheng arrived? Hurry and get in the car to return to Qingping. I'm waiting for you. Secretary Zhou, is there something you need? I can't leave the capital just yet. Haven't you secured the beverage sponsorship for the Chinese Olympic delegation? What could possibly hold you back? Yan Jin thought, this Secretary Zhou truly knows everything. The day after tomorrow, Secretary Wu from the province will be visiting Qingping City for an inspection, and I've listed your Zhongyuan factory as one of the sites. You need to return and prepare. But, Secretary Zhou, I genuinely cannot leave. No buts. Hurry back. If you refuse to come, I'll have Zheng Xianqing bring you back by force. Yan Jian was at a loss for words. All right, who am I to argue with the mayor? What you say goes. By the way, if Chonga has no other commitments, let her return with you. The jeep from the Beijing office traveled along the provincial road. Yan Jian and Mu Chonga sat in the back seat. He informed her about the interview she was to have with the Beijing television station. However, Mu Chonga did not exhibit the excitement Yan Jian had anticipated. Instead, she inquired, Yan Gu, will you be staying in the capital permanently? Why do you ask that? Just tell me, will you be remaining in the capital? This question had not crossed Yan Jian's mind before. Nevertheless, he mused that he might purchase a few courtyard houses near Tiananmen Square in the capital. Chonga, I truly cannot provide you with a definitive answer. For someone like me, who travels back and forth across the country, it doesn't matter where I reside. Mu Chonga replied, somewhat disappointed. If Yan Jin were to leave the capital, what significance would there be in my employment at the capital's television station? One must choose a companion for life and a city to grow old in. Mu Chonga has become deeply ensnared in his feelings. Yan Jin noticed a shift in Mu Chonga's emotions. What troubles you, Chonga? If you do not stay in the capital, I shall forego the interview. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. You must understand how many hosts are eager to enter the capital's television station, yet fail to do so. Yan Jin implored earnestly. I am unfamiliar with the capital, devoid of even a single friend. I refuse to go. This month, our Zhongyuan will establish a branch office in the capital. If you are free then, you may come to visit. Yan Gu, are you truly establishing a branch office? Chonga seemed genuinely concerned about this matter. Yan Jin nodded. I shall spend most of my time in the capital this month. Establishing an office is essential for convenience. We will select a few capable individuals to assist, as Zhongyuan's scale continues to expand, and the affairs grow ever more numerous. We cannot rely solely on ourselves. A few hours later, the jeep entered the borders of Qingping City. Yan Jin suddenly pointed outside the window, exclaiming, Chonga, look, that is our new factory site, set to commence operations this month. Once operational, Zhongyuan Jianlibo's production capacity will increase tenfold. Chonga gazed at the factory buildings in the distance. With the new factory erected in Qingping City, it is improbable that he would remain in the capital indefinitely. Yan Jin did not head directly to the city council compound, but instead requested to drop him off at the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory. He mentioned needing to retrieve some documents, assuring the driver to disregard him and proceed to take Chonga first. In the capital, at the National Sports Committee compound, Zhang Qi felt quite dispirited. After the conclusion of the beverage selection meeting, Xiao Bin Yingzi had not contacted him again. He had attempted to seek her out several times. Yet she remained elusive. Zhang Qi was well aware that he had been utilized by Xiao Bin Yingzi, yet he clung to hope. Although he did not secure the sponsorship rights for the Sid Island beverage, he and Yingzi shared a genuine love. Her reluctance to meet him must surely stem from unavoidable circumstances. It must be due to Xiao Hongji. He must be obstructing Yingzi from seeing him. Such a mercenary businessman is truly detestable. Just as he was lamenting the situation, Zhai Chuanzhi called, requesting Zhang Qi to visit his office. Zhai Chuanzhi had not acknowledged him for quite some time. What could this summons entail? Had he come to realize that someone as exceptional as Zhang Qi would be his right-hand man? Zhang Qi hurriedly made his way to Zhai Chuanzhi's office. Zhai Chuanzhi warmly invited him to sit. Zhang Qi felt a swell of pride. Indeed, Zhai Chuanzhi had reconsidered. Director Zhai, what can I do for you? Zhang Qi immediately expressed his willingness. After all, he was the superior, and maintaining a respectful attitude was essential. It is nothing of great significance. I simply need you to assist me with a task. I am at your service, Director Zhai. Zhai Chuanzhi nodded appreciatively. Xiao Zhang, please assist me in locating Xiao Hongji and inquire about the investment status of Sadeo Beverage in Xinzhou Province. It has been several days without any updates. Zhai Chuanzhi felt too embarrassed to approach the matter himself, fearing he would make a blunder and lose face. Moreover, he had a sinking feeling that the investment from Sadeo Beverage in Qianzhou was likely to fall through. Sending Zhang Qi to inquire was merely a gamble. What if Sadeo Beverage was still willing to pursue this project? Zhang Qi was oblivious to the intricacies of the dealings between Zhai Chuanzhi and Sadeo Beverage, and he gladly accepted the task. This provided him with ample justification to seek out Xiao Bin Yingzi. He hastened to the premises of Sadeo Beverage. Upon his arrival, Xiao Bin Yingzi expressed her annoyance, saying, Zhang Qi, why are you here again? Please refrain from pestering me in the future, if you would be so kind. Xiao Bin Yingzi's dismissive demeanor left Zhang Qi feeling quite dejected. He steadied his emotions and replied, Yingzi, I'm here to see General Qiao. Why would you want to see my godfather? She retorted, it's Director Zhai who sent me to locate Xiao Hongji. Upon hearing Zhai Chuanzhi's name, Xiao Bin Yingzi led Zhang Qi to Xiao Hongji's office. After Zhang Qi explained his purpose, Xiao Hongji's face darkened ominously. How could Zhai Chuanzhi send you here? Look at the mess he has created. He assured us initially, and now look at the outcome. Zhang Qi began to suspect the reason behind Xiao Hongji's fury. It seemed that Zhai Chuanzhi had merely intended to use him as a scapegoat. He had thought Zhai Chuanzhi was genuinely considering him, only to discover he had been exploited. The treachery of human nature was disheartening. Zhang Qi, return and inform Zhai Chuanzhi that he should not harbor any illusions. We at Sadeo Beverage have already suffered a loss once. We shall not endure another. Xiao Hongji's veins bulged as he raised his voice, making it audible throughout the corridor. Hearing the commotion, Mizutani Juani entered, his expression unfriendly as he cast a glance at Zhang Qi, harboring no fondness for him. Xiao, do not be agitated, Mizutani Juani said. Fixing his intense gaze on Zhang Qi, please convey to Director Zhai that our evaluation team will soon head to Qianzhou Province. Once the assessment report is complete, we shall make our final decision. In the room, Xiao Hongji, Xiao Bin Yingzi, and Zhang Qi were all taken aback, especially the father and daughter duo. The intent to invest in Qianzhou was clearly a ruse to manipulate Zhai Chuanzhi regarding the sponsorship rights, which had already fallen through. Why then would they send an evaluation team to Qianzhou? Was this not an unnecessary endeavor? They could simply inform Zhai Chuanzhi to let go of his hopes. Once Zhang Qi departed, Xiao Hongji could hardly contain his curiosity. Mr. Mizutani, are we still proceeding with the investment in Qianzhou Province? Mizutani Juani nodded affirmatively. You must notify the evaluation team at once to set off for Qianzhou. We cannot sever ties with Chuanzhi. We must play the long game and reel in the big fish. Upon learning that Sadeo Beverage was contemplating continuing with the factory construction in Xinzhou province, Chuanzhi was equally astonished. What was happening? Had they always intended to establish a factory there, rather than merely dangling bait to garner votes for themselves? At this moment, Chuanzhi found himself in a state of confusion. Gradually, his perception of the Four Islands beverage began to shift. The conversation flowed in both directions. Yan Jin returned to the Zhongyuan instant noodle factory, where he was greeted with great joy by Wang and Tai. During this time, Wang had been preoccupied with both major and minor affairs within the factory, feeling overwhelmed by the mounting responsibilities. Now, with Yan Jin's return, he felt a renewed sense of assurance. How is the new factory coming along? Will we be able to move this month? We can relocate by mid-month. The workers are eagerly anticipating their new workplace. How many have been hired? 200, and they are currently undergoing training. Yan Jin nodded in approval of Wang Entai's efforts during this period. I've been busy with the Jian Libo matters and haven't been able to focus on instant noodles. How is the market performing lately? Sales are steadily increasing. Any new developments from our competitors? Huafeng Company has not launched any new promotions. It has been relatively quiet. Yan Jin pondered for a moment. Has Huafeng been intimidated by our actions? Have they quieted down? That seems unlikely. As the former leader in the instant noodle industry, Huafeng would not concede easily. Yan Jin had a premonition that they were surely concocting a significant strategy. How is the research on new flavors coming along? Director Jiang has formulated flavors such as spicy, aromatic, and 5-spice. Director Yan, you should taste them shortly. If they meet your approval, we can launch them into the market immediately. Indeed, we should also innovate in packaging. With the increasing number of business travelers, instant noodles will undoubtedly be their preferred choice. We could introduce bucket noodles. Bucket noodles? Wang Entai looked on with curiosity, unable to envision what Yan Jing's concept entailed. The packaging would be designed like a bowl, eliminating the need for a lunchbox. Just pour hot water directly in. Please contact the packaging company and expedite the production of a batch for us. After leaving the instant noodle factory, Yan Jing requested that Shui Jie take him to the beverage factory, where he intended to have a thorough discussion with Ding Jian. Upon receiving Wang Entai's notification, Ding Jian was already waiting at the entrance. Director Yan Jing frowned slightly. Why are you at the front gate? We are merely an ordinary private enterprise. Such formality is unnecessary. Upon hearing Yan Jing's admonishment, Ding Jian responded cheerfully. Director, it's been so long since we last met. I couldn't help but come to see you. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us head to the office. The two walked side by side towards the office building. On the way, they encountered several workers finishing their shifts. Director Yan. The workers held great respect for Yan Jing. He looked at the two individuals before him. You are in Ming, and you are Meng Qingzhu, correct? And Ming Qingzhu were astonished that Director Yan remembered their names, feeling a sense of unexpected honor. I have a vivid impression of the two of you from the interviews. One diligent and unpretentious, the other astute and efficient. You are truly the hidden talents of Zhongyuan Beverage Company. The two could not respond to this remark. Of course, it was merely a jest from Yan Jing, meant to encourage them to persevere. Upon entering Ding Jian's office, Ding Jian poured a cup of hot water for Yan Jing. Director Yan, allow me to report to you that the lease for this factory will expire at the end of May, and we shall be able to relocate completely to the new facility by mid-May. Old Wang has informed me that he wishes to discuss two matters with you, Manager Ding. Ding Jian sat upright, eager to listen. We are currently the official beverage partner of the Chinese Olympic delegation, with the eyes of the nation upon us. Our competitors are closely watching as well. During this critical time, we cannot afford any mistakes. A single misstep could plunge us into an abyss from which we may never recover. I understand, Director. We have maintained rigorous quality control, and Deputy Director Wang has been overseeing our efforts diligently. Now, let us address the second matter, Manager Ding. Do you harbor any grievances against General Manager Li Tiandi? I do not. Just as Ding Jian was about to elucidate, Yan Jian interrupted him. You are well aware of the efforts that were required to bring General Li to Qingping City. It was no small feat, involving various strategies and considerable exertion. Manager Ding, have you ever pondered why I exerted such effort to recruit Li Tiandi? This question had not crossed Ding Jian's mind, as his subconscious discontent towards Li Tiandi had blinded him to it. When Li Tiandi served as deputy director at the Sanshui distillery, he shed the trappings of leadership to personally engage in sales, a tenacity that is rare among individuals. His collaboration with Professor Ouyang before I could secure a partnership demonstrates his intellect, foresight, and exceptional predictive capabilities regarding the future. when Zhong Yuanjian was relatively unknown. General Li managed to present it at the AFC conference, even persuading the AFC president to sample it, something others might find impossible. General Li's capabilities are extraordinary. The reports of AFC President Xia Ma sampling Zhong Yuanjian significantly bolstered our bid for beverage sponsorship. It is fair to say that General Li is a great benefactor of Zhong Yuanjian. Manager Ding, I urge you to extend the same respect to General Li as you do to me. He is deserving of your respect. Henceforth, should any issues arise, do not bypass him to come directly to me. He is your immediate superior, and you ought to report to him first. General Li will return to Qingping next week, and I wish to see no more discordant scenes. Otherwise, you may need to reconsider your position as sales manager. This is both a friendly piece of advice and a warning, twofold. Should Ding Jian continue in his current manner, Yan Jin would have no choice but to make a painful decision. A company must adhere to strict regulations. Following orders is not merely the duty of soldiers. It is also an essential professional quality for employees. Finally, Yan Jin patted the somewhat dazed Ding Jian and departed. Zhou Helian was already aware of his return to Qingping. To refrain from going would be tantamount to a lack of discernment. It is likely that Zhou Helian was already impatiently awaiting his arrival. Chapter 181. Delivering substance to Secretary Wu in the municipal party compound. When Yan Jin appeared at Zhou Helian's office door, Zhou Helian's expression was far from pleasant. Why have you arrived only now? Secretary Zhou, I rushed to the factory to attend to an urgent matter, and as soon as I concluded, I hurried over. Your diligent attitude is commendable. Zhou Helian did not have the luxury of time to dwell on trivialities. Have you reviewed the exemplary materials they prepared? Indeed, I have. They were exceptionally well written. It is no surprise that the secretary of the municipal committee possesses such caliber. Had it been me, I would have struggled to articulate even a few words. In any case, it would be entirely appropriate to lavish praise upon Su Yuan and Bai Xiao. However, Zhou Helian's expression turned grave as he remarked, You find them commendable? Upon my review, I deemed the content superficial and lacking in depth. This cannot be attributed to me. I have expressed my thoughts, but if they failed to convey the essence or resonate with you, that is beyond my concern. Secretary Zhou, you do not intend to have them rewrite it, do you? The entire secretariat has been occupied with this material for days. Yan Jin was taken aback. How enviable it must be for these bureaucratic entities, unburdened by concerns of efficiency, able to devote all their resources to mere paperwork. Moreover, their compensation is guaranteed. What a secure position indeed. However, these matters are of no consequence to Yan Jin. If you wish to engage in such endeavors, feel free to do so, as long as it does not disrupt us. Secretary Zhou, Secretary Wu is coming. There is no need for such fuss, is there? Xiaoyan, you have not experienced this. You cannot comprehend. The provincial leaders visit no more than twice a year, and both hosting and reporting must be flawless. How could I not have experienced this? In the past, many leaders visited Yan Jin's enterprise. It has never been as chaotic as it is now, disrupting the peace of the entire family. Everything should proceed as usual. Leaders come to investigate to witness the most authentic circumstances. Engaging in superficial formalities serves only to embellish one's reputation. What benefit does it confer upon development? Xiaoyan, both factories must be immaculate, leaving a pristine impression on Secretary Wu. The workers' morale must also be taken into account, showcasing the spirit of our Qingping citizens. Yan Jin, however, grimaced and replied, Secretary Zhou, ISNT Secretary Wu here to investigate the development of the private economy? Such minutiae seem unnecessary. Details dictate success or failure. We must attend to every aspect meticulously, ensuring there are no flaws, and that Secretary Wu depart satisfied. Zhou Helian stated with utmost seriousness. Very well, may we present our difficulties to Secretary Wu? Zhou Helian fixed a piercing gaze upon Yan Jin. What difficulties do you have? His stare was as if he were ready to devour him, prompting Yan Jin to quickly amend his statement. Secretary Zhou, I was merely jesting. Under the caring guidance of all the leaders in Qingping, our Zhongyuan factory currently faces no difficulties, thriving in every aspect. Observing Yan Jin's nonchalance, Zhou Helian pondered for a moment before saying, Xiaoyan, if you do not take this matter seriously, I will be unable to advocate for you. Secretary Zhou, advocate for what? Yan Jin instantly perked up in eager anticipation. Certainly for the provincial support policies concerning the private economy. Yan Jin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What policies? Seeing Yan Jin's fervent demeanor, Zhou Helian felt a sense of relief in his heart. Indeed, Yan Jin is a man easily swayed by monetary allure. Just moments ago, he appeared languid, Yet upon the mention of supportive policies, he instantly brims with vitality. Zhou Helian sipped his strong tea, asserting, "I am confident I can handle you." Since the year before last, our provincial capital of Handong has allocated a modest, yet significant sum of support funds, 1 million. In Yan Jin's eyes, this amount may seem trivial, but even the legs of a fly constitute sustenance. Secretary Zhou, what must we do to be recognized as an outstanding enterprise? Surely, our Zhongyuan factory qualifies as such? Zhou Helian replied, "We require a recommendation from our municipal committee, after which representatives from the province will conduct an assessment. If we pass, that million is ours. Of course, receiving commendations from Secretary Wu would significantly bolster our chances of being deemed an exemplary enterprise. Secretary Zhou, you must advocate for us. We wholeheartedly welcome Secretary Wu for an inspection and shall cooperate to the fullest extent." Zhou Helian perceived the underlying motives. This young fellow is one who waits for the rabbit to appear before unleashing the eagle. After attentively absorbing Zhou Helian's introduction to the reception procedures, Yan Jin vowed to ensure that Secretary Wu arrives in high spirits and departs with satisfaction. "Secretary Zhou, we shall prioritize Secretary Wu's visit. He will undoubtedly leave with substantial insights." Zhou Helian was taken aback. "What do you mean by substantial insights for Secretary Wu? Be cautious not to err." Yan Jin, disinterested in explanations, replied, Yes, Secretary Zhou, I understand. I will return to prepare, just watch." At that moment, Wei Juanhe, the secretary of the municipal committee, knocked and entered. "Secretary Zhou, I just reconfirmed with the province. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Secretary Wu will arrive in Qingping City the day after tomorrow." "Excellent. We shall meet him at the provincial road exit." Wei Juanhe continued. The province also mentioned that Secretary Wu's primary focus will be on the performance evaluation of Zhongyuan Factory's break from the traditional big pot rice model, with a particular emphasis on promoting exemplary experiences. Zhou Helian inquired, "How are the materials being revised?" "They are still being amended as I arrived. It should be finished soon, with 2 department heads personally penning the revisions. Hasten the process. We will convene in the meeting room in half an hour. Our time is quite limited." "Understood." Wei Juanhe exited the room, and Zhou Helian took another sip of tea. "Director Yan, Secretary Wu is coming specifically for you. We are all working diligently on your behalf. Just look at how frantic the Secretariat is, while you appear completely unconcerned. Who will you turn to for counsel?" "Rest assured, Secretary Zhou, our Zhongyuan factory will not hinder Qingping City in any way. I shall immediately hold a motivational meeting to ensure everyone tidies up and organizes the factory affairs, presenting our finest spirit to welcome Secretary Wu." Zhou Helian pondered and realized there was little more to convey. "Very well. Then return and impress upon the workers the utmost importance of this matter. Even though you are a private enterprise, this is Huaxia. When it is time to be political, one must be political. Our Zhongyuan factory possesses a high level of awareness. We will remain clear-headed in the face of significant matters and certainly will not let Secretary Zhou down." Zhou Helian had originally intended to inquire about Mu Chonga, but refrained. Ultimately, he restrained himself, saying nothing, urging Yan Jin to return promptly to prepare. However, after leaving the municipal compound, Yan Jin did nothing. He also failed to inform the workers about Secretary Wu's impending visit for research the following day. It was as if the person who had just sworn an oath with Zhou Helian was not him at all. He didn't even return to the factory. Instead, he went directly to find Su Lu and Duo. It had been quite a while since he had seen the two of them, and he missed them dearly. The front door of their home stood ajar. Yan Jin pushed the door open and stepped inside. As he walked into the yard, he heard a man's voice emanating from within the house. Chapter 182. The brother-in-law takes Su Lu away him? How could there be a man inside? Yan Jin furrowed his brows and quickened his pace. The door was half open, and he forcefully pushed it wide to enter. Their eyes met. "Brother-in-law, what brings you here?" The man was Su Lu's brother, Duo's uncle, Su Xian. Upon seeing Yan Jin, Su Xian was filled with rage. He wished he could pummel him. Ever since his sister married him, she had not enjoyed a single moment of happiness. Had it not been for their family's financial struggles and the need for money for their mother's medical treatment, Su Xian would never have consented to Su Lu marrying Yan Jin. Once Yan Jin's true nature was revealed, with his gambling addiction and utter disregard for his wife and child, it was too late for regrets. Divorce was also out of the question. A woman seeking divorce would be met with societal disdain. The entire Su family opposed Su Lu leaving Yan Jin. Even after Yan Jin frequently visited the Su home to borrow money for gambling, the Su family remained steadfast. They preferred to sever all ties with Yan Jin rather than agree to a divorce. Some antiquated beliefs can be quite harmful, particularly to women. "I am not your brother-in-law. Do not refer to me as such. Yan Jin, your return is timely. I am here to take Su Lu and Duo away. Why on earth would you take them away? Yan Jin glanced around and noticed several pieces of luggage on the table. His heart sank. Su Lu, why are you packing these things? Of course, I am going home with you. Does Su Lu intend to endure a life of poverty with you? Su Xin retorted sharply. Yan Jin was perplexed. Previously, you all opposed Su Lu's divorce. Why the sudden desire to take her away today? What is going on? He shifted his gaze to Su Lu. Su Lu, do you truly wish to return? Before Su Lu could respond, Su Xin shoved Yan Jin aside. None of your concern. Step aside quickly. Su Xin grabbed the luggage, pulling Su Lu and Duo toward the door. Daddy. Duo clutched Su Lu's hand, glancing back repeatedly. Su Lu. Yan Jin called out. Su Lu turned and said, there are matters at my family that require my return. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Xin interrupted her impatiently. Do not waste your breath on him. Su Xin then approached Yan Jin, his demeanor fierce, nearly face-to-face with him. Yan Jin, over the years, you have not refrained from mistreating Su Lu. Do not think that the Su family is powerless. I will ensure you pay for it in due time. So wait for it. Brother-in-law, Su Xin pointed an accusatory finger at Yan Jin, exuding an air of menace. I do not wish to hear your words. Do not follow us, or I shall break your legs. Su Xin took Su Lu and Duo away, not allowing Su Lu a moment to speak with Yan Jin. When Yan Jin attempted to catch up, Su Xin repeatedly threatened to resort to violence. Observing Su Xin's agitated state, Yan Jin reluctantly refrained from pursuing them. Should a physical confrontation ensue, the situation would inevitably escalate. He could only wait until Secretary Wu concluded his research visit before attempting to bring the mother and daughter back. Gazing at the empty courtyard, a myriad of emotions welled up within Yan Jin. His own parents would not allow him to return home, while his in-laws harbored deep-seated prejudices against him. This was the consequence of his past actions. Now, having been reborn, he realized that mending these relationships was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Prejudice stood like an insurmountable mountain, not easily moved. They had already formed preconceived notions about him, and altering such perceptions proved to be the most arduous task. Even though he had become the director of Zhongyuan factory, possessing wealth, status, and connections, Su Lu still harbored no intention of remarrying him. Yan Jin understood her reservations. Should they remarry and he revert to his former self, it would result in utter tragedy. The harm he had inflicted upon her was profound, rendering those days a veritable abyss for Su Lu. Fortunately, there was their daughter, Duo, who served as Su Lu's pillar of strength, enabling her to endure. Were it Yan Jin in her place, he feared he would have long succumbed to despair. Su Lu, Duo, await my return in our hometown. Once Secretary Wu departs, I shall bring you back. I will show the Su family that I, Yan Jin, am truly changed. I will bring you happiness. In the distant capital, under the orchestration of Chuanzhi, Sadeo Beverage had invited Zhao Xuxing, the director of the National Sports Commission, and Zhong Bendao, the chairman of the Chinese Olympic Committee. The three men were bewildered. Following the conclusion of the beverage selection meeting, Sadeo Beverage had not been chosen. Why then was Mizutani Junji treating them to a meal? It made little sense. Mr. Mizutani, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Zhao inquired. Director Zhao, it is as follows. While we regret not becoming a sponsor for the Chinese Olympic delegation, we will continue to support Chinese sports endeavors. Mizutani Junji's words were eloquent, yet essentially amounted to nothing. Zhao Xuxing and his companions remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. We wish to invite several Olympic athletes to endorse our brand and participate in advertising campaigns. Zhao Xuxing and Zhong Bendao exchanged glances. Yan Jin sought to have Olympic athletes endorse his brand, and Mizutani Junji had the same intention. Athletes had become highly sought after. In truth, Mizutani Junji was inspired by Yan Jin's initiative to have celebrities like Chen Paisai, Zhu Shimao, and Song Dan as endorsers. Given that Chinese entertainment stars were affiliated with various organizations, it was challenging to engage them. Mizutani Junji contemplated leveraging Zhai Chuanqi's connections to enlist athletes. With the Olympics approaching, this wave of enthusiasm could certainly be capitalized upon. Unbeknownst to him, Yan Jin had already taken the lead. Noticing the hesitance among Zhao Xuxing and the others, Mizutani Junji continued, our endorsement fees will be substantial, and we will also sponsor an additional sum to support their Olympic preparations. Mizutani Junji's sentiments mirrored those expressed by Yan Jin the previous night. Zhao Xuxing posed an identical inquiry. Mr. Mizutani, which athlete do you wish to endorse your brand? Yan Jin opted for Su Haifeng, Li Ning, and the Chinese women's volleyball team, leaving one to ponder whom Mizutani Junji would select. Xiao Hongji then interjected, Director Zhao, Chairman Zhong. We would like to invite gymnast Li Ning to be our spokesperson. After informing Xiao Hongji about the importance of selecting an athlete for endorsements, Mizutani Junji noted that Xiao Hongji had done his homework. Li Ning, renowned for his prowess as an all-around gymnast, had amassed an impressive array of championships. When seeking endorsements, one should choose the most popular figure. Li Ning is the quintessential choice. Zhao Xuxing and Zhong Bendao exchanged glances. Four Islands Beverage and Yan Jin selection were in perfect harmony, both favoring Li Ning. However, this was hardly surprising, given that Li Ning was the most accomplished athlete. Neither Zhao Xuxing nor Zhong Bendao opposed Four Islands Beverage's decision to enlist an athlete for endorsement. Having acquiesced to Yan Jin, it would be remiss not to support Four Islands Beverage. Thus, a consensus formed among them to generally agree with the endorsement of an athlete by Four Islands Beverage. Zhao Xuxing turned to Mizutani Junji, stating, Li Ning is not suitable. You must select another. Why? Mizutani Junji countered. Li Ning was meticulously chosen by Xiao Hongji. No one is more fitting. With his capabilities, he is sure to secure a gold medal at the Lo City Olympics, potentially becoming the first Olympic gold medalist in Chinese history. Engaging such a top-tier athlete for endorsement is undeniably a worthwhile investment. Yet, given their prior commitments, why deny Li Ning the opportunity? Because Li Ning has already been contracted by Zhongyuan Beverage Company, Zhong Bendao replied calmly. Chapter 183. United Price War. Mizutani Junji and Xiao Hongji felt a wave of dismay wash over them. Why does Yan Jin always seem to outpace us? Mizutani Junji tentatively inquired. Director Zhao, Chairman Zhong, we truly admire athlete Li Ning, and we kindly request that you grant Four Islands Beverage a chance. As I mentioned earlier, we can increase the endorsement fees and sponsorship amounts. Zhao Xuxing shook his head. Mr. Mizutani, I regret to inform you that we have already committed to Zhongyuan Beverage Company and cannot retract our agreement. You will need to consider other athletes. Xiao Hongji glanced at Mizutani Junji. Then we must resort to our alternative option. In that case, we will seek to have the Chinese women's volleyball team endorse our brand. Before Xiao Hongji could finish his thought, Zhao Xuxing, Zhong Bendao, and Chuanzhi were taken aback. For Islands Beverage endorsing the Chinese women's volleyball team? That seems inappropriate. It is imperative to recognize that the Chinese women's volleyball team and the Japanese women's volleyball team are rivals. The Japanese team, known as the Eastern Witch, once dominated Asian volleyball. In 1979, the Chinese women's volleyball team triumphed over Japan to claim the championship at the Asian Volleyball Championships. In 1981, at the World Cup held in Japan, the Chinese team again outperformed Japan to secure their first world title. For a Japanese enterprise to endorse the Chinese women's volleyball team is decidedly unsuitable. The people of both nations would undoubtedly find it unacceptable. One cannot fathom the intentions of the Four Islands Beverage Company. In truth, Mizutani Junji's philosophy is rather straightforward. It is all about profit. He cares little for the enmities between the women's volleyball teams of the two nations. As long as he can reap financial rewards, that is all that matters. Such is his nature. Given the esteemed status of the Huaxiao women's volleyball team among the populace, securing their endorsement would undoubtedly transform Four Islands Beverage into a sensational success. However, Zhao Xuxing once again shook his head, shattering the illusions of Four Islands Beverage. The Huaxiao women's volleyball team is also not an option. Have they perhaps been courted by Zhongyuan Beverage? This time, Xiao Hongji reacted swiftly. Zhao Xuxing murmured in agreement. You are indeed correct. Perhaps you should consider other options. Mizutani Junji's lips twitched in frustration. Darn it. Once again, he has been preempted by Yan Jin. A step behind, always trailing. Who shall be the next choice? There are no alternative plans. Mizutani Junji glanced at Chuanzhi, signaling for assistance. Chuanzhi understood, clearing his throat. Director Zhao, Chairman Zhong, Mr. Mizutani. They are not particularly familiar with the sports circle of Huaxia. Shall we recommend a few options? Zhao Xuxing was puzzled as to why Chuanzhi maintained such a close relationship with Four Islands Beverage. Today's situation was also orchestrated by Chuanzhi. Their connection seemed rather exceptional. Director Zhai, then it falls upon you to suggest a few suitable candidates. Zhao Xuxing replied. His words bore no ulterior motive. He merely intended for Chuanzhi to make some recommendations. Very well, allow me to ponder this thoroughly upon my return and provide you with a few suggestions. On May 2nd, 1984, Secretary General Wei Juanhe arrived early at the Zhongyuan Instant Noodle Factory. Secretary Wei, what brings you here? ISNT Secretary Wu arriving tomorrow? Wei Juanhe's expression was grave. Secretary Zhou has sent me to assess the situation. Does Zhou Helian harbor such distrust in me? Is it really necessary to send someone to inspect? Yan Jin could only lead Wei Juanhe on a tour of the factory. This day was not solely significant for Wei Juanhe. The personnel from the municipal office were bustling about, scarcely finding a moment to breathe. Many did not even return home to sleep the previous night, all in preparation for the morrow. Over an hour later, Wei Juanhe proposed several areas needing improvement, reiterating his points multiple times before taking his leave. Finally, he departed. Yan Jin shook his head in resignation. Wang Entai seized the opportunity and approached Yan Jin hastily. "Director, I wish to show you something." Wang Entai led Yan Jin back to the office, producing a paper barrel. "Director, this is the paper barrel for instant noodles that I developed with the packaging factory. The factory's head, Zhao Jun, assures me that this material is resistant to both water and heat." Yan Jin nodded in approval. "This is quite feasible, but it requires further enhancement. The height of the barrel should be increased slightly to accommodate more noodles. Practicality is key." "Excellent. As for the packaging, let us include a small plastic fork within. Customers are unlikely to carry chopsticks with them." "Agreed. Ensure that the opening for tearing is ample enough for the fork to fit." "Perfect. Let us proceed with this. Instruct Zhao Jun to expedite production. Lately, I have been plagued by restless eyelids." Wang Entai inquired with a perplexed expression. "Director, when did you become so superstitious?" Perhaps it was exhaustion. He had been tirelessly working without proper rest. At Huafeng Company, as Li Tianyi had heard, Tang Peixing's hair had indeed turned significantly grayer, and his complexion appeared particularly haggard. Since assuming the role of general manager, the sales of Huafeng instant noodles had been in a steady decline. Tang Peixing's influence and credibility had waned correspondingly. He had recruited a professional manager named Guo Yoluan from a prestigious food company in Huashabaodao province, investing a considerable sum. The company was also a major player in the instant noodle market and enjoyed a robust presence in the province. Guo Yoluan possessed a decade of industry experience, and Tang Peixing held great confidence in him, pinning his hopes on him to reverse the situation. "General Tang, at this juncture, if Huafeng wishes to reclaim its market share, there is only one path we can take." "Do elaborate." "A price war." Upon hearing those 4 words, Tang Peixing felt a chill run through him. "If engaging in a price war were feasible, why would I need to spend such a fortune to bring you on board? Moreover, it is too late to initiate a price war now. Zhongyuan not only produces instant noodles, but also boasts the thriving Jianlibo, making them a formidable competitor unlike the small factory they once were. They are unperturbed by a price war." Noticing the change in Tang Peixing's expression, Guo Yoluan smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed. "General Tang, when I speak of a price war, I do not mean for Huafeng to go it alone. We must unite with other instant noodle manufacturers to collectively oppose Zhongyuan. Presently, Zhongyuan holds a monopolistic position, squeezing the survival space of other noodle brands. Only through collaboration can we hope to defeat Zhongyuan. Relying solely on Huafeng is utterly insufficient. General Tang must be aware of Su Qin from the Warring States period. In the latter part of that era, the Qin state became overwhelmingly dominant, leaving the 6 states without the capacity to retaliate. Su Qin proposed a strategy of vertical alliance, uniting the 6 states, which deterred Qin from venturing beyond the Hanggu Pass for 15 years. Guo Yoluan exuded enthusiasm, as if he were a transcendent figure from that historical epoch. "Manager Guo, are you suggesting you wish to emulate Su Qin?" "General Tang, I cannot aspire to be Su Qin, but I am willing to represent Huafeng in negotiations with other noodle brands, advocating for a collective price reduction to see who would still purchase from Zhongyuan." Tang Peixing fell into contemplation. Could a price war truly be viable? Guo Yoluan continued. "As I understand it, Zhongyuan is currently dedicating all its resources to the construction of a new factory, with most of its capital allocated to that endeavor. If we reduce our prices, Zhongyuan will not hastily lower theirs in response. Should any financial issues arise, not only would their new factory fail to materialize, but they could also face collapse." After being fervently persuaded by Guo Yoluan, Tang Peixing pondered the proposal and ultimately made his resolution. "Very well, Manager Guo. You will negotiate with our fellow competitors. Let us unite against Zhongyuan." Chapter 184. I am the Seeker of Knowledge on May 3, 1984. From the municipal party secretary Zhou Helong to the minor clerks in small offices, everyone was fraught with anxiety. Wu Zhengchun, the top leader of Handong province, was en route to Qingping City. Zhou He understood that Wu Zhengchuan's visit was not merely an investigation into the development of private enterprises, but also a personal evaluation of himself. This year, the adjustment of cadres at the provincial level had been expedited. He, along with the mayor of Qingping City, Xia Yan, and other key leaders, anxiously awaited by the roadside, feeling a twinge of nervousness. At last, a black sedan appeared in the distance, followed by an SUV. Wu Zhengchun had arrived. As the vehicle drew closer, Zhou He and his colleagues waved vigorously. The car came to a gradual halt, and they hurried to greet him. The rear door opened, revealing Wu Jingchun with a square face stepping out of the vehicle. "Hello, Secretary Wu." The group exchanged pleasantries. "Secretary He, let us head directly to the Zhongyuan factory. I am eager to meet the renowned Director Yan, who has been making quite a stir lately." Zhou He promptly replied. "Secretary Wu, Director Yan is already waiting at the factory." "Very well, let us proceed to Zhongyuan for the investigation, followed by a discussion." "Secretary Wu, we shall lead the way. Your vehicles may follow us." The 4 cars descended from the provincial road, heading straight for the Zhongyuan factory. The director of the Qingping Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Yu Bo, along with Yan Jin and Wang Entai, was already stationed at the factory entrance, awaiting their arrival. "Director Yu, shall we wait in the office instead? Secretary Wu is due at 10, and it is only 9:30 now." Yan Jin felt a twinge of discomfort in his back from standing. However, Yu Bo replied solemnly, "Let us remain here. Secretary Wu may arrive at any moment, and it would be inappropriate if we are not here to welcome him." "Very well, I will defer to your judgment," Yan Jin conceded, stretching his back. Yu Bo was sent here specifically by Zhou He. With Wu Zhengchun investigating the development of private enterprises, he will undoubtedly inquire about the series of policies supporting their growth. The Bureau of Industry and Commerce is best equipped to address these matters. Zhou He had instructed Yu Bo to be prepared for any questions. At this moment, Yu Bo was exceedingly anxious, pacing back and forth while occasionally glancing toward the intersection. Although the investigation pertained to his own factory, Yan Jin remained calm and composed, believing it sufficient to communicate the genuine circumstances to Wu Zhengchun without complicating matters. Wang Entai stood beside Yan Jin, his heart racing. It was his first encounter with such a high-ranking official from the province. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. In a hushed voice, Wang Entai asked Yan Jin, "Director, how can you appear so unfazed while Director Yu is so tense? Why be so nervous? He is here to conduct an investigation, not to devour us." But Secretary Wu is a paramount official. In ancient times, he would be a regional governor. A paramount official is still human. Maintain a sense of equilibrium. "Old Wang, why are your hands trembling?" "I merely fear making a mistake and displeasing Secretary Wu." "What could possibly go wrong? Even if the sky were to fall, someone taller would hold it up. What is there to fear?" As the two conversed quietly, Yu Bo suddenly called out, "They are here." The 4 vehicles approached the factory entrance. Yu Bo hurriedly adjusted his attire, standing at attention. "Director Yan, quickly take your position. The leaders have arrived." The cars came to a stop, and the occupants began to disembark. Zhou Holiang stood beside Wu Zhengchun, who greeted him warmly. "Yan Jin, the factory director has arrived." Yan Jin stepped forward to shake Wu Zhengchun's hand. "Hello, Secretary Wu. I am Yan Jin, the director of Zhongyuan factory." Wu Zhengchun replied with a smile, "Director Yan Jin, you have indeed brought a delightful surprise to the economic development of Qingping City. Having a private entrepreneur like you is a treasure for our city." With these words, Wu Zhengchun sincerely praised Yan Jin. Zhongyuan instant noodles have gained nationwide popularity, establishing themselves as a leader in the industry. Furthermore, Zhongyuan Jianlibo has become the officially designated drink for China's Olympic athletes, a unique honor. Not only that, Yan Jin has also resolved significant livelihood issues, including those associated with the state-owned ceramics factory and fruit farmers. Wu Zhengchun was well aware of these contributions, which justified his high regard for Yan Jin. He glanced at the prominent slogan at the factory entrance, "What the people need, Zhongyuan produces." "Director Yan Jin, that statement resonates powerfully." Yan Jin responded with confidence, "Secretary Wu, although we are a private enterprise, our mission is also to serve the people. Unlike government entities, we are a production enterprise. Thus, we translate our commitment to serve the public into action. We create what the people need." Wu Zhengchun nodded appreciatively. He turned to Zhou Holiang and remarked, "Secretary Holiang, we must offer more support to conscientious entrepreneurs like Director Yan Jin. When entrepreneurs possess integrity, their companies will too." Wu Zhengchun's words rang true. Zhongyuan Factory enjoys an impeccable reputation in our city, characterized by a positive atmosphere and reliable product quality, instilling great confidence in the public. The group proceeded into the factory as Wu Zhengchun spoke, "Director Yan Jin, Zhongyuan Factory has become a benchmark for the development of private enterprises in Handong Province and even across the nation. Our purpose here today is to learn from your management and performance evaluation systems. Allow me to introduce our management system." Yan Jin began to elaborate. The management system primarily targets the management personnel. The most crucial quality for our managers is to be accountable, capable of resolving conflicts, and adept at problem solving. Without these qualities, I am afraid one is unsuitable for a managerial role. As Yan Jin explained, someone nearby took notes swiftly. Wu Zhengchun inquired, from what I understand. After you took over Zhongyuan factory, most of the management team remained unchanged. What led to such a remarkable transformation in their performance? Yan Jin responded, the reason is quite simple. One of the advantages of private enterprises is the flexibility in personnel management. There are no rigid structures. Everyone possesses a sense of urgency. If one does not perform well, they risk being replaced. Wu Zhengchun pondered this thought. This is something state-owned enterprises cannot achieve. Once one is promoted, it is difficult to descend. Director Yan Jin, please continue. He encouraged. Without pressure, individuals tend to drift. Without pressure, a well runs dry. To stimulate the motivation of our management personnel, we impose certain pressures to ensure effective work. Director Yan Jin, what constitutes effective work? Wu Zhengchuan's interest deepened. Yan Jin chuckled lightly. Secretary Wu, the concept of effective work is quite straightforward, but I must warn you. It may provoke your ire. Zhou Helong shot a glare at Yan Jin. Director Yan, as long as you speak sensibly and refrain from nonsense. How could Secretary Wu possibly be angered? Zhou Helong was subtly reminding Yan Jin to express himself prudently. Wu Zhengchun waved his hand. Director Yan, please do not hesitate. I am here to gain insights, so feel free to speak openly. Well, since you have encouraged me, I shall proceed. Chapter 185. I once heard a tale. Effective work does not merely consist of convening meetings today and tomorrow, appearing busy while accomplishing nothing substantial. Upon uttering this statement, Yan Jin indeed noticed the expressions of Wu Zhengchun and Zhou Helong shift dramatically, while others felt an ominous premonition. What was going on with Yan Jin? Was he being sarcastic? What was wrong with meetings? They exist to implement the directives from higher authorities. Although some of them shared a disdain for meetings, they were essential for resolving certain matters. Yan Jin was crossing a line. Yan Jin continued, effective work is characterized by awareness of tasks and a sense of responsibility. Our Zhongyuan factory adheres to a standard for effective work. Everything is evaluated based on performance, as results are paramount. Everything else is mere nonsense. We advocate a philosophy that work should not merely be seen as a job, but rather as a vocation. His exposition, enriched with managerial insights accumulated over time and elements of success philosophy, left the audience profoundly impacted, as they had never encountered such perspectives before. Wu Zhengchun turned to the recorder and inquired, have you noted all of this? The individual nodded affirmatively. Secretary Wu, everything is recorded. Observing Wu Zhengchun's countenance return to its usual calm, Zhou Helong privately exhaled in relief. Yan Jin, you never cease to astonish. You nearly gave me a cardiac episode. Secretary Wu, Secretary Zhou, allow me to further elaborate on our factory's performance evaluation. Our workers in Huaxia are the most earnest and industrious. However, why do some enterprises falter and face bankruptcy? Is it due to the workers? Absolutely not. The issue lies within the performance evaluation system. When all workers share the same basic wage, regardless of their efforts, who would be motivated to exert themselves further? Even more shocking was a story I encountered. There was a state-owned factory with commendable performance, where the workers held positions with a monthly salary of around 30 yuan. One particularly astute worker hired someone externally to attend work in his stead. When payday arrived, he collected the salary and paid the hired individual 8 yuan, pocketing 22 yuan for himself. Upon hearing this, the brows of all present furrowed in disbelief. Such absurdity truly was alarming. Zhou Helong hastily clarified, Secretary Wu, such occurrences would never transpire in Qingping City. Yan Jin concurred. This story was relayed to me from another province. Such a situation would not arise in Qingping City. Zhou Helong nodded in silent agreement. Fortunately, Yan Jin is a man of integrity. Wu Zhengchun found it quite astonishing. It was the first time he had heard of such a situation. A laborer does nothing and receives 22 yuan, while the hired worker earns only 8. Would he accept this? Certainly. Secretary Wu, this situation is profoundly unjust, yet for him, 8 yuan still represents a form of income. He resorts to earning this meager sum simply because he cannot find other employment. Without even this 8 yuan, he would face starvation. Yan Jin has merely scratched the surface of a myriad of peculiarities that high-ranking officials like Wu Zhengchun and Zhou Helong remain oblivious to. It is beyond their comprehension. To return to the main point, our performance evaluation system, while seemingly complex, is fundamentally straightforward, hinging on 2 key principles. Firstly, we have achieved equal pay for equal work. Last October, we re-signed labor contracts with the workers, eliminating distinctions between permanent and temporary employees, ensuring that all individuals enjoy the same status and benefits. Secondly, we have dismantled the communal dining system, establishing a principle of more work, more pay, less work, less pay, no work, determination, thereby ensuring that no idle person is sustained. This is why the wages of workers at Zhongyuan factory can exceed 100 yuan. Wu Zhengchun spent a full 2 hours at Zhongyuan factory. After listening to Yan Jin's introduction, he posed numerous questions. Yan Jin spoke candidly, offering unembellished truths rather than mere flattery, allowing Wu Zhengchun to make the most informed decision to support the development of the private sector. A single conversation with you holds more value than a decade of study. Director Yan, today I feel enlightened. Wu Zhengchun was thoroughly satisfied with his visit to Zhongyuan, enriched with substantial insights. After leaving, he attended a symposium on the development of the private economy at the Municipal Party Committee. Yan Jin had accomplished his task, yet he neglected to have lunch. As Cui Jie insisted on accompanying him to Daxu village in Hongjia town, Gongshan County, just outside Qingping City. This was Su Lu's family home. Yesterday, Su Xian took Su Lu and Duo away. Su Lu mentioned family matters, leaving Yan Jin without the opportunity to inquire further. He couldn't shake off his concern and resolved to visit personally, intending to bring Su Lu and Duo back with him. The conditions in the countryside are far inferior to those in the city, and he worried about the hardships the mother and daughter might endure. After more than 2 hours of travel, Cui Jie finally arrived at Daxu village. The vehicle wound through narrow paths, stopping in front of Su Lu's home, where a large crowd had gathered, creating an air of mystery about the situation. Yan Jin furrowed his brow. Something must have gone awry at Su Lu's home. Upon alighting, he was immediately greeted by a cacophony of voices. Su Mansong, you owe us money. With interest, the total amounts to 120 yuan, which must be repaid today. I truly have no money. If I had it, I would have settled it long ago. My wife is in the hospital. I implore you to grant me some additional time. Stop your excuses. If you have no money, I will take your cow. You cannot do that. Without the cow, how can we survive? Please, I assure you that as soon as I have the funds, I will pay you back immediately. Su Mansong pleaded desperately. Yet, the creditors remained unmoved. Su Mansong, spare me the useless talk. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Today, you either return the money or relinquish the cow. The villagers, though sympathetic towards Su Mansong, did not utter a single word of assistance. It is a fundamental principle that debts must be repaid, and this sentiment holds true. One man pushed Su Mansong aside and attempted to lead away the cow. Yet, Su Mansong clutched the rope with unwavering determination, tears glistening in his eyes. Yan Jin leaned into the car window and pressed the horn forcefully. Instantly, all gazes converged upon him. Yan Jin navigated through the crowd and stepped into the courtyard. Dad. Su Mansong was taken aback, recognizing Yan Jin. Do not call me Dad. I am not your father. What brings you here? Su Mansong maintained his grip on the cow's rope throughout the conversation. Yan Jin understood that his father-in-law harbored lingering resentment towards him, and rightfully so. For it was his past actions that had led to this predicament. What is happening, Dad? Su Mansong, however, disregarded him, turning his face away in refusal to meet his gaze. The one demanding payment was a young man clad in bell-bottoms. Upon noticing Yan Jin's attire, he called Su Mansong Dad and menacingly declared, Your father owes us 100 yuan. He must repay it today, principal plus interest. Otherwise, we will take the cow. Su Mansong, with a furrowed brow, lamented, I genuinely have no money. If I did, I would not owe you anything. Yan Jin approached the bell-bottomed youth. How much does my father owe you? 100 yuan, plus 20 in interest. What is this? Are you planning to pay for him? Yan Jin retrieved his wallet, producing 12 crisp bills. I am his son-in-law. A father's debt is repaid by the son. Here is your payment, and do not trouble my father again. The young man eagerly accepted the money, counted it, and pocketed it, though his eyes remained greedily fixed on Yan Jin's pockets. He could not help but scrutinize Yan Jin further. This man was impeccably dressed and had arrived in a car, suggesting he was faring quite well. How could Su Mansong, the village's most impoverished resident, have such a wealthy son-in-law? It was indeed a source of envy. Yet, something seemed amiss. Wasn't he his son-in-law known for his gambling addiction? Had Su Lu remarried without anyone's knowledge? The bell-bottomed youth extended his hand towards Yan Jin, palm facing upward. Give me another 100. Chapter 186. A grand apology scene. Yan Jin fixed his piercing gaze upon the bell-bottomed youth. Did we not settle this just now? The debt has been settled. But the costs for labor, service, and transportation all come at a price. Charging you 100 yuan is already a concession. The bell-bottomed youth's expression was laden with amusement. If he could extract more, he would certainly do so. Originally tasked with reclaiming 120 yuan, he now saw opportunity in Yan Jin's apparent wealth and felt insatiable greed. Why not ask for a little more? Anything acquired need not be reported and could be kept for personal use. More ruthless than a loan shark. Why not simply rob? Ah, we are indeed the loan sharks. I dictate the repayment amount. Hand it over obediently, boy, or you may find yourself in discomfort. The bell-bottomed youth threatened, extending his fist menacingly. If you do not comply, I will ensure that you are unrecognizable to even your father-in-law. Yan Jin spoke with a grave tone. This is in Dessous village. Are you not afraid of the villagers uniting against you? The man in bell-bottomed pants disdainfully surveyed the crowd. Do you think they would dare? Indeed. Before the last word left his lips, the onlookers instinctively took several steps back. We are merely here for the spectacle. This has nothing to do with us. When you engage in your brawl, do not let the blood splatter on us. At this moment, Su Mansong was utterly astonished. His son-in-law was a lazy, gluttonous gambler, always coming to borrow money. He called it borrowing, but in truth, he had never repaid a single cent. Why, today, was he so benevolently offering to repay him? Moreover, he had produced 120 yuan all at once. It appeared he had quite a sum in his wallet. Had he won at gambling? Su Mansong regained his composure and, with a pained expression, said to the man in bell-bottoms, "Did you not just say 120 yuan? When did I ever say that? Who heard it?" The audacity of the man in bell-bottoms had reached an unparalleled level. Words he had spoken were dismissed as mere flatulence. Moreover, he was exceedingly confident, for no one dared to accuse him of his previous utterance. Indeed, no one dared to speak up. Yan Jin's gaze was piercing. What if I refuse? Then you can wait for your demise. Do you know whose man I am? Just saying it would terrify you. Whose man are you? You must have heard of Brother Hu. He is the boss of Qingping City. The man in bell-bottoms exulted. Yan Jin chuckled softly. So it's Brother Hu. Are you frightened now? Realizing the gravity of the situation, hurry and hand over the 100 yuan. Or else if Brother Hu finds out, he will end you. The man in bell-bottoms incessantly invoked the word death before Yan Jin, and being in Su Lu's home. Yan Jin was exceedingly furious. With a resounding slap, he struck the man. Caught off guard, the man in bell-bottoms was momentarily dazed. 2 seconds later, a roar erupted in Su Lu's courtyard. How dare you hit me? I will ruin you. He charged forward, delivering a heavy punch aimed at Yan Jin's face. However, before he could even make contact, he was sent flying backward. With a loud thud, he crashed into a pile of firewood. After a lengthy pause to regain his strength, the man in bell-bottoms struggled to rise. You scoundrel, you are finished. Just wait. He stumbled out of Su's house, his face covered in dirt. Everyone was left in shock. Su Mansong was astounded. Was this truly his worthless, good-for-nothing son-in-law, Yan Jin? Su Mansong could hardly believe it. He only knew that Yan Jin was a gambling addict, who would physically and verbally abuse Su Lu at home. Yet outside, he was a coward, unwilling to retaliate when struck or insulted. What had transpired today? Su Mansong even doubted whether the person standing before him was indeed Yan Jin. His emotions were in turmoil. You should leave quickly. These people are not ones we can afford to provoke. Su Mansong urged Yan Jin toward the door. The spectators remarked that Brother Hu was a tyrant in Qingping City, collectively advising Yan Jin to make a hasty retreat to avoid trouble. Yet Yan Jin, unfazed, replied, Brother Hu is nothing but a paper tiger. There is nothing to fear. Just as Yan Jin was about to inquire about Su Lu's whereabouts, four individuals entered the courtyard. It was indeed the arrival of the bell-bottomed pants that summoned external assistance. The villagers hurriedly made way, scarcely daring to breathe. 4-against-1, Yan Jin's predicament was dire. Just moments ago, in a fit of impulsiveness, he had landed himself in serious trouble. Indeed, impulse is a treacherous devil. Yet, they neither rushed to his aid nor dispersed. Naturally, the allure of spectacle was irresistible. Su Mansong was in a state of acute anxiety. Although Yan Jin was not the finest of individuals, he was nonetheless his son-in-law and had just returned 100 yuan to him. Su did not wish to see Yan Jin harmed, yet he felt utterly powerless. Consumed by worry, the bell-bottomed pants, his face twisted in fury, exclaimed, Changgu, he was the one who struck me. The imposing Changgu followed the direction indicated by the bell-bottomed pants and was momentarily taken aback. He hit me. He struck your face. He slapped Hu Ji's face. You must teach him a severe lesson, so he understands the consequences of crossing us. It would be best if he were utterly incapacitated. The bell-bottomed pants gritted his teeth, enraged to the utmost. Before a crowd of villagers, he had been thoroughly humiliated. How could he not be furious? If this grudge went unavenged, how could he continue to extort high-interest loans in the village? Who would still fear him? Yan Jin calmly uttered 2 words. Changgu? You think you can address him so casually? Now you wish to ingratiate yourself? Let me inform you, it's too late. Watch how Changgu deals with you. Before the bell-bottomed pants could finish his tirade, Changgu struck him with a resounding slap. Enough of your incessant chatter. The bell-bottomed pants looked at Changgu with a pitiful gaze. Why did you hit me? Ignoring him, Changgu advanced a few steps. Director Yan, it appears that a great calamity has befallen you, caused by those beneath you who know not their own mortality. Please do not take it to heart. Huang Chong, what brings you here? Changgu inquired. Huang Chong, a subordinate of Hu Gu, had previously visited Yan Jin's home to demand repayment. He had come to collect a debt. But unexpectedly, they had offended Director Yan. Once I return, I shall inform Hu Gu and ensure they receive a proper lesson, Huang Chong said with a forced smile. Once upon a time, Huang Chong had looked down upon Yan Jin. However, the tides had turned. Yan Jin had become a formidable figure in Qingping City, a favored individual of the municipal party secretary. Even Hu Gu had to respectfully address him as Director Yan. What was Huang Chong but a mere underling? Everyone was left in stunned silence. The bell-bottomed pants were on the verge of soiling himself. From Huang Chong's words, it seemed this individual shared a most extraordinary relationship with Hu Gu. Otherwise, why would even Huang Chong speak to him with such deference? He had truly stumbled upon a formidable opponent. The villagers, too, were dumbfounded. Instead of witnessing a spectacle, they had become witnesses to a grand apology. The bell-bottomed pants were surely doomed. Yet, what was the true nature of Su Monsong's son-in-law? They had seen him before, and all were aware of his unsavory reputation. But after years of absence, how had he transformed into such a commanding presence? Even the ruthless moneylenders now appeared like mice confronting a cat in his presence. Their confusion was palpable. Chapter 187. Yan Jin, you are not welcome here. Huang Chong led his entourage away. The villagers gradually dispersed, granting Yan Jin the opportunity to converse with Su Monsong. Dad, where is Su Lu? Yan Jin peered into the house, expecting that, given the commotion, Su Lu and the others should have emerged by now. It appeared that the house was empty. Su Monsong sighed deeply. She is at the hospital. Your mother is hospitalized, and Su Lu is there taking care of her. Yan Jin was taken aback. What happened to my mother? They say she has a tumor that requires surgery, but we cannot perform it here. The doctor has advised us to go to the capital. But how can we afford to seek treatment there? Su Monsong lamented. I plan to sell the cow to fund your mother's treatment. Dad, let us head to the hospital first. I want to see my mother. Su Monsong secured the cow and locked the door before following Yan Jin onto the cargo truck. Su Monsong permitted Yan Jin to call him dad and referred to Su Lu as your mother, indicating that Su Lu had not disclosed the divorce to them. There was still hope for reconciliation, and the chances seemed promising. However, throughout the journey, Su Monsong spoke little. Despite Yan Jin having assisted him in repaying debts, he still harbored resentment towards Yan Jin. He didn't even inquire how Yan Jin had come to know Huang Chong. An hour later, they arrived at the Gongxian County Hospital as dusk began to settle. Yan Jin instructed Cui Jia to fetch some food nearby, while he and Su Monsong hurried to the third-floor ward. Duo sat on a bench in the corridor, swinging her legs. Duo, Daddy. Upon recognizing Yan Jin, Duo's face lit up with a charming smile as she leapt from the bench and ran into his open arms. Yan Jin embraced her and kissed her cheek. Where's Mommy? Duo pointed towards the ward. In there. Holding Duo, Yan Jin followed Su Monsong into the room. Su Lu, who was wiping her mother Mo Guilon's hands, froze upon seeing him. What are you doing here? I was worried. Good thing I came. With such a serious matter. You didn't even inform me. Yan Jin glanced at Mo Guilon and called out, Mom. Yet, Mo Guilon turned her face away, ignoring him. She despised Yan Jin for causing her daughter so much anguish and had no desire to see him. Old man, why did you bring him here? I get furious just seeing him. Make him leave. Su Monsong appeared to be in a difficult position. Seeing this, Su Lu quickly pulled Yan Jin outside the ward, fearing her mother's anger might worsen her condition. Yan Jin, my mother doesn't want to see you. You should leave for now. Yan Jin was reluctant to depart. He could not walk away at this moment. I heard from Dad that Mom has a tumor in her stomach and needs surgery. Su Lu nodded. Our small county has limited medical resources. The doctors have suggested we go to the capital, but it would cost over 10,000 yuan. Then we will go to the capital. You need not worry about the finances. I will take care of everything. Just as Su Lu was about to refuse Yan Jin's offer, a figure appeared in the corridor. Both turned to look. Su Xin, spotting Yan Jin, immediately erupted in fury. He rushed over, grabbing Yan Jin by the collar, seemingly ready to tear him apart. Yan Jin, what are you doing here? Who allowed you to come? Don't you realize that my parents get angry just seeing you? You'll drive them to illness. Can you afford that? Get out of here. Su Lu hurriedly intervened. She was genuinely worried that the two might come to blows. She wished for no one to be harmed. Elder brother, let him go. Let us speak reasonably. Su Lu exclaimed. What time is it, Su Lu, and you still defend him? I cannot speak to him civilly. Yan Jin, get out of here at once. Do you believe I want to hit you? She warned. This is Gong County, not Qingping City. Throughout the ordeal, Yan Jin remained silent. Su Xian was fuming, harboring deep resentment towards him. At that moment, any explanation would be futile. Hearing the commotion, Su Mansong appeared in the corridor. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he rushed over to grasp Su Xian's arm, pulling him aside. Su Xian, still unwilling to relent, glared fiercely. Dad, don't hold me back. I want to finish him. Enough. We are in a hospital. Stop this nonsense. Su Mansong admonished his son, then turned to Yan Jin, saying, Yan Jin, it would be best if you left. Your presence here will only escalate the situation. Your mother needs peace. Yan Jin nodded. Su Mansong's words were reasonable. The Su family held him in utter disdain. Remaining here would only exacerbate matters. He glanced at Su Lu and said, Su Lu, if you need anything, just let me know. He then turned and descended the stairs. Su Xian shouted after him, don't let me see you again. It was not until Yan Jin's silhouette vanished that Su Xian averted his gaze. He took a moment to compose himself before striding towards a man standing a short distance away. The man was not particularly tall, but he was quite stout. In 1984, it was rare to find such a portly figure. It was evident that he hailed from a well-to-do family. Director Nian, I apologize for the inconvenience, Su Xian said. Gesturing towards Su Lu, Director Nian, this is my sister, Su Lu. From the moment the man ascended the stairs, his eyes were fixed on Su Lu, utterly captivated by her beauty. Su Xian was indeed right. His sister was truly enchanting. Su Xian approached Su Lu with the man. Sister, let me introduce you. This is the director of the canning factory, Director Nian Dong. Nian extended his right hand. Hello, Su Lu. I often hear your brother speak of you. Su Lu, however, was taken aback. She had no intention of shaking hands with Nian. In a state of confusion, she glanced at her father, Su Mansong, who was equally puzzled. Why had Su Xian brought such a person here? His son was merely an ordinary citizen. How did he seem so familiar with the director of the canning factory? Dad. Sister, Director Nian came to visit because he heard our mother was hospitalized. Su Lu's refusal to shake hands left Nian feeling awkward and irritated. Seeing that the dark-skinned elder beside her was Su Lu's father, he immediately turned to grasp his hand, smiling. Hello, Uncle Su. Which ward is Auntie in? I would like to see her. As Nian spoke, his eyes subtly darted towards Su Lu. Director Nian, she is in this ward. Su Xian led Nian into the room. Mom, the director of the canning factory has come to see you. Nian hurried to the bedside, expressing concern. Auntie, I am good friends with Su Xian. He mentioned you were hospitalized, so I rushed over to see you. Are you feeling any better? The Su family, aside from Su Xian, was utterly astonished. When did Su Xian forge such a close friendship with the factory director? The disparity in their social and economic standings was akin to that of the heavens and the earth. How could they possibly be friends? Yan Dong further remarked, Aunt, I heard from Su Xian that you need to seek treatment in the capital. I have a few acquaintances there. I can make a call to arrange everything. And we can go directly when the time comes. Both Su Lu and the couple Su Mansong and Mo Guilan were even more bewildered upon hearing this. Wasn't he being overly enthusiastic? When had Su Xian become such good friends with a factory director? They had never heard Su Xian mention it before. Chapter 188. The thoughts of the brother-in-law Cui Jia bought a large bag of steamed buns and was walking towards the hospital when he happened to encounter Yan Jin downstairs. Yan Jin's expression was grim. Cui Jia, filled with concern, asked, Director, are you all right? I'm fine. You should take the buns up to them, he replied. Understood. Cui Jia quickly entered the hospital building. Yan Jin found a stone bench to sit on. He indeed knew many people in the capital. But who could he ask to help find a suitable doctor? After pondering for a moment, he walked into a small convenience store and dialed Song Dan's number. Hello, who is this? Song Dan, it's me, Yan Jin. Brother Yan. Song Dan's voice on the other end brimmed with surprise. What can I do for you? I wanted to inquire whether the doctor who treated your gastric condition last time is a top-tier expert in the capital? Not exactly. Dr. Tan himself said his skills are average. However, I heard from Zhao Qi that Dr. Tan's mentor is quite remarkable and very well-known nationwide. Could you assist me in contacting Dr. Tan's mentor? Brother Yan, you seem quite anxious. Is something wrong? My mother has developed a tumor in her stomach, and I want to take her to the capital to find an expert for surgery. Upon hearing it was Yan Jin's mother, Song Dan grew anxious as well. Brother Yan, I'll immediately reach out to Dr. Tan and ask him for assistance. Wait for my news. By the way, how can I contact you? Yan Jin provided Song Dan with Wang Entai's office number. Not having a mobile phone is truly inconvenient. After hanging up, Yan Jin called Wang Entai again to inform him that he could not return due to urgent matters. Mo Guilan's condition could not be delayed. Once Song Dan had arranged for an expert, he would take them directly to the capital. He hoped fervently that Mo Guilan would be all right. Chui Jie handed the buns to Su Man Song and left the ward. Su Lu and Su Xian made their way to the corridor. Brother, what on earth is going on with Yin Dong? His enthusiasm makes me feel quite uneasy. I assure you, I am truly good friends with Director Yin. Why do you doubt me? I simply do not believe it. Our family is of one standing, and his is of another. Please, brother, enlighten me on this matter. Yin Dong's gaze was decidedly peculiar. Su Lu felt a troubling premonition. At that moment, Yin Dong emerged from the ward. Su Xian, I will return to contact my friends in the capital to find an expert for Ant. I will visit her again tomorrow. Su Xian hurriedly approached, saying, Director Yin, thank you immensely. Allow my sister to see you off. Su Xian gestured for Su Lu to send Yin Dong off. However, Su Lu directly entered the hospital room, leaving Su Xian feeling quite awkward. Yin Factory Director, allow me to see you off. Su Xian exclaimed as he accompanied Yin Dong downstairs, unable to contain his excitement. Yin Factory Director, how does my sister look? Very beautiful. Yin Dong nodded with satisfaction. I'm not exaggerating. Everyone who has met my sister agrees on her beauty. She is renowned for her looks across 10 miles and 8 villages. Su Xian spoke with pride. Yet, in the next breath, his tone shifted dramatically, filled with frustration. What is infuriating is that a beautiful flower has been planted in a pile of cow dung. If our family hadn't been in dire need of money, and if the Yin family hadn't offered so much, I would never have allowed my sister to marry that useless man. Yin Dong patted his shoulder. At a gathering, Yin Dong had fortuitously heard about Su Lu, and the attendees had described her beauty in such glowing terms that he became both curious and enamored. However, the unfortunate truth was that Su Lu was already married, leaving Yin Dong with a sense of regret and even heartache. Yet, as fate would have it, he learned that Su Lu was not living a happy life, and that even her family was reluctant to associate with her. This revelation rekindled Yin Dong's hope of pursuing her. There is no wall that cannot be broken down, only those who lack the will to try. With enough effort, any barrier can be toppled. Moreover, Yin Dong was unfazed by Su Lu's marital status. A married woman, in her prime, possesses an allure that is even more enticing. Yin Dong, being a clever man, devised a strategy to win Su Lu's heart. He initially sought to befriend Su Xian through various means and expressed his intentions through multiple channels. As anticipated, Su Xian readily agreed. Being the brother-in-law of the canning factory director was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity, which would also allow him to soar to new heights. The two quickly formed a partnership. Subsequently, Su Xian rushed to the city of Qingping, finding Su Lu and bringing her and Duo back to their hometown under the pretense of caring for their ailing mother. In reality, it was to facilitate a meeting between Yin Dong and Su Lu, hastening the arrangement of their marriage to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. However, that scoundrel Yan Jin unexpectedly followed them. Infuriating. Su Xian, why do I feel like your sister doesn't like me? Yin Dong inquired. Yin Factory Director. My sister is a slow-to-warm type. This is our first meeting, so it will take time. Patience is essential. Yet Yin Dong was inherently impatient. I don't have the luxury of time to slowly cultivate feelings with her. You must expedite the process. Yes, Yin Factory Director, rest assured. Suddenly, Yin Dong recalled something. Wasn't he the person you intended to confront back, then your current brother-in-law? I have no such brother-in-law. He is unworthy of that title. Yin Factory Director. I have already sent him packing. Su Xian retorted indignantly. The mere presence of Yan Jin had likely already displeased Yin Dong. With this thought, Su Xian's resentment towards Yan Jin only deepened. Su Xian, remind your sister that there is no benefit in being with a worthless person. I have plenty of money. I can provide her with anything she desires. Upon hearing the word money, Su Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rest assured, Director Nian, my father, my mother, and I will steadfastly stand by your side. We shall facilitate the divorce between Su Lu and the one surnamed Yan. Director Nian responded with a non-committal hum, urging them to act swiftly. After bidding farewell to Director Nian, Su Xian returned to the hospital room, resolved to confront Su Lu directly. However, both Su Lu and Duo were absent, leaving him unaware of their whereabouts. It was an opportune moment to speak with his parents first. Father, mother, I must share something with you. Previously, we opposed Su Lu's divorce, but perhaps our views have become somewhat antiquated? Nowadays, there are countless women in the city who are divorced. If necessary, one can always find another partner. Su Lu's life with Yan Jin is fraught with violence and abuse, resembling a hellish existence. Can we truly bear to let her suffer in such a manner? She is your beloved daughter, my dear sister. Regardless of circumstances, blood is thicker than water. I believe we should allow her to divorce. Perhaps, in doing so, she may even endure less suffering. Su Xian displayed a remarkable talent for acting, his words imbued with genuine emotion. Even Su Monsong and Mo Guilin were taken aback. In the past, he had vehemently opposed Su Lu's divorce. Su Xian, you did not feel this way before? They inquired. What was once is no longer. It is time for us to evolve our perspectives. Sighed Mo Guilin from her hospital bed. It is easier said than done to find someone new after a divorce, especially with Duo in the picture. Mother, it is indeed feasible. Just now, Director Nian expressed great affection for Su Lu. He stated that he would marry her immediately upon her divorce. Just think, if Su Lu were to live with him. She would never have to worry about food or clothing, infinitely better than her current situation with Yan Jin.